It is reported that at 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow, the largest meteor shower in human history will occur. This is a rare red meteor shower, an extremely spectacular sight. It is recommended that everyone enjoy it with their families. Recently, strange natural phenomena have been observed in many parts of the city. Experts say this is all normal. Today, several incidents of stray dogs biting people occurred again in Subei City. Residents are urged to stay vigilant and avoid being bitten. In a rental house in Subei City, Chen Xian quietly stared at the news on the television, remaining silent for a long time. His unwashed hair, messy after several days, partially covered his eyes. He wore a loose, oversized t-shirt that appeared wrinkled and somewhat faded, as if it had been washed countless times. How is this possible? How is this possible? He muttered to himself in a low voice, his malnourished face showing a hint of shock. His pale fingers pinched his own face hard, and only after feeling the real pain did he confirm that this was not a dream. May 3, 2053, 12:32 p.m. One day left until the apocalypse begins. I have actually been reborn. That's right, I've truly been reborn, and reborn on the day before the apocalypse begins. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., a meteor shower, hailed as the largest in human history, is about to descend. The crimson meteor shower streaks across the sky, and at first, everyone is mesmerized by its beauty, taking photos and sharing the moment with their families. However, within seconds of the meteor shower's disappearance, the human world changes completely. Countless humans transform into zombies, animals begin to evolve madly, and plants spread and grow rapidly. A new world arrives. This year is also known as the first year of the apocalypse. Chen Xian took a deep breath, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, and an inexplicable excitement and thrill appeared on his fair face. That's right, excitement. The apocalypse, a world where the strong prey on the weak. For the weak, it's hell, even more terrifying than hell itself, because there are no rules, and the weak can only be at the mercy of others. But for the strong, it's paradise. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one can act without restraint in the apocalypse. Heaven has eyes, allowing me to be reborn. In my previous life, I started too late, wasted too much time, and missed the chance to become a strong person. Although I wasn't weak in the end, I still suffered a lot of bullying and was far from being on par with the true strong ones. This time, I must be one step ahead and put myself ahead of the whole world. I must become someone above all others. Chen Xian clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, and the excitement in his eyes lingered for a long time, unable to calm down. If the apocalypse were to come, what would you want most? Chen Xian's answer was simple: power, status, and women. Deep down, he was restless and unwilling to fall behind. For someone as ambitious as him, the apocalypse was even better than paradise, because it gave him the chance to become a true god. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he missed many opportunities, which made his path extremely difficult. Although he eventually became a level 5 ability user with considerable strength, he was still far from being a true powerhouse. No matter how hard he tried, he could hardly catch up with others, only able to look up to them, regretting his choices countless times in his heart. But fortunately, there was still a chance to start over. The television continued broadcasting, but Chen Xian's thoughts were no longer there. He picked up a towel and walked into the bathroom. Splash! As the water flowed over his head, Chen Xian's thoughts gradually calmed down, and his excitement subsided. He muttered to himself, "There's only one day left until the apocalypse begins. I can't get too excited. The opportunities in the early stages are extremely precious. They are the key to staying ahead of others. I need to write them down on a piece of paper and memorize them later. I can't afford to miss a single one. One step ahead, step by step ahead. This time, I must stay ahead of everyone." Chen Xian, who had sorted out his thoughts in his mind, felt much more at ease. After a simple rinse with hot water, he picked up a towel and began wiping himself back and forth. In the post-apocalyptic era, for ordinary people, taking a hot shower was almost an unattainable luxury. After all, in such times, human lives were as insignificant as grass, and water and food were extremely scarce. A single pack of instant noodles could even drive two people to fight to the death. As Chen Xian was wiping his arm, he suddenly frowned. What is this? A distinct pattern appeared on his arm. The pattern was pure white, resembling the whiskers and tail of a tiger, with a body as long as a snake, scales like a fish, antlers like a deer, and claws like an eagle. Isn't this the legendary dragon? Looking at the patterns on his arm, Chen Xian's face was full of shock. At some point, a massive dragon tattoo had appeared on his body, as if it were embedded in his right arm, covering the entire limb. Moreover, Chen Xian noticed that the dragon tattoo emitted waves of coldness. The snow-white patterns seemed innate. He was certain that in his previous life, he absolutely did not have such a peculiar tattoo. Could it be the Tongtian mark? Chen Xian's lips trembled slightly, and he froze in place. The Tongtian mark was no ordinary thing. There were two ways for ability users to awaken their powers. One was through the post-apocalyptic awakening via zombie crystal cores, a method everyone knew. The other was innate awakening. The Tongtian mark was the essential condition for innate awakening. The reason this tattoo 2 was called Tongtian, heaven piercing, was because any innate ability user with the Tongtian mark possessed extraordinary strength, with their awakened abilities being at least S rank. However, innate ability users were exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 1,000. In his previous life, Chen Yan did not have the Tongtian mark and had only managed to awaken his abilities by sheer luck through zombie crystal cores during the apocalypse. Who would have thought that after being reborn he would gain a Tongtian mark, and even his abilities had changed? This was undoubtedly a monumental blessing. The main reason he struggled to improve his strength in his previous life was not just his slow progress but also the fact that his abilities were not strong, merely A rank. Body steelification. For ordinary ability users, A rank abilities were already considered quite powerful, but Chen Xian knew that for true powerhouses, A rank abilities were still too weak. But now, he had been reborn and possessed a Tongtian mark, guaranteeing at least S rank abilities, possibly even stronger. Chen Yan's confidence surged instantly. Although he didn't know what kind of ability the Tongtian mark would awaken, the patterns on his body were of a dragon. Anything related to dragons was undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, this was the strongest totem of faith in Huaxia, the dragon. Apocalypse, I have returned. Chen Xian revealed a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained arrogance and madness. That's about it. The major opportunities in Subei City during the early stages are just these. Looking at the note on the table, Chen Xian's face showed a hint of joy. In fact, it wasn't just the opportunities in Subei City Chen Xian was well aware of. Opportunities across the entirety of China and even some abroad, as long as they weren't top secret. After all, in his previous life, he had lagged behind others and spent every day in regret, habitually reviewing and analyzing. Therefore, he was very familiar with various opportunities, especially those in Subei City, both big and small. There was nothing he didn't know. After jotting down the note, Chen Xian pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his waist and lit one. The swirling smoke created an intoxicating atmosphere. In the apocalypse, a pack of cigarettes could be traded for a night with a first-tier female celebrity. This was no exaggeration. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Xian's mouth curled into a slight smile, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Daddy, there's a call, Daddy. Just as he was smoking, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Su Dead Pig. Hello, Chen Xian, do you still want this job or not? Get your ass back to work at the company tomorrow. If you don't show up, don't bother coming back for the rest of your life. And don't even think about last month's salary. Hell, I won't even pay you this month's. On the other end of the line came the roar and insults of a middle-aged man. Su Dahai, Chen Xian's department manager, weighed over 200 pounds and was nicknamed Su Fat Pig. In his previous life, Chen Xian had been weak and suffered many losses. Moreover, on the very day the apocalypse began, he was deceived by this fat pig and nearly lost his life in a zombie horde. Fortunately, he managed to escape by sheer luck, though he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. This grudge had stayed with him ever since. Chen Xian's expression darkened, and he let out a cold laugh, holding the half-burnt cigarette between his fingers. One day, I'll kill you. The sudden words instantly silenced Su Dahai. The voice was hoarse and filled with malice. It was Chen Xian's voice. He actually dared to curse at me. Damn you, Chen Xian. Su Dahai's roars continued, but Chen Xian had lost all patience. With another cold snort, he hung up the phone. Just a fat pig, he wouldn't be able to jump around for long. However, if it weren't for this fat pig in his previous life, Chen Xian wouldn't have been injured in the early stages. I'll let you jump around for one more day. Tomorrow, I'll personally chop off your pig head. Chen Xian sneered, his defiant face full of unrestrained arrogance. The law? Ridiculous. The apocalypse was coming, what use was the law? Glancing at the note in front of him, Chen Xian used the half-burnt cigarette in his hand to ignite it. The note instantly burst into flames, turning into a cluster of sparks before disintegrating into ashes. The contents of the note were deeply etched in his mind and must never be revealed to anyone else. In the afternoon, after lunch, Chen Xian began calculating all his assets. After working for 2 years post-graduation and saving some money from part-time jobs during school, his total assets amounted to 135,322.5 yuan. Over 130,000 yuan, this was all of Chen Xian's savings. However, after tomorrow, this money would become a pile of worthless paper, too rough even to use as toilet paper. It would be utterly useless. But today, this money still held value. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the most important things were not food or water but weapons. The strength and toughness of zombies far exceeded that of ordinary people, and common weapons like kitchen knives could hardly leave a mark on them. Fortunately, Chen Xian knew of a specialty weapons store that sold high-quality weapons, enough to help him establish himself in the early stages of the apocalypse. He had only heard about this store after surviving in the apocalypse for many years. Rumor had it that the shop owner was a level 7 ability user with formidable strength. After tidying up a bit, Chen Xian put on a black short-sleeved shirt and a pair of jeans. His fair face carried a hint of roguish charm. Before heading out, he smiled at himself in the mirror, but the smile was not warm, it exuded exuded a trace of wickedness. Relying on his memory, Chen Xian hailed a cab. The driver, a middle-aged man, started chatting cheerfully as soon as he got in, his chubby face radiating happiness. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse began, such smiles would become a rarity. Young man, we've arrived. While deep in thought, the middle-aged driver turned his head and said with a smile, Lao Zhou's grocery store, here we are. Chen Xian nodded. How much? 42 yuan and 50 cents. Let's call it 42. The driver said with a smile. 200, keep the change. Have a great day. For ordinary people, today was the last happy day. In the days to come, there would be nothing but fear and death, no more joy. After saying this, Chen Xian got out of the car without the slightest hesitation. Watching Chen Xian walk away gracefully, the middle-aged driver scratched his thinning hair. The 200 yuan in his hand made him curious, but then a smile spread across his face. This young man, really handsome, though a bit strange. Still, he's generous. Never mind, I'll finish work early today and buy some treats for my precious daughter. In Lao Zhou's grocery store, there were some household items, such as pots, bowls, pans, and kitchen knives, which didn't seem particularly special. Hello, may I help you with anything? We have everything from pots and bowls to pans. When Chen Xian walked in, the middle-aged owner warmly greeted him. He was stout, standing at 1.8 meters tall, appearing very robust. His tanned face carried a hint of a smile, and his palms bore calluses from years of hard work, making him seem like an ordinary middle-aged man. However, Chen Xian, having survived and thrived in the post-apocalyptic world for years, could tell that this man was far from simple. He smiled and asked, do you really have everything? Of course. Zhou Xiong pointed around. The kitchen utensils were all complete. Then, do you have weapons? Weapons? Zhou Xiong, who had been calm and composed, raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly becoming a bit unnatural. But seeing Chen Xian's youthful appearance, he chuckled and joked, young man, I do have kitchen knives and fruit knives here. Do you need those? The corner of Chen Xian's mouth curved slightly into a faint smile. Then, do you have knives for killing? The sinister words made Zhou Xiong's heart tighten, especially with the aura emanating from Chen Xian, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although he appeared thin and weak, he seemed like a ruthless character. However, their kind of business was inherently shady and only dealt with acquaintances. Ha, little brother, you really know how to joke. This kind of thing is illegal. How could I possibly have it? Zhou Xiong continued to laugh it off. Chen Xian shrugged indifferently, turned around, and wandered around the shop, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Zhou Xiong was also a bit puzzled about Chen Xian's intentions. Who exactly was this young man? There hadn't been any word in the circle about a newcomer joining. Little brother, if you're deliberately here to mess with me, then I'm sorry. Please leave immediately and stop wasting my time. Seeing Chen Xian continue to stroll around, Zhou Xiong frowned. However, Chen Xian suddenly stopped, looked at Zhou Xiong with a smile, and pointed to the side wall, saying, if I'm not mistaken, there should be something I want behind this, right? Silence. A deathly silence. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly by a few degrees, as if it were about to freeze. Zhou Xiong's tiger-like eyes widened, scanning Chen Xian back and forth, with a hint of suspicion and ferocity in his gaze. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiong lowered his voice and squinted his eyes, as if trying to see through Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian merely smiled faintly. I'm just an ordinary customer. Oh, by the way, Boss Zhou, I advise you not to have any bad ideas, or else I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. A slight smile appeared on his face, and his calm expression revealed no depth, seemingly carrying a hint of abnormality. Not the abnormality of illness, but rather, mental illness. At that moment, Zhou Xiong felt that the person in front of him was not normal, more like a lunatic. He stood still, silent, but conflicted inside. Who exactly is this guy? Looking at the pondering Zhou Xiong, Chen Xian sneered, then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and gently exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you made up your mind? He smiled faintly, his pale face appearing even more morbid against the backdrop of the smoke. Zhou Xiong couldn't figure out the other's intentions and began to feel apprehensive about this young man. Wait a moment. After speaking, Zhou Xiong stepped forward and quickly pulled down the shop's rolling shutter. The grocery store was merely a cover. The real money-making business wasn't reliant on this. Follow me. Zhou Xiong walked ahead and said indifferently. He flipped a switch, and a narrow passage suddenly appeared on the right wall. Chen Xian grinned, thinking that he had finally arrived at this place. Without any hesitation, he followed Zhou Xiong into the depths of the passage. The passage was extremely narrow. Zhou Xiong walked in front, using his phone's flashlight, and the dim light revealed a hint of dampness. However, Chen Xian seemed completely unconcerned, his face displaying a calm expression. Zhou Xiong occasionally glanced at Chen Xian behind him, noticing his unchanged expression. He couldn't help but secretly grumble in his heart. Where did this kid come from? Could he be a cop? But he doesn't look like one. Should I deal with him here? After all, Zhou Xiong's business involved illegal transactions, and if Chen Xian really was a cop, he'd be finished. Two conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind, and a trace of hesitation flickered in Zhou Xiong's eyes. Chen Xian noticed Zhou Xiong's change in demeanor and chuckled softly, understanding the man's thoughts, yet he remained fearless. Although he hadn't awakened and any special abilities. Yet in his physique seemed somewhat frail compared to Zhou Xiong. His experiences in the apocalypse during his previous life had endowed him with terrifying combat instincts. To be honest, if Zhou Xiong dared to make a move against him, Chen Xian was confident he could take him down in a single strike. In the end, Zhou Xiong couldn't bring himself to deal with Chen Xian, mainly because he couldn't figure out this young man. Zhou Xiong suddenly spoke, and the two of them entered a secret room. When he turned on the light, Chen Xian saw that the room was filled with various weapons. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, everything was there, even bows and crossbows. The 18 types of traditional weapons were all present, and each one was of excellent quality, with guaranteed materials. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. This was his first time here, and he hadn't expected to find such a small-scale armory before the apocalypse arrived. It was truly an unexpected delight. Take a look around, the prices are clearly marked. Zhou Xiong curled his lips, turned around, and stood at the door, quietly watching Chen Xian, while also remaining vigilant. Chen Xian naturally understood his thoughts but didn't mind. He chuckled softly and walked over, gently stroking the weapons. Tisk, tsk, the blade is sturdy, made of top-quality material, and a sharpened weapon that draws blood when killing. He ran his hand over the long knife, smiling as he spoke, then continued to scan the other weapons with his gaze. Have you decided on one? Zhou Xiong urged. He thought to himself that this guy seemed a bit off and wished he would hurry up and finish choosing so he could leave. We're here. Chen Xian looked around for a while, then shook his head with a smile. None caught my eye. Zhou Xiong? They're all trash. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Kid, what exactly are you up to? Are you here to cause trouble? Zhou Xiong straightened his body, glaring coldly at Chen Xian, already prepared for a fight. Chen Xian was in no hurry. Smiling, he said, if I'm not mistaken, there should be more than just these things here, right? Boss Zhou, I came with sincerity, so don't try to fool me with these worthless items. Although these weapons were made of top-quality materials and could easily break through the defenses of low-level zombies, they would be insufficient against more powerful zombies. Zhou Xiong's piercing gaze fixed on Chen Xian, his eyes gleaming as if trying to see through this young man. However, Chen Xian maintained his smile, his eyes showing not the slightest hint of fear. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Xiong finally compromised. He turned around, took a box out of the cabinet, and placed it in front of Chen Xian before slowly opening it. This sword is called Extreme Frost. It is the treasure of our shop, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite, with an exceptionally unique material. Extreme Frost. Looking at the longsword emanating waves of cold air before him, Chen Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the very sword he had come for. Extreme Frost, a legendary weapon, rumored to be forged from extraterrestrial meteorite, ranked among the top 3 in the apocalypse weaponry list, capable of slicing through iron like mud. The reason Chen Xian knew about the origins of this weapon was purely by chance. He had only intended to try his luck, never expecting to actually encounter it. How much? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian asked. Zhou Xiong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chen Xian to be so straightforward. He also didn't hesitate and directly said, 1 million. 1 million, this amount could even buy a house in a remote area. Who would spend so much money on a sword? But in Chen Xian's eyes, it was absolutely worth it. Forget 1 million, even 50 million or 500 million would be well worth it, in his opinion. Of course, the only regret was that he didn't have that much money on hand. Altogether, he only had 130,000, which was far from 1 million. I'll take the sword. Here's a deposit of 100,000, and I'll bring the remaining 900,000 tomorrow afternoon, Chen Xian said as he pulled out a bank card with 100,000 on it, trying to bluff. However, Zhou Xiong laughed in exasperation. Payment in full upon delivery, no credit allowed. Is that so, Boss Zhou? No matter what, I'm taking this sword with me today, Chen Xian said calmly. He had come today specifically for this sword. Kid, are you messing with me? Zhou Xiong had seen it all today. He hadn't expected to encounter a lunatic who thought he could take the sword for just 100,000. It was an absolute joke. However, before Zhou Xiong could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could process what was happening, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! Zhou Xiong, lying on the ground, let out a muffled groan as a sweet taste surged up his throat, but he forcibly suppressed it. He slowly stood up, looking at Chen Xian in disbelief. How could this kid's attack be so fast? He couldn't even react before being sent flying, and the sheer force was astonishing. He was no weakling, having practiced martial arts since childhood. He was definitely a skilled fighter. Ordinary grown men couldn't even get close to him. All right. Chen Xian smiled faintly and slowly picked up the extreme cold sword from the ground, carefully stroking it. This weapon truly lived up to its reputation. It was indeed a fine piece. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiong cautiously looked at Chen Xian, his expression wary. This kid's strength was terrifying. If they really fought, he might not even last 10 moves. Chen Xian sheathed the longsword and said with a faint smile, you'll find out eventually. But for today, I'll be taking this sword. In return, I can give you a piece of information. Information? Zhou Xiong was taken aback. Chen Xian smiled and said, said, tonight, stock up on as much food and drink as you can. Get as much as possible. Stockpiling food. And saying to stockpile as much as possible. What kind of joke is this? Why buy so much food and drink? But Chen Xian naturally wouldn't explain it to him. The only reason he gave the reminder was because of this extreme frost sword. As for whether Zhou Xiong would listen or not, that wasn't his concern. Clearly, Chen Xian had no intention of stockpiling food. As the saying goes, while my neighbor stockpiles food, I stockpile guns. My neighbor is my granary. With strength, why worry about having nothing to eat? Impossible. Chen Xian smiled faintly and walked out with the extreme frost sword in hand, completely unrestrained, leaving Zhou Xiong utterly dumbfounded. To be honest, today was the most surreal day Zhou Xiong had ever experienced. Where on earth did this unknown young man come from? His strength was so formidable that even Zhou Xiong's extreme frost sword was taken from him. The other party acted so brazenly, yet Zhou Xiong could only stand there and watch helplessly. However, the mention of stockpiling food by Chen Xian did leave Zhou Xiong somewhat puzzled, causing him to think deeply. If anyone else had said such things to him, Zhou Xiong would undoubtedly have thought they were an idiot. But Chen Xian exuded an enigmatic and sinister aura, coupled with his terrifying and mysterious strength. His background was definitely not simple. Could it be something big is about to happen? Damn it, I'll trust this kid just this once and stockpile a bit. Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth and made up his mind to go stock up on some food and drink tonight. Little did he know, one day in the future, when he looked back, he would be immensely grateful for the decision he made today. Walking out of the grocery store, Chen Xian felt elated. A smile bloomed on his fair face as he gently touched the sword case on his back, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. After all, this was the Frost Sword, one of the top 3 weapons in the post-apocalyptic world. Back then, he didn't even have the qualification to lay eyes on this sword, let alone touch it. But now, this sword finally belonged to him. Starting over, I'm going to change my destiny. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he strode forward. After leaving the grocery store, he didn't return to his rented apartment but headed straight for the largest 5-star hotel in Subei City. After all, he still had 130,000 in his pocket. If he didn't spend it all today, it would turn into worthless paper tomorrow. So why not enjoy himself to the fullest while he still could? Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? As soon as he entered the Triumph Grand Hotel, a staff member at the entrance immediately approached him cautiously and inquired. Book me a presidential suite, Chen Xian said calmly. A presidential suite. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was momentarily stunned. After all, Chen Xian's attire was extremely simple: black short sleeves paired with jeans, with the total value of his outfit not exceeding 300 yuan. The most valuable thing about him was probably his handsome face. However, this appearance seemed completely out of place with a presidential suite. Sir, are you joking? The presidential suite costs 23,000 per night. Are you sure you want the presidential suite? But before Chen Xian could respond, a stunning young woman walked over quickly. When she saw Chen Xian's highly recognizable face, she sneered, "Yujia, someone like him can afford a presidential suite? I think he's just here to mess with you." That girl stood beside Li Xiaoya, her gaze sizing up Chen Xian back and forth. Her delicate oval face was heavily made up, and her eyes were full of disdain. "Chen Xian, it's been a few months since we last met, and now you've learned to act rich? You're just a worker. How dare you claim to stay in a presidential suite? Do you even deserve it?" The sharp voice was grating, and Chen Xian frowned slightly. This woman seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall her name. "Who are you?" He pretended not to recognize her. Wang Lily sneered coldly. "Keep pretending. We broke up just 3 months ago, and now you're acting like you don't know me?" Broke up 3 months ago? Chen Xian suddenly thought of her. The woman in front of him was his ex-girlfriend, to be precise, the ex-girlfriend he broke up with before the apocalypse, Wang Lily. They had dated for 2 or 3 years in the same university, but after graduation, Chen Xian became a struggling worker who couldn't afford her high expenses. Moreover, Wang Lily worked in a 5-star hotel, and her mindset naturally changed. As a result, she chose to break up 3 months ago. However, after enduring the trials of the apocalypse, he had long forgotten all of this. As for Wang Lily, there was a 90% chance she had died in the zombie tide. Thinking of this, Chen Xian felt calm and unperturbed. After all, she would soon be devoured by zombies, and there was no need for him to bother with someone who was as good as dead. Ignoring Wang Lily, Chen Xian took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiaoya. "Swipe the card and check me in. I don't want to repeat myself." Okay, yes, sir, I'll handle it right away." Li Xiaoya was dumbfounded, but when she saw the bank card Chen Xian handed over, she immediately felt reassured. If he was taking out a bank card, how could he possibly be a fraud? She quickly turned around and led Chen Xian to the lobby to check in. Before leaving, she shot Wang Lily a fierce glare. It was all her fault. She had almost made her miss out on a big client. Looking at the respectful Li Xiaoya and Chen Xian, who walked calmly toward the lobby, Wang Lily, standing in place, was instantly stunned. How is this possible? Chen Xian was just a lowly worker. How could he afford to stay in a 5-star hotel, let alone the presidential suite. However, no one gave her an answer. Chen Xian couldn't even be bothered to glance at her. To be honest, Wang Lily's appearance wasn't bad, especially with makeup. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to work at a 5-star hotel. But in the post-apocalyptic world, he had seen women far more beautiful than her, and they were obedient too. In the apocalypse, the value of women was almost negligible. Wang Lily's appearance was probably worth a pack of instant noodles. After smoothly checking in, Chen Xian enjoyed a comfortable bath, had a light dinner, and sat quietly in a wicker chair, smoking while gazing out the window. The brightly lit Subei city, as a product of industrialization, was bustling with traffic and grandeur. What a pity, starting tomorrow, all of this would vanish. What would follow was an apocalypse where human lives were as insignificant as grass. Come on, I can hardly wait anymore. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Xian gently exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke swirled around him, but his blood was already boiling, and deep down, he was almost impatiently yearning for the arrival of the apocalypse. The next day at noon, the hotel delivered a specially prepared lunch. After finishing the meal, it was already 1:30 p.m., leaving only an hour and a half until the apocalypse. Chen Xian strapped on his sword case, checked out of the hotel, and prepared to head to the company. There were two reasons for going to the company. First, naturally, was to deal with that fat pig of a manager, Su Dahai. This pig had caused him plenty of trouble throughout his life, and if he didn't take revenge, Chen Xian would never feel at ease. Second, and more importantly, Chen Xian's company was located in Jinhai Tower, which would become the site of a significant opportunity after the apocalypse began. This was something he was determined to obtain. Therefore, he decided to head to Jinhai Tower before the apocalypse arrived. Just as he stepped out of the lobby, Chen Xian spotted Wang Lily's figure. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. Chen Xian, I'm sorry. Breaking up with you before was my mistake. Let's get back together, okay? I promise I'll never break up with you again. Wang Lily's expression revealed a mix of nervousness and hope. Ever since she saw Chen Xian check into the presidential suite the previous night, it felt as though something had struck her heart. Chen Xian must have suddenly become rich. Otherwise, how could he afford such a luxurious room? Once this thought emerged, it took root in Wang Lily's mind. She thought to herself, no, I must win Chen Xian back. After all, I've been with him for so many years, I deserve to share in his wealth. However, Chen Xian merely glanced at her indifferently before bursting into laughter. This woman was truly adorably foolish. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth curved slightly into a smirk. Sure, but you'll have to kneel and bark like a dog first. Kneel? Bark like a dog? Wang Lily's eyes widened in shock, staring at Chen Xian in disbelief. He wasn't like this before. Was this still the timid, ever-pleasing Chen Xian who used to fawn over her every day? Seeing Wang Lily hesitate, Chen Xian sneered and strode away. At that moment, Wang Lily panicked and quickly dropped to her knees. Woof! Two barks came from behind, and Chen Xian curiously turned his head. He saw Wang Lily kneeling on the ground, looking up at him obediently, her eyes revealing a hint of longing and expectation. Today, she was dressed in a white short dress, paired with black stockings, her swaying figure somewhat alluring. Her delicate oval face was adorned with exquisite makeup, all part of her meticulous preparation. She crawled toward Chen Xian step by step, her skirt hem swaying lightly. Some men behind her couldn't help but swallow hard. No one had expected such a bizarre scene. Even Chen Xian felt a bit curious. He had only spoken casually earlier, but this woman's figure was indeed impressive. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, yet he had no particular thoughts about her. With the apocalypse approaching, he had no time to care about her life or death. There's 100,000 in the card. Go book a presidential suite and wait for me there. As he spoke, Chen Xian casually tossed the bank card in front of Wang Lily, as if he were throwing away trash. At this moment, Wang Lily, like a starving dog, lit up the moment she saw the bank card. She picked it up without any regard for her image. Okay, don't worry. I'll go book it right away. I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere. I'll definitely behave. Wang Lily held the card as if it were a treasure, so excited that she could barely speak clearly. The people around, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of emotions. Indeed, having money was great, throwing out a casual 100,000 like it was nothing. Instantly, everyone regarded Chen Xian as a rich second-generation heir. However, Chen Xian didn't care at all. After all, in just over an hour, this money would turn into a pile of worthless paper, so there was no point in dwelling on it. Ignoring the excited Wang Lily, Chen Xian turned around and left directly, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Jinhai Tower. 16th floor of Jinhai Tower, department manager's office. Su Dahai roared as he slammed down a pile of documents. Damn Chen Xian, not answering my calls. If you've got guts, don't ever come back in this lifetime. Last month's salary and this month's salary, you can forget about getting a single cent. Damn it. If he dares to show up, I'll definitely slap him a few times. Damn. The angry shouts echoed continuously in the office. The female secretary cautiously stepped forward, her fair fingers gently stroking Su Dahai's back. Mr. Su, don't let this ruin your health. It's not worth it. At worst, we can just must fire that useless guy tomorrow. Feeling the secretary's tender touch, Su Dahai's fury gradually subsided, though a smoldering fire still burned within him. He let out a cold snort, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward. The female secretary's straight, slender legs, paired with a white blouse and an office-a-wall short skirt, appeared extremely alluring. Go, climb onto the desk. Hearing Su Dahai's command, the female secretary's pretty face flushed slightly, but she said nothing more and obediently lay on the desk. The scenery beneath her skirt was faintly visible, exuding a hazy sense of beauty. Su Dahai immediately felt a surge of heat in his chest, a fire of desire seemingly ready to consume everything. Damn seductress, Su Dahai muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to take the next step, a loud sound of the door being pushed open suddenly startled him, almost making him lose control. Su, Manager Su, something terrible has happened. Chen Xian is here. Before Wang Xiaoli could finish speaking, he saw the female secretary lying on the desk and Su Dahai standing behind her. His heart tightened, and he swallowed hard. Damn, did I just see something I shouldn't have? F******. Don't you know to knock before coming in? Chen Xian actually dares to come back? I really want to slap him. Su Dahai snorted coldly, his heavy body roughly pushing Wang Xiaoli aside as he strode toward the door, his expression so dark it was suffocating. Everyone he passed could feel the barely contained fury radiating from him, as if he might explode at any moment. Just seeing Chen Xian filled him with towering rage. This useless loser had always been timid and submissive, accustomed to being bullied by him. Yet yesterday, Chen Xian had dared to shout at him and even hung up the phone. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Dahai rushed up to Chen Xian, his bulky frame blocking Chen Xian's path. The surrounding co-workers all put down their work, gathering around to watch the spectacle. What gives you the right to insult me? Today, I'm going to beat you to death. As he spoke, Su Dahai's thick hand came swinging down. But instead of landing on Chen Xian's face as he expected, it was caught in midair by a fair, slender hand. The grip was like steel, locking his wrist in place so he couldn't move it an inch. Chen Xian, what do you think you're doing? Watching Chen Xian tightly gripping his arm, Su Dahai felt a wave of panic in his heart. Staring at the fat pig in front of him, Chen Xian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. It was this fat pig who had bullied him for 2 years before the apocalypse, beating and scolding him at every turn. On the very first day of the apocalypse, he had almost been killed by this fat pig. On this day in his previous life, the apocalypse descended, and a tide of zombies attacked. Su Dahai had actually locked him outside the door, leaving him to face the onslaught of zombies. He had screamed himself hoarse, but this fat pig refused to open the door. It wasn't just him, the other colleagues were equally indifferent, making sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, or he would have long been devoured by the zombie tide. I'm here to kill you, fat pig. Chen Xian grinned, his sunny smile sending chills down everyone's spine. Gulp! Su Dahai swallowed hard, while the surrounding colleagues stared dumbfounded at the scene. What the hell? Chen Xian, I'm warning you, this is a society governed by law. Don't do anything reckless. My cousin is the chairman of the company. If you dare touch me, you're dead. Su Dahai's heart was in chaos, but he still forced himself to sound confident. A society governed by law? Chen Xian sneered, glancing at his phone. 1456. Oh, in just 4 more minutes, that would no longer be the case. Oh really? I'd like to see what you can do. Chen Xian suddenly struck, delivering a heavy kick to Su Dahai's fat belly. He didn't hold back with this kick, instantly sending the man flying 4 or 5 meters away, rolling on the ground like a dead pig before collapsing. The intense pain brought Su Dahai an unprecedented level of agony. Clutching his stomach, he writhed in pain on the ground. Chen Xian, don't come any closer. Chen Xian sneered, lit a cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke, and then casually walked up to Su Dahai. Grabbing the fat pig, he began dragging him step by step toward the window. Although Su Dahai weighed over 200 pounds, Chen Xian dragged him effortlessly. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Xian slammed Su Dahai's head heavily against the glass window. The glass shattered instantly, and shards cut into the fat pig's head, causing blood to gush out. Chen Xian pressed Su Dahai's head firmly against the window, facing outward, staring at the endless stream of vehicles below. Su Dahai was utterly terrified. He had no idea what this madman Chen Xian intended to do, but he could almost smell the scent of death. No, Chen Xian, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? Calm down, you have to calm down. If you kill me, you'll have to face the law. Please, don't ruin your own life. Su Dahai's legs trembled with fear, his face pale and his words incoherent, terror written all over him. At this moment, he was truly afraid Chen Xian really looked like he was going to to take his life. The co-workers around them gulped nervously, staring blankly at what was happening before their eyes. It had all happened so suddenly that no one had even had time to react. Chen Xian, don't act impulsively, he's the chairman's cousin. The speaker was Su Dehai's female secretary, a woman who was no saint herself. Chen Xian glanced back at her, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, when Su Dehai had locked him out, this woman had been the one laughing the hardest. But now, Chen Xian couldn't even be bothered to deal with her. He glanced at his phone, just 5 seconds to 3 o'clock. With one hand, he grabbed Su Dehai by the back of the head, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He calmly raised his right hand to take the cigarette, exhaling a slow plume of smoke. The last 5 seconds, enjoy them well, take one last look at this world. Chen Xian wore a calm smile. In the distant sky, a meteor suddenly streaked across, followed by a shower of red meteors falling from the heavens. The beautiful colors dyed the entire horizon red, outlining an exquisite scene. It was truly breathtaking. Everyone stared blankly out the window. This was the first time they had seen such a captivating sky. Oh my, the sky outside has turned fiery red. It's so beautiful. Goodness, the news reported a red meteor shower a few days ago, and I didn't expect it to actually happen. Hurry, take pictures to capture this moment. This is a historic moment for humanity. Exactly. Everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of excitement. On the streets, countless people stopped their cars to take photos, just to capture this historic and wonderful moment. Unfortunately, beautiful things always come at a price. A loud explosion rang out, and everything changed. Below, countless people who were taking photos just a second ago turned into zombies the next, their numbers surging and spreading in a terrifying manner. Chen Xian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. He patted Su Dehai's head and said with a cheerful grin, "What a pity, this world is about to lose its laws." Looking at the sudden change in the situation below, Su Dehai's eyes widened instantly, his face full of terror. What on earth is going on? It was peaceful just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, such a drastic change occurred. Zombies. Isn't this the kind of scenario that only appears in apocalyptic movies? For a moment, Su Dehai was so scared that he wet his pants, the stench filling the air. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, grabbing his collar with one hand and almost pushing his entire body out of the window. Goodbye. Su Dehai suddenly turned his head, seeing Chen Xian's devilish smile. His face instantly turned ashen, but before he could beg for mercy, Chen Xian let go of his hand. Roars echoed throughout the entire company, drifting from near to far, until a few seconds later, a loud crash sounded and the noise faded away. Chen Xian saw that Su Dehai's body had instantly splattered into a pile of bloody pulp, attracting a swarm of zombies to feast on the mangled remains. After Chen Xian threw Su Dehai down, the celestial pattern on his body suddenly emitted a faint azure glow. Lowering his gaze, Chen Xian looked at the markings on his arm as a terrifying aura slowly rose from within him. He couldn't help but grin. It's finally awakening. I wonder what ability I'll get in this life. His A-level ability in his previous life had seriously hindered his cultivation and strength, but this time, with the celestial pattern, he was guaranteed at least an S-level ability. Chen Xian's aura steadily intensified. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the energy. It was ancient and profound, as if from primordial times. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his heart pounding wildly, unable to conceal the joy in his expression. God, mythical level. It's actually a mythical level ability, Ice Dragon. How is this possible? Excitement. Extreme excitement. Even after living another life, Chen Xian still couldn't suppress the thrill in his heart. The reason? This ability was simply too terrifying. Abilities are ranked from low to high as follows: D, C, B, A, S, SS, SS, and the legendary mythical level. In his previous life, Chen Xian had heard legends about mythical level abilities but had never seen one with his own eyes. He always thought it was just a rumor, something that didn't exist in reality. Having survived in the apocalypse for many years, Chen Xian knew that the strongest known abilities in the world were only at the SSS level. He had never encountered anything like a mythical level ability. However, not only had he been reborn, but he had also awakened. A mythical level ability, Ice Dragon, the power to control ice and dragons, a force that could be described as the pinnacle of the pinnacle. At this moment, the power coursing through Chen Xian's body was terrifying. The amplification of the dragon's power was incredibly strong. After awakening his ability and becoming a first-tier ability user, his strength had increased by at least tenfold. Moreover, all his attributes had been enhanced to varying degrees. Chen Xian raised his hand, and a blade of ice suddenly appeared before him. This ice blade was unlike ordinary ones. It was bone-chillingly cold, like the ultimate ice, reaching the level of absolute zero, a truly terrifying phenomenon. But Chen Xian's ability to control ice went far beyond this. Ice is the evolution of water, and controlling the ice of all things in the world meant controlling all water. If he willed it, with just a thought, the water before him could instantly freeze into ultimate ice. If his strength grew in the future, even the vast ocean could freeze in an instant at his command. Whoa, Woof woof. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse had just begun, and I successfully awakened a myth-level ability, reaching the level of a first-tier ability user. That was incredibly fast. He took the frost sword out of the sword case, the cold aura emanating from the blade, perfectly matching his ability. Chen Xian seemed to sense the humming sound coming from the sword and smiled faintly, saying, "Rest assured, in this lifetime, I will make sure you shine brightly." As if hearing his promise, the frost sword let out a hum. Chen Xian, you killed Manager Su. You'll go to jail for this. I advise you not to act recklessly. Turn yourself in, quickly, and maybe the punishment can be reduced. The female secretary looked at Chen Xian, who was holding a long sword, swallowed nervously, and said tremblingly, in her previous impression, Chen Xian had always been an honest man, but today's events had completely shocked her. Chen Xian sneered coldly, glanced around, and saw 7 people in the office, 2 men and 5 women. A bunch of fools. You'd better worry about yourselves. Before he finished speaking, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone turned toward the sound in frozen terror. Zombies were frantically rushing toward the office, their ferocious faces, sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes staring at them like prey. These were the lowest-tier first-level zombies, completely devoid of intelligence, relying solely on scent to hunt humans. Seeing this horde of zombies, everyone in the office instantly felt their legs go weak and scrambled backward in panic. Chen Xian, however, stood his ground, sneered coldly, glanced disdainfully at the people behind him, then stepped forward and swung his sword, instantly killing one zombie. Why was Chen Xian so fixated on the frost sword, determined to obtain it before the apocalypse began? It was because the sharpness of this sword was terrifying, making it effortless to deal with these low-level zombies, as if slicing through tofu. After slaying 3 or 4 zombies with a few swings, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement to test his newly acquired Ice Dragon ability. He clenched his left hand, and countless water droplets in the office rose into the air, transforming into ice spikes that hovered behind him. The 7 people in the office widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. My goodness, is this a TV drama? This is way too realistic. Go! As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, countless ice spikes shot straight toward the zombies. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, more than 30 zombies standing in front of Chen Xian were pierced by the ice spikes, collapsing to the ground, all dead. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. The power of the mythical level Ice Dragon ability exceeded his expectations. After all, his ability had just awakened and was only at level 1, yet it displayed such formidable strength it was truly terrifying. However, beyond the shock, there was more joy. He smiled, without the slightest hesitation, and quickly stepped forward to begin searching among the zombie corpses. For humans, the most valuable thing about zombies was the crystal cores within them. Crystal cores had a wide range of uses. They could not only help ordinary people awaken abilities but also assist ability users in enhancing their strength. These crystal cores were the key to power advancement. However, the probability of first-tier zombies possessing crystal cores was not high, roughly only 30%. Among the 40 zombies in front of him, Chen Xian successfully collected 15 crystal cores, which was a decent harvest. Looking at the crimson crystals in his hand, a smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. These crystal cores were crucial for enhancing his strength. However, to advance from level 1 to level 2, the number of crystal cores required was far more than this. Ordinary A-level ability users needed at least 30 crystal cores, and as a mythical level ability user, the number of crystal cores he required to level up was undoubtedly even greater. After carefully storing the crystal cores, Chen Xian planned to continue heading downstairs to carry on with his killing and collecting. Wait a moment, Chen Xian, where are you going? Just as he was about to go downstairs, a female secretary's voice suddenly came from behind him. The 7 people in front of him were already trembling with fear, hiding behind the tables and shivering. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Xian responded indifferently. You can't leave. What will we do if you go? The speaker was a man standing next to the female secretary, named Zhang Daong. He was well-built, an old employee of the company, and had some connections with Su Dahai. In his previous life, Chen Xian had been set up, and this man was not entirely unrelated. Originally, he didn't want to bother with Zhang Daong, but suddenly, a thought struck him, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The entire Jinhai building had 36 floors, and as a gathering place for workers, it was teeming with zombies. If he were to kill zombies and collect crystal cores alone, the process would undoubtedly be slow. Instead, why not make these useless people work for him and help him gather crystal cores? With this in mind, Chen Xian stepped forward and looked coldly at the group. I have some good news for you. The apocalypse has arrived, order has collapsed, and now the streets and alleys are full of zombies. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me. The apocalypse has arrived? Full of zombies? The few people couldn't help but swallow hard. How is this good news? Even if the apocalypse has arrived, why should we listen to you? No matter what, I'm still your superior. superior. We should discuss this together, Zhang Dayong said, somewhat unconvinced. The others felt the same. After all, before today, Chen Xian had been nothing more than someone they bullied at will. Now that the situation had changed, and everyone was supposed to listen to him, it was hard for them to accept this all at once. However, Chen Xian just sneered and said nothing more. An ice spike silently appeared in his hand. Not going to listen? Then, go to hell. With that, the ice spike instantly pierced Zhang Dayong's brain and exploded. He killed someone. Zhang Dayong just died like that. For a moment, everyone was stunned. To kill someone at the slightest disagreement, wasn't this guy insane? Immediately, a few people scrambled away in panic, terrified of getting any of Zhang Dayong's blood on them. Chen Xian looked coldly at the crowd in front of him and sneered, if you don't listen, you die. Got it? That smile was like that of a devil. They were all just ordinary office workers, used to bullying interns at most. They had never seen anything like this before. One by one, they nodded frantically, especially the female secretary, who nearly burst into tears and knelt on the ground, nodding desperately, her pale upper body fully exposed. But Chen Xian had no interest in her. Although she was somewhat attractive, she was too dirty for his taste. He sneered, come with me. Without hesitation, Chen Xian strode forward. The 6 people behind him looked at each other, not daring to disobey his orders, and followed him. They kept a distance of 2 to 3 meters from each other, not daring to get too close. Chen Xian paid no attention to this. The entire Jinhai building had 21 floors, and they were currently on the 16th floor. Chen Xian planned to start killing from here, clearing out the zombies on the upper floors. Tonight, there was a significant opportunity in Jinhai building, and if he could obtain it, Chen Xian would gain a considerable advantage in the early stages. Therefore, he decided to use the afternoon to first eliminate the zombies upstairs. The elevator was already broken, so they took the stairs. In the stairwell, as soon as they started going up, they encountered 2 zombies. The 6 people behind him panicked, but Chen Xian, without hesitation, swung his sword twice, easily taking care of the zombies. He then turned around and said calmly, check if there are any crystals in the brains of these 2 zombies. If you find any, hand them over to me. Check their brains for crystals? Did that mean they had to crack open their skulls? Thinking of the scene of brain matter splattering, the 6 people instantly felt a wave of nausea. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, unwilling to say more. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds. If anyone refuses, their fate will be the same as Zhang Dayong's. The slightly murderous tone instantly brought everyone back to their senses. That's right. This was someone who truly dared to kill. If they upset him, they might be directly executed as well. As a result, the 6 people immediately pounced on the 2 zombies, frantically searching their minds for a way to deal with the situation. Although the sight of splattered brain matter made them feel nauseous, they gritted their teeth and persevered for the sake of survival. Half a minute later, they finally found a crystal core in one of the zombies. Chen Xian smiled faintly, nodded in satisfaction, and took the crystal core. Keep moving up. At his command, he strode upward without hesitation, and the 6 people behind him hurried to follow. In this apocalyptic world, survival was absolutely impossible, relying solely on their strength. Only by clinging tightly to Chen Xian could they have a sliver of hope. On the 17th floor, there were as many as 60 zombies. Chen Xian wielded his sword alone, combined with his ice dragon ability, and in just 3 minutes, he had slaughtered all the zombies, leaving not a single one behind. Although the ice dragon ability consumed energy quickly, with crystal cores in hand, recovery was extremely swift. The 60 zombies on this floor brought Chen Xian 24 crystal cores. Looking at the bright red crystal cores before him, Wang Xiuli's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. He cautiously asked, Chen Xian, what are these things for? Do they make us as powerful as you if we have them? Wang Xiuli was not foolish. Chen Xian's vigorous efforts to collect crystal cores could not possibly be for nothing. Thinking of the terrifying ice spikes Chen Xian wielded, Wang Xiuli couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. But in Chen Xian's eyes, these people were nothing more than tools, and tools didn't need to know too much. This is not something you should be concerned about, Chen Xian said indifferently. Chen Xian, we're all colleagues. Just tell me. Besides, if we could be as powerful as you, wouldn't we be able to help you kill zombies faster? Wang Xiuli finished speaking, and the women behind him suddenly realized. Yes, Chen Xian, just tell us. Exactly. If we were as powerful as you, we could help you even better. That's right. A trace of greed flickered in the eyes of several people. It had to be said that in the apocalypse, the essence of human nature was magnified infinitely. After witnessing Chen Xian's strength, different thoughts began to sprout in their hearts. Chen Xian looked Wang Xiuli up and down, his gaze finally landing on the pocket of his shirt. With a cold sneer, he said, so, this is the reason you stole my crystal core? As soon as the words fell, Wang Xiuli's face changed drastically. While collecting the crystal cores earlier, he had speculated that Chen Xian's strength was related to these cores, so he secretly hid one in his pocket. He hadn't expected Chen Xian to notice. What do you mean by stealing? We helped out too, so this should be mine, Wang Xiuli argued, his neck flushed red. In his view, since he had participated, he deserved a share of the reward. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chen Xian and failed to grasp the harshness of the apocalypse. In an era of survival of the fittest, the weak had no right to negotiate. Is that so? Since you defy my orders with insincere compliance, then go ahead and die. With that, an ice spike instantly pierced through Wang Xiuli's body. The sudden scene startled the remaining 5 girls. This was already the third person Chen Xian had killed in front of them. With Wang Xiuli's death, the 5 girls present immediately abandoned any rebellious thoughts and obediently lowered their heads. Chen Xian bent down to pick up the crystal cores from Wang Xiuli's body, totaling 25. Adding them to the ones he had obtained earlier, he now had 41 in total. For ordinary ability users below Class A, this amount of crystal cores would have been enough to break through to the second level. However, for Chen Xian, who possessed a mythic-level ability, it was clearly still insufficient. Without any hesitation, he headed straight upstairs. The 18th floor was teeming with zombies, numbering over 50. Chen Xian slashed his way through, relying on the immense power of his Ice Dragon ability, and only stopped when he reached the 21st floor. On this day alone, the number of zombies that perished at his hands totaled 400 to 500. Touched the crystal cores in his bag. Chen Xian's face revealed a slight smile. A total of 182 first-level crystal cores filled the entire backpack. With so many crystal cores, he could definitely upgrade his Ice Dragon ability to level 2. A first-level mythical ability already possessed such terrifying power. If upgraded to level 2, its might would be even more fearsome. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Xian and the others returned to the 16th floor. The empty floor was filled with zombie corpses, and the air was thick with a pungent, bloody smell. The 5 women had spent the entire day searching for crystal cores in the zombies' heads and had long become immune to the stench. However, after a busy afternoon, each of them felt famished. Fortunately, there was still some food in the office, so they wouldn't starve for the time being. Chen Xian didn't hold back either, grabbing a few cups of instant noodles and devouring them heartily. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the 5 women and said indifferently, "Wait outside. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter this office." After saying this, Chen Xian turned around without hesitation and walked into the office that originally belonged to Su Dahai, locking the door behind him. He wasn't worried in the slightest about the 5 of them trying to escape, as the floor below was full of zombies. Attempting to flee would be no different from instantly becoming zombie fodder. After eating their fill, the group gathered together. "Dream sister, what should we do now?" The speaker was a young woman dressed in sportswear named Zhang Jie, 26 years old, who had been working at this company for several years. The dream sister she referred to was naturally the female secretary, Wang Meng. "What should I do? How would I know what to do?" Wang Meng shook her head helplessly. The arrival of the apocalypse made a woman like her, who couldn't even trust a chicken, feel a nightmare-like terror. Hearing her words, the other 4 women couldn't help but lower their heads, their eyes filled with panic. "Right now, the only one who can protect us is Chen Xian. Only by keeping him comfortable do we have a chance to survive." Boom! Wang Meng saw it very clearly. The terrifying scene of Chen Xian slaying the beast that afternoon lingered in her mind. Only he could lead them to survive in the apocalypse. Finally, he's here. In the office, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless crystal cores. He immersed himself in his thoughts, absorbing the energy of the crystal cores until 10 o'clock at night. After absorbing 180 first-level crystal cores, Chen Xian felt a loosening in his realm. A powerful supernatural energy surged within his body. Second-level ability user. "I never expected to reach this level on the first day of the apocalypse. Thinking back to the last time I became a second-level ability user, it took me 3 months after the apocalypse had passed to achieve it. This time, not only is the superpower more formidable, but the enhancement of the physical body and strength is also astonishingly significant. It truly lives up to being a myth-level superpower." Recalling the time it took to reach a second-tier superpower last time, Chen Xian couldn't help but compare in his heart. Last time, he stumbled and struggled for 3 months before becoming a second-tier superpower, but now, he succeeded on the very first day of activation. Not only that, his strength far surpasses that of his previous life. The second-tier Ice Dragon superpower is undoubtedly terrifying. Chen Xian estimated that even if 100 second-tier superpower users joined forces, they probably wouldn't last long. No! Putting away the only 2 remaining first-tier crystal cores, he stood up and stretched his muscles. Chen Xian felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body, making him dozens of times stronger than he had been this afternoon. It truly deserves to be called a myth-level superpower. It's simply too powerful. After all, he had consumed a total of 180 crystal cores to break through, so his strength was naturally not something ordinary ability users could compare to. Chen Xian glanced at the time. It was already close to 10 o'clock. At midnight tonight, a significant opportunity would appear on the top floor of the Jinhai building. Pushing open the office door, 5 women were already waiting at the entrance. When they saw him come out, each of them looked both nervous and excited. "What do you want what to do. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the 5 women in front of him. Although this company wasn't particularly impressive, the female employees it hired were all quite attractive, especially Wang Meng. As a female secretary, her looks were in no way inferior to some internet celebrities. Brother Chen, I was wrong before, and I apologize to you. From now on, I am yours, Brother Chen. Whatever you want to do to me, please feel free. As she spoke, Wang Meng slowly removed her jacket, her fair skin exuding a fragrance of perfume, exceptionally alluring. Chen Xian observed Wang Meng with great interest. He had to admit, she was a clever woman. To thrive in her position as a secretary, she must have some real skills. Interesting, but unfortunately, you're too dirty. I have a cleanliness obsession. Chen Xian sneered as he spoke. Although she looked quite attractive, it was a pity that she had too many former partners. Chen Xian was not the kind of person who couldn't resist a beautiful woman. He had no interest in such women. However, Wang Meng was not surprised by this, as if she had already anticipated Chen Xian's reaction. She slowly crawled in front of Chen Xian and raised her head. Brother Chen, I may be dirty, but I have other qualities. Chen Xian lowered his head, looking at Wang Meng's delicate lips. He had to admit, they were indeed exquisite, coated with lipstick. Wang Meng began to grow restless. The next moment, whoa! A peculiar feeling surged in his heart. Chen Xian couldn't help but recall a poem, whose jade flute sends its sound flying in the dark, which felt quite fitting for the moment. He smiled faintly, but did not refuse. Lighting a cigarette, he stood quietly in place. The other 4 women, seeing this, surrounded him without hesitation, full of flattery. Everyone knew that Chen Xian's strength was the key to their survival in the apocalypse. Night, 11:50. Chen Xian tidied himself up, gripped the extreme frost sword, and left the 16th floor. It had to be said, Wang Meng's skills were indeed impressive, and her words were sweet as honey. Unfortunately, there was serious business to attend to tonight, otherwise, Chen Xian would have truly wanted to enjoy an evening of service from the 5 women. The zombies on the upper floors had all been dealt with by him, so as he ascended from the 16th floor, he encountered no danger at all. After feeling his way forward, he finally reached the top floor of the Jinhai building. The moonlight flowed, emitting an eerie radiance. As the clock approached midnight, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His opportunity was about to arrive. Time ticked by second, and Chen Xian watched his watch intently. The moment the second hand froze at 12, moonlight suddenly poured down, illuminating the top floor of the Jinhai building. As the moonlight enveloped the area, Chen Xian was thrilled to discover that 2 small boxes had appeared out of thin air on the ground. They've appeared, it's real. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. In his previous life, he had heard of many opportunities, and the one concerning the top floor of the Jinhai building was the most precious of all. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the 2 small boxes, and slowly opened the first one. A wave of cold air instantly rushed out. Inside was a milky white solid the size of a fingernail, crystal clear and exuding the unique chill of moonlight. The tear of moonlight. It's actually real, the tear of moonlight. Chen Xian murmured to himself, his tone tinged with excitement. This small solid object, known as the tear of moonlight, contained an incredibly terrifying energy capable of cleansing the body's foundation, greatly enhancing potential, and even boosting strength. It could be said that this fingernail-sized tear of moonlight was enough to transform a useless person into a genius in an instant. For Chen Xian, the effect was even more remarkable. After all, his talent was already extraordinary, and if it were further enhanced, it might reach an astonishing level. However, now was not the time to absorb the tear of moonlight. He needed a quiet place to properly absorb it, so Chen Xian closed the small box and put it away, then opened the second small box. The item stored in the second small box was simple, a black ring. It appeared unremarkable, but its texture was incredibly hard, and it was unclear what material it was made of. The moment Chen Xian saw the ring, his heart surged with excitement. Space ring. It's actually a space ring. That's right, the ring before him was none other than the legendary space ring, capable of storing various items. In his previous life, he had roamed the post-apocalyptic world for many years and naturally knew of the existence of such an item. However, there was only one space ring in the entire world, and he never expected it to end up in his hands. With trembling hands and an excited heart, Chen Xian couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He knew that the opportunities within the Golden Sea Tower were incredibly abundant. Besides the tear of moonlight, there was even such a heaven-defying space ring. Without hesitation, Chen Xian picked up the extreme cold sword in his hand and cut his finger, letting a few drops of fresh blood drip onto the space ring. Immediately, a faint glow emanated, and Chen Xian felt a mysterious connection form between himself and the space ring. This was exactly the method of binding a space ring he had heard of in his previous life: blood recognition. Once the binding was successful, unless he perished, no one else would be able to open this space ring. Putting the ring on his hand, Chen Xian focused his thoughts and opened the ring. Before his eyes appeared a considerable space, a full 50 square meters. 50 square meters was definitely not a small space. If used to store supplies, it could likely meet a year's needs. Moreover, within this spatial ring, there were no restrictions on the flow of time, so there was no need to worry about supplies spoiling or losing temperature. However, the spatial ring did have one drawback: it could not store living beings. But for Qin Xian, this was already more than enough. With such a divine artifact as the spatial ring, the difficulty of surviving in the apocalypse is greatly reduced, and life becomes much more convenient. Qin Xian murmured softly. This spatial ring was no ordinary item. Possessing it meant being able to store countless supplies and weapons, making it a powerful survival tool. He placed the Moonlight Tear and the Extreme Frost Sword into the spatial ring as well, then looked around but found nothing unusual. It was now past midnight, and unlike the usual bright lights and bustling noise, Subei City appeared particularly dim. From downstairs came the occasional sound of zombies moving, sending chills down one's spine. Especially since today was the first day of the apocalypse, almost everyone had spent it in fear. This brand new world brought with it the collapse of people's worldview. However, for Qin Xian, a seasoned veteran who had struggled and survived in the apocalypse for years, he actually enjoyed this kind of atmosphere, so quiet it brought peace to his heart. Lighting a cigarette, he looked up at the large, round, bright moon, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. The apocalypse, truly fascinating. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Xian turned around and went downstairs, returning to the 16th floor. By this time, the 5 women had already fallen into a deep sleep, and the sofa and floor appeared somewhat messy. After all, they had experienced great ups and downs. During the day, helped Qin Xian retrieve the crystal core from the zombie's head and carefully tended to him in the evening, leaving them utterly exhausted. Qin Xian did not wake them up but smiled lightly as he walked into the office, closed the door, and locked it. He sat cross-legged and opened the box containing the Tear of Moonlight. A cool aura immediately wafted out, and as he inhaled the fragrance, Qin Xian's pores involuntarily relaxed. What a treasure, an extraordinary item. Let's see what kind of changes it can bring me. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Qin Xian held the Tear of Moonlight in his hand. A hazy moonlight seemed to fall upon him, and streams of cool energy emanated from the Tear of Moonlight, gradually merging into his body. These currents repeatedly cleansed his body, enhancing his physical foundation and soul. The overwhelming energy made him feel a sense of lightness and euphoria. It was unclear how much time had passed, but that wondrous sensation gradually weakened and dissipated. Qin Xian slowly opened his eyes and glanced. At the time, it was already 2 in the morning, and more than an hour had passed. He stood up slowly, clenched his fists, and felt his entire body brimming with power, as if every corner was filled with energy. The lightness of his body made him feel exhilarated. His originally fair skin now appeared even more radiant. The Tear of Moonlight truly lives up to its name. My strength has increased by at least 50%. Although Qin Xian's Ice Dragon ability was still at the 2nd tier, the improvement in his physique and talent greatly enhanced his overall physical attributes, boosting his overall strength by at least 50%. Moreover, his potential had become even more terrifying. However, Qin Xian felt that something unusual seemed to be happening within his body, as if something was amiss. The immense energy of the Moonlight Tear should have elevated his Ice Dragon ability to the 3rd tier, but it ultimately failed. Most of the energy flowed to a specific location. He lowered his head to look at his left arm, where a pitch-black pattern had suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Qin Xian was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? A Tong Tian mark? He knew that his right arm already bore a Tong Tian mark, which had awakened his Ice Dragon ability. He never expected that under the influence of the Moonlight Tear, a Tong Tian mark would also emerge on his left arm. The Tong Tian mark was cloud-like, pitch-black, and indistinct. However, the description of the second ability had already surfaced in his mind. Plunder, a mythic-level ability, could seize others' Tong Tian marks and make them his own. When he saw this description, Qin Xian froze in place, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Such a terrifying ability actually exists in this world, capable of plundering others' Tong Tian marks and making them one's own. This is truly defying the heavens. The Tong Tian mark was like an imprint embedded in the body of an ability user, fundamentally inseparable. Those who possessed a Tong Tian mark and awakened an ability were all individuals of extraordinary talent. Yet his second ability could actually plunder others' Tong Tian marks and absorb their abilities. This was far beyond the mere phrase, defying the heavens. The power of the plunder ability far surpasses that of the Ice Dragon ability, and Qin Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Currently, the plunder ability is only at level 1, and for now, it can only plunder one ability. Moreover, ordinary abilities cannot be plundered. It can only target ability users who possess the heaven pattern. He murmured softly to himself. The requirements for the plunder ability are quite high. Ordinary abilities are completely out of reach, and it can only lock onto martial artists with the heaven pattern, aiming for high quality. This is fine by him. Qin Xian had no intention of plundering inferior abilities, as that would only lower his own standards. Everything that happened today had truly been a series of delightful surprises. The awakening of 2 myth-level abilities abilities, the acquisition of a spatial ring, and the moonlight tier. Such fortuitous encounters had elevated his starting point to the pinnacle. Next, he must quickly enhance his ability strength and ensure he doesn't fall behind others. Of course, the resources required to support 2 myth-level abilities are immense, and his most urgent task now is to rapidly gather resources to strengthen his abilities. Chen Xian understood that if he didn't seize the time to improve his strength, it would only become more difficult to obtain resources in the future. If the government reacts and major military districts are established, resources will inevitably be monopolized. Only with overwhelming strength can he remain unrestrained. Otherwise, he would face various restrictions, something Chen Xian could never tolerate. Having been given a second chance at life, he had no intention of living under anyone's thumb, not even when facing the major military districts. The night grew deep. Sleepiness swept over him, and Chen Xian locked the office door, leaning back in his chair for a short nap. For someone like him, a superhuman who had struggled for years in the apocalypse, sleep was always light, and any movement outside would quickly alert him. After all, the apocalypse was a world where people preyed on each other. Sometimes, the greatest danger wasn't the zombies but those friends who were once close to you. Therefore, if one didn't stay vigilant at all times, they would have been devoured without a trace long ago. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, falling warmly and comfortably on Chen Xian's face. However, in this apocalypse, many people didn't even have the privilege to enjoy such tranquility. Help! Help! As Chen Xian stretched and stood up, he suddenly heard urgent cries for help outside the door. It was Wang Meng's voice. Immediately after, several familiar sounds followed. The zombies had arrived. Yesterday, Chen Xian had only cleared out all the zombies above the 16th floor, leaving those below untouched. It seemed that these 5 women had done something in the morning, accidentally triggering a zombie horde. Bang bang bang. Brother Chen, quick, open the door, there are zombies, so many zombies, hurry, and open the door. Brother Chen, save us. The frantic knocking of 5 women outside the door came one after another, panic and fear overwhelming them. This was their first time facing zombies directly, and such a massive horde at that, densely packed and chilling to the bone. To them, their only lifeline was Chen Xian inside the room. Hearing the shouts outside the door, Chen Xian's mind involuntarily conjured up scenes from his previous life. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he had been locked outside the door by Su Dahai and others, nearly meeting his end amidst a horde of zombies. At that time, he listened to the mocking laughter of Su Dahai and Wang Meng from inside the door, his heart filled with despair, and ultimately chose to leap from the building. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He survived by hanging onto the air conditioning unit on the 15th floor, narrowly escaping death. He still remembered that the one who laughed the loudest back then seemed to be Wang Meng. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward. Secretary Wang, are there a lot of zombies? Hearing Chen Xian's voice, the group instantly became excited. Too many, way too many, there are 30 or 40 of them. Brother Chen, please save me. Wang Meng's anxious voice came through. Chen Xian, however, smiled and replied leisurely, Secretary Wang, you're a smart person. Unfortunately, you're too smart. A woman like you, I wouldn't dare keep by my side. A woman like Wang Meng was truly terrifying. For her own benefit, she would stop at nothing, exploiting every advantage she had, including her body. Even if Chen Xian saved her today, she wouldn't be grateful in the future. Such is human nature. Moreover, in his past life, Chen Xian had almost been ruined by her and Su Dahai. How could he easily lend a hand to save her now? The only reason he hadn't killed them earlier was because they still had some use. But now, as he was about to leave Jinhai Tower, there was no way he could take 5 burdens along. Wang Meng naturally understood Chen Xian's meaning. She froze instantly, her eyes filled with fear as she glanced at the zombies less than 5 meters behind her. Chen Xian, you're just standing by and watching us die. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you. After Chen Xian extinguished all hope for the 5 women, the resentment in their eyes grew even more intense as they pounded on the door relentlessly. However, this door was one they could not open, leaving them to scream helplessly. Chen Xian calmly lit a cigarette, a hint of disdain in his gaze. If curses worked, he would have died 1,000 times over by now. Outside the door, the zombies were closing in. Although the 5 women wanted to resist, their strength was already insufficient. Coupled with their inner fear, they had no ability to fight back against the overwhelming horde of zombies and were soon torn apart and devoured. The air outside was filled with their miserable screams and cries. If it were an ordinary person, hearing the desperate pleas of so many beautiful women, they might have been unable to resist opening the door to save them. However, Chen Xian, having survived in the apocalypse for years, had long hardened his heart like stone. There was no way he would play the saint. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. A few minutes later, the shouting outside the door gradually faded away. Chen Xian understood in his heart that the 5 women had likely become food for the zombies. Without hesitation, he opened the office door. The scene before him was somewhat shocking. More than a dozen zombies were gnawing on arms, legs, and heads. Blood and viscera covered the floor, and the stench of gore filled the entire entire space. But for Qin Xian, this was nothing new. The horrors of the apocalypse went far beyond this. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were not just empty words. The leading zombies, upon seeing Qin Xian, were immediately attracted by the powerful life force emanating from him. They abandoned their meal and lunged at him. Qin Xian sneered coldly, standing his ground without fear. As the zombies were about to reach him, ice spikes instantly pierced through their bodies. Immediately after, a layer of frigid ice rapidly spread across the floor, freezing all the remaining zombies in place. This was no ordinary ice, one touch and it would shatter. With Qin Xian's strength as a level 2 ability user, combined with the extreme hardness of his ice, even bullets would have trouble penetrating it. Shatter! Qin Xian's thoughts moved, and the zombie horde in front of him instantly turned into small pieces, completely dead. Without any hesitation, he picked up the crystal cores on the ground. There weren't many, only 12, and unfortunately, they were all first-tier crystal cores. For the current Qin Xian, these first-tier crystal cores were almost useless. To quickly enhance his abilities, he had to find a large number of high-tier crystal cores. However, the apocalypse had just begun, and the evolution of zombies had not progressed rapidly, so second-tier zombies were still scarce. The energy in first-tier crystal cores is really too little. If I want to upgrade the Ice Dragon ability to the third tier, it seems hopeless. Looks like I'll have to search elsewhere. For an ordinary second-tier ability user, using a large number of first-tier crystal cores could also achieve a breakthrough, but the Ice Dragon ability was different. Mythical level abilities had an extremely high demand for energy. Unless thousands of first-tier crystal cores could be obtained, it would be impossible to advance from a second-tier ability user to the third tier. Casually placing the first-tier crystal cores into his spatial ring, Qin Xian slowly descended the stairs. The entire Jinhai building was filled with zombies, as it was a gathering place for office workers. Unfortunately, these first-tier zombies were as fragile as paper in front of him, unable to get close at all. From the 16th floor down, with every step he took, countless zombies were pierced through by ice spikes. First floor of Jinhai building. Qin Xian fought his way here, not knowing how many zombies he had slain. In any case, the number of first-tier crystal cores in his spatial ring had already reached 210. The coffee shop next to Jinhai building. President Su, what should we do? The outside is full of zombies, and there's no way to escape. Wang Fuqiang cautiously looked at the zombies outside the window, gulping nervously with a slight tremble in his body. They had been hiding here since yesterday afternoon, not daring to go out again. This coffee shop was relatively concealed and had not yet been attacked by zombies, but staying here indefinitely was not a solution. The coffee shop didn't have much food to begin with, and with 9 people in total, the consumption was significant. The young man referred to as President Su was named Su Hao, the eldest son of the Su family in Subei City and the head of the Su group, considered a promising young talent. At this moment, his face was grim. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to know what to do? Su Hao was in an extremely foul mood. He rarely visited the company, and yesterday, while passing by, he decided to inspect it. Unexpectedly, a zombie outbreak suddenly occurred in the afternoon, leaving him no time to react. He had no choice but to hide in this coffee shop with a group of senior executives. From yesterday afternoon until now, he had been observing the outside for a long time. Countless zombies attacked anyone they saw, and these creatures seemed tireless, leaving no chance to escape. Damn, even the satellite phone isn't working. Seriously, no signal anywhere in the world. Angrily, Su Hao slammed his phone onto the ground, his handsome face even showing a hint of distortion. As the eldest son of the Su family, a favored child of heaven, when had he ever been so humiliated? Mr. Su, look outside quickly, something's not right, Wang Fuqiang said. Su Hao and the other executives all turned their heads in unison, and the scene before them left everyone utterly shocked. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of TV drama? Qin Xian held a long sword, surrounded by countless ice spikes. The zombies encircling him fell like paper figures, collapsing row by row, being slaughtered. Su Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. Am I dreaming? Isn't this the apocalypse? Is everything outside just an act? The scene before their eyes looked like a staged performance, and not just any performance, but a fantasy drama. The executives exchanged glances, and although they wished it were all just an act, the collapse of skyscrapers and the sight of their colleagues being torn apart by zombies right in front of them made it clear this was no act. It was the real apocalypse. President Su, that young man's combat power is terrifying. I think we should have him escort us to the safe zone. Another executive standing beside Wang Fuqiang spoke up. Su Hao's eyes flickered. That's right, they could ask Qin Xian to protect them. With his immense strength, he could easily ensure their safety. As for whether Qin Xian would refuse, Su Hao hadn't even considered it. In this era, who would dare go against him? As the CEO of a publicly listed company, Su Hao had always been high and mighty, never imagining he could be turned down. Old Wang, you go and call him over. Tell him I'm willing to offer 1 million, no, 10 million, as long as he can escort us to the safe zone. Wang Fuhai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll go right away. When he saw Qin Xian slay the last zombie, Wang Fuhai didn't hesitate, pushed the door open, and quickly ran over. "Young man, wait a moment." Hearing the shout coming from not far away, Chen Xian turned his head and saw the portly Wang Fuhai running toward him, his brows furrowing slightly. "Little brother, wait a moment." Boom! Wang Fuhai took a few heavy breaths and hurriedly said. Chen Xian asked coldly. Seemingly sensing the chill emanating from Chen Xian, Wang Fuhai couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself, just how many people has this guy killed? He coughed lightly, trying to mask his inner fear. "Young man, our President Su sees your impressive skills and would like to hire you to escort us to the safe zone. President Su is willing to pay 10 million. After Wang Fuhai finished speaking, he confidently awaited Chen Xian's response. 10 million, who wouldn't be tempted? However, Chen Xian merely glanced at him indifferently, as if looking at a fool. In the apocalypse, forget 10 million, even 100 billion is nothing more than a pile of waste paper, not even comfortable enough to use for wiping. Not interested. After speaking, Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention and turned to leave. Wang Fuhai panicked immediately. They had been in the coffee shop for an entire day and night, their stomachs long empty. If they didn't quickly find a safe zone, even if they weren't discovered by zombies, they would starve to death. "I'll offer 100 million. Su Hao, accompanied by a group of senior executives, had already walked up to Wang Fuhai and confidently looked at Chen Xian as he spoke. "My name is Su Hao, the heir of the Su Group. You must have heard of me. As long as you can escort me to the safe zone, from now on, you will be a friend of the Su family. The Su Group holds a significant position in Subei City, with numerous assets and considerable connections in the upper echelons." This is why Su Hao was so brazen and arrogant, fully convinced that Chen Xian would not refuse him. A billion is nothing compared to the opportunity to become friends with the Su family, a dream coveted by countless people. In fact, the Su family's connections are even more valuable than a billion, so he didn't believe Chen Xian would turn him down. However, upon hearing Su Hao's words, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him calmly. "Oh, your name is Su Hao. Su Hao from the Su Group." Su Hao thought Chen Xian had recognized his identity, and a trace of arrogance appeared in his eyes. As the heir of the Su Group, he was a top figure in the entire Subei City, someone no one dared to provoke. However, Chen Xian didn't care about any of this. In his previous life, he had heard of Su Hao, who was quite famous in the apocalypse. Su Hao was one of the top experts in the 4th Military District, an 8th-tier ability user, possessing the S-level ability Mystic Spirit True Flame, a power from the elemental category, and his strength was extremely formidable. His family had close ties with the upper echelons of the 4th Military District, and coupled with Su Hao's terrifying strength and talent, he acted arrogantly within the district, earning a prominent reputation. However, this man's reputation was far from positive, forcing women into prostitution, coercing others, trafficking arms. He could be said to have committed every imaginable crime. Under the seemingly refined gold-rimmed glasses hides a downright demon. However, Chen Xian remained indifferent. In his previous life, he had left Subei City without ever crossing paths with the 4th Military District. To him, Su Hao's misdeeds had nothing to do with him. As long as he wasn't provoked, Chen Xian had no intention of taking action. Of course, he would never take the initiative to cater to Su Hao either. To him, time in the early stages was extremely precious and needed to be used to quickly enhance his strength. Who had the time to escort him to the safe zone? As for the Su family's connections, it was simply laughable. A mere Su family, what did it even count for? "Sorry, not interested." Chen Xian finished speaking, calmly turned around, and prepared to leave. Hearing his resolute refusal, everyone present was instantly stunned. Refused? This is the Su Group we're talking about. Su Hao's expression shifted unpredictably. This was the first time he had been refused, and it was by such a minor figure. Could it be that this kid looked down on the Su family? Is 1 billion too little? Then I'll offer 10 billion. 10 billion should be enough. But for Su Hao now, apart from Chen Xian, he had no other options and could only increase the price. However, Chen Xian walked forward without looking back. Forget 10 billion, even if the entire Su Group was offered to him, he wouldn't care. Buzz. The roar of a car engine suddenly sounded. At that moment, 2 jeeps suddenly sped past Chen Xian. They were military jeeps with excellent protective features, carrying armed soldiers. The 2 vehicles stopped in front of Su Hao. Immediately, the soldiers on the vehicle got off one after another, forming 2 rows, a total of 8 people. Including the leading officer, there were 9 in total. "Young Master Su." The leading officer saluted Su Hao. "I am Xiang Tianqing, the 2nd platoon leader of the Special Operations Company. Following orders from above, I have come specifically to escort young Master Su to the safe zone." Hearing Xiang Tianqing's words, Su Hao was instantly overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with a unique light. "Platoon leader Xiang, was it my grandfather who sent you?" "That's correct. It was Elder Su who instructed me to escort young Master Su to the safe zone." Old Master Su, also known as Su Hao's grandfather, had deep connections in the network of Subei City, and naturally, his influence extended to the military district. At the very first moment of the zombie outbreak, Old Master Su used his connections in the military district to head to the safe zone. zone. However, the so-called safe zone at this point was far from comparable to the safe zones of the later stages of the apocalypse. In name, it was more like a temporary control area. Nevertheless, due to the military's management, the safety level was relatively high. Upon hearing this, Su-ha was overjoyed. Good, this is great. I knew Grandpa would definitely come to save me. Behind him, Wang Fuhai and the others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing undisguised joy. The military district personnel had arrived, and now they were truly saved. Young Master Su, please get in the car. We will escort you to the safe zone. Su-ha agreed repeatedly. Behind him, Wang Fuhai and the others also wanted to get in the car, but the two jeeps simply couldn't accommodate so many people. Xiang Tianqing said coldly, apologies. Everyone, the order I received is to take young Master Su back to the military district. The jeeps cannot hold all of you. If you wish to go to the safe zone, please follow behind on your own. Wang Fuhai? Other executives? What is going on here? Not taking them? Letting them follow behind the car? This is simply a joke. No matter how fast a person can run, they can't outrun a four-wheeled car. Moreover, there are many zombies in Subei City. Even if they follow behind the car, they will likely be caught and eaten by zombies in no time. For a moment, everyone's mood sank to rock bottom. President Su, I've been with you for so long, I don't want to die. Please take me with you. Wang Fuhai was the first to kneel, tears streaming down his face. He knew that if he stayed, he was as good as dead. The only way out was to cling tightly to Su-ha, his lifeline. After all, he had followed Su-ha for so many years, surely Su-ha wouldn't be so heartless as to forget their past. However, Su-ha let out a cold laugh, his gaze devoid of any warmth toward Wang Fuhai. Old Wang, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Xiang platoon leader, get the car ready. Don't bother with these people. The indifferent voice was like a death sentence. Wang Fuhai and the other executives exchanged glances, staring blankly at Su-ha. This seemingly gentle young man, behind his gold-rimmed glasses, hid an endless coldness. Yes. Xiang Tianqing nodded, then instructed the soldiers behind him to board the vehicle. A few of them tried to forcibly grab the car, but were driven back by the soldiers' weapons. If they dared to step forward, they might really get shot. When the car was about to start, Su-ha suddenly shouted. Wang Fuhai and the others saw this and quickly gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation, thinking that Su-ha had finally changed his mind and wanted to take them along. However, Su-ha didn't even glance at them and walked straight toward Qin Xian. Kid, Su-ha, will remember you. Don't fall into my hands next time. After saying that, Su-ha let out a cold laugh. Earlier, he had to rely on Qin Xian and had no choice but to act humbly, but now he no longer needed him. With Xiang Tianqing and so many soldiers protecting him, he thought to himself, no matter how skilled Qin Xian was, how could he possibly compare to bullets? It was simply a joke. At this moment, Su-ha was as arrogant as could be, but he underestimated Qin Xian's reaction. Are you threatening me? The calm voice carried a faint chill. The cold aura emanating from Qin Xian made Su-ha involuntarily shiver. In his previous life, he had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the killing intent he exuded was naturally terrifying. Just one glance made Su-ha feel suffocated. However, thinking of Xiang Tianqing and the others backing him up, he regained his confidence. Even if it is a threat, what can you do about it? What do you think you are? Su-ha let out a cold laugh, secretly making up his mind that once they reached the safe zone, he would definitely send people to hunt down Qin Xian on a large scale. He was determined to make him kneel before him to avenge today's humiliation. However, Qin Xian smiled, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery and disdain. Initially, he had no intention of making a move against Su-ha. There was no enmity between them, and Qin Xian had no reason to act. Unfortunately, this guy was narrow-minded and even dared to threaten him. If he let him go today, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble in the future. Although Qin Xian was confident he could evade Su-ha's pursuit, the latter had the backing of the 4th Military District, a force not to be underestimated. Keeping Su-ha alive would definitely be a disaster, and what Qin Xian hated most was this kind of threat. In that case, there's no need to keep you around. With that, Qin Xian smiled faintly, the killing intent on his face becoming even more pronounced. A sharp icicle appeared at his fingertips, and with a whoosh, it shot towards Su-ha. The icicle moved at an incredible speed, leaving Su-ha no time to react. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to dodge, only to find his body completely immobilized. Facing such a terrifying attack, he could even feel the approach of death. Accompanied by an explosion, the ice spike did not pierce Su-ha but instead suddenly struck the ground, emitting a violent blast. Su-ha opened his eyes and found himself still alive, with Xiang Tianqing standing beside him. Young Master Su, are you alright? I'm fine. At this moment, Su-ha was a bit dazed. He had thought he was doomed, yet unexpectedly, he was still alive. The feeling of surviving a near-death experience made his heart race. Unexpectedly, the military district already has an ability user. How interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the ability you awaken should be an A-level ability, Swift Wind Movement. Looking at Xiang Tianqing, Qin Xian's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of mockery in his eyes. That's right, Xiang Tianqing was not an ordinary human but had had awakened an ability. Swift wind, movement, and A-level ability could rapidly enhance speed in a short period of time, indeed, a decent ability. No wonder Qin Xian found the name Xiang Tianqing somewhat familiar. In the previous life, this person was quite famous in the 4th military district, a 6th-tier ability user, even stronger than Qin Xian at the time. However, this person's character was widely criticized, always playing the role of a lackey by Su Hao's side. It seemed that in the previous life, it was precisely because Xiang Tianqing saved Su Hao's life that their relationship appeared particularly close. Just now, when Qin Xian's attack was about to land on Su Hao, Xiang Tianqing's speed suddenly surged, managing to save Su Hao in time. You've actually awakened a superpower? Xiang Tianqing looked at Qin Xian with some disbelief. If it hadn't been for his quick reaction just now, Su Hao would probably be nothing more than a cold corpse at this moment. He never expected an ordinary person to awaken a superpower so quickly, and Qin Xian's strength was truly shocking. Qin Xian smiled faintly. I advise you to step aside, otherwise, all of you will die. Not to mention that Xiang Tianqing was only a first-tier superpower user, even second-tier or third-tier ones would meet a miserable end against Qin Xian. At this moment, Su Hao behind him suddenly became anxious. Platoon leader Xiang, you can't leave. As long as you take me to the safe zone, I promise my grandfather will promote you. Young Master Su, rest assured, I will definitely escort you to the safe zone. Xiang Tianqing volunteered to rescue Su Hao precisely to establish a connection with the Su family. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the Su family's influence was immense, at least in Subei City, where they were undoubtedly a giant. Therefore, clinging to Su Hao was crucial for him. Everyone, ready your guns. Xiang Tianqing gave the order, and immediately 8 soldiers raised their guns in unison, aiming in Qin Xian's direction. I know your strength is formidable, but I don't believe you can block bullets. If you leave now, we'll let this matter go, Xiang Tianqing said confidently. Although Qin Xian's abilities were strong, could they really withstand bullets? Absolutely impossible. After all, this was only the second day since the apocalypse began. No matter how strong an ability was, how strong could it possibly be? Firearms were still the mainstream. Exactly. I don't believe you can withstand bullets. Squad leader Xiang, have your men shoot and finish him off already? Su Hao urged from the side, his eyes full of excitement. He firmly believed that Qin Xian would absolutely be unable to withstand firearms, even if he could barely dodge 1 or 2 shots. There were 8 people firing, and the terrifying attack would surely force Qin Xian to pay a price no matter how strong he was. Xiang Tianqing hesitated slightly. He originally did not want to clash with Qin Xian. The young man before him appeared mysterious and unpredictable, with unknown methods hidden from view. However, since Su Hao had given the order, he pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. Fire. Bullets rained down like a storm, the terrifying firepower rushing straight at Qin Xian. Although the group's plan seemed solid, they unfortunately underestimated the power of myth-level abilities. Qin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, as a thick ice wall instantly appeared in front of him. The torrent of bullets all struck the ice wall, failing to penetrate as expected. Instead, they seemed to collide with an indestructible barrier, ultimately scattering to the ground. A full 30 seconds passed. The bullets were spent, yet the ice wall remained completely unscathed. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with fear. Is this really something a human can do? Not even bullets could harm Qin Xian in the slightest. This was truly terrifying. The most shocked of all was Xiang Tianqing. As an ability user, he understood that in the early stages of the apocalypse, the powers of ability users were not very strong, making the threat of firearms all the more apparent. Especially when faced with such a barrage of bullets, it should have been impossible to withstand. Yet Qin Xian had done it. In fact, if it had been an ordinary second-tier ice ability user, it would have been absolutely impossible to achieve. However, Qin Xian's ability was of a mythical level. That ice wall was entirely condensed from the purest extreme ice, incomparably formidable. Thus, in the face of the torrent of bullets, the ice wall effortlessly held its ground. Since you've chosen to attack me, then, all of you can die. Qin Xian sneered coldly, and immediately, countless ice spikes rose into the air beside him, razor-sharp and exuding an endless chill. Go! With a single thought, hundreds of ice spikes shot forward in unison. Xiang Tianqing instantly felt a chill run down his spine, the aura of death spreading around him. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 8 soldiers who had been standing moments ago all collapsed simultaneously. Xiang Tianqing dragged Su Hao, dodging left and right. Although he activated his ability, he was only a first-tier ability user, with limited power, and not much speed. Moreover, he was burdened with Su Hao, which resulted in his right arm being pierced by one of Qin Xian's ice spikes. The area where the ice spike passed emitted waves of cold air, the terror of the extreme ice spreading continuously. Xiang Tianqing's body temperature plummeted rapidly. He panted heavily, his lips turning pale as he stared at Qin Xian in horror. So terrifying. Is this really a power that humans can wield? Su Hao was so frightened by the scene that his soul seemed to leave his body. His His pale face was filled with panic as he hid behind Xiang Tianqing, trembling slightly. Sir, this was our fault. How about we let this go? Rest assured, we will never trouble you again in the future. Why yes, I swear I will never trouble you again in this lifetime. Su Hao was equally terrified, nodding repeatedly, the fear in his eyes unmistakable, with none of his previous arrogance remaining. Dignity meant nothing in the face of death. However, Chen Xian merely laughed. When you thought you could kill me, you showed no mercy. Now that you've realized you're no match for me, you want to beg for forgiveness? What a clever calculation. His blatant mockery was merciless. These people, only when faced with death do they shed tears. What will it take for you to let me go? Just say it. My grandfather is Su Yuanting. Whatever you ask for, he can fulfill it. Really, you have to believe me. Su Hao collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with pleading and desperation. Unfortunately for Su Hao, this kind of groveling only appeared when he was at death's door. If he ever regained power, Chen Xian would undoubtedly be the first person he would ruthlessly suppress. People like him were all too common. Therefore, Chen Xian had no intention of letting him go. My demand is for you to die. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips, and the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Hao's eyes widened instantly, and he swallowed hard, wanting to say something to beg for mercy. But Chen Xian did not give him the chance. An ice spike shot through the air, heading straight for Su Hao's head, growing larger and larger. In his pupils, Xiang Tianqing wanted to resist, but he was already gravely injured, his abilities completely drained, leaving him powerless. Bang! A loud explosion rang out as the ice spike pierced through Su Hao's head in an instant. His wide-open eyes were filled with unwillingness. He couldn't understand. He, the dignified president of the Su Corporation, the eldest son of the Su family, young and promising, how could he be killed on the very first day of the apocalypse? He should have been standing at the pinnacle of the world. With endless resentment, Su Hao fell forever. Beside him, Xiang Tianqing's pupils contracted as he looked at Chen Xian, fear evident in his gaze. You actually killed Su Hao. His grandfather is Su Yuanting. If he finds out, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't escape death. Su Yuanting, as one of the most powerful figures in Subei City, was not someone a young upstart like Chen Xian could afford to provoke. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xian's lips curled slightly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Su Yuanting? I do have some impression of him, but so what? As long as all of you are dead, who will know it was me who did it? To cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. In the chaotic early days of the apocalypse, who would notice a few deaths? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Xiang Tianqing's eyes suddenly widened, staring at him in a daze, secretly thinking to himself, is this guy a lunatic? But before Xiang Tianqing could react, an ice spike had already formed in Chen Xian's hand and shot toward him at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Xiang Tianqing's hair stood on end, and a sense of fear quickly spread throughout his body. He wanted to escape, but he was already seriously injured and had no way to compete with Chen Xian's ice spike. Bang! The ice spike pierced fiercely into Su Hao's chest, delivering a fatal blow and ending his life instantly. No breath remained. Chen Xian let out a cold smile, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. Chen Xian was well aware of Su Yuanting's influence, high-ranking figures in Subei City with close ties to the military district. In his previous life, Su Yuanting had served as the deputy leader of the 4th Military District, holding a prestigious position. But so what? Chen Xian was utterly fearless. Moreover, with these people dying here, who could possibly know it was his doing? In many novels, the villains are often so foolish that it's exasperating. Don't they know to eliminate the root to prevent future troubles? Only the dead can keep secrets. Young man, sir, we have nothing to do with them. I am at odds with Su Hao. May we leave now? Wang Fuhai spoke cautiously, his eyes filled with fear. Yes, we have no connection with Su Hao at all. That's right. We can't wait for him to die sooner. Yes. They were afraid that Chen Xian might get angry with them because of Su Hao, so they hurriedly shook their heads and begged for their lives. All right, you may leave. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. Several people repeatedly kowed out in gratitude, their emotions of thankfulness evident. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly. But you're traveling too slowly, which makes it easy to encounter danger. How about I give you a ride? Send us off. Oh my, that's wonderful. For a moment, everyone was so moved they almost burst into tears. Really? Thank you so much. With that, countless ice spikes suddenly appeared around Chen Xian. Then, with a wave of his hand, those ice spikes flew straight toward the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chen Xian would suddenly attack. The terrifying assault descended, and for these ordinary people without any special abilities, the ice spikes left them utterly defenseless, leading to their inevitable demise. To be honest, Chen Xian was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as others did not threaten his interests, he would not act recklessly. However, these people were different. They had witnessed the entire process of him killing Su Hao. Letting them live would undoubtedly bring him great trouble. Only the dead can keep secrets. Of course, Chen Xian was not afraid of the the Su family's retaliation, but avoiding unnecessary trouble was always better. There was no need to expose himself to others. In the apocalypse, caution was the key to survival. After killing everyone cleanly, Chen Xian scanned his surroundings and found no survivors. Then, he walked to a nearby area to attract some zombies. Watching the zombies devour the corpses until nothing was left, he finally felt at ease and left. With no evidence left, who could know that he had killed Su Hao? After all, before the apocalypse began, Chen Xian had no enmity with Su Hao, and the two had no interactions whatsoever. Even if the Su family held immense power in Subei City, they would find nothing. After leaving Jinhai Tower, Chen Xian headed to Subei Academy. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had graduated from this school with an ordinary bachelor's degree. After graduation, he didn't have many opportunities, unable to compete with students from top-tier schools. As a result, his salary was low as soon as he stepped out of the campus. His visit to his alma mater was not out of nostalgia but because Subei Academy concealed a significant opportunity. Located near the suburbs, Subei Academy had once witnessed a python crawling from outside the suburbs into the school before the apocalypse began. Before it could be captured, the apocalypse had already descended. That python was extremely fortunate, avoiding becoming zombie fodder and instead undergoing a mutation, evolving into a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast refers to an animal that undergoes evolution before the apocalypse, transforming into a unique species. The strength of ferocious beasts is extraordinary, far surpassing zombies of the same level. Moreover, ferocious beasts possess their own intelligence. Although their thinking is somewhat immature compared to normal humans, they have already developed sentience. As ferocious beasts continue to evolve, their intelligence grows increasingly sophisticated. Some high-level ferocious beasts can not only speak human language but also possess intelligence on par with humans. The python at Subei Academy underwent such evolution, and the opportunity Chen Xian referred to was the python's gallbladder. The snake gallbladder is the most essential part of the snake, especially for such an evolved ferocious beast. Its gallbladder is an exceptional tonic, containing considerable energy. Although it is not as fearsome as the tears of moonlight, it is still a good choice for Chen Xian at this moment. The energy it contains should be enough to help him elevate his ice dragon ability to the 3rd tier. The reason he knows about this python is entirely because he had studied it carefully during his time at his alma mater, Subei Academy. As a result, he knows a bit more about such matters. Finally here, the gate is still as dilapidated as ever. Racing all the way, Chen Xian finally arrived at the gate of Subei Academy. As an ordinary academy, the gate of Subei Academy appeared somewhat old and worn. A few scattered zombies were still wandering near the entrance. Of course, these were all 1st-tier zombies, not very strong. Without hesitation, Chen Xian activated his ice dragon ability. These zombies didn't even last a single move before being directly killed. As for the crystal nuclei in the zombies, Chen Xian didn't let those go either. Although they were merely 1st-tier crystal nuclei, in the apocalypse, crystal nuclei served as the currency in circulation. At this time, I wonder where that python is. It's said that in the previous life, that python broke through to the 5th tier before it was finally slain. It must have devoured quite a few humans, Chen Xian murmured softly to himself. For ferocious beasts, breaking through required a large amount of human flesh and blood, which was an exceptional tonic for them. The campus was desolate, with only a few wandering zombies left. There should still be some human survivors in the school, but this was irrelevant to Chen Xian. He had no intention of becoming a savior. In the apocalypse, the last thing one should do is play the saint, as it could easily cost one's life. Looks like I'll have to search carefully for that python, Chen Xian muttered, narrowing his eyes. With that, his figure flickered as he began searching through Subei Academy. At this moment, the 9th floor of the Subei Academy library. Qingxue, are you okay? Li Hong approached Su Qingxue and asked softly. I'm fine. Luckily, we escaped quickly. I just saw several classmates being eaten by that monster. Recalling the scene, Su Qingxue's delicate face showed a trace of fear. Covering her mouth, she almost vomited. The scene just now was far too horrifying. She swore she had never seen anything so terrifying in her life. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, the faces of her 2 roommates instantly turned pale. Qingxue, Li Hong, what should we do now? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Zhang Li's voice carried a hint of sobbing as she slumped softly to the ground, tears dripping onto her black short skirt, making her look pitiful. Before the apocalypse began, Zhang Li was considered quite a beauty at Subei Academy. Although she couldn't compare to Su Qingxue, the goddess-level campus belle, she still had plenty of admirers. At such a young age, she naturally didn't want to die. The other roommate, Zhao Han, felt the same way. Seeing the 2 girls in such a state, Su Qingxue felt helpless. She was scared too, but she knew that fear alone was useless. They had to find a way to escape. At the moment, the vast library had only the 4 of them left alive. The other classmates had either turned into zombies or become food for the monster. Qingxue, don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here, Li Hong said hurriedly. As a devoted admirer who had pursued Su Qingxue for 3 whole years, he naturally had to express his concern at this moment. Besides, I awakened a superpower this morning. At worst, I'll fight that monster to buy you time to escape, Li Hong said firmly. Earlier that morning, while fleeing, he had luckily picked up a crystal core and somehow awakened a superpower, an S-class ability, teleportation. Although it lacked offensive power, it allowed him to traverse space, making it an excellent ability for escaping. However, Li Hong was currently only a first-tier ability user, and at most, he could teleport a distance of 5 meters. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's pale face gained a hint of color. Thank you, Li Hong. Li Hong felt elated in his heart, but just as he was basking in his moment of pride, a sudden loud noise startled everyone, and their hearts leapt into their throats. The monster had arrived. The snake was 6 or 7 meters long, as thick as a bull, and entirely green. Traces of blood lingered at the corners of its mouth, suggesting it had just finished eating someone. Its movement was slow as it roamed the 9th floor. The group huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Su Qingxue's mind raced frantically. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live. She glanced at her 2 roommates beside her, then at Li Hong. It seemed as though she had made a decision. Carefully, she leaned closer to Li Hong. Li Hong, how many more times can you use your teleportation ability? He can probably use it 4 or 5 more times, Li Hong said somewhat uncertainly. His teleportation ability consumed energy too quickly, and at most, he could use it 4 or 5 more times. Each teleportation covered only 5 meters. Su Qingxue quickly calculated in her mind, then glanced out the window at the direction the python was moving. I have an idea. An idea. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Zhongli and Zhao Han seemed to grasp at a lifeline, their faces instantly lighting up with excitement. Qingxue, you really have an idea. Qingxue, quickly tell us, what should we do? Li Hong also looked at her excitedly. No one wanted to die, everyone longed to survive. Li Hong has the teleportation ability. Although the distance isn't far, he can still use it 4 or 5 more times. You 2 run out through the side door first, and Li Hong and I will distract that monster, Su Qingxue said. Zhongli and Zhao Han were instantly thrilled upon hearing this. Us running? You distracting the monster? That's great. Qingxue, really? You're amazing. Don't worry, I'll remember your great kindness and favor for the rest of my life. Yes, if I survive, I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. The 2 women were overjoyed, as if they had seen the hope of survival. Su Qingxue chuckled softly, her calm face showing a hint of warmth. It's okay. We've been roommates for so many years. Although we've had some minor conflicts, I've always considered you both as family. Her words moved the 2 women to the point of tears. Of course, whether the emotion was genuine or just an act was hard to discern, as relationships between women were always complex. Alright, the monster is coming, you guys run first. Okay, you take care too. Zhang Li and Zhao Han didn't hesitate, turning around and cautiously heading toward the back door. They crouched low, afraid to make any noise. Although the distance was only about 7 or 8 meters, it felt exceptionally long to them. As they reached the back door and were about to open it, Su Qingxue, hiding under the tables and chairs, spotted the shadow of the python. She quickly grabbed a glass bottle from the table and threw it without hesitation in the direction of Zhongli and Zhao Han. The glass bottle traced a graceful arc through the air before landing in front of the 2 women with a loud bang. In an instant, Zhongli and Zhao Han froze, while Li Hong stared at Su Qingxue in bewilderment, his eyes filled with disbelief. What the heck? But before Zhang Li and Zhao Han could react, the giant python, hearing the noise, swiftly moved toward them. Its massive body slithered forward, its tongue flicking out, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixed directly on Zhao Han and Zhang Li. At this moment, the 2 women stiffly turned their heads to look at Su Qingxue's calm and composed face. Only then did they realize they had been betrayed by her. Su Qingxue clearly intended to use their lives to buy herself time to escape. After all, the giant python would need time to devour its prey, and Li Hong's teleportation skill could take her a certain distance away in a short amount of time. The instant the python locked its gaze on them, Zhongli and Zhao Han's bodies froze, as if they were being stared down by something terrifying. Quick, stop dawdling, use your skill to take me away. At this moment, the python's attention was entirely focused on the 2 women, naturally giving Su Qingxue the chance to escape. Li Hong also snapped out of it, looking deeply at Su Qingxue. After chasing her for 3 whole years, her image in his mind had unknowingly changed in this moment, both familiar and unfamiliar, a strange feeling rising within him. What about the 2 of them? Li Hong hesitated. After all, they were classmates, and he couldn't bear the thought. However, Su Qingxue's demeanor changed, and she said pitifully, Li Hong, the 4 of us can't escape smoothly. Someone has to distract that python. You wouldn't want to watch me get eaten by the python, would you? As she spoke, a few tears streaked down Su Qingxue's fair face, and her round eyes stared straight at Li Hong. Li Hong had never encountered such a scene before. She was the goddess he thought about day and night. How could he bear to let her face death? Thus, the trace of hesitation in his heart instantly vanished. He nodded repeatedly and said firmly, Xingxue, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Li Hong patted his chest in assurance. Alright, when the python goes after them, you use your ability to take me and run. Okay, Li Hong agreed, decisively, slapping his chest heavily. The python wasted no time, flicking its tongue before diving straight toward Zhangli and Zhao Han. There was no doubt that the two women were utterly incapable of evading the python's attack. Zhangli was swallowed in an instant, while Zhao Han collapsed to the ground in terror, nearly losing control of her bladder. Now's the time, let's go, Su Qingxue urged anxiously. Alright. Without hesitation, Li Hong activated his ability and fled with Su Qingxue. His teleportation ability was triggered, and the two of them appeared 3 meters away. Yes, only 3 meters. If it were just Li Hong, with his first tier ability, he could teleport up to 5 meters. But since he was carrying Su Qingxue, he could only manage 3 meters. Seeing they had only moved 3 meters, the python continued to fix its sharp gaze on them. It slowly turned its head, its piercing eyes locking onto the pair. Su Qingxue and Li Hong felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes filled with uncontrollable fear that spread rapidly. Facing the python directly, the sense of terror only grew stronger. Hurry, move again, Su Qingxue urged, swallowing nervously. Oh, okay. Li Hong activated his ability once more, teleporting with Su Qingxue. The python, without hesitation, bent down and swallowed the already petrified Zhao Han. After chewing for a moment, it quickly turned its attention to Li Hong and Su Qingxue. For these ferocious beasts, Li Hong was undoubtedly a more tempting target. As an ability user, consuming him would provide far greater nourishment than an ordinary human. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue and began sliding rapidly toward them. Although the two had just put some distance between themselves and the python, Li Hong's teleportation ability was limited. As a first-tier ability user, he couldn't fully unleash the potential of his power. This is bad, it's catching up, Su Qingxue said, her face darkening as her heart sank. She hadn't expected Li Hong's ability to be so weak. 3 meters was far too short. In the blink of an eye, the python was upon them. Bang! Just as Li Hong was about to activate his ability again, the python's tail swept across violently, sending the two of them flying. The terrifying force caused them to roll several times on the ground. By the time they regained their senses, the giant python had already encircled them. Staring at the massive creature before her, Su Qingxue couldn't help but swallow nervously. She knew that escaping today was likely impossible. Qingxue, you go first. I'll hold off the python, Li Hong said, standing protectively in front of Su Qingxue, his eyes resolute. Thank you, Li Hong. It's what I should do. Li Hong thought he had moved his goddess, leaving a deep impression in her heart, and felt a sense of satisfaction. But what he didn't know was that for someone like Su Qingxue, she would never be moved by someone who fawned over her. Even if it cost him his life, nothing would change. Once, it should be enough to buy the goddess a little time to escape. Thinking of this, Li Hong's gaze grew even more resolute. He glanced at Su Qingxue behind him, the girl he had admired for 3 whole years. In his eyes, Qingxue had always been the white moonlight in his heart, the brightest star in the crowd. Goodbye, goddess, Li Hong murmured softly. Then, with a determined look, he gripped a fruit knife tightly in his hand. His figure flickered as he activated his teleportation ability, instantly appearing above the giant python's head. Taking advantage of the moment before the python could react, he plunged the fruit knife fiercely into its head. The fruit knife was not long, and its material was not sturdy enough, so it only penetrated about a centimeter into the python's head, causing a small amount of blood to seep out. The python let out a cry of pain, and blood dripped steadily from its head. Its sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. It had never been injured before, and today, to be hurt by a mere human insect was an utter humiliation. With a roar, it lunged at Li Hong without hesitation. Li Hong clung tightly to the python's body. No matter how the python struggled and tried to throw him off, he held on with all his might. Seeing this, Su Qingxue ran toward the exit without hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, Li Hong felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, the python's agility was terrifying. In the end, it managed to coil around him, and his energy had long been depleted, leaving no chance for escape. Goodbye, goddess. His lips moved slightly as he gazed in the direction Su Qingxue had fled, his heart filled with a smile, hoping only that she could survive. The next moment, the python showed no mercy and swallowed Li Hong whole. To it, devouring an ability user was far better than consuming an ordinary human, as it provided more energy. Yet, the fact that this human insect had managed to injure it earlier only fueled its rage. The serpent's body flickered and lunged straight toward Su Qingxue. Although Li Hong had bought her some time, as a girl, Su Qingxue's running speed was not fast. It didn't take long before the giant python caught up with her. The corners of the python's mouth were still stained with Li Hong's blood, and Su Qingxue couldn't help but tremble all over, her eyes filled with fear. Am I going to die? Countless terrifying thoughts surged in her mind. The python let out a roar and then dove down, ready to devour Su Qingxue. She closed her eyes, seemingly accepting grasping her impending death. 1 second, 2 seconds. I'm not dead yet? Bang! A loud noise rang out, and Su Qingxue opened her eyes in surprise, witnessing an unbelievable scene. The giant python had been struck by some force and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of her. The man had a pale complexion with a hint of wickedness, his handsome face showing no trace of fear, his eyes carrying a mix of disdain and delight. Chen Xian smirked coldly. Finally found you. I didn't expect you to break through to the second tier. TSK, it seems your inner core will be enough for me to advance to the third tier. The energy accumulated from the previous moonlight tier was already considerable. Although most of it had been used to awaken his second ability, Plunder, the remaining energy had also enhanced his ice dragon ability. The giant python before him had already broken through to the second tier, and the energy contained in its inner core far surpassed that of a second tier zombie. It must have devoured quite a few people to advance so quickly. The python, struck by Chen Xian, regained its senses and looked at him with a mix of anger and uncontrollable killing intent. Damn human! That bug earlier had ambushed it, causing blood to seep from its head, and now another damn human had attacked it. Although the python's intelligence wasn't high, it could sense that Chen Xian's strength was extraordinary. It coiled itself up, preparing to strike. However, seeing this, Chen Xian merely curled his lips slightly, his eyes full of disdain. A mere second-tier beast might be a nightmare for an average second-tier ability user, likely requiring 3 or 4 of them to handle. But Chen Xian was no ordinary ability user. A mythical level ability was no joke. He sneered, "Let me see how strong you really are." With that, Chen Xian's figure flickered, and he leaped into the air with momentum. The icy sword, already retrieved from his spatial ring, was gripped tightly in his hand, its dazzling, cold light causing the temperature in the entire library to plummet. The python seemed to sense Chen Xian's terrifying power as well. Its previously coiled body suddenly sprang forward. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed, and Su Qingxue was pushed back a few steps by the intense shockwave. When she looked up again, she saw a scene she would never forget. Chen Xian stood unscathed in midair, with an ice bridge beneath his feet. The giant python, however, had been struck down by Chen Xian, blood dripping steadily as its aura grew extremely weak. How is this possible? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. The incredibly handsome man before her possessed such overwhelming power. With a single strike, he had gravely injured the giant python. Was this truly a power that a human could wield? Su Qingxue couldn't help but shiver, feeling as though the surrounding air had dropped another 10 degrees. Nothing more than this, Chen Xian said with a cold smile. He had to admit, the boost to his strength from the mythical level ability was immense. In his previous life, facing a second-tier beast like this would have required at least third-tier strength to have a chance, or he might have ended up as the python's meal. However, the python before him now was nothing but an easy target for the current Chen Xian. He sneered again, wasting no time. Countless ice spears floated in the air around him. Witnessing this dreamlike scene, Su Qingxue felt as though her entire worldview was about to collapse. Although she had seen Li Heng's ability before, teleporting a few meters was nothing compared to the terrifying power Chen Xian was now displaying. Hundreds of ice spikes surrounded the area, an awe-inspiring sight that could leave anyone dumbfounded. Ice meteor. Countless ice spikes shot toward the giant python like meteors. The dense barrage of ice spikes rained down, making it impossible for the python to evade, even in its prime. Let alone now, when it was gravely injured, escape was utterly out of the question. The ice spikes unerringly struck the python. Bang! In an instant, countless ice spikes pierced through it, leaving it completely lifeless. In just 2 moves, a Tier 2 ferocious beast was utterly annihilated. The power of this godlike ability was truly astonishing. Behind him, Su Qingxue stared at the scene in utter shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, so many students in the library had fallen victim to this giant python. Even the only ability user, Li Heng, had been slain. Yet this mysterious man before her had effortlessly killed the python in just 2 moves, his overwhelming strength shattering her perception of reality. Chen Xian noticed Su Qingxue behind him but paid her no mind, merely regarding her as an insignificant woman. After slaying the python, Chen Xian wasted no time. He walked straight up to the python, and with a single slash of his extreme frost sword, he peeled back its skin, revealing the bright red inner core beneath. TSK, the inner core of a Tier 2 python, what an incredible amount of energy it contains. Looking at the still warm inner core in front of him, Chen Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of desire. The energy contained within this inner core, combined with the energy accumulated in his body from the moonlight tier earlier, was enough to allow him to break through from the second tier to the third tier. With third-tier ice dragon abilities, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. After all, every tier advancement of the ice dragon ability brought significant changes, with a highly noticeable increase in power. Just as Chen Xian was about to pick up the python's inner core, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura rushing toward him, directly targeting his direction. He quickly summoned countless ice shields to protect himself. The next second, a terrifying explosion sounded, striking Chen Xian's ice shields. The ice shields formed by the ultimate ice actually developed large cracks. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel astonished. After all, the power of these ice shields was not weak, even bullets would struggle to cause any damage. Yet now, they had been harmed by an unknown entity. Boom! When Qin Xian tore away the ice shields, he saw a black figure rushing straight toward the giant python's inner core. Dare to snatch my core. Qin Xian let out a cold snort, and countless ice spikes shot straight toward the black figure. However, the black figure was incredibly fast, evading Qin Xian's ice spike attack and tightly clutching the core. It was only then that Qin Xian got a clear look at the black figure. It was a pitch-black dog, significantly larger than an ordinary dog, almost the size of a wolf. Its fur was messy and unkempt, giving it the appearance of a stray dog. Seeing the dog before him, Qin Xian's eyes couldn't help but widen. This dog overlapped with the image of the black dog in his memory. It's it, the mutated black dog that roamed the apocalypse for countless years, a 9th tier ability user, the Dog Emperor. That's right, this dog was a genuine 9th tier ability user in the apocalypse, with terrifying strength that was beyond comprehension. In the previous life, the Dog Emperor's reputation was extremely prominent. Its intelligence was extraordinarily high, and after struggling and surviving in the apocalypse for many years, its IQ was no less than that of humans. Qin Xian recognized the Dog Emperor at a glance because he had encountered it during an outing in his previous life. At that time, Qin Xian was still a 5th tier ability user, while the Dog Emperor was already at the 7th tier, ranking among the strong. Coupled with its terrifying SSS level ability, even 8th tier ability users might not have been its match. Not only that, the 7th tier Dog Emperor can fully speak human language and has quite a high IQ. Qin Xian had a particularly deep impression of it because when he first encountered the Dog Emperor, he was extorted by this guy and ended up giving it all the crystal cores he had. Although the Dog Emperor was not very ethical as a dog, it didn't eat people, so Qin Xian managed to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, he encountered the Dog Emperor again so soon. This guy had stolen his crystal cores in his previous life, and now, after his rebirth, it dared to snatch the giant python's inner core. But the current Dog Emperor was not the same as the one from his previous life. It was merely a 2nd tier peak dog now, and he was no longer the insignificant figure he used to be. His myth-level abilities were no exaggeration. The tables had turned. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he stared in the direction of the Dog Emperor. Hand it over, or I'll skin you alive. Qin Xian firmly believed that this guy could understand his words. The Dog Emperor's intelligence was very high, even when its strength wasn't particularly strong in the early stages. The Dog Emperor barked a few times, tightening its grip on the giant python's inner core with its claws. This guy was indeed as stubborn as ever, but Qin Xian was not about to back down. Woof woof woof. You mangy mutt, you won't learn your lesson without a little punishment. Without hesitation, Qin Xian drew his extreme frost sword in an instant. His figure flashed as he charged straight toward the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor's combat instincts were naturally sharp as well. Its eyes narrowed at the sight, and 7 or 8 streaks of purple lightning struck toward Qin Xian. This was the Dog Emperor's SSS level ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. It was precisely because of this SSS level ability that the Dog Emperor could run rampant in the apocalypse, its power truly terrifying. Even among the strong, few could stand against it. However, Qin Xian had already seen through the opponent's abilities, so he was not surprised. The SSS level lightning ability was indeed terrifying, but Qin Xian possessed the mythical level Ice Dragon ability and naturally felt no fear. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, countless ice shields appeared out of thin air around him, perfectly blocking the opponent's lightning attack. It had to be admitted that Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability was indeed formidable, as the lightning attack it unleashed caused significant damage to Qin Xian's ice shields. However, these attacks still couldn't break through his defenses. Within just 2 seconds, Qin Xian appeared in front of Dog Emperor, his long sword slashing down with overwhelming force. Dog Emperor hurriedly activated his ability to escape, and as a lightning-based ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder naturally provided an impressive speed boost. Thus, Dog Emperor fled at an extremely fast pace. The sword light descended, Dog Emperor evaded, and Qin Xian's sword struck the ground, causing the 9th floor of the library to collapse instantly. Without any hesitation, Qin Xian immediately used his ability, summoning countless ice walls to appear in front of Dog Emperor, encircling him completely. Escape? Dream on. Qin Xian sneered coldly, and countless ice spikes rose into the air. At his command, the ice spikes rained down toward Dog Emperor. Woof! Seeing the sudden scene before him, Dog Emperor's fur bristled, his face filled with bewilderment. This attack was simply too terrifying. Bang! Bang! The ice spikes fell one after another, and although Dog Emperor tried to block them with the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Qin Xian's ice spikes were more powerful and far too numerous to be fully countered. Many spikes struck Dog Emperor directly, sending him flying and slamming heavily into the ice wall behind him. This ice was the ultimate frost, exceptionally cold. Dog Emperor was directly directly injured by Qin Xian, his body covered in frost. Yet, possessing an SSS-level ability, he still managed to stand up, his gaze filled with unprecedented caution, and the thought of fleeing had already taken root in his mind. Earlier, while wandering outside, he had sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the python's inner core. If he had known Qin Xian was this powerful, he would never have come here, not even if it killed him. Boom! As the dog emperor stood up, countless purple divine thunderbolts shot straight toward the ice wall. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a gap was blasted into the ice wall. Seeing this, the dog emperor planned to squeeze through the gap and escape. Qin Xian naturally took all of this in, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. This was the dog emperor, truly a paragon among dogs. Even in the late apocalypse, as a 9th-tier powerhouse, it could raw plunder and crawl through dog holes with ease. After all, to rise from being just a dog to the 9th tier and earn the illustrious title of Dog Emperor, it undoubtedly had its extraordinary qualities. However, Qin Xian would not just stand by and watch it escape, especially not with the giant python's inner core in tow. Escape? Dream on. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, his speed suddenly accelerating as he shot forward in an instant. He then hovered mid-air, countless layers of ice covering the entire 9th floor of the library. Frost began to form on the dog emperor's body, and the appearance of this extreme ice greatly restricted its speed. Qin Xian sheathed his longsword, leaned forward, and delivered a heavy punch directly onto the dog emperor. Bang! The terrifying force of the punch landed instantly. Oh whoa! It should be noted that while the ice dragon controlled the power of ice, it was inherently a member of the dragon race. The physical enhancement provided by Qin Xian's ice dragon ability was nothing short of terrifying. The dog emperor howled in pain, knocked to the ground by the punch, and the giant python's inner core scattered onto the floor. The corners of Qin Xian's mouth curved upward as he stepped forward, grasping the inner core in his palm. After briefly sensing the energy within the core, he stored it in his spatial ring. Then, Qin Xian's gaze fell upon the dog emperor. The dog emperor leapt to its feet, this time looking at Qin Xian with a hint of fear in its eyes. This human was truly powerful. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The dog emperor barked twice, its demeanor submissive, with a hint of flattery. Qin Xian naturally understood what this creature meant. It was nothing more than realizing it couldn't defeat him after seeing the inner core taken, and now it wanted to beg for mercy and avoid further conflict. This dog was indeed quite clever. However, a different plan began to form in Qin Xian's mind. In his previous life, the dog emperor, as a formidable figure, was feared by all despite being a dog. No one dared to underestimate it, let alone attempt to tame it. But now, it was merely at the peak of the 2nd tier, far from its 9th tier strength in the past life. At this moment, there might be an opportunity to tame this creature. If he could successfully tame it, Qin Xian would gain a future 9th tier powerhouse as an ally. Moreover, it would be a top-tier 9th tier powerhouse with an SSS-level purple divine thunder ability, an invaluable asset. Therefore, Qin Xian naturally couldn't let the dog emperor leave so easily. Want to leave? The dog emperor barked twice in quick succession, nodding repeatedly. Qin Xian smiled and said, "You stole my things, and now that you realize you can't beat me, you want to call it quits? Where in the world is it that easy?" Hearing this, the dog emperor knew it was in the wrong. It let out a low bark, its gaze fixed on Qin Xian, as if asking what he intended to do. "I've heard that dog meat is quite delicious. The meat of an awakened dog must be even tastier. How about I enjoy a good meal?" Woof woof. Facing Qin Xian's threat, the dog emperor's fur instantly stood on end. Eat dog meat? Wouldn't that be self-destructive? Woof. It immediately took a few steps back, its eyes showing unprecedented vigilance, fearing that Qin Xian might actually eat it. "I won't eat you, but you must acknowledge me as your master and follow me obediently from now on." After Qin Xian finished speaking, the dog emperor shook its head. As a dog that had awakened a special ability, and possibly the only dog with an SSS level ability, the dog emperor naturally had its own pride and could not easily submit to a human. Not agreeing? Woof woof. Qin Xian sneered coldly, "Then I'll beat you until you agree." This dog's temper is really something. Only by beating it into submission will it yield. With that, Qin Xian didn't hesitate, his figure shot toward the dog emperor like an arrow, and his fist, as large as a sandbag, suddenly came crashing down, landing squarely on the dog emperor. Although the dog emperor possessed the special ability of the purple mist divine thunder, under Qin Xian's suppression, it had no chance to use it and took punch after punch. Woof, woof 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 woof. The sound of a dog's barking echoed throughout the 9th floor of the library. A man and a dog were chasing each other inside the building, Qin Xian in hot pursuit, while the dog emperor fled desperately ahead. Qin Xian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, he had been miserably tricked by the dog emperor, who had stolen all the good things from him. The worst part was that he hadn't dared to fight back at the time because he simply couldn't win. Now, having returned to this life, he could finally take his revenge, chasing and beating the dog emperor to his heart's content. He was overjoyed, absolutely ecstatic. Watching this scene, Su Qingshue's throat moved slightly, her face full of confusion. What was going going on? A man and a dog were fighting in the library? Even more astonishing, the dog seemed to be quite formidable, capable of releasing lightning. Su Qingxue wanted to escape, but there were zombies outside, leaving her with nowhere to go. The surrounding air was bone-chillingly cold, and the extreme frost had caused the temperature of the entire space to plummet below freezing. The dog emperor was knocked to the ground by a punch from Chen Xian, letting out a pitiful yelp. Its body was covered in bruises, and its dog face, in particular, had been beaten beyond recognition. It was doubtful that any female dog would find such an ugly dog emperor appealing. Stupid dog, want to keep fighting? Stupid dog? Hearing this name, the dog emperor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but obediently shook its head. To be honest, it was terrified of Qin Xian. This man was simply inhuman, too terrifying. It had no chance of winning. Seeing the dog emperor in such a state, Qin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to submit to me? This time, dog emperor didn't dare to refuse. It barked twice in quick succession and nodded firmly. There was no other choice under the eaves. Even a dog must bow its head. Unable to fight back, it could only choose to join. Now that's more like it. Oh whoa. The corners of Qin Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and his heart was filled with excitement. This silly dog would one day become the renowned dog emperor, and having it was equivalent to gaining the assistance of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Moreover, this dog was incredibly shrewd and would bring Chen Xian considerable support in the future. Chen Xian walked forward with a cheerful smile, looked at the dog emperor lying on the ground, and gave it a kick. Oh woof, woof woof. The dog emperor howled in pain, looking at Chen Xian with a resentful gaze. Let me tell you, I'm giving you a chance this time and sparing you from being stewed. But if you dare have any other sneaky thoughts, I'll pluck all your fur, toss you into an iron pot, and stew you into a pot of dog soup. Got it? Woof woof woof. Seeing Chen Xian's genuine expression, the dog emperor shivered and nodded repeatedly. This human was truly terrifying. Since you're following me, I'll give you a name. Forget it, from now on, I'll just call you Silly Dog. The name rolls off the tongue. Silly Dog. Hearing these two words, the dog emperor's fur instantly bristled, and it shook its head repeatedly. This name was simply an insult to Lord Dog's reputation. Are you still upset? Chen Xian kicked directly at dog emperor. The latter let out a pitiful whimper and looked at Chen Xian with a hint of grievance. Alright, I'll give you a new name. Let's call you Dog Emperor, the king among dogs. How about that? Dog Emperor. Its dog eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with excitement. Perfect, this name couldn't be better. The king among dogs, this is how a dog should be. Dog Emperor barked happily a few times and spun around in circles on the spot. Dog Emperor is your formal name, but I'll call you Silly Dog as your nickname. It sounds more pleasant. Dog Emperor? Woof woof woof. Its previously excited expression froze instantly. Oh woof. Although somewhat displeased, Dog Emperor wisely chose to remain silent. After all, with such a majestic formal name, a nickname was merely how the master addressed it, so it wasn't a big deal. In front of its master, Silly Dog was fine. Out in the world, it was the renowned Dog Emperor. Looking at this silly dog, Qin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Today's gains were significant. The inner core of a 2nd-tier python was enough to elevate his ice dragon ability to the 3rd-tier level, and now he had a silly dog with an SSS-level purple sky divine thunder ability. Although this creature had temporarily submitted to him due to its lack of strength, Qin Xian was confident he could earn its loyalty. It was already evening outside. Although the sky had not completely darkened, it was gradually growing dim. Qin Xian had no intention of leaving in a hurry. Traveling at night was unsafe, with visibility hindered. At this moment, the most important thing for him was to absorb the giant python's inner core into his body, advance to the 3rd tier, and enhance his strength first. No matter the time, improving one's strength was always the key. He glanced at the 9th floor of the library. There were no other survivors left. Oh, no, there was still one woman. Su Qingxue stood in the corner, dressed in a white long dress and black knee-high boots. However, due to the giant python's attack, her dress was already tattered and covered in dust. Despite this, her stunning beauty remained undeniable. As the campus belle of Northern Su Academy, Su Qingxue's appearance undoubtedly matched the aesthetic preferences of most male students. However, Chen Xian knew that this young woman was not as simple as she seemed. She was undoubtedly calculating, even carrying a hint of a green tea persona. But none of this concerned him. He didn't care. After merely casting a faint glance at Su Qingxue, Chen Xian said nothing, turned around, and walked to the side, nudging Dog Emperor with his foot. Stop lazing around here. Go stand guard over there. I'm about to break through. As he spoke, Chen Xian took out the giant python's inner core from his spatial ring. The crimson core radiated immense energy, and just a whiff of it made one's pores feel invigorated. Looking pitifully at the giant python's inner core in Chen Xian's hand, Dog Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. This item was also highly beneficial to it, capable of helping it break through to the 3rd tier. How could it not yearn for it? Stop staring. Once I break through, I'll definitely find 2nd tier and 3rd tier crystal cores to help you advance. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll reach the 9th tier. Chen Xian casually made this promise. enormous. Hearing this, Dog Emperor immediately nodded happily and obediently stood guard nearby, ready to fight at any moment. Although this creature seemed a bit silly, its combat power was by no means weak. Even against a third-tier ability user, it would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Moreover, since the apocalypse had just begun, third-tier ability users had yet to appear, so there was naturally nothing to fear. Chen Xian sat cross-legged, placing the giant python's inner core beside him. He activated his Ice Dragon ability and began absorbing the energy within the core. It had to be said, although the giant python's inner core was only at the second tier, the energy contained within it was extremely formidable. Moreover, Chen Xian was already close to a breakthrough. If it weren't for the sudden awakening of his second ability last time, his Ice Dragon would have long since advanced to the third tier. Of course, Chen Xian had a calm and steady personality. Even while fully focused on absorbing energy, he still allocated part of his attention to monitoring his surroundings, especially keeping an eye on Dog Emperor's movements. After all, this foolish dog had just pledged allegiance to him, and Chen Xian could not possibly trust it completely. If it dared to harbor any malicious intent, he would not hesitate to halt his breakthrough and stew this foolish dog. Fortunately, Dog Emperor was clever enough to understand how terrifying Chen Xian was, so it dared not make any moves and obediently stayed by his side. Also crouching nearby was Su Qingxue. She cautiously observed Chen Xian's direction, seemingly lost in thought, with a trace of fear in her eyes. Time passed bit by bit, and the sky outside grew darker. As Chen Xian progressed in his breakthrough, the temperature on the 9th floor of the library gradually dropped, plummeting to tens of degrees below zero. Even though Su Qingxue was some distance away from Chen Xian, the chill still made her feel an unbearable coldness. Helpless, she had to search for some unused clothing left by others on the 9th floor to wrap herself in. The aura grew increasingly intense, forming a vortex around Chen Xian, as if carrying an ancient and mysterious presence. Dog Emperor's fur stood on end, and it looked toward Chen Xian with fearful eyes. This was not because Chen Xian's combat power suppressed it, but because the aura emanating from him instinctively filled it with awe. The Ice Dragon, a being of extremely noble bloodline among all creatures, exuded an aura of dominance that filled Dog Emperor with awe. It lay prostrate on the ground, gazing at Chen Xian, as a few inexplicable thoughts arose in its mind. Although it had submitted to Chen Xian out of helplessness, choosing to yield in order to survive, it now seemed that this master was far from ordinary, capable of unleashing such a terrifying aura. Following him might actually be a wise choice, Dog Emperor mused to itself. A terrifying aura emanated from Chen Xian. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with intense joy. I did it! Tier 3 Ice Dragon ability. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the terrifying aura and power coursing through his entire body, his excitement evident. The might of the Ice Dragon ability was undeniable, and breaking through to Tier 3 had caused a tremendous leap in Chen Xian's strength. A Tier 3 ability user might not be much in the later stages of the apocalypse, but in the current world it was absolutely top-tier combat power. Moreover, Chen Xian's Ice Dragon ability was of mythic grade, making him unafraid, even when facing Tier 4 ability users. His current strength was on the verge of surpassing the peak of his previous life, leaving Chen Xian thrilled beyond measure. The Dog Emperor, seeing Chen Xian's breakthrough, quickly approached, standing by his side, wagging its tail incessantly and licking his pant leg. Chen Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. Don't worry, as long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly twice. Chen Xian smiled faintly, stretched his muscles a little, and felt an uncontrollable eagerness to test his current strength. Third-tier Ice Dragon ability, truly terrifying. Why you, hello. Just as Chen Xian was lost in thought, a crisp voice broke the silence of the 9th floor of the library. Following the sound, Chen Xian looked over and saw Su Qingxue cautiously meeting his gaze under the dim light. Boom! What is it? Chen Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, Su Qingxue slowly stepped forward, tears streaming down her cheeks, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Big brother, my name is Su Qingxue. I'm from Subei Academy. All my schoolmates died trying to save me. Could you help me? Su Qingxue's soft and delicate voice, coupled with her appearance, would have made most people agree without hesitation. However, Chen Xian had encountered many women in his previous life and naturally wouldn't be easily swayed. Su Qingxue's looks were indeed remarkable, ranking among the top 3 even compared to the women from his past life. Her figure and demeanor were captivating, but asking him to take on a burden? That was absolutely impossible. No. Chen Xian rejected her outright, his cold voice leaving Su Qingxue stunned. She hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively. After all, she was a delicate and beautiful girl, the goddess and campus belle of Subei Academy. Chen Xian's resolute rejection left her momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. After a brief pause, she finally said, Big brother, you're so powerful, you must have a lot of red crystals on you, right? Could you give me one? Su Qingxue asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, you know the purpose of that thing? Chen Xian became a bit more curious about her words. At the beginning of of the apocalypse, it was surprising that someone already knew the function of crystal cores, truly intriguing. Su Qingxue nodded, then shook her head. I have a classmate named Li Heng. He said he awakened an ability because of that red crystal and could teleport instantly. But he was eaten by that giant python while saving me. Big brother, you're so powerful. You must have awakened an ability too, right? Chen Xian was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't expected someone to be lucky enough to successfully awaken an ability using a first-tier crystal core and an S-level teleportation ability at that. The probability of this happening was extremely slim. Awakening abilities through crystal cores largely depends on personal talent, and someone like Li Heng, who awakened an S-level talent, could definitely be considered outstanding. However, unfortunately for him, his luck wasn't good. In the early stages, teleportation abilities aren't very powerful. When faced with a second-tier beast, there was no escape, and he ultimately met his end in the mouth of the giant python. That's right, I've awakened an ability. Hearing Chen Xian's affirmative response, a trace of joy flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. Big brother, then, could you lend me one crystal core? I promise I'll return it to you in the future. I want to awaken an ability too, to avenge my classmates and kill more zombies and monsters. They all died because of me. As she spoke, Su Qingxue broke into tears, her voice trembling with emotion. For those unaware of the truth, her feelings might genuinely seem moving. But Chen Xian had long seen through this woman. She was definitely a scheming green tea. Avenging her classmate? I think she's more likely the root cause of her classmate's troubles. In his previous life, Chen Xian had encountered too many women like her and was already immune to their tricks. He let out a cold laugh, sizing up Su Qingxue with interest, his gaze wandering over her. Giving you the crystal core isn't entirely out of the question. Really? Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Su Qingxue's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling with excitement. Could it be that she really had a chance to awaken her abilities and become stronger? Having just witnessed Chen Xian's battle with the giant python, her heart was filled with envy. She was clever and understood that the best way to survive in the apocalypse was to grow stronger. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to play the victim, hoping to win Chen Xian's sympathy and get his help in awakening her abilities. She thought her act was convincing, but she underestimated Chen Xian's insight and, even more so, his indifference. He was the type who wouldn't act without seeing tangible benefits. If she wanted to gain something from him, she'd have to offer something in return. Of course it's true, but what do you plan to trade for it? Chen Xian's lips curved slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Trade? Su Qingxue hadn't expected Chen Xian to demand something in exchange. Big brother, I'm just a weak woman. What could I possibly have to trade? Don't worry, once I awaken my abilities, I'll definitely repay you well. Oh, promises without substance? I'm no stranger to this trick. Chen Xian's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself that such tactics were completely ineffective. On him, I'm someone who only values immediate benefits. Since you have nothing to offer in exchange, then forget it. With that, Chen Xian turned to leave. Wait, Su Qingxue panicked. How could she let Chen Xian just walk away like that? If he left, she definitely wouldn't survive on her own. At this moment, she had almost nothing of value on her, and if there was anything of worth, it was probably herself. But she had guarded her purity for 20 years, never even holding hands with another man, all in hopes of one day meeting a wealthy and handsome man to change her fate. Yet now, she had no other choice. Big brother, what do you think of me? Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Although she was full of schemes and exuded a strong green tea vibe, there was no doubt that she had never shared a bed with another man. For her, this being her first time, it was natural for her to feel nervous. Chen Xian turned back with a smile, carefully sizing her up. He couldn't help but admit that Su Qingxue's figure and looks were indeed impressive. She was undoubtedly at a goddess level, not inferior to certain female celebrities. Barely acceptable. Barely acceptable? Hearing this, she was almost furious. No one had ever described her like that before. But in order to awaken her abilities, Su Qingxue, Chen Xian heard this and revealed a slight smile. This woman was somewhat interesting. He could naturally tell that Su Qingxue was still a virgin, but her ambition was not small. However, awakening supernatural abilities was not as simple as imagined. A slight misstep could lead to failure or even becoming a zombie. Moreover, using higher-level crystal cores to awaken abilities would increase the chances of success. Nonetheless, Chen Xian had no intention of telling her this. Whether she succeeded or not had nothing to do with him. Alright then, I'll reluctantly agree. Chen Xian smiled faintly. However, this smile did not seem so warm in Su Qingxue's eyes. Although the man before her was handsome and powerful, their relationship was nothing more than a transaction. Through just a few brief exchanges, Su Qingxue understood that this man was absolutely not someone she could easily control. Chen Xian glanced at the dog emperor beside him and kicked it. What are you standing there for? Go guard the door. You really have no sense at all. Wolf, the dog emperor let out a resentful whimper. Without hesitation, Chen Xian took out 10 first-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring and casually tossed them to the dog emperor. emperor. Woof woof woof. The dog emperor looked at the crystal core in front of him and instantly became excited, his enthusiastic barking carrying a hint of exhilaration. Without any hesitation, the dog emperor quickly ran to the side and began absorbing the crystal core. Meanwhile, Su Qingshue's gaze was fixed tightly on the crystal core on the dog emperor, her eyes flashing with a trace of brilliance. It was this very thing that had awakened Li Heng's abilities. A surge of envy rose in her heart. How could even a dog obtain 10 crystal cores, while she could only earn one by selling herself and enduring humiliation? It was utterly unfair. However, Su Qingxue was unaware that the dog emperor's value far exceeded her imagination. She wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Are you going to undress yourself, or should I help you? Chen Xian spoke coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Between him and her, it was merely a transaction. If it weren't for her somewhat attractive appearance, Chen Xian wouldn't have bothered with her at all. Of course, since she had willingly come to him, he wouldn't refuse. Although Chen Xian wasn't someone ruled by lust, he certainly wasn't a eunuch. Faced with such temptation, how could he not take advantage of it? Besides, with the long night ahead, why not indulge in some pleasure? Su Qingxue immediately felt humiliated. The chastity she had preserved for 20 years was now being taken away in such a manner. However, after a moment of contemplation, she hesitated no longer and slowly removed her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. It had to be said, Su Qingshue's body was absolutely flawless. Her fair skin exuded the fragrance of purity, smooth and delicate. Even Chen Xian's heart couldn't help but stir. Faced with such temptation, what man could remain indifferent unless he were a eunuch? Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Chen Xian naturally had no intention of suppressing his desires. Come here. His voice was calm, yet carried an unusual undertone, like the calm before a storm. Su Qingxue seemed to sense what was about to happen. She bit her lip lightly and slowly stepped forward, her eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. Not long after, the dimly lit 9th floor of the library grew warmer. Under the flickering candlelight, two bodies intertwined. The distance between them vanished rapidly, and the woman's cries echoed throughout the 9th floor. After all, it was her first time, accompanied by intense pain, and Chen Xian had no intention of showing tenderness. A transaction was a transaction. There was no room for lofty emotions. To him, Su Qingxue clearly did not deserve pity. Outside, the long night stretched on. The moon shone faintly, and zombies roamed the campus. Meanwhile, Dog Emperor hid nearby, quietly absorbing a first-tier crystal core. Although the energy from the first-tier core was somewhat meager for him and couldn't help him break through to the second tier, it was better than nothing. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. The sudden storm on the 9th floor of the library had finally subsided. Chen Xian glanced at Su Qingxue, who was slumped in the corner, trembling. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke brought a sharp tingling sensation. He hadn't stopped all night, relentlessly pressing forward. Traces of blood on the floor bore witness to the fact that none of it had been a dream. With his evolution into a third-tier ability user, his physique had undergone significant changes. Perhaps it was related to the Ice Dragon's abilities, which greatly enhanced his close combat skills. Su Qingxue, however, was not so fortunate. Chen Xian's extraordinary physique left her to bear all the suffering. Her throat was hoarse, and the pain in her lower body was as if it had been torn apart, a pain she had never experienced in her life. The tears at the corners of her eyes had long dried, but the tear stains remained clearly visible. A first-tier crystal core, take it and use it. Chen Xian kept his word, taking out a first-tier crystal core from his spatial ring and tossing it to Su Qingxue. This crystal core was enough to help her awaken her abilities, but the success rate couldn't be guaranteed. Seeing the crystal core in front of her, Su Qingxue's calm face revealed an expression of excitement. After all, her efforts last night were all for this. The blood and sacrifice had finally brought her a reward. Thinking of the immense power Chen Xian had displayed, a look of longing unconsciously appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. She also wanted to possess such strength. How do I use this? Su Qingxue raised her head, her dry throat barely managing to form the words. The shouting from the night before had left her voice extremely hoarse. You just hold it in your hand and focus your mind on sensing the energy within it. Chen Xian didn't hold back, as there was no need to hide something like this. All right. Following Chen Xian's instructions, Su Qingxue sat on the ground, tightly clutching the first-tier crystal core. Not long after, the energy within the crystal core began to flow through her arm and into her body. Chen Xian didn't leave. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, observing. He was very curious to see if Su Qingxue could awaken her abilities, and if she did, what kind of abilities they would be. Meanwhile, Dog Emperor slowly walked over to Chen Xian's side, waiting quietly. The energy surged into Su Qingxue's body, and at first, everything seemed perfectly normal. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt an immense pain, as if something inside her body was undergoing a mutation. Immediately after, her fair skin became hard and wrinkled, her nails grew uncontrollably, her face aged rapidly, and her thoughts began to fade away. Fear flickered in her eyes eyes, she couldn't understand why she had turned into this horrifying state. Wasn't she supposed to gain supernatural powers? It failed. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and calmly said, awakening supernatural powers inherently carried great risks. If one's talent was insufficient, they would end up as a zombie. It could be said that one step forward led to heaven, while one step back led to hell. Of course, if Chen Xian intervened and promptly cut off the energy from the crystal nucleus entering her body, Su Qingxue might not have turned into a zombie. But he had no intention of doing so. Their transaction was merely for a crystal nucleus. He wasn't a sycophant and had no reason to waste his own powers to save her. Besides, even if he saved her, she would never be able to awaken supernatural powers in the future and would ultimately remain an ordinary person. In this apocalyptic world, life for ordinary people was far from pleasant, especially for someone like Su Qingxue, a beauty without the ability to protect herself in the apocalypse. The most likely outcome would be becoming a plaything for those in power. Therefore, for her, death might be the best ending. Soon, Su Qingxue completely lost her consciousness and turned into a zombie. What a pity. You weren't destined to awaken supernatural powers, so just die peacefully, Chen Xian said indifferently, his gaze cold and detached. As a zombie, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with endless killing intent and an innate thirst for blood. Chen Xian glanced at Dog Emperor. I'll leave it to you to handle. Woof woof. This low-level first-tier zombie was no match for Dog Emperor. It charged forward, and lightning instantly descended, striking the zombie's body directly. This kind of purple heaven divine thunder was something a first-tier zombie could not withstand, turning it into charred remains in an instant, never to rise again. Dog Emperor picked up a first-tier crystal core from Su Qingxue's corpse and obediently handed it to Chen Xian. Here, you can use it. A first-tier crystal core was of no value to Chen Xian. With his current third-tier strength, a first-tier crystal core offered him negligible help, so he had no need for it. Only a large number of second-tier crystal cores could contribute to enhancing his strength. Woof! Dog Emperor wagged its tail and began gnawing on the crystal core. In the morning, Chen Xian took out some food from his spatial ring and devoured it ravenously. Although ability users were powerful, they still needed food. However, he hadn't stockpiled supplies, so the food in his spatial ring was limited to some instant noodles and compressed biscuits. But in the apocalypse, these were already considered rare delicacies, especially in the later stages of the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Chen Xian pondered silently. The supplies in his spatial ring were running low, and he needed to find more food. Ideally, cooked food, as his spatial ring had a preservation function. Food stored inside would remain steaming hot even after 180 years. Looks like I need to go out and gather some supplies to store in the spatial ring. That way, I won't have to worry about food and drink in the future, Chen Xian thought to himself. After making up his mind, he prepared to leave the library. He gave Dog Emperor a kick. Let's go, dumb dog, time to head out. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice in response, and the man and dog swaggered out of the library. Unfortunately, Dog Emperor was too ugly and not suitable as a means of transportation, otherwise, Chen Xian could have ridden on its back to save some energy. The pair was extremely conspicuous, and the wandering zombies around them were no match at all. Chen Xian didn't even need to lift a finger. Dog Emperor's lightning strikes took out quite a few zombies, and it happily went to collect the crystal cores. Chen Xian had no interest in the first-tier crystal cores, so they ended up benefiting Dog Emperor. As the two passed by the dormitory building, a few figures peeked out from the windows. Seeing them take down a good number of nearby zombies, the onlookers became excited. Hey, classmates, which department are you from? You're amazing. On the second-floor balcony, about 4 or 5 figures were cautiously lying down, one of the blonde students shouting excitedly. Chen Xian lifted his eyelids and saw that they were a few students, presumably survivors. He couldn't be bothered to respond and continued walking outside with the Dog Emperor. Hey, buddy, give us a hand, will you? Yeah, can you take us out of here? Exactly. The group pleaded repeatedly in excitement. They had been trapped in the dormitory for over 2 days, and the food in their room was almost gone. With zombies everywhere outside, they didn't dare venture out. Seeing Chen Xian pass by today was like spotting a savior, their eyes filled with excitement. Rely on yourself for everything. When the apocalypse arrives, no one will truly help you. If you feel fear, you might as well end your life early. Chen Xian glanced at the group and said indifferently, in this apocalypse, it is a paradise for the strong but a hell for the weak. If your heart is filled with fear, it's better to end it early and suffer less. He wouldn't help others without reason, nor would he act as anyone's babysitter. Everyone must walk their own path. By saying these words, he had already given them the greatest help. Of course, that's assuming they could understand. If they couldn't comprehend and continued hiding upstairs, then they could only wait for death. After speaking, Chen Xian left without hesitation, leaving the group bewildered. As for their plans, Chen Xian didn't care at all. Walking out of the school gate, Chen Xian originally planned to head toward the large supermarket in the city center. After all, in the early stages of the apocalypse, many food items in large supermarkets bullets had not yet been contaminated. Once stored in his spatial ring, he wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. However, standing at the school gate, Chen Xian frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. He noticed that the number of zombies on the street had increased, bustling and crowded. What concerned him even more was that these zombies were moving in groups toward a specific direction, completely ignoring him and Dog Emperor standing nearby. It was known that the scent of humans was a huge temptation for zombies, yet they seemed indifferent to it. Could something have happened? Chen Xian pondered silently. It seems something has happened in the southwest direction. For a zombie tide to appear in the early stages of the apocalypse, it's probably not simple, he muttered to himself. The southwest direction is originally a suburban area, usually sparsely populated. Thinking about it, he became somewhat intrigued and decided to go take a look. With his mind made up, Chen Xian nudged Dog Emperor. Let's go, follow them and see. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked excitedly twice and then followed Chen Xian toward the southwest. The speed of the man and dog was extremely fast, covering 20 to 30 kilometers in just half an hour. In front of Chen Xian was a dense horde of zombies, numbering over 10,000. These zombies were attacking a military camp guarded by soldiers outside. This is the temporary safe zone of the 4th Military District. Seeing the military camp, Chen Xian finally recalled its location. Due to the large number of zombies in the city, the 4th Military District had established a safe zone here, stationing quite a few soldiers. However, the current situation in the 4th Military District is not optimistic. Outside the safe zone, countless zombies are attacking from all directions, their sheer numbers terrifying. Although firearms are being used for defense, ammunition is limited. Moreover, the zombies' physical constitution has long since changed, and unless the bullets hit critical areas, they are unlikely to be lethal. More importantly, among these zombies, quite a few second-tier zombies have appeared. Looking at the horde of zombies in front of him, especially those second-tier zombies, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement. Second-tier crystal cores were still of some use to him. I didn't expect so many second-tier zombies to appear so quickly. Could there be some special circumstances? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, curiosity welling up in his heart. The number of second-tier zombies was considerable, reaching several hundred. Moreover, it was evident that something was commanding these second-tier zombies from behind, enabling them to launch such a coordinated attack on the safe zone of the 4th Military District. However, regardless of what was orchestrating these zombies, he wouldn't let a single second-tier crystal core slip through his fingers. Besides, Dog Emperor might also have a chance to break through because of this. Prepare for battle. Those second-tier crystal cores can help you break through, Chen Xian said. Woof woof woof. Hearing his master's words, Dog Emperor appeared exceptionally excited, his face full of joy. Soon, the man and the dog charged into the zombie horde, beginning a massive slaughter. For Chen Xian and Dog Emperor, these first and second-tier zombies were nothing at all. Although second-tier zombies were much stronger than first-tier ones, to Chen Xian, they were only slightly more powerful, still mere ants. With the activation of the extreme cold sword, a single slash from him could kill dozens of zombies. Things are bad, Commander Shui. There are too many zombies, and the eastern defense line is about to be breached. The voice of the 2nd Battalion's 3rd Company commander was filled with urgency, and Shui Yang's expression turned grim. What's the status of the ammunition consumption? Shui Yang asked. The consumption is significant. Although these zombies are only first tier, their defense is astonishing. If we don't hit specific vital spots, it's hard to kill them with a single shot. The 3rd Company commander swallowed nervously and replied. When the apocalypse began, they had led the army out of the inner city and established a safe zone to fend off zombie attacks. However, they hadn't expected to face a massive zombie siege just a few days later, including second-tier zombies, which was undoubtedly a huge problem. Currently, the military district lacked an arsenal. Although they had some weapon stockpiles, these were consumables. Once used up, they were gone. Shui Yang frowned deeply, fully aware that the situation had become extremely critical. But he couldn't retreat. Behind him were the leaders and numerous high-ranking officials of the military district, all of whom were key figures in Subei City. What is the status of the losses among the ability users in the military district? Although the apocalypse had only just begun a few days ago, the military district's response was quite swift, and ability users had gradually awakened among the soldiers. After all, with such a large base population, some ability users were bound to emerge. Hearing Shui Yang's inquiry, the 3rd Company commander's expression turned somewhat grim. The losses among the ability users are significant. More than 20 have already died. Most of our ability users are at level 1, with only one reaching level 2, but even so, they are unable to withstand such a massive number of zombies. More than 20 ability users lost? Shui Yang felt a pang in his heart. These were the military district's precious assets. Out of all the soldiers, only 53 had awakened abilities, and now half of them were gone. How could he not feel heartache? Damn it, no matter what, the safe zone must not fall. Go, reinforce the eastern side. The defense of defensive line must not be breached. Yes, sir. The 3rd Company commander saluted and quickly went to deploy troops to support the eastern side. However, unfortunately, the military district was currently short on manpower, and ammunition and weapons were also extremely limited. Facing such a massive wave of zombies, everyone was struggling to hold their ground. Shui Yang narrowed his eyes and turned to walk into the safe zone. Inside the central military tent. Report. Enter. Shui Yang strode inside. This military tent was the gathering place for the top brass of the 4th Military District. Sitting at the head was the leader of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua, known as Old Yang. Old Yang enjoyed immense prestige in Huaxia. He had joined the military in his youth, exuding righteousness, with sharpness gleaming in his eyes. To Old Yang's right sat the second in command of the district, Su Yuanting, who happened to be Su Hao's grandfather. Inside the tent were several other district leaders, numbering 7 or 8 in total. Shui Yang, what's the situation outside? Old Yang was the first to ask, and the others all turned their gaze toward him. Shui Yang sighed, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Old Yang, the situation outside is grim. The number of zombies is overwhelming, and the eastern defense line was almost breached just now. Hiss. Upon hearing Shui Yang's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. So many zombies, where on earth had they come from? The 4th Military District had barely managed to settle here, only to face an attack. Old Yang, with so many zombies outside, I think it would be better to retreat. Su Yuanting narrowed his eyes, already harboring thoughts of withdrawal. Several other district leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, rather than fighting to the death here, it would be wiser to retreat and regroup. Exactly, survival is the most important thing. That's right. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Old Yang let out a cold snort. Retreat? Retreat to where? Subei City is full of zombies. The surrounding cities have also fallen, and the outside is swarming with zombies. Even if we old folks can escape by helicopter, what about the soldiers? Are we supposed to send them to their deaths? A cold glint flashed in Old Yang's eyes. Retreat? As high-ranking officials, they could certainly manage it. After all, the military district still had a few helicopters. But what about the soldiers? For Yang Hua to abandon the rank-and-file soldiers and escape on his own was something he could never do. After he finished speaking, no one at the scene dared to say another word. Su Yuanting lowered his head, secretly glancing at Old Yang, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. However, he said nothing further. After all, Old Yang was the head of the 4th Military District. Let's go. I want to see just how terrifying these zombies really are. Even if I die, I will die alongside my soldiers. Old Yang let out a cold snort and stood up. Though advanced in years, he was far from frail. Having served in the military in his youth, his body bore the marks of countless battles fought amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Looking at the elderly man before him, Shui Yang was filled with admiration. It wasn't just him, there wasn't a single soldier who didn't revere Old Yang. This was what a true soldier looked like. Yes, sir, Shui Yang shouted excitedly, following closely behind Old Yang. The other military district leaders dared not hesitate and quickly followed suit. Only Su Yuanting lagged behind, letting out a cold snort, his eyes flickering as if lost in some unknown contemplation. After a moment, he resolutely followed in the footsteps of the others. Outside the safe zone, hordes of zombies launched an attack, the sounds of battle deafening, as if tearing the entire world apart. The surging tide of zombies was terrifying, their numbers so vast that it was an intimidating figure. Soldiers, I am Yang Hua, standing with you. As soldiers, we should sacrifice ourselves on the battlefield for our country. Today, I will join you in facing death. Hearing his words, the soldiers on the field were greatly encouraged. If their commander was willing to die with them, what was there to fear? Of course, they would fight with all their might. However, the number of zombies outside was simply overwhelming, densely packed like locusts, impossible to kill them all, and their ammunition was far from sufficient. As a result, several defensive lines were on the verge of collapse. Even though there were some with special abilities, their numbers were too few, and their strength insufficient. Facing this endless horde of zombies, they felt a wave of helplessness. Damn it, is there really no way out? Shui Yang's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he felt a deep despair in the face of such an enormous tide of zombies. Boom! Just as everyone had resigned themselves to certain death, a terrifying explosion suddenly rang out, and countless zombies in the distance fell in droves. All eyes turned in unison toward that direction. Even Yang Lao, Su Yuanting, and the other military leaders were drawn to the northwest. There, a blurry figure appeared, seemingly accompanied by a black dog. But that dog was clearly no ordinary creature, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, countless zombies instantly fell to the ground, never to move again. This is an SSS-level superpower, an extraordinary strength, and Dog Emperor has even reached the 2nd-tier level. Facing these 1st-tier zombies is simply a massacre. Stupid dog, let me try those 3 2nd-tier zombies. I want to see what their strength is like. Chen Xian was filled with curiosity about the strength of 2nd-tier zombies. After all, 1st-tier zombies posed almost no threat to him him and lacked any real lethality, but he was full of anticipation for second-tier zombies. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice and then flew to the other side. Wherever the purple lightning passed, countless zombies fell to the ground. Chun Xian sneered, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the 3 second-tier zombies. An ice spike materialized out of thin air and, under his control, shot straight toward the chest of one of the second-tier zombies. Bang! The terrifying ice spike flew out like an arrow, piercing the zombie's chest with precision. Without suspense, the chest of the second-tier zombie was penetrated, the chilling air surged, and it fell to the ground. Ha! Chen Xian stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. That's it? This is a second-tier zombie? Too weak. With just one move, it was easily killed without any sense of struggle. It seemed that the strength of second-tier zombies wasn't much different from that of first-tier zombies. Of course, this wasn't because the second-tier zombies themselves lacked strength, but because Chen Xian's power was simply too overwhelming. A myth-level superpower, third-tier strength, whether in terms of power or the level of his abilities, second-tier zombies were no match for him. If it were an ordinary second-tier superpower user, facing this second-tier zombie wouldn't be so effortless. After all, the strength of this second-tier zombie was several times greater than that of a first-tier zombie, and its physical toughness and attack power were on a completely different level. Since this is all the strength you have, there's no need to keep you around. Chen Xian sneered, drawing his extreme frost sword. The sword's light flashed, and the second-tier zombie in front of him was instantly killed. Another second-tier zombie lunged at him, but its attack was far too slow for Chen Xian. He slightly shifted his body, easily dodging it, and then another ice spike pierced through the opponent. So pathetic. Chen Xian chuckled lightly and shook his head. The extreme frost sword in his hand kept swinging, instantly slaying several zombies. He did not continuously use his abilities. Although the Ice Dragon ability was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. Using it against these first-tier zombies was truly a waste. Moreover, after killing these zombies, there were still the people from the 4th Military District. While this zombie-slaying operation might be a life-saving favor for the people of the 4th Military District, Chen Xian was not naive enough to believe that they harbored no ill intentions. In the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. Besides, these zombies he killed, he had no intention of leaving the crystal cores for the people of the 4th Military District. These were critical strategic resources, especially the second-tier crystal cores, which were not to be underestimated. Chen Xian and Dog Emperor, one on the left and one on the right, were killing zombies at an astonishing speed, causing massive losses to the zombie horde in an instant. This scene caught the attention of many soldiers from the 4th Military District. Hiss, who on earth are that man and dog? They're terrifying. Shui Yang swallowed hard, speaking in shock. He considered himself well informed, but witnessing the battle of Chen Xian and Dog Emperor still left him utterly astonished, unable to hide the awe in his eyes. Although his subordinates included ability users, even the most elite second-tier ability users couldn't match their speed in killing zombies. To think there are such terrifying ability users, truly formidable. Indeed, I never imagined that the combat power of ability users in the apocalypse could be this fearsome. Beside Elder Yang, many high-ranking officials of the military district couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was their first time witnessing such a powerful esper, and the shock of this strength almost overturned their understanding. Su Yuan Ting glanced sideways at Chen Xian, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes, which quickly disappeared and was buried deep in his heart. Good. It seems that our 4th military district still has hope, with such a strong ally to assist us. A faint smile appeared on Elder Yang's aged face. The combat prowess of Chen Xian and the Dog Emperor was simply terrifying, instantly slaughtering countless zombies, with casualties reaching 1/3 in their numbers sharply dwindling. Yet, for some reason, the remaining zombies suddenly launched an attack in unison, then began retreating like a receding tide. Witnessing this scene, a hint of curiosity flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. These zombies are actually retreating? It must be noted that Chen Xian, having survived in the apocalypse for many years, naturally understood that these first and second-tier zombies had extremely low intelligence. Not only was it difficult for them to launch large-scale attacks, but it was also impossible for them to retreat in such an orderly manner as they were doing now. This method of retreat was more akin to that of a well-trained army. Could it be that someone is controlling these zombies from behind the scenes? His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the retreating backs of the zombies, silently speculating in his heart. If there really was a mastermind behind this, then things just got interesting. To launch a zombie horde of this scale, including a considerable number of second-tier zombies, the force behind it must be extraordinary. Interesting, truly fascinating. A glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He then gave an order in the direction the zombie horde had departed. Dumb dog, follow these zombies and find out where their lair is. The Dog Emperor's purple sky divine thunder ability not only allowed it to unleash the power of lightning but also provided an incredible boost to its speed. Coupled with this dumb dog's exceptional stealth capabilities, it was absolutely reliable for tracking tracking the zombie's destination. After all, in his previous life, the Dog Emperor had climbed all the way to the 9th tier, so it was naturally no ordinary being. Woof! The Dog Emperor drooped its head, clearly reluctant to go. Chen Xian gave it a kick. Hurry up. I'll give you half of these 2nd tier crystal cores to help you break through to the 3rd tier. The number of these 2nd tier zombies was quite significant. Although many zombies had retreated, at least 300 2nd tier zombies had died here, and 2nd tier zombies were guaranteed to have crystal cores inside them, which meant there were over 300 2nd tier crystal cores right in front of them. Such a quantity was enough for Dog Emperor to successfully break through to the 3rd tier. Hearing Chen Xian's promise, Dog Emperor immediately showed an excited, silly grin. Woof woof woof. It wagged its tail happily and even wanted to go forward to lick Chen Xian's calf, but Chen Xian kicked it away. Hurry up, and if you lose track of those crystal cores, don't even think about getting them. After Chen Xian finished speaking, Dog Emperor barked twice solemnly and then quickly ran in the direction where the zombie horde had retreated. The zombie horde was massive and densely packed, so Dog Emperor hiding among them was naturally not a problem. Seeing this, Chen Xian smiled faintly, his eyes filled with curiosity. What exactly could drive so many zombies? Was it a person, or something else? If it was a human, that would be truly interesting. A slight smile appeared on Chen Xian's face, and then his gaze shifted toward the location of the 4th Military District. At this moment, the 4th Military District had just repelled the zombie horde's attack. Countless soldiers cheered with excitement, feeling as if they had been given a new lease on life. Perhaps it wasn't their merit, but they had survived. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian slowly walked toward the 4th Military District. He was also somewhat curious about these high-ranking figures. In his previous life, the highest he had reached was as a 5th tier ability user, and the ability he awakened was only an A-level 1, which was far from enough to attract the attention of these high-ranking individuals. However, now, everything was different. Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Yang Hua, the person in charge of the 4th Military District. At the entrance of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua, accompanied by a group of elders from the 4th Military District, gathered around, their eyes revealing a mix of joy and curiosity. Regarding this unfamiliar young man, everyone was naturally curious, but due to his formidable presence, none dared to scrutinize him without restraint. Yang Hua? These two words were not unfamiliar to Chen Xian, or rather, no one in Huaxia would find him unfamiliar. This elder was worthy of respect. Born into poverty, he joined the military at a young age, experienced countless battles, and through his own hard work and perseverance, eventually became the head of the 4th Military District. He was a just and upright man, a rare and commendable official. Chen Xian had also heard of his stories in his previous life. However, after laying the foundation for the 4th Military District in the early days of the apocalypse, Yang Hua suddenly passed away for some reason. Memories of Yang Hua flashed through Chen Xian's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of respect, though it was only a trace. With the apocalypse upon them, Chen Xian had only one belief in his heart: interests above all else. Old Yang, you're too kind. Chen Xian smiled faintly and waved his hand. May I ask your esteemed name? Chen Xian. Chen Xian? Upon hearing these two words, the numerous military district leaders exchanged glances, a hint of curiosity flashing in their eyes. They were certain they had never heard this name before. Mr. Yang and everyone else, there's no need to be polite. The reason I acted was for these zombie crystal cores. These crystal cores are all mine. After speaking, Chen Xian revealed a faint smile, his gaze exuding a trace of calmness. Although Yang Hua is very powerful and worthy of respect, what does that have to do with Chen Xian? What he pursues are the crystal cores. As for the people of the 4th Military District, he had never considered establishing deeper connections. There was simply no need. As for giving up benefits for no reason, that was even more impossible. Hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone's expressions instantly changed. After the apocalypse began, they all understood the importance of crystal cores. Not only could they enhance the abilities of superhumans, but they were also a medium for ordinary people to awaken their powers. It was imaginable that with the terrifying strength of superhumans, the future would undoubtedly belong to them, making these crystal cores invaluable and the most precious resource in the apocalypse. The zombies before them numbered over 10,000. Even if the probability of a first-tier zombie possessing a crystal core was between 30% and 40%, there would still be at least over 3,000 first-tier crystal cores. More importantly, among these corpses, there were not only first-tier zombies but also quite a few second-tier zombies. The energy contained in second-tier crystal cores was even more terrifying. However, as soon as Chen Xian spoke, he demanded all the crystal cores. This undoubtedly meant that the efforts of the 4th Military District would be in vain, and all the benefits would go to Chen Xian. Well, brother Chen Xian, our 4th Military District also contributed a lot and suffered heavy casualties. 1/3 of these zombies were killed by us. How about this? Could you share some with us? Just 1/5 would be enough. Shui Yang was the first to speak. He was well aware of the heavy losses caused by this battle, with both ordinary soldiers and superhumans suffering greatly. Such a heavy price, if it yielded nothing, would be too much of a loss. Shui Yang's words garnered the agreement of other leaders from the military districts. That's right, our 4th military district also made significant sacrifices and suffered heavy losses. Exactly, young man, you're also from Huaxia. You should have a sense of collective responsibility. It's not easy for us either. That's right, young man. As a citizen of Huaxia, it's only right to make some sacrifices, isn't it? These military district bigwigs were all shrewd individuals, and their emphasis on resources was evident. These crystal cores were strategic resources, so they were naturally unwilling to hand them all over to Chen Xian. Even though he had just saved their lives, human nature is such, and this is especially true for those in high positions. In their eyes, the value of life paled in comparison to benefits. As a result, they began to morally coerce Chen Xian, throwing around terms like selflessness and collective consciousness, piling on one lofty label after another. It was as if refusing them would make him a selfish and despicable villain. If it were anyone else, they might have backed down. After all, giving up 1/5 of the crystal cores wasn't a big deal. However, they were dealing with Chen Xian. Selflessness? Collective consciousness? To hell with that. It was nothing more than greed. For benefits, dressed up with some high-sounding excuses to justify themselves. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over these military district bigwigs. That sharp, icy gaze was devoid of any emotion, like an ancient beast, striking fear into their hearts. In his eyes, these people were not humans but merely prey. Gentlemen, have you forgotten something? If I hadn't stepped in just now, you'd all be dead by now, wouldn't you? Chen Xian sneered coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His words instantly left Shui Yang and the numerous military district bigwigs stunned, especially those standing behind him, whose expressions turned particularly grim. Indeed, without Chen Xian's intervention, their lives would likely have been forfeit, and the entire 4th military district would have faced total annihilation. After all, they were utterly incapable of resisting such a terrifying wave of zombies. However, in the face of such lucrative crystal core profits, they were still unwilling to back down. I let you live, but it seems you don't know how to cherish it and even want to take my things. Truly greedy. Chen Xian's words were calm yet struck straight to the heart, mercilessly exposing the actions of everyone present. However, it seems you fail to understand that not only can I kill those zombies, but I can also deal with you. What right do you have to morally coerce me? He sneered coldly, his gaze flickering with mockery and killing intent. He respected Elder Yang, but that respect had its limits. If his own interests were threatened, everyone would have to pay the price. Besides, how many of these military bigwigs were truly decent people? Chen Xian would not easily trust these individuals, as anyone who had climbed to such a position was bound to be deeply scheming. Hearing Chen Xian's words, the faces of the military district bigwigs grew even darker, and Su Yuanting was no exception. After all, Chen Xian's threat was blatant and humiliating. Once upon a time, they were all powerful figures in the military districts, commanding armies, while Chen Xian, before the apocalypse began, was nothing more than an obscure ordinary man. Being threatened by an ordinary person was truly hard to swallow. Kid, don't get too arrogant. Standing before Zhang Bei, even in death, I won't let you succeed. As soon as the words fell, a man dressed in a major's military uniform stepped forward, coldly staring at Chen Xian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Zhang Bei, who had been the captain of a special forces unit before the apocalypse, became one of the first awakened ability users after the apocalypse began. He possessed an S-level ability, with a body as tough as steel. At the same time, he was the only second-tier ability user in the 4th military district. With his formidable strength, he had slain numerous zombies during the recent zombie tide. Otherwise, the entire 4th military district might have already collapsed. However, in Chen Xian's eyes, the opponent's strength was utterly insignificant. It could be said that an S-level second-tier ability user was no different from a first-tier zombie in his view. They were all mere ants, easily crushed with a flick of his finger. The only difference was that Zhang Bei before him was a slightly stronger ant. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze shifted, and several ice spikes suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Bei. He didn't even have time to react, staring blankly at the ice spikes exuding an intense chill before him, a wave of fear surging in his heart. The cold was terrifying, the temperature shockingly low. Just the chill from the ice spikes alone made him feel a deep sense of dread. I advise you not to act rashly, or these ice spikes will take your life in an instant, Chen Xian said in a calm yet resolute voice, which fell into Zhang Bei's ears. Although he hadn't directly felt the power of the ice spikes, his instincts told him that Chen Xian could easily end his life at any moment. This overwhelming strength filled him with immense fear, leaving him frozen in place, not daring to make a move. Others were also dumbfounded by the scene, completely unable to react. All right, Elder Yang spoke, his aged voice full of vigor and carrying an undeniable authority. Today, thanks to young brother Chen Xian, otherwise, my 4th military district would have been completely wiped out. These crystal cores should all all go to him. After speaking, he looked at Chen Xian, his aged face showing a hint of apology. I'm sorry, young brother Chen Xian. Earlier, it was our 4th military district's mistake. I will have the soldiers collect all the crystal cores and hand them over to you. No matter what, today we owe it all to you. Otherwise, my soldiers would have suffered total casualties. I owe you a favor, and if you ever have a request in the future, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Elder Yang's words carried a sense of solemnity. He was well aware that today's situation was resolved thanks to Chen Xian's intervention. Otherwise, his soldiers would likely not have survived. The other military district leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance. That was an extremely valuable strategic resource, and now it was all being handed over to Chen Xian just like that? But Elder Yang had already spoken, and with the 4th military district being unmatched, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it, feeling a pang of pain in their hearts. As for Elder Yang's arrangement, Chen Xian merely gave a faint smile, without any particular thoughts about it. After all, they wouldn't give up these crystal cores, but Chen Xian was confident he could retrieve them with his own strength. As for Yang Lao's favor, it didn't hold much significance for him. With his mythical level abilities like Ice Dragon and Plunder, his 3rd-tier powers, and a Dog Emperor possessing SSS level abilities, his strength was already far ahead of the rest of the world. In other words, if Chen Xian couldn't accomplish something, Yang Lao certainly wouldn't be able to either. However, he didn't intend to refuse. In that case, thank you, Yang Lao, he replied with a smile. Yang Lao smiled faintly and then instructed Shui Yang, who was standing nearby, have the soldiers collect the crystal cores and hand them over to brother Chen Xian as soon as possible. Yes, Shui Yang immediately saluted and then turned to make arrangements. Brother Chen Xian, please wait a moment. All right. Chen Xian smiled faintly, understanding that collecting the crystal cores would take some time. With so many soldiers working together, it was estimated to be completed within half an hour. He glanced at Zhang Bei, and with a thought, the ice spikes instantly melted into streams of water, falling to the ground. Zhang Bei also regained his composure slightly, stepping back 2 paces, not daring to clash with Chen Xian. The oppressive aura emanating from Chen Xian was overwhelmingly strong, making him even begin to doubt whether Chen Xian could truly kill everyone present if the agreement hadn't been reached earlier. More importantly, this guy not only possessed such strength but also had such thoughts, which filled him with immense fear. 15 minutes later, Chen Xian continued waiting in place when he suddenly heard several dog barks. Turning his head, he saw Dog Emperor rushing toward him, its massive figure leaving everyone in the 4th military district stunned. Woof woof woof. Dog Emperor ran up to Chen Xian, barking excitedly as if it had made a major discovery. Found something? Chen Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked excitedly several times, wagging its tail. Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Of course, it wasn't time to go yet. He needed to collect all the crystal cores first. He didn't fully trust these military district big shots, as these crystal cores were a significant resource. Go, keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to stash away crystal cores, don't be polite with them. After Chen Xian finished speaking, Dog Emperor immediately began patrolling without hesitation. After all, a portion of these crystal cores was destined for its stomach, so how could it let these people embezzle them? Therefore, it patrolled with extraordinary seriousness and caution. Others, seeing the Dog Emperor in such a state, couldn't help but marvel. Shui Yang curiously observed the figure of the Dog Emperor. I never thought a dog could awaken supernatural abilities. Xiao Zhang, what do you think of this dog's strength? Zhang Bei squinted his eyes in the direction of the Dog Emperor and said in a low voice, I'm afraid I'm no match for it. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, not only Shui Yang but also the other military district leaders were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. It must be noted that Zhang Bei was currently the strongest in the 4th military district, a 2nd-tier ability user with an S-level ability, firmly in the top echelon. Such strength, yet inferior to a dog? This was simply laughable. Although unwilling to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Zhang Bei felt immense pressure emanating from the Dog Emperor. The black fur of the dog was surrounded by purple lightning, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Looking at the Dog Emperor, the military district leaders couldn't help but show a hint of envy in their eyes. If they could obtain this dog, wouldn't it mean having a powerful ally by their side? Soon, all the crystal cores had been collected. Looking at the pile of crystal cores stacked like a small mountain, the military district leaders and soldiers were all envious, but they knew these belonged to Chen Xian and had nothing to do with them. Brother Chen Xian, there are so many crystal cores that they're hard to carry. How about this? Our 4th military district can help you store them, and you can come to retrieve them anytime. What do you think? One of the military district leaders said with a smile. After all, the sheer number of crystal cores was too much for Chen Xian to take away on his own. It would be better to let them keep them for him, and Chen Xian could come to collect them whenever he wanted. But once the crystal cores were in their hands, it wouldn't be so easy for Chen Xian to take them back in the future. Others saw this and chimed in one after another. Exactly, brother Chen Xian. Why not leave these crystal cores here for safekeeping? Yeah, how could we possibly embezzle your crystal cores? Looking at the faces of these military district bigwigs in front of him, Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery. He understood their intentions all too well. Handing over the crystal cores to them for safekeeping and trying to retrieve them later would probably be harder than climbing to the heavens. Well, thank you so much, Chen Xian said with a slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a faint smile. Seeing this, the military district bigwigs were overjoyed, thinking that Chen Xian had agreed to leave the crystal cores here. This way, they could use them directly. As for whether the crystal cores could be returned to Chen Xian in the future, that was a matter for another time. They believed that future people would find a way. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Xian slowly walked toward the crystal cores. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and all the crystal cores vanished in an instant. The scene before them left everyone in disbelief. What kind of method is this, disappearing into thin air? This technique is terrifying. So many crystal cores disappeared in an instant. It seems he has some kind of storage artifact. Such an item is a divine treasure. Seeing the method Chen Xian displayed, the expressions of everyone present changed. The eyes of those military district bigwigs gleamed with a hint of greed. This kind of ability was incredibly useful to them. Su Yuanting scrutinized Chen Xian from head to toe, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. He pondered silently if he could recruit Chen Xian to his side, who in the entire 4th military district could rival him? Thinking of this, Su Yuanting couldn't help but feel even more excited. As the deputy commander of the 4th military district, he had long coveted old Yang's position. However, this old man had too much prestige and supporters behind him, making it nearly impossible to replace him before the apocalypse. Yet, the arrival of the apocalypse made everything possible. However, Chen Xian had no interest in the thoughts of these military district bigwigs. In his belief, strength was the true king in the apocalypse. These people vying for power and profit were not worth his attention. Once he achieved the rank of a 9th-tier powerhouse, everyone who saw him would have to show him respect. With the crystal cores in hand, Chen Xian glanced at the crowd and prepared to leave. After all, he was very intrigued by the secrets behind the zombies. Given his and Dog Emperor's strength, investigating wouldn't pose much danger, so he decided to take Dog Emperor along for an exploration. Old Zhang, it's getting late. I should take my leave, Chen Xian said indifferently. He had no intention of forming deep ties with the people of the 4th military district, not even with old Yang, this highly respected elder. Wait a moment, young brother Chen, old Yang suddenly spoke. Chen Xian looked over curiously. What else is there? I believe brother Chen's strength is already top tier in the apocalypse. Now that zombies are besieging the city, many civilians are displaced and facing life-threatening dangers. With your immense power, would you be interested in joining my 4th military district to contribute to Huaxia? Elder Yang's intention to recruit was evident. For a powerhouse like Chen Xian, he hoped to enlist him to make a contribution to Huaxia. But upon hearing Elder Yang's words, Chen Xian rejected him without hesitation. Sorry, I'm used to living alone and have no plans to join any other forces. Join the 4th military district to rescue ordinary civilians? That was out of the question. In the apocalypse, a selfless saint wouldn't survive long. In his previous life, he had witnessed the filth of human nature, so he had no intention of playing the good guy. Want his help? Sure, but only if the benefits are in place. Asking him to selflessly contribute for free? Sorry, no way. Hearing Chen Xian's resolute refusal, Elder Yang's eyes inevitably showed disappointment. In his view, a powerful ability user like Chen Xian should have a sense of patriotism and help the people of Huaxia escape danger. While Elder Yang's thoughts were noble, Chen Xian knew he didn't understand the rules of the apocalypse. In this world, there was no such thing as patriotism, personal interests were paramount. Perhaps this was why the leadership of the 4th military district would change hands in the future, and Elder Yang's death might also be related to this. Chen Xian had heard rumors about this in his previous life, but he couldn't be bothered to care, nor did he even have the thought to warn him. After all, his relationship with Elder Yang was purely transactional, and he had no obligation to ensure his safety. Wait a moment, brother Chen Xian. If you join my 4th military district, with your strength, you could easily become a colonel commander or even a major general. Why not reconsider? Just as Chen Xian was about to turn and leave, Su Yuanting suddenly spoke, his eyes revealing a hint of fervor. He thought Chen Xian rejected Elder Yang's offer because the chips provided by Elder Yang were simply too meager. If he could increase the stakes, perhaps he could make the man work for him. After all, the rank of major general carries significant weight even in peacetime, let alone in the current apocalypse, where the status of soldiers has risen dramatically. Such a position as major general is enough to make countless people envious. Moreover, Chen Xian is just an ordinary civilian. Even though he possesses supernatural abilities, he is merely a slightly stronger civilian. A major general's position, there's no way Chen Xian wouldn't be tempted. Major general. Upon hearing these two words, all the soldiers present, including mid-level high-level officers like Shui Yang and Zhang Bei had eyes filled with envy. After all, this was the status and rank they had fought for their entire lives. Now, a young man could reach it effortlessly. How could this not stir feelings of jealousy? Hearing Su Yuanting's words, Qin Xian slightly turned his head, casting his gaze toward him, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yes, mockery. Not to mention the position of Major General. Even if the entire 4th Military District were offered to him, Qin Xian might not be moved. He was even curious if Su Yuanting knew that he had already killed his only grandson. Would his mental state collapse? Probably, it would completely shatter. But naturally, Qin Xian wouldn't bring up the matter to create trouble for himself. He simply shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Not interested. Farewell." With that, under everyone's stunned gaze, Qin Xian turned and left without hesitation, with Dog Emperor following closely behind. Just like that, one man and one dog departed, leaving the crowd with expressions of disbelief. Even Su Yuanting hadn't expected Qin Xian to reject his proposal. That was a major general, and he actually refused? Alright, quickly clean up the battlefield, Yang Lao said calmly as he surveyed the surroundings. In truth, he was also surprised by Qin Xian's boldness. This was the first time he had encountered such a person, truly extraordinary. Yes, everyone responded one after another, then turned to clean up the battlefield. Yang Lao turned around and silently glanced at Su Yuanting, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if pondering something. However, he said nothing and clasped his hands behind his back as he walked into the military tent. Leaving the 4th Military District, Qin Xian and Dog Emperor, one man and one dog, sprinted swiftly. Stupid dog, are you sure it's just ahead? Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly a few times. Earlier, it had been tailing that group of zombies and had seen with its own eyes as they entered a valley. That was definitely their hiding place. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian said nothing more, his expression turning serious as he quickened his pace. Before long, a canyon appeared in front of Qin Xian. The canyon was narrow and long, surrounded by silence, with the wind howling through, carrying a faintly eerie aura. Gazing at the place before him, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "It seems this is the place." The place the Dog Emperor mentioned was indeed here. The Dog Emperor wagged its tail in agreement. "Let's go, proceed cautiously, and don't alert the enemy." Although Qin Xian was not afraid of those low-level zombies, the sheer number of that zombie horde was overwhelming. Even after about a third of them had been slain, the remaining zombies were still astonishing in number. No matter how powerful Qin Xian and the Dog Emperor were, if surrounded by these zombies, they could still be drained of energy and die. Moreover, whatever was controlling these zombies from behind remained unknown. Better safe than sorry. This was something Qin Xian, who had survived in the post-apocalyptic world for years, understood all too well. The man and the dog cautiously crept forward. The narrow canyon appeared empty at first glance, but as Qin Xian and the Dog Emperor ventured deeper, the scene before them made him gasp sharply. Countless zombies stood neatly within the canyon, their terrifying numbers filling the entire space. These zombies stood silently, resembling a legion of motionless terracotta warriors, guarding their master's safety. It seems these zombies are far from simple. Qin Xian squinted his eyes, a trace of excitement and curiosity rising in his heart. Clearly, the previous speculation was correct. These zombies were being controlled. As for what exactly was controlling them, that remained uncertain. Godi's eyes were wide open. Qin Xian whispered, "Let's go, move closer to the center and see what's hidden there." These zombies were clearly guarding something. The man and the dog cautiously made their way up through the peaks on both sides of the canyon. Is that a human? When they reached the center of the canyon, Qin Xian saw that amidst the countless zombies, there was actually a human dressed in a black robe. The person was seated cross-legged on a high platform, surrounded by Tier 2 zombies acting as guards, with hundreds of Tier 2 zombies encircling them. However, the person was cloaked in black, their face obscured, making it difficult to discern their gender. Seeing that figure, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of curiosity in his heart. The man in the black robe before him was clearly the mastermind behind controlling these zombies. But strangely, Qin Xian had never heard of this person's name in his previous life. Logically speaking, someone capable of controlling so many zombies and creating such a terrifying zombie tide shouldn't be so obscure. Yet, Qin Xian indeed hadn't heard of anyone achieving this. The most likely explanation was that this guy didn't survive until the later stages of the apocalypse and had already died. Being able to control zombies and create a zombie tide, such an ability is absolutely extraordinary. I really want to know what his ability is and whether he has the heaven connecting mark on him. If he does, killing him would allow me to acquire his ability. Thinking of this, a trace of fervor flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. The black-robed man's ability was undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, being able to control so many zombies and create a zombie tide was no ordinary feat. If the opponent truly had the heaven connecting mark, Qin Xian could seize his ability, which was immensely tempting to him. Whether he has the heaven connecting mark or not, I can't let him go today. Such a powerful ability, if left unchecked, might become a major threat to me in the future. Damn it, I really don't know which guy is so formidable. incredible, actually killing nearly a third of the zombies. Forget it, forget it. If I can't provoke him, can't I just avoid him? A few more years of hiding, and I'll be the god of the apocalypse. He, I really am a genius. As expected, I am the man chosen by destiny. In the center of the canyon, a man in a black robe let out a gauge-eye laugh. Beneath the robe was a plump young man with a pale complexion, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and blackened lips, clearly the result of overindulgence. Boom! Just as Yu Xiaoyang was reveling in his excitement, a terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. Immediately after, two figures, a man and a dog, stepped through the air toward him. With each step the man took, a bridge of ice formed beneath his feet, sparkling with crystals. His movements were effortless and casual, walking through the air with grace and ease. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoyang's eyes widened instantly, shining with excitement. Isn't this Akiji? Sugoi. Walking through the air, this was Akiji's signature move from One Piece. As a devoted otaku, Yu Xiaoyang had a deep love for Japanese anime, especially *1 Piece*, which was his absolute favorite. He never imagined he would witness someone using a move like Akiji's in real life. Yu Xiaoyang was so thrilled he was on the verge of tears. However, moments later, he realized, wait, it seems like they're here to kill me, aren't they? That's right, Chen Xian and Dog Emperor had come to eliminate him. Yu Xiaoyang swallowed nervously and quickly ordered the zombies behind him, quick, stop them, don't let them get through. Beneath the black robe, his plump body was trembling with tension as he frantically issued commands. The zombies moved clumsily, and with Chen Xian and Dog Emperor walking through the air, the zombies below had no way to attack them. Each bolt of lightning unleashed by Dog Emperor killed countless zombies, a sight that left Yu Xiaoyang in a panic. He hurriedly commanded the second-tier zombies to surround him, curling up in the midst of the zombie horde, shivering in fear. Seeing Yu Xiaoyang in this state, Chen Xian was momentarily stunned. How could this man in the black robe be so cowardly? If he was this timid, why even bother wearing a black robe? It was almost laughable. Chen Xian chuckled softly, then began to walk unhurriedly in Yu Xiaoyang's direction. By controlling the formation of ice, he created an icy path in midair, enabling what could be called void walking. Though it appeared to be a simple technique, it was something that ordinary ice element ability users could hardly achieve. First, this level of ice control required an extremely high degree of mastery over one's abilities, which was beyond the reach of most ability users. Second, forming ice in midair consumed a significant amount of energy, and ordinary third-tier ability users, with their limited reserves, would find it difficult to sustain. Only someone like Chen Xian, a mythic-level ability user with an abundance of energy within, could perform such a feat. Moreover, the ice he created was incredibly sturdy, so there was no need to worry about it breaking underfoot. Looking down at the man in the black robe below, Chen Xian sneered and gave Dog Emperor a kick. The next moment, the man and the dog leapt down lightly, landing effortlessly in front of Yu Xiaoyang. However, they were immediately surrounded by hundreds of second-tier zombies. Seeing Chen Xian and Dog Emperor, Yu Xiaoyang swallowed nervously, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. Before the apocalypse began, he had been nothing more than an ordinary shut-in, a self-loathing, overweight recluse with no confidence. Later, he awakened his abilities, gained control over a large number of zombies, and gradually regained his confidence. The flames of his Chunibyo spirit began to burn brightly in his heart. I, Yu Xiaoyang, will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Chen Xian. Hurry up! Don't let them get close, take him down, Yu Xiaoyang commanded urgently. The second-tier zombies charged madly toward Chen Xian and Dog Emperor. In the narrow space, the area was packed with zombies on all sides. Chen Xian and Dog Emperor stood at the very center of the horde, but to them, no number of zombies was a threat. Chen Xian's heart stirred, and the extreme frost sword instantly appeared from the space ring, gripped in his hand. Seeing the long sword that appeared out of thin air, Yu Xiaoyang's eyes widened once again. Sugoi, what kind of trick is this? Chen Xian's display once again shocked Yu Xiaoyang. Bang! With a single slash, Chen Xian unleashed the endless power of frost, instantly killing 7 or 8 second-tier zombies that were about to pounce. Every step he took was accompanied by a sword strike, and each strike could kill several second-tier zombies. The over 100 second-tier zombies in front of him stood no chance against his attacks and couldn't keep up with his killing speed. Before long, Chen Xian had already approached Yu Xiaoyang, with only 30 or so second-tier zombies remaining in front of him. As for the first-tier zombies, with Dog Emperor around, Chen Xian had no need to worry at all. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him with great interest. That bloated face, short and chubby figure, scruffy beard, and somewhat sloppy appearance, with dark circles under his eyes and a face showing signs of overindulgence. Damn, isn't this just a deadbeat otaku? Chen Xian immediately understood in his heart. No wonder this black-robed man was so cowardly earlier. A deadbeat otaku, how could he not be cowardly? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a faint curve. Since that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about anymore. Chen Xian let out a cold snort, his figure flickering like a phantom. With a swing of his sword, the second-tier zombies were as fragile as paper in the face of the extreme frost sword, their defenses practically non-existent. In just a few seconds, all the second-tier zombies in front of Chen Xian were dead. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoyong was instantly stunned. What the hell is this? Is this even human? So terrifying. As a deadbeat otaku, the techniques Chen Xian just displayed were something he had only seen in anime. Fast, incredibly fast. Chen Xian's speed was even faster than when he played video games. It must be noted that in his previous life, Chen Xian had endured the trials of the apocalypse, and his combat instincts were undoubtedly terrifying. In this life, his ice dragon abilities further enhanced his physical body, making his strength something Yu Xiaoyong could not possibly compare to. Indeed, looks like you're the one controlling the corpse tide. Chen Xian smiled faintly, calmly looking at Yu Xiaoyong. You stay back. I know I can't beat you, but I'm not completely helpless either. Facing a life and death crisis, Yu Xiaoyong began to stammer, a faint fear showing in his eyes. Is that so? Then let me see what other tricks you have. As he spoke, an ice spike shot straight toward Yu Xiaoyong's body. The terrifying speed was so fast it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. With Yu Xiaoyong's abilities as a deadbeat otaku, he was utterly powerless to resist, not to mention he didn't even have the ability to escape. Just as the ice spike was about to pierce Yu Xiaoyong's brain, a sudden explosion rang out, and immediately after, the ground in front of Yu Xiaoyong shattered with a loud bang. Chen Xian's ice spike vanished in an instant. Tier 3 Corpse King. Looking at the zombie before him, Chen Xian's face revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, the ice spike just now had been blocked by this Tier 3 Corpse King. The zombie in front of him was no ordinary creature. It was a true Corpse King. A Corpse King is the ruler among zombies, capable of infinite evolution, even reaching the level of Tier 9, commanding the winds and rains, controlling countless zombies, and possessing immense power. In his previous life, he had heard of a Tier 9 Corpse King that triggered a massive zombie tide, directly breaking through multiple safe zone bases. In that battle, even a Tier 9 ability user had perished. The combat power of a Corpse King is absolutely terrifying. Among those of the same tier, ordinary ability users are no match for it. Chen Xian hadn't expected a Corpse King to appear here, even though it was only a Tier 3, far from the terrifying level of a Tier 9 Corpse King. But now, with the apocalypse just beginning, this Corpse King had already evolved to Tier 3. If left unchecked, it might truly become a Tier 9 Corpse King in the future. Perhaps this zombie was even the same Tier 9 Corpse King from his previous life. What's wrong? Scared now? I originally wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but in the end, my extraordinary nature still revealed itself. Yu Xiaoyong spoke with a hint of pride on his face, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. This was his ultimate trump card. Tier 3 Corpse King. It was precisely because of this Corpse King's existence that he was able to control so many zombies, causing a large-scale zombie tide that nearly broke through the 4th military district. Chen Xian shifted his gaze from Yu Xiaoyong to the Tier 3 Corpse King. To be honest, he didn't take Yu Xiaoyong seriously at all. Just a mere useless shut-in who happened to awaken a decent ability and luckily managed to control the Corpse King. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, with his capabilities, he wouldn't survive more than 3 days. What truly concerned him was the Tier 3 Corpse King before him. The combat power of a Corpse King was terrifying. In his previous life, he had no ability to contend with one. Back then, he was merely an A-level ability user, and against a Corpse King of the same tier, he could only be instantly defeated. But now, the situation was vastly different. The blessing of a mythic-level ability made him feel incredibly powerful, igniting a spark of battle intent in Chen Xian's heart. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a faint curve. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles anyway, so let's test the strength of this Corpse King. Speaking, Chen Xian gripped the extreme frost sword tightly, his eyes radiating intense battle intent. Yu Xiaoyong widened his eyes, thinking to himself, is he really going to fight? He had thought the appearance of the Corpse King would scare Chen Xian away, but unexpectedly, the latter actually dared to make a move. Without hesitation, Chen Xian instantly appeared before the Tier 3 Corpse King like a flash of lightning. The extreme frost sword slashed down, emanating waves of chilling air. Naturally, the Tier 3 Corpse King was not easy to deal with. A sharp glint flashed in its piercing eyes as its thick arm swung out, colliding with the extreme frost sword. The terrifying aftermath of the clash instantly forced Yu Xiaoyong to retreat a few steps. He hid to the side, quietly observing the battle between Chen Xian and the Tier 3 Corpse King. Bang! Chen Xian was forced back several steps by the power of the Tier 3 Corpse King, which was also pushed back a few steps. As expected of a Tier 3 Corpse King, the most terrifying existence among zombies. Its strength is actually on par with mine. Such power truly lives up to its reputation. Feeling the Corpse King's strength, Chen Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would have been cleaved in half by his sword long ago. After all, the extreme frost sword in Chen Xian's hand was a top-tier weapon, capable of slicing through iron like mud, yet it couldn't break through the Corpse King's defense. The toughness of its body was truly eye-opening. However, Chen Xian's interest only grew stronger. He wanted to test the limits of his own strength. Continue. With that, Chen Xian let out a cold snort. Countless ice spikes surrounded him, and the power of hundreds of ice spikes encircled his body. With a wave of his hand, countless ice spikes shot toward the Corpse King. If ordinary Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies merely experienced an increase in speed and strength, then the Corpse King could be described as a hexagonal warrior. Its speed, strength, and combat instincts were all terrifying. Facing the rapidly approaching ice spikes, the Corpse King reacted swiftly, dodging while launching attacks at Chen Xian. Several ice spikes struck its body, causing only minor effects without inflicting significant damage. Witnessing this, Chen Xian's eyes grew even more excited. The Corpse King had already reached him. Although its long, sharp claws couldn't compare to Chen Xian's extreme frost sword, they were far sturdier than most weapons. As one claw struck down, Chen Xian used an ice wall to block it. However, the ice wall's hardness was insufficient to withstand the Corpse King's continuous attacks. After several strikes, the ice wall shattered. Without hesitation, Chen Xian slashed out with his sword. Woof woof! Man and corpse engaged in an extremely fierce battle in the canyon, leaving Yu Xiaoyong, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly shocked. He had only managed to control the Corpse King by sheer luck, not because he was particularly powerful. Having controlled the Corpse King for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed its true strength. It was simply too formidable. Yet, in comparison, Chen Xian seemed even more terrifying. No, could it be that even the Corpse King can't defeat him? Watching Chen Xian's figure, Yu Xiaoyong instinctively shrank back. At this moment, Chen Xian and the Corpse King were locked in an intense battle, while the Dog Emperor behind him was also engaged in a massive slaughter. The Tier 2 zombies had almost been completely wiped out by him, and the remaining Tier 1 zombies were utterly incapable of resisting the Dog Emperor's purple heaven divine thunder. With each bolt of divine thunder, countless zombies perished. However, the consumption of the purple heaven divine thunder was significant. As a Tier 2 mutant beast, the Dog Emperor had already expended 1/3 of its internal energy. If the battle continued like this, it might also be worn down by the zombies. The Dog Emperor was well aware of this, so it moved through the zombie horde, using its claws to kill many zombies. Ultimately, though, the key to determining the outcome of this battle still lay with Chen Xian. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded as the Corpse King was forced back 5 or 6 steps by Chen Xian. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems you're nothing special after all. The Corpse King was indeed powerful. Even if the Dog Emperor broke through to the 3rd tier, it might still struggle to match him. But, unfortunately, the one standing before him was Chen Xian, whose mythic-level abilities were simply too terrifying. The energy within his body was incomparably pure, and his physique was exceptionally strong. After exchanging 100 moves, the Corpse King was already showing signs of exhaustion, with several wounds on his body, looking utterly disheveled. In that case, let me put an end to you. Chen Xian sneered as he slowly stepped forward, his gaze cold and merciless. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying rumble echoed from afar. Yu Xiaoyong looked up in confusion. The next moment, he was utterly stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Countless streams of water gathered above Chen Xian's head, surging in from all directions like a tide. Then, astonishingly, the water began to freeze into ice. But this was no ordinary ice, it was ice of the utmost extremity. The bone-chilling ice layer enveloped the entire canyon sky. Yu Xiaoyong felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his instincts telling him that this move was anything but simple. Chen Xian's energy was depleting rapidly. This technique had drawn upon the river water within a 3-mile radius, freezing it into ice to unleash a devastating attack. It could be said that this move not only had astonishing destructive power but also an incredibly wide range. Although it nearly drained all of his energy, Chen Xian still stood in midair, a faint smile on his lips. With a single thought, the ice spears in the sky rained down heavily like a storm. Most of the ice spikes were aimed directly at the zombie king, heading straight for its body. The remaining scattered ice spikes attacked the other zombies. What seemed like random fragments were actually incredibly powerful, almost guaranteeing death for these Tier 1 zombies. This kind of large-scale attack was nearly impossible to defend against. Boom! A massive ice spike smashed down toward the zombie king's head. Although the zombie king tried its best to resist, after such a prolonged and intense battle, its strength was already depleted. Coupled with the immense power of this strike, it could no longer withstand the attack. The massive ice spike shattered its defending arms and then came crashing down heavily, pinning it beneath. Countless Tier 1 zombies in the vicinity also perished under this move. Watching everything below, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Although this battle had nearly drained all his energy, the rewards were immense. The zombie king's body contained a crystal core. He slowly descended, his gaze fixed on Yu Xiaoyong. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyong was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The zombie king is actually dead, and it was a tier 3 zombie king. Yu Xiaoyong was utterly terrified. Without the zombie king, he was just an ordinary person. Although he possessed abilities, he had no combat strength to speak of. Moreover, due to years of self-isolation, his body was even weaker than that of an average adult. With the zombie king's death, countless zombies also lost their will to fight and frantically fled out of the canyon. While zombies had low intelligence, they were not entirely without it. If even the zombie king was dead, how could they not run? Chen Xian merely turned his head slightly to glance at the fleeing zombies, showing no concern for them. After all, to him, the energy in the crystal cores of these tier 1 zombies was already minimal and of little use. Holding the frost sword, he slowly walked up to Yu Xiaoyong. The latter collapsed weakly to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. "No, please don't kill me," Yu Xiaoyong hurriedly said. Chen Xian sneered and slowly spoke. "What is your ability, and why can you control this corpse king?" Hearing Chen Xian's question, Yu Xiaoyong began explaining without hesitation. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me, okay?" Yu Xiaoyong was so terrified that he was almost in tears, his eyes filled with endless fear. He was just an otaku who hadn't enjoyed enough of the wonders of the second dimension and absolutely didn't want to die. "You have no right to bargain with me. If you don't confess honestly, I won't be polite," Chen Xian snorted coldly. Yu Xiaoyong quickly nodded and hurriedly said, "I'll tell you. I awakened an ability called soul capture. It's an SSS level ability that can control others' souls. That tier 3 corpse king was something I encountered in an underground parking lot at the beginning of the apocalypse. At that time, it was seriously injured, and I happened to activate my soul capture ability, which allowed me to control it." Yu Xiaoyong held nothing back and quickly explained his ability and the origin of the corpse king in detail. Soul capture, an SSS level ability. It can control the souls of all things in the world, even including zombies. Moreover, this is an SSS level ability with terrifying power. However, this ability doesn't significantly enhance combat strength, which makes Yu Xiaoyong's overall strength not particularly formidable. After hearing this, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them, because in his previous life he had never heard of such a soul capture ability. It seemed that something must have happened in his past life that led to his untimely death. After all, this ability was truly powerful. Although it couldn't directly enhance strength, it could control others' minds. How could such a power be anything less than formidable? Then why did you attack the 4th military district? Chen Xian continued to ask. Yu Xiaoyong had actually taken the initiative to command the zombie horde to attack the 4th military district, which piqued Chen Xian's curiosity. Yu Xiaoyong dared not hide anything and quickly replied, because when the 4th military district left the city earlier, I wanted to seek refuge with them, but they drove me away. Plus, these zombies also need to devour humans, so I directed them to attack the 4th military district. After hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly, as if he understood. "May I leave now?" Yu Xiaoyong swallowed nervously and asked cautiously, "Do you have a Tong Tian mark on your body?" Tong Tian mark? Yu Xiaoyong was stunned for a moment, then quickly lifted his shirt, revealing his plump belly. On it was a black eye-shaped mark. "Are you talking about this?" "On the morning the apocalypse began, I woke up and suddenly found this on my stomach. I thought it was some kind of prank." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, sizing up Yu Xiaoyong. The pitch-black tattoo resembled an eye. As expected, his guess was correct. Yu Xiaoyong indeed bore the heaven-piercing mark. This was also the key to his awakening of an SSS-level superpower. "Come here." Chen Xian beckoned with his hand. Yu Xiaoyong froze, not understanding what he intended to do, a wave of nervousness surging in his heart. You're not going to kill me, are you?" Chen Xian did not answer. Yu Xiaoyong hesitated for a moment but eventually walked over obediently. He knew very well that without the protection of the tier 3 corpse king, Chen Xian could kill him effortlessly, leaving him no chance to escape. When he stood in front of Chen Xian, he saw Chen Xian's right hand rest on his shoulder. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt a powerful suction force emanating from his body. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyong was bewildered and panicked, wanting to flee but finding nowhere to go, firmly held in place by the suction. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Yu Xiaoyong felt the suction disappear. He fell heavily to the ground, while a trace of joy appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's eyes. It worked! That's right, the second ability Chen Xian just displayed, Plunder, successfully seized Yu Xiaoyong's ability. At this moment, a deep and jet-black pattern resembling an eyeball appeared on Chen Xian's abdomen, as if it were innate, attached to his body. This is the SSS level ability, Soul Capture. After plundering Yu Xiaoyong's ability, Chen Xian also understood the full capabilities of the Soul Capture ability. As expected of an SSS level ability, its power is immense. The Soul Capture ability can control others' souls. If the controlled person harbors rebellious thoughts, the controller only needs a single thought to annihilate their soul completely. Moreover, the capabilities of the Soul Capture ability go far beyond this. Each enhancement of the ability increases mental strength, enabling the user to launch mental attacks. If the soul capture ability is elevated to the 9th tier, a single thought could turn countless people into idiots. It can be said that this ability not only allows the user to control others' souls but also possesses the power of mental attacks, truly deserving its SSS level classification. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoyong was never able to unleash the true power of this ability. He merely controlled a corpse king, while he himself had no offensive power. This was because Yu Xiaoyong's ability level was only at the 2nd tier, and his long-term habit of staying up late watching videos had left his mental state somewhat weakened. Even as a 2nd tier ability user, he was unable to perform mental attacks. Such a powerful ability was reduced to waste in Yu Xiaoyong's hands. Of course, it can't be said to be entirely wasted, rather, 80% of the ability's potential remained undeveloped, which was truly a squander of its value. Now that the ability has been acquired by Qin Xian, he naturally knows how to use the soul capture ability to maximize its power. Moreover, as a reborn individual, his mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary ability users. Therefore, the soul capture ability can only unleash its greatest power in his hands. What is going on? Where is my ability? Why is my ability gone? Yu Xiaoyong felt the surge of his ability vanish and instantly panicked. As someone determined to become the strongest man in the apocalypse, his ability was his foundation. Now, his ability had disappeared, and he couldn't sense any energy at all, filling his heart with fear. He looked at Qin Xian, his eyes flashing with agitation. Did you steal my ability? Qin Xian did not deny it and calmly nodded. That's right. He really took my ability? In an instant, Yu Xiaoyong's heart was filled with despair, as if he had suffered a massive blow. Without his ability, he was like a helpless, overweight shut-in, completely unable to survive. In this apocalypse, with no hope of even staying alive, the outside was full of zombies, and the slightest mistake could turn him into their feast. Can you give me back my ability? I'm begging you, please, I'm begging you. Yu Xiaoyong fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming uncontrollably down his chubby face. Impossible. Qin Xian responded coldly. He felt no guilt in his heart. What a joke, this was the apocalypse. Guilt? Don't be ridiculous. If Yu Xiaoyong had been stronger than him, and he had been killed by the corpse king just now, would Yu Xiaoyong have felt any guilt? Moreover, the corpse tide Yu Xiaoyong triggered had killed so many people in the 4th military district. Had he ever felt guilty for those soldiers? In the apocalypse, one must put away their sympathy. As long as it strengthens you, there's no need for any guilt. This was Qin Xian's life creed. Qin Xian's words left Yu Xiaoyong stunned, his mind blank. Then, he raised his head to look at Qin Xian, his eyes filled with hatred. That soul-capturing ability was his foundation for survival in the apocalypse and his only path to realizing his dream of reaching the pinnacle. Now, Qin Xian had completely cut off that path. Without his ability, what could a useless fat shut-in like him do? Forget the corpse king, he couldn't even handle a first-tier zombie. Why did you do this? I've never wronged you. Yu Xiaoyong roared, venting the anger in his heart. As he thought back, he realized he had never offended Qin Xian. Why would the other party take away his ability? Qin Xian smiled faintly and calmly retorted, did the soldiers of the 4th military district who died because of the corpse tide ever wrong you? A simple rhetorical question left Yu Xiaoyong instantly speechless. Indeed, those soldiers had never wronged him, yet many of them perished in the tide of corpses, a disaster he had caused. Stop pretending. In the apocalypse, self-interest comes first. You've done nothing to offend me, but you possess something valuable enough for me to act. A man without guilt but with treasure invites disaster. You cannot bear such powerful abilities, so naturally, they should belong to me. Qin Xian's words pierced Yu Xiaoyong's heart like a dagger, causing his face to turn pale, his pupils to dilate, and beads of sweat to roll down his forehead. Indeed, Qin Xian made a valid point. He had never cared about the lives or deaths of others, so why should Qin Xian care about his? I see hatred in your eyes. In that case, you can go ahead and die. He disliked leaving potential threats behind, so Yu Xiaoyong had to die. With that, an overwhelming killing intent surged from Qin Xian. He could feel the intense hatred emanating from Yu Xiaoyong, a hatred so deep it was irreconcilable. Although he knew that this reclusive shut-in posed no real threat to him, Qin Xian wasn't willing to take even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Killing him would be simpler and put an end to everything. With a cold sneer, Qin Xian suddenly conjured an ice spike behind him. Staring at the bone-chilling ice spike, Yu Xiaoyong's face turned ashen with terror. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Before he could utter a word, Qin Xian willed the ice spike forward, sending it hurtling toward Yu Xiaoyong. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the ice spike pierced through Yu Xiaoyong's head, sending a spray of fresh blood into the air. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless, never to breathe again. After killing Yu Xiaoyong, Qin Xian searched his body, but found nothing of value. He then turned and walked over to the corpse king, removing the crystal core from its body. The corpse king's crystal core was completely different from those of ordinary zombies. It was entirely golden, pulsing with a terrifying energy. This was a corpse king crystal core. Qin Xian had never seen one of these in his previous life. Back then, only a single 9th tier corpse king had ever appeared, unleashing a terrifying corpse tide. It took 5 9th tier ability users working together to finally slay that corpse king. As for the mysterious uses of the corpse king crystal core, he had never heard of them. Seeing the corpse king crystal core in Chen Xian's hand, Dog Emperor ran over excitedly, its eyes glued to the core. Don't even think about it. I haven't used a corpse king crystal core before. Go gather up all the 2nd tier cores, Chen Xian said with a smirk, quickly storing the crystal core in his spatial ring. This corpse king crystal core is definitely not as simple as it seems. It might have some special effects. Chen Xian had never used it in his previous life, so how could he possibly give it to this silly dog? Woof. The Dog Emperor reluctantly glanced at it a few more times, almost drooling, but eventually turned around to pick up the 2nd tier crystal core. It understood that there was no way Chen Xian would give it the corpse king crystal core. The two quickly cleared the battlefield, collecting all the 1st and 2nd tier crystal cores. Adding those obtained earlier in the 4th military district, the number of crystal cores in Chen Xian's possession could now be described as a mountain. There were over 6,000 1st tier crystal cores and 312 2nd tier crystal cores. This was no small amount and was more than enough to help the Dog Emperor break through to the 3rd tier. Looking in Chen Xian's direction, the Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled with intelligence, filled with excitement. A 3rd tier Dog Emperor would undoubtedly see a significant increase in strength. However, Chen Xian squatted down with a smile, gently stroking the Dog Emperor's fur, and then said, "Don't rush. I'll help you break through, but you'll need to do something for me first." Do something? Emperor Dog was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Chen Xian meant. Then, Chen Xian slowly spoke, "Just now, I absorbed his ability, Soul Capture. I might as well use you to test this ability. What do you think?" That's right, Chen Xian intended to use the Soul Capture ability on Emperor Dog. This ability could control others, and naturally, it could control Emperor Dog as well. Moreover, Chen Xian's strength now surpassed that of Emperor Dog, and his mental power was also superior, so he had no concerns about failing to control him. He was well aware of Emperor Dog's potential and capabilities. If he could completely subdue him, Emperor Dog would undoubtedly become a great asset in the future. By using Soul Capture to gain control, Chen Xian could fully trust Emperor Dog. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Emperor Dog understood, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Chen Xian also realized that although Emperor Dog couldn't speak human language for now, his intelligence was not low. So, he waited quietly on the side for him to think it through. Of course, Chen Xian himself was no saint. If Emperor Dog refused today, not to mention helping him achieve the 3rd tier, he wouldn't even have the chance to leave here alive. After all, Emperor Dog's talent was so astonishing, and now that he knew about Chen Xian's 2nd ability, Plunder, the secret absolutely could not be revealed to outsiders. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Dog Emperor finally made a decision. It slowly stepped forward, licked Chen Xian's shoe, and then rubbed against his pants to show its affection. That's right, the Dog Emperor decided to follow Chen Xian. Having spent so much time with him, the Dog Emperor understood Chen Xian's extraordinary qualities, realizing he was far from ordinary. Therefore, following him would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Looking at the Dog Emperor's behavior, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. "Don't worry, you won't regret today's choice." Chen Xian had that much confidence. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly. "Alright, open your mind. I'm going to use my special ability now." Woof. The Dog Emperor nodded, then stood still in place. Chen Xian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly activated his soul capturing ability. In an instant, Chen Xian felt a certain connection form between him and the Dog Emperor. Shortly after, he realized that a strand of the Dog Emperor's soul had appeared in his mind. With just a single thought, this strand of soul would instantly dissipate, and the Dog Emperor would perish along with it. This was the marvel of soul capturing. It allowed him to draw another soul into his own mind, controlling their life and death. What a powerful ability. With this skill, Chen Xian no longer worried about the Dog Emperor betraying him. The Dog Emperor also sensed this and lowered its head, obediently walking to Chen Xian's side, its eyes full of a fawning expression. Chen Xian smiled faintly, activated his spatial ring, and took out 200 2nd-tier crystal cores. "Take these and use them. Following me won't leave you at a disadvantage." These 200 2nd-tier crystal cores are enough for Dog Emperor to break through from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier, and even more than sufficient. Looking at the pile of crystal cores resembling a small mountain in front of him, Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he barked twice, then found a cave to prepare for his breakthrough to the 3rd tier. As for Chen Xian, he was not idle but began studying the soul capture ability. Currently, Chen Xian possesses 3 abilities: the mythical level ability, Ice Dragon, at the 3rd tier, the mythical level ability, Plunder, at the 1st tier, and the SSS level ability, Soul Capture, also at the 1st tier. Among these 3 abilities, the Ice Dragon ability is the strongest and highly offensive. However, the Plunder and Soul Capture abilities are particularly important to Chen Xian, as both are extremely powerful support abilities, especially Plunder, which allows him to absorb others' abilities for his own use and absolutely game-changing power. The only issue is that the plunder ability is currently at the first tier and can only absorb one ability. If its strength could be enhanced, it would likely be able to absorb more abilities. As for the Corpse King's crystal core in Chen Xian's hand, he plans to use the soul capture ability to absorb it. After all, the soul capture ability is not limited to controlling souls. More importantly, it can perform mental attacks. Imagine, during an intense battle, if one side suddenly suffers a mental attack, even a brief disruption could become the key to reversing the tide of the fight. Therefore, prioritizing the enhancement of the soul capturing ability would bring an even more terrifying boost in combat. After making up his mind, Chen Xian decided to use the Corpse King crystal core in his hand to enhance the soul capturing ability. I hope this Corpse King crystal core has some special use and brings me a pleasant surprise. The miraculous use of the Corpse King crystal core was something Chen Xian had never heard of in his previous life, let alone seen. After all, this item was truly too rare. However, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to absorb the energy within the crystal core but was patiently waiting for Dog Emperor to complete its breakthrough. After all, during the breakthrough, its defenses were at their weakest. If any issues arose that affected his own breakthrough, it would be troublesome. In the cave, Dog Emperor was frantically absorbing the energy of the crystal cores. The energy within second-tier crystal cores was extremely dense, and for those with weaker abilities, a few dozen second-tier crystal cores would be enough to help them break through. However, for an SSS-level ability user like Dog Emperor, the energy required was much greater. Soon, 100 crystal cores were completely consumed, yet Dog Emperor still showed no signs of breaking through. Chen Xian was not anxious and waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours later, a commotion suddenly came from Dog Emperor's direction. Chen Xian looked toward the sound and saw Dog Emperor's figure continuing to expand. Its body, already comparable to that of a wolf king, had grown taller by another fold, almost reaching Chen Xian's chest. He had never seen such a towering dog. Woof! A dog's bark rang out, and the corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. It worked. That's right, Dog Emperor had successfully broken through to the third tier. At this moment, it had already become a third-tier ability user, possessing an SSS-level ability like the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, making its strength absolutely formidable. However, even so, Chen Xian still had the confidence to surpass it. A myth-level ability was no joke and was naturally incomparable to an SSS-level ability. Woof woof. After its breakthrough, Dog Emperor excitedly ran to Chen Xian's side, circling around him once, its jet-black tail held high, its excitement written all over its face. Chen Xian smiled and patted its fur. Go stand guard over there. It's my turn to break through now. Woof woof. Dog Emperor obediently nodded and then squatted nearby. Its sturdy body looked somewhat comical. Chen Xian chuckled softly, turned around, and walked into the cave from earlier. Dog Emperor's breakthrough to the third tier had just consumed a total of 170 crystal cores. Chen Xian casually stored the remaining 30 crystal cores into his spatial ring, then took out the Corpse King's crystal core. Gazing at the golden crystal core in his hand, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. After all, this kind of item was considered legendary, and he hadn't expected to have the chance to use it in this lifetime. Hopefully, it would bring him some surprises. With that thought, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, tightly gripping the Corpse King's crystal core, calming his mind, and began extracting energy from the core. It had to be said, the Corpse King's crystal core was indeed extraordinary, containing an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. The immense energy instantly erupted within Chen Xian's body, and he carefully guided it. Soon, Chen Xian felt his soul-capturing ability rapidly advancing. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils were sharp and piercing, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. He slowly stood up, stretched his body, and heard the sound of his bones creaking. Phew! Chen Xian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a faint smile appearing on his face. As expected of the Corpse King's crystal core, truly a rare treasure. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Xian had completely absorbed the Corpse King's crystal core, and his strength had been significantly enhanced. Clenching his fists tightly, he murmured, Soul-devouring ability upgraded to Tier 3, Plunder ability upgraded to Tier 2, and my physical attributes have been comprehensively strengthened. More importantly, I accidentally developed a new ability for the soul-devouring skill. During the process of absorbing the Corpse King's crystal core, the energy was so immense that even after the soul-devouring ability was upgraded to Tier 3, there was still some energy left. Without hesitation, Chen Xian used it to enhance his plunder ability. After upgrading the plunder ability to Tier 2, Chen Xian gained an additional opportunity to plunder. He speculated that with each upgrade of the plunder ability, he would gain a new chance to plunder. This meant that if he could elevate the plunder ability to Tier 9, Chen Xian would have 9 opportunities to plunder. Coupled with his own Ice Dragon ability and the plunder ability, he would possess a total of 11 abilities. This was simply unbelievable. In his previous previous life, Qin Xian had never heard of anyone possessing 2 abilities, let alone 11. Even if he told others, they probably wouldn't believe it. However, faced with these 9 opportunities for plunder, Qin Xian would not act rashly. At the very least, it had to be an SSS level ability. If the level was too low, it simply wouldn't be worth his effort to plunder. The enhancement from plundering abilities was merely a minor episode. What truly delighted Qin Xian was that this Corpse King crystal core was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it contain immense energy, elevating the soul-capturing ability to the 3rd tier, but more importantly, it awakened an additional power, Absolute Domain. The so-called Absolute Domain refers to a field formed around him that can enhance his own strength while weakening his opponent's. The domain Qin Xian formed spans approximately 5 meters, meaning the area within a 5-meter radius is his domain. The abilities of this domain are quite peculiar, capable of reducing an opponent's attack, defense, and mobility by 40%. Even more terrifying is that the domain bypasses all defenses. Even if the opponent possesses special treasures, they cannot resist its effects. This is utterly chilling. What does a 40% reduction in strength mean? It practically equates to having one's power. What's more, this effect is collective. Anyone within the 5-meter radius around Qin Xian will be affected. This left Qin Xian astonished. The absolute domain was indeed incredible. Nevertheless, the ability also comes with significant energy consumption. With Qin Xian's current abilities, he can only sustain it for a maximum of 1 minute for a life and death battle. However, that 1 minute is more than enough. Qin Xian would not easily reveal this ability. As his trump card, it would only be used in a life or death situation. It can be said that this boost in strength left him utterly shocked and beyond imagination. 3rd tier Ice Dragon ability, 3rd tier Soul Capturing ability, 2nd tier Plundering ability, and Absolute Domain. Oh, right, there's also the Extreme Frost Sword and Dog Emperor. With so many trump cards in hand, even if I encounter a 5th tier ability user, I could probably kill them. Qin Xian silently assessed his own strength. With so many cards up his sleeve, combined with his combat experience from his previous life, if the opponent let their guard down for even a moment, they would likely meet their end. He felt extremely satisfied with his current power. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and his strength had already surpassed the peak of his previous life. Truly, this life was not lived in vain. Thinking about this, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Xian's lips. Seeing Qin Xian successfully break through, Dog Emperor wagged its tail and came over, affectionately rubbing against him. This breakthrough had taken Qin Xian a full 2 days and nights, and during this time, Dog Emperor hadn't been idle either, diligently adapting to its current strength. With 3rd tier power paired with the terrifying ability of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, its combat prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. Not bad, silly dog, you didn't slack off. Hearing Qin Xian's praise, the Dog Emperor barked excitedly twice. It's getting late, time to go. After staying in this canyon for 3 days, it was indeed time to leave. Now, in the early days of the apocalypse, there were still some opportunities to be seized, and Qin Xian didn't want to miss them for nothing. Making the most of the time to enhance his strength was the key. The Dog Emperor obviously had no objections, and the 2 humans and 1 dog prepared to leave. As they departed, Qin Xian sat on the back of the Dog Emperor. Although the Dog Emperor's appearance was somewhat ugly, its current massive size made carrying him no problem at all. More importantly, the Dog Emperor's supernatural abilities enhanced its speed, and Qin Xian was happy to enjoy the ride. On the road, Qin Xian rode on the Dog Emperor's back. Its enormous body and black fur were highly conspicuous, attracting the attention of many survivors along the way. Naturally, some people tried to ask for his help, but he refused them all. He was no saint and certainly not about to play babysitter for others. Sitting on the Dog Emperor, Qin Xian munched on a piece of crispy noodles. This stuff is okay to eat once in a while, but eating it too often gets a bit unbearable, he muttered to himself as he looked at the crispy noodles in his hand. For most people in the apocalypse, this was considered a rare delicacy. After all, in the apocalypse, food was extremely scarce. A single packet of instant noodles could be exchanged for the company of a reasonably attractive woman for a night. However, for the current Qin Xian, this kind of food was starting to feel a bit tiresome. Let's head to a supermarket to stock up on some food, preferably some meat products. It's still the early stages of the apocalypse, so the food in supermarkets shouldn't be contaminated yet. Qin Xian had a spatial ring that could store food, and anything kept inside it wouldn't expire. He didn't plan to stockpile too much, just enough to last a year or so for emergencies. With his mind made up, Qin Xian instructed the Dog Emperor to head toward a large supermarket nearby called Wei'an'ima. In his memory, this supermarket was a massive shopping venue. The reason he chose this place was that Wei'an'ima had a large storage warehouse with fresh and high-quality food. In a residential house, Brother Kai, the situation is dire. There are too many zombies, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Old Seven and Little Lu were both killed by the zombies, Zheng Yan said, his face filled with panic and a trace of pain in his eyes. Li Kai held 2 pistols, continuously firing at the endless wave of zombies. However, there were simply too many of them. Even though every shot was a headshot, it was like trying to extinguish a fire with a cup of water. Upon hearing about the heavy casualties among his brothers, Li Kai's eyes instantly turned blood red. Damn it, these cursed creatures. I'll make them pay for this. These brothers were his childhood companions, and upon learning that old Seven and little Lu had been killed by zombies, his fury was almost uncontrollable. Bang! Just as Li Kai was consumed by anger, a second-tier zombie lunged at him with incredible speed. Its sharp claws descended as if to tear him to pieces. Li Kai was instantly alarmed and quickly pushed Zhang Yun aside before swiftly activating his ability. Metal Shield. The surrounding metal instantly gathered around him, forming a metal shield. Boom! The claws of the Tier 2 zombies suddenly struck down, shattering the metal shield in an instant. Li Kai's figure was forced back 4 or 5 steps. Looking at the Tier 2 zombie in front of him, a trace of fear surged in his heart. Damn it, this is a Tier 2 zombie. Although Li Kai's awakened ability was impressive, classified as an SS-level metal manipulation power, he had only awakened it 2 days ago. His current strength was merely at Tier 1. Coupled with his lack of combat experience, he was completely unable to contend with the Tier 2 zombie before him. Tier 2 zombies far surpass Tier 1 zombies in both combat power and defense, making them naturally incomparable to Tier 1 ability users, even if the ability user had awakened an SS-level power. However, for someone like Qin Xin now, there wasn't much difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies, they were all the same. But for Li Kai and the others, this Tier 2 zombie was truly difficult to deal with. Even bullets could hardly inflict any substantial damage on it. Bang! After forcing Li Kai back, the Tier 2 zombie did not relent and continued charging toward him. Li Kai's eyes widened as he kept dodging frantically. On the side, Zhang Yun was also desperately evading. After all, he had not yet awakened any abilities, and if he were caught by this Tier 2 zombie, he would likely turn into a zombie himself. At the moment when the two were constantly dodging, the surrounding first-tier zombies were also about to close in. Zhang Yun, you run first, I'll hold this guy off, Li Kai shouted. Although his ability was difficult to deal with second-tier zombies, it was still sufficient to handle these first-tier ones. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person and had no way to cope with so many zombies. No way, brother Kai. If we die together as brothers, Zhang Yun said, firing several shots with his pistol while continuing to dodge. Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes glimmered with emotion. These brothers had grown up together since childhood and shared a deep bond. Alright, then we brothers will fight these monsters together, Li Kai, a man of courage, said. Facing such a large number of zombies, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. If death was inevitable, they might as well go all out. Alright, Zhang Yun responded, and then he and Li Kai launched into a fierce battle, one on the left and the other on the right. However, the threat of the second-tier zombie was overwhelming, and the sheer number of zombies in front of them was staggering. There were hundreds of them. Their bullets were simply not enough. During their constant evasion, Zhang Yun and Li Kai finally ran out of bullets. They retreated to the base of a residential building with an endless horde of zombies ahead. At that moment, 3 young men quickly ran down the staircase. Kai, Yun, are you guys okay? The speaker was a lean man named Ho Liang, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. As for the other two, one was over 1.9 meters tall with a burly build, named Li Zhuang, nicknamed Big Zhuang. The other wore black-framed glasses and had a scholarly appearance. His name was Li Han. Like Li Kai and Zhang Yun, the three of them had grown up together in the same residential compound and shared a deep bond. Don't worry, we're fine. The reassurance from Li Kai and Zhang Yun visibly allowed the three to breathe a sigh of relief. But old Seven and little Lo were killed by zombies. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, De Zhuang let out a muffled grunt. Damn zombies, today I must fight them to the death. Exactly, at worst, we'll fight to the end. The three of them did not hesitate. Since there was no way out, they might as well fight to avenge their brother. Li Kai nodded heavily, watching as the zombies were about to swarm in. Stay behind me for now. I'm going to activate my ability. As the only ability user, Li Kai was the strongest among the 5. The other 4 did not hesitate either and quickly stood behind him. Li Kai took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Countless metal objects in front of him rose into the air, hovering in place. The amount of metal was considerable, gathering before him. Metal Storm. Li Kai activated his ability, and countless pieces of metal formed a massive storm, sweeping toward the horde of zombies in front of him. A terrifying explosion sounded, and dozens of zombies ahead were instantly slain. Even the Tier 2 zombies suffered severe injuries. However, Li Kai was ultimately just a level 1 ability user, with limited power he could unleash. Moreover, the energy consumption of this ability had nearly drained him. The countless zombies in front were already closing in. Brother Kai is amazing. Seeing Li Kai kill dozens of zombies with a single move, the brothers behind him all had smiles on their faces. My abilities are now exhausted. I can't continue attacking. Li Kai's eyes dimmed, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. He blamed himself for being too weak. If he could reach the second tier level, he would have the ability to fight fight back against these zombies. However, with only first-tier strength, it was simply not enough. Hee brother Kai, I've already killed 9 zombies today, more than enough. At most, we'll die together. De Zhuang patted his chest, his honest smile infecting the other 4. That's right, De Zhuang is correct, we're not at a loss. That's right, brother Kai, at most we'll die together, and in the future, we can still be companions on the road to the afterlife. Exactly. Several people were completely unafraid of death. For them, brotherhood clearly outweighed everything. After hearing this, a faint smile reappeared on Li Kai's face. Alright, in that case, we brothers will die together. That's right. As he spoke, Li Kai pulled out a sharp machete. At this moment, his powers were exhausted, and his bullets were spent, leaving him with only this cold weapon to fight. The other 4 also drew their weapons one after another, machetes, scythes, and more. Alright, soon, the first wave of zombies surrounded them. The 5 exchanged glances, then drew their weapons and began to fight back. Having been in fights since childhood, their skill in wielding blades was second to none. Li Kai swung his blade, directly slicing through the neck of a first-tier zombie, and the corpse fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, another zombie's sharp claws were already attacking. Behind him, De Zhuang gripped a large iron hammer and swung it fiercely. His strength far exceeded that of his peers, and with one strike, the zombie was sent flying over 3 meters away. Well done, De Zhuang, Li Kai praised with a smile. De Zhuang chuckled and scratched his head. The group dared not let their guard down, cautiously dealing with the battle. However, as the number of zombies continued to increase, they discovered that there were actually 2 second-tier zombies among them. For the group, facing these first-tier zombies was already enough to make their scalps tingle, let alone 2 second-tier zombies. The machetes were completely unable to break through the defenses of the second-tier zombies. Boom! Be careful, Kai. After Li Kai finished slaying a first-tier zombie, a second-tier zombie had somehow circled behind him without his notice. Its sharp claws were about to strike down, aiming directly at his head. Li Kai was instantly shocked. It's over, I'm going to die. At this moment, he no longer held any hope in his heart. At such a close distance, escape was impossible. Goodbye, brothers. Just as Li Kai thought he was doomed, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. He waited for 1 second, 2 seconds. I'm not dead? He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the world before him, a trace of disbelief appearing on his face. I'm still alive? He slowly turned his head to look at the second-tier zombie behind him. The zombie was no longer breathing, lying quietly on the ground, its head already blown apart. What is going on? Li Kai looked at the second-stage zombie in front of him, swallowed nervously, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The second-stage zombie was actually killed just like that? Who on earth did this? Brother Kai, are you okay? Bang! Are you alright, Brother Kai? Seeing that Li Kai was unharmed, the few people behind him quickly gathered around, their eyes full of concern. Li Kai shook his head. It's nothing, just what happened just now. Why did this second-tier zombie die? Li Han adjusted his glasses and explained. Just now, I saw an ice spike pierce through the air and hit the zombie's head directly, and then, it was completely dead. Li Han's words left Li Kai momentarily stunned. An ice spike? Where would ice come from in this weather? Was this a joke? However, before he could gather his thoughts, a sound came from the distance. The 5 of them turned toward the noise and saw a person riding a black dog. The black dog appeared somewhat strange, its size several times larger than that of an ordinary dog, and its massive body looked rather unusual. Brother Kai, who is that person? Zhang Yun thought Li Kai knew, but Li Kai shook his head. I don't know either, but it seems a bit terrifying. He speculated in his heart that the ice spike just now must have been released by the person in front of them. Someone who could kill a second-tier zombie in one move was definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, Li Kai's guess was correct. Chen Xian gazed at the endless horde of zombies before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. With a cold snort, countless water droplets behind him began to condense into ice spikes. The ice spikes hovered in mid-air behind him, hundreds of them reflecting the sunlight and shining with a dazzling brilliance. Then, with a wave of his hand, the countless ice spikes shot out like arrows. The next second, Li Kai and the other 4 witnessed a scene they would never forget. Hundreds of ice spikes shot straight toward the countless zombies, as if the spikes had gained consciousness. A series of hundreds of explosions rang out. In an instant, the hundreds of zombies were all blown apart. Even a second-tier zombie among them was reduced to ashes under the assault of the ice spikes. The small ice spikes displayed such terrifying power. What was even more shocking was the incredible control of the person using them. Each ice spike hit its target with pinpoint accuracy, not a single one missing. Just how immense must his control be? Li Kai and the others were witnessing such a method for the first time and were instantly awestruck, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. To think that so many zombies had nearly driven the 5 of them to the brink of despair, yet the other party had not even moved a muscle and had instantly slain all the zombies. Such a feat was simply unimaginable. The dog emperor slowly walked forward, with Chen Xian still seated on its back. Seeing this, Li Kai and his group quickly ran up to Chen Xian, their eyes showing a hint of admiration. As they got closer, they realized that this terrifying expert before them was actually a fair-skinned, handsome young man who looked significantly younger than them. "Thank you, sir, for your assistance." Li Kai and his group dared not show any disrespect and immediately cupped their fists in a respectful salute. After all, someone capable of slaying so many zombies with just a thought could just as easily kill them in the same manner. Therefore, the 5 of them naturally did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Looking at the 5 people before him, Chen Xian nodded lightly. Then, his casual gaze swept across the ground and landed on the medals. "Is there anyone among you with special abilities?" Chen Xian asked. Li Kai nodded cautiously. "Reporting to you, sir, I am the only one who has awakened special abilities." "Oh, what's your name, and what ability have you awakened?" Chen Xian showed a bit more interest in Li Kai before him. He could naturally tell that Li Kai was merely a first-tier ability user and had only recently awakened his power, yet he was able to kill so many zombies. It seemed that the ability he had awakened must be extraordinary. Moreover, Chen Xian felt that Li Kai's face looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Faced with Chen Xian's inquiry, Li Kai answered without hesitation. "Sir, I am Li Kai, and the ability I have awakened is an SS-level ability, metal manipulation." Li Kai? SS-level ability, metal manipulation? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was first stunned, then immediately realized. No wonder he found the person before him familiar. It turned out to be him. The name Li Kai was like thunder in Chen Xian's ears in his previous life, especially in Subei City, where almost everyone knew of him. Li Kai, possessing an SS-level metal manipulation ability, was an 8th-tier ability user with unparalleled strength. In Subei City, he established a faction called the Apocalypse Sanctuary, which became the largest force aside from the 4th Military District. Within the sanctuary, there were thousands of elite warriors alone, and with the addition of other ordinary humans, the total population exceeded 100,000, making it a massive organization. It was said that this sanctuary was co-founded by Li Kai and his 4 brothers. The 5 of them had grown up together and shared a bond as close as family, earning them the nickname, the 5 Tigers of Subei. Their reputation in Subei City and the surrounding areas was well known, and their strength was beyond question. Chen Xian's gaze swept over the 5 men, and he thought to himself, so these are the 5 Tigers of Subei. Such a rare combination was not often seen. Besides the leader Li Kai, who had an SS-level ability, 2 of the others possessed S-level abilities, while the remaining 2 had A-level abilities. All 5 had abilities, and their strength was not to be underestimated. In the apocalypse, such a probability was indeed rare. However, Chen Xian had no particular thoughts about them. After all, in the apocalypse, their reputation was relatively decent, and the management of the apocalypse sanctuary was fairly good, unlike some sanctuaries that were nothing short of living hells. Therefore, Chen Xian bore no hostility toward them. Seeing him deep in thought, Li Kai felt a bit puzzled. "Sir, is there something troubling you?" Chen Xian shook his head and smiled faintly. "No problem at all. The 5 of you are quite good, with great potential. In the future, you will surely make a name for yourselves in this post-apocalyptic world." Boom, boom. For people like them, who possess courage and determination, the apocalypse seemed more like an opportunity, a chance to rise quickly. Hearing Chen Xian's praise, faint smiles appeared on the faces of the 5. Li Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, sir. We will definitely work hard." "Where did you get these firearms?" Chen Xian asked curiously, looking at the weapons in Li Kai and the others' hands. The 5 exchanged glances, and Zhang Yan scratched his head a bit awkwardly before speaking. "The 5 of us live in this residential compound. There's a police station nearby. When the apocalypse began, we snuck into the station and stole a few weapons." Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly. The apocalypse had just begun, and it was indeed a time of extreme chaos, with very lax control over firearms and other weapons. He smiled faintly, glancing at the zombie corpses on the ground, understanding that there must be quite a few crystal nuclei hidden within them. 2 second-tier crystal nuclei and over 100 first-tier ones would be an enormous fortune for ordinary people, but to Chen Xian, they seemed insufficient. He looked at the 5 and said, "The crystal cores inside those zombie corpses on the ground are yours. Use them well to improve your strength." Hearing this, the 5, led by Li Kai, instantly showed expressions of disbelief. Over 100 crystal cores were no small amount. Ever since Li Kai awakened his abilities, he understood the importance of these crystal cores. For ability users, these cores were of immense value. Yet Chen Xian was so generous, giving all the crystal cores before them to them, including 2 second-tier crystal cores, which were of extraordinary value. "This, we dare not accept. We are already deeply grateful for your help, my lord, and we truly cannot accept so many crystal cores," Li Kai quickly declined. Although he greatly desired these crystal cores, he knew that the 5 of them had already been saved by Chen Xian. Now, with such a generous gift from him, they felt a deep sense of guilt. Chen Xian smiled faintly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. In the apocalypse, it was rare to find someone who could remain unmoved by such wealth. Clearly, Li Kai had a commendable character. "No need to be polite. I don't really care about these crystal cores. Take them, and use them to improve your strength as soon as possible. To Chen Xian, these crystal cores held little value. What he valued more was the potential displayed by the five, especially Li Kai, whose talent and character stood out. That was why he left the crystal cores for them. Hearing Chen Xian's words, the five were overjoyed. Li Kai quickly asked, "Thank you, sir. What is your name?" Chen Xian. Although the name Chen Xian was unfamiliar to them, they all remembered it deeply. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving our lives today. In the future, the five of us brothers will spare no effort to repay you." Brother Kai is right. We will definitely repay Brother Chen's life-saving grace in the future. Watching the five people in such a state, Chen Xian's face revealed a faint smile. He did not take their gratitude to heart. After all, he didn't even care about a behemoth like the 4th military district, let alone these few individuals in front of him. However, deep down, he still felt satisfied. Gratitude and repayment are undoubtedly precious virtues in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, Chen Xian didn't mind giving them a bit more guidance. "You five are not bad. If you have the ambition, you can use this residential compound as a foundation to establish a shelter and form your own faction." Establish a shelter? Form their own faction? Chen Xian's words instantly made the five people's eyes light up. Establishing a shelter meant they could become their own rulers. This was an idea they had never dared to even think about before, but now, with Chen Xian's encouragement, it suddenly seemed within reach. Li Kai felt a surge of excitement and immediately stepped forward, respectfully saying to Chen Xian, "Brother Chen, why don't you establish a shelter here, and we'll follow you. Rest assured, the five of us will absolutely obey your orders." Li Kai patted his chest with full confidence. Having witnessed Chen Xian's abilities, he naturally understood that Chen Xian was no ordinary person. In this apocalyptic world, having a strong figure like Chen Xian by their side would greatly ensure their safety. The other four also nodded in agreement one after another. "Yes, Brother Chen, we have no objections at all." Exactly. However, upon hearing this proposal, Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. "I'm not interested in establishing a shelter." A shelter? It sounded nice. But in reality, Chen Xian had no interest in it. He didn't want to spend a significant amount of energy managing a so-called shelter every day, which would hinder his own strength improvement. In this apocalyptic world, strength was the foundation. Besides, if Chen Xian were interested in power, he would have stayed in the 4th military district long ago. He had no interest in such things. Improving his strength was his only pursuit. Hearing Chen Xian's resolute refusal, the disappointment on the faces of the five deepened. After all, Chen Xian's strength was terrifyingly immense, and following such a powerful figure would undoubtedly be a great benefit to them. Chen Xian smiled faintly and comforted them. "All right, the five of you have great potential and will surely do well. Keep it up. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." After saying this, Chen Xian prepared to leave. Seeing this, the five, though reluctant, were powerless to stop him. Li Kai nodded firmly. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I will do my best." Chen Xian smiled faintly, then rode the Dog Emperor toward the northeast. The Dog Emperor's speed was incredibly fast. Even Li Kai, a first-tier ability user, couldn't match it and could only watch in awe. The five were not foolish. They naturally understood that the massive black dog beside Chen Xian was extraordinary, further proving Chen Xian's terrifying prowess. The five watched his figure gradually fade into the distance, their hearts filled with reverence. "Kai, how terrifying do you think Brother Chen's strength really is? He wiped out hundreds of zombies in one move. It's truly horrifying." "Yeah, and that black dog, its speed is ridiculously fast. It's truly impressive." Exactly. What is Brother Chen's true identity? He's completely unfathomable. Listening to the group's discussion, Li Kai gazed at Chen Xian's departing figure, his heart filled with respect. "I can't fully grasp it either, but one thing is certain, Brother Chen's strength must be incredibly terrifying. And it's something we can't hope to match," Li Kai said firmly. Although he didn't fully understand Chen Xian's power, he could sense some of it. Chen Xian was likely someone he could never hope to catch up to in his lifetime. Hearing Li Kai's words, the others felt even more awed. Brother Chen truly was a divine figure. "Alright, stop overthinking it. Focus on improving yourselves so that one day we can repay Brother Chen for saving our lives," Li Kai urged, and the others nodded in agreement. The life-saving grace of Chen Xian was something the five of them would never forget. "Zhang Yun, Monkey, the four of you go and collect the crystal cores from these zombies." "Got it." The group had no objections and began clearing the battlefield, collecting the crystal cores from the zombies. Having just fought the zombies, Li Kai was heavily drained, and his internal abilities were completely exhausted. He picked up 2 first-tier crystal cores, found a spot to absorb them, and tried to recover some of his abilities to ensure his strength. After all, for the five of them, the bullets in their firearms had already been used up, leaving only the cold weapons in their hands to rely on. However, these cold weapons were nowhere near as sharp as the extreme frost sword in Chen Xian's hands. Their effectiveness against zombies was far from ideal, and when facing second-tier zombies, these machetes couldn't even break through their defenses. By evening, they finally finished collecting collecting all the crystal cores. There were 113 first-tier crystal cores and 2 second-tier crystal cores. For the 5 of them, this was undoubtedly a huge fortune. At night, Li Kai led the group to a room in a residential house. Zhang Yun, Monkey, Dejuan, Li Han, each of you take a first-tier crystal core and prepare to awaken your abilities. Remember, be very careful. Don't worry, Brother Kai, we definitely won't let you down. Hearing this, Li Kai's face showed a hint of a smile. The 5 of us brothers working together will surely make a name for ourselves in the future. The reason Chen Xian helped Li Kai and his group was actually just a casual act. After all, these 5 had decent personalities and fair talent, especially Li Kai, who possessed an SS-level metal manipulation talent, which was quite outstanding. If they could establish their own force in the future, Chen Xian could naturally take advantage of the opportunity. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and what Chen Xian valued was their potential, which is why he was willing to lend a hand and provide some support. If he had encountered just a few ordinary people, Chen Xian definitely wouldn't have given away those resources for no reason, nor would he have even considered helping them. It's already dark, and the supermarket Wei-en-Ai-Ma is still about 7 or 8 miles away. There's no need to rush, let's find a place to stay for the night first. The sky had darkened, but Chen Xian was in no hurry to continue his journey. After all, with nightfall, visibility was reduced. Moreover, he hadn't had dinner yet. He decided to find a place to rest, have a meal, and take the opportunity to study his abilities. Most of the nearby houses were deserted. Chen Xian eventually chose a large hotel, easily eliminating the zombies inside, and casually picked a room to stay in. The room was about 70 to 80 square meters, more than enough for both Chen Xian and Dog Emperor. Chen Xian took out 7 or 8 second-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring and tossed them beside Dog Emperor. Here, eat these. Seeing the crystal cores in front of it, Dog Emperor's eyes were filled with excitement. Woof woof. It barked a few times, then grabbed the crystal cores and ran to a corner to devour them contentedly. Dog Emperor wasn't picky about food. As long as it had crystal cores, it could quickly replenish its energy. Its teeth were exceptionally strong, capable of crushing a second-tier crystal core in one bite, releasing immense energy in its mouth. Watching Dog Emperor, Chen Xian smiled faintly. He then ate a few biscuits to restore his strength and began studying his abilities. The strength of one's combat power was not only related to the level of their abilities but also to how well they developed them. Some people possessed powerful abilities but couldn't fully control them, resulting in unutilized combat potential. In life-and-death battles, even a slight mistake could lead to death, a common occurrence in the apocalypse. Many people were just ordinary white-collar workers or laborers before the apocalypse, with no combat experience. Suddenly gaining powerful abilities inflated their egos, but without seriously developing their skills, they were eventually killed by others. Such incidents were all too common. Having been reborn, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Damn it, why is there still no news after all this time? What on earth is Xiang Tianqing doing? Why hasn't he found Howard yet? Su Yuanting's face was grim, and the anger in his eyes was almost about to erupt. A few days ago, he learned that Su Hao was still in the city, so he sent Xiang Tianqing along with a special operations team to provide support. Although there were quite a few zombies in the city, Xiang Tianqing was, after all, a member of the special operations team and a first-tier ability user with an A-level ability, possessing considerable strength. Coupled with a special operations team, such powerful firepower should have been more than enough to escort one person. However, after so many days, there had been no news at all. Mr. Su, according to the communicator on Xiang Tianqing, the last location he appeared at was in front of the building of young Master Su's company. Logically, he should have met the young master. In front of Su Yuanting, a middle-aged man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform spoke. Met Su Hao? But there had been no news for so long. Moreover, the communicator's signal had already been cut off, leaving Su Yuanting completely in the dark about the situation. His expression shifted unpredictably. Could it be that Howard, Xiang Tianqing, and the special operations team had encountered some kind of accident? Impossible. Unless they ran into a large-scale zombie horde, like the one the 4th Military District faced last time. Their firepower shouldn't have been an issue. The current situation left Su Yuanting uncertain. He narrowed his eyes, suppressing the anger in his heart. Go, send 2 more special operations teams. Make sure to find Howard and Xiang Tianqing's group. The lieutenant colonel finished speaking and immediately turned around to leave. In the room, only Su Yuanting remained. He wore a grim expression as he stared outside the door. A bunch of useless people can't even handle such a small matter. In his thoughts, he suddenly recalled Chen Xian's figure. If he could bring him under control, his influence in the 4th Military District would surely grow. Unfortunately, Chen Xian had refused. It seems I need to think of another way. Recruit more ability users. The times have changed. Ability users are the key. Su Yuanting narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep. He understood that the changing times had rendered ordinary soldiers unable to exert sufficient power in such circumstances. The only ones he could rely on were the the ability users. Therefore, Su Yuanting made up his mind to recruit more ability users. In the future, perhaps he could bring that old man down. Unfortunately, if only he had managed to win over Qin Xian back then. However, if one day Su Yuanting were to learn that Qin Xian had killed his own grandson, how would he feel? Of course, he would never know the truth in his lifetime, because Qin Xian not only eliminated the problem at its root but also left no trace behind. At present, the 4th military district had stabilized. After the zombie tide, although the district suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of the soldiers perishing, those who survived had been tempered by battle and no longer felt the fear they once had when facing zombies. Although the benefits of that battle were all taken by Qin Xian, since the death of the zombie king, the nearby zombies had lost control and were wandering aimlessly. As for those scattered zombies, the soldiers of the 4th military district no longer feared them. In the past few days, they had killed many zombies and harvested a large number of crystal cores. Recently, many ability users had emerged in the 4th military district, most of them from the ranks of ordinary soldiers. After awakening their abilities, the soldiers' combat power underwent a tremendous transformation, and their status rose accordingly. This change attracted all the soldiers, and everyone longed to obtain crystal cores to awaken their abilities. However, gradually, many soldiers who failed to awaken turned into zombies. Only then did everyone realize that not everyone could successfully awaken abilities, and the cost of failure was extremely high. As a result, fewer people dared to try. Those soldiers who became ability users became the envy of all. Not only Su Yuanting, but all the senior officials in the military district understood the importance of the ability users and were deliberately trying to win them over. As a result, the status of ability users in the 4th military district was steadily rising, and their numbers were gradually increasing. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, but beneath this development, undercurrents were surging. Early the next morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Qin Xian left the room with Dog Emperor. The Wonima supermarket was about 7 or 8 miles away, not too far. At Dog Emperor's speed, they could reach it quickly. Qin Xian chose the supermarket because it was well stocked with supplies, so much so that even if he filled his spatial ring, it wouldn't be enough to take everything. About 10 minutes later, Qin Xian saw the large supermarket in the distance. A number of zombies were wandering near the entrance, most of them first-tier zombies, with only 3 or 4 second-tier ones. At this stage, zombies had not undergone large-scale evolution, so the number of second-tier zombies was still relatively small. However, the signs of evolution were already beginning to show, and it was estimated that the number of second-tier zombies would increase significantly before long. Right, but for Qin Xian, none of this mattered. Whether it was a first-tier zombie or a second-tier zombie, they posed no threat to him at all. The zombies, smelling the human scent on Qin Xian, swarmed toward him, their eyes filled with excitement. Qin Xian calmly patted the back of Dog Emperor and said, "I'll leave these to you to handle." With that, Qin Xian's figure flickered and he leaped down directly. Facing these weak zombies, he naturally didn't need to make a move. Dog Emperor barked once, then its figure flashed and instantly disappeared from its original spot. Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning flickered in the air and struck down simultaneously. The terrifying lightning landed directly on each zombie. A series of massive explosions rang out, and all the zombies in front of Qin Xian were dead, not a single one left alive. Not bad, your strength has improved quite a bit. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, watching the power unleashed by Dog Emperor, Qin Xian nodded faintly. Dog Emperor's 3rd tier strength was indeed formidable, and its lightning power had significantly increased. Qin Xian estimated that if Dog Emperor went all out, it could easily sweep through all 3rd tier ability users, and even ordinary 4th tier ability users might not be its match. Of course, Qin Xian himself was excluded from this evaluation, as his combat power was beyond comparison. Collect the crystal cores from these zombies. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked twice and began collecting the crystal cores from the zombies on the ground. What Nima warehouse? As the largest storage facility in Subei City, the items here are extremely abundant, enough to ensure food and drink for tens of thousands of people for a lifetime. Zheng Chao, you're not human, let go of me, don't touch me. A miserable sound came from the warehouse. The speaker was a disheveled girl with long, messy hair. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, but at this moment, she appeared extremely haggard. Her clothes were in disarray, and her body was covered in bruises, as if she had endured inhuman torment. Her eyes revealed pain and endless hatred. Her name was Lin Zixuan. Before the apocalypse, she was part of the middle class in Subei City. Although not wealthy, her family was well off. Her boyfriend was an attending physician at a top-tier hospital, handsome and ambitious. In the eyes of others, her life life seemed quite happy, and she herself had once thought so too. But the outbreak of the apocalypse turned everything to ashes. On the day the apocalypse arrived, she was shopping with her boyfriend at the Wonima supermarket when disaster suddenly struck, and countless zombies ran rampant. She and her boyfriend fled in all directions, eventually finding a relatively safe place, the storage warehouse of the Wonima supermarket. The warehouse was well stocked with supplies, and the outer doors were sturdy enough to fend off external threats. She had thought this place would be a safe haven, but it turned out to be a perilous trap. Along with her, about 30 other customers and 7 Wonima security guards had also taken refuge there. At first, everyone stayed quiet and kept to themselves. However, as time passed, the situation began to deteriorate. The leader of the 7 security guards, Zhang Chao, awakened a superpower and subsequently joined forces with the other guards to turn everyone present into his slaves. Lin Zixuan's beauty naturally caught their attention, and over the past few days, she had suffered greatly, her spirit on the verge of collapse. Zhang Chao's eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. A woman like Lin Zixuan would have been completely out of his reach before the apocalypse. But now, with the world in chaos, she had become his captive. Zhang Chao sneered as he stepped closer, grabbed her hair, and violently threw her to the side. Still dare to curse at me? Today, I'll show you what 7 in, 7 out really means. After speaking, he revealed a smug smile and turned to a refined-looking man nearby, saying, "You, come here and hold her down for me." The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses froze for a moment, then glanced at Lin Zixuan, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. However, the fear in his heart drove him to comply without resistance. Okay, he stammered, slowly stepping forward, though his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses avoided meeting Lin Zixuan's. Looking at the man in front of her, Lin Zixuan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. "Wang Ji, what kind of man are you? Someone bullies your girlfriend, and you don't even dare to make a sound." Her curses rang out incessantly. Yes, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was none other than Lin Zixuan's boyfriend, Wang Ji, who had once been an attending physician at a top-tier hospital. Lin Zixuan had once thought she was the happiest woman in the world, having met an ambitious and handsome man. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, he had become a spineless coward. Faced with her curses, Wang Ji lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Slowly, he knelt beside Lin Zixuan, pressing her body down firmly to stop her from struggling. Looking at the man who was both familiar and yet a stranger, Lin Zixuan's heart was already shattered, as if being cut by a knife. If she had known it would come to this, she would rather have been devoured by the zombie horde. "Wang Ji, I will hate you for the rest of my life." Her eyes burned with endless fury, as if she wanted to devour Wang Ji alive. Zhang Chao, standing nearby, burst into laughter and patted Wang Ji on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You did well. I'll give you an extra portion of food today." Hearing Zhang Chao's praise, Wang Ji raised his head and quickly whispered, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Thank you, Boss Zhang." His voice echoed in the air. Zhang Chao burst into hearty laughter, his eyes full of satisfaction. This was the apocalypse. It was truly wonderful. There was no denying that the apocalypse had changed everything, and even more so, it had transformed everyone's mindset. "Boss, when you're done playing, can you let us have a turn too?" A few security guards behind Zhang Chao said with grins. They were originally Zhang Chao's subordinates, and when the apocalypse struck, they clung tightly to Zhang Chao's coattails, allowing them to live quite comfortably. Except for Lin Zixuan, they had already had their way with all the other women. But Lin Zixuan's beauty was truly exceptional and incredibly alluring. In terms of looks, she surpassed those internet celebrities and small-time influencers by far. As a result, the men had started to develop ideas about her. Hearing their words, Zhang Chao's lips curled into a slight smile. "No problem. I've gotten a bit bored these past few days anyway. Once I'm done, you can all have a turn." As he spoke, Zhang Chao smiled and gently stroked Lin Zixuan's face. Her skin was smooth, like a dream come true. The subordinates' faces instantly lit up with joy. "Thank you, boss." Thank you, boss." Their gazes toward Lin Zixuan were like predators eyeing their prey, their excitement barely concealed. Hearing their conversation, Lin Zixuan felt a wave of despair. She wanted to escape, but she was powerless. At that moment, Zhang Chao began taking off his clothes and pants, revealing his unimpressive manhood, his face full of smugness. While patting Lin Zixuan's back, his eyes glimmered with amusement. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, as deafening as a thunderclap. In an instant, Zhang Chao was so startled that his legs nearly gave out. What was that noise? The thunderous sound caused everyone in the warehouse to panic. The subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, clueless about what was happening. "Old Wang, go outside and check it out," Zhang Chao ordered directly. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's face immediately turned bitter. With so many zombies outside and now the sound of an explosion, who knew what had happened? Boss. Old Wang wanted to refuse, but when he saw Zhang Chao's menacing glare, he immediately caved. Cautiously, he walked to the door, preparing to step outside. But just as his hand touched the door, bang! Another terrifying explosion rang out, and the massive iron door was blown off entirely. Old Wang, standing right next to the door, was struck by the flying iron door and sent hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. The force of the impact was so immense that the iron door crushed Old Wang to death on the spot. The sudden tragedy left everyone stunned. Lin Zixuan's boyfriend, Wang Ji, was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his heart pounding wildly. Beside him, Lin Zixuan saw this and let out a cold laugh. She felt an overwhelming sense of irony in her heart. This was the man she had loved for years, yet he was so cowardly. Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes and looked cautiously toward the door. Although he didn't understand what had happened, his intuition told him that this was definitely not a simple matter. "You stupid dog, how could you be so careless and hit someone to death? TSK, look how tragic it is. Hurry up and apologize." A lazy voice rang out, and everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the source of the sound. Then, they saw a handsome young man with fair skin, who looked no older than his early 20s, sitting atop a giant dog. The dog was several times larger than an ordinary black dog. This peculiar pairing left the crowd feeling utterly absurd. What the heck? Hearing Chen Xian's words, the dog emperor barked twice at Old Wang. Although it was unwilling to apologize, since its master had spoken, it decided to bark twice and be done with it. Chen Xian smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Oh, this is interesting." Inside the warehouse, there were 30 to 40 people, including 6 or 7 men in security uniforms with fierce expressions, and another 20 or 30 ordinary people huddled in the corners. Even more intriguing was a woman kneeling on the ground, with a man standing behind her. TSK. Chen Xian immediately grasped the situation at a glance. In the post-apocalyptic world, such scenarios were all too common. Strength ruled supreme, and some people, having suddenly gained power, let their ambition swell, engaging in acts of bullying, domination, rape, and murder as if it were routine. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by this. However, Chen Xian's gaze eventually locked onto Zhang Chao. His eyes slowly moved down from Zhang Chao's face and finally stopped at his lower body. Suddenly, Chen Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Something this small, and you still dare to show it off? What the heck is this? A blatant insult." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Chao was stunned at first, then his face turned bright red. Glancing at the people around him who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, he panicked instantly. Hastily putting on his pants, he glared angrily at Chen Xian. "Kid, you're asking for it." Zhang Chao raised the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Chen Xian. After all, he was an ability user. How could he tolerate a young man's provocation, especially in front of everyone? If he let this slide, he'd lose all his dignity. Chen Xian smiled faintly, completely unfazed by the threat. "I'm not interested in your business. Don't mess with me, mind your own affairs. Otherwise, you won't live past today." In small shelters like this, incidents of rape and murder were common and hardly worth mentioning. Chen Xian couldn't even be bothered to intervene. Now that order had collapsed, anywhere with a crowd was more or less the same. Zombies weren't truly terrifying. What was truly frightening was human nature, especially in the apocalypse. With that thought, Chen Xian directed Dog Emperor to head inside, planning to gather some supplies before leaving. Zhang Chao remained where he was, his expression shifting uncertainly. To be honest, he really wanted to chop off Chen Xian's head to vent his anger. However, Dog Emperor's presence put tremendous pressure on him. Even if he didn't know Chen Xian's true strength, a dog that huge was definitely no ordinary animal. It was probably mutated as well. The fact that Chen Xian could command such a beast proved he was anything but simple. Combined with Chen Xian's earlier threats, Zhang Chao was left hesitant. Even though Zhang Chao was an ability user, that didn't mean he was stupid. To have kept his job as head of security for so many years before the apocalypse, he obviously knew how to read people and situations. Therefore, he looked at Chen Xian's figure, hesitating to make a move, even though his subordinates kept signaling with their eyes, suggesting they teach Chen Xian a lesson. TSK. As expected of the warehouse of Wei Nima supermarket, the supplies are truly abundant. Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim. These supplies were enough to sustain a major force for several years. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Xian was commanding Dog Emperor to walk inside, a crisp female voice rang out. Dog Emperor stopped in his tracks, and Chen Xian curiously looked over. The speaker was none other than Lin Zixuan. She was empty-handed, kneeling on the ground like a puppet with strings cut, her body bearing the marks of excessive torment. Her pupils had long lost hope, leaving only despair to dominate. "Oh, what's the matter?" Chen Xian asked curiously. "Could you do me a favor?" Lin Zixuan's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Oh, what kind of favor?" Chen Xian became intrigued, scrutinizing her. Although Lin Zixuan's hair was disheveled and her body was covered in bruises, he felt that this woman was not simple. Moreover, it seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. So, he stopped in his tracks, wanting to chat with her a bit more. "Help me, kill them, all of them." Her icy voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion. She appeared to have lost all hope in this world, wanting to kill everyone in one fell swoop. Lin Zixuan's words words made the people around her shudder. Zhang Chao, standing nearby, snorted coldly and kicked her hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Damn it, you want to kill me? Do you think you're worthy? You wretched thing! Faced with Zhang Chao's relentless beating and cursing, Lin Zixuan remained silent, like a lifeless zombie, enduring it all without complaint. Her pupils were fixed firmly in Chen Xian's direction, as if he was the only one who could bring her a glimmer of hope. Kill everyone? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a trace of interest. This woman was quite intriguing. Killing them is certainly not difficult, but why should I help you? Looking at Lin Zixuan's disheveled hair and those eyes beneath it, Chen Xian smiled and asked. To be honest, killing everyone present posed no challenge for him, but why should he intervene? He never did anything without benefit. In the apocalypse, saints were always the first to die, and Chen Xian would never play the role of a saint. It was completely unnecessary. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Lin Zixuan paused for just 2 seconds before resolutely saying, Me? You? Yes, my life. As long as you kill all of them, my life will be yours. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask, even if it's killing people, Lin Zixuan said without hesitation. During the time since the apocalypse began, she had endured inhuman torment, and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Yet, amidst this breakdown, she had undergone a tremendous transformation. As long as she could kill these people, even if Chen Xian asked her to die immediately, she wouldn't hesitate. Hearing this, Chen Xian's smile grew even brighter, his gaze sweeping over her repeatedly. Interesting. What's your name? Chen Xian asked with a faint smile. Lin Zixuan, upon hearing this, slowly raised her head, her messy hair falling to one side. Her eyes were astonishingly resolute, devoid of any fear, filled only with endless killing intent. My name is Lin Zixuan. Yes, Lin Zixuan. Hearing these 3 words, Chen Xian's pupils contracted as he carefully scrutinized her. It's her. It really is her. The name Lin Zixuan was as well known as Thunder in the apocalypse, her fame rivaling that of the Dog Emperor. Alright, Lin Zixuan, known as the Xian Empress, was the first 9th-tier female emperor in the apocalypse, with terrifying strength. It was rumored that this empress had an extreme aversion to men. Any man who committed acts of rape, regardless of his status, would be dismembered by her. Chen Xian still remembered a shocking event that had occurred during the apocalypse. This Xian Empress had personally dismembered the leader of a shelter, an 8th-tier powerhouse, and even cut off his manhood, hanging it on the shelter's gate before leaving without a trace. This incident sent shockwaves across the world, leaving countless strong men feeling a chill in their lower bodies, fearing they might accidentally provoke this empress and meet the same fate. No one knew what this empress had experienced in the past. Perhaps those who did were already dead. However, her formidable reputation deterred anyone from daring to provoke her, especially men. Chen Xian never expected to encounter the Xian Empress in this small Wonima warehouse. What a stroke of luck. Of course, Chen Xian had no particular feelings for the Empress herself, but she was undoubtedly a person of immense value. If he could gain her allegiance, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. With the Xian Empress by his side, who in the apocalypse would dare to provoke him? Therefore, upon learning Lin Zixuan's identity, Chen Xian did not hesitate to smile and say, in that case, I accept. But from now on, your life is mine. After speaking, he revealed a smile. However, beneath that smile was a hint of a grim reaper-like aura. When Lin Zixuan heard Chen Xian agree, a glimmer of light instantly flashed in her previously dim eyes. She stared straight at him, then broke into a smile and said, alright, that's simple alright, conveyed her determination. From that moment on, Chen Xian was her sky, and even if he asked her to take her own life, she would do so without hesitation. Chen Xian saw this and nodded in satisfaction. His gaze flickered as he looked at everyone present. I originally didn't plan to make a move against you, but sorry, someone offered a high price, and I don't seem to have a reason to refuse. His tone gradually turned cold, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Zhang Chao snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be mysterious. I'm an ability user. Why should I be afraid of you? You 6, go take him down, Zhang Chao ordered coldly, glancing at the 6 underlings beside him. The 6 exchanged hesitant looks, momentarily unsure of what to do. However, before they could react, Chen Xian's figure descended from Godi. Step by step, he walked steadily in their direction. Lin Zixuan's gaze never left him. Suddenly, countless ice spikes appeared around Chen Xian. With a wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot forward like unleashed arrows, hurtling straight toward the 6 underlings. The terrifying speed of the ice spikes tore through the air, producing sharp, explosive sounds. There was no way for them to evade. Bang! Countless ice spikes flew like rain, accurately striking the 6 people. Hundreds of ice spikes pierced them into human sieves, and they collapsed to the ground, one after another. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chao was stunned, Wang Ji was dumbfounded, and all the survivors in the supermarket showed expressions of disbelief. Only Lin Zixuan had a faint smile on her fair face, though that smile carried a hint of morbidity. You're also an ability user? Zhang Chao was utterly shocked, never expecting the young man before him to also be an ability user, and one with such advanced techniques and formidable strength that it sent a chill down his spine. However, Chen Xian did not speak and slowly walked toward him. Zhang Chao panicked instantly, grabbing Lin Zixuan by the neck with one hand. You stay back, or I'll strangle her. Seeing this, Chen Xian remained calm and continued walking forward, his eyes full of disdain. At this moment, Zhang Chao was already panicking. Although he didn't know Chen Xian's true strength, the situation before him filled him with fear. That's right, he was terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, and in the next instant, an ice spike shot through the air with a sharp whistle. Before Zhang Chao could even react, it pierced straight into his arm. Ah! He screamed in pain, his body collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Glancing down at his right arm, he saw the ice spike had gone straight through, the wound radiating an icy chill that cut straight to the bone, his eyes filled with agony. Chen Xian stood beside Lin Zixuan, casually taking out a coat from his spatial ring and handing it to her. Put it on. At this moment, she was still naked, covered in scars, looking extremely disheveled. However, Lin Zixuan shook her head and unsteadily stood up. Not necessary for now. After all, they won't survive today. Dead men seeing it doesn't matter. Her tone was so indifferent it sent chills down one's spine. Chen Xian looked at her, his interest growing even stronger. Not bad, this attitude suited his taste. After all, Chen Xian was someone who had experienced death once. He was very satisfied with Lin Zixuan's personality, which carried a hint of madness and indifference toward life. If she had been the kind of saintly person who always tried to save others, even if she had the potential to become a ninth-tier powerhouse, Chen Xian would never have helped her. Saints only dragged others down. What he needed was a loyal, cold-blooded individual. As you wish. Chen Xian casually tossed the coat onto the ground and turned his gaze to Zhang Chao. Want to kill him yourself? I do. Lin Zixuan answered without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, the person she most wanted to kill was undoubtedly Zhang Chao. She wanted to skin him alive and tear him apart to vent her hatred. Chen Xian's lips curved into a slight smile. In that case, I'll give you the chance. He stepped forward, staring directly at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao was clearly unwilling to die just like that. Stop joking. A mere B-level trash ability, and you dare say you want to join me? I wouldn't even want you as a dog. Chen Xian's mockery made the dog emperor nearby feel displeased. Woof woof. The dog emperor raised its head arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Chao. What kind of status does he have to dare to be the master's dog? Humph. Lin Zixuan walked up to Zhang Chao, still completely naked at this moment. Yet she didn't care about her appearance at all, simply squatting down with a cold expression on her face. Do you like me like this? The icy words instantly sent a chill through Zhang Chao. He swallowed hard, momentarily unsure how to respond. Then, Lin Zixuan's expression suddenly darkened, and the long blade in her hand slashed down fiercely. Ah! Accompanied by a pig-like scream, the entire warehouse trembled. The other survivors, seeing this, broke out in cold sweat. Lin Zixuan's slash didn't cut off Zhang Chao's head but directly severed his lower body. At this moment, Zhang Chao tilted his head back and howled in agony. He was no longer a man. That heart-wrenching pain, the dual torment of body and mind, could only be understood by those who had experienced it. At this moment, Zhang Chao finally understood. Lin Zixuan, without hesitation, picked up the bloody piece, squeezed it in front of Zhang Chao, her lips curling slightly, her gaze growing more mocking. So small. Those two simple words instantly broke Zhang Chao. A true attack on both body and soul. Chen Xian, watching from the side, was momentarily stunned. Playing this crazy? Why does it feel like her mental state is a bit off? However, having such a subordinate made Chen Xian even more satisfied. It was truly entertaining. Zhang Chao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Killing someone wasn't enough, she had to break his spirit too. It was terrifying. He stared fixedly at Lin Zixuan in front of him, terror filling his eyes. Was this woman truly insane? She was so vicious it made his skin crawl. Yet suddenly, Lin Zixuan gave him a smile, the kind of horrifying expression that made everyone instinctively swallow hard. Now, where should I start? Let's go with your legs first. As she spoke, her blade flashed coldly, a terrifying arc slicing through the air. The next moment, Zhang Chao's scream rang out like a pig being slaughtered as his thigh was cleanly severed by Lin Zixuan. Then, in a single motion, his other leg followed. Two neatly sliced thighs lay on the ground for all to see, and everyone watching felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Wang Ji, once Lin Zixuan's boyfriend, or rather, ex-boyfriend. He had never seen Lin Zixuan like this. It was a madness that was terrifying to behold. Many of the survivors behind them were so sickened they started to retch. It was that horrifying. With both legs severed, Zhang Chao was bleeding profusely, feeling his life slip away. Even if Lin Zixuan left him alone, he wouldn't survive long. Sensing the horror of the moment, Zhang Chao's face was twisted with pain. Please, kill me, put me out of my misery, please. Yes. Zhang Chao's face was ashen, completely lost in panic. Now, he didn't even want to live, he just hoped Lin Zixuan would end it quickly. But all he got in response was a cruel smile. Why would I let you die so easily? With that, Lin Zixuan started on his fingers. 1, 2, until all 10 were cleanly severed. Even Chen Chen Xian, watching from the side, felt a chill run through him. Tisk, vicious. Even he had to admit Lin Zixuan was ruthless. No wonder she was known as the Xian Empress, a name that struck fear into countless hearts in the apocalypse. Still, Chen Xian didn't intervene. He stood aside, silently watching her vent her rage. No one knew how much time had passed before Zhang Chao, tormented beyond recognition, finally breathed his last, his eyes wide open and filled with terror even in death. But for him, death might have been a release. Lin Zixuan slowly stood and without hesitation crushed Zhang Chao's eyeballs. By then, there was not a single intact part left on his body. Even Chen Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Then, Lin Zixuan, blood-stained blade in hand, walked slowly toward Wang Ji. Every step she took was like a harbinger of death. Wang Ji knew exactly what was coming. Terror filled his eyes. The memory of Zhang Chao's fate only made him more afraid. A sour stench came from between his legs. He'd wet himself in fear. I was wrong, Zixuan. Please, for the sake of our past, don't kill me. I'm begging you. Wang Ji pleaded desperately. But Lin Zixuan ignored him completely. If Zhang Chao was the man she hated most, then Wang Ji was second. She despised his weakness, loathed his shamelessness, and hated his hypocrisy. Die! Lin Zixuan's blade flashed, slicing down hard. The sharp blade split Wang Ji's skull, sending his head flying and blood splattering everywhere. Wang Ji was dead. With those two dealt with, Lin Zixuan finally let out a long breath, letting her blade fall to her side. Vengeance taken, a sense of peace settled over her at last. Chen Xian smiled faintly as he walked forward. How do you feel? It's like I'm free, but I don't really have the motivation to keep living, Lin Zixuan replied calmly. It was true, many people, after getting revenge, suddenly find life has lost its meaning, and they can't find a reason to go on. Right now, Lin Zixuan was in that state, having killed Zhang Chao and Wang Ji. She no longer had any desires or goals. But Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Remember, your life belongs to me now. You die only if I say so. Lin Zixuan looked up suddenly, meeting Chen Xian's gaze. Her calm eyes flickered with emotion, and she nodded firmly. All right, that single word spoke volumes. Chen Xian was very satisfied. What should we do with these people? Chen Xian's eyes turned to the 2 or 3 dozen survivors nearby. They were all ordinary people who'd survived by luck, and like Lin Zixuan, they had all suffered under Zhang Chao's rule. Hope flickered in their eyes as they looked at Lin Zixuan, praying she would spare them. Kill them all. The icy voice carried not a trace of emotion, utterly indifferent. Everyone froze upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words. Miss Lin, we are victims too. We've never harmed you. Exactly, I was bullied as well. Why do you want to kill us? Yeah, that's right. The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted immediately. The crowd began to murmur, each person trying to plead for their lives. After all, they had never harmed Lin Zixuan. Like her, they were victims too. However, Lin Zixuan calmly replied, I don't want anyone to know about this past, except for my master. Only the dead can keep secrets. Indeed, this dark past was something Lin Zixuan did not want anyone other than Chen Xian to know. Only the dead could keep secrets. This was also why she had not put on any clothes until now. After all, the people before her would only end up as corpses. What difference did it make how many dead there were? Very good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Chen Xian nodded in appreciation. Lin Zixuan's way of handling things was exactly to his taste. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. With that, Chen Xian showed no more mercy. With a wave of his hand, over 100 ice spikes shot toward the remaining survivors. In an instant, blood splattered throughout the warehouse. There was not a single survivor left. Thank you, master, Lin Zixuan said respectfully. Chen Xian smiled faintly and waved his hand. These are just trivial matters. Now it's time to get down to business. What business? The awakening of our abilities. Chen Xian slowly uttered 4 words. That's right, the important matter was awakening superpowers. After all, she was the future Xian Emperor, the first female emperor of the human race, with immense strength, and her superpowers were naturally extraordinary. Her superpowers were also SSS level, in no way inferior to the Dog Emperor. Upon hearing the words awaken superpowers, Lin Zixuan's originally calm eyes revealed a hint of brilliance. I can also awaken superpowers? She found it somewhat unbelievable. She had not yet fully understood the rules of the post-apocalyptic world, and the concept of awakening superpowers was something she had only seen in Zhang Chao. Of course, otherwise, why would I save you? I don't keep idle people under my command, Chen Xian said with a slight smile. Not keeping idle people under her command? Hearing this, Lin Zixuan seemed to ponder for a moment before asking, then how do I awaken superpowers? You sit cross-legged, then hold this crystal core. Chen Xian took out a second-tier crystal core. The stronger the energy of the crystal core, the higher the probability of successfully awakening superpowers. The second-tier crystal core was the best one Chen Xian could currently offer. Taking the crystal core handed to her by Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She had seen this thing before. Previously, when Zhang Chao hunted zombies, Lin Zixuan had personally witnessed him pick up such a crystal core from a zombie. zombie. By comparison, Zhang Chao's crystal core appeared much dimmer in color. Even just holding it in her hand, she could feel the terrifying energy contained within. This is a second-tier crystal core. You just need to hold it, focus on sensing the energy within the crystal core, and then guide the energy into your body. Chen Xian explained. Lin Zixuan did not hesitate at all. Following Chen Xian's instructions, she sat cross-legged, tightly gripping the crystal core in her hand, striving to sense the energy within and channel it into her body. At first, she felt a surge of overwhelming energy. Without hesitation, she began attempting to draw the energy from the crystal core into her body. That energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Seeing this, Chen Xian was not surprised. After all, she was the Xian Emperor in her previous life, a 9th-tier empress. How could awakening her abilities possibly fail? That was absolutely impossible. He waited quietly on the side. Before long, the energy within Lin Zixuan grew increasingly powerful, and soon, a terrifying aura emanated from her. This long and dark aura carried a hint of dominance, making it impossible for others to look directly at her. This was the oppressive force of supernatural abilities. To Qin Xian, this kind of oppressive force was nothing at all. If he unleashed his own abilities, they would be even more terrifying. As expected of an SSS-level ability, Emperor Xian is truly extraordinary. Chen Xian silently marveled in his heart, his gaze firmly fixed on Lin Zixuan. This Emperor Xian was indeed remarkable. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin Zixuan slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils, which were originally normal, had turned black, as dark as ink, so deep that they were impossible to see through. A few seconds later, they returned to normal. Master, I did it. She stood up, her voice slightly trembling, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart. Awakening her powers for the first time, how could she not feel emotional? Looking at Lin Zixuan in front of him, Chen Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. Not bad. What kind of power did you awaken? Master, the ability I awakened is an SSS-level power, Dark Sovereign, which allows me to control the power of darkness and is suitable for assassination. At night, my body can merge with the darkness, and my strength triples. Lin Zixuan did not hold back and detailed her ability to Chen Xian. SSS-level power, Dark Sovereign, control over the power of darkness, adept at assassination. Strength triples in the dark of night. This ability was indeed astonishing, and even Chen Xian couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. After all, in her previous life, the Sovereign Empress had an extremely domineering style of action, rarely interacting with anyone. Those who did cross paths with her were almost always dead. Therefore, few people know what Emperor Xian's special ability is, they only know that her ability is SSS level and extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, it turns out to be the SSS level Dark Sovereign, a natural master of the night. This ability is in no way inferior to the Dog Emperor and even surpasses it in some aspects. Not bad, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Chen Xian smiled faintly, the smile on his face growing even brighter. However, there is something you need to know. Please speak, Master. I have a soul-capturing ability. Once activated, I can absorb a trace of your soul and merge it into my mind. From then on, you will be unable to betray me. Are you willing? Chen Xian calmly looked at Lin Zixuan and smiled faintly. Although he trusted Lin Zixuan's loyalty, the soul-capturing ability was necessary, otherwise, he couldn't fully trust her in his heart. I've said it before, I am the Master's blade. The Master can do whatever he wishes. Lin Zixuan did not hesitate in the slightest. She looked directly at Chen Xian, her gaze firm, as if everything was perfectly natural. She was Chen Xian's blade, meant to cut through all problems for him. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, said without hesitation, relax your mind. Lin Zixuan stood calmly in place, completely relaxing her mind. Chen Xian directly activated his soul-capturing ability, swiftly extracting a wisp of Lin Zixuan's soul and storing it in his own mind. With just a single thought, Lin Zixuan could instantly perish. This was the terrifying nature of soul-capturing. Master. Lin Zixuan bowed respectfully. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Put on your clothes first. At this moment, Lin Zixuan was still naked, standing bare in front of Chen Xian. She responded with a nod and picked up the clothes on the ground without hesitation, putting them on. Now use your ability and attack me with all your strength. Chen Xian wanted to test the power of this SSS level ability, Dark Monarch. Chen Xian was well aware of Dog Emperor's Purple Heaven Divine Thunder ability, whose combat strength was intimidating, and the speed boost it provided was quite significant. However, he was extremely curious about the true strength of Lin Zixuan's ability. Yes, Lin Zixuan responded obediently, and her figure moved swiftly, her agility far surpassing that of ordinary people, at least 5 or 6 times faster. Immediately after, a mass of dark matter began to surge forward. Seeing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but marvel. He quickly raised an ice wall to protect himself inside. However, the dark matter was not ordinary air, it directly penetrated the ice wall and entered his defensive range. At this moment, Chen Xian was even more astonished. Hiss, this darkness can actually penetrate my ice wall. It seems physical defense is completely ineffective. Indeed, the power Lin Zixuan unleashed unleashed was highly peculiar. It could penetrate physical defenses, yet it was not a mental attack, making it a truly unique substance. Once the dark mass passed through the ice wall, it surrounded Chen Xian completely. With a thought, Lin Zixuan transformed the dark mass into a long spear, which shot toward Chen Xian with great force. Boom! Chen Xian struck out with a punch, shattering the spear instantly. After all, Lin Zixuan was only a first-level ability user, and the energy consumption within her body was too great. Her ability could not be sustained for long, so after the spear was destroyed by Chen Xian, the dark matter also disappeared in an instant. The moment the black spear vanished, Lin Zixuan's face turned pale, and her ability dissipated completely. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately handed her 2 first-tier crystal cores. Take these to replenish your energy. Yes, Lin Zixuan responded, taking the crystal cores from Chen Xian. She moved to the side, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing the energy from the cores. Meanwhile, Chen Xian stood by, silently contemplating Lin Zixuan's ability. As expected of the Dark Monarch, an SSS level ability is truly extraordinary, he thought to himself. Earlier, although the dark spear couldn't harm him in the slightest, that was only because Lin Zixuan's strength was too weak, merely at the first-tier level. If her strength were greater, she could become a nightmare for countless ability users. Why? Because her ability was unique. Earlier, the dark matter was able to penetrate Chen Xian's ice wall, which meant it could bypass any physical defense. Of course, during the penetration process, the dark matter itself was not lethal. However, once it penetrated and condensed into a spear, it possessed immense offensive power. That said, after condensing into a spear, the dark matter could no longer bypass physical defenses. It was a fascinating ability. If used properly, it could undoubtedly become a nightmare for many, enabling assassinations in complete stealth. Moreover, Lin Zixuan had mentioned that the Dark Monarch's ability could triple in strength at night, which was an absolutely terrifying enhancement. Indeed, this ability is inherently suited for assassins, making it nearly impossible to guard against, Chen Xian thought, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Clearly, taking Lin Zixuan under his wing brought him immense benefits. Once Lin Zixuan's strength improved in the future, he would undoubtedly have a powerful ally by his side, and this ally would be absolutely loyal. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly. While Lin Zixuan was recovering her energy, Chen Xian and Dog Emperor began looting the Wei Ma warehouse, taking various supplies and storing them in his spatial ring. The spatial ring had an internal space of 50 square meters, enough to store a significant amount of items. Chen Xian and Dog Emperor didn't take too much, just enough to last the 3 of them for 3 to 5 years. Even if they encountered danger in the future, the food in the spatial ring would ensure they wouldn't starve. Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan stood up, rejuvenated. After absorbing 2 first-tier crystal nuclei, not only had her abilities fully recovered, but her strength had also improved further, and she had become more adept at controlling her powers. Master, Lin Zixuan walked up to Chen Xian and said calmly. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. Your abilities are quite impressive. Develop them well and do not slack off. All right. Lin Zixuan nodded in response. She remained silent for a few minutes, seemingly struggling to voice something. Chen Xian noticed her hesitation and asked, what is it? Do you have something to say? Lin Zixuan bit her lip lightly and nodded firmly. Yes. Can I go back to my hometown to check on my parents? If Master has other plans, I won't go back. Return to her hometown to check on her parents? The apocalypse had been ongoing for over 10 days now, and the number of zombies had reached a peak. Not to mention the elderly, even young people had mostly perished. The surviving population nationwide was less than half, practically a 1 in 10 survival rate. Lin Zixuan's parents were most likely victims of the zombie tide, with slim chances of survival. However, Chen Xian did not intend to refuse her. Accompanying her to take a look wouldn't hurt, and after confirming the news of her parents' fate, she could focus on serving him with peace of mind. In that case, let's set off. Hearing Chen Xian's words, a ripple of emotion appeared on Lin Zixuan's calm face, and her eyes couldn't hide her gratitude. The man before her had not only rescued her from a desperate situation and given her a new lease on life, but he had also helped her awaken her supernatural abilities. Now, he was even willing to accompany her back to her hometown to visit her parents. Such kindness left Lin Zixuan unsure of how to repay him. Even if she had to sacrifice her life for Chen Xian at that moment, she would do so willingly. Thank you, Master. Lin Zixuan knelt to the ground and bowed deeply. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Where is your parents' hometown? Anning County, Linjia Village. Anning County, Linjia Village. Hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Chen Xian was momentarily stunned, then revealed a peculiar expression. He hadn't expected Lin Zixuan's hometown to be the same place he had originally planned to visit. Linjia Village was already part of his itinerary. In the post-apocalyptic world, besides zombies, ferocious beasts, and superhumans, there were also many mutated plants, and Linjia Village was home to one such plant, called the bloodvine. The origins of the bloodvine were unknown unknown, but it was extraordinarily unique, surviving by feeding on human blood. In the early stages of the apocalypse, this bloodvine existed near Linjia village, consuming a significant amount of human blood and rapidly growing in strength. By the later stages of the apocalypse, it had become an 8th-tier demonic plant, with extremely tenacious vitality, making it difficult to deal with. Even ordinary 9th-tier powerhouses struggled to kill it. Eventually, it took the combined efforts of 3 9th-tier powerhouses to bring the bloodvine down. Chen Xian had also learned some secrets about the bloodvine, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of his own strength. Therefore, he set his sights on the bloodvine. Originally, he thought Lin Zixuan's parents had a slim chance of survival, but now it seemed they had no chance at all. Master, is there a problem? Seeing Chen Xian's strange expression, Lin Zixuan asked. Chen Xian shook his head. It's nothing. Let's go, we're leaving now. For now, he had no intention of revealing anything about the bloodvine and decided to head to Linjia village first. Alright. Chen Xian leaped up and sat on Dog Emperor's back, waving to Lin Zixuan, come on up. Yes. Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate for a moment, jumping up and sitting behind Chen Xian. After awakening her abilities, her physical fitness had significantly improved. After all, it was an SSS level ability, and one as destructive as the Dark Monarch. Chen Xian patted Dog Emperor's back. Let's go, onward to Linjia village. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice, then turned around and dashed out swiftly. With the support of the 3rd-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, Dog Emperor's speed was astonishing. Sitting on Dog Emperor's back, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel shocked. She had always thought that although Dog Emperor looked massive, it was just a mutated dog and probably not very strong. However, the speed it unleashed was beyond her imagination. It seemed this big dog was far from ordinary. Indeed, her master had no useless subordinates, even a dog was extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan's determination to grow stronger became even firmer. She was determined to repay her master's kindness. Anning County is a subordinate county of Yuning City, located about 500 to 600 kilometers from Subei City. Before the apocalypse began, driving on the highway would only take 6 to 7 hours, but now, the highways are mostly filled with zombies, making it nearly impossible to drive there. With Dog Emperor's speed, it would take about 3 days to reach. Crossing a city will probably take 2 to 3 days, but there's no need to rush. The apocalypse has only been going on for half a month, so that bloodvine, no matter how strong, has limited evolution. Speed, Chen Xian calculated silently on the road. Even if that bloodvine were heaven-defying, its strength wouldn't be too terrifying. In his previous life, with only A-level abilities, he naturally wouldn't dare to entertain any unusual thoughts. But now, Chen Xian possessed mythic-level abilities and had achieved 3rd-tier strength thanks to his foresight. Naturally, he was confident in competing with that bloodvine. In the afternoon, Dog Emperor got on the highway. Before the apocalypse, a dog running on the highway would have been headline news. But now, apart from zombies, there were almost no other creatures on the highway. With Dog Emperor's size, any zombies daring to approach would undoubtedly be crushed and sent flying. Ordinary 1st or 2nd-tier beasts were no match for Dog Emperor. Watching the zombies being continuously knocked away, a hint of shock appeared on Lin Zixuan's cold face. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this silly dog. It's not simple at all. It possesses the SSS level ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder and is at the 3rd tier, with quite impressive combat power." Lin Zixuan was stunned upon hearing this. This dog actually had an SSS level ability, and at the 3rd tier? What kind of joke was this? If someone else had said this, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. But since Chen Xian said it, she had no reason to doubt him. Even so, her eyes still showed a trace of shock. She couldn't believe she was even inferior to a dog, which left her feeling somewhat frustrated. Chen Xian glanced at Lin Zixuan and noticed her inner thoughts. You don't need to feel bad. Looking across the entire world, the Dog Emperor is one of a kind. Besides, your ability is no weaker than his. Just focus on improving your own strength. After hearing this, Lin Zixuan nodded firmly. Master, rest assured, I will definitely strive to improve my strength and become the sharpest blade in your hand. Her words carried a sense of determination. No matter how difficult the process, she was determined to become Chen Xian's capable assistant. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said nothing more. In fact, he had intentionally provoked Lin Zixuan earlier to motivate her to work harder. After all, if she couldn't even surpass a dog, how could she bear it? Clearly, this tactic worked well, as Lin Zixuan's fighting spirit was ignited. This scene was strikingly similar to a company boss encouraging their employees. At this moment, the Dog Emperor, who overheard the conversation between Chen Xian and Lin Zixuan, was evidently displeased. Although it couldn't speak human language yet, that didn't mean it couldn't understand. As a dog, it was no fool. The fact that this woman named Lin Zixuan dared to challenge its position in the master's heart was simply absurd. The Dog Emperor let out a long woof toward the sky, and its speed suddenly doubled, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. Lin Zixuan, still weak in strength, found it difficult to withstand withstand such rapid movements. This was practically a veteran employee giving the newcomer a hard time. Chen Xian kicked the dog emperor's body. "Stupid dog, why are you running so fast? Slow down for me." Woof. Hearing this, dog emperor slowed down reluctantly. As a smart dog, it naturally understood that its owner's words were commands, and obedient dogs were always the luckiest. It resumed its original pace and continued forward. Along the way, Lin Zixuan absorbed energy from a second-tier crystal core to enhance her strength. Upgrading an SSS-level ability required much more energy. As night fell, Lin Zixuan had already absorbed half of the second-tier crystal core, and her strength had slightly improved. "There's a service area ahead. Let's rest there for the night before moving on." Dog Emperor had also been running all day, consuming a significant amount of its ability. Moreover, with the sky darkening, Chen Xian did not have the habit of traveling at night. He knew well that in the apocalypse, caution was paramount, and a good night's rest to adjust their state was most important. "Woof," Dog Emperor responded with a bark and then ran toward the service area. This service area was considered a large one, but since the apocalypse began, the number of zombies inside had surged. Before they even entered the service area, Chen Xian saw a large group of zombies wandering at the entrance. Sensing the presence of Chen Xian and his companions, the zombies immediately swarmed toward them. They were all first-tier zombies, which naturally posed no threat to the three of them. Just as Dog Emperor was about to take action, Chen Xian stopped it. "Zixuan, you go. These zombies are yours to handle." Chen Xian directly instructed Lin Zixuan to deal with the zombies, as this was also a form of training for her. After all, in the apocalypse, the strength of one's abilities was important, but combat skills were even more critical. Chen Xian intentionally aimed to cultivate Lin Zixuan's combat abilities. "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan responded, then leaped down and stood in front of Dog Emperor. This was her first time facing so many zombies, and to say she felt no inner turmoil would be a lie. However, she had already made up her mind to become the sharpest blade in Chen Xian's hand, so retreating was not an option. These zombies would serve as her whetstone. "Dark Spear." Lin Zixuan called out softly, and a pitch-black spear appeared in front of her. Compared to the one she had used earlier in the day against Chen Xian, today's spear was far more powerful. This was because she had been honing her abilities and absorbing crystal cores to enhance her strength throughout the journey, naturally increasing the spear's power. Moreover, the Dark Monarch's trait allowed her strength to triple in the darkness, making the spear's power even more terrifying. 2 or 3 dozen zombies charged forward rapidly, their thirst for fresh blood impossible to conceal. Put! Accompanied by the throw of a spear, a first-tier zombie was instantly pierced through the heart. The pitch-black spear penetrated the zombie, and the spear embedded in the zombie instantly transformed into a mass of black matter, returning to Lin Zixuan's hand. However, the death of the zombie did not stop the advance of the others. Lin Zixuan showed no fear. With a wave of her hand, countless dark substances transformed into a cage, trapping all the zombies within, unable to move forward. Immediately after, darkness, strangle. In the next second, countless black spikes suddenly appeared within the cage, instantly turning it into a purgatory. All the zombies were annihilated in an instant. After completing all this, Lin Zixuan's face turned pale, and a trace of exhaustion appeared in her eyes. This move was, so far, the most energy-consuming technique she had. Just this one move had drained all her energy. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his eyes full of praise. As expected of Emperor Xian, even at the first tier, her strength was not to be underestimated. Hearing Chen Xian's compliment, a faint smile appeared on Lin Zixuan's pale face. She bent down and picked up all the first-tier crystal cores from the zombies. Among the more than 20 zombies, there were 7 first-tier crystal cores, which was quite decent. She intended to hand the crystal cores to Chen Xian, but he waved his hand. "Keep them and restore your energy." A few first-tier crystal cores were nothing significant to him. Lin Zixuan responded and then sat on Dog Emperor. Without the obstruction of zombies, Dog Emperor quickly led them into the service area. The vast service area, apart from the zombies at the entrance, still had many wandering inside. As soon as Chen Xian and the others entered, they attracted the attention of these zombies. To save time, he directly ordered Dog Emperor to take action. Several strikes of the purple heaven divine thunder descended, leaving none of these low-level zombies alive. Among the dozens of first-tier zombies, there were also 2 second-tier zombies, but they too could not withstand a single strike of lightning from Dog Emperor. After collecting the crystal cores, the 2 humans and 1 dog found a room to settle in. The density of zombies in the service area was extremely high. So many days into the apocalypse, there were no survivors left. Either they had turned into zombies or had become food. After entering the room and tidying up a bit, Lin Zixuan took a shower and changed into a combat outfit, a black short-sleeve shirt paired with black tight-fitting denim pants. Her jet-black long hair fell loosely, giving her a distinct dark queen aura. Once she was ready, Lin Zixuan found a corner to continue absorbing the second-tier crystal core. She hadn't finished finished earlier in the afternoon. Seeing her working so hard, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he also sat on the bed and began absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. At the entrance of the service area, 4 men and 1 woman stepped out of a black jeep. The leading man appeared to be in his 30s, with a middle-aged look, a buzz cut, and a large gold chain hanging around his neck, a typical street boss type from before the apocalypse. Boss, something's not right. Why are there so many dead zombies in this service area, and all the crystal cores have been dug out? Wang Xiuhu observed the corpses of these zombies for a moment and then spoke. Listening to his subordinate's report, Zhang Daolong rubbed his bulging belly, squinted his eyes, and looked in the direction of the service area with a hint of interest in his gaze. These zombies haven't been dead for long. It seems someone has already taken over this service area. Hearing Zhang Daolong's words, several of his subordinates were all startled. Hiss, there are actually other ability users. Interesting. I wonder if it's a lone superhuman. Maybe they have some good stuff on them. It's just that we don't know how strong these people are. If they're stronger than us, that could be trouble. Several subordinates discussed among themselves. Zhang Daolong carefully examined the zombies on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly curling into a cold smile. Don't worry, the residual powers on these zombies are only at the first tier level, not very strong. First tier? What's there to be afraid of? Li Yan walked gracefully to Zhang Daolong's side, her voluptuous figure swaying and drawing all eyes. Her heavy makeup and bright red lips were irresistibly alluring. Just a few first-tier ability users. With Brother Long's strength, he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. What's there to worry about? Hearing this, several subordinates immediately began showering him with flattery. Exactly. Brother Long possesses SS-level abilities and is even a second-tier ability user. No matter how many of them there are, they're no match for Brother Long. That's right, when Brother Long makes a move, he wipes them all out. Hearing the praise from Li Yan and his subordinates, Zhang Daolong burst into laughter and contentedly groped Li Yan's chest. Not bad, a few first-tier ability users, I wiped them out with a wave of my hand. Let's go, let's check out their strength. If they know what's good for them and are willing to join us, we can spare their lives. If not, then, we'll kill them and take their stuff. Since the apocalypse began, he had already committed numerous acts of murder and robbery, so he spoke these words without a shred of guilt. Upon hearing this, the others' smiles grew even brighter. They drove a jeep straight into the service area, passing countless zombie corpses along the way, which further convinced them that there must be ability users inside the service area. Someone's here. In the room, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes and said softly. He had been absorbing the energy of the crystal core when he suddenly heard the sound of a jeep outside. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor also came over. Through the window, Chen Xian saw a group of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, getting out of the jeep. Surprisingly, all 5 of them were ability users, holding various weapons, all of which were cold weapons. Interesting. Looking at the group, the corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Master, what should we do? Kill them all? Lin Zixuan's voice carried a hint of killing intent as soon as she spoke. Beside her, Dog Emperor was already poised to strike. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Let's go. Let's head down and take a look. These 5 seemed quite intriguing. With that, Chen Xian took the lead and walked downstairs, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor following closely behind. Brother Long, look, someone's coming. Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the left front and said. The group's attention was immediately drawn to the sight of a man, a woman, and a large dog walking toward them. Looks like these are the survivors. Zhang Daolong snorted coldly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. The man and woman didn't seem particularly remarkable, but the large dog was worth noting. Such a massive dog was likely mutated. However, Zhang Daolong didn't take them seriously. After all, there were 5 of them on his side, while the other side had only 2 people and a dog. Moreover, as an SS-level ability user, his strength was extraordinary. If he weren't so powerful, how could he have so many followers? Kid, are all these zombies killed by you? Zhang Daolong asked directly, his loud voice echoing through the previously silent service area. Chen Xian stood 5 or 6 meters in front of him, his gaze calm, and nodded with a faint smile. That's right. Why, do you have any objections? Zhang Daolong sneered. It seems you have some skills. I'll give you a chance, follow me. His words seemed domineering, but Chen Xian responded with a light laugh. And what if I refuse? Refuse? Zhang Daolong gave a cruel smile. Refusal means only one path, death. The lackeys behind him burst into mocking laughter. Exactly, kid. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Our brother Long is a second-tier ability user with SS-level powers. He's destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. That's right, following brother Long is your honor. Oh, SS-level powers? Interesting. However, for Chen Xian, that was far from enough. Oh, sorry, but I refuse, Chen Xian replied calmly, not the slightest trace of wavering in his eyes. Zhang Daolong's gaze narrowed, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. Kid, looks like you've really got a death wish. If that's the case, I'll grant it. But what a pity for that beauty behind you. TSK, with a woman like that, I'll just have my fun before I kill her. As he stared at Lin Zixuan, an unnatural light flashed in his eyes. That girl's looks and figure were flawless, and her icy aura was addictively irresistible. He wasn't the only one thinking this, the lackeys behind him were also itching for a turn after their boss. But when Lin Zixuan heard their words, an icy fury flickered in her eyes. She couldn't help but recall the painful experience in the Walmart warehouse, making it hard for her to breathe. Her anger was practically about to erupt. Scum like this deserved to die. Chen Xian, of course, noticed Lin Zixuan's state. He smiled slightly and said, "This guy is yours to deal with later." "All right, thank you, master," Lin Zixuan replied coldly. Ever since that warehouse incident, something inside her had become twisted. She couldn't stand to hear such words. She wished she could rip these men apart. Chen Xian's lips curled up. "I was just looking to stretch my muscles a bit anyway. Let me see your S-rank ability." With that, Chen Xian strode forward. He advanced step by step, leaving a solid footprint with each step. Although he did not use any supernatural abilities, he still exerted immense pressure on the few people in front of him. This kid seemed anything but simple. Zhang Dalong snorted coldly and said to the few lackeys beside him, "You guys, teach him a lesson." For first-tier ability users attacked simultaneously. Zhang Dalong was confident that no matter how strong Chen Xian was, he could not possibly be their match. Yes, they responded in unison. Immediately after, Li Yan stepped forward. With a seductive gait, a ball of flame forming in her hand. "Kid, prepare to be baptized by fire." With that, a massive fireball shot straight toward Chen Xian. The blazing flames instantly illuminated the entire service area, sparks flying everywhere, and the temperature soaring. However, in the face of this attack, Chen Xian merely sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, the countless flames before him began to freeze. The scorching fire solidified in an instant, layers of ice covering it. Witnessing this scene, the smiles on Zhang Dalong and the others' faces froze instantly, especially Li Yan. She had thought her move would easily take down Chen Xian, but unexpectedly. "What the hell was this? Looks like that's all you've got," Chen Xian sneered. The frozen flames suddenly transformed into a long spear, shooting straight toward Li Yan at lightning speed. Bang! The spear pierced through Li Yan's body in an instant, impaling her. The next second, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any breath. Sister Yan, Xiao Yan. Seeing their teammate killed, Zhang Dalong's eyes turned blood red, and the others were consumed with rage. Li Yan was the only woman in their team and had always been on good terms with them. They never expected her to be killed by Chen Xian in a single move. "Kid, show mercy when possible. You killed one of my people. If I don't skin you alive and tear out your tendons today, I won't be called Zhang." Zhang Dalong glared at Chen Xian furiously, only to be met with a mocking laugh. "Oh really? Looks like you'll have to change your name today. Then again, it doesn't matter since you won't live past today anyway," Chen Xian said with a contemptuous smile, showing no regard for his opponent. With such meager strength they dared to challenge him? What a joke. Initially, Chen Xian had no intention of doing anything to them. As long as they didn't infringe on his interests, he wouldn't have cared. But since they had made the first move, it was clear they didn't know their place. In that case, Chen Xian had no reason to hold back. All right, attack him." Zhang Dalong snorted coldly, and the three men behind him attacked simultaneously. Among the three, one was an A-level ability user skilled in magnetic control, while the other two B-level ability users specialized in physical enhancement. Chen Xian merely glanced at them, and countless ice spikes shot toward their bodies. Faced with the sudden appearance of the ice spikes, the three panicked and tried to flee at high speed, only to find that the spikes seemed to have eyes, moving so fast that evasion was impossible. Bang! 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 The sound of piercing echoed repeatedly as the ice spikes instantly tore through the bodies of the lackeys, and in a flash, they lost all signs of life. The three were dead. Stunned. Completely stunned. Watching the scene before him, Zhang Dalong found it hard to believe. He had come with 5 people, yet now he was the only one left. Moreover, Wang Xiaohu and the others had all been killed by Chen Xian in a single move. Such power was utterly terrifying, far beyond anything Zhang Dalong himself could achieve. In that instant, he realized he had kicked a steel plate, an exceptionally hard one at that. "It seems your subordinates aren't very capable," Chen Xian said with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Dalong's body instantly weakened, and he quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of submission. This young brother, we were in the wrong today. Please, show mercy and spare me. I promise from now on, we'll stay out of each other's way." Before the apocalypse began, he had been nothing more than a thug, but he had honed the ability to adapt and endure. However, he had misjudged Chen Xian's resolve. "Apologize? Sorry, not accepted." Chen Xian sneered. "Sorry, I refuse." Those simple words instantly made Zhang Dalong's heart tighten. Looking at Chen Xian's figure, he knew he was no match. Gritting his teeth, he said, Wait a moment. I have something valuable. I'll give it to you if you spare my life." Left with no other choice, Zhang Dalong took out the most valuable item he had, hoping to earn Chen Xian's mercy. "Oh, what is it?" Chen Xian asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhang Dalong reluctantly pulled a jade pendant from his chest. guessed. The pendant was a translucent icy green, made of a material unlike ordinary jade. I'll give this to you, can you spare my life? Zhang Dalong cautiously raised the jade pendant in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. He couldn't be sure if Chen Xian understood the value of this item, but he knew that this was the most precious thing he had. Chen Xian's gaze shifted, and the next moment, he stared at the jade pendant, momentarily stunned. Soon after, a ripple of emotion appeared on his previously calm face, and within, his heart surged with waves of astonishment. It's it. The relic key. It really is the relic key. Looking at the icy green jade pendant, Chen Xian's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. One must know, this was no ordinary object, but the key to unlocking a certain relic. After the apocalypse descended, the entire world underwent all sorts of bizarre and fantastical changes. Superpowers, zombies, evolution phenomena emerged one after another. Ruins became mysterious entities that appeared during the apocalypse. Each ruin had an extraordinary origin, hiding treasures that were beyond belief. Of course, the interiors of these ruins were also fraught with danger. The key in Zhang Dalong's hand was precisely the crucial item to unlock the ruin. Looking at the shape of the key, Chen Xian roughly guessed which ruin it belonged to. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. This was because this ruin was the first one discovered after the apocalypse began, and it was also the ruin with the most terrifying opportunities. Years before the ruin was unlocked, Chen Xian had heard reports about it. It was said that 3 superpowered individuals entered the ruin, 2 of whom became 9th-tier superpowered beings, while the other reached the 8th tier, possessing extraordinary strength. One could only imagine what kind of treasures were hidden within this ruin. However, with Chen Xian's strength at the time, he was simply not qualified to enter. Few people knew about the early-stage ruins, while the later-stage ruins were basically controlled by major military districts. The difficulty of entering the ruins was self-evident. For Chen Xian, who was not strong and had average talent at the time, there was no chance of getting in. Now, a complete ruins key is right in front of me, and the opening time for this ruin is just 2 months away. He has a full opportunity to enter. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Alright, I agree, Chen Xian said. Zhang Dalong's expression brightened upon hearing this. Is it really true? Alright, of course, I always keep my word. Yes, Chen Xian said firmly. In the post-apocalyptic world, the most important thing is to honor one's promises. After hearing this, Zhang Dalong glanced at Chen Xian, whose face showed righteousness, and gritted his teeth in his heart. Alright, I believe you. After speaking, Zhang Dalong threw the jade pendant away. Taking the jade pendant, Chen Xian felt its icy touch. This material was extremely unique, definitely not an ordinary object. Yes, this was it. Zhang Dalong spoke, glanced at Chen Xian, and turned to get in the car and leave. As for the bodies of his teammates, he had no intention of dealing with them. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance to turn things around. Alright. However, just as he was about to get in the car, he suddenly felt a surge of killing intent from behind. He dodged abruptly. In the next instant, an ice spike slammed directly onto the vehicle, and the jeep was instantly wrecked. Immediately after, a rain of ice spikes fell from the sky. Zhang Dalong's eyes widened in shock as he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. In a flash, Zhang Dalong activated his ability, and a surge of power exploded from within. His body grew larger, muscles bulging all over, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He threw a punch, shattering countless ice spikes before him in an instant. Only a few managed to strike his body. One pierced a third of the way into his thigh, fresh blood dripping down as a wave of cold swept through him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled the ice spike out, his face turning somewhat pale. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xian, eyes brimming with fury. You broke your promise. You said you'd spare my life. Zhang Dalong never expected that Chen Xian would go back on his word in public and break his promise. However, Chen Xian's face carried a hint of mockery. It's the apocalypse, and you're talking to me about trust? Are you out of your mind? Trust? How much is that worth? It's simply a joke. Zhang Dalong harbored hatred toward him, not to mention he knew about the relic key. If he were to spread the word about it, trouble would surely follow. Therefore, Chen Xian had long decided not to let him leave alive. Zhang Dalong was furious, his eyes bloodshot. If looks could kill, Chen Xian would have died 1,000 times by now. Good, very good. In that case, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Zhang Dalong knew that Chen Xian would not let him off easily, so he resolved that even if he died, he would drag Chen Xian down with him. It's just that his words made Chen Xian sneer uncontrollably. Use me as a scapegoat? Are you even worthy? Zhang Dalong's figure instantly vanished from where he stood, his burly body descending like a force from the heavens, his fist carrying astonishing power. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Xian's mouth slightly curved upward, showing no intention of dodging. He had roughly guessed Zhang Dalong's ability, an SS-level power, Mighty Vajra Ape. There are many types of awakened abilities, and each person's ability is almost unique, but they can generally be divided into 4 categories: elemental, beast, enhancement, and mysterious. Elemental ability users can control various elements. For example, Chen Xian can manipulate ice elements, Dog Emperor Emperor controls lightning elements, and Lin Zixuan wields dark elements. Of course, the strength of elemental abilities varies significantly. For instance, two ability users who both control lightning might differ greatly. One might only be at a B level, while another, like Dog Emperor's Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, could reach SSS level. The gap between them is immense. Enhancement abilities involve the strengthening of the physical body. In his previous life, Chen Xian belonged to this category. These abilities are relatively common, and it's rare to find truly powerful users in this category. Mysterious abilities, on the other hand, are more extraordinary. Any ability that doesn't fall into the first three categories can be classified as mysterious, such as Chen Xian's plundering ability. As for beast-type abilities, while they are quite impressive, they have a drawback. Their true power only manifests after reaching level 4. For beast-type ability users, level 4 represents a special evolution, awakening the true strength of their beastly powers. Chen Xian's Ice Dragon ability appeared relatively unique. It not only allowed him to control ice elements but also underwent a special evolution after reaching level 4. Chen Xian was filled with curiosity about the evolution of the Ice Dragon ability after level 4, as it was an ancient ice dragon, which was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. However, before level 4, beast-type abilities were not as powerful as imagined. Thus, facing Zhang Dalong's attack, Chen Xian simply stood there quietly, and an ice wall appeared in front of him. Boom! The terrifying fist landed on the ice wall, producing a deafening sound. However, the ice wall did not shatter as expected. It only showed a faint crack that was almost imperceptible unless closely observed. At this moment, Zhang Dalong panicked, deeply shocked, as he had not held back with this punch. Exerting his full strength, yet he couldn't even break through an ice wall. He couldn't help but think to himself, how is this possible? With just this level of strength, you want to drag me down with you? It seems you're overestimating yourself. Chen Xian's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Zhang Dalong saw his eerie smile and felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a wave of ominous foreboding surging within him. The ice wall suddenly disappeared, transforming into a spear that pointed directly at Zhang Dalong. The spear was incredibly solid, and Zhang Dalong seemed to sense a breath of death emanating from it. The terrifying spear shot straight toward him, formed from the extreme cold of ice, moving at an astonishing speed. Even though Zhang Dalong was a second-tier ability user, he couldn't react in time. He desperately tried to escape but was unable to evade it. The spear pierced directly through his leg. Plop! Zhang Dalong, pierced through the thigh by a spear, instantly collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Blood gushed out wildly, exuding bursts of cold air. Staring at the bleeding Zhang Dalong in front of him, Chen Xian suddenly fell into deep thought. If venom were refined into a weapon, would the effect be even better? He stroked his chin, his eyes flickering with a contemplative light. If venom were used to craft a spear, then once the opponent was injured, the venom would quickly merge into their bloodstream. By that time, not only would their strength drastically decline, but if the poison were potent enough, it might even be instantly fatal. Thinking this, Chen Xian became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this idea. In the future, he must stockpile more poisons in his spatial ring, ready to use when necessary, as the results would undoubtedly be exceptional. As for whether he would be ridiculed for being dishonorable, Chen Xian didn't care in the slightest. In the apocalypse, life and death were all that mattered. Those who survived had no need to concern themselves with others' opinions. However, Chen Xian's muttering terrified Zhang Dalong. Staring at this devil-like figure before him, he finally understood that Chen Xian's strength was on an entirely different level from his own. If the other party wished, he could easily obliterate him. At that moment, Zhang Dalong suddenly cowed out in Chen Xian's direction. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhang Dalong pleaded in terror, but Chen Xian merely let out a cold laugh. It seems you still don't understand why I want to kill you. In that case, let me teach you. In the apocalypse, I won't let anyone who poses a threat to me live. With that, Chen Xian moved his mind, and several spears were instantly activated, brutally pinning Zhang Dalong's limbs to the ground. The ice spear was incredibly hard, so much so that even a second-tier beast-class ability user, like the mighty King Kong ape, could not break free. Every struggle only brought more intense pain. I'll leave it to you. Chen Xian glanced at Lin Zixuan, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan expressed her gratitude, gripping the blade as she slowly approached Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong's earlier words still echoed in her mind. She would never let him escape easily. Moreover, Zhang Dalong had angered her master. In her heart, Chen Xian was akin to a deity. To provoke a deity naturally meant facing the deserved punishment. Before long, the service area was filled with screams and pleas for mercy. Unfortunately, they were not begging her to spare them, but rather to end their suffering quickly. When it came to tormenting others, Lin Zixuan was undoubtedly at a perverse level. She first severed Zhang Dalong's third leg, then slowly inflicted both psychological and physical torture. Such severe torment was something a thug like Zhang Dalong could not endure. Even if he had a will of steel, it would be impossible to withstand such agony. All right, master. Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan Zhishuan returned, carrying a strong scent of blood. Chen Xian glanced at the mangled Zhang Dalong and couldn't help but feel a chill. TSK, as expected of Emperor Xian, already exuding a terrifying aura. Alright, let's go. Head back to the room and continue resting. We'll set off at dawn. At this moment, the sky was still dark. The two of them, along with the dog, returned to the room to rest. After killing Zhang Dalong and his subordinates, they found quite a few crystal cores on them, 23 second-tier crystal cores and 320 first-tier crystal cores. It seemed that the group had been collecting for a long time, though a significant portion was likely obtained through robbery and murder. In the end, all of it ended up benefiting Chen Xian. Placing the crystal core into the spatial ring, Chen Xian sat cross-legged and took out the jade pendant. This relic key was the most precious item, cool to the touch, calming and soothing the mind. I remember the location where this relic opens seems to be at Tianqi Mountain, about 300 miles from Subei City. Since it is the first relic, no one knew of its existence beforehand. Only ability users who obtain the relic key can sense the relic's call 10 days before it opens. Others have no way of knowing. Holding the relic key in his hand, Chen Xian pondered silently. As the first relic to open, no one was aware of its existence. Only the ability users who obtained the key could feel the call. Therefore, the Tianqi Mountain relic did not involve the military district, and the opportunities within it were considered the most terrifying among all relics. Although it's unclear how many people obtained the relic keys, back then, 5 people entered the relic but only 3 came out. Since it was the first relic, the historical reports were very detailed, and Chen Xian naturally remembered. Those 3 became top-tier powerhouses, which speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of the Tianqi Mountain relic. However, since the opportunities within this ruin are so terrifying, they have nothing to do with those 3 people. Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes revealed confidence. In this lifetime, with his involvement, he naturally wouldn't hand over the opportunities in the ruin to them. The best solution was to kill them all, and then the treasures would be his. Moreover, now that the key was in his possession, entering and exiting was no longer an issue. First, he would deal with the bloodvines in Linjia village, and then prepare to head to the ruins of Tianqi Mountain. Having made up his mind, Chen Xian's mood instantly improved. After resting for a night, the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Chen Xian and his group prepared to leave. After a night of absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Lin Zishuan had already fully absorbed the second-tier crystal core, significantly enhancing her abilities and bringing her closer to breaking through to the second tier. Still riding on Dog Emperor, the two of them and the dog headed in the direction of Linjia village. Along the way, Lin Zishuan continuously practiced controlling her abilities to improve her strength. To become a 9th-tier ability user, Lin Zishuan not only worked hard but also possessed extraordinary talent. In just a few days, her ability usage had become highly proficient. After a day's journey, the distance to Linjia village grew closer. In recent years, Lin Zishuan had rarely returned, and the surrounding scenery felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, especially with many buildings along the way damaged by zombies. Yet, that familiar feeling was something she could never forget. The closer she got to her hometown, the more apprehensive she felt, unable to ask the locals for news. This must be how she felt. However, what weighed on Lin Zishuan's heart the most was her worry for her parents. "Master, that's Linjia village. We've arrived." Not far ahead, a small mountain village came into view. That was Linjia village. The 2 people and 1 dog quickly stepped into the village's boundary. Chen Xian observed that the entire village seemed deserted, with not a single person in sight along the road. Shortly after entering the village, more than 20 villagers emerged, holding hoes, sickles, and various other weapons. "Who are you, and what are you doing in Linjia village?" the elder at the front asked sternly. Seeing the large dog in front of him, the elder felt a bit intimidated, but as the village chief of Linjia village, Lin Yuanshan had to step forward. The next moment, Chen Xian and Lin Zishuan leapt down from Dog Emperor. "Uncle Yuanshan, it's me, Zishuan." Lin Zishuan's clear voice rang out, and Lin Yuanshan immediately looked over. The woman before him felt incredibly familiar, especially her voice and appearance, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this Zishuan? The villagers behind him also recognized her one after another. Although Lin Zishuan rarely returned to her hometown, her successful career and affluent family life in the city made everyone in the village envious of her. In the past, they had all tried to build connections with her parents. "Zishuan, why have you come back?" Lin Yuanshan stammered, his voice trembling slightly. This tremble was not from excitement, but carried a hint of complex emotions. "Uncle Yuanshan, where are my parents? Where are they?" Lin Zishuan's voice came again. Some of the villagers exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in shame. Lin Yuanshan's expression grew conflicted, but in the end, he forced a faint smile. "Your parents? They're at the back mountains storing grain. That's our Lin village's granary. Now that the world has changed, our Lin village needs to stockpile some food too." Lin Yuanshan finished explaining, and more than 20 villagers villagers behind him quickly smiled and chimed in, yes, Zishuan, your parents are in the back mountain. Exactly, in times like these, it's essential to stockpile food. That's right. Everyone spoke one after another, but Lin Zishuan's doubts were not dispelled. At this moment, only Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, roughly guessing what might have happened. However, he did not speak, wanting to see what tricks these people might play. Zishuan, it's getting late. How about this? You and your friends stay in the village for now, and tomorrow I'll take you to the back mountain to see your parents. How does that sound? Lin Yuanshan said with a smile. All right. Lin Zishuan glanced at Chen Xian and, seeing that he did not object, nodded in agreement. At night, the two of them and a dog stayed at Lin Zishuan's old family home. A few years ago, Lin Zishuan's family was wealthy and spent a considerable amount of money renovating the old house, which had even made some villagers envious. The house was a 3-story villa, with furniture and decor that appeared quite trendy. Master, I feel something's not right. Inside the room, Lin Zishuan suddenly revealed her suspicion. Ever since she stepped into Linjia village, she had sensed an unusual aura. Whether it was the village chief or the villagers, their gazes toward her seemed to carry a strange emotion, as if they were looking at prey. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to the window. Don't worry, they can't stir up much trouble. By tonight at the latest, there will be a resolution. Tonight? Lin Zishuan said nothing, silently absorbing the crystal core on the side. Uncle, why has Zishuan come back, and brought along a wild man? Inside the village chief's house, a burly man spoke up. His name was Lin Shun, the direct nephew of Lin Yuanshan. There were also 7 or 8 other villagers in the room, all staring intently at Lin Yuanshan. It just so happens that Lord Tree God needs sacrifices. The two of them arrived at the perfect time, and that dog as well. I'm sure Lord Tree God will be pleased. At the mention of the Tree God, the villagers of Linjia village had a fanatical gleam in their eyes. To them, the Tree God was the protector of Linjia village. As long as the Tree God was there, their village would remain safe and sound. But I feel that man might be hard to deal with, especially with that big dog. I'm afraid we might not be a match for him, Lin Jin said cautiously. Although he hadn't fought Chen Xian directly, he could sense from the man's aura that he was no ordinary person. And that massive dog, larger than a wolfhound, sent chills down his spine. Lin Yuanshan confidently pulled out a packet of powder. Don't worry, with this, no matter who he is, even a deity, he'll be out cold tonight. As they looked at the powerful sleeping powder in Lin Yuanshan's hand, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Indeed, with this potent sleeping pill in hand, Chen Xian didn't care who the person was, he was bound to sleep soundly. Back in the day, Lin Zishuan's parents had died because of this very sleeping pill. The group had already made up their minds and began to busy themselves. Outside Chen Xian's room, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Lin Zishuan woke up from her cultivation, glanced at the peacefully sleeping Chen Xian, and then walked to the door to open it. The village chief, Lin Yuanshan, stood at the entrance, accompanied by more than 20 villagers. Zishuan, you and your friend have traveled such a long way, you must be both hungry and tired. I had the villagers prepare some chicken soup for you. These are chickens raised in our village, absolutely fresh. Come and have a taste. Okay. As he spoke, Lin Yuanshan exchanged a glance with Lin Jin and another villager. The two of them entered, one on each side, and placed the chicken soup on the table. The soup was rich in color, aroma, and flavor, exuding a tantalizing fragrance that made one's mouth water. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a bowl of chicken soup was almost an unattainable luxury for ordinary people. Looking at the chicken soup in front of him, Chen Xian slowly walked over, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a faint smile as he said, such delicious chicken soup. I really have to thank you all. No need to be so polite. You're Zishuan's friend, which makes you an honored guest of our Linjia village. Go ahead and drink it. It won't taste as good if it gets cold, Lin Yuanshan urged with a cheerful smile. Exactly, go ahead and drink it. This chicken soup is really delicious. The other villagers chimed in one after another. Chen Xian picked up a bowl of chicken soup with a smile. Just as everyone thought he was about to drink it, he slowly walked over to Lin Jin. I'm not really a fan of drinking soup, so I'll let you have it. With that, he grabbed Lin Jin by the neck with one hand, preparing to pour the soup into him. Lin Jin panicked instantly, desperately trying to break free. However, his strength was no match for Chen Xian's, as powerless as a chick, unable to resist at all, allowing Chen Xian to forcefully pour the chicken soup down his throat. After the chicken soup was finished, Chen Xian casually tossed Lin Jin aside, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The other villagers were stunned at the sight. You, what are you trying to do? We kindly offered you chicken soup, and this is how you behave? Lin Yuanshan was both shocked and angry. Chen Xian sneered coldly, kindly? Is that so? As he spoke, Lin Jin's head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. The effect of the potent sleeping drug was simply unparalleled. Seeing Lin Jin's condition, Lin Yuanshan and the other villagers of the Lin family showed panic on their faces. Is this what you call kindness? Chen Xian sneered, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Uncle Yuanshan, where exactly are my parents? Lin Zishuan's eyes were icy cold as she demanded. Yes, your parents? parents? Lin Yuanshan suddenly revealed a hint of madness in his expression and burst into laughter. They have already become nourishment for the tree god. It is their honor. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan's pupils instantly contracted. Her parents were dead? Meanwhile, Qin Xian remained calm, having long deduced that Lin Zixuan's parents must have become food for that bloodvine. As for the villagers before them, they were undoubtedly influenced by the bloodvine, though their hearts were already filled with malice to begin with. I'll leave it to you to handle. With that, Chen Xian patted Lin Zixuan on the shoulder and calmly walked into the room. Outside, the air was soon filled with agonized screams and pleas for mercy, but no one responded. To Lin Zixuan, her parents were gone, harmed by these people. What meaning did their existence have anymore? They might as well all die. At the break of dawn, a pungent smell of blood wafted in from outside the door. The entrance was already awash with blood, and everyone in Linjia village had perished here. Not a single survivor remained. Let's go to the back mountain. Chen Xian didn't even glance at the corpses. To him, this was commonplace in the apocalypse. Right now, the most important thing was to head to the back mountain to find that bloodvine. That thing would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. Alright, Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. The two headed toward the back mountain. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single living creature, not a person, not even a small animal. Such was the terror of the bloodvine. If Chen Xian's guess was correct, there likely wasn't a single living being within a 10-mile radius. Having devoured so many living humans, the bloodvine's evolution must have been rapid, and it was likely extraordinarily powerful now. However, Chen Xian felt no fear. Instead, a faint sense of joy stirred within him. If he could devour this bloodvine, it would bring him immense benefits, greatly enhancing his strength, and perhaps even granting him other special abilities. Therefore, this bloodvine was something Chen Xian was determined to obtain. We've arrived, master. This is the back mountain, but it seems somewhat desolate, as if even the vegetation has lost its vitality. Lin Zixuan looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but feel astonished. Having grown up in Lin family village, she was naturally very familiar with the back mountain's usual state. However, the current back mountain was completely different. A stretch of withered grass spread out, lifeless, and the trees appeared decayed, devoid of any greenery. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. It seems that things devouring speed is quite fast. With that, Chen Xian strode forward. Although Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan didn't understand what Chen Xian was referring to, they obediently followed him. But they hadn't walked far before the scene before them left them utterly stunned. At the peak of the back mountain stood a massive vine tree, its branches lush and full of vitality. The vine tree was extraordinarily tall, reaching over 20 meters. What was even more bizarre was that the vine tree wasn't green but a vivid red. As the breeze swept by, the vine tree swayed gently. Upon seeing this vine tree, Lin Zixuan's expression grew noticeably more serious, while Dog Emperor felt an immense pressure, its fur standing on end, its nerves taut. Looking at the vine tree before him, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, silently feeling relieved. Finally, they had arrived. This was it. The very thing Chen Xian had come for was this vine tree. Has it actually broken through to the third tier? This speed is really not slow at all. As he approached, Chen Xian discovered that this bloodvine had already reached the third tier, and the surrounding area was filled with a strong, bloody aura. The vine tree had obviously also sensed Chen Xian and his companion's presence, and the previously still vines began to move. You two step back, I'll personally deal with this guy. Chen Xian looked at the vine tree in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes gleaming with intense battle intent. Since his rebirth, his strength had improved rapidly, but he hadn't had the chance to go all out yet. When facing the Dog Emperor and the corpse tide, they hadn't been strong enough to push him to his limits. However, the blood vine before him was extremely troublesome, with astonishing vitality, making it the perfect opponent for him to go all out and test his combat strength. Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, then unhesitatingly stepped back slightly, retreating from the range of the blood vine's attacks and quietly observing from the sidelines. Boom! As the two retreated, one of the blood vine's massive tendrils instantly lashed toward Chen Xian, the blood-red vine carrying a terrifying oppressive force. Chen Xian's expression turned serious as he immediately drew the frost sword. Just as the tendril was about to touch his body, the sharp edge of the frost sword gleamed, sword shadows intertwined, and the terrifying sword energy, imbued with icy coldness, slashed fiercely at the tendril. Bang! In an instant, the tendril was severed by the frost sword in one strike, with a segment falling to the ground. The blood vine seemed to feel pain, and its long tendrils quickly retracted. However, this strike from Chen Xian enraged the blood vine. It was the first time it had ever been injured by anyone. In a flash, the entire mountaintop shook violently, as if the blood vine was about to uproot itself. Countless tendrils, like tentacles, surged toward Chen Xian. The overwhelming sight of blood-red tendrils was chilling, and even Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, standing dozens of meters away from the battlefield, could feel the terrifying aura. Yet Chen Xian remained calm and composed. Angry, are you? Perfect. Let me test your strength. With that, that, Chen Xian's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaping into the air as an ice bridge formed beneath his feet. The tendrils quickly changed direction, hurtling straight toward Chen Xian's body. Bang! The blood-red vines were about to touch Chen Xian when they were blocked by a thick ice wall. Despite the powerful attack of the blood vines, Chen Xian's ice wall trembled and was on the verge of breaking, covered with dense cracks. Bang! After the second impact, the ice wall finally shattered. However, at this moment, Chen Xian did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight at the blood vine. Only by slaying this blood vine could the other vines be completely destroyed. The blood vine seemed to sense Chen Xian's intent and began to panic, with countless vines wildly flailing in an attempt to block Chen Xian's advance. Stop me? You're not qualified. Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, and immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Absolute Domain. The moment Absolute Domain was activated, the blood vine's power was absolutely suppressed, its attack, defense, and speed all dropped by 40%, an astonishing reduction. The blood vine strength was diminished far beyond just 40%. Although Chen Xian's Absolute Domain could only last for 1 minute, for someone at his level, it was more than enough. Because the blood vine's attack speed had been halved, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor could clearly see that everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. However, they had no idea what was actually going on. They only saw Chen Xian leap lightly, already arriving in front of the blood vine. The blood vine attempted to launch another vine attack, but Chen Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly said, Soul Impact. With the soul capturing ability upgraded to the 3rd tier, Chen Xian could finally unleash soul attacks. Being an SSS level ability, its power was undoubtedly formidable. This was Chen Xian's first time using Soul Impact, and his heart was filled with anticipation for the effect of its power. In an instant, the soul attack was unleashed, causing the blood vine to shake in agony. The vines that had been attacking Chen Xian drooped limply. Soul attacks are fundamentally different from physical attacks. They strike directly at the soul, making them difficult to defend against. Unless one possesses extraordinarily strong mental strength or is prepared in advance, it is nearly impossible to resist. Although the blood vine had tenacious vitality, its mental strength was relatively weak and completely unguarded, leaving it utterly defenseless against Chen Xian's soul attack. Coupled with the amplification from the Absolute Domain, the blood vine's strength was now severely weakened, presenting Chen Xian with the perfect opportunity. Icefall. In an instant, countless ice spikes descended from the sky, their sheer number covering the entire mountaintop. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor felt the terrifying power of the icefall, their eyes involuntarily showing a trace of shock. The reason was simple: Chen Xian's attack was simply too overwhelming. The force it unleashed utterly astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ice spikes rained down on the blood vine. Already weakened by Chen Xian's soul attack and the effects of the Absolute Domain, the blood vine's defenses were significantly compromised. Under this assault, the blood vine endured immense pain. However, this was only the beginning. Chen Xian's figure, like a phantom, darted straight toward the blood vine. To strike a snake, one must aim for its vital spot, and the blood vine was no exception. Its weakness lay in its roots, which was why the blood vine had been trying to prevent Chen Xian from getting close. Once Chen Xian approached, its roots would be in grave danger. Holding the frost sword, taking advantage of the blood vine's weakened state, Chen Xian had already reached its root. This blood vine had devoured countless flesh and blood, and the surrounding air was filled with an extremely terrifying bloody stench. Die! The frost sword in Chen Xian's hand flashed with a cold light, slicing through the root of the blood vine and severing it in half. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would have been impossible to cause such damage, or even leave a scratch on the blood vine. But the frost sword was different, truly cutting through iron like mud. Slash! The frost sword directly severed the blood vine at its root. The once vibrant vine instantly withered, the bloody stench spread through the air, and a pool of blood formed on the ground. The roots embedded in the ground also began to shrink rapidly until they disappeared. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. It's done. Completely dead. Indeed, the blood vine was as dead as it could be. Despite its incredibly tenacious vitality, it was unfortunate to encounter Chen Xian, a man who not only knew its weakness but also possessed extraordinary strength. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian quickly began processing the blood vine. This blood vine was extremely valuable, practically a treasure trove. The most precious part was its essence blood. Having absorbed countless flesh and blood, it had refined this essence blood, which was the core of its value. 1 drop, 2 drops. Chen Xian silently counted in his heart and eventually discovered a total of 23 drops of essence blood. He thought to himself, this is a windfall. 23 drops of essence blood contained an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. Chen Xian estimated that his ice dragon ability could be upgraded to the 4th tier, achieving evolution. Thinking of the legendary power of the dragon, he couldn't help but feel excited. The power of a true dragon. Beast-type abilities only truly unleashed their potential after reaching the 4th tier, and he was curious to see just how astonishing his strength strength would be after reaching the 4th tier. Collected the essence blood, Chen Xian turned his gaze to the bloodvine. This bloodvine was a treasure from top to bottom, and Chen Xian stored its body into his spatial ring. It was excellent material for crafting weapons. Finally, there was the root of the bloodvine. Although it had withered after the bloodvine's death, it was actually the most precious part of the bloodvine apart from the essence blood. With this root, there was a chance to regrow the bloodvine. However, given Chen Xian's current situation, it was absolutely impossible. If he had the opportunity and fortune in the future, he might be able to cultivate the bloodvine again. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Xian was in high spirits. In this battle, he had unleashed his full strength, and even a powerful entity like the bloodvine could only be instantly killed. Chen Xian was very satisfied with his own power. Moreover, with the essence blood of the bloodvine, he would soon break through to the 4th tier and evolve the power of a dragon. Master, are you hurt? After the battle ended, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor quickly approached, their eyes filled with concern. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go, head back first. Lin Zixuan responded respectfully. The two of them got on Go Di and headed in the direction of Linjia village. At this moment, within a radius of several miles around Linjia village, it was eerily quiet, with not a single living creature in sight. As night fell, the atmosphere became particularly desolate. Here are 3 drops of bloodvine essence. 2 for Go Di, 1 for Zixuan. Use them and strive to break through as soon as possible. Exactly. Chen Xian took out 3 drops of bloodvine essence and distributed them to the two. With Lin Zixuan's current 1st tier strength, the immense energy contained in 1 drop of essence was enough to help her break through to the 2nd tier. As for Go Di, it was still some distance away from the 4th tier, but these 2 drops of essence were sufficient to push it to the peak of the 3rd tier. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the essence in their hands, both Go Di and Lin Zixuan showed expressions of astonishment. Lin Zixuan calmly accepted the essence, with only one thought in her mind, an eagerness to enhance her strength so she could better assist her master. Go Di, on the other hand, displayed the demeanor of a lapdog, walking over to Chen Xian, wagging its tail obediently, lightly licking Chen Xian's thigh with its tongue, and rubbing its head against him affectionately. Then, its dog eyes glanced proudly at Lin Zixuan before rolling them at her. Though it said nothing, its haughty attitude was unmistakable. See, the master loves me the most, giving me 2 drops of essence and only 1 to you. After this display, it cheerfully stored away the 2 drops of essence. Chen Xian gave Go Di a helpless eye roll. This guy really is just a dog. Go Di and Lin Zixuan left the room. Chen Xian sat cross-legged, taking out the 20 drops of essence, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. Without hesitation, he opened his mind and began absorbing the energy from the essence. The immense energy surged into his body like a tide, all of it used to enhance his Ice Dragon ability. The Ice Dragon ability, being both an elemental and a beast-type ability, was exceptionally powerful. Now, as it was about to break through to the 4th tier, the Ice Dragon ability would undergo an evolution similar to that of beast-type abilities. As for what it would evolve into, Chen Xian had no idea, but he had a faint feeling that the evolved Ice Dragon ability would undoubtedly bring him a pleasant surprise. The energy continued to pour into his body. Although his absorption speed was fast, the energy contained in the essence was vast, making the process inevitably lengthy. Time passed second by second, from night to day, and then back to night again. 2 days later, Lin Zixuan walked out of her room. Her high ponytail swung behind her, long boots clicking as she stepped forward. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and black jeans, her cold expression showed no trace of warmth. At this moment, she was completely different from 2 days ago. Finally broke through to the 2nd tier. So this is the power of the 2nd tier, she muttered to herself, a confident glint in her eyes. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, her strength had increased significantly. It was well known that each level of an SSS grade ability brought a shocking boost in power. Moreover, Lin Zixuan had absorbed the blood essence of the bloodvine, which not only refined her body but also greatly enhanced her strength. At this moment, she felt that even if she faced a 3rd tier ability user, she could put up a fight. Of course, that excluded someone as monstrous as Chen Xian. When Lin Zixuan reached Chen Xian's door, she heard the barking of Dog Emperor. The 2 drops of blood essence had been absorbed by Dog Emperor much faster, completing the process 2 hours earlier than Lin Zixuan. Its strength had also risen to the peak of the 3rd tier, needing only a bit more time to stabilize before breaking through to the 4th tier. For a mutated beast like Dog Emperor, the 4th tier was a significant hurdle, so it couldn't rush the process. Lin Zixuan glanced at it and calmly stood aside, waiting for Chen Xian to come out. The person and the dog stood there quietly, though Dog Emperor couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of Lin Zixuan. After all, if it weren't for her, it would have been the sole favorite by its master's side. Ever since Lin Zixuan appeared, she often stole its affection. Seeing Dog Emperor's proud and sulky expression, Lin Zixuan snorted lightly. "What, dumb dog, are you not convinced?" A calm voice rang out. Although Dog Emperor couldn't couldn't speak yet, it could naturally understand human language. Lin Zixuan's tone made it even more annoyed. Woof woof, the dog emperor barked fiercely twice. After all, it was a third-tier superhuman with an SSS-level ability, so naturally, it wouldn't fear Lin Zixuan. Stupid dog, in that case, why don't we spar a bit? What do you say? Lin Zixuan had her own plans for doing this. She had just broken through to the second tier, and her strength had significantly improved. She was eager to find someone to test her abilities on. This stupid dog was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, Chen Xian's strength was simply too terrifying. Forget about sparring, just thinking about it made her feel like she'd be instantly defeated. Moreover, even though she knew her attacks would be useless against Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan was unwilling to make a move against him. However, the dog emperor was a different story. This stupid dog had shown disdain for her all along the way, so it was the perfect opportunity to teach it a lesson. Although Lin Zixuan might not necessarily win, she certainly wouldn't be easily defeated either. Woof woof, the dog emperor barked twice in agreement. Its gaze then turned serious as it prepared for battle. Although it was usually a bit arrogant, it never let its guard down during a fight. Even though it knew Lin Zixuan's strength was inferior to its own, it still maintained its combat readiness. Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate. Dark matter instantly condensed in front of her. Dark cage. The next second, the dog emperor was trapped in a cage of darkness. The power of this cage far surpassed what Lin Zixuan had previously unleashed, as her abilities had grown significantly stronger after breaking through to the second tier. However, faced with such an attack, the dog emperor was naturally unafraid. With a cold snort, a bolt of purple lightning struck down directly, landing on the cage of darkness. In an instant, the cage vanished. Although the cage was formidable, the dog emperor's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, so the cage naturally could not restrain it. Freed from the cage, the dog emperor disappeared from its original spot in an instant, reappearing the next second right in front of Lin Zixuan. Enhanced by the purple sky divine thunder, its speed was astonishing. Lin Zixuan was slightly startled but quickly steadied herself, using her dark powers to defend while preparing to counterattack. The battle between the two and the dog was exceptionally fierce. Although Lin Zixuan's strength was no match for the dog emperor, her abilities were extremely troublesome. Being nighttime, her power was tripled, allowing her to hold her own against the dog emperor in a back-and-forth struggle. However, the dog emperor was not in a good mood. As a third-tier king among dogs, it was a tremendous humiliation that it couldn't defeat a second-tier ability user. The battle between the two sides lasted a full half hour. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from Chen Xian's room, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping through the area. Both sides simultaneously ceased their fight. The master is about to break through. Neither the two nor the dog dared to let their fight interfere with Chen Xian's breakthrough, so they obediently stood guard on either side of the door. At this moment, however, the dog emperor's gaze toward Lin Zixuan changed slightly. No longer filled with initial disdain, it now carried a hint of recognition. It realized that this woman was truly insane, completely disregarding her own life. Her abilities were not only terrifying, but her fighting style was utterly reckless, even willing to trade her life for victory. Who could withstand such tactics? Even the dog emperor found it hard to cope. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly terrifying, seemingly reaching its peak. Both the man and the dog outside the door could feel a wave of fear, making them instinctively want to kneel on the ground, their eyes filled with dread. An hour later, the room was already covered in frost, resembling an ice cellar, with an internal temperature even colder than one. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. After sleeping for 2 whole days and nights, there was no trace of fatigue in his gaze. Instead, he was full of energy, his eyes shining brightly, and a smile on his face. Finally, I've broken through Ice Dragon ability, Tier 4. So this is the true power of the Ice Dragon ability? It's terrifying. Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was the true strength of the Ice Dragon ability. This is my first attempt at writing an apocalyptic novel. I sincerely ask everyone for a 5-star review and to click for more updates. If you have any thoughts, please share them. If I receive small gifts, I will be deeply grateful. Thank you to all the handsome and charming readers. After breaking through to Tier 4 with the Ice Dragon ability, Chen Xian's true strength was finally revealed. I never thought evolution would actually happen, Chen Xian murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. The surprise brought by this evolution was simply too overwhelming. After the evolution of the Ice Dragon ability, he awakened a new power. 1. Dragon Transformation, possessing partial dragon form and power. Upon activating Dragon Transformation, Chen Xian gains the strength of a dragon, and his body undergoes a transformation as well. Naturally, the effects of Dragon Transformation become increasingly terrifying as his power grows. Currently, when Chen Xian activates Dragon Transformation, he retains a human shape but possesses a dragon's physique, commonly referred to as a half-dragon state, resulting in a dramatic transformation in his strength. His strength increases 5-fold, his speed also increases fivefold, and his defense improves by the same magnitude. Of course, the half-dragon state consumes a considerable amount of energy. If used at full power, it can be maintained for approximately 3 minutes. While 3 minutes may not seem like much, the boost in strength provided by dragon transformation is truly terrifying. If fully unleashed, his sheer power alone is enough to easily crush a 5th-tier ability user. Moreover, as Chen Xian's strength continues to grow, the duration he can maintain the transformation will also increase, and the power boost from dragon transformation will become even more awe-inspiring. Dragon wings. He possesses dragon wings, allowing him to soar through the skies. While this ability may seem ordinary, it is actually incredibly powerful. Flight is something only 9th-tier ability users can achieve. However, Chen Xian, being merely at the 4th tier, can freely fly through the air, which undoubtedly provides a significant boost to his strength. Not only does it allow him to travel faster, but it also enables him to escape danger promptly, making it a truly unparalleled artifact. Dragon Might. By unleashing the pressure of a true dragon, he can cause opponents to feel dizzy. Unlike soul attacks, Dragon Might has a much wider range, making it a large-scale attack. Currently, under Chen Xian's power, it affects an area within a 30-meter radius. The greatest advantage of possessing Dragon Might is that Chen Xian no longer needs to worry about group attacks, even when facing hundreds or thousands of enemies. With the activation of Dragon Might combined with Icefall, he can easily annihilate them in an instant. This kind of large-scale destructive power is undoubtedly a fearsome existence. Dragon language. He is proficient in the language of the dragon race. Dragon transformation, dragon wings, dragon might, dragon language. I've practically mastered all the abilities of the dragon race. It's simply defying the heavens. At this moment, Chen Xian's eyes were filled with shock. These skills completely exceeded his expectations. He knew that after breaking through to the 4th tier, his abilities would evolve, but he hadn't anticipated such an extreme level of evolution. With a single thought, Chen Xian's body suddenly transformed into a dragon. His hands turned into razor-sharp dragon claws, and his body was covered in a layer of gleaming scales, incredibly tough. Not only had his defensive strength reached its peak, but the sharpness of his claws also exceeded his expectations. Although the strength of the claws couldn't quite compare to the extreme cold sword, the difference wasn't significant. If his power were to increase further, the hardness of the dragon claws might even surpass the extreme cold sword. In the next second, a pair of crystalline wings suddenly grew from Chen Xian's back. With a thought, he effortlessly flapped the wings as if they were an extension of his arms, and he floated leisurely in midair. These dragon wings consumed very little energy, allowing for prolonged use and proving highly effective in combat. TSK, he couldn't help but marvel. After transforming into a dragon, my strength, speed, and defense have increased by more than 5-fold. My power is maxed out. With just this level of strength, I could probably beat an ordinary 5th-tier ability user to death. If I had dragon wings, dragon might, absolute domain, and soul-capturing abilities, I might even be able to kill a 6th-tier powerhouse, or perhaps even challenge a 7th-tier expert. Chen Xian stroked his chin, silently calculating his strength. In his previous life, he had only reached the 5th tier and had never encountered beings of greater power. He wasn't entirely sure what 7th-tier strength entailed. However, with his current abilities, if he were to unleash them all, even an ordinary 7th-tier expert might struggle to match him. Despite living a second life, a trace of excitement still surfaced in his heart. A month into the apocalypse, his strength had advanced far beyond anyone's imagination. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation, wondering where his limits truly lay. One day, if his Ice Dragon ability reached the 9th tier and his other abilities simultaneously reached the 9th tier level, possessing over a dozen 9th tier abilities, who would dare to challenge him? Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He deactivated his dragon transformation and retracted his dragon wings, his gaze fixed on dragon language. With this skill, Chen Xian instantly comprehended the language used for communication among the dragon race. However, possessing dragon language only made him more curious. Does this world truly have dragons? Dragons, as creatures, should theoretically exist only in myths and legends, as fictional beings. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, all sorts of bizarre phenomena had emerged, and perhaps the dragon race truly existed. In my previous life, I never heard of any traces of dragons. Maybe I'll have the chance to encounter one in the future. If I could tame a dragon, that would be truly incredible. With this thought, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit elated. If he could tame a dragon, it would undoubtedly be an act of defying the heavens. He chuckled softly and walked out of the room, feeling refreshed. Master, woof woof. Seeing Chen Xian step out, both Lin Zixuan and the dog emperor's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. One person and one dog stood on either side, both able to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Xian. Even though he wasn't deliberately releasing it, this aura still made hearts race. Chen Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zixuan. Not bad, you've broken through to the 2nd volunteer. Keep it up. Chen Xian's words of praise brought a hint of color to Lin Zixuan's usually cold face. She might not care about others' remarks, but every word from Chen Xian was etched in her heart. Rest assured, Master, I will definitely strive to improve my strength. Chen Xian responded softly, and the dog emperor beside him barked twice, showing off its impressive strength. Although it hadn't broken through to the 4th tier yet, it had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, progressing at a considerable pace. Chen Xian smiled and gave the dog emperor's rear a playful kick. Got it, silly dog, your speed is not bad. Dog emperor chuckled, seemingly very pleased. Alright, you two go back and rest tonight. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Woof! Lin Zixuan and dog emperor returned to their room, while Chen Xian stepped outside. The dragon wings behind him instantly unfolded. He was filled with curiosity about the speed of the dragon wings. The dragon wings suddenly flapped, and Chen Xian soared into the sky. The speed was incredible, and the crystal-like wings streaked across the horizon like a shooting star. So this is the feeling of flying. It's wonderful. The experience of flying in the air made Chen Xian feel incredibly exhilarated. His strength in this life had far surpassed that of his previous life, and his foundation was even deeper. When fully activated, the speed can reach about 200 kilometers per hour. Early the next morning, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, feeling refreshed, prepared to leave Linjia village. There was still some time before the ruins of Tianqi Mountain would open, so Chen Xian was in no hurry along the way and chose to ride on Dog Emperor's back. Techniques like dragon transformation and dragon wings were reserved as trump cards and would not be used lightly. In the post-apocalyptic world, if one didn't keep some tricks up their sleeve, enemies who saw through them would eventually cause big trouble. On the way to the ruins of Tianqi Mountain, they needed to pass through Subei City and then head north. Along the way, Lin Zixuan was seizing every moment to improve her strength. Her desire for power was already intense, and after the battle with Dog Emperor, she became even more eager to grow stronger. After the last battle, Dog Emperor's attitude toward Lin Zixuan had changed significantly. This intelligent dog clearly understood that Lin Zixuan's potential was no less than its own, so it put away its previous disdain and even planned to build a good relationship with her. After 2 days of travel, the journey was smooth and uneventful. They didn't encounter any trouble, and the occasional scattered zombies were all handled by Lin Zixuan. Master, we've arrived at Subei City. The sky turned to dusk. Lin Zixuan spoke. Alright, let's go. Find a place to rest for a day, and continue the journey tomorrow. Returning to Subei City once again, although only a few days had passed since the last departure, Chen Xian's strength had undergone tremendous changes. Yes, the 2 people and 1 dog planned to find a place to rest. Third brother, we've spotted 2 fat sheep ahead. They don't look simple. In a ruined area, a few men were crouching in ambush. The leader's eyes gleamed with a hint of light upon hearing this. Great, damn it. Lately the Apocalypse shelter has been stealing the spotlight, and our Tianyuan shelter has been heavily suppressed. It's driving me mad. A blaze of anger ignited in Yang Ding's eyes. Originally, after the apocalypse began, their Tianyuan shelter had developed rapidly thanks to abundant supplies and weapons, almost unifying the southern part of Subei City. However, recently, 5 young people had appeared out of nowhere, calling themselves the Apocalypse Shelter. They were incredibly strong, gathering a significant population and seizing many of Tianyuan Shelter's interests. The leader of Tianyuan Shelter had once led his men to hunt them down, only to be defeated. Now, Tianyuan Shelter's territory was shrinking day by day, and the population within the shelter was continuously dwindling. Exactly, we used to be the strongest shelter, but who would have thought the Apocalypse Shelter would show up out of nowhere? Apparently, their top 5 leaders are all superhumans with incredibly strong abilities. Even Brother Joe isn't their match. Exactly, it's all the fault of the Apocalypse Sanctuary, making our lives so difficult. Listening to his subordinates' complaints, Yang Ding grew increasingly irritable. He snorted coldly, enough, we'll deal with those Apocalypse guys sooner or later. For now, get ready to handle those fat sheep. The subordinates dared not say more and quickly went off to prepare. Shortly after, third brother, they're here. Yang Ding's gaze shifted over. It was a man and a woman, each riding a large dog. The dog was so strong and robust that it looked even more imposing than a wolf. Wow, such a big dog. Could it be mutated? TSK, these 2 people are no ordinary folks. They probably have quite a few good things on them. If we can take them down, it might be a chance to make a small fortune. A trace of excitement flashed in Yang Ding's eyes. Recently, he had been suppressed by Tianqi, and his once comfortable life had become rather strained. Is the tripwire ready? He asked. Don't worry, third brother, it's already prepared, the other party replied. Good, I want these 2 to come and never leave. With that, Yang Ding waved his hand, instructing everyone to prepare the tripwire. Sitting atop Dog Emperor, Chen Xian gazed into the distance, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, a hint of mockery in his eyes. With his spiritual perception, he could naturally sense the commotion not far away. A few petty thieves seemed to be planning an ambush on him, quite amusing indeed. Zixian, those petty thieves up ahead are yours to handle, Chen Xian said lazily, unwilling to make a move remove himself and simply handed the matter over to Lin Zixuan. After all, they were just a few petty thieves. There was no need for him to act personally. Yes, Lin Zixuan responded calmly. Not to mention dealing with these petty thieves, even when facing some great demon king, Lin Zixuan would never back down. Lin Zixuan leapt lightly and walked forward slowly, while Dog Emperor stopped in his tracks, quietly standing to the side. Third brother, what's going on? Why did they stop? One of the subordinates asked in confusion. Yeah, there's a woman walking over. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Another person chimed in. Then I'm leaving. Third brother, what should we do? Everyone began to feel nervous. A hint of doubt flashed in Yang Ding's eyes. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had noticed them? Impossible. They were so well hidden. How could they have been discovered? Forget it. It was just a woman anyway. With so many of them, there was no reason they couldn't defeat her. Besides, Yang Ding himself was an ability user and was confident in his own strength. Let's go. Capture this woman alive first, then take care of that man, he commanded. Got it. Everyone immediately expressed their agreement. Boom. Not long after, they emerged one by one from their hiding spots. Yang Ding stood in front of the crowd, smiling as he looked at Lin Zixuan. Stop right there. Do you know whose territory this is? That lazy voice carried a hint of provocation. However, Lin Zixuan clearly had no interest in wasting time with them. Her gaze turned cold, and a mass of pitch-black substance instantly appeared in front of her. Dark cage. In an instant, a massive cage trapped Yang Ding and his 7 subordinates. What the hell? Yang Ding was utterly shocked. What was this? A superhuman? He hadn't expected the stunning and curvaceous woman before him to be a superhuman, and her power seemed terrifyingly strong. Third brother, she's an ability user. What should we do? One of the subordinates said anxiously. Yeah, what should we do? The others also panicked. Yang Ding cursed angrily. A bunch of useless fools. What's there to panic about? I'm also an ability user. What are you afraid of? Watch me perform. You. As he spoke, he let out a furious roar, and a powerful ability surged from his body. A second-tier ability user, with an A-level beast ability, Thunder Leopard. He threw a punch, intending to shatter the pitch-black cage. However, when his fist struck the cage, it didn't budge an inch, showing no signs of breaking as he had expected. What's going on? Impossible, he shouted angrily. His full-force punch couldn't even break this dark prison cage, not even causing a single reaction. How could this be possible? Yang Ding was a bona fide second-tier ability user. Although he had just broken through, his strength was not to be underestimated. In the entire Tianyuan sanctuary, he ranked 3rd in power. How could he fail to break a mere cage? But Lin Zixuan had no intention of wasting words with him. Dark Strangle. A terrifying killing intent instantly surged forth, causing Yang Ding to tremble all over. Faced with this horrifying aura, he froze completely. How could it be so terrifying? At the critical moment, he hurriedly activated his ability. After all, it was a beast-type ability. Although it was only at an A-level tier, its strength was formidable, and his defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. A terrifying attack swept in, leaving Yang Ding reeling and the color drained from his eyes. Although he barely survived the blow, his underlings weren't so lucky. They were all ordinary people, with average strength at best. Facing Lin Zixuan's assault, even Yang Ding, a tier 2 ability user, was gravely wounded. His followers had no chance and died instantly. There's still one left. Let me send you on your way, Lin Zixuan said coldly, her face completely expressionless. In her eyes, Yang Ding was no longer a living person, but a lifeless corpse. If you kill me, Brother Zhou won't let you go. Our Tianyuan shelter will wipe you out. Yang Ding spat out his final threat as he faced death, but Chen Xian simply smiled. He ordered Dog Emperor forward, looking down at Yang Ding. Since that's the case, let's root out the problem. Bring him along, we'll go to Tianyuan shelter. Rather than leave any hidden dangers behind, it was better to resolve everything at once. Chen Xian didn't believe that a mere Tianyuan shelter could threaten him, but he liked to eliminate any potential risks. Killing them all was the simplest solution. Hearing this, Yang Ding's pupils contracted sharply. No way, this is too ruthless. He didn't even doubt Chen Xian's words. For someone who could command a terrifying existence like Lin Zixuan, their own strength had to be unimaginably powerful. Someone that formidable could very well destroy Tianyuan shelter. At this moment, Yang Ding was filled with regret. His one threat had brought such a dangerous disaster to Tianyuan shelter. He had become its criminal. I won't tell you where the shelter is, so give up, Yang Ding insisted stubbornly. But Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to respond. With a glance at Lin Zixuan, she immediately hoisted Yang Ding up and carelessly tossed him onto Dog Emperor's back. What a joke, with Dog Emperor, how could they not find the way? A dog's sense of smell is extremely keen, and Dog Emperor, having evolved, could detect human scents within 10 miles. As a medium-sized shelter, Tianyuan shelter had plenty of people. There was nowhere to hide from Dog Emperor's nose. Half an hour later, outside Tianyuan shelter. Brother Zhou, something's wrong. There's a situation outside. A subordinate rushed in hurriedly, his eyes filled with nervousness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong immediately immediately sat up. What's going on? Is it those brats from the Apocalypse shelter again? Recently, there had been constant friction between the Apocalypse shelter and them. The key issue was that the other side was overwhelmingly strong, with more ability users than they had. They were no match in a fight, so they had to give up quite a bit of their interests, leaving Zhou Xiong seething with anger. No, it's a man and a woman riding a dog. A man and a woman riding a dog? What kind of strange combination was that? And on the dog's back, there's someone lying there. It looks like third brother. Third brother. Zhou Xiong's pupils contracted upon hearing this, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't third brother out hunting? Let's go and take a look. His instincts told him that this was no simple matter and that the visitors had ill intentions. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan shelter was on high alert, ready for battle. Zhou Xiong armed himself fully and brought all the ability users in the shelter with him. So this is the Tianyuan shelter, huh? Perfect, we can wipe it out today and save ourselves some trouble, Chen Xian said casually. The Tianyuan shelter before them was situated in a villa district, decorated with extravagant luxury. Surrounding it was a wall made of reinforced concrete. However, the wall was only a little over 2 meters high, insufficient for serious defense, though it was enough to keep out ordinary zombies. Yang Ding's severely injured body trembled uncontrollably upon hearing this. Was this man a demon? Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, countless ice spikes appeared in the sky. Ice fall. With a single move, shards of ice rained down. The ice struck the walls directly. Although the walls were made of reinforced concrete, they were nothing to Chen Xian. In an instant, the 2-meter-high walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. Inside the shelter, everyone who witnessed the scene was instantly filled with terror, their eyes brimming with shock. Was this something a human could even do? Even Zhou Xiong was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Who on earth is this person, to possess such terrifying power? As the strongest in the shelter, Zhou Xiong prided himself on his abilities, but even he knew he was no match for this. As the walls collapsed and the dust settled, everyone saw a man and a woman riding a massive dog approaching. The dog was several times larger than a wolf, and on its back was a person, gravely injured, bloodied, and on the brink of death. Third brother. Third brother. The moment everyone saw the person on the dog's back, they erupted in fury. That man was Yang Ding, the third-ranking figure in the Tianyuan sanctuary, now gravely injured and lying there like a dying dog, barely clinging to life. The crowd almost rushed forward, but Zhou Xiong held them back. He cautiously stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Chen Xian, his eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. It's you. That's right. Although he had changed drastically compared to more than a month ago, Zhou Xiong still recognized him immediately. After all, it was Chen Xian who had snatched the extreme cold sword from his shop and informed him about stockpiling food. If it hadn't been for stockpiling in advance, the foundation he had built wouldn't have been possible, and even the chance of survival would have been uncertain. Therefore, Zhou Xiong's feelings toward Chen Xian were extremely complicated. Oh, it's you. Chen Xian naturally recognized Zhou Xiong as well, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. As for Zhou Xiong, he didn't take him to heart. After all, back then, he had taken Zhou Xiong's extreme cold sword and told him to stock up on food in advance as part of a transaction. There was no real bond between the two of them. So today, even if he had to kill the other party, Chen Xian would not hesitate. What a pity, your subordinate came to kill me but was no match, and now you say your Tianyuan sanctuary wants to avenge him. I don't like trouble, so I came here to settle this. Chen Xian's words fell lightly, as if killing thousands or tens of thousands of people meant nothing to him. Kid, your tone is way too arrogant. Exactly, if you want to kill me, first see if my AK agrees. That's right. All the underlings behind Zhou Xiong raised their weapons, which included not only cold weapons but also hot weapons like AKs, showcasing considerable firepower. However, Chen Xian merely glanced at those weapons indifferently, his gaze devoid of any ripple of emotion. Ordinary firearms posed no threat to him anymore, unless it was large-scale destructive missiles. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Xiong let out a cold snort, and his underlings immediately fell silent. Then, Zhou Xiong turned around, his face showing a hint of flattery as he faced Chen Xian. Yes sir, this matter is the fault of our Tianyuan shelter. If it weren't for your reminder to stockpile food back then, I, Zhou Xiong, would have died on the very first day of the apocalypse. I would never dare to oppose you. Zhou Xiong spoke sincerely. First of all, he was genuinely grateful. Without Chen Xian's warning, he might have perished 2 days before the apocalypse even began, let alone achieved his current success. Secondly, Zhou Xiong was a smart man. He could tell at a glance that Chen Xian's strength was extraordinary. That casual move just now, which could breach an entire wall, was a level of power he could never hope to match. Therefore, Zhou Xiong was extremely respectful to Chen Xian, almost to the point of flattery. Chen Xian smiled faintly, his gaze sizing up Zhou Xiong repeatedly. This guy was indeed clever and quite a character. However, in his previous life, Chen Xian had never heard of his name, likely because Zhou Xiong had already perished when the apocalypse began. In this life, thanks to Chen Xian's warning, Zhou Xiong managed to survive, awakened a special ability, and established the Tianyuan shelter. Seeing Chen Xian Xian remain indifferent, Zhou Xiong continued, Sir, you saved my life. I am willing to lead the entire Tianyuan shelter to pledge allegiance to you. I hope you won't disdain us. Upon hearing Zhou Xiong's words, everyone was stunned. What was this? Brother Zhou, how can this be? He's a stranger. Why should we pledge allegiance to him? Exactly. This shelter was built by you, big brother, along with us brothers. How can you hand it over to someone else so easily? Yes, I refuse to accept this. At worst, we'll fight him. I don't believe he can beat so many of us. The underlings behind Zhou Xiong were discussing fervently, all unwilling to submit to Qin Xian. After all, he was a young man of unknown origin, and they couldn't accept easily handing over the foundation they had worked so hard to build. Shut up, all of you. If anyone says another word, I'll destroy them. Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The people behind him were good at fighting and killing, but when it came to using their brains, they were truly lacking. Although Zhou Xiong wasn't clear about Chen Xian's strength, he could sense that he was extremely powerful, exceptionally so. Even the entire Tianyuan sanctuary combined might not be his match. Moreover, the fact that he could predict all of this before the apocalypse began indicated that his background was anything but simple, and he knew a lot. Following someone with such immense strength, remarkable methods, and knowledge of secrets was the only way to have a future. You're quite clever. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, and Zhou Xiong scratched his head with a sheepish grin. However, their actions left the countless underlings behind them utterly baffled. What was going on? Judging by the boss's demeanor, could it be that they had gained the upper hand? How? How was that even possible? If you want to rely on me, then you must follow my rules. First, I don't need disobedient subordinates. I demand absolute obedience. Second, I don't take in useless people under my command. Please rest assured, my lord, I, Zhou Xiong, will unquestionably follow your lead. Zhou Xiong patted his chest and said firmly, Tell me about your ability. Chen Xian asked calmly. Zhou Xiong quickly replied, My lord, the ability I awakened is an SS-level ability, the Sacred Earthbear, currently at the peak of the second tier. He truthfully described his ability and strength one by one. An SS-level ability, the Sacred Earthbear, sounded impressive. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. He hadn't expected Zhou Xiong's talent to exceed his imagination. The Sacred Earthbear, a beast-type ability, could only truly unleash its power after reaching the fourth tier of evolution. By then, its might would be no less than that of a typical SSS-level ability, making it a rather remarkable ability. Not bad, so. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Zhou Xiong smiled knowingly, understanding that Chen Xian had agreed to let him follow. However, the underlings behind Zhou Xiong instantly felt dissatisfied. What kind of nonsense was this? An SS-level ability, a second-tier peak ability user, being described as SOSO? Are you kidding? But recalling Zhou Xiong's earlier words, they dared not say much. Yes, may I know the esteemed one's name? Zhou Xiong asked cautiously. Chen Xian. Everyone silently memorized this name in their hearts. Everyone listen up. Brother Chen is the true leader of our Tianyuan shelter. If anyone dares show him any disrespect, I'll skin them alive. Got it? Zhou Xiong said fiercely, his gaze sweeping over each person. Gaining Chen Xian's trust was a rare opportunity for him, and he wasn't about to let these idiots ruin it. Although it was hard for everyone to accept at first, no one dared to argue. One after another, they all bowed respectfully in Chen Xian's direction. Met Brother Chen. Chen Xian responded calmly, not giving it much thought. Among these people, most were ordinary individuals, with very few possessing abilities, and their strength was pitifully weak. Therefore, Chen Xian didn't care much. The reason he accepted Zhou Xiong was because he knew this guy was indeed talented, with decent abilities and a knack for reading people. By taking him in, some future matters could be entrusted to them for handling. Chen Xian slowly lifted Yang Ding. He's barely alive. If treated now, it's still possible to save him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong quickly instructed a few people to bring Yang Ding back. There were doctors at the base, so treatment was still feasible. If the surgery was expedited, he could definitely be saved. Despite Yang Ding's severe injuries, Zhou Xiong dared not blame Chen Xian, as it was entirely Yang Ding's own fault. Of all people to provoke, he chose Brother Chen, which was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Brother Chen, please, I will immediately send someone to make arrangements and give you a proper welcome, Zhou Xiong said excitedly. Chen Xian nodded, preparing to enter with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. Suddenly, the sound of vehicles humming and hurried footsteps came from behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not good, it's those bastards from Tianqi. Quick, prepare for battle. Zhou Xiong's expression changed, and the faces of his underlings also shifted. They all picked up their weapons, as if preparing for a major confrontation. Recently, Zhou Xiong's days had become increasingly difficult, precisely because Tianqi was rising too quickly. Moreover, their strength was formidable. The abilities of their superhumans alone far surpassed those of the Tianyuan group. Not only that, they also possessed advanced weaponry. Originally, the southern part of Subai City was almost unified under Zhou Xiong, but unexpectedly, this group emerged. Everyone stood ready, their eyes filled with a sense of gravity. Before long, 5 or or 6 jeeps sped over and stopped in front of the crowd. From the vehicles, 20 to 30 burly men armed with guns jumped out. "Zhou Xiong, our boss Kai said that your strength is impressive. If you surrender, he can offer you the position of second in command. What do you think? We at Tianqi have come with great sincerity." The voice from the other side sounded extremely arrogant. However, before Zhou Xiong could speak, the underlings beside him couldn't hold back. "Ba, Zhang Yun, does your Tianqi even deserve it? I'd rather fight you to the death than surrender." "Exactly, if anyone's surrendering, it's you surrendering to our Tianyuan." "That's right, surrender? No way." Everyone spoke fiercely, their eyes full of unwillingness. "Surrender? How could that be possible?" However, Zhang Yun said with a smile on his face, "Oh, so the people of Tianyuan only know how to talk tough. If you have the guts, come and fight us." Although Boss Zhou is also an SS-level ability user, he's far inferior compared to our brother Kai. Both sides were well aware of each other's strength. Although Zhou Xiong was powerful and an SS-level ability user, his beast-type abilities were not particularly strong before the 4th tier, which had always left him suppressed by the opponent. Zhou Xiong didn't want to embarrass Chen Xian, so he took a step forward, squinting his eyes as he stared at Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, you're not even qualified to provoke me. Get Li Kai out here now." As soon as Zhou Xiong spoke, his aura was overwhelming. The corners of Zhang Yun's mouth lifted slightly, and just then, a jeep sped toward them, instantly drawing everyone's attention. When the jeep came to a stop, a figure slowly stepped out of the vehicle. "Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss." Behind Li Kai, dozens of people shouted in unison, their eyes full of reverence. This was their leader of Tianqi, Li Kai. "Zhou Xiong, I'm here. Dare to duel with me? If you lose, bring your Tianyuan people to join me. How about that?" Li Kai asked with a smile. In fact, he had always wanted to annex the Tianyuan shelter and thereby unify the entire Subei city. Although Tianyuan's strength was not as strong as Tianqi's, it was not easy to deal with either. If they launched a full-scale attack, Tianqi would likely suffer heavy losses as well. Therefore, he hoped Zhou Xiong would submit to him and expand their territory together. If you have the guts, kill me. But if you want me to surrender, that's absolutely impossible." With that, Zhou Xiong gripped his heavy blade and walked toward Li Kai. Li Kai sneered, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, I'll deal with you first and then annex Tianyuan." Having made up his mind, Li Kai said no more. His figure flashed as he charged straight at Zhou Xiong. Although both were peak 2nd tier ability users, Li Kai's SS-level ability, Metal Manipulation, made his strength exceptionally formidable. "Let me show you the taste of metal," he said coldly. Countless pieces of metal rose from within the Tianyuan shelter, quickly converging into clusters and hurtling toward Zhou Xiong. These pieces of metal were like missiles, moving at incredible speed, tearing through the air with a piercing sound. Zhou Xiong naturally did not dare to be careless. Having fought Li Kai many times, he was well aware of the other's strength. Thus, he instantly unleashed his full ability. With his ability activated, he gripped his heavy blade tightly, continuously fending off the incoming metal attacks from both sides. 1 hour later. At this moment, Li Kai's figure had already approached. The corners of his mouth curved into a smirk, and the heavy blade in Zhou Xiong's hand suddenly lost control, as if it was about to slip from his grasp. "I control all metals. What will you use to fight me?" Li Kai shouted loudly. Immediately, his arm was covered in metal, and his steel-like fist struck directly at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong was still trying his best to control the heavy blade, but he hadn't expected Li Kai to close in so quickly. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Boom! With a single punch, Zhou Xiong was forcefully knocked back several meters by the impact. "Damn it, that really hurts." Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Cursing under his breath, he threw away the heavy blade in his hand and concentrated his ability into his fists. Although the beast ability of the Earth Sacred Bear could only unleash its full power after reaching the 4th stage of evolution, it was still an SS-level ability, and its strength was naturally not to be underestimated. While Li Kai's attack power was formidable, Zhou Xiong's defensive capabilities were equally impressive. "Take this punch from me, you bastard." Zhou Xiong readjusted his stance. However, his speed was no match for Li Kai's, and with the latter's ability to manipulate metal, the battle was clearly tilting in Li Kai's favor. "Shit, do you think Brother Zhou will be in any real danger?" "He shouldn't be. Even if Brother Zhou can't beat Li Kai, there's no way Li Kai can take him down." "I wouldn't be so sure." Li Kai clearly came prepared this time. The onlookers around them were deeply worried about Zhou Xiong's situation. After all, with Zhou Xiong being suppressed by Li Kai at the moment, who wouldn't be concerned? Chen Xian, on the side, seemed quite interested. He hadn't expected Li Kai to progress so quickly. Once, he had casually saved the young man, and now, not only had Li Kai reached the peak of the 2nd tier, but his methods were also quite sophisticated. He had built a rather solid foundation, exuding a bit of a hero's aura. The current situation clearly favored Li Kai. Although Zhou Xiong's Earth Holy Bear ability was formidable, he stood almost no chance of winning against Li Kai before reaching the 4th tier. "Brother Chen, can you help Brother Joe? I think his situation doesn't look too good. Zhang Ziliang cautiously approached Chen Xian and said. He was Zhou Xiong's deputy, a second-tier ability user, and his reputation in the entire Tianyuan base was second only to Zhou Xiong's. He was also a loyal supporter of Zhou Xiong. At this moment, seeing Zhou Xiong's momentum weakening, he secretly thought of asking Chen Xian for help. However, Chen Xian simply smiled and said, no rush, let's watch a bit longer. Not in a hurry? Take another look? Seeing Chen Xian's indifferent demeanor, the underlings around him showed a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Could it be that Chen Xian was afraid? However, considering Zhou Xiong's earlier words, no one dared to say much and could only turn their heads away in frustration. Zhang Ziliang took a deep look at the calm and composed Chen Xian, feeling puzzled by his thoughts. His ability control is quite good, but his combat awareness is slightly lacking. In this regard, Li Kai is stronger. Watching the fight between the two, Chen Xian smiled and commented, then turned his gaze to Lin Zixuan. Do you have confidence against the two of them? Faced with Chen Xian's question, Lin Zixuan nodded calmly without hesitation. Yes. Although her breakthrough to the second tier was more recent than Zhou Xiong's and Li Kai's, her combat talent and abilities were naturally incomparable to the two. If that's the case, then go ahead. Which one should I fight? You take on both of them. Let them give you some practice. Chen Xian said calmly, oh, by the way, don't go too hard on them. Chen Xian's thought was simple. It was a good opportunity to let Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's strength serve as practice for Lin Zixuan, while also stopping their fight. The two of them teaming up would be a fair match for Lin Zixuan. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zixuan's figure flickered and disappeared like a phantom, dashing toward the center of the battlefield. Zhang Ziliang saw this and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Brother Chen is making a move. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Yun and the others saw a woman's figure swiftly heading toward the battlefield and were stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Tianyuan sent someone to launch a sneak attack? That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of such a person from Tianyuan. Exactly. Alright, get ready for battle. If they dare to fight two against one, we'll immediately join in and surround them. Zhang Yun issued orders to the crowd. Everyone had prepared for battle early on, determined to step in and help if Lin Zixuan and Zhou Xiong faced a 2-on-1 situation. In terms of the number of ability users, Tianqi had more, so they naturally weren't afraid. When Lin Zixuan appeared on the battlefield, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were the most shocked. The two were locked in a fierce fight when suddenly Lin Zixuan's two dark spears shot toward them in an instant. The terrifying spears aimed directly at their chests, silent, cold, and pure. Not good, danger. The two fighting immediately sensed the threat and quickly separated, attempting to dodge the spear's attack. Boom! The two managed to block the spear's attack, one on the left and one on the right. However, Lin Zixuan's sudden burst of power was terrifying and completely unexpected, leaving them unprepared. What? Did you attack the wrong person? I just pledged allegiance to Brother Chen, you know that, Zhou Xiong said, utterly bewildered. The woman in front of him had just been sitting with Chen Xian earlier, clearly one of Chen Xian's subordinates. Why would she suddenly attack him? He was completely confused. You two against one, come on. Lin Zixuan's voice was calm, as if she were talking about something insignificant. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance. Who is this person? Li Kai looked puzzled. Wasn't this person from Tianyuan's camp? Stop asking. Let's do it. Yes. He roughly understood that Chen Xian was letting his subordinates test their strength while also giving them a warning. Damn, this is absurd. Li Kai cursed, but his actions showed no hesitation as he prepared for battle. The two moved to flank her from the left and right, only to see Lin Zixuan's eyes turn icy cold, devoid of any emotion. It was as if the two before her were not living people, but corpses. Dark prison. Countless dark matter instantly imprisoned the two in a massive cage. Although it wasn't dark yet and Lin Zixuan's strength couldn't triple, it was more than enough to deal with the two of them. What the hell is this thing? Stop asking, just smash it. The two made up their minds and launched attacks in opposite directions. Boom! The terrifying attacks landed on the cage. The dark prison trembled but did not break. Damn, this thing is way too sturdy. Li Kai swallowed nervously, his face full of confusion as he spoke. This seemingly dark object, how could it be so hard? His attack couldn't even damage it. Listen, in the upcoming battle, we must work together, or we are absolutely no match for her, Zhou Xiong said seriously. Who exactly is she? Li Kai was still puzzled. How did a woman suddenly appear, and with such incredible strength? Don't ask, attack. Zhou Xiong's tone left no room for doubt. Although he cursed aloud, Li Kai still followed Zhou Xiong's advice. After all, he also noticed that the woman in front of him was unusual, seemingly a bit neurotic and behaving abnormally. Boom! They concentrated their power, instantly unleashing a terrifying attack that shattered the entire cage. At that moment, Lin Zixuan's figure appeared like a phantom, a dark spear in her hand thrusting straight at the two men's chests. This strike was a killing move. The two dared not be careless, each using their strongest skills to counter. The sudden change in the scene left the underlings on both sides completely dumbfounded. dumbfounded. What just happened? This is not scientific at all. Brother Chen, what's going on? Weren't we supposed to help Brother Zhou? Zhang Ziliang asked. Chen Xian glanced at him without offering an explanation. He had his own plans and saw no need to explain them. First, he intended to hone Lin Zixuan's skills, as combat is always the best catalyst for improving strength. Second, Chen Xian had her fight two opponents at once to establish his own authority. After all, if Lin Zixuan, as his subordinate, could take on two opponents and win, his status and position would reach a new peak. Seeing that Chen Xian remained silent, Zhang Ziliang wisely kept his mouth shut as well. On the other side, Zhang Yun was equally baffled. Brother Yun, should we go up and help the boss? They had never expected the situation to turn out like this. Let's wait a bit longer. Since Tian Yuan's people hadn't made a move yet, they certainly couldn't act first. Yes. A group of underlings stood to the side, fully prepared, fearing that Li Kai might encounter any danger. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena progressed rapidly. Although Lin Zixuan was a woman, her combat awareness was maxed out thanks to her SSS level ability. Facing the combined efforts of the two, she remained dominant, even making it difficult for them to counterattack. Zhou Xiong, where on earth did this person come from? She's practically a lunatic. Li Kai was on the verge of collapse. The ability he prided himself on was completely ineffective against her, and the two of them combined couldn't even fight back. They were both genuine SS level ability users. If her strength was superior to theirs, it would be understandable, but Lin Zixuan was just like them, a second-tier ability user. This was a serious problem. Damn it, can you stop asking me? I'm just as frustrated as you. Zhou Xiong felt helpless. He hadn't expected that one of Chen Xian's little followers could be this strong. It was utterly absurd. At this moment, a surge of determination rose in his heart. He must cling tightly to Chen Xian's coattails, no matter what. The battle continued, but it was clear that Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were already at their limits. They never imagined that even teaming up, they couldn't take down a single woman. It was simply too ridiculous. Dark judgment. Lin Zixuan's eyes suddenly turned black, emitting a terrifying aura beneath the darkness, so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. This feeling made Zhou Xiong and Li Kai involuntarily shudder. What the hell? However, before the two could react, Lin Zixuan's figure instantly vanished from where she stood. At this moment, Lin Zixuan was like a phantom, her speed astonishingly fast, her attacks landing continuously on the two. The pitch-black spear followed them like a shadow. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were knocked to the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. This move, Dark Judgment, was also Lin Zixuan's most powerful killing technique recently. Comprehended. Of course, its power would be even more terrifying when used at night. However, after executing this move, Lin Zixuan's abilities were completely drained, as she was merely a second-tier ability user with limited energy within her. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai no longer had the strength to fight. Not bad, keep it up. Hearing her master's praise, a faint smile appeared on Lin Zixuan's usually calm face. She could disregard anyone else's words, but when it came to Chen Xian, she obeyed without question. Chen Xian slowly walked over, with Dog Emperor following behind him. All eyes were fixed on this man and dog. For some reason, despite Chen Xian's figure appearing unusually slender and his fair face resembling that of a young idol, he seemed to exude a powerful aura that made everyone instinctively feel a sense of fear. Chen, Brother Chen, how could it be you? The moment Li Kai saw Chen Xian, his heart pounded like a drum, and he felt as if his mind was about to burn out. It was actually Chen Xian. Li Kai could never forget Chen Xian for the rest of his life. He was his greatest benefactor. The reason he had achieved such success today was largely because of Chen Xian. Back then, Chen Xian's appearance not only saved the lives of him and his four brothers but also provided them with over 100 crystal cores, which rapidly boosted their strength and awakened their abilities. It could be said that without Chen Xian, they wouldn't be where they were today and might have long perished in the tide of corpses. Before Chen Xian could speak, Zhou Xiong froze. What, you know Brother Chen too? Of course. If it weren't for Brother Chen, the five of us brothers would have been dead long ago. Brother Chen is the savior of our Tianqi. As Li Kai spoke, he endured the pain from his injuries and stood up, then knelt on one knee before Chen Xian. Brother Chen, we've been searching for your whereabouts all this time, and we never expected to meet you here. Please come back with me to the Tianqi base. I am willing to give up my position as the base leader to you and follow your orders from now on. Li Kai spoke solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. His words came from the bottom of his heart, sincerely hoping that Chen Xian would return. However, as soon as Li Kai finished speaking, everyone, including Zhou Xiong, was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? This is the position of the master of the Apocalypse base, and Li Kai is actually so willing to hand it over. Zhou Xiong naturally understood that what Li Kai said was absolutely true, but he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. At this moment, the people from the Tianyuan base felt as if they were dreaming. Wait, did I hear that right? Apocalypse is actually inviting Brother Chen to be the boss? Oh my, Brother Chen is so incredible. No wonder Boss Joe just pledged allegiance to him. Hiss, this is just too unbelievable, isn't it? Zhang Ziliang watched Chen Xian's departing figure in silence for a long time, his heart already in turmoil and his gaze involuntarily filled with a touch of reverence. People always tend to feel awe toward the unknown. Looking at Li Kai's expression, Chen Xian smiled faintly and said, "Alright, get up first." "Yes." Li Kai responded earnestly and stood up. Zhou Xiong quickly stood beside Li Kai, grinning as he said, "Li boy, I've already pledged my allegiance to Brother Chen just now. Now, I'm also one of Brother Chen's men." As he said this, Zhou Xiong showed no trace of shame, instead, he seemed extremely proud. "Look at you begging Brother Chen for so long, and he still hasn't agreed to take you in. But I'm different, I'm already one of Brother Chen's men." Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Li Kai became anxious on the spot. "Brother Chen, I'm willing to lead everyone in Tianqi to follow you." As he spoke, he almost knelt down again. Chen Xian smiled faintly. "Alright, let's go inside and talk first." After speaking, Chen Xian turned and walked toward the Tianyuan base. Zhou Xiong walked cheerfully beside Chen Xian, leading the way for him. Meanwhile, Li Kai did not hesitate and quickly called his subordinates to head in the direction of the Tianyuan base. The people from Tianqi were still somewhat hesitant, wondering if the Tianyuan group had set a trap. However, their leaders, Li Kai and Zhang Yun, had already taken the lead. A trap? What a joke! If Brother Chen wanted to make a move, they wouldn't stand a chance even with 100 people. There was no need for any trap. A large group of people marched mightily toward the interior of the Tianyuan base. Inside a certain villa. This was Zhou Xiong's residence, covering an area of over 600 square meters, very spacious. Inside the villa, there were only 5 people: Chen Xian, Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai. "Brother Chen, please have a seat," Zhou Xiong said with a fawning smile. Chen Xian didn't stand on ceremony, nodded lightly, and sat in the main seat, while the others all stood in front of him. "Brother Chen, I, Li Kai, am willing to lead everyone from the Tianqi base to pledge allegiance to you. Please, you must accept me." Li Kai walked up to Chen Xian without hesitation, his eyes filled with sincerity. Back when Chen Xian first saved the lives of him and his 4 brothers, they had already wanted to follow him. However, he had refused. Now, having finally encountered Chen Xian again, Li Kai was determined not to miss this opportunity. Especially since Chen Xian had already accepted Zhou Xiong, Li Kai was even more unwilling to fall behind. "Brother Chen, I, Zhou Xiong, along with everyone from the Tianyuan base, have already decided to follow you," Zhou Xiong quickly added, unwilling to be outdone. Chen Xian listened and responded with a faint smile. "Your talents are both decent enough to qualify to follow me. However, you must think carefully. Once you decide to follow me, if you betray me, the consequences will be unimaginable." However, Chen Xian's words did not make the two feel afraid. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I, Li Kai, will never betray you in this lifetime." "Yes, yes, me too." The two responded with unusual firmness and decisiveness. "Alright, my ability can plant a soul restriction on you, and from now on, your life and death will be under my control. Are you willing?" "Willing." The two did not hesitate in the slightest and agreed immediately. Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but look at them in a new light. Their agreement was truly straightforward. In fact, from their perspective, this wasn't an issue at all. After all, they had never intended to betray Chen Xian, so they naturally didn't mind the restriction. Moreover, they weren't fools. Chen Xian's strength and background were clearly extraordinary. Even a seemingly frail subordinate of his might not be someone the two of them could defeat together. It was worth noting that all 3 of them were at the same level, all second-tier ability users. With such a powerful figure following him, how could Chen Xian possibly be an ordinary person? In that case, come over here and relax your minds. The two of them did not hesitate and stood to the left and right in front of Chen Xian. The next moment, Chen Xian instantly activated his soul-capturing ability. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as if something had changed in their minds, but they still stood obediently in place, not daring to make any unnecessary movements for fear of disturbing Chen Xian's operation. Not long after, Chen Xian lowered his arm, and 2 souls appeared in his mind, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. As long as he wished, with a single thought, the two of them would instantly perish. After Chen Xian finished speaking, joy appeared on the faces of the 2 men. "Greetings, Brother Chen." The 2 immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully spoke. This time, they were bowing as Chen Xian's subordinates. "Rise, no need to be so formal." Chen Xian smiled faintly, a hint of calmness in his eyes. The 2 stood up joyfully. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Alright, tell me about the situation at your 2 bases." Chen Xian spoke slowly. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, then Zhou Xiong stepped forward first and said, "Brother Chen, our Tianyuan base currently has 13,210 people, with a total of 13 ability users. Among them, there are 3 second-tier ability users, including myself, while the rest are first-tier ability users. Additionally, the base has some firearms. Although there are no large-scale weapons, we do have a few heavy machine guns." Zhou Xiong finished speaking, and Chen Xian slowly nodded. The population of the Tianyuan base was considerable. To gather so many people in such a short time after the apocalypse apocalypse began. Along with having over a dozen ability users, it could be considered a significant force. After Zhou Xiong finished, it was Li Kai's turn. Brother Chen, our Tianqi base currently has 5,215 people, with a total of 15 ability users. Among them, there are 5 second-tier ability users, including myself, while the rest are first-tier ability users. The weapons within the base are limited, mostly consisting of cold weapons. The reason Zhou Xiong was able to acquire a significant number of firearms was that he had been a weapons dealer before the apocalypse began, so he naturally knew the channels for arms trading. As for Li Kai, he managed to obtain some weapons because he had once looted a police station's armory. However, the number of firearms in the station was limited, not to mention the lack of heavy weaponry. The key reason Tianqi was able to suppress Tianyuan lay in the strength and number of its ability users. Especially, as the leader of Tianqi, Li Kai had the power to manipulate metal, making bullets not only ineffective against him but even capable of reflecting back at his opponents. After listening to the reports from the two, Chen Xian nodded silently, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. Currently, the 4th Military District plans to expand from the outskirts into Subei City. Their first step will undoubtedly be to reclaim the heavy industry in the northern part of Subei City, then establish a foothold in the north and gradually take control of the entire city. After Chen Xian finished speaking, everyone nodded silently. Indeed, this is the development strategy of the 4th Military District. First reclaim the heavy industry in the north, then clear out the zombies, and recover the entirety of Subei City. However, the arms factory in Subei City is located in the east, so we must quickly consolidate the south and then seize the eastern part of Subei City with lightning speed to take control of the entire arms factory. In the apocalypse, the role of ability users becomes increasingly important. But for any faction, the number of ability users is limited, with ordinary people making up the vast majority. If the arms factory can be secured, gaining the right to manufacture firearms will undoubtedly bring a significant boost to the strength of the entire base. Even in the early stages, the abilities of the superpowered individuals were not strong, and thermal weapons could still pose a significant threat to their lives. Not everyone could be like Chen Xian, easily disregarding thermal weapons below the level of missiles. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's eyes instantly lit up. That's right, the path Chen Xian had planned was truly perfect. Moreover, acquiring an entire arsenal was an indescribable temptation for them. Brother Chen, if we seize the arsenal, will the 4th Military District take action against us in the future? Zhou Xiong pondered for a moment and asked. At the onset of the apocalypse, people still held a sense of awe and respect for the military districts and soldiers. However, Chen Xian simply smiled. Do you think that if you don't seize the arsenal, the 4th Military District won't take action against you? His words were like a veil being lifted. This, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, instantly understanding. The two of them were no fools and grasped the deeper meaning behind Chen Xian's words. With the advent of the apocalypse, the military districts were no longer what they used to be. Even with a base as their backing, if the 4th Military District was strong enough, there would inevitably come a day when they would be wiped out. Unless, their strength became formidable enough to deter the other side from acting recklessly. I understand, Brother Chen. Now that it's the apocalypse, everything is different. Only by continuously growing stronger can we ensure our safety, Zhou Xiong said solemnly. Beside him, Li Kai nodded in agreement. Chen Xian smiled and nodded, secretly thinking that these two, who could establish forces in the apocalypse, were indeed extraordinary and highly perceptive. That's right, strengthening our power is the key. The armory must be under our control, and the enhancement of abilities must not be neglected. In the apocalypse, fists are the greatest power. Chen Xian's voice was firm and powerful. Yes. After Chen Xian finished speaking, the two nodded heavily. Brother Chen, since Tianqi and Tianyuan have merged under your leadership, what should the new base be called? Li Kai and Zhou Xiong both asked. That's right, Brother Chen, give us a name, Li Kai chimed in. Chen Xian pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, in that case, let's call it the Tianxian base. Tianxian base. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with joy. Yes, from now on, the Tianyuan base and the Tianqi base would cease to exist. The only one remaining would be Tianxian. These two words would surely resonate throughout the entire world in the future. The specific affairs of the base will be managed by the two of you. I won't get involved. If you encounter any unsolvable problems, let me know at any time. Chen Xian decisively set the tone. He had no intention of managing the base. Such matters were energy draining, and focusing on improving his strength was the true path. If they ever faced an issue they couldn't handle, it wouldn't be too late for him to step in. Understood. Naturally, the two wouldn't refuse Chen Xian's words. Soon, the group had formulated a plan for the base's future development. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as if they had been enlightened. Although both were formidable figures, their strategic vision still fell short compared to Chen Xian. After all, he had returned from the apocalypse and was well versed in the management models and development strategies of bases in the later stages stages of the apocalypse. After the strategy was determined, it was considered complete. Brother Chen, I've already had the people below prepare dinner, Zhou Xiong said. Alright, let's go. Chen Xian did not refuse. As the sky grew darker, he was starting to feel a bit hungry. Got it. Zhou Xiong smiled. Before long, the group walked out of the villa. At the entrance, Zhang Ziliang and Zhang Yun stood guard on either side of the door like gatekeepers. These two were the second-in-command figures of their respective bases, with extraordinary status and influence. Brother Zhou, Brother Kai. The two of them saluted one after another. Call him Brother Chen, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said in unison. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they saw Zhou Xiong and Li Kai walking to the left and right in front of Chen Xian, like little followers, and seemed to understand the reason behind it. Brother Chen, the resounding voice echoed throughout the entire base. Chen Xian nodded lightly. That night, Zhou Xiong specially prepared a banquet for Chen Xian, with countless delicacies and gourmet dishes that were considered rare treats even before the apocalypse began. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, countless people couldn't even get a meal, yet they were able to enjoy such a lavish feast. It had to be said, strength was truly the ruler of this world. After dinner, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong began their major operation. The first step was naturally to merge the two major forces. The combined strength of Tianyuan and Tianqi amounted to nearly 20,000 people, which was no small number. In the past, the two forces would have fought to the death, making a merger extremely difficult. But now, with Chen Xian present, the merger was merely a matter of a single word. Overnight, countless people learned that the Tianyuan and Tianqi bases no longer existed. From now on, there was only Tianxian, a brand new force, not only massive in scale but also stronger in power. For those at the bottom, they didn't care who managed the base. What mattered more was whether they could fill their stomachs tomorrow and live safely. After integrating the two bases, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai began planning to advance eastward towards Subei City, where an arms factory was located. If they could seize it, Tianquan's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, in Chen Xian's eyes, these were trivial matters, and he had no intention of getting involved. Thus, early the next morning, he set out from the base. Although Li Kai and Zhou Xiong hoped he would stay a few more days, their request was declined. Chen Xian took only Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan with him as they headed toward the ruins. With about a month left before the ruins opened, Chen Xian chose to go early to hunt those preparing to enter. The ruins were filled with countless treasures, many of which were priceless, and he had no intention of sharing them with others. I have a feeling that when Brother Chen returns this time, his strength will be even more terrifying, Zhou Xiong said softly as he watched Chen Xian's figure gradually disappear into the distance. He always felt that there was an indescribable sense of mystery about this man, like a shroud of fog that could never be fully seen through. Of course, Brother Chen is destined to become the man at the pinnacle of this world. Old Zhou, we can't drag Brother Chen down. Let's quickly develop the base and enhance our strength. Otherwise, we won't even qualify to follow him, Li Kai said solemnly. Understood. Zhou Xiong nodded, deeply agreeing. He had no intention of one day being unable to even catch up to Chen Xian's shadow, let alone qualify to serve under him. In that case, let's get to work. The two exchanged a glance, determination solidifying in their hearts. The first battle, take the arsenal first. On the other side, Chen Xian and Lin Zixuan, riding on Dog Emperor, were already heading toward the ruins. The streets of Subei City were still filled with zombies, but they posed no threat to the three of them. 3 days later, Master, up ahead is Tianqi Mountain, Lin Zixuan said, looking at the towering peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. Along the way, they were not in a hurry, traveling while cultivating. During this time, Lin Zixuan's strength had improved significantly. After all, having fought Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, she naturally gained a lot of combat insights. Looking at Tianqi Mountain before him, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. We've arrived. This was the first ruin to appear after the apocalypse began, and the opportunities within were unimaginable to outsiders. Even Chen Xian was unsure of what was hidden inside, but he was certain it would make countless people drool with envy. Let's go, find a place to settle down first, and then wait for the right moment. Tianqi Mountain covered a vast area, and Chen Xian did not know exactly where the ruins would appear. The jade pendant in his hand was currently inactive, so they needed to find a place to settle and wait for other ability users with jade pendants to arrive, at which point they could capture them all in one fell swoop. Understood. Although Lin Zixuan didn't quite understand what Chen Xian meant by waiting for the right moment, she never asked too many questions and obediently nodded. The two of them found a spot at the foot of Tianqi Mountain, set up a tent, and settled down. Tianqi Mountain was in a remote location, with few tourists visiting, so there were almost no zombies, and the environment was quite peaceful. After arriving, Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor did not remain idle. Besides waiting for the ruins to open, they continued cultivating, as Chen Xian's spatial ring was well stocked with crystal cores. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Xian's soul capture ability successfully advanced to the 4th tier, while Lin Zixuan also broke through to the 3rd tier. As for Dog Emperor, it too successfully advanced to the 4th tier, and the group's strength improved rapidly. After advancing to the 4th tier, Chen Xian's soul strength increased once again, and the power of his mental attacks also grew.
The jade pendant is reacting.
That day, after finishing his cultivation, Chen Xian suddenly sensed a fluctuation from the jade pendant.
Southeast direction. It seems the ruins should be over there.
Feeling the direction indicated by the jade pendant, Chen Xian's lips curled into a smile, as if the ruins were beckoning to him.
Let's go, southeast direction. Understood. Following the jade pendant's guidance, the two of them and the dog headed southeast. Before long, they arrived at a mountainside. Upon reaching this spot, the jade pendant ceased its activity.
It seems this is the place, Chen Xian said with a smile as he surveyed the surroundings.
This should be the location where the ruins would open. However, there were still 5 or 6 days before the ruins would appear, and during this time, the other 5 individuals would also arrive here one after another. Perfect for capturing them all in one go. Master, someone's coming, Lin Zixuan suddenly said.
Chen Xian, hearing this, smiled faintly.
At this time, anyone arriving must be an ability user holding a jade pendant. How many people have come? 5, coming from different directions. Wow, 5.
They all gathered at once. After all, there wasn't much time left before the ruins would open, and they had almost all arrived. If he could deal with these 5 guys in one go, then, once the ruins opened, all the treasures inside would be his. Thinking of this, Chen Xian felt secretly pleased and revealed a slight smile.
Let's go and take a look at those few people.
Yes.
With that, Chen Xian led Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor toward the direction of the group.
These 5 people, who didn't know each other, had unexpectedly met here.
Brothers, were you also guided here by the jade pendant?
Among the 5, a young man in a black denim jacket said with a cheerful smile. The others nodded in unison upon hearing this.
Yes, not bad. It seems everyone was guided here by the jade pendant. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure here? All done. I don't know, there might be danger.
I suggest that since we're all gathered here, we form a team.
That way, we can face any dangers together.
After hearing this, the group silently considered the feasibility of the suggestion. Although they were all ability users, in the face of the apocalypse, no one could guarantee what dangers might lurk in this mysterious place. Banding together was clearly the wisest choice. However, the only thing to consider was whether these people could be trusted.
I agree.
The first to speak was the man dressed in black denim. Seeing him speak, the others also nodded one after another.
I agree too. I approve. Several people expressed their stance in succession.
Suddenly, a noise came from not far away, and they instantly became alert.
The next moment, a man
riding a black dog slowly approached, accompanied by a graceful woman. Seeing this strange pairing, everyone present became increasingly vigilant.
Yo, looks like I found the right people.
Looking at the faces of the group, Chen Xian's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of excitement flashing
in his eyes. Yes, it was these 5 guys.
In his previous life, 3 of them had walked out of this secret realm alive, with 2 becoming
9th tier powerhouses and 1 reaching the 8th tier.
He naturally remembered the faces of those 3.
Among these 5, one was a man in black cowboy attire named Zhang Shuiyuan, a 3rd tier ability user with an SS level ability, Blood Flame. Another was Li Lei, dressed in a purple short sleeve shirt, also a 3rd tier ability user with an SS level ability, Purple Lightning. The 3rd was Wang Xuanchuan, wearing a baseball cap and looking haggard, a peak 2nd tier ability user with an SS level ability, Berserk Overlord Body. The strength of these 3
was not to be underestimated, and their abilities had all reached SS level, which was why they could carve out a place for themselves in the
apocalypse. As for the remaining 2, Chen Xian did not know them. They were likely the ones who had already perished in the secret realm. Who are you? Zhang Shuiyuan was the first to speak, while the others also looked wary. Chen Xian replied indifferently, the one who's here to take your lives. Yes, take their lives?
The group sneered, a trace of disdain appearing on their faces. To have survived and thrived in the apocalypse for so long, they were no pushovers. Moreover, among the 5, there were 2 3rd-tier ability users, and the remaining 3 were all 2nd-tier ability users with considerable strength.
How could they possibly be intimidated by Chen Xian?
We have no grievances or grudges with you.
Is this really necessary? Li Lei said, narrowing his eyes. However, Chen Xian had no interest in wasting words with them and gave Lin Zixuan a glance.
She instantly understood and charged forward.
Without hesitation,
Lin Zixuan's speed was astonishing, especially after breaking through to the 3rd tier, which had significantly enhanced her strength. Even though there were 2 3rd-tier ability users and 3 2nd-tier ability users before her, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they gleamed with excitement. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the battle.
Alright, don't just stand there, go help out and finish the fight quickly. Chen Xian patted Dog Emperor's body. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice without hesitation, then dashed toward the direction of the battle.
A bolt of divine purple lightning struck down, landing instantly in the middle of the 5 people, forcing them to scatter.
Feeling the terrifying power of the lightning, Li Lei's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. As someone one with lightning abilities. He could clearly sense the strength of this lightning. It was even more powerful than his own ability. Is this dog also an ability user? Staring at Dog Emperor's figure, the five were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces full of disbelief. At this moment, Lin Zixuan's figure had already arrived, and a pitch-black spear came hurtling toward them. The dense darkness instantly enveloped them. The five suddenly felt an intense killing intent, causing their hearts to tighten involuntarily. Dark Judgment. Lin Zixuan locked her target on the two second-tier ability users. With her third-tier strength, the two second-tier opponents couldn't keep up with her speed at all. Boom! Their abilities were too fragile and were instantly killed in one move. Seeing the two of them easily taken down, the remaining three were even more shocked. What was going on? Killing people without a word? Where on earth did this person come from? I haven't offended her, Wang Shuangchuan said, utterly bewildered. Don't overthink it. That person is definitely after the jade pendant in our possession, Li Lei said, with a grim expression, having roughly figured out the truth. The only thing the five of them had in common was that jade pendant. However, even though they knew the truth, they still couldn't escape their fate. So what do we do now? What to do? The answer was simple. Run. These people are no pushovers. If we split up and flee, there might be a slim chance of survival. As soon as Li Lei finished speaking, his body turned into a streak of light and darted away. After all, he possessed the purple lightning ability, and his lightning-based power made him incredibly fast. However, while his plan was good, he underestimated the speed of Dog Emperor. Stupid dog, go after him. If you let him escape alive, you're done for. Hearing this, Dog Emperor shivered and dared not hesitate, quickly chasing in Li Lei's direction. Zhang Shuayuan and Wang Shuangchuan also tried to flee but found their paths blocked. That peak tier 2 one is yours to practice on. Leave the other one to me, I just happen to want to test out my new ability. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied, immediately charging toward Wang Shuangchuan. Chen Xian, meanwhile, smiled as he strode toward Zhang Shuayuan. City of Illusions. Chen Xian's eyes instantly turned blood red. The next moment, a powerful psychic wave swept out. Zhang Shuayuan's gaze went blank, his pupils seeming to freeze. Let me give you a taste of my illusion. The instant Chen Xian's illusion was unleashed, Zhang Shuayuan froze completely, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? He gasped. But before he could say another word, Zhang Shuayuan's breath faded away, he was dead. Although only a second had passed for Chen Xian, for Zhang Shuayuan trapped in the illusion, it had felt like an eternity. In the end, he was unable to overcome the obstacles within the illusion, and so he died. Chen Xian tried out his own illusion realm, and the effect was quite good, bringing a slight smile to the corner of his mouth. His methods had gained another layer of depth. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan's battle had also concluded. As a third-tier ability user, killing a second-tier ability user was naturally no challenge, let alone for someone like Lin Zixuan, for whom it was effortless. Master, the person is dead. Good. Chen Xian nodded in response. Shortly after, Dog Emperor's figure swiftly flew over, carrying Li Lei's corpse in its mouth. Woof woof. Its expression was one of seeking praise, its face full of a proud smile. Chen Xian patted Dog Emperor's head. Not bad, I'll reward you with a few crystal cores later. Hearing Chen Xian's praise, Dog Emperor's face showed a happy smile. Soon, Chen Xian rummaged through several corpses and found 5 jade pendants and quite a few crystal cores. He stored the crystal cores in his spatial ring, holding the 5 jade pendants in his hand, his eyes glinting with a trace of amusement. Got them. Next, we just wait for the ruins to open. Regarding the legendary ruins, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a hint of longing. In his previous life, due to his lack of strength, he didn't even qualify to enter the ruins. Each ruin is unique inside, and as the most valuable ruin in the apocalypse, no one knows what secrets lie within the Tianqi mountain ruins. After all, the 3 ability users who first emerged from the ruins became world-renowned, awe-inspiring powerhouses, and no one dared to question them. However, in this life, Chen Xian finally had the chance to enter. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but feel emotional. To think that 3 of these 5 people would have become super powerful figures in the future, yet now they had died so easily at his hands. This feeling was hard to put into words. Let's go to the entrance of the ruins and wait for them to open. Holding 5 jade pendants, Chen Xian turned around. Yes, Lin Zixuan and Emperor Dog immediately followed, adding Chen Xian's original pendant. There were 6 in total. After waiting at the entrance of the ruins for 3 whole days, on this night, Chen Xian felt a strange movement from the jade pendants he carried. He quickly stood up, and Lin Zixuan and Emperor Dog also became alert. The moonlight suddenly grew brighter, and in the dark sky, moonlight poured down, a hazy beam of light directly illuminating Tianqi Mountain, shining right in front of Chen Xian. It's finally here. Feeling the commotion ahead, Chen Xian's face broke into a smile. Indeed, the ruins were about to open. As the energy of the moonlight grew stronger, Chen Xian could clearly feel the surging power. After an unknown amount of time, a bronze door rose from the ground, seemingly seemingly leading to another world behind it. Master, is this the ruins? Lin Zixuan asked in astonishment as she looked at the bronze door before her.
A few days ago, Chen Xian had mentioned the ruins to her.
That's right. In a moment, you two must follow closely behind me.
Woof! One man and one dog responded firmly. Before long, the moonlight gradually faded and the bronze door stood tall before Chen Xian.
Holding 6 jade pendants, he slowly walked forward.
The bronze door seemed to sense something, creaking as it slowly opened.
Let's go. Without any unnecessary words, Chen Xian strode into
the door, followed closely by Lin Zixuan and the dog emperor. Just as the 2 humans and 1 dog stepped through the bronze door, it swiftly closed behind them.
What appeared before Chen Xian was a massive spaceship. Though its form was incomplete and dilapidated, it still exuded an imposing aura. Let's go, take a look. Lin Zixuan and the dog emperor followed closely behind.
The 2 humans and 1 dog approached the spaceship, and Chen Xian reached out to touch its hull, a strange sensation surfacing in his mind. The material of this spaceship was clearly extraordinary, unlike any common material found on Earth.
Master, there's a door over there. Lin Zixuan pointed to a side door at the front left of the spaceship.
Chen Xian nodded. Let's go in and take a look. The origin of this spaceship was likely anything but simple. Although he had no idea where it came from, one thing was certain, it was
definitely not of earthly origin.
The 2 humans and 1 dog walked to the spaceship's door, and the jade pendants instantly emitted a faint glow. Following this, the spaceship's door slowly opened. Upon entering, what greeted them was a mechanized cabin, orderly and impeccably clean, without a speck of dust.
Ding, lifeform detected. Analyzing lifeform strength.
The next moment, a beam of light appeared on Chen Xian and the other 2, as if they were being scanned by something.
Ding, lifeform detection successful. Lifeform 1, race, human, gender, female, life level, level 5. Lifeform 1 belongs to intermediate lifeforms and may enter the cabin. Lifeform 2, species, canine, gender, male, life level, level 5. Lifeform 2 is a mid-level lifeform and may enter the cabin. Lifeform 3, race, human, gender, male, life level, level 9.
Ding, a super advanced lifeform detected, triggering spaceship permissions.
Would you like to initiate the trial?
Just as Chen Xian and the others were looking confused, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, with the words, "Do you want to start the trial?"
Yes, no. Looking at this sudden appearance, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel cautious.
He did not rush to make a choice, as no one could predict what this trial truly entailed. Just as he was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded. "Dear trial participant, hello, I am the superbrain of this spaceship, here to serve you wholeheartedly."
Superbrain?
This was clearly a more advanced existence than ordinary artificial intelligence.
"Hello, what does this trial mean, and why am I eligible to participate?" Chen Xian asked.
The superbrain responded. Without hesitation, Ding, because your life strength has been detected to be sufficiently high, the spaceship's special trial has been triggered.
If you successfully complete the trial, you will gain control of this spaceship. Whoa! Successfully completing the trial would grant control of the spaceship.
Although Chen Xian still didn't fully understand the specific purpose of this spaceship, one thing was certain, this was no ordinary object.
In his previous
life, those 3 individuals who emerged from here all became top-tier powerhouses.
If he could own this spaceship, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless.
Of course, you can also choose not to participate in the trial. If you choose not to participate in the trial, you can still enter the cultivation chamber and receive some gifts from this spaceship.
The choice is entirely yours. Hearing the superbrain's words, Chen Xian couldn't help but nod.
The spaceship's service was indeed quite impressive. Even if Chen Xian chose not to participate in the trial, he would still receive rewards and benefits.
Is the trial highly dangerous? Chen Xian asked curiously. If the trial's mortality rate was too high, he definitely wouldn't participate.
After all, no matter how great the spaceship's control rights were, they couldn't compare to the importance of his own life.
Without his life, everything else would be meaningless.
You can rest assured that the trial uses virtual reality technology. Your consciousness will enter it, and even if you ultimately die, you won't suffer any harm.
Moreover, you'll receive rewards for passing each level. Upon hearing the superbrain's explanation, Chen Xian immediately understood. No danger, plus rewards, how could he not participate? Thus, Chen Xian decisively chose yes.
Congratulations to the trial participant for joining the trial. Please follow me, while the other 2 wait here. As the superbrain spoke, a mechanical door opened. Chen Xian turned his head and instructed, "You 2 wait for me here."
Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Following the superbrain's guidance, Chen Xian stepped through the
mechanical door, which closed behind him. When he looked up, he saw a towering tower, approximately 7 stories high.
Respected trial
participant, this is the Stellar Trial Tower, consisting of 7 levels. If you can clear them, you will gain control of the entire
spaceship. Would you like to begin the trial now?
The superbrain's voice sounded again. This time, Chen Xian nodded without hesitation.
Begin the trial.
The next moment, everything went pitch black before his eyes. In an instant, instant, the darkness vanished, and he found himself inside the tower. This was the first level of the trial tower. The first level of the trial tower is now open, came the voice of the superbrain. Immediately after, 5 bizarrely shaped creatures appeared around Chen Xian. They wielded various weapons, spiked clubs, iron hammers. Each one looked ferocious, exuding a terrifying aura. All 5 creatures were at the 4th tier. Seeing this, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the strength of these 5 beings was no joke, far beyond what those zombies could compare to. Suddenly, a snake-bodied, ghost-faced creature moved. Its speed was astonishing, as if it had appeared in front of Chen Xian in the blink of an eye. A red shockwave shot out from its eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian leaped into the air, dodging the attack. Boom! The terrifying shockwave struck the ground, producing a deafening explosion. However, the defensive strength of the trial tower was remarkable. No matter how intense the shockwave, it couldn't cause any damage to the structure. Chen Xian wasted no time. The extreme frost sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and his dragon wings unfurled, suspending him in midair. With a dive, he used the speed of the dragon wings to charge straight at the snake-bodied, ghost-faced creature before him. Bang! The extreme frost sword slashed across its body, leaving a long, deep wound. Blood gushed out in torrents, but the liquid was not red, it was as black as ink, resembling venom. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. The 5 monsters began to move simultaneously, attacking from 5 different directions in an attempt to surround him. However, he certainly wouldn't surrender so easily. Dragon Might! A terrifying wave of dragon pressure instantly suppressed the 5 monsters, causing them to feel dizzy and freeze in place. This was the first time Chen Xian had unleashed Dragon Might, and its power was indeed extraordinary. Icefall! Chen Xian roared, and in the next moment, countless shards of ice rained down from the sky. The density was so great that it covered the entire trial arena. Boom! Boom! A series of continuous impacts resounded. It was worth noting that these 5 creatures were already immobilized by Chen Xian's Dragon Might, unable to move. The countless ice shards falling from the sky pierced through them directly. This was the power of the ultimate frost, not to be underestimated. 5 monsters were slain by Chen Xian, and the voice of the superbrain followed. Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the first stage of the trial. Would you like to end the trial and claim your reward? If Chen Xian ended the trial now, he could claim the reward. If he continued, the reward for the first stage would temporarily remain unclaimed. Although the rewards could be collected after the battle, Chen Xian didn't even consider these options. Continue the trial. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively chose to proceed. He had no idea what the reward for the first stage was, but since the trial posed no threat to his life, he naturally intended to push through to the end. After all, upon completing the trial, the entire spaceship would be his, and the number of precious treasures would be beyond count. Ding! Continuing the trial. The second stage of the trial begins. The voice of the superbrain rang out, and immediately, the second stage of the trial commenced. In the next moment, the scene before Chen Xian's eyes abruptly changed. The original cabin setting transformed into a dilapidated city, surrounded by mountains and fields littered with corpses. Inside the city, however, there was not a single soul, only him, all alone. Suddenly, a deafening roar like a tidal wave echoed. Chen Xian saw a dense, dark mass before him, filled with all kinds of monsters, ranging in strength from the 1st tier to the 4th tier. Looking at the countless figures in front of him, their numbers easily reaching tens of thousands, any normal person would feel utterly horrified in such a situation. Chen Xian was no exception and was stunned. What the hell is this? The difficulty of the first level and the second level is simply incomparable. Although the first level had 5 4th-tier monsters, Chen Xian's strength allowed him to easily crush them. However, in the second level, there were tens of thousands of monsters, ranging from the 1st tier to the 4th tier. Sensing their auras, Chen Xian could clearly perceive that there were over 100 4th-tier monsters alone, not to mention those of other tiers. Hiss! While shocked in his heart, Chen Xian's face showed even more excitement. Combat is always the best catalyst for growth. These monsters seemed to be heading straight for the city, charging at it madly. Standing atop the city, Chen Xian showed no fear. Icefall. In an instant, countless ice spikes poured down from the sky. This large-scale attack proved especially lethal at this moment. For the 3rd and 4th tier monsters, the icefall was not fatal, but for the 1st and 2nd tier monsters, it was almost impossible to escape death. At the same time, it also slowed down the other monsters. The icefall descended in an instant, killing countless monsters on the spot, while the speed of the monsters in the rear suddenly slowed. With one move, nearly half of the monsters were wiped out. Of course, most of them were of the 1st and 2nd tiers, posing little threat. However, the clearing effect was quite significant. The remaining monsters continued to charge toward Chen Xian. He immediately unfolded his dragon wings, leaped into the air, and flew directly out of the city. Then let me see just how strong you really are. Chen Xian leaped forward, directly into the midst of the monster horde. A blade of extreme frost shimmered, and he weaved through the countless monsters with incredible speed.
speed. With each strike of his sword, countless monsters fell. Even third-tier monsters couldn't withstand a single strike from him. His speed was extremely fast, with the support of dragon wings, reaching an ultimate peak. Even a tier 4 monster couldn't catch a glimpse of Chen Xian's figure. Ice seal for miles. With a single sword swing, thousands of miles were frozen. The entire world seemed to freeze as if solidified. This move can be described as a powerful weapon. Chen Xian's sword directly slew nearly 2/3 of the monsters. A quarter of an hour later, the sound of the super brain echoed in Chen Xian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for passing the second level. Would you like to continue the challenge? Keep challenging. The difficulty of the second level is indeed not small, and it can be imagined that the difficulty ahead will definitely not be any easier. But Chen Xian naturally wouldn't give up easily. He also wanted to see how far his strength could take him. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for unlocking the third level. Before the third level began, Chen Xian found that his body had once again returned to its perfect state and his abilities were fully replenished. Before each level begins, the super brain will completely restore his abilities, allowing him to start the next round of challenges in perfect condition. After all, if one were to continue the challenge without being fully restored, it would likely be impossible for anyone to pass. The trial of the third level began quickly. This round was different from the previous two. There was no scene of battle. Instead, standing before him was an incomparably beautiful woman, completely naked, not a single thread covering her flawless body. Her fair skin and stunning looks were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Even Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. This woman's appearance and figure were truly breathtaking, a beauty rarely seen in the world. Something's not right, he thought. It seemed that he had thought of something, and Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking that something was wrong. Normally, how could there be a woman in the trial? Besides, the third round of the trial had already begun, but now, standing before Chen Xian was this naked woman. It seemed that she was the guardian of the third stage. Icebound miles. Chen Xian did not hesitate, swinging his sword directly toward the stunning woman. The terrifying sword energy carried an icy chill, as if it intended to freeze the entire space. Just as the sword energy was about to strike the stunning woman, her figure flickered, unexpectedly evading Chen Xian's attack. Just as I thought, this is the guardian of the third trial. The figure of the woman moved. Chen Xian suddenly felt a violent fluctuation in his mind. Ha! It turned out to be a mental attack. This attack is not weak in intensity, but Chen Xian's mental strength is far from ordinary. Reborn into this life, his mental strength already surpasses that of ordinary people. Moreover, he possesses the soul-capturing ability and has cultivated it to the fourth level, so it is naturally not weak. Therefore, in just a moment, Chen Xian blocked the opponent's mental attack. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you like mental attacks, then try mine. After speaking, Chen Xian directly activated the soul-capturing ability. Dream City. Chen Xian directly used all of his soul-capturing ability to unleash this move on the woman. The terrifying ability instantly enveloped the woman. In an instant, she froze in place. The next second, the other person coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Xian sneered, stepped forward, and with a sweep of his long sword, sliced through his opponent's body, ending their life. Congratulations, trial taker, you have passed the third stage. Would you like to begin the fourth stage? Without hesitation, Chen Xian chose to continue. No one knows how much time has passed. Chen Xian advanced through the trial tower, breaking through each level, his aura reaching its peak, and the killing intent in his eyes becoming increasingly evident. After all, having slain so many monsters in the trial tower, the killing intent emanating from him was naturally astonishing. Congratulations to the trial participant for passing the sixth level. Would you like to proceed to the final level? After a prolonged and intense battle, Chen Xian finally broke through the sixth level. Facing the final level, he naturally felt some pressure. The difficulty of the sixth level just now was already considerable, and he only managed to pass it after exhausting all his strength. Now, the intensity of this seventh level is surely not low, but once he passes, the benefits for Chen Xian will undoubtedly be immense. The control of this spaceship is an irresistible temptation. If he truly gains control of this spaceship, it would mean that everything on this spaceship belongs to him. Vast resources. He could create countless powerful beings. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian made a decision. No matter what, he had to give it a try. If he doesn't give it a try, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for unlocking the seventh level. If you pass this level, you will gain the highest control authority of this spaceship. Good luck! Suddenly, Chen Xian's surroundings changed, as if night had fallen, and darkness enveloped everything before him. All of a sudden, a beam of light illuminated the area, and Chen Xian found himself on a battlefield. Ruins and broken walls were everywhere. There were the corpses of monsters, as well as human bodies. He didn't know where this place was, but the thick stench of blood all around told him that it was terrifying here. Countless people had been buried in this place. Suddenly, a figure began to walk slowly toward him. That figure was enormous, over 3 meters tall, with 6 wings on its back, a ferocious face, and wielding a heavy blade. This aura, it it's actually a 7th tier ability user. Sensing the opponent's aura, Chen Xian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Yes, although he knew the terror of the 7th level, it was definitely not easy to pass. But he didn't expect it to be hell level difficulty right from the start. A 7th tier powerhouse. The strength is absolutely terrifying. What's more, the strength of this monster is not just that of an ordinary 7th tier ability user. Yes, didn't expect this to be the 7th level. The difficulty is indeed quite high. Chen Xian let out a wry smile, his eyes flickering with a trace of light. Afraid? Not really. More like excitement. It's the first time facing off against a 7th tier powerhouse. In that case, let's see who comes out on top. With that, Chen Xian summoned the dragon wings, an icy crystal dragon wing appeared, and then Chen Xian unhesitatingly used dragon transformation. A lion uses all its strength even to hunt a rabbit, let alone facing this 7th tier powerhouse. Naturally, all means must be employed. In an instant, the 7th tier monster in front suddenly moved, appearing before Chen Xian in a flash. Its terrifying speed even caused the space to tremble. This is spatial ability. A heavy blade slashed out, aiming straight for Chen Xian's chest. He neither dodged nor evaded, swinging the extreme cold sword in his hand. The blade and sword collided, producing a humming sound. The strength of a 7th tier expert is naturally beyond question. If Chen Xian hadn't used dragon transformation, just the collision of this move alone might have left him utterly shattered. After one strike, Chen Xian was directly blasted away by the opponent's terrifying attack, flying over 10 meters. Blasted away by this terrifying attack, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of pain. It must be said, the strength of a 7th tier expert is truly extraordinary. A simple move is already so terrifying. If it weren't for Chen Xian using dragon transformation, he might have been done for. However, the more this was the case, the more excited he became. Dragon might. In an instant, countless dragon auras emanated from Chen Xian, shaking and stunning the entire space. Although the 7th tier monster before him was terrifyingly powerful, it was still somewhat affected. Chen Xian seized the opportunity. Absolute domain. The absolute domain was activated, directly ignoring any level. Even if this monster was at the 7th tier, it was greatly affected. Strength, speed, and defense all decreased by 40%. This is by no means a minor reduction. In an instant, the monster also sensed that something was wrong, but Chen Xian's figure had already reached in front of it. City of Illusions. 1 meter in front of him, Chen Xian unleashed a mental attack, the City of Illusions. This City of Illusions was terrifying for ordinary ability users, but for this 7th tier monster, the effect was not significant. However, it was enough to make it lose focus for a few seconds. And these few seconds are entirely enough to determine the course of the war. Chen Xian's figure had already arrived, and the extreme frost sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed. The long sword swept across with a cold shadow, slicing through the opponent's body and piercing directly into the chest. It must be said, the defense of this monster is truly astonishing. Even with a 40% reduction in defense, the extreme frost sword only penetrated halfway into its body before it could go no further. The immense pain instantly jolted it awake. It let out a roar, its eyes filled with rage. Pain. Excruciating pain. Chen Xian saw this and quickly retreated. The extreme cold sword was swiftly drawn, countless drops of black blood fell, and its aura began to weaken rapidly. However, the opponent's vitality was undeniably tenacious. This strike still did not take its life. It flapped its 6 wings behind it, directly tearing through space and charging straight at Chen Xian. It seems like a fatal blow is about to be dealt to him. The terrifying power could destroy the heavens and the earth. Sensing something was wrong, Chen Xian hurriedly dodged, but he was facing a raging 7th tier monster. Even with the suppression of the absolute domain, its terrifying speed and attack power were still overwhelming. While dodging, Chen Xian was still injured by the opponent. Blood dripped from the dragonized part of his chest, and he also took a punch. Damn it, this guy's strength is terrifying. No wonder he's at the 7th tier. Even Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, his eyes filled with endless battle intent. Yes, in the current situation, retreating was no longer an option. The only way to win was to fight. Woof woof. Competing to see who can hold out until the end. Damn it, anyway, I won't die. I'll risk my life to fight you. Chen Xian roared furiously, enduring the pain in his chest as his speed surged. After the dragon transformation, his strength increased significantly, especially his speed. Icebound for thousands of miles. With one sword strike, it seemed to freeze thousands of miles. The entire battlefield was covered in heavy snow, and the cold aura was desolate. The sword struck out, landing on the opponent. It was clear that the 7th tier monster was not faring well. Already severely injured by Chen Xian, and further suppressed by the absolute domain, it was completely unable to unleash its true strength. It can be said that this battle was fought with great frustration. Clearly possessing full strength, it could only exert half of it at most. And within that half strength, it was severely injured by Chen Xian's sneak attack, leaving it with only 30% of its true power. As time passed, the battle between Chen Xian and it lasted a full 2.5 minutes. The 2-minute-long battle between the two was extremely arduous. Every Every move and technique was executed with full force. At this moment, both of them had already reached their limits. Gazing at the figure of his opponent, Chen Xian panted heavily. It must be said, this was the toughest battle he had fought since his rebirth, and the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. He had used every means at his disposal to reach this point. I can't drag this out any longer. The absolute domain can only last for 3 minutes. Once the time is up, I will undoubtedly die. Chen Xian made up his mind in his heart. He understood that once the absolute domain's time was up, he would undoubtedly die. After all, the strength of this 7th tier monster had significantly decreased now. Damn it, let's go all out. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, the dragon wings behind him flapping rapidly as he soared into the sky. Then, his figure plummeted at an extreme speed, using the force of the descent to reach a terrifying velocity. City of Dreams, frozen for miles. Chen Xian simultaneously unleashed a mental attack and the extreme cold sword. Boom! With the dual assault, the 7th tier monster, already at its limit, was now on the verge of collapse. Chen Xian struck with a single sword, slicing directly down from the top of its head. The terrifying attack instantly leveled everything within dozens of meters. A thick layer of ice and snow covered everything within 100 meters. That's right, dead beyond any doubt. Chen Xian's move directly shattered the opponent's skull. At this moment, he was also completely exhausted, with all his abilities drained, leaving nothing in his eyes but weariness. It must be noted that this was a battle against a 7th tier monster, and the difficulty speaks for itself. As he watched the moment the monster dissipated, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. His immense effort had not been in vain. At that moment, the voice of the super brain emerged. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for successfully passing the 7th level. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for becoming the first human to pass all 7 levels and gain control of this spaceship. Hearing the voice of the super brain in his ear, Chen Xian's eyes lit up with joy. Time passed quickly. He seemed to sense an inexplicable connection appearing in his mind. He closed his eyes, and with a single thought, all the information about the entire spaceship appeared before him. As he looked at all the data on the spaceship, Chen Xian's eyes were filled with intense shock. It was simply too terrifying. He truly couldn't fathom what kind of civilization could create such a terrifying spaceship. Ding! Dear Master, the super brain is always at your service. The voice of the super brain once again sounded in Chen Xian's ear. A mark also appeared on his arm, a white stripe. This was the mark left by the super brain. Super brain, give a detailed introduction of your functions. Chen Xian didn't pause and spoke directly. Ding! This super brain originates from an advanced civilization in the depths of the universe. It can currently assist the master in detecting everything, controlling the spaceship, and aiding in cultivation. When did you come to Earth? Chen Xian curiously asked. The super brain was silent for a moment, then spoke. Ding! This super brain lacks information and does not know when it arrived on Earth. Hearing this, Chen Xian calmly nodded. It seems that this super brain has indeed lost a lot of things, resulting in incomplete functionality and missing information. However, this is not a problem, because this spaceship is truly a treasure trove. Boom! After gaining a detailed understanding of the spaceship's functions, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The massive spaceship is divided into cultivation cabin, auxiliary cabin, potion cabin, and storage cabin. In an instant, among them, the cultivation cabin can assist ability users in their training, equipped with professional auxiliary devices that can support everything from combat to ability cultivation. Moreover, the most critical feature is that the cultivation cabin can adjust the time ratio. Currently, Chen Xian can adjust it to a maximum of 2 times. In other words, 2 days in the cultivation cabin equate to only 1 day in the outside world. In this way, the cultivation effect is extraordinarily good. Professional equipment, professional cultivation guidance, and time multipliers. It's easy to imagine that cultivating here is absolutely astonishing. The auxiliary chamber, on the other hand, is more complex. It can analyze various special materials and replicate them, including weapons. At the same time, it can also analyze and explain supernatural abilities. There is also a potion storage. After the apocalypse arrived, a large number of superhumans emerged. In addition to cultivating through crystal cores, superhumans could also use potions to assist in their cultivation. However, in the early stages, humans had not developed potions, yet the spaceship still contained a potion storage. Chen Xian speculated that the development of human potions was not entirely self-made. It was very likely derived from alien organisms. Finally, there is the storage compartment. This warehouse holds countless treasures and potions, categorized and organized, but now Chen Xian's strength is too low to open anything beyond the first level. Even so, he is greatly interested in the first level of the storage compartment, as it definitely contains many good items. After thoroughly understanding the information about the storage compartment, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. Continue. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This time, defeating a 7th tier monster across levels truly brought abundant gains. The entire spaceship became his possession. The improvement in strength is bound to be rapid and remarkable. Seeing Chen Xian
come out, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor's faces were full of smiles. That's right. It was evident that both the man and the dog were very concerned about Chen Xian's safety. He smiled faintly. Don't worry, from now on, this spaceship is ours. Chen Xian's words instantly shocked the usually calm Lin Zixuan, and even the Dog Emperor widened its mouth in disbelief. What the heck? This spaceship actually belongs to them? Although the man and the dog were shocked, they wouldn't doubt their master's words. Chen Xian said with a smile. Continue. Let's go. Let's take a look first. Chen Xian was also very curious about the interior construction of the spaceship, especially those cabins. Woof. The next second, Chen Xian walked at the front, with the introduction of the superbrain in his ears, followed by Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. The two people and one dog first arrived at the auxiliary cabin. Master, this is the auxiliary cabin. That is the forging table, which can analyze various weapon data. If there are raw materials, it can also replicate or custom make weapons for you. Chen Xian looked over, and there was the forging table, capable of crafting weapons. Chen Xian was quite curious and then placed the extreme cold sword on it. The sound of the forging table came through. Ding, special metal detected, Xianbing crystal stone. Current weapon level, top tier. The spaceship currently possesses Yuan crystal stone, which can upgrade this weapon to planetary level. Would you like to upgrade? The sound of the forging table echoed in his ears. Chen Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing it. What is this weapon level? Chen Xian in his previous life did not know that weapons had levels. He only knew that this extreme cold sword was among the top 3 in the entire apocalypse, capable of cutting through iron like mud. However, he was unaware that there were actually levels among weapons. The super brain quickly answered this question for him. Ding, replying to the master, weapons also have levels, ranked from low to high as follows: low level, mid level, high level, top level, planetary level, stellar level, nebula level, and the legendary cosmic level. And your weapon has reached the top level, making it the hardest weapon on Earth at present. The voice of the super brain echoed in Chen Xian's ears, and he also understood the classification of weapons. It seems that if the extreme cold sword is upgraded to planetary level, it will surpass all weapons on Earth. Its power will reach an extremely terrifying level, and he naturally knew how much a good weapon could enhance his own strength. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chen Xian directly replied. Ding, starting the upgrade. The time required for this upgrade is 10 days. Please be patient, master. Chen Xian could naturally afford to wait 10 days. After all, this is a planetary level weapon, and the entire Earth combined might not even have one. Its power is utterly terrifying. The extreme cold sword was placed on the forging table for an upgrade. Chen Xian, deep in thought, picked up the spatial ring in his hand and placed it on the forging table. Boom! He was quite curious about the composition of the spatial ring. Incorrect. Ding, special metal detected, void element stone. Current level, advanced. There is a large quantity of void element stone on the spaceship. The level of this spatial ring can be upgraded to the top level. Would you like to use it for the upgrade? Chen Xian's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that even the space ring could be upgraded. It was an unexpected surprise. The current space inside the ring was not small, but as his strength increased, he would inevitably acquire more valuable items in the future, and the space inside the ring would still feel insufficient. If it could be upgraded to increase its capacity, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian agreed. Upgrade. Ding, starting the upgrade. The time required for this upgrade is 3 days. Please be patient, master. 3 days, compared to the 10 days of the extreme cold sword, was already very short. After all, upgrading a spatial ring from advanced to top tier is naturally much less difficult. The weapon forging platform indeed greatly shocked Chen Xian, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, who were beside him, were also stunned, as if a new world had just opened up before them. Chen Xian planned to forge a weapon for the two of them during this period to enhance their combat power. In this auxiliary cabin, besides having a weapon forging station, there is also a dedicated explanation of supernatural abilities. The group took a quick look around and then headed toward the adjacent potion cabin. Inside the potion cabin, various potions can be crafted. As long as the raw materials for the potions are available, the spaceship can produce them without limitation. Moreover, the success rate is absolutely 100%. Not only that, but the potions crafted within the spaceship have no side effects, as all toxins in the potions are completely filtered out. It can be said that this is absolutely a terrifying existence, because even after several years of development in the apocalypse, humans are able to independently craft potions, but the potions crafted inevitably contain more or less toxins. These toxins accumulate in the body, and although the amount is small, they still have a certain impact on the human body to some extent, especially when breaking through to higher levels. If the toxins from the potions accumulate too much in the body, the difficulty of breaking through will undoubtedly increase significantly. The potion refined by Chen Xian's spaceship can actually avoid any toxins, which is quite terrifying. After visiting the potion storage, Chen Xian took Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor to the storage warehouse. Break. All the materials of the spaceship are stored here. Although it is unclear how terrifying the resources are, Chen Xian's current strength can only access the first level. But the resources on the first level alone were enough to dazzle him. Countless special metals, spiritual herbs, and potions, resembling a massive treasure trove. This is ice crystal stone essence extraction liquid. All top-tier treasures. Looking at the things in front of him, Chen Xian couldn't help but swallow. These items, like the ice crystal stalactites, would make even 8th or 9th tier experts drool. Not only do they contain a vast amount of energy, but they can also cleanse the body. Most importantly, they can enhance the strength of the soul. Truly miraculous treasures of heaven and earth. If these treasures were to spread out, they would undoubtedly drive an entire nation mad. Truly found a great treasure. Chen Xian swallowed hard, his eyes full of shock. After touring the storage warehouse, Chen Xian had a rough idea in his mind, knowing there were quite a lot of things inside. Afterward, he headed toward the training chamber with some anticipation. This can be considered the core of the entire spaceship. The training pods have over 1,000 slots, allowing you to freely enter any slot to engage in simulated battles. In the simulated battles, the flow of time is 1:2 compared to the outside world, and dying inside will not affect the physical body in the outside world. It can be said that this is an excellent place for training. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, one person and one dog, were full of awe as they toured all the features of the entire spaceship. They had never imagined that the spaceship could be so powerful, fully equipped, and resource-rich. For the next 2 months, you'll undergo special training here to quickly enhance your strength. Chen Xian issued the order to the person and the dog, planning to cultivate here for 2 months. Because at present, although there are quite a few zombies outside, the situation is considered manageable for the upper echelons of the country. With the strength of the entire nation, many powerful superhumans are bound to emerge. Boom! The strength of these superhumans should not be underestimated. If Chen Xian and the others do not strive for progress, sooner or later they will be surpassed by others. Moreover, it is not just the nation. Military regions in various areas are also vigorously developing technology. Chen Xian still remembers that in his previous life, these potions began to be gradually developed 2 months after the apocalypse started. Of course, there are also some special technologies among them, but with his current capabilities, he is not qualified to access them. Chen Xian would never underestimate the strength of a nation, but he would never allow his strength to be surpassed by others. This is absolutely intolerable for him. Now that he has the resources of the spaceship, his strength is bound to improve rapidly. Woof! One person and one dog naturally have no objections. 2 months' time in the early stages of the apocalypse can be considered golden time. In the later stages of the apocalypse, many of the strong individuals owe their powerful abilities to seizing opportunities during these few months. That's great. Brother Chen was absolutely right. Taking over this arms factory has greatly boosted our Tianquan's strength, and our forces have directly doubled. Zhou Xiong's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with excitement. It had been a month since Chen Xian formulated the strategy and left. Half a month ago, they had already taken over the arsenal. With experts skilled in military engineering within the base, the arsenal was able to resume operation. With the addition of weapons, the strength of the Tianqian base was greatly enhanced. During this period, the number of survivors in the base has skyrocketed. The base, which originally had less than 20,000 people, now has a population of 40,000. Among them, the combat population has reached 3,000, and there are as many as 62 ability users. This is absolutely an enormous figure. No wonder Zhou Xiong is so excited. Such significant progress in just a month. Who wouldn't be excited to see this? Boom! Li Kai, standing nearby, was also full of smiles. Chen Xian entrusted the base to the two of them to manage, and naturally, they didn't want to disappoint him. Now, with such achievements, they could be said to have lived up to Brother Chen's expectations. Dead. Not bad. The strength of our base has skyrocketed. Perhaps in a little while, we might even take over the entire northern Jiangsu city. Li Kai spoke, and a gleam of light simultaneously appeared in both their eyes. What does annexing the entire Subei city mean? It means Tianxian establishing himself as a king and carving out his own territory. It's done. This is definitely a major breakthrough. Before the apocalypse began, they wouldn't have even dared to imagine it. Now, not only do they have the opportunity, but also the strength. Not bad, not bad. Boldly, we need to step up our efforts before Brother Chen returns and annex all the surrounding forces. When Brother Chen comes back, we'll give him a big surprise. Zhou Xiong said excitedly. Li Kai also nodded. The next moment, the two have been getting along very well during this time, and their relationship has progressed rapidly. They naturally also acknowledge each other's talent and abilities. Over the course of this month, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong have advanced to the 3rd tier, significantly boosting their strength. Terrifying, especially Li Kai, whose control over his 3rd tier metal ability has become stronger, with more abundant energy within him. Although Zhou Xiong has also improved significantly, the extent is not as great as Li Kai's, but now he has already reached the 3rd tier. If he breaks through to the 4th tier, Zhou Xiong's strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. At that time, Li Kai might no longer longer be a match for him. For beast-type abilities, the 4th tier is a major threshold. While the two were talking, Zhang Yun suddenly rushed in from outside in a panic. Brother Kai, Brother Xiong, something terrible has happened. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and an ominous feeling suddenly arose in their hearts. People from the 4th military district have arrived, saying they want to reclaim the munitions factory. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's expressions changed simultaneously. Sure enough, the thing they feared the most had still happened. This arsenal originally belonged to the 4th military district. However, when the zombie tide arrived, the 4th military district was forced to withdraw from Subai City. Now, the other side occupies the northern part of Subai City with strong forces and naturally wants to reclaim the arsenal. But the duck that was already in their mouth flew away, so Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were naturally unwilling. Old Li, what do you think? Zhou Xiong first asked Li Kai for his opinion. What else can we do? The arsenal? Impossible, unless they step over my dead body. Exactly, kid, now that's the kind of talk I like. If we lose the arsenal, how could the two of us ever face Brother Chen again? Li Kai nodded upon hearing this. That's right, if this arsenal were lost, wouldn't it prove their incompetence? How could they face Chen Xian in the future? Therefore, they absolutely cannot give up. Then fight. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance, silently making up their minds. Although the 4th military district is powerful and composed entirely of professional soldiers, their Tianxian base might not be a match. However, the Tianxian base now has ample weaponry and equipment, thousands of fighters, and dozens of ability users. With such strength, it might not be impossible to contend with the 4th military district. Even if the other side wins against them, it won't be that easy. Has the head of the 4th military district been replaced now? Zhou Xiong suddenly asked. Zhang Yun and Li Kai exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. That's right, it is said that the previous leader, Yang Hua, passed away suddenly due to a heart attack, and the current leader is reportedly appointed from above. Sudden death from a heart attack. This explanation is somewhat far-fetched, and as for what really happened, it depends on one's perspective and interpretation. But this also indirectly reflects that the 4th military district is not as united as imagined, especially at the top level, where internal conflicts might be quite severe. This is definitely good news for them. Let's go, let's meet the people from the 4th military district first. The two made up their minds to head to the reception hall first. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai entered the reception hall side by side. The envoy from the 4th military district was named Zhang Tianfeng, an ordinary 2nd-tier ability user with a B-level ability, whose strength was not particularly impressive. Which of you is the leader of the Tianxian base? Master. Woof woof. Zhang Tianfeng spoke. The two exchanged a glance but did not directly answer the question, as strictly speaking, neither of them was the leader of the base. However, Chen Xian was indifferent to fame and fortune and did not want to reveal his identity, so the two of them chose to remain silent. What brings you here? Feel free to speak directly. Seeing the attitude of the two, Zhang Tianfeng found it a bit strange, but he didn't say much and directly stated his mission. Gentlemen, I come on behalf of the 4th military district to request that you return the munitions factory. That facility originally belongs to our 4th military district and is of great importance. Zhang Tianfeng's words carried a tone of seriousness. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong narrowed their eyes. What if we refuse to return it? Then there's no choice but to fight. Okay. Zhang Tianfeng's words carried a tone of certainty, as if a large-scale battle between the 4th military district and the Tianxian base would inevitably break out if Li Kai and Zhou Xiong refused to return it. He was also convinced that the strength of the 4th military district could not fail to take down a mere Tianxian base. However, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance, then both let out a cold laugh, their eyes carrying a hint of indifference. Oh, if it's war you want, then war it is. As for the munitions factory, we will never give it up. The resolute attitude of the two left Zhang Tianfeng stunned. He had never expected the other side to be so unyielding. You must know, he represents the 4th military district, an official authority. The next moment. But the other party actually has this attitude. Do you really think a group of ordinary people can truly stand against the vast 4th military district? Moreover, after the 4th military district comes the Jiangnan region. You'd better think carefully, this means going against the entire Huaxia. Zhang Tianfeng's words were extremely sharp, directly bringing up the Jiangnan region and even the entire Huaxia. Yan Ming stated that if the two refused to give up the arms factory, it would mean opposing the Jiangnan region and even the entire Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt somewhat nervous. After all, before the apocalypse began, the two were just ordinary individuals and had never entertained the idea of opposing the entire Huaxia. But the two exchanged a glance, communicated silently, and made up their minds. No matter what, the arsenal must not be given up. So what if the 4th military district has the Jiangnan region backing it? Behind them stands Chen Xian. With that terrifying man around, they didn't believe there was anything they couldn't handle. Therefore, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said coldly, if that's the case, if the 4th military district wants to fight, then let there be a fight. Our Tianxian base will accompany you to the end. Upgrade. However, the two of us
must remind you, can your 4th military district bear the consequences of war? The firm voices of the two once again put Zhang Tianfeng in a passive position.
In fact, his main intention this time was to intimidate the two. After all, the 4th military district was not stable internally at the moment, and its strength had not fully recovered. Therefore, if they wanted to take down the Tianxian base, it would likely come at a significant cost.
Zhang Tianfeng's original plan was to intimidate the two,
but unexpectedly, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were so unyielding,
would rather go to war than return the arsenal.
In fact, he didn't see the slightest hesitation from the two of them.
This makes it a bit hard to figure out. Could it be that the Tianxian base has some terrifying weapon, or some kind of trump card? Otherwise, how could it be so tough? For a moment, Zhang Tianfeng couldn't make up his mind.
Li Kai sneered.
Alright, go back and tell your leader that if war breaks out, our Tianxian base will fight to the end. Even if it costs us the last person, we will fight to the very end.
Not bad, relay our words exactly as they are to your leader. Zhou Xiong also let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of defiance.
Zhang Tianfeng felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two of them.
Knowing their extraordinary abilities far surpassed his own, fear had already taken root in his heart. As a result, without lingering long at the Tianxian base, Zhang Tianfeng left with a few soldiers. Looking at the departing figure, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's eyes carried a hint of disdain. The 4th military district doesn't seem to be much after all. However, their disdain was only verbal. When it came to actual actions, the two naturally wouldn't be careless. Boldly, instruct the brothers to strengthen the guard around the munitions factory to prevent any surprise attacks from them during this period.
Alright, I'll strengthen the defenses right away.
If the 4th military district dares to launch a sneak attack, I won't let them off easily, Li Kai said with absolute certainty. If the other side dares to launch a sneak attack, he will definitely not let them off lightly.
The weapons in their hands are not just for show either. The two made up their minds and went to make arrangements.
Unbelievable, did they really say that? Inside the 4th military district, in the highest ranking tent, the person seated in the main position was the current leader of the 4th military district, hailing from the upper ranks, and also Su Yuanting's elder brother, Su Yuanying. Back then, Yang Hua's death was closely tied to Su Yuanting. Later, through maneuvering, he arranged for his elder brother Su Yuanying to take the position of leader in the 4th military district. After all, the apocalypse is different from ordinary times, and having military power is even more important.
At this moment, Su Yuanying was filled with rage. He hadn't expected that after arriving in Subei City, he would discover that the arsenal was gone, taken over by a force from the Tianxian base.
He sent envoys to negotiate, only to have them humiliated by the other party.
This is simply outrageous.
A mere civilian organization actually dares to oppose the 4th military district.
This is simply outrageous.
Yes, that's exactly what was said, not a single word different. Zhang Tianfeng said cautiously, with a hint of fear in his tone.
Unlike Yang Hua, Su Yuanying has always been intolerant of any flaws. If he is truly offended, the consequences could be very serious.
Outrageous. If that's the case, then let's fight. I want to see what these guys are capable of. Su Yuanying spoke, and in the conference hall, the others also nodded one after another.
Su Yuanting said,
not bad, since they dare to challenge the authority of our 4th military district. Let's show them what official strength really means. Although the apocalypse has descended, and the major military districts have essentially become independent territories, nominally, they are still under the management of the higher authorities. Thus, they hold the moral high ground. But the Tianxian base is a civilian organization, which they have always looked down upon. Unexpectedly, these guys actually dared to occupy the arms factory and even intended to oppose their 4th military district. I really don't know where they got the courage. The big shots present were all high-ranking officials of the military district, and they inwardly looked down on those so-called civilian organizations. In the corner, a middle-aged officer stood up and said,
Leader, everyone, I think we shouldn't underestimate the Tianxian base.
I have investigated the strength of Tianxian base, and it is indeed not to be taken lightly.
Not only are the two leaders tier 3 powerhouses, but they also both possess SS-level abilities.
The number of ability users in the base is in the dozens, and now, with the support of firearms from the munitions factory, their combat force has reached the scale of several thousand. It is truly not a small power. The middle-aged officer finished speaking, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. If that's the case, this Tianxian base is indeed quite formidable. Although it might not compare to their 4th military district, looking across the entire Subei city, they are probably the only ones capable of contending with the 4th military district. Su Yuan narrowed his sharp eyes, his expression turning colder.
He let out a cold laugh and said, just this little bit of strength scared you all? You really are pathetic.
Send Zhang Haoyun with 3,000 men over there. I want to see if this Tianxian base is really that hard to take. Zhang Haoyun was currently the top expert on the surface in the 4th military district, an SS-level ability user with peak 3rd tier strength. Yes, this is a strong individual forged by the combined strength of the entire military district. district, and their power is naturally not to be underestimated. As for these 3,000 people, they are the elite warriors of the 4th military district, each with extraordinary strength. Especially after the apocalypse began, everyone's physical fitness has improved to varying degrees. Coupled with their original combat skills, their strength is naturally unparalleled. Seeing Su Yuanying so decisive, everyone refrained from saying anything further. The speed of the 4th military district is very fast. Perhaps it is absolutely intolerable when it comes to the matter of the arsenal. Meanwhile, the Tianxian base quickly detected the presence of the other party. 3,000 troops are absolutely a mighty force that cannot be concealed. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had long gathered information about the 4th military district and naturally knew Zhang Hongyan's strength. Although the opponent was a peak 3rd-tier ability user and also possessed an SS-level ability, the combined strength of the two was naturally not inferior to him. Therefore, they were not afraid. The massive machine of the Tianxian base also began to operate. At this moment inside the spaceship, Chen Xian, along with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, was frantically improving themselves. This spaceship is simply a massive treasure trove, absolutely the perfect place for enhancing abilities for those with special powers. Chen Xian originally had ample combat experience, and after training in the practice field, his combat abilities improved significantly. Coupled with the auxiliary chamber's analysis of special powers, his ability to control them has greatly increased. Whether it's the Ice Dragon ability or the Soul Capturing ability, he has become more adept at utilizing them in combat. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. For Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor, these 2 months went by quickly because their strength improved at an astonishing pace. Chen Xian's 2 abilities, Ice Dragon and Soul Capturing, were both elevated to the 5th tier. Their strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Originally, his strength was enough to kill a 7th tier ability user. Although it was somewhat difficult, he still managed to do it. Now that both of his abilities have simultaneously broken through to the 5th tier, killing a 7th tier ability user has become much easier. As long as the opponent's strength isn't overwhelmingly monstrous, Chen Xian is quite confident in himself. The rapid improvement in his strength made Chen Xian feel even more at ease. That's right. With his current strength, he is likely unmatched among all of humanity. Even some reclusive geniuses nurtured by major forces would not intimidate Chen Xian. However, what surprised him was that his plundering ability showed no signs of activity. He speculated that only after acquiring the devouring ability could the plundering ability continue to advance. Nowadays, Chen Xian's plundering ability has already reached the 2nd tier level. He must devour another ability to continue upgrading the plundering ability to the 3rd tier level. It seems that the devouring of abilities needs to continue. As for Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, both the person and the dog have been improving their strength quite rapidly. Dog Emperor's strength has already risen to the 4th tier. As for Lin Zixuan, she has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just one step away from breaking through to the 4th tier. Although Lin Zixuan has not yet broken through to the 4th tier, her strength is in no way inferior to that of Dog Emperor. Especially at night, due to the special nature of Lin Zixuan's abilities, her strength directly triples. Even Dog Emperor finds it difficult to be her match at night. Dog Emperor, being quite cunning, is well aware of Lin Zixuan's terrifying power. He no longer harbors the same hostility toward her as he did at the beginning and even subconsciously tries to build a good relationship with her. What happened? Determined to be the master's right-hand assistant. Although Dog Emperor can't speak yet, it won't be long. After breaking through the 7th tier, it will be able to communicate like an average human. However, Dog Emperor's intelligence is in no way inferior to that of a normal person. Zi Xian, silly dog, get ready to leave. It has been 2 months since entering the spaceship, and the outside world must have changed significantly. He certainly couldn't stay here forever. What's more, there were abilities to plunder that needed upgrading, as well as other opportunities waiting for him. As for the spaceship, Chen Xian had asked the Superbrain. Now, he already had absolute control over the entire spaceship and could adjust its size to enter his body. This spaceship could freely expand or shrink and enter his body. It is definitely an extremely powerful auxiliary artifact. I really can't imagine how terrifying the beings who created this spaceship must be. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor had naturally packed their things long ago, ready to leave. The man and the dog, with their greatly enhanced strength, were naturally brimming with confidence. Master, it's all tidied up. Chen Xian glanced at the person and the dog with a smile, then spoke. Let's go, back to Subei City. With that, he took the two of them directly out of the spaceship. Looking at the enormous spaceship before him, Chen Xian's mind stirred, and the massive spaceship instantly transformed into a tiny speck of dust before entering his body. Chen Xian could clearly sense his connection with the spaceship. Let's go, time to head back. Successfully leaving the ruins, Chen Xian and the others appeared at Tianqi Mountain. This ruin remained unknown because everyone who knew about it was eliminated by Chen Xian. Therefore, even years later, as long as Chen Xian doesn't reveal it, no one will ever know about this secret realm. As for the matters within the secret realm, he naturally wouldn't disclose them easily. After all, this spaceship could be considered the most terrifying opportunity on the entire Earth, revealing it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. Although by then, Chen Xian's strength would make him fearless, there was no need for him to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Riding on Dog Emperor's back, the 2 men and 1 dog headed toward Subei City. After breaking through the 4th tier, Dog Emperor's strength experienced a massive surge, and its size expanded significantly. Now, it resembles a small tower-like mountain, standing over 3 meters tall, with fur as tough as steel. Even countless bullets striking its fur wouldn't leave a single mark. Modern firearms, unless they are large missiles, are almost useless against Dog Emperor. Of course, this is even more true for Chen Xian, although such large missiles still pose a threat to him. But looking across the entire Huaxia, only the highest authorities have control over such missiles. As for his current self, he has not yet caught the attention of the highest authorities, so there is naturally no need to worry. There were quite a few zombies along the way. It had been several months since the apocalypse began, and not only were humans evolving, but those zombies were also continuously evolving. Second-tier zombies made up the majority, and even a small portion had evolved to the 3rd tier, which was truly terrifying. However, although the strength of these zombies had improved significantly compared to a few months ago, they were still no match for Chen Xian and the others. Therefore, without much effort, they broke through the defenses of these zombies. A day later, Chen Xian and the others stepped into the territory of Subei City. He planned to return to the Tianxian base first to check on the situation. Although Chen Xian wasn't very fond of managing the base, as it would waste his cultivation time, having a large force under his command brought many benefits. Moreover, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had decent talent and were extremely loyal, so he didn't have to worry about their betrayal, which put his mind at ease. The Tianxian base is located in the southern part of Subei City. Before Chen Xian headed to Tianqi Mountain, the entire southern area of Subei City had been consolidated by the combined forces of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. Master, something seems off over there. Just as Chen Xian was contemplating the future development of the base, Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up. Chen Xian slightly raised his head, his gaze looking forward. That is the only way to the Tianxian base, but unexpectedly, there is now a squad of soldiers ahead, numbering over 100 people. Among them, there are as many as 13 ability users, with the 2 leading figures being second-tier peak ability users, possessing considerable strength. Coupled with various heavy weapons, machine guns, and the like, even an ordinary 3rd-tier powerhouse would likely find it difficult to break through this line of defense. This can definitely be considered heavily guarded. Seeing this setup, Chen Xian roughly understood in his heart that something must have gone wrong at the Tianxian base. After all, these soldiers are the elite of the 4th military district. Gathering here at this moment, it is obvious that they are blocking the route to the Tianxian base. Before leaving earlier, Chen Xian had instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to take over the arsenal. The 4th military district would never let this go easily. It seems to be just as expected. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. The Tianxian base was under his control, and now that it was being relentlessly pursued and surrounded by the 4th military district, there was no way he could be in a good mood. What's more, he knew that the current head of Tianxian base was Su Yuanying, Su Yuanting's elder brother. Chen Xian had killed Su Yuanting's only grandson, which was essentially cutting off his bloodline. That was a hatred that could never be reconciled. Therefore, there was naturally no good impression of the 4th military district. Let's go, head back to the Tianxian base and take a look. I'm afraid Zhou Xiong and Li Kai might be in big trouble, Chen Xian said calmly. Upon hearing this, Dog Emperor immediately accelerated and ran toward the direction of the Tianxian base. The soldiers guarding the checkpoint ahead suddenly saw a massive figure hurtling toward them at high speed. Terrifying speed, enormous size, this was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Not good, something's wrong. Quick, open fire, take them down. The one speaking was the highest ranking officer of this unit, Major Battalion Commander Yu Shunping of the 4th Military District, a second-tier peak-level ability user. Before the apocalypse began, he was just an ordinary person. But after the apocalypse started, he not only awakened a superpower, but it was also quite impressive, an S-level ability. After joining the 4th Military District, he was quickly put to important use and rose to the rank of Battalion Commander. Although some of the soldiers under him were dissatisfied, they dared not voice it due to his status as a superpowered individual. After all, in the apocalypse, the role of superpowered individuals far surpassed that of ordinary people. In other words, once awakened to a superpower, it's equivalent to defying fate, at the very least becoming superior to others. As long as the superpower isn't too terrible, in any base, it would still be considered superior to others. Countless machine guns fired, bullets pouring down as if they cost nothing. Such terrifying firepower would make it difficult for even a third-tier superpower user to survive. Therefore, everyone present would never think that Chen Xian and his group could break through this line of defense. However, after a barrage of bullets rained down, everyone was astonished to find that the opponent's speed had not diminished in the slightest. Moreover, completely unscathed. This is quite terrifying. Yu Shunping suddenly widened his eyes. How is this
possible? How could they withstand such concentrated firepower? He couldn't believe that the other side could endure such intense firepower without a scratch. What a terrifying strength this must be. He glanced at the dozen or so other ability users beside him and said, "Prepare for battle, these people are not simple." It was clear that he was also aware of the seriousness of the situation. The other party is definitely not someone simple. 12 espers responded one after another. In just an instant, Qin Xian had already arrived in front of these people, sitting atop the Dog Emperor and looking down from above. That domineering aura that seemed to overlook the world made both the espers and the ordinary soldiers below tremble in fear. "Who are you, sir?" Yu Xuanping's words carried a hint of timidity. He couldn't quite grasp Qin Xian's intentions, but the Dog Emperor before him indeed exerted immense pressure on him. Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them and shifted his gaze to Lin Zixuan. "These are for you to practice with. 2 minutes." Lin Zixuan's aura instantly condensed, then she said calmly, "Yes, master. It won't take 2 minutes, 1 minute is enough." With that, she leapt off the Dog Emperor in one swift motion, her speed so fast it was like a fleeting shadow. Even Yu Shunping couldn't catch Lin Zixuan's movements for a moment. Unlike others, Lin Zixuan had no habit of wasting words, she went straight for the kill from the start. Lin Zixuan's speed reached its peak. A mass of black mist directly enveloped her. Not only were the bullets difficult to track, but even if they touched the black mist, they would instantly disappear. All the soldiers were utterly shocked at this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. What on earth is this? But they didn't need to know, nor was there any need for them to know. Lin Zixuan moved at lightning speed. In an instant, over 20 soldiers in front of Yu Shunping were killed with a single move. Her terrifying speed was so great that even he, as an ability user, couldn't see what had happened. But he could feel a tremendous pressure, his hair standing on end. This woman was terrifying. In fact, she was so frightening it was as if she wasn't even human. Quick, attack together. He knew that ordinary bullets were useless against her, only if these dozen or so ability users joined forces would they stand a chance. However, just as Yu Shunping finished speaking, several of the ability users beside him were instantly impaled by black spears, blood flowing everywhere, their deaths beyond any doubt. At the sight before him, Yu Shunping felt a wave of icy fear. But before he could react, all the soldiers behind him fell in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he stood alone on the battlefield, isolated, with no one left for support. While Yu Shunping stood in place and swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He was originally just an ordinary person, but by sheer chance, he stumbled upon a supernatural ability, which led to his current status and position. Not bad, but at his core, he was still that same ordinary person who feared death and clung to life. Please, I was wrong, don't kill me, okay? Please don't kill me. As for his current status and position, Yu Shunping had no thoughts of wanting to die. Now, his status in the 4th Military District was extremely high. He could sleep with any woman he wanted, and he never had to worry about food or drink. His life now was even better than before the apocalypse. But Lin Zixuan's gaze was indifferent, not even sparing him a proper look. Just a mere worthless person. Dead or not, it means nothing. A terrifying attack emanated from Lin Zixuan, heading straight for Yu Shunping. He wanted to dodge, but the speed was too fast for him to react. With a loud bang, Yu Shunping, a second-tier peak ability user, died just like that. This not-so-small battlefield was instantly littered with corpses, with blood flowing endlessly. The blood quickly attracted a large number of zombies. Qin Xian glanced indifferently ahead, then said, "Let's go, let's check out the Tianxian base." He was quite curious about the state of the battle between the 4th Military District and the Tianxian base. Of course, judging by the current situation, it was obvious that the 4th Military District had the upper hand, while the Tianxian base was clearly at a disadvantage. Lin Zixuan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly flipped onto Dog Emperor's back. Dog Emperor ran at full speed, its terrifying pace leaving only streaks of lightning in its wake, reaching an extreme velocity. Time passed quickly. An hour later, Qin Xian arrived at the Tianxian base. The base before him was vastly different from 3 months ago. The sturdy city walls were a full 7 or 8 meters high. Moreover, armed personnel were patrolling and guarding atop the walls. It was evident that during the 3+ months of Qin Xian's absence, the development of the entire Tianxian base had progressed rapidly. The fortifications were complete, its strength greatly enhanced, and it had become increasingly standardized. "I just don't know what the situation inside is like." He rode the Dog Emperor toward the city wall gate. On top of the city wall, a voice suddenly came. "Stop, who are you?" Qin Xian looked up, and the speaker was a young man with the strength of a second-tier ability user. Qin Xian had never seen this person before, so he must have joined after Qin Xian left. His strength was quite decent. "Tell Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to come out and see me." Qin Xian's voice was very calm. The young man upstairs, however, let out a cold laugh. "Who are you? Could it be that you're a lackey sent by the 4th Military District?" As he spoke, he raised the barret in his hand, aiming at Qin Xian's head, as if he would really pull the trigger if Qin Xian dared to respond. An ice spike tore through the air, heading straight for the barret. With a bang, the barret was directly shattered by the ice spike. Destroyed. Li Jin's pupils contracted tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is a barret, made of extremely hard material, and it was so easily destroyed? What the hell? Just who is this person? This is just too terrifying. At this moment, Li Jin's heart was filled with countless fears, because if the other party's target had been him just now, he might have already died on the spot, right? With such strength, I'm afraid even the two commanders wouldn't be able to defeat him. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Go and call Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to see me. Chen Xian's voice carried a hint of coldness, and Li Jin dared not be careless, frantically going to notify the two commanders. He knew that the man before him was not someone he could contend with. And no, something's wrong, Commander Li, Commander Zhou, something terrible has happened. Li Jin hurriedly rushed into the war conference room. There were more than a dozen people in the meeting room at the moment. Apart from Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, there were also two of their trusted aides, the 5 tigers of Northern Su, which included Li Kai's 4 brothers, as well as several of Zhou Xiong's capable subordinates, all of whom were at the second tier of strength. Seeing Li Jin's flustered and hurried appearance, Zhou Xiong stood up and said, "What's the matter? Why so urgent?" That's right. Everyone's eyes turned over in unison. Commander Zhou, something's wrong. A young man has arrived outside the base, claiming he wants to see you and Commander Li. Just now, he destroyed my barret with a single move. After Li Jin finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Destroyed a barret with a single move? Impossible, right? Brother Zhou, could it be someone from the 4th Military District? Yeah, it might be a trick. We must be careful. Exactly. Everyone was talking at once, each offering their opinion, all believing it was someone from the 4th Military District. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, then asked, "What are the characteristics of the person?" The person was riding a big black dog, about 3 or 4 meters tall. Oh, and there was a woman sitting on the dog as well. Hearing Li Jin's description, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, Li Jin, did you point a gun at him? Why yeah. Li Jin was a bit confused. Why did it feel like everyone's expressions were off? Damn, that's our leader. You dared to point a gun at the leader? I really want to kill you. Li Kai-tang suddenly stood up, his gaze as if he wanted to give Li Jin a fierce beating. This guy actually dared to point a gun at Chen Xian. Isn't this courting death? Hearing that the young man was actually the leader of the Tianxian base, Li Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Fake, right? Li Jin's heart instantly turned cold. Numb, completely numb. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong ignored Li Jin and quickly ran towards the outside of the base, followed closely by Zhang Yun and the others. Outside the base, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai immediately spotted Chen Xian's figure and hurriedly called for someone to open the base gate. Accompanied by a loud noise, the base gate quickly opened. The two rushed to Chen Xian at lightning speed and then knelt down before him. "Brother Chen." The two bowed respectfully, their eyes full of awe. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall was instantly stunned. The two commanders actually knelt and saluted a young man, and with such reverence. You should know that these two don't even show respect to the 4th Military District. How could they possibly be so respectful to the young man in front of them? However, this wasn't the end. As the leaders, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong knelt down, and naturally, Zhang Yun and the others behind them also knelt down in unison. After all, Chen Xian had saved the lives of Zhang Yun and others, and he was also the leader of the base, so naturally, they knelt in heartfelt submission. This scene once again stunned everyone. These were the top combat forces of the base, yet they showed such respect to a young man. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Chen Xian smiled faintly, leaped down directly, and landed in front of everyone. "Rise, there's no need to be so formal." Chen Xian's words made everyone feel as if bathed in a spring breeze, and they cautiously stood up one by one. "Brother Chen, I failed to manage my men properly. One of them actually pulled a gun on you. When I get back, I'll execute him immediately." "Damn it," Zhou Xiong said. "Exactly, pulling a gun on Brother Chen is simply asking for death." Li Kai chimed in angrily from the side. "Yes, anyone can draw their gun on others, but not on Chen Xian." This was a shared understanding between the two. Chen Xian smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. He's actually quite responsible, not bad. The other party didn't know him, so naturally, Chen Xian wouldn't blame them easily. He's not that petty." Yes, Brother Chen, you're so magnanimous." The two quickly flattered him. Chen Xian said with a smile, "Alright, you all have been facing quite a bit of trouble recently. Let's go inside and talk." Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were delighted upon hearing this and respectfully invited Chen Xian into the base. The group arrived at the operations meeting room, where Chen Xian naturally took the main seat without question. Li Jin cautiously stood behind Zhou Xiong, not daring to say a word. However, Chen Xian didn't pay him any mind. After all, he was merely a second-level ability user, not worth his effort. effort at all. Speak, what's the situation? Chen Xian spoke straightforwardly as soon as he arrived. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, then Li Kai stood up and said, Brother Chen, let me explain to you. After you left, old Zhou and I discussed the battle strategy and directly sent troops to seize the arsenal. However, this arsenal originally belonged to the 4th Military District, so after they established themselves in the northern part of Subei City, they came to demand the arsenal from us. This arsenal is part of your plan, Brother Chen, so naturally, we couldn't give it to them. As a result, our Tianxian base and the 4th Military District broke out into a major battle, suffering heavy losses. As he spoke, Li Kai lowered his head and said somewhat ashamedly, the 4th Military District's firepower is very strong, and they have more ability users than we do. During this period, our Tianxian base has lost over 30 ability users, and as for ordinary soldiers, more than 2,000 have died. Nearly half of the forces have been lost, and even Li Kai and Zhou Xiong couldn't help but feel heartache. The strength of the 4th Military District is simply too overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. Sure enough, the 4th Military District does have some impressive tactics. Brother Chen, it's all my fault for being incompetent. We've lost so many people, and now we can't even hold the munitions factory. Yes, Li Kai lowered his head, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. In fact, ever since the munitions factory was taken, he had been contemplating how to reclaim it. And Zhou Xiong also followed up by saying, Brother Chen, I am also responsible for this matter. It's all my fault. Looking at the two's attitudes, Chen Xian said calmly, since the 4th Military District dares to act against us, then completely erase it. Chen Xian's words instantly made everyone present feel a tightness in their hearts. Destroy the entire 4th Military District? Is it true? This is just too terrifying. While everyone was utterly bewildered, they were also deeply captivated by Chen Xian's boldness. Brother Chen, the strength of the 4th Military District is not to be underestimated. They have over 100 ability users, and there are as many as 9 third-tier ability users. At this point, Li Kai spoke with a hint of helplessness. Although he and Zhou Xiong have decent strength with third-tier peak-level power, but after all, it's just the two of them. The other side has as many as 9 third-tier ability users, along with dozens of second-tier ability users. Boom! With such overwhelming numbers, even the two of them combined wouldn't stand a chance. Upon hearing this number, Chen Xian merely let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Really? Sounds pretty good. Although his words were praising, his eyes were filled with considerable contempt. This was something that Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and everyone present naturally noticed. In an instant, everyone felt as if a blazing fire was burning within them. Wiping out the 4th Military District, this idea was too bold. How is this possible? Just thinking about it made them excited. Brother Chen, when should we take action? Zhou Xiong asked. Gulp. Chen Xian's lips curved slightly. Tomorrow. Today, let the brothers eat and drink their fill. Tomorrow, come with me to wipe out the 4th Military District. As for the current 4th Military District, Chen Xian truly didn't think much of their strength. Since the other party dared to make a move against him, they must be prepared for destruction. What's more, the current 4th Military District is not the same as when Manhwa was in charge. Management is now extremely strict, with a clear hierarchy, and those in high positions wield significant power, treating ordinary people as if they were nothing. Therefore, although the 4th Military District holds an official title, it is essentially just an armed group. Its legitimacy is not as strong as one might imagine. Furthermore, Chen Xian and Su Yuanting have a grudge. He won't be at peace until he destroys the other party. Everyone excitedly responded in unison. At the thought of being able to destroy the 4th Military District tomorrow, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. This is an unprecedented grand operation, and all their inner frustrations were completely swept away. Go, instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast so the brothers can eat and drink to their fill. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai ordered. The others quickly went to make preparations. Firstly, it was for tomorrow's great battle, and secondly, it was to welcome Chen Xian's arrival. Brother Chen, although our base has suffered significant losses, the facilities inside are quite complete. How about you come with me, and I'll show you around? Zhou Xiong said with a smile. Chen Xian nodded upon hearing this. Yes, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong took Chen Xian for a tour around the base. The base has expanded more than tenfold compared to before. After all, the population has increased significantly, and the people coming and going are strictly divided by rank. For the Tianxian base, managing such a large population is inevitably a challenge. It's impossible for everyone to have the same status, which is quite normal in the post-apocalyptic world. In fact, even before the apocalypse, people were already divided into different classes, it just wasn't as obvious. But now, in the post-apocalyptic world, power politics prevail. As a result, those with supernatural abilities naturally hold the highest status, followed by ordinary adult men, then parents and children, and lastly the elderly. These rankings are based on the contributions they can make. Although there is a hierarchy, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's management is still quite commendable, ensuring that no one starves to death. In the post-apocalyptic world, this is already a rare achievement. achievement. Brother Chen, those are the new recruits at the base ahead. There are a few good-looking women among them. Would you like to pick some to serve you tonight? As he spoke, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a knowing smile. After all, they're all men, and this kind of thing is nothing unusual. Nowadays, everyone's mindset has shifted. In the apocalypse, women's status is very low, merely serving as objects for men's pleasure. Beauty is also a kind of resource, but that's all it is. Forget it, not interested. Chen Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, he had no interest in these women. With his current strength and status, even if he wanted top-tier celebrities from before the apocalypse to serve him, it wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Chen Xian was not very interested, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai did not dare to insist. Just as the two were about to lead Chen Xian to the other side, a voice suddenly called out to him. Chen Xian? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes turned to look. A woman dressed in tattered clothes stood not far away, her face covered in dust, looking very disheveled. Chen Xian squinted his eyes and then recognized the woman. It was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Lily. Chen Xian suddenly recalled the scene before the apocalypse began, where Wang Lily knelt before him, and he directly told her to wait for him at the hotel. After so long without seeing her, Chen Xian had thought she was already dead and had almost forgotten about her. I didn't expect her to be as tough as Xiaoqiang. She actually survived this. Chen Xian walked over with great interest. Wang Lily, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, frantically tried to throw herself at him. But before Chen Xian could make any move, the composed Lin Zixuan directly kicked her to the ground. Who do you think you are to approach the master? For Lin Zixuan, no one was allowed to approach the master easily. All dangers must be eliminated. What's more, she could tell at a glance that this woman was no good. Wang Lily, who had been kicked to the ground, glared at Lin Zixuan, furious. You dared to kick me? Do you know who he is? He's my boyfriend. Wang Lily's words instantly left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Xian, actually the boyfriend of the woman in front of them? Impossible. Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai were all filled with disbelief. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh. You got it wrong, it's ex-boyfriend. Didn't you dump me back then for money? With this calm statement, Lin Zixuan and the others instantly understood. So that's how it is. Before the apocalypse began, Chen Xian was just an ordinary person and never expected to be abandoned by Wang Lily. Initially, some people were wondering if Chen Xian would be upset seeing Wang Lily like this at the Tianxian base. Now it seems he probably won't be. You dare to look down on master? Lin Zixuan's eyes narrowed, already filled with killing intent. In this world, no one is allowed to speak ill of Chen Xian. If anyone does, they might as well die. It wasn't just Lin Zixuan, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were the same. The two of them stared coldly in Wang Lily's direction, their eyes utterly indifferent, devoid of any trace of life, as if, to them, she was nothing more than a corpse. Feeling the murderous stares of the crowd, Wang Lily couldn't help but shudder, experiencing an immense sense of terror. What on earth is going on? Chen Xian, isn't he just an ordinary person? A worker with no car, no house, and no money. Why is it different now? Chen Xian waved his hand, stopping everyone's actions, and then asked curiously, back at the hotel, how did you survive? Chen Xian remembered that in his previous life he hadn't heard of Wang Lily's name even after living for 4 or 5 years, so she must have died in the zombie tide. I didn't expect to meet her at the Tianxian base in this lifetime, and she even survived. This is quite interesting. Wang Lily had never seen such a scene before, so she didn't dare to hide anything and confessed everything in detail. It turned out that the card Chen Xian had thrown to her back then was what made the difference. Wang Lily directly booked a presidential suite at the time, ordered countless lavish meals and drinks, planning to soak in the hotel bath and wait beautifully for Chen Xian's arrival. But by the afternoon, she suddenly heard heavy pounding sounds outside the door, which scared her into cautiously peeking through the peephole to see what was happening. What she saw shocked her. A zombie was furiously pounding on the door, as if it was determined to break in. This frightened Wang Lily terribly. But fortunately, the door of the presidential suite was quite sturdy, so the zombie couldn't break in for the time being. Moreover, there was plenty of food and drink in the room, so Wang Lily managed to survive inside for a long time. It wasn't until a few days ago, when the Tianxian base cleared out all the zombies in that hotel, that Wang Lily was rescued and brought back to the base. Hearing the other party's description, Chen Xian finally understood. So that's what happened. What the heck? Chen Xian, you forgave me back then, right? So now I'm still your girlfriend, correct? Wang Lily's eyes were full of hope. She had truly had enough of this apocalyptic world. Back when she was at the hotel, life was precarious. She was finally rescued, but her daily life was very difficult, having to work hard every day just to earn food. Sometimes, she would even be bullied. She wasn't stupid and could tell that Chen Xian was definitely not an ordinary person. After all, even the leader of the base treated him with utmost respect. How could someone like that be an ordinary person? However, before Chen Xian could speak, Lin Zixuan, standing to the side, let out a cold laugh, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Are you even worthy of being with the master? Such a person, Lin Zixuan would never allow her to be with Chen Xian, because she is not worthy. After all, she had abandoned Chen Xian before. Now that Chen Xian has gained status garrison position. She wants to come back. How could there be such a good thing? Besides, Wang Lily's appearance is far inferior. How could she possibly be worthy of Chen Xian? Facing Lin Zixuan's mockery, Wang Lily paid no attention, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xian.
She knew that Chen Xian held the final decision-making power. Sure, Chen Xian just slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. He didn't even acknowledge Wang Lily but instead spoke to Li Kai and Zhou Xiong beside him. I have no relationship with her. Everything will be managed according to the base's regulations. After Chen Xian finished speaking, Wang Lily's face instantly turned ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Xian clearly already forgave me. I am his favorite woman. How could he do this? No, Chen Xian, you can't do this. I've been with you for so many years. How can you do this to me? Wang Lily let out an inner roar of anger. She couldn't believe why this was happening. But no one paid attention to him. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai both responded with a yes and then turned to make preparations. Since the two of them knew what Wang Lily had done to Chen Xian, it was already quite generous not to finish her off. Give her preferential treatment? That's absolutely impossible. They might as well get back to work. Besides, the two of them had already decided they would assign Wang Lily the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks. We obey your orders. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong both replied at once. Chen Xian silently nodded, then without even acknowledging Wang Lily, walked straight ahead. Wang Lily stood alone in the wind, feeling disoriented. She wanted to call out to Chen Xian, but she didn't dare, as Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were glaring at her menacingly. Pay attention, everyone. This person needs to be given special care from now on. The capable should do more, Li Kai said indifferently. The subordinates nearby were no fools and naturally understood Li Kai's meaning, so they responded without hesitation. After giving their instructions, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong quickly followed Chen Xian. Soon, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong took Chen Xian on a tour around the entire Tianxian base. Everyone in the base, big and small, got to know Chen Xian, the true master of the base. Night fell. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong prepared a grand banquet to welcome Chen Xian and wash away the dust of his journey. Throughout the banquet, everyone was exceptionally happy. Chen Xian's arrival also signified the imminent destruction of the 4th military district. No one doubted Chen Xian's strength, especially Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who were deeply aware of just how terrifying their master truly was. Although the 4th military district is powerful, in front of Chen Xian, it can absolutely be wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. What did you say? Yu Xuanping's entire squad was wiped out? Su Yuanying listened to his subordinate's report, and his whole being was instantly consumed with uncontrollable rage, his eyes flashing with blazing fury. You must know that it was over 100 elite soldiers, highly skilled, and there were even more than a dozen ability users among them. Even for the 4th military district, losing so many people at once is undoubtedly a significant loss. Therefore, Su Yuanying was naturally filled with rage. Yes, according to my observation, the one who wiped out Yu Xuanping's squad was just a single person, and they accomplished all of this in an extremely short amount of time. To achieve such a feat, their strength must be absolutely terrifying, likely at the top tier even among the 3rd rank. The lieutenant colonel below reported. The level of a 3rd tier pinnacle? Su Yuanying was somewhat uncertain. Where exactly did this sudden powerhouse come from, and what is their purpose? Leader, this powerhouse's target seems to be the Tianxian base. Tianxian base? These 4 words had been on Su Yuanying's mind day and night. He had long wanted to take down the damned Tianxian base. However, the strength of these people was indeed not weak. But recently, the 4th military district had gained an absolute upper hand, and the Tianxian base couldn't stir up much trouble. Therefore, its destruction was only a matter of time. However, will this sudden Tier 3 powerhouse disrupt this balance? The answer is naturally no. If it's just a Tier 3 ability user, while it would enhance the strength of the Tianxian base, it wouldn't be invincible for the 4th military district. Of course, it would require paying some price. Once the troops I mobilized from the Jiangnan district arrive the day after tomorrow, we'll directly deploy forces to wipe out the entire Tianxian base. Su Yuanying let out a cold snort, his eyes carrying a hint of chill. He had communicated with the Jiangnan district early on. The head of the Jiangnan district was someone he had known back when he was in the central government, who was later assigned to a regional position and now serves as the head of the Jiangnan district. Although their relationship was average, there was still some level of acquaintance between them. Therefore, Su Yuanying leveraged his personal connections to mobilize a significant number of ability users, with the goal of wiping out the Tianxian base. He had calculated that as long as the Tianxian base could be taken down, the entire 4th military district would be able to occupy Subei City. By then, their strength would grow by leaps and bounds, and they could then extend their influence to other surrounding cities. Although their power couldn't compare to the Jiangnan region, it wasn't impossible to compete with them in the future. Therefore, the Tianxian base was the most crucial link. Of course, aside from the reinforcements sent by the Jiangnan region, Su Yuanying, being someone dispatched from the central authority, naturally had his own trump cards. By then, with his own trump card and the support of the Jiangnan region, eliminating the Tianxian base base would be almost effortless. Having made up his mind, Su Yuanying felt a greater sense of calm. In just 2 days, the Tianqian base would cease to exist. After a night of commotion, not a single soldier at the Tianqian base overslept in the morning. After all, there was a big battle today, so no one dared to let their soldiers drink too much. The only one who drank the most was Chen Xian. However, the alcohol had no effect on him and he wasn't even close to being drunk. At this moment, the training ground of the Tianqian base. Yes, over 1,000 elite soldiers stood in place, with as many as 43 ability users. Chen Xian stood at the highest point, flanked by Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, while Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor stood beside him. Such immense power can be described as terrifying. Chen Xian's voice echoed, and countless people stood solemnly. He continued, "The 4th military district has gone too far, killing thousands of our Tianqian base people. They occupy our territory and seize our resources. Can you tolerate this?" Chen Xian's words accurately reached the ears of every soldier in the Tianqian base. Countless people were instantly filled with passion. "No!" The fervent shouts resounded throughout the entire sky. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, then continued, "Okay. In this post-apocalyptic world where the weak are prey to the strong, taking down the 4th military district will grant you better living conditions, more resources, and even more beautiful women. Are you willing?" Chen Xian's words were highly provocative. For these people, it was simply too irresistible. Willing, yes. Countless people had reddened eyes, as if they saw endless resources and beauties beckoning to them. "In that case, follow me now to destroy the 4th military district. Kill, kill, kill." Everyone's hearts were stirred by Chen Xian at this moment, their eyes flashing with endless killing intent and greed. In the apocalypse, interests come first. With a furious roar from Chen Xian, everyone set out. The first stop was not the 4th military district base, but the munitions factory. Today's arsenal is suppressed by half of the 4th military district's forces. Chen Xian's first step is to eliminate this half, and then take down the entire 4th military district. Countless jeeps sped out of the Tianqian base, with elite soldiers packed in each large truck. The current strength of Tianqian base is absolutely formidable, even terrifying. Looking across the entire Subei city, aside from the 4th military district, there are virtually no rivals. Even if the 4th military district wanted to take down Tianqian base, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Chen Xian sat on Dog Emperor's back with Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor's speed was very fast, leading ahead of everyone. Regarding this battle, Chen Xian showed no emotional fluctuations, nor any worries. After all, with his current strength, even large-scale weapons would hardly be able to harm him. Alright, a mere 4th military district was naturally no challenge. Taking down the 4th military district was just the first step. Chen Xian planned to eventually take over the entire Subei city, and then the entire Jiangnan region. If it were before, Chen Xian might not have been so confident, but now, with the resources of an entire spaceship, cultivating countless strong individuals is naturally not a problem. The group moved quickly and soon arrived at the armory. At this moment, the armory was surrounded by countless soldiers from the 4th military district. When the sight of the thousands from the Tianqian base appeared, the highest-ranking official in the armory had already mobilized troops. "Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, you two really have no regard for your lives, daring to bring people to the munitions factory." Zhang Haoyan let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. As a top-tier 3rd-rank superhuman with SS-level abilities, Zhang Haoyan's strength was among the best in the entire 4th military district. Not to mention, by his side stood 2 other 3rd-rank powerhouses, one named Zhang Tao and the other Li Xixuan, along with dozens of 1st and 2nd-rank superhumans. With such strength, Zhang Haoyan truly isn't afraid of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. Although the strength of these two is somewhat terrifying, even he doesn't dare to underestimate them in the slightest. But the overall strength of their 4th military district is even greater. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, then grinned. If it were before, the two of them wouldn't have dared to confront Zhang Haoyan head-on with just their current strength. But now that Chen Xian is here, what do they have to be afraid of? Naturally, they could be as arrogant as they wanted. "Zhang Haoyan, I'll give you a chance. Get down here now, kneel, and beg for mercy, or you won't even have the chance to cry later." Zhou Xiong finished speaking, and Li Kai continued. "That's right, old Zhou is correct. Zhang Haoyan, this is your last chance, kid." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoyan sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Surrender? Are you even worthy? Everyone, load your bullets. I want to see if you have what it takes." With that, thousands of Zhang Haoyun's subordinates loaded their bullets. The ability users were also brimming with fighting spirit, seemingly waiting for his command to take action. Fire! At Zhang Haoyun's command, countless bullets rained down. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai instinctively tried to block the bullets, but the next moment, they discovered that the bullets were stopped by an ice wall 3 meters away from them. The sound of clinking and clattering filled the air, yet the countless bullets failed to create even the slightest crack in the ice wall. Even when the opponent resorted to using various shells, the ice wall remained completely unharmed. Such formidable defensive power left everyone present from the 4th military district utterly astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You must must know, such terrifying defensive power is something even a Tier 3 expert might not necessarily achieve.
Chen Xian's defense isn't just against ordinary bullets, but also various missiles, armor-piercing rounds, and other large-scale weapons.
Even tanks and the like could be blown apart by him. It landed on this ice wall without making the slightest movement.
Who are you, and why are you helping the Tianxian base?
Why not join my 4th military district? I can assure you that my 4th military district will never treat you unfairly, Zhang Haoyan said loudly. He knew that someone with such strength was definitely not an ordinary ability user. But there was absolutely no trace of this person in the Tianxian base before. They must have just joined the Tianxian base. If they could be brought into the 4th military district, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of the 4th military district.
However, Chen Xian sneered. Is that so? The entire Tianxian base belongs to me.
What could the 4th military district possibly offer me? Hearing Chen Xian's voice, Zhang Haoyan looked over and saw Chen Xian's figure. This figure was extremely young, with fair skin that made him look like a boy next door. Yet this very man turned out to be the true leader of the Tianxian base and possessed such terrifying strength.
The moment Zhang Haoyan saw Chen Xian, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, giving him a sense of foreboding.
You should know, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong are not weaklings. If it were one-on-one, he might not necessarily be a match for either of them. But Chen Xian was actually able to surpass both of them. What does this indicate? It indicates that Chen Xian's strength is far above the two of them. He, Zhang Haoyan, is definitely not a match.
Chen Xian had no intention of wasting words.
With a single thought, the original ice wall instantly shattered, and in the next moment, it transformed into countless ice spikes that shot rapidly toward the soldiers of the 4th military district in front of him. The speed of the ice spikes was so fast that even third-tier experts like Zhang Haoyan and others found it difficult to react in time. Amid the sound of piercing impacts, countless soldiers were directly impaled by the terrifying ice spikes, with blossoms of blood splattering everywhere. In just a matter of 10 seconds or so, over 1,000 soldiers were killed instantly by this casual strike from Chen Xian. Even a few of the weaker ability users lost their lives to this attack. Those who survived seemed as if they had just escaped death itself, each one shaken to the core.
Zhang Haoyan stared at Chen Xian in utter shock.
How is this possible? The scene before him completely shattered his worldview. He had just experienced the power of Chen Xian's ice spikes up close. If it weren't for the indiscriminate nature of the attack, he might have found it difficult to dodge. With a casual strike, Chen Xian killed over 1,000 soldiers. This scene instantly excited Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and some of the soldiers from the Tianxian base.
Is this the leader of leaders? It's truly terrifying.
Countless people looked at Chen Xian with a hint of fervor in their eyes. The next moment, Chen Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Leave no one alive." Countless soldiers responded excitedly. At this moment, no one dared to question Chen Xian's orders. With the participation of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, the battle became much simpler. In addition, the soldiers from the 4th military district had long lost their will to fight, each of them wishing they could lay down their weapons and surrender, as the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast.
No, impossible.
However, Chen Xian was not after their surrender. He wanted no one left alive. These soldiers were loyalists of the 4th military district. His next battle was against the entire 4th military district, and he did not trust these people, so he outright refused to accept their surrender. As for Zhang Haoyan, he was nearly driven into a state of despair by Lin Zixuan's relentless attacks. Although he, like Lin Zixuan, was also a top-tier 3rd-level ability user. Lin Zixuan was inherently an SSS-level ability user, and the Dark Monarch's ability was simply too bizarre.
Zhang Haoyan was no match at all.
Thus, in just a single minute, Zhang Haoyan was directly slain by Lin Zixuan, without even having the chance to plead for mercy.
It is imaginable how terrifying Lin Zixuan's strength truly is.
As for the soldiers present, they were already completely demoralized, and now seeing their commander Zhang Haoyan dead, their spirits naturally sank even further. Although many of the ability users also wanted to surrender, they were all killed by Zhou Xiong and Li Kai.
No surrender accepted.
A full half-hour passed. A vast expanse of 4th military district soldiers' corpses lay before them. As for the Tianxian base, although some soldiers had also died here, compared to the number of deaths in the 4th military district, the losses at Tianxian base were almost negligible. Looking at the scene before them, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as if they were in a different world. Before Chen Xian arrived, they had been suppressed by the 4th military district, suffering significant losses, even losing the weapons factory.
What about now?
In just half an hour, under Chen Xian's leadership, not only was the munitions factory reclaimed, but even the thousands of soldiers stationed there all perished, including Zhang Haoyan and the other ability users. Not a single one escaped alive.
Yes, it's truly terrifying.
Now, everyone has a more direct sense of Chen Xian's strength. This is the leader of their Tianxian base. Long live the leader.
The leader is invincible. Countless soldiers spontaneously shouted the slogan Chen Xian is invincible.
For them, this battle not only allowed them to hold their heads high but also brought countless resources. For every surviving soldier user of the Tianxian base, it was a tremendous benefit. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth slightly curved upward, his gaze carrying a hint of composure. Everyone, rest in place for half an hour, then set off for the 4th Military District base. This time, I will take down the entire 4th Military District. This arsenal is just the beginning. Chen Xian's goal is to wipe out the entire 4th Military District within today, so that from now on, there will be no opponents left in the entire Subei city. Naturally, no one had any objections. The fierce battle that just broke out was nothing to them. After all, with Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan, and the Dog Emperor present, the role those ordinary soldiers could play was limited. Half an hour passed quickly. Everyone got into the jeeps and sped towards the 4th Military District base. At this moment, the 4th Military District. Su Yuanying led all the senior officials of the 4th Military District to the entrance of the base. Outside the base, a grand procession was approaching the base. This group of people was not large, with only 100 members. However, every single one of these 100 individuals had an extraordinary aura. They were all superhumans with terrifying strength, and the weakest among them were second-tier superhumans. Third-tier superhumans were not uncommon. This group of superhumans was the reinforcements sent by the Jiangnan district. If it weren't for Su Yuanying's connections with the leader of the Jiangnan district, the other party would never have dispatched so many ability users. After all, with the apocalypse upon us, ability users are an extremely important strategic resource. Greetings, Chief Su. The leader of this group of ability users was named Li Koan, a 4th-tier powerhouse, and one of the top figures in the entire Jiangnan district. He gave Su Yuanying a lukewarm salute, with little respect in his eyes. If it were before the apocalypse began, his status and position would naturally be far inferior to Su Yuanying's. But now, in the apocalypse, strength is paramount, and having 4th-tier strength naturally grants him a transcendent status. Su Yuanying clearly noticed the other party's expression, but he didn't take it to heart because he knew that this time, the eradication of the Tianxian base required the other party's help. He laughed heartily, hiding the coldness in his eyes deep within, while outwardly appearing very enthusiastic. Who would have thought Colonel Li would come in person? I truly appreciate the support from the Jiangnan district and will certainly remember this. Li Koan gave a faint smile, not hesitating as he directly said, "Where is that so-called Tianxian base? Stop wasting time and take us there directly to save trouble." In Li Koan's opinion, perhaps the so-called Tianxian base has some experts, but that's all there is to it. A group of bumpkins from a small place, he wouldn't take them seriously. Wiping out the opponent was merely a casual effort. Su Yuanying's expression remained unchanged as he continued with a smile. "Colonel Li, there's no need to rush. It's already getting late, and I've long had a banquet prepared to welcome you. As for the Tianxian base, I trust in your strength, Colonel Li. You can easily crush them tomorrow." Su Yuanying's flattery made Li Koan very pleased. The next morning, moreover, there was no need for them to rush to Subei City. After all, it was just the insignificant Tianxian base. Such a civilian organization was nothing to them and could be easily crushed. In that case, I shall humbly accept. After Li Koan finished speaking, a slight smile appeared on Su Yuanying's face. "Please, everyone." Li Koan nodded, then gave some instructions to the 7 squad leaders behind him, and prepared to follow Su Yuanying into the base. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran up to Su Yuanying, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. "Everyone, Leah, leader, something terrible has happened." Su Yuanying's expression turned cold as he asked indifferently, "Reporting to the commander, the arsenal has been retaken by the Tianxian base. Zhang Haoyun and others stationed at the arsenal have all perished. Currently, the Tianxian base is leading a large group of people toward our 4th Military District." The soldier's words instantly shocked Su Yuanying, as well as Su Yuanting and countless high-ranking officials of the 4th Military District. "The arsenal has been seized? No. And all the defending troops were completely slaughtered by the Tianxian base? This is impossible." That was nearly half of the 4th Military District's forces. If the entire army is wiped out, the strength of the entire 4th Military District will likely be greatly diminished. Su Yuanying's heart was bleeding. Tianxian base? Interesting. Li Koan let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. To be honest, Li Koan had never cared about civilian organizations like the Tianxian base. Even forces like the 4th Military District meant nothing to him. What a joke. He is from the Jiangnan District, and to him, a place like the 4th Military District is no different from a remote backwater. The Jiangnan District is one of the 7 major regions of Huaxia. In terms of strength and status, although it cannot compare to the central region, it is in no way inferior to the other districts. Li Koan is one of the top experts in the Jiangnan District. With 4th-tier strength, he is among the fastest to break through in all of Huaxia. With such talent, how could he possibly take a mere Tianxian base seriously? Let's go. Nothing more than a bunch of worthless rabble. Let's go, Chief Su. I'm quite curious about the strength of these guys from the Tianxian base, daring to come here. Li Koan sneered. The ability users from the Jiangnan district behind him all wore expressions of disdain. A mere small-town superhero
superhuman, nothing to brag about. Su Yuanying naturally caught the mockery in Li Kuan's words, but he could only suppress his inner anger for the time being. After all, the 4th Military District still needed the other party's help to take down the Tianqian base. Having managed to survive in the upper ranks for so many years, Su Yuanying's ability to maintain composure was undoubtedly exceptional. Not a trace of anger showed on his face, instead, he appeared even more respectful. All the elites of the 4th Military District, along with Li Kuan and others, had all arrived at the entrance of the 4th Military District base. In front, a dense crowd appeared, all from the Tianqian base. Countless jeeps drove into the area. At the forefront was a massive black dog, enormous in size, with a man and a woman riding on its back. Looking at everything in front of him, Li Kuan's face showed a bit more color. Although the ordinary soldiers and even the ability users of the Tianqian base were nothing in his eyes, easily wiped out with a flick of his finger. But the black dog in front of him seemed unusual. A wave of oppressive pressure emanated from its body. The man sitting in front of the black dog was unclear to him, while the woman behind him was evidently quite strong as well. If it were just this, it wouldn't be much of a concern. After all, for Li Kuan, if he were only facing these people, he was still confident. This black dog doesn't seem ordinary. It appears to have awakened some special ability. If it can be tamed, it might become a significant asset. Li Kuan secretly thought to himself. Although he couldn't clearly gauge Dog Emperor's strength, he could vaguely sense a bit of it, which stirred the thought of subduing him, adding a hint of greed to his gaze. In his view, only someone like himself was worthy of such power as Dog Emperor's. Only he is qualified to become the other's master. Brother Chen, up ahead is the 4th Military District. The one standing at the forefront is the current leader of the 4th Military District, Su Yuanying. As the group arrived in front of the 4th Military District base, Zhou Xiong introduced. Chen Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the people in front of him. There are one or two rather good auras, but that's all there is to it. Chen Xian didn't take it too seriously. Among them, the most troublesome is probably the young man standing next to Su Yuanying, Li Kuan. 4th tier strength. Looks like the military's strength isn't weak after all. The apocalypse hasn't been going on for long, yet a 4th tier ability user has already appeared, and their strength isn't weak either. They must have been trained by the military. Unexpectedly, the military's foundation is still quite deep. At this moment, Li Kuan suddenly felt a stir in his mind. He seemed to sense that something was amiss, as if someone was investigating him. It felt as though everything about him was exposed under the other party's watchful eyes. That feeling was very strange. Yes, but he couldn't see anyone, and the feeling was so faint that he thought it was an illusion. Zhou Xiong, Li Kai, you two have some nerve to provoke my 4th Military District. Are you really courting death? Su Yuanying was the first to speak, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. If it weren't for these two guys, his 4th Military District would have unified the entire city of Subai long ago. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance, their eyes carrying a hint of mockery. If it were before, his Tianqian base naturally wouldn't have been a match for the 4th Military District, and such a large-scale counterattack would have been impossible. However, with Chen Xian around, the two of them feared nothing. Su Yuanying, you old geezer, with your treacherous ambitions, let me tell you, surrender early, or else today you will surely die. Zhou Xiong sneered and said, exactly, if you don't surrender, you'll end up like those guys at the arsenal, with no place to bury your body. Li Kai followed up with another threat. The successive threats from the two made the already furious Su Yuanying even more enraged, especially since these two guys even mentioned the arsenal. You should know, the soldiers in the arsenal are the elite troops of his 4th Military District, and yet they just died there like that. Nearly half of the strength. Damn it, today your Tianqian base will be wiped out from the entire Subei city. After Su Yuanying finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Kuan. Colonel Li, I'll leave this to you. Su Yuanying adopted a very humble attitude. No way, even though he is the leader of the 4th Military District. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important. The other party's strength is beyond his comparison, so naturally, his tone carried a bit more respect. Moreover, he still needed the other party today, so he naturally wouldn't put on any airs. Don't worry, Chief Su, these guys are not a problem. Li Kuan's eyes carried a hint of a smile. He stepped forward and said coldly, everyone, listen to my command. Kill them and show these bumpkins what real superhumans are. After Li Kuan finished speaking, over 100 superhumans from the Jiangnan district behind him let out a unified roar. With that, countless figures from the direction of the 4th Military District charged madly toward the Tianqian base. Hundreds of figures filled the sky, all of them ability users, and each one was incredibly powerful, far stronger than the combined strength of the 4th Army and the other ability users at the Tianqian base. If it weren't for Chen Xian and the others, just the sight of these ability users would probably have caused the Tianqian base to collapse instantly. All the attacks were directed at the people of the Tianqian base. Li Kuan had originally planned to gather the strength of all the ability users and crush the entire Tianqian base in a single move. Let them know the power of the Jiangnan region. Terrifying attacks came from all directions, causing some panic among the people at the Tianqian base, especially
especially those ability users who could feel the horror of these attacks, making their hearts waver slightly. Yes, even Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt a bit shaken in their hearts. They didn't know where these superpowered individuals came from, but the strength of the opponents truly shocked them. Just when everyone thought the attack was about to crush the entire Tianxian base, a barrier made of ice unexpectedly surrounded everyone in the Tianxian base. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying attack was effortlessly blocked by an ice-made barrier. Moreover, the barrier didn't bear any traces. How is this possible? Li Kuan suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. You should know, he didn't hold back just now either, and like everyone else, countless attacks were directed straight at the ice wall. But so many people's attacks didn't leave a single mark on the ice wall. Who would believe that if you told them, he, Li Kuan, is a tier 4 powerhouse? Who is pretending to be mysterious? Li Kuan looked around vigilantly, his eyes scanning back and forth. The battle ended. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, removed the ice wall, and then Dog Emperor's figure slowly emerged. Chen Xian sat upright on Dog Emperor's back. Which faction do you belong to? Chen Xian knew the other party was probably not from the 4th Military District, so he directly asked. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Kuan was first stunned, then immediately became vigilant. Could it be that the ice wall just now was created by the man in front of him? But he couldn't detect any trace of the other party's abilities at all. He looked just like an ordinary person. This shouldn't be possible. Jiangnan region. Terrifying, but the pride in his bones made him not think much about it. A giant like the Jiangnan region is not something a small place like Subei City can compare to. So what if there are strong individuals? Wouldn't hearing the name of the Jiangnan district still make one tremble with fear, not daring to oppose it? Jiangnan district. Chen Xian murmured softly. As for these 4 words, he was naturally familiar with them. In his previous life, he was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the Jiangnan region, barely qualified to enter the Jiangnan region, but his status was far from being high level, not even reaching mid-level. But now, living a second life, a mere Jiangnan region can no longer catch his eye. Yes, he aims to stand at the pinnacle of the entire world, not just a single Jiangnan region, he calmly replied. But this calm reply left everyone somewhat incredulous, especially Li Kuan. Jiangnan district. You're just going to answer with one word? Not even a bit surprised? Could it be that a country bumpkin like you hasn't even heard of the famous Jiangnan district? Kid, I don't know who you are, but the Tianxian base must be destroyed by my Jiangnan district. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately. Li Kuan pressed aggressively. Chen Xian heard this, smiled faintly, and suddenly countless ice shards appeared above his head. These ice shards were dazzling, sparkling with countless icy glimmers. Confidence is a good thing, but you need strength to back it up. As he finished speaking, Chen Xian waved his hand, and countless ice shards swiftly shot toward the direction of the hundreds of ability users. The speed of these ice shards was extreme, carrying terrifying power. Li Kuan instantly felt immense pressure and hurriedly activated his ability to defend. His ability was an SS-level aurora power, capable of controlling the power of light, belonging to the elemental category of abilities, and was quite formidable. Moreover, with the training provided by the Jiangnan region, his 4th-tier strength was considered top-notch across the entire Jiangnan region. Countless beams of light formed a barrier around him, protecting not only himself but also the other ability users nearby, much like the wall Chen Xian had conjured earlier. But just as he believed his defense could withstand Chen Xian's attack without fail, a loud bang rang out as the barrier of light shattered on impact, fragments of light scattering across the ground. The ice spikes didn't slow in the slightest, continuing straight toward the ability users. One after another, sharp impacts echoed through the air. In the next instant, the ability users behind Li Kuan were pierced through by the ice spikes, blood gushing out as their lives were snuffed out in an instant. With just one move, more than half of the ability users were instantly killed. The remaining small portion was mostly severely injured by this move. Although they didn't die, they had essentially lost their combat effectiveness. Only Li Kuan and a few 3rd-tier peak-level ability users were slightly stronger and not severely injured, but they were still in a sorry state. Looking at the ground covered with corpses, Li Kuan and the surviving 3rd-tier ability users were filled with disbelief in their eyes. Extreme shock. You must know, Chen Xian killed so many people with just one move, and the rest were all seriously injured. If not treated in time, they would be doomed. What kind of power is this? 4th tier? Not just that. Li Kuan himself possesses 4th-tier strength and also has an SS-level ability, an elemental-type ability, with combat power that can be described as terrifying. Yet he couldn't even block a single strike from Chen Xian. Is the opponent's strength really just 4th tier? Not only Li Kuan and the others, but everyone in the 4th Military District was shocked by this sudden scene. Is this really something humanly possible? What happened? Su Yuanying moved his Adam's apple. What level of strength does he actually have? Such strength is simply awe-inspiring. The key point is that the man before them is incredibly young, and his handsome appearance makes him seem like a noble scion of some prestigious family. Yet, his abilities are astonishing the moment he takes action. However, aside from Su Yuanying, most of the senior officials in the 4th Military District have a profound impression of Chen Xian. Back when the 4th Military District was struck by a wave of destruction, if it hadn't been for Chen Xian's intervention, the entire district might have been annihilated. And Chen Xian, with just one sword and a black dog, slaughtered his way through the entire beast tide while also taking all the crystal cores of the zombies. How could the high-ranking officials of the 4th Military District not be deeply impressed by such a person? Big brother, that person is Chen Xian, the one I mentioned to you before. Su Yuanying leaned close to Su Yuanying and whispered. Su Yuanying squinted his eyes upon hearing this, as if a memory surfaced in his mind. Su Yuanying had once told him that Chen Xian's strength was already extremely terrifying in the early days of the apocalypse, cutting through waves of zombies. However, at that time, Su Yuanying had not yet arrived at the 4th Military District, so he had never witnessed Chen Xian's heroic demeanor. He hadn't expected to see it today, and still in a hostile state. Yuanying, is there any possibility of recruiting this Chen Xian? Seeing Chen Xian's invincible demeanor, Su Yuanying was tempted. If such a terrifying existence as Chen Xian could be recruited into the 4th Military District, then the overall strength of the 4th Military District would undergo a tremendous transformation. Even when facing the Jiangnan region, there is a certain level of confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanying couldn't help but show a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. Back then, he wanted to recruit Chen Xian. Alright. However, the other party was very determined to leave, and he didn't dare to stop him, so he could only let it go. However, after Chen Xian left back then, he also sent people to look for his whereabouts. It's worth a try. Not long after, hearing Su Yuanying's approval, Su Yuanying also became energized. He shouted loudly. Hearing Su Yuanying's voice, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Chen Xian also looked over with great interest. Su Yuanying slowly stepped forward, his aged face carrying a hint of shrewdness, a smile rising as if deliberately trying to appear approachable. What do you want? Chen Xian asked calmly. Su Yuanying said with a smile. You must be Chen Xian. Back in the early days of the apocalypse, my 4th Military District encountered a zombie horde. Thanks to your intervention, you single-handedly broke through the horde. Otherwise, my 4th Military District would have ceased to exist long ago. However, hearing Su Yuanying's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Why is there still this connection? Chen Xian saved the 4th Military District? Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were even more stunned. The two exchanged glances and saw complete confusion in each other's eyes. Their greatest enemy at the Tianqian base, the 4th Military District, was actually saved by Chen Xian? That's just ridiculous. However, Su Yuanying's words carried a different meaning when they reached Li Koen's ears. Chen Xian, was he able to single-handedly fight through a zombie horde at the beginning of the apocalypse? What's his current strength now? Gulp. Li Koen suddenly swallowed, his eyes carrying a hint of fear. It seems that the man in front of him is somewhat unfathomable. He had no way of guessing what Chen Xian's true strength was, but the one thing he was certain of was that this person was terrifying, extremely terrifying. Damn it, why the hell did I take on this task back then? At this moment, Li Koen's mind was filled with regret. When he learned that Chen Xian had such terrifying strength at the beginning of the apocalypse, he was already regretting why he had come to Subei City in the first place and why he had taken on this task. Damn it, this is too outrageous. Hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled lightly, did not deny it, but instead asked in return. Those three simple words instantly put everyone on edge again. Su Yuanying's expression didn't change, he kept smiling as he continued. Our 4th Military District has a deep connection with you. With your strength, staying at Tianqian base is honestly beneath your talents. Why not come join us at the 4th Military District? I guarantee that after we wipe out Tianqian base and unify all of northern Sioux City, you'll become the number 2 figure in our district, with the rank of general. What do you think? Hearing Su Yuanying's words, everyone present was stunned. Goodness? Giving such a big gift to Chen Xian directly? The second in command? Admiral, you must be joking. Keep in mind, the strongest person in the current 4th Military District is only at the rank of colonel, yet Chen Xian gave the other party the position of admiral as soon as he arrived. What incredible audacity. Faced with such a great temptation, everyone felt that Chen Xian had no reason to refuse. Even Li Koen thought that recruiting him shouldn't be a problem, but Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. They laughed loudly. Su Yuanying, are you out of your mind? Exactly, this is hilarious. Do you even know who he is? Zhou Xiong and Li Kai chimed in together, instantly drawing everyone's attention. What does that mean? Who is Chen Xian? Su Yuanying suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, a sense of foreboding. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were seen smiling as they said, Brother Chen is the true leader of our Tianqian base. The two of us are merely foot soldiers under his command. You actually want to recruit Brother Chen to destroy the Tianqian base? What a joke, that's hilarious, ha ha ha. Hearing Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's words, everyone present gasped in unison. Goodness, Chen Xian is actually the true mastermind behind the Tianqian base? base? No wonder Li Kai and Zhou Xiong never claimed to be the leaders of the base but instead referred to themselves as commanders. It turns out they really aren't the leaders.
Yes. Hearing this, Su Yuanying's mood instantly plummeted and a sense of foreboding arose. It seems something major is going wrong.
Chen Xian is the leader of the Tianxian base, so it's naturally impossible for him to join the 4th military district. Now, both sides are in a situation where they won't rest until one of them is destroyed, and Chen Xian's strength is unfathomable.
Even Li Koan is no match for him. This battle might leave the fate of the 4th military district hanging in the balance.
Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, then swept his gaze over the people of the 4th military district.
A faint aura emanated from him, striking fear into countless hearts. Giving you a chance, surrender now, and you won't be killed.
If you wait until the fight starts to surrender, there will be only one path, no mercy. When the words no mercy were spoken, everyone present tensed up simultaneously, with a faint trace of fear in their eyes.
There was no other way. The murderous aura emanating from Chen Xian was simply too intense, and his strength is terrifyingly intimidating.
How is this possible? Almost no one dares to meet his gaze. The 4th military district already has people starting to waver, especially those with special abilities. You must know, in the current apocalypse, those with supernatural abilities are already considered superior beings, and most of them did not originally come from the military district. They were merely recruited by the 4th military district later on and do not possess much loyalty.
Impossible.
Right now, Chen Xian is giving them a chance to surrender. After all, even if they surrender, they are still supernatural beings, superior beings. Where couldn't they live well? Who knows, going to the Tianxian base might even allow them to live more comfortably.
There's no need to stubbornly cling to the sinking ship of the 4th military district. Even those ordinary soldiers began to hesitate.
They were recruited later on, and although they underwent training, they were all just ordinary people before the apocalypse began. Thus, they have an instinctive fear of death. Fear spreads. When some people start to waver, the rest will also begin to think and hesitate. After all, no one really wants to die. Su Yuanying saw this scene and secretly thought to himself that something was wrong. He hadn't expected Chen Xian to directly attack morale right from the start, destabilizing the spirit of the entire 4th military district.
No, this can't go on any longer.
If Chen Xian's arrogance is allowed to continue like this, not to mention that the entire 4th military district is no match for him, most people might surrender before the battle even begins.
Chen Xian, in that case, let's see whose blade is sharper. With that, Su Yuanying let out a cold snort and calmly said, "Come out, it's your turn to take the stage." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. What did Su Yuanying mean by that? Could it be that he has reinforcements? The next moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared beside Su Yuanying, and a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a fang mask suddenly appeared in front of him, as if materializing out of thin air. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Li Koan couldn't help but look vigilant, with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
That's right, even he hadn't detected the appearance of the masked man in front of him. It was as if the other party had appeared out of thin air. It seems that this old guy Su Yuanying is no simple character. He even has such a master hidden away.
Li Koan thought to himself,
oh, the strength of the person before him was in no way inferior to his own. Li Koan had never expected that this old guy Su Yuanying would hide so deeply. Chen Xian, I admit your strength is formidable, but I am not to be underestimated either. With 2 peak-level 4th-tier beings on my side, I advise you to leave today. From now on, we can stay out of each other's way.
What do you say? Su Yuanying said calmly.
He was very confident in the strength of the masked man before him. This person's strength was no less than Li Koan's, and might even surpass him by a significant margin.
Are you kidding me?
This is also his biggest trump card, which he has been unwilling to reveal. Now that the survival of the entire 4th military district is at stake, he has no choice but to use it.
With him teaming up with Li Koan, stopping Chen Xian shouldn't be too difficult. As long as Chen Xian is held back, the remaining people at the Tianxian base won't be a match for them.
Therefore, at this moment, Su Yuanying was full of ambition, his eyes carrying a hint of confidence.
However, Chen Xian smiled.
His gaze slowly swept over the masked man. In his mind, the superbrain had already transmitted this person's information to Chen Xian. With the superbrain here, there is nothing on the entire blue star that can hide its strength or abilities from him.
Who told you that I wasn't aware of his existence? In an instant, Chen Xian asked with a smile. Immediately after, he continued.
SSS-level spatial ability, peak strength of the 4th tier, about to advance to the 5th tier, truly an impressive ability.
Indeed, the person before them is an SSS-level spatial ability user, and also possesses peak strength of the 4th tier.
That's right. Looking at the entire post-apocalyptic world today, they are among the top-tier existences. Unexpectedly, they are serving under Su Yuanying. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Su Yuanying's face instantly showed a look of shock, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes.
This is impossible. How could you know? Shock. It must be noted that even his younger brother, Su Yuanting, was unaware of Yao Ying's existence.
Yet Chen Xian, an outsider, had clearly stated the other's ability abilities and strength. This is simply unbelievable. Even Yao Ying's figure trembled slightly. The other party actually knew him so thoroughly. And as Chen Xian finished speaking, the others were all stunned, especially Li Kuan. This masked guy turned out to be a peak 4th tier ability user, even stronger than him. Moreover, he possesses an SSS level spatial ability, which is extremely rare. Let alone being SSS level, such an existence would be considered a top tier powerhouse even in the Jiangnan region, with a status and position above his. But unexpectedly, this person was hiding in the mere 4th military district of Subai City, which was truly surprising. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his gaze calm as water, without the slightest ripple. If there is anything, it must be that he has developed an interest in the abilities of the person before him. An SSS level spatial ability should come with a heaven connecting mark, and his plundering ability could be put to good use. He couldn't help but covet the power of spatial abilities. Combining spatial abilities with his other abilities would undoubtedly create an explosive force. Therefore, Chen Xian's gaze was more like looking at prey rather than an opponent. A mere 4th tier peak, what qualifications does it have to be his opponent? Go ahead, I'd like to see what kind of strength you two trash can unleash together, Chen Xian said calmly, and the two losers he mentioned were naturally Li Kuan and Yao Ying. Li Kuan's eyes carried a hint of anger. He was, after all, from the Jiangnan region and a formidable fighter, yet he was called a loser by the other party? This was simply outrageous. But he had to admit that Chen Xian's strength was formidable. Yao Ying also understood that Chen Xian's strength was not something he could contend with alone, so after exchanging a glance with Li Kuan, the two decided to join forces. Li Kuan let out an angry roar. With that, Li Kuan and Yao Ying's bodies instantly vanished from where they stood. You should know, one of their abilities is Aurora, and the other is Space, both of which are top-notch in terms of speed. As a result, their speed is so fast that countless people around them cannot see clearly. In an instant, they had already appeared in front of Chen Xian. Brother Chen, watch out! Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had already spotted the two figures and couldn't help but call out a reminder. Lin Zixuan beside them remained calm, smiling faintly. An attack of this level is nothing to the master, no harm done. Hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong immediately felt relieved. In the middle of the scene, Chen Xian stood calmly in place. Wait a moment. Dimensional slash. Lightspeed kick. The attacks from both of them landed simultaneously. If it were an ordinary superhuman, they would have already lost their composure, but Chen Xian remained calmly standing in place. Absolute domain. Chen Xian spoke indifferently. Li Kuan and Yao Ying's faces instantly changed dramatically, their eyes flickering with disbelief. The speed, strength, and defense of both of them unexpectedly dropped by 40%. With such a significant decrease, the two naturally felt it instantly. In the next moment, a thin ice wall appeared in front of Chen Xian, seemingly without any defensive power. What the heck? However, when their attacks landed on the ice wall, not a single mark was left, and instead, they were sent flying several meters away. Li Kuan and Yao Ying steadied themselves and exchanged a glance. Did it affect you too? Li Kuan spoke. Yao Ying nodded. Although wearing a mask, the seriousness on the face beneath it could still be felt. He didn't know why, but his entire strength had dropped so much. Yao Ying looked at Chen Xian. Without a doubt, all of this was Chen Xian's doing. But how exactly did he manage to do it? To significantly suppress the powers of two 4th tier ability users at the same time, and yet appear so at ease. My god, what is going on? Why haven't two 4th tier ability users caused him any harm at all? Over at the 4th military district, a soldier raised a question. Two 4th tier ability users joined forces, yet they still couldn't break through that seemingly thin ice wall. If it weren't a life and death battle, everyone would have thought the two of them were putting on a show. Yeah, just what kind of strength does this young man named Chen Xian have? Like a god, like a demon, truly terrifying. For a moment, countless people in the 4th military district were trembling with fear, harboring thoughts of surrender. Su Yuanying was both furious and helpless upon seeing this scene. Even his heart couldn't help but show a trace of fear. Chen Xian, what level of strength does he have? But soon, he would find out. So what? Chen Xian smiled and said, your attacks are really trash. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. It's my turn to make a move. After speaking, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Chen Xian's entire body, resembling a primordial dragon with a stance capable of devouring the heavens. Waves of dragon might directly suppress the entire scene. Countless soldiers of the 4th military district were struck with fear, with some even falling to their knees as if worshipping a new king. This overwhelming aura caused even Li Kuan and Yao Ying to involuntarily feel their hearts skip a beat, their eyes filled with terror. Such terrifying power. This force carries an invincible momentum. What kind of existence could possibly possess such terrifying power? It must be noted that Li Kuan hails from the Jiangnan region. He is familiar with all the experts in the entire Jiangnan region, and his own strength is already considered top-notch. He has fought many masters, yet none have displayed such power. Dragon transformation. Chen Xian's aura surged dramatically, his body undergoing dragon transformation. The half-human, half-dragon form drew countless astonished gazes. After the dragon transformation, transformation, Chen Xian's strength, speed, and defense all increased fivefold. A fivefold increase is absolutely terrifying, especially for someone like Chen Xian. The reason he used the dragon transformation was that he didn't want to drag things out any longer. He wanted to end the battle quickly and decisively. Feeling the already terrifying aura of Chen Xian suddenly surge, the already frightened Li Kuan and Yao Ying instantly felt a sense of heart-pounding fear. It was simply because the power unleashed by Chen Xian was too astonishing. They had never experienced such a terrifying force. Chen Xian disappeared from where he stood. Before the two could react, an iron fist landed on Li Kuan. In an instant, Li Kuan's body shot backward like an arrow leaving the bow, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured and on the brink of death. The meridians throughout his body were completely severed, leaving him like a cripple, unable to move his limbs. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. A so-called expert from the Jiangnan region, with 4th-tier strength, was unexpectedly severely injured by a single move from Chen Xian, without even the ability to resist. How is this possible? Is this brother Chen's strength? It's so terrifying, Li Kai said with a bewildered expression. Just now, he was still worried about whether Chen Xian might encounter any danger. Now it seems that this worry was a bit unnecessary. With Chen Xian's terrifying strength, there's no need to worry about safety at all. Zhou Xiong couldn't help but swallow nervously. Although that move wasn't directed at him, even from a distance, he could feel its terrifying power. Just the slightest release of its aura was enough to shake them to their core. Yao Ying suddenly widened his eyes, as he couldn't catch sight of Chen Xian's figure, and the power of that punch was something even he couldn't withstand. It was simply too terrifying. Under the fanged mask, a look of horror had already appeared. Your turn. Chen Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at Yao Ying. Upon hearing this, Yao Ying instinctively wanted to use the laws of space to escape. However, although the speed of the spatial law was fast, the gap in strength between the two was simply too vast. Chen Xian's power was not something a mere radiant shadow could compare to. Just as the radiant shadow utilized the spatial law, thinking he had narrowly escaped, he suddenly saw a figure appear before him. His expression changed drastically in an instant, but the next moment, a terrifying icy iron fist had already struck. It was like a thunderclap. In an instant, with a single punch, he was sent hurtling from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a massive crater. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked toward Yao Ying. When the dust settled, a pit over a meter deep could be seen in the earth. Yao Ying was covered in blood, his breath barely hanging on, lying weak and dying at the bottom, barely clinging to life. Even though an SSS-level space law was powerful, in front of Chen Xian, it was nothing at all, not even worth a mention. Unable to withstand a single blow in just a few seconds, Chen Xian defeated two 4th-tier powerhouses in succession. The sudden turn of events made Su Yuanying's eyes widen, filled with disbelief. This is impossible, even Yao Ying was defeated? It must be noted that Yao Ying was his greatest weapon, the trump card that allowed him to secure his footing in the apocalypse. Its strength definitely holds a place in the Jiangnan region, being among the top tier. Yet when facing Chen Xian, it couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. In an instant, Su Yuanying suddenly had a foreboding sense of unease. If even Li Kuan and Yao Ying couldn't withstand a single move from Chen Xian, who else in the entire 4th military district could stop Chen Xian's momentum? Today's 4th military district is likely a situation of certain death. Thinking of this, Su Yuanying's body trembled violently. However, Chen Xian didn't pay much attention to all this. Instead, he walked straight to Yao Ying, smiled, and said, SSS-level spatial ability, TSK, one of the rare top-tier abilities in today's apocalypse. It's just a pity that you're too useless to deserve such an ability. Better hand it over to me. Although Yao Ying was seriously injured by Chen Xian, he still remained conscious. However, he couldn't understand the meaning of Chen Xian's words. Hand it over to him? But in the next moment, he understood. Chen Xian slowly placed his hand on Yao Ying, and immediately, Yao Ying felt an immense suction force. He felt as if something was rapidly draining away. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The supernatural power within him was gone. He could no longer sense the presence of spatial abilities. How is this possible? Sensing the spatial ability within him, Chen Xian's lips curled slightly, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This is spatial ability, after all, an SSS-level top-tier ability. That's right. Although he is currently only at the 1st level, Chen Xian possesses so many resources, and there are countless ways to enhance his strength within the entire spaceship. Rapidly improving his spatial abilities is naturally not a difficult task. Soon, his spatial abilities will be even more powerful than those originally possessed by Yao Ying. Looking at Yao Ying's wide-open eyes, Chen Xian's lips curled slightly upward as he softly said, a very impressive ability. To thank you for your contribution, I will personally send you to hell. After speaking, a sudden ice shard appeared in Chen Xian's hand, swiftly flying toward Yao Ying's head. In an instant, the ice shard pierced directly through Yao Ying's head, leaving him completely lifeless, dead beyond any doubt. Yao Ying's death brought an immense shock to Su Yuanying and the entire 4th military district. Chen Xian, you actually killed him. Su
Yuanying said in fear. However, Qin Xian merely glanced at him indifferently, not taking him seriously at all. This old guy is going to die anyway in a while. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with a dead man and walked straight toward Li Kuan. At this moment, Li Kuan lay on the ground, unable to move, his muscles and bones already broken, surrounded by 7 or 8 ability users from the Jiangnan region standing guard. However, when everyone saw Qin Xian's slowly approaching figure, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This man, like a god yet like a demon, they knew they were no match for him. Sir, I come from the Jiangnan region. If you kill me, you will be making an enemy of the entire Jiangnan region. In this way, you let me go, and I promise never to be your enemy in the future. Li Kuan's words carried a hint of pleading. There was no other choice. Qin Xian's strength was simply too terrifying. He had no option but to bring up the name of the Jiangnan district, hoping to make the other party hesitate. After all, while the 4th military district might be a giant in northern Jiangsu, it was nothing significant compared to the Jiangnan district. He thought Qin Xian would spare his life for the sake of the Jiangnan region. However, Qin Xian just smiled and stopped in front of him. Jiangnan region? Do you think I would be afraid? Words of disdain carried a hint of contempt. Although in his previous life he was like an ant to the Jiangnan region, but now, having been reborn, Qin Xian holds every advantage, with terrifying supernatural abilities in hand, and naturally won't fear a single Jiangnan region. His goal is the entire Blue Star. Jiangnan district? He really doesn't think much of it. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Li Kuan's face instantly turned ashen. That's right. Qin Xian's strength, even in the entire Jiangnan district, probably few people could compare to him. Does he need to fear the Jiangnan district? It seems he really doesn't. Li Kuan swallowed hard and then said, "Wait, the Jiangnan district not only has superhumans but also missiles. If you kill me, and the higher-ups send someone down to investigate, they might launch missiles at the entire Subei city. By then, the whole Subei city will be razed to the ground." Li Kuan continued speaking. The Jiangnan region is one of the major regions in Huaxia and possesses missiles. That level of missile can destroy an entire city with a single strike. No matter how strong Qin Xian's personal strength is, he cannot prevent Subei city from being destroyed. His subordinates had no chance of survival. Sure enough, after Li Kuan finished speaking, the people at the Tianxian base looked at each other, with a hint of hesitation in their eyes. It was obvious that if a missile of that level came down, none of the people present would likely survive. Missile? Interesting. Qin Xian's lips curved slightly, with a hint of interest in his eyes. To be honest, the destructive power of that level of missile is indeed terrifying, capable of leveling a city in an instant. If it were before, Qin Xian might have hesitated, but now, he has a spaceship. Launch missiles? Sure, then I'll just take people and hide inside the spaceship. That spaceship is something from beyond Earth, and the missiles from the Jiangnan district can't harm the spaceship in the slightest. Qin Xian had just asked the superbrain about this in his mind. Therefore, the missiles from the Jiangnan district actually can't cause him any harm. Of course, if Qin Xian advances to the 7th rank, he wouldn't need to hide in the spaceship to withstand missiles. Therefore, Qin Xian truly wasn't afraid of Li Kuan's threats. You talk too much. It's time for you to go. Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to explain. Immediately, as he raised his hand, layers of icy clouds appeared across the entire sky. Icefall. The next moment, countless ice crystals descended from the sky, massive in size, carrying an overwhelming momentum as they smashed toward Li Kuan and the others below. The surviving ability users from the Jiangnan region hurriedly used their powers, trying to resist this attack, but compared to Qin Xian, their strength was still far too weak. As a result, under this attack, they were directly crushed to death, leaving no survivors. And Li Kuan was the most miserable. Already gravely injured and unable to dodge, countless ice crystals fell, directly shattering his body into pieces, leaving him utterly dead. In just a few seconds, countless corpses on Li Kuan's side had been smashed into pulp, blood flowing everywhere, with a pungent smell. Countless people witnessing this scene were filled with fear in their eyes, especially when they looked into Qin Xian's eyes. No one dared to meet his gaze. This young man, who appeared clean-cut and harmless, was terrifyingly ruthless when he made a move. It was as if he had not the slightest shred of compassion for human life, only endless indifference. Su Yuanying was already on the verge of breaking down. Staring in Qin Xian's direction, he shouted desperately, Madman, you madman, Qin Xian, do you know that Li Kuan is dead? If the Jiangnan region conducts a thorough investigation, it's very likely they will launch missiles. By then, the entire Subei city will be destroyed. You're courting death. Su Yuanying's body trembled slightly as he stared intently at Qin Xian and spoke. Does this young man really have no problem with his mind? Is he really not a madman? That level of missile, even if everyone in the entire Subei city combined, would die. Can Qin Xian alone stop it? Even if he can run, what about his subordinates? He couldn't understand. Su Yuanying really couldn't understand. However, Qin Xian let out a cold laugh and said, if the Jiangnan district really dares to launch a missile at me, do you believe that my sword will slaughter the entire Jiangnan district from top to bottom, leaving no one alive? Qin Xian's words sounded light and casual, as if
if he was just speaking offhand. But after hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. No one would doubt the truth of Qin Xian's words, because based on this guy's nature, he might really do it. This is a madman, an out-and-out madman. Su Yuanying swallowed nervously, looking at Qin Xian with a hint of fear in his eyes. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of person he had provoked. This person is not only crazy but also truly capable. In other words, Qin Xian has the qualifications to go wild. After dealing with Li Kun and Yao Ying, the 4th military district no longer has any tier 4 experts in charge. For Qin Xian, there's no longer any threat. In fact, the entire 4th military district, from top to bottom, probably has no will to fight at this moment, because everyone knows that this battle is one the 4th military district is destined to lose, with not the slightest chance of a comeback. Now it's your turn. I'll give you 10 seconds. Those who surrender, come to my left side. Those who don't, only death awaits. As Qin Xian finished speaking, the entire 4th military district descended into chaos. Countless people began frantically pondering in their hearts, surrender, or keep fighting? In an instant, countless people had already made up their minds. 10. Qin Xian began to count. In an instant, within the 4th military district, over 100 people had already started running toward the direction of Qin Xian's left hand. Among these 100 people, there were 7 or 8 ability users, while the rest were elite soldiers. Go Shang, what are you doing? Are you trying to desert, you brat? A soldier roared angrily. The soldier named Go Sheng turned his head and glanced back. Yang Hao, don't be foolish, run quickly, the 4th military district can't win. After leaving these words, he frantically ran in the direction of Qin Xian, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life. In the apocalypse, survival is the ultimate goal. How many people can remain indifferent in the face of a chance to live? 9. Qin Xian continued shouting, and immediately, even more people started running. At this moment, everyone in the 4th military district felt an immense fear in their hearts, especially those who saw the soldiers with supernatural abilities frantically running toward Qin Xian. Their hearts were constantly wavering. Run? Still not running? As Qin Xian's countdown echoed out, by the time he reached 1, countless people exchanged glances, then suddenly bolted, frantically charging in Qin Xian's direction. After all, the strongest fighters of the 4th military district and the reinforcements from the Jiangnan region had all been killed. How could any of them possibly stand a chance against Qin Xian? People naturally tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Especially among these people, most of them were just ordinary individuals before the apocalypse, without such strong convictions. Su Yuanying glanced around, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and anger, because just now, at least 2/3 of the people had fled. The remaining people were pitifully few, most of whom had been soldiers before the apocalypse, possessing strong convictions. Looking at the group of figures in front of him, Qin Xian's eyes showed no emotion, not even the slightest ripple. These people were of no consequence. Very well, you have all made your choice. In that case, the rest of them should prepare to die. Speaking, Qin Xian's eyes were icy cold. After killing Li Kun and Yao Ying, he couldn't be bothered to waste time with these people. After all, they were nothing more than a group of ants. Killing them was effortless and required no effort at all. Qin Xian, are you really going to make a move? Jiangnan district will definitely not let you off. Su Yuanying's eyes still carried a trace of unwillingness. He didn't want to die either. It should be noted that Su Yuanying had previously come from the central region, but in order to make a difference, he had specifically come to the 4th military district under Su Yuanying's encouragement, hoping to make his mark in this apocalyptic world and establish his own power. In other words, he was very ambitious. Anyone with ambition would never be willing to die like this. But Qin Xian sneered and said calmly, scare me? Maybe in your next life. Oh, by the way. Qin Xian looked at Su Yuanying with a smile, then said calmly, your grandson, Su Hao, was killed by me. This plain sentence was like a sharp blade piercing straight into Su Yuanying's heart. His only bloodline, his only grandson, was actually killed by Qin Xian. How is this possible? But originally, Qin Xian came from Subei City, and the timeline seems to match. Looking at Qin Xian's calm face, Su Yuanying's eyes were filled with pain and murderous intent. So it was you, I will kill you. The terrifying killing intent seemed almost tangible. Unfortunately, his plan will never come true in this lifetime. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh. The reason he said it was to strike fear into his heart, making him go to hell with regret and pain. Wouldn't that be even more satisfying? Go to hell. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, and suddenly the sky darkened as if it were covering the sun. Everyone looked up and saw an incredibly magnificent spectacle. Countless water sources on the ground converged toward the sky, the entire sky resembling a celestial river, with streams merging and flowing endlessly. There is a large river nearby called the Sui River, and most of the water sources in the sky come from this Sui River. What is this thing? How could so much water suddenly appear? My goodness, is this going to flood Jinshan? My goodness, so many water sources converging from all directions, could this truly be within the capabilities of humans? Countless people stared blankly at the scene before them, their eyes filled with a sense of incredulous shock, especially for the
ordinary people, they couldn't imagine that the power of an ability user could be so terrifying. How was this any different from the gods and legends? No, look quickly. The river in the sky has frozen. Really? In just an instant, the water source in the sky suddenly froze, forming streaks of ice crystals that filled the entire sky. Even the clouds were obscured, and the sun was blocked, leaving no trace of light or moon. Command! Chen Xian waved his large hand. The next moment, countless ice shards poured down from the sky. Such a large-scale and dense attack was impossible for all the ability users present to resist. Even for Li Kuan and Yao Ying, it was no small trouble, let alone for the current 4th military district. Gazing at the densely packed, terrifying ice shards in the sky, these people could only wait for death on the spot. Boom! It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. Countless ice shards fell vertically from the sky, their speed astonishingly fast. Clouds of dust rose in waves. Everyone stared intently in the direction of the 4th military district. With such a dense attack, it was uncertain if anyone would survive. When the dust gradually settled, everyone gasped in shock at the scene before them. Oh, my goodness, this is just too terrifying. In the middle of the scene, not a single person was left standing alive. Blood flowed everywhere on the ground. The relentless barrage was simply too terrifying. Each person had at least a dozen ice spikes pinning them to the ground, their blood still seeping out as their consciousness had long since faded. That's right, with just this single move, the entire 4th military district was wiped out. Even high-ranking figures like Su Yuanying and Su Yuanting, all of them died under Chen Xian's attack. This scene completely stunned everyone from Tianxian base, as well as those who had surrendered from the 4th military district. They were utterly dumbfounded. Is such strength really achievable by human effort? Only Lin Zixuan remained calm. This is the master's power. How could these mortals possibly comprehend it? Chen Xian calmly observed everything before him. He had long anticipated the power of this move, so he wasn't particularly shocked. As for whether he felt any emotional turmoil after killing over 1,000 people in a single move, absolutely not. After years of slaughter in his previous life during the apocalypse, Chen Xian wouldn't have felt a thing even if he killed tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands. To him, enemies deserved only one fate, death. Isn't it? Everyone, clean up the battlefield. Finish everything before nightfall. Chen Xian spoke calmly, and only then did everyone seem to wake up from a dream. Everyone looked at Chen Xian with a mix of fear and admiration. Yes, everyone's voices shouted exceptionally loudly, but the group of people who had defected from the 4th military district stood obediently in place, like a bunch of quails, not daring to move. Everyone was intimidated by Chen Xian's imposing presence. Chen Xian glanced indifferently at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, then said, "I'll leave these people to you. Handle it as you see fit." Yes, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong hurriedly said. It should be noted that these people are all vital forces, numbering more than 2,000. If successfully integrated, the overall strength of the Tianxian base will experience a significant surge. The base of the 4th military district is built in a grand and magnificent manner, with very high walls equipped with countless firepower support. The internal space of the base is even larger, significantly bigger than the Tianxian base. I have to say, the construction here is quite impressive. At this moment, there are tens of thousands of ordinary civilians inside the base of the 4th military district. These people were gathered by the 4th military district. They include the elderly, the weak, and the able-bodied, but they have no combat capability and are only used for hard labor. After all, in such a large military district base, there must be lower-class civilians. Otherwise, how could the upper-class people lead a luxurious life? For these ordinary people, Chen Xian naturally couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for them and instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to handle them properly. The two naturally understood. After all, these people were valuable human resources. With these people, the Tianxian base could expand outward. 4th Military District Conference Hall. The vast conference hall was empty and silent. Chen Xian slowly stepped inside, followed by Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor. He sat in the main seat and then looked at the group. The 4th Military District has been secured. There are still some small bases in Subei City. Over the next period, you all will wipe them out. Either they surrender or they die. Within half a month, fully integrate the entire Subei City. Chen Xian spoke calmly, his tone very composed. Yes, Wang. The 3 people and 1 dog quickly nodded in response. Taking over the 4th Military District is equivalent to taking over the entire Subei City. It's just that Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were still somewhat uncertain about the reaction of the Jiangnan District. Brother Chen, what should we do if the Jiangnan District sends someone to investigate? It's said that the Jiangnan District has missiles capable of destroying an entire city. Li Kai said cautiously. As for that level of missile, if the Jiangnan District really launched one, there would be absolutely no way for them to stop it. Chen Xian heard this and smiled faintly. Don't worry, even if it's a missile capable of destroying a city, or even a country, I can still ensure your safety. With the spaceship around, Chen Xian truly had no fear of so-called missiles. At worst, when the missile arrives, he could directly pull all the elites of Subei City into the spaceship. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt an
inexplicable sense of reassurance. For some reason, if someone else had said this, the two of them would never have believed it. However, when these words came from Chen Xian's mouth, they seemed to carry an inexplicable persuasiveness, making people trust unconditionally. Alright, you two go ahead and get busy. Take care of all the big and small matters within the 4th Military District base as soon as possible. Zixuan, silly dog, you two go help as well. If anyone disobeys, kill them without mercy. Chen Xian finished speaking, and the others quickly responded. Yes. After saying that, the 3 people and 1 dog directly walked out of the conference hall. After they left, Chen Xian's gaze turned to his own superpower. Hiss, an SSS-level spatial ability. I never expected to obtain it here. What a pleasant surprise. For spatial abilities, Chen Xian had naturally desired them for a long time. It is well known that time reigns supreme, while space commands respect. As SSS-level abilities, these two are almost the kings among SSS-level powers, and their strength can only be described as terrifying. Moreover, Chen Xian's other abilities can perfectly complement spatial abilities. With the enhancement of spatial abilities, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, first-tier spatial abilities are a bit weak. Let's enhance the power first. With that, Chen Xian immediately focused his mind, summoned the super brain, and then entered the spaceship. Appearing in the spaceship once again, Chen Xian directly entered the training pod and began cultivating. The flow of time in the cultivation chamber can be adjusted, but currently, Chen Xian can only adjust it up to 2 times. In other words, while 1 day passes in the outside world, he has already cultivated for 2 days inside the cultivation chamber. In the apocalypse, aside from resources, the most precious thing might be time, and having double the cultivation time puts him completely ahead of others in the outside world. Not to mention that Chen Xian also has a massive amount of cultivation resources. The storage compartment of this spaceship contains countless cultivation resources. Although with his current strength he can only open the first layer, the resources in this first layer alone are already vast and more precious than most of the resources on Blue Star. After entering the cultivation chamber, Chen Xian directly took out a bottle of potion and drank it in 1 gulp. This potion came from the storage compartment and can accelerate the absorption of crystal cores by 50%, making it a fairly effective auxiliary medicine. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian took out a few 3rd-tier crystal cores and began absorbing them. The alien energy entered his body, transforming into spatial powers. With Chen Xian's current strength, enhancing his spatial power was almost effortless. Time passed bit by bit. The outside world was also undergoing intense changes. First was the 4th Military District. After the people from the Tianqian base took over, the ordinary civilians naturally had no objections. For them, these upper-level struggles had no impact on their lives. The only thing that mattered to them was whether they could survive. And with Chen Xian's orders, not only were the livelihoods of the lower-class people unaffected, but their welfare and benefits improved. Naturally, these people had no objections and even lined the streets to welcome them. As for those who switched sides at the last moment, there's really no issue. After all, the power Chen Xian displayed was enough to scare them out of their wits, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to feign compliance while harboring dissent. Thus, the control of the 4th Military District by the Tianqian base went very smoothly, with almost no resistance, as anyone who resisted was taken out by Chen Xian. Meanwhile, over the past few days, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai have been busy integrating all the large and small bases across Subei City. You should know, these bases only have a few hundred people at most, and the number of ability users is not high, so under the operations of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, they hardly encountered any difficulty. From then on, Subei City was left with only one dominant force, the Tianqian base. At this moment, Jiangnan District. How is Li Kuan doing over there? Why hasn't he returned yet? The Jiangnan District headquarters. Zhu Rai sat in the main seat, his gaze cold and imposing. As the head of the Jiangnan District, he had been the highest commander of the district even before the apocalypse began, and his aura was something he was born with. Reporting to the chief, I am not sure either. Yesterday, I already sent a message to Colonel Li, but there has been no reply. There has also been no movement whatsoever from the hundreds of people under his command. Chang Du spoke cautiously. He was Zhu Rai's secretary and was highly valued by him. On ordinary days, he enjoyed great prestige, but in front of Zhu Rai, he remained as humble as ever. Hearing this, Zhu Rai suddenly had a bad premonition. Li Kuan, perhaps something has happened to him, but he still found it hard to believe. Li Kuan, though not the top expert in the Jiangnan region, was still among the elite. There weren't many in the entire Jiangnan region capable of killing him. What's more, Li Kuan also led a large team of ability users, numbering over 100, including quite a few third-tier ability users. With such a team, sweeping through the entire Subei City would pose no problem at all, let alone dealing with a small faction within Subei City. It shouldn't be like this. Go, contact Su Yuanying and ask what's going on, Zhu Rai said, squinting his eyes. Yes. Chengdu did not dare to hesitate, quickly nodded in agreement, then walked to the side, picked up the phone, and dialed Su Yuanying's number. There was no sound of the call being answered on the other end. After a full 2 minutes, Chengdu finally hung up
up the phone and let out a sigh.
"Leader," no one answered.
"What?"
Zhu Rai widened his eyes, then stood up and began pacing back and forth in the room. Suddenly, his gaze, sharp as a blade, turned toward the window.
"It seems something has happened in Subei City. Li Koen and his team have likely met with misfortune."
As the general manager of the Jiangnan region, he had experienced many things and already formed a judgment in his heart. He just couldn't fathom what kind of existence could possibly annihilate Li Koen and his 100-strong team of ability users, as well as
Su Yuanying's 4th military district.
You have to understand, no matter how weak the 4th military district is, it is still a proper military district, and its strength is naturally not insignificant.
But even with so many forces combined, they still couldn't match the opponent.
This is enough to show that the force in Subei City called the Tianxian base is not simple. Go, inform the captains of the 2nd and 3rd teams to come over. The Jiangnan district's team of superhumans consists of 8 squads, with the number of superhumans in each squad varying.
Among them, Li Koen is the captain of the 8th squad, commanding over 100 people. As for the 2nd and 3rd squads, they represent the top-tier forces of the Jiangnan district, with strength surpassing that of Li Koen.
The captains of these 2 squads are peak 4th-tier powerhouses, and the strength of their superhuman squads can only be described as terrifying. It is evident that Zhu Rai is truly enraged this time. The other party actually dared to make a move against his Jiangnan district's team of ability users, which showed they had no regard for Jiangnan district at all. If he let this slide, where would the face of Jiangnan district go? What's more, this time Jiangnan district lost an entire team at once. While it wasn't a crippling blow, it was definitely a significant loss.
Yes.
Hearing Zhu Rai's words, Chengdu knew he was furious and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly stepping out. Before long, 2 young men arrived together. The man on the left was wearing a red denim jacket and white jeans, looking somewhat unruly. His name was Long Yan, a disciple of the Long family from Jiangnan. Before the apocalypse, they were an influential aristocratic family with an extraordinary status.
After the apocalypse began, he awakened an SSS-level ability, the Flame Monarch, possessing overwhelming flame power.
He is now the captain of the 2nd team in the Jiangnan region. Another person was much more reserved, wearing a plain black short-sleeved shirt, with a calm expression as if a pool of stagnant water. His slanted bangs covered one eye, leaving only the other exposed. His name was Gu Wuyan, born into a civilian family, now the captain of the 3rd team.
His strength was terrifying, yet he was extremely low-key. "Mr. Zhu, what task do you have for us this time?"
Long Yan spoke with a casual tone, laughing, his words carrying a hint of cynicism. Gu Wuyan stood quietly on the side without speaking, his gaze fixed on Zhu Rai, while he speculated in his heart about what had happened for Zhu Rai to bring the 2 of them together.
Zhu Rai was well aware of Long Yan's personality, so he wasn't surprised. Li Koen is in trouble.
His squad might have been completely wiped out.
Hearing Zhu Rai's words, both Long Yan and Gu Wuyan were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief.
That guy Li Koen, is he dead? Although Li Koen's strength is the weakest among the 8 captains, and the abilities of the superhumans under his command are far inferior compared to the other 7. However, as one of the top powerhouses in the Jiangnan region, Li Koen is by no means useless. Besides, his ability to control the power of light greatly enhances his speed, making his escape velocity extremely fast. Even if the 2 of them wanted to kill it, it would take quite some effort. How is this possible?
Who made the move? Could it be an esper from another major region?
China is vast, and apart from the Jiangnan region, there are several other major regions, all of which are quite strong.
If it was taken down by an esper from another major region, that would be somewhat plausible.
However, Zhu Rai shook his head and said solemnly, "No, a few days ago, I sent him to deal with a force in Subei City called the Tianxian base, and since then, there has been no news from him."
Subei City? Tianxian base?
Gu Wuyan and Long Yan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with even more confusion.
A small force in a mere city like Subei, as insignificant as ants, could never be a match for Li Koen.
This doesn't make sense. Interesting, truly interesting. To be able to take down that guy Li Koen and his team of ability users, they must have some strength. Long Yan's lips curved into a slight smile, a hint of battle intent flickering in his eyes.
It's obvious that he got interested.
You should know that as the captain of the 2nd team, Long Yan is very strong, and there are not many people in the Jiangnan region who can match him in a fight. Every time he went out to complete a mission before, he almost never failed. Coupled with his noble background, Long Yan is extremely proud at heart. "Mr. Zhu, I'll take my squad to Subei City.
I want to see what kind of people are there. Could it really be a place full of hidden talents?"
After Long Yan finished speaking, Zhu Rai shook his head.
"No, the 2 of you will go together." "Mr. Zhu, don't you trust my abilities? There's no need for me to complete the mission with him, is there?"
Long Yan let out a light chuckle, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain.
Although Gu Wuyan, like him, was a top-tier expert, Long Yan's strength was a notch above his. More importantly, Gu Wuyan came from a very humble background.
Before the apocalypse began, his family merely sold pork at a vegetable market. With such a background, Long Yan completely looked down on him. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 was not very good. Gu Wuyan stood silently on the side, without even a change in facial expression. Shu Rai's expression turned serious. Li Koan and his entire squad, including everyone in the 4th Military District, are all dead. That person's strength is definitely extraordinary. The two of you go together to look out for each other. Remember, safety comes first. If something seems off, retreat immediately. Li Koan is already dead, and Zhu Rai doesn't want to get involved with Gu Wuyan and Longyan.
If that really happens, the Jiangnan region would truly suffer a major blow.
Alright. Longyan shrugged helplessly, his eyes showing a hint of indifference.
Alright.
Gu Wuyan nodded without saying anything extra, then turned around and left directly. Looking at Gu Wuyan's departing figure, Longyan curled his lips. TCH, what's with the act? Alright, this operation isn't as simple as you think. Don't be careless, Zhu Rai instructed. Understood. Longyan casually said something and turned around to leave. Watching the two figures depart, Zhu Rai sighed and rubbed his temples. What is the origin of this Tianxian base?
Gu Wuyan, this time going to Subai City, your squad better behave and not drag our squad down.
After walking out of the conference hall, Longyan curled his lips and said disdainfully.
The conflict between him and Gu Wuyan had long been out in the open. After all, what qualifications did a guy from a civilian background have to stand on equal footing with him?
Even in the apocalypse, the status of being from a noble family always filled Longyan with pride. Gu Wuyan heard this, his calm face showing no trace of emotion.
After silently glancing at him twice, he turned and left. TCH, what's with the act? One day, I'll crush you under my feet.
Longyan let out a cold snort, his words carrying a hint of disdain. With that, he no longer hesitated and headed straight to his team's base, planning to rest for 2 days before setting out. He wanted to see what kind of dangerous place this Subei city was.
Hopefully, it wouldn't disappoint him.
Brother Chen, the entire Subei city has already been brought under our control. Our forces have expanded significantly, with as many as 630 ability users, 4,700 elite regular soldiers, and a population of 130,000 civilians.
Li Kai reported.
Such a large number of people represents the entirety of Subei city's strength as well as the full power of the entire Tianxian base.
Today's Tianxian base has fully integrated all the large and small bases in Subei city, becoming the undisputed overlord of Subei city.
Yes.
Chen Xian sat in the main seat, nodding calmly. Well done.
Hearing Chen Xian's praise, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong both smiled and nodded. Both of you have reached the peak of the 3rd tier, right? You're about to break through.
That's right.
Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were already at the 3rd tier in strength, and after this battle, the two naturally advanced to the peak of the 3rd tier, just one step away from the 4th tier. However, this step is extremely difficult to take, especially for Zhou Xiong, as his beast-related ability faces a significant hurdle at the 4th tier. If he can successfully cross it, his strength will undoubtedly improve greatly, even directly surpassing Li Kai's strength.
Exactly.
The two nodded without even thinking. Chen Xian smiled faintly and then pulled out 2 potion bottles out of thin air. This is called the Breakthrough Potion, suitable for those below the 4th tier. With this potion, it can help both of you directly break through to the 4th tier in a short time. For the next 2 days, put aside your work and focus entirely on breaking through. With that, Chen Xian handed the potion to the two of them. Seeing the dark green potion in their hands, their eyes sparkled with boundless excitement.
A breakthrough potion?
Able to help 2 people break through from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier?
This is simply unbelievable. Currently, on the entire Blue Star, research on potions is still in its primitive stage.
The first batch of ordinary potions has yet to be mass-produced, while Chen Xian has already started using higher-tier potions. Of course, these potions come from the spaceship. Moreover, these potions have almost no side effects, and their effects are more stable. Therefore, Chen Xian decided to take them out for the two to use. After all, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's abilities are quite good, and they are loyal.
Chen Xian would not harm them. Thank you, Brother Chen.
Although the two had never heard of the potion, their extreme trust in Chen Xian left no room for doubt in their hearts. Chen Xian waved his hand with a smile.
Alright, you two go and make the most of your time cultivating.
Break through to the 4th tier as soon as possible. Yes. The two made up their minds that they must not betray Chen Xian's trust. After speaking, the two left the conference hall. At this moment, only Chen Xian, Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan were left in the hall. During this period, Lin Zixuan had not taken any action and had been focusing on her cultivation. After all, those minor forces didn't require someone of her level to intervene. And with the cultivation during this period combined with Chen Xian's resource accumulation, the originally peak 3rd tier strength successfully broke through to the 4th tier. A 4th tier Dark Lord can be described as terrifying. After all, the leap from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier is a significant watershed, greatly enhancing the strength of ability users. Lin Zixuan's current strength has increased by at least 5 or 6 times compared to before, and her control over abilities has become even more formidable. Not bad, you've already broken through to the 4th tier.
You haven't been slacking off lately. Hearing Chen Xian's praise, a hint of color appeared on Lin Zixuan's usually indifferent face. Thank you for the praise, Master. Lin Zixuan Zixuan could ignore anyone else's words, but she could never disregard Qin Xian's. Woof woof. The dog emperor nearby barked twice, sticking out its tongue as if wanting Qin Xian to praise it too. Who would have thought that Qin Xian would directly kick it? Stupid dog, you still have the nerve to bark? It's been so long, and you haven't even broken through the 5th tier. I'll kick you to death. The dog emperor looked at Chen Xian with an aggrieved expression, pitifully lying on the ground, its round eyes gazing in Chen Xian's direction. There was no other way. After reaching the 4th tier, its strength naturally improved more slowly. It had only managed to reach the peak of the 4th tier with great difficulty. Breaking through to the 5th tier would still take some time. Alright, go lie down somewhere else. If you don't train properly, I'll kick you to death. Woof woof. The dog emperor barked twice, then pitifully lay down on the other side. Zi Xian, come outside the conference hall and spar with me. I want to test my new ability. Chen Xian's spatial ability successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, greatly enhancing his strength. He happened to want to test the power of his spatial ability and, at the same time, assess Lin Zi Xian's strength. After all, breaking through to the 4th tier, the power must have undergone a tremendous transformation. Yes, Lin Zixuan nodded without any objections. Soon, the two walked out of the conference hall. With no one around, the dog emperor stood obediently to the side, not daring to bark, fearing that Chen Xian might kick it. Make your move. Chen Xian spoke indifferently. Lin Zixuan nodded lightly, without the slightest hesitation, and the power in her hands erupted instantly. She knew that no matter how strong her abilities were, she could not harm Chen Xian in the slightest, so she held nothing back. Whoosh! Lin Zixuan's figure vanished instantly from where she stood, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. However, it was still daytime, and Chen Xian's senses could detect her presence. If it were under the amplification of the night, few people would likely be able to sense her. Endless night. In the next moment, Chen Xian was surrounded by a shroud of darkness, as if enveloped in a thick fog, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. This darkness covered a radius of several hundred meters, engulfing the entire base. The people who had been working suddenly felt as if the sky had changed, each of them looking utterly bewildered. However, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai could naturally sense that this was Lin Zixuan's ability, so they were not overly alarmed. However, the two exchanged a glance, and their inner desire for strength grew even more intense. Lin Zixuan's strength is so formidable, as Chen Ji's right-hand men, they can't afford to lag too far behind. Interesting. Sensing Lin Zixuan's strength, Chen Xian's lips curved into a slight smile. It must be said, after breaking through to the 4th tier, Lin Zixuan's control over her abilities has become even more terrifying. Of course, these abilities naturally mean nothing to him, but Chen Xian didn't plan to use all this strength this time. He wanted to test the power of the spatial laws. The 3rd tier spatial laws, he wondered if they could stand against the 4th tier Dark Monarch. Dark Spear. The next moment, countless spears emerged from the black mist, already concealed in the darkness. With several whooshing sounds, they shot straight toward Qin Xian's body, as if intending to pierce through him. Just as the spears were about to touch Qin Xian's body, Lin Zixuan suddenly saw that Qin Xian, who had been standing in place, had suddenly disappeared. Where did the master go? You must know, in this darkness, she is the absolute monarch, capable of perceiving anyone and anything within it. In other words, this darkness is her eye. As a king, she is all-knowing. Yet she couldn't sense Qin Xian's sudden disappearance at all. Spatial lockdown. The next moment, the darkness that had originally engulfed the sky suddenly vanished completely, and Chen Xian's figure appeared in front of Lin Zixuan. This is impossible? All the dark matter has disappeared? Lin Zixuan was somewhat incredulous. You must know that dark matter is not something like mist, existing between heaven and earth, and it is absolutely impossible to erase. Yet at this moment, it actually disappeared completely. Chen Xian smiled and said, although your dark matter cannot be erased, it can be absorbed by space. That's right. The saying time is king, space is supreme is not just empty words. Mastering the power of space allows one to manipulate it. Chen Xian's 3rd tier spatial power is absolutely terrifying, with countless methods at his disposal. Especially in his hands, the power he can unleash is beyond others' imagination. Lin Zixuan heard this and finally understood. There is not the slightest dissatisfaction in her heart. After all, this is the master's power. Immediately, she began to unleash her attacks again. Countless forces of darkness surged, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. The dog emperor watching from the side was also stirred with emotion. However, despite her numerous tactics, they were all neutralized by Qin Xian one by one. It didn't cause him any harm at all. In fact, Chen Xian occasionally used spatial power to attack, making Lin Zixuan somewhat overwhelmed. Alright, that's enough for today. Chen Xian steadied himself and said with a smile. The earlier competition also gave him a general understanding of the power of spatial force, greatly enhancing his control. As expected of the laws of space, it is indeed incredibly powerful. Even when facing the Dark Monarch, who is also an SSS level ability user, his 3rd tier strength is in no way weaker than Lin Zixuan at the 4th tier. During this time, Chen Xian didn't use any of his other abilities at all, relying entirely on spatial force. Yes, Lin Zixuan respectfully said.
said. Similarly, he grew even more in awe of Chen Xian's power. Chen Xian had actually mastered the power of space again. It was simply too terrifying. Was this a power that a human could unleash? Lin Zixuan didn't know, but this was indeed the power her master had mastered. You don't need to be discouraged, it's perfectly normal to not be able to beat me, Chen Xian said with a smile. Although he only used third-tier spatial abilities, his combat awareness and instincts were far beyond what Lin Zixuan could compare to. I understand. Lin Zixuan nodded. After testing the power of the spatial ability, Chen Xian was in a great mood. Now, his various abilities were extremely formidable. If he unleashed them all at full power, the strength would be so immense that even he wasn't sure of its limits. 5th tier Ice Dragon ability, 5th tier Soul Capturing ability, 3rd tier Spatial ability, 3rd tier Plundering ability, Absolute Domain, Dragon Transformation. All kinds of methods have been exhausted. Now my strength is probably hard to estimate, Chen Xian thought to himself. In fact, even he was somewhat unsure about the full extent of his power. After all, there were just too many techniques. If it were a true life and death battle, the power he could unleash at full force would be terrifying. Even he couldn't imagine how strong it would be. But one thing was certain, if he were to face the 7th tier monster from the final test on the spaceship again, Chen Xian definitely wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. Time passed quickly, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Subei City has been quite stable. Although there are a considerable number of zombies, they are essentially no threat to the Tianxian base. The army, combined with the ability users, is more than enough to sweep away a significant number of zombies. However, the only noteworthy event is probably that Zhou Xiong and Li Kai both advanced to the 4th tier. With the help of Chen Xian's breakthrough potion, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong undoubtedly advanced directly to the 4th tier, greatly enhancing their strength, especially Zhou Xiong, whose 4th tier beast-type ability has completed its evolution. Originally, Zhou Xiong's ability was the Holy Earth Bear, but now it has directly evolved, undergone a transformation, and even awakened an ancient bloodline, becoming the ancient Holy Bear. His strength has undergone a tremendous change. Brother Chen, we lived up to expectations. The two of us successfully broke through to the 4th tier, Zhou Xiong said with a cheerful smile, his eyes full of joy. The power of the 4th tier, in today's world, can be considered a formidable force, especially since the abilities of the two are so powerful. The force they unleash is even more terrifying. The strength of the two is far greater than it was at the same time in their previous lives. Chen Xian smiled and nodded. Not bad. You two have just broken through, and your control over your strength is insufficient. You can take this time to properly train your abilities. Having just broken through to the 4th tier, it's inevitable to lack full control over their abilities. Therefore, Chen Xian instructed the two to use their abilities more often to speed up their proficiency. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Oldly, how about we go out and practice? I've been waiting to break through to the 4th tier so I can have a proper match with you. Zhou Xiong grinned, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. You should know, before the 4th tier, Li Kai was almost completely suppressing Zhou Xiong. The SS level ability, Metal Manipulation, belongs to the elemental category, and the power it unleashed before the 4th tier was far stronger than Zhou Xiong's. But now, after breaking through to the 4th tier, his ability has undergone a transformation, and his combat techniques have become more versatile. As a result, he's somewhat eager to spar with Li Kai. Alright, let's go practice. Li Kai was also someone who refused to admit defeat. After breaking through the 4th tier, his strength had improved significantly, so he naturally had nothing to fear. Chen Xian smiled warmly and did not stop him. Just as the two were planning to go out for a fight, Zhang Yun suddenly came to report at the door. Brother Chen, something's wrong. We just received a report that a large group of ability users has entered the territory of our Subei city, and they're very powerful. Oh, Chen Xian pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then stood up with a smile. Looks like the guys from the Jiangnan district have arrived. Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Yes. Chen Xian's expression remained calm, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. The people from the Jiangnan region are quite interesting. I'm afraid this group of newcomers might be even stronger than Li Kuan. He happens to want to see just how strong this group is and assess the strength of the Jiangnan region. It's also a good opportunity to let a few of his subordinates practice and give them a bit of a challenge. After all, ever since Li Kai and Zhou Xiong started following him, their strength has improved rapidly, and their status has risen accordingly, which might not be beneficial for their future cultivation. Therefore, Chen Xian also harbored such thoughts. Captain, what should we do later? Investigate in secret? Wang Ling cautiously approached Long Yan and said. He was the vice-captain of the second team, second only to Long Yan in strength, and was relatively steady in character. At this moment, all 36 members of the second team turned to look at Long Yan. These were all elites among the ability users, each possessing third-tier strength. In other places, they could lead a base or even an entire city. Their strength was undeniably formidable. Hearing this, Long Yan let out a cold laugh. Investigating in secret? There's no need to be so cautious about a mere Subei city. But earlier, Captain Li Kuan's team was completely wiped out here. Wang Ling said somewhat cautiously. Li
Kuan?
Hearing these two words, Long Yen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Although they were both team captains in the Jiangnan district, there was still a hierarchy of contempt among captains, and Li Kuan was at the very bottom of it. After all, that guy was the weakest in strength and the poorest in talent, while Long Yen was the captain of the second team in the Jiangnan district and came from a prestigious family. It would be strange if he respected the other. That useless fool, it wouldn't take much effort for me to kill him. As for his team, they're nothing more than a bunch of worthless rabble.
Long Yen let out a cold laugh.
Although his squad only had 36 members, each one was an elite, with the weakest among them at the third-tier level. Such a force was enough to sweep through the vast majority of the Jiangnan region. A mere Subei city was hardly worth mentioning.
Seeing that Long Yen could not be persuaded, Wang Ling could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way.
Long Yen, as the team leader, was indeed incredibly strong, almost terrifying, but his personality was rather unruly, looking down on everyone. Looking across the entire Jiangnan region, apart from that captain of the first team, he hardly respected anyone.
Long Yen glanced at the third team nearby. Gu Wuyen, leading his team members, was also on the move. This time, the two had received orders to come together.
The strength of the three teams under Gu Wuyen is equally impressive, with a total of 27 members, all at the third-tier level.
Of course, unlike Long Yen, the 27 people under Gu Wuyen were all ordinary individuals before the apocalypse began.
Therefore, the ability users under the two leaders are completely incompatible.
The ability users under the former leader all come from extraordinary backgrounds, either wealthy or noble.
The superhumans under the latter's command were all from commoner backgrounds, which seemed somewhat unrefined in the eyes of the nobility.
This was also the main point of conflict between the two. Gu Wuyen, are you planning to sneak around and gather intel, or are you coming with me directly to the Tianxian base?
Long Yen curled his lips and said nonchalantly. Gu Wuyen calmly glanced at him, too lazy to respond, and then directly headed in the direction of the Tianxian base, with the team members behind him quickly following.
That's right.
Although Gu Wuyen was too lazy to bother with Long Yen, he felt no fear toward the so-called Tianxian base. As the captain of Team 3 in the Jiangnan district, he had his own confidence. Seeing Gu Wuyen's demeanor, Long Yen burst into hearty laughter, not at all upset by Gu Wuyen's indifference, as he had long been used to it.
See that? Hurry up and move out. We can't let Team 3 steal the credit.
After Long Yen finished speaking, the members of his team too let out excited shouts, speeding up as they rushed toward the direction of the Tianxian base. In their eyes, with their captain leading them, the so-called Tianxian base was nothing to worry about.
The Tianxian base occupied the territory that originally belonged to the 4th Military District.
After all, the buildings here were better than before, and the location was more advantageous. Chen Shen and the others were about to leave the base when Zhang Yin suddenly came to report.
Brother Chen, something's wrong. People from the Jiangnan region have arrived.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt terrifying auras not far away, spanning heaven and earth, heading straight for the Tianxian base.
Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit surprised,
because the number of people arriving and the strength of their aura were beyond their expectations, especially Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who, after breaking through to the 4th tier, had a more pronounced sense of power. The two of them clearly felt that the strength of this group of people was extraordinary.
Interesting. Open the door and go take a look,
Chen Xian said with a smile.
Yes. With Chen Xian present, everyone was no longer timid and walked out of the base gate one by one.
Outside the gate, Long Yen and Gu Wuyen had already arrived with two teams of men. The combined forces behind the two of them amounted to only a few dozen people, but without exception, the weakest among them were all at the third tier of cultivation. Seeing this scene, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Hiss!
What terrifying strength!
So this is the Jiangnan region?
It truly is different from the forces in Subei City. The foundation is incredibly profound.
Moreover, the two teams dispatched aren't even the entirety of Jiangnan's strength.
It is imaginable that if Qin Xian were not present, just this group of people alone could massacre the entire city of northern Su 3 or 4 times without any issue. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a glance, then both stepped forward together and said loudly, "Who goes there, daring to trespass into the territory of our Tianxian base?" The voices of the two formed a sound wave, surging directly toward the other side. Yo, so this is the Tianxian base, and there are even 2 4th-tier ability users.
Interesting.
Long Yen narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong without a trace of concern. These two had just broken through to the 4th tier, their aura still unstable. Compared to him, their strength was like heaven and earth, so he didn't take them seriously at all.
Go, call out the leader of your Tianxian base for me. I have something to ask him. Madness. Extreme madness.
This blatant arrogance instantly displeased everyone at the Tianxian base, especially Li Kai and the others. They already admired Qin Xian from the bottom of their hearts, and now seeing such rudeness from the other party, they were naturally unhappy.
But Qin Xian didn't mind at all.
In his eyes, this Long Yen was nothing more than a dead man.
He didn't have the habit of getting angry with the dead. What brings you here?
Qin Xian gave a faint smile, slowly walked to the front of the crowd, his calm face revealing no clues, and his handsome appearance looked very young, exuding an aura of mystery from head to toe.
Long Yan and Gu Woyan both stared intently in Chen Xian's direction, their hearts already on guard. This person's strength is definitely not simple, because neither of them could detect Chen Xian's level of strength.
This either means that Chen Xian possesses a secret treasure that blocks detection, or that Chen Xian's strength far surpasses the two of them, making it impossible for them to detect him. Of course, the two were more inclined to believe in the existence of the former. After all, Chen Xian's appearance looked way too young, with his fair complexion and handsome face.
They would even believe it if someone said he was a trainee. "You're the person in charge of the Tianxian base?"
Long Yan was the first to speak, his gaze fixed firmly in Chen Xian's direction.
"So, what brings you here from the Jiangnan region?" Chen Xian asked with a smile.
Long Yan was not polite and directly said,
"Where are Li Kuan and his squad?" "Li Kuan and his squad?"
"At this moment, I guess he has already finished drinking Mengpo's soup." Chen Xian smiled as he looked in the direction where Long Yan was, then said, "I remember the place where he died was exactly where you're standing now."
TSK. Quite a coincidence. The place where he died? Is it the spot where he's standing? For some reason, whether it was Long Yan or Gu Wuyan, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, they couldn't help but shudder in unison. Why does this guy feel a bit terrifying?
That's right, the sense of oppression Chen Xian brought to the two was simply overwhelming. This terrifying pressure made the two of them feel suffocated.
Long Yan's eyes turned cold. "Do you know the consequences of killing someone from the Jiangnan district?"
Although he looked down on Li Kuan, the other party was, after all, from the Jiangnan district. Killing Li Kuan was a slap in the face to the Jiangnan district, and also a slap in the face to him, Long Yan.
"If you're here to cause trouble, then just make your move."
"I also want to see what kind of strength the so-called Jiangnan district has." Chen Xian let out a faint smile, his eyes showing no regard for the other party. Long Yan and Gu Wuyan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, both feeling somewhat displeased. After all, Chen Xian's attitude was far too arrogant, and his words showed no respect for the Jiangnan district. It seemed that, in his eyes, the so-called Jiangnan region was nothing more than a group of insignificant opponents. "Good, let me see what extraordinary abilities the so-called leader of the Tianxian base possesses." Long Yan let out a cold snort, his figure swiftly flying toward Chen Xian's direction. A fiery red streak shot across the sky at an incredible speed, scorching the ground into charred earth along the way, with even the air filled with waves of heat.
Long Yan's ability was the Flame Monarch, an SSS-level power with extremely terrifying might.
Chen Xian smiled and looked at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, saying, "You too, give it a try."
"Yes."
The two exchanged a glance, showing no hesitation. They immediately stood to Chen Xian's left and right, preparing to block Long Yan's attack. One was an ancient sacred bear, and the other had metal manipulation abilities.
Both possessed SS-level powers and were fourth-tier experts. The strength unleashed by their combined efforts was naturally formidable. Boom! The terrifying attack instantly cleared everything within 100 meters.
With one strike, Long Yan forced Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to retreat, a hint of disdain in his eyes.
"Just the two of you, and you think you can stop me? Get lost."
With that, an even more terrifying wave of heat swept across the heavens and earth as a fire dragon flew toward the two of them.
Boom! The fire dragon seemed to be roaring.
Li Kai hurriedly used his metal ability, transforming it into a metallic barrier to shield the two of them. However, although the metallic barrier had astonishing defensive power, the force of the flames was even stronger, directly melting the metallic barrier. After breaking through the metallic barrier, the fire dragon charged straight toward the two of them.
Zhou Xiong quickly used his ability to try to block it.
The defense of the ancient sacred bear was incredibly formidable, yet it still struggled to withstand the fire dragon's attack. The two figures were directly injured by the fire dragon, their bodies carrying a hint of a scorched smell, and they were forced back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing themselves.
"Just the two of you trying to stop me? What a joke." The dragon flame hovered in midair, a trace of disdain in its eyes. "These two guys think their strength is enough to stop him? If this is the strongest force of the Tianxian base, then it's nothing special. Brother Chen, we lost."
Li Kai and Zhou Xiong lowered their heads and said with some shame. The two prided themselves on being Chen Xian's right-hand men, but they couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. Naturally, they felt extremely ashamed, thinking they had disgraced Chen Xian. Chen Xian heard this, smiled faintly, and patted the two on the shoulders, saying, "Remember, there is always someone stronger, and there is always a higher sky. Train well in the future. Strength is the foundation of everything. No matter how vast the power or how many people are managed, in the apocalypse, strength is always the foundation of everything.
Without strength, everything else is meaningless."
The two exchanged a glance upon hearing this, then nodded firmly.
"Rest assured, Brother Chen, from now on, the two of us will definitely cultivate diligently."
Chen Xian heard this and nodded with a smile.
Not bad."
After saying that, he tossed a bottle of potion to each of them.
"Take it to heal your injuries."
"Thank you, Brother Chen." Although they didn't know exactly what kind of potion Chen Xian had given them, since it came from him, it was definitely something good. Only Li Kai and Zhou Xiong stepped behind Chen Xian and, without hesitation, directly swallowed swallowed the potion. In an instant, the previously sluggish aura of the two instantly surged, and the burns on their bodies completely healed in a moment. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Long Yan and everyone from the Jiangnan district widened their eyes in disbelief. This is a potion. How did you get it? You must know that the potion in the Jiangnan region is still under development, and their Long Corporation is at the core of the research. However, the development of potions is a long process. Currently, the Jiangnan region has only developed some low-level potions, which are not very effective for people at their level and have not yet been made public. But the potions Chen Xian brought out could actually heal the injuries of a fourth-tier ability user, clearly of a higher grade. But the other party was merely the leader of a faction in Subei City. Where would they get the potion? Chen Xian heard this, remained expressionless, and did not answer his question. Then, he looked at Lin Zixuan beside him. Zixuan, you should give it a try too. If Lin Zixuan were to reach the peak of the fourth tier, she might not be unable to defeat Long Yan. But now, she had just broken through to the fourth tier, and her strength was not yet stable. Chen Xian let her take action merely to give her some practice. With such a good sparring partner, it would be a pity not to take advantage of it. Okay. Without a word, Lin Zixuan's figure flickered and charged straight at Long Yan. In the next moment, darkness swept across the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in Long Yan's eyes. The power of darkness? This was the first time he had encountered an esper with the power of darkness, and the opponent's ability level seemed to be quite high. Endless darkness. The endless darkness engulfed Long Yan, but he remained calm and composed as countless flames surged skyward around him. The power of the flames was extremely strong, and fire inherently had a certain restraining effect on the power of darkness. Therefore, when the flames erupted, they instantly illuminated the entire sky. Long Yan also immediately spotted Lin Zixuan's figure. The fire dragon roared and charged straight at Lin Zixuan's body, seemingly intent on defeating her in one strike. But Lin Zixuan was not an easy opponent either. Although her dark power was restrained by the other party, her strength was not weak. Countless dark spears transformed into a cage, firmly trapping the fire dragon. Interesting. Seeing this, Long Yan's face revealed a slight smile. It is obvious that Lin Zixuan's strength is not something those two guys from earlier can compare to. This person's strength is definitely not weak. Moreover, she is quite beautiful, with a full figure, resembling an ice-cold beauty. Long Yan considers himself a romantic talent. Back in the Jiangnan region, although he didn't indulge in nightly revelries, he was never short of women by his side, whether it was before or after the apocalypse began. What's your name? You look pretty good and seem capable. Are you interested in coming to the Jiangnan region to follow me and be my woman? I can give you the position of vice captain. Long Yan's playful expression instantly made Lin Zixuan feel disgusted. She already had an inexplicable hostility toward men, of course, except for Chen Xian. Now, Long Yan's provocation further ignited the endless fury in her heart. She even thought about cutting off the other party's genitals to soak in alcohol. Damn it! Amidst the anger in her heart, Lin Zixuan's body merged with the darkness, and endless darkness swept over once again. You truly deserve to die. The icy voice carried no emotion, but those familiar with Lin Zixuan knew that she was angry, and extremely so. Lin Zixuan's attacks flew indiscriminately in Long Yan's direction, as if she were determined to fight to the death. Seeing the other party's frenzied actions, Long Yan was momentarily stunned, then kept dodging. Damn it, you crazy bastard. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Long Yan did not expect that his casual remark would directly make Lin Zixuan start a frenzied, all-out attack, with every move utilizing her full strength. Lin Zixuan remained silent, launching continuous attacks. Various dark spears, cages, swords, guns, and halberds, any attack that could be conjured by the power of darkness, were all indiscriminately unleashed by her. Her fighting style had no discernible pattern, only relentless aggression. This scene was also witnessed by everyone below, each swallowing nervously. Isn't this woman just too terrifying? Li Kai and Zhou Xiong stood below, staring blankly, and couldn't help but swallow nervously as well. It must be said, Lin Zixuan's strength is terrifyingly frightening. However, although Long Yan was caught off guard by the opponent for a moment, his strength was superior to Lin Zixuan's. Therefore, after a brief defense, he began to take the initiative to attack. Of course, Long Yan did not defeat Lin Zixuan immediately but ended up in a stalemate with her. It's just that Lin Zixuan gradually fell into a disadvantage, and her defeat was only a matter of time. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. After all, there was already a gap in strength between Lin Zixuan and Long Yan, but the fact that she fought to this extent with him was enough to prove how strong Lin Zixuan's talent was. He kicked Dog Emperor's thigh and then said, "What are you staring at? Get up there and help." Woof woof. Hearing this, Dog Emperor was instantly overjoyed. It hasn't fought for a long time and has been itching to use its claws. As for Long Yan, his strength is equal to Dog Emperor's, both at the peak of the fourth tier, and Dog Emperor also possesses an SSS level ability. In terms of power, he is in no way inferior to Long Yan. Dog Emperor's figure flickered and instantly left its original position. Its silhouette immediately appeared high in the sky. Boom! As soon as the Dog Emperor appeared, thunder roared, and
countless purple lightning bolts struck directly at Long Yan. There's danger. Long Yan immediately sensed a dangerous aura and retreated frantically. Right after, the lightning bolts rained down wildly. If he had been even a bit slower, they might have struck him directly. Staring at the figure of the dog emperor, Long Yan was momentarily dumbfounded. What the heck? A dog? And such a big one? In the apocalypse, animal mutations are quite normal, and their strength increases significantly. But how did this dog awaken a superpower? You must be joking. Looking at the entire apocalypse, awakening an SSS level ability and successfully advancing to the 9th tier, only Dog Emperor has achieved this. Therefore, in terms of rarity, Dog Emperor is the only one in the world. Seeing Dog Emperor's figure, Lin Zixuan's gaze remained calm. Take him down. After spending so much time with Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan naturally had an extraordinary relationship with him. Sensing the anger in Lin Zixuan's heart, Dog Emperor quickly barked twice. Immediately after, his figure transformed into a streak of purple lightning, heading straight for Long Yan. Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate either. Together with Dog Emperor, one on the left and one on the right, they formed a pincer attack, seemingly intending to take down Long Yan directly. At first, Long Yan didn't pay much attention. After all, a dog, even with special abilities, how strong could it really be? As for Lin Zixuan, although her strength wasn't weak, compared to him, she was still far behind. Therefore, when faced with the siege of one person and one dog, Long Yan didn't take it to heart. But a few minutes later, he was wrong, and terribly wrong. Damn, who could tell him why this stupid dog was so strong? The Dog Emperor's strength was actually on par with his, also at the peak of the 4th tier, and it wielded the SSS level ability of Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, combining offense and defense with incredible speed, making it exceptionally powerful. And beside him, Lin Zixuan would occasionally pop out from somewhere to give him a strike. In just a few minutes, Long Yan already had several wounds on his body, looking somewhat disheveled. He looked at the squad members below and directly cursed. Damn it, why don't you do something? What are you just standing there for? Although it was somewhat embarrassing, he wasn't a fool. The combined strength of this man and dog was too formidable. If the fight continued, he might very well lose his life here. Therefore, Long Yan directly called his team members over to help. In Long Yan's team, apart from him, there were 5 4th-tier powerhouses, while the remaining 31 were 3rd-tier ability users. Their strength was undeniably formidable. But, with Chen Xian here, how could they possibly get through? Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as a towering ice wall rose straight from the ground. Immediately after, a massive crystalline ice barrier formed around Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and Long Yan, resembling an arena. What the hell is this? The ability users under Long Yan's command stared at the crystalline ice barrier before them, completely dumbfounded. What are you standing around for? Break it quickly and help the captain. Wang Ling hurriedly spoke. As the vice-captain of the 2nd team, his prestige was second only to Long Yan. Therefore, under his orders, the team members quickly used their abilities, intending to break through the ice crystal barrier. Countless attacks were unleashed from the 2nd team's ability users, all landing on the ice crystal barrier. The seemingly fragile ice crystal barrier, as thin as a cicada's wing and seemingly breakable at a touch, remained completely unshaken under the combined attack of over 30 ability users, not even shedding a single ice shard. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. How is this possible? Wang Ling suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the still-standing ice crystal barrier in front of him, completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? He had just used all his strength, and the supernatural beings under his command had also given their all. However, this ice crystal barrier showed absolutely no change. It was simply unbelievable. The chill emanating from it made them shiver involuntarily. After all, this is the ultimate ice, with coldness spreading everywhere, truly freezing to the extreme. Below, Gu Wuyan squinted his eyes, staring intently in the direction of the ice crystal barrier, as a raging storm surged in his heart. How is this possible? The attacks from those guys in the 3rd team are not weak, yet even with everyone's combined efforts, they couldn't break through the defense. What kind of power is this? He immediately turned his gaze to Chen Xian, looking at the man who was even younger than himself. The handsome face showed no trace of emotion, utterly calm, as if everything was as it should be. What exactly is his strength? He had originally thought that Chen Xian's strength was not much different from his own, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill Li Kuan so easily. But now it seems, that's not the case. The opponent's strength is somewhat terrifying. It's estimated to be above his own. No, it's probably far above his own. Thinking of this, Gu Wuyan couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, Long Yan was in a rather sorry state, being besieged by Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, simultaneously using his abilities while dodging. It must be said, the combined strength of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan was terrifyingly overwhelming. Dog Emperor's speed was incredibly fast, and his attacks were extremely fierce, while Lin Zixuan leaned more towards the assassin type, as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch, occasionally landing a few strikes on you, leaving you with no outlet for your frustration. It can be said that the duo's tactics left Long Yan in a very awkward position. Looking at the crowd still standing outside, he
he felt a bit impatient. Why aren't you all hurrying up and getting in here? Captain, this thing can't be broken, Wang Ling said with a hint of helplessness. Can't break it? That's bullshit. So many of you together can't break this thing? In Long Yan's view, this crystal barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing. How could it not be opened? He retreated to the barrier, and the flames on his body surged skyward before rushing straight toward the crystalline ice barrier. The crimson flames instantly engulfed the entire barrier. Just as he thought the crystalline ice barrier was about to melt under the power of his flames, Long Yan's smile suddenly froze, because he realized that the crystalline ice barrier before him showed no reaction to his attack. Not to mention breaking it, there wasn't even the slightest bit of melting into water. It remained exactly as it was before. Impossible, this is impossible. How can ice withstand my flame power? I possess an SSS level ability. Long Yan found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, the level of his flame power was very high, different from ordinary fire element abilities. The Flame Monarch was a true king among flames, with immense and formidable power. Chen Xian stood below, smiling faintly. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, Long Yan felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped by Chen Xian. Before coming here, he had been mocking the group of bumpkins from Subei City, wondering what kind of strength they could possibly have. Now, he couldn't even break through the opponent's attack and was instead mocked by them. The key point is, it's very likely that he might lose his life here today. This is the real issue. Just as Long Yan was pondering how to escape, Go Di and Lin Zixuan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. The man and the dog joined forces and attacked again. This ice crystal barrier resembles an arena and cannot be broken. Watching Long Yan being besieged inside by one person and one dog, the members of the second team grew anxious. They knew that if they didn't rescue Long Yan quickly, he was very likely to perish here. Wang Ling's gaze shifted toward Chen Xian. He knew that this ice crystal barrier was controlled by Chen Xian, which meant that as long as he defeated Chen Xian, he could rescue Long Yan. But what exactly was Chen Xian's strength? Wang Ling wasn't sure, but it was definitely very, very strong. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. Therefore, in a flash of lightning, he made up his mind and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, follow me to eliminate the leader of the Tianxian base. Yes. Without hesitation, all the members of Team 2 in the sky charged toward Chen Xian, each displaying terrifying abilities and exerting their full strength. Such a massive amount of energy could even destroy all the buildings in the Tianxian base. But Chen Xian showed no fear at all. He slowly stepped forward. Perfect, I'll use you to test my new ability. With that, Chen Xian's eyes froze for a moment, and immediately after, a wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from his body. Spatial lockdown. In the next moment, the crowd that had been charging swiftly toward Chen Xian instantly froze in space, unable to move. Everyone stared at the scene before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. Only Wang Ling and a few other fourth-tier ability users could still move, but their actions were greatly restricted. Spatial distortion. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, the members of the second team with special abilities suddenly felt their bodies swelling. A series of continuous sounds followed, and everyone saw that those who had been immobilized in mid-air instantly turned into a mist of blood. They exploded on the spot. All the members of Team 3, except for Wang Ling and 4 other fourth-tier ability users, turned into a mist of blood and vanished, leaving only the 5 of them. The sudden change left everyone present momentarily stunned, including Long Yan. Even while fighting Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, seeing his subordinates wiped out in an instant filled him with both shock and fury. Caught off guard, he was struck by Dog Emperor's purple heaven divine thunder. Although the 5 people, including Wang Ling, did not die, each of them was seriously injured, with severe damage to their internal organs, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out directly. No choice. The power of space is truly terrifying. Of course, this is merely third-tier spatial power. If Chen Xian's spatial power were to advance to the 4th tier, it is likely that Wang Ling and the others would not escape death. However, Chen Xian had no intention of letting them go. In a flash, his figure appeared right in front of Wang Ling and his 4 companions. Go to hell. With a single punch for each, Chen Xian killed all 5 of them instantly, without the slightest hesitation. This sudden turn of events left everyone wide-eyed in shock, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The second team under Long Yan, one of the top forces in the Jiangnan region, was so easily wiped out. What kind of strength is this? Gu Wuyan and the third team under his command were even more stunned as they watched the scene before them, their hearts already in turmoil. You should know that the overall strength of the second team is slightly higher than theirs, but now the second team's leader, Long Yan, is deeply embroiled in a fierce battle, with the risk of falling at any moment, while the other team members are being taken out one by Chen Xian. If it were their third team instead, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a casual strike from Chen Xian. Gu Wuyan looked in Chen Xian's direction with a shocked expression, silently thinking to himself, he just used spatial, ice, and a power-like ability. Who exactly is this person, and how could he possibly possess so many abilities? That's right. Gu Wuyan's heart was already far from calm. He couldn't fathom how Chen Xian alone could have so many abilities, each one so formidable. At this moment, Long Yen was also forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, he was in a wretched state, his clothes tattered, his face charred black, all from being struck by the Dog Emperor's purple sky divine thunder. Not only that, blood occasionally flowed from his body, all caused by Lin Zixuan's attacks. He retreated to the corner of the ice crystal barrier, his expression horrified as he looked at the man and the dog, then glanced at his 3 squads, now completely wiped out, all slain by Qin Xian. For a moment, he was overcome with rage, his entire being like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. These 3 squads had been utterly loyal to him, and now, over 30 people were completely gone. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. With that, Long Yen pulled out a medicine bottle from his body and swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, his aura surged rapidly, and the blazing flames illuminated the entire ice crystal barrier, shining through it and lighting up every corner. Hiss, Captain, what's going on? How did Captain Long Yan's strength suddenly become so powerful? This leap in strength seems to have directly crossed the 4th tier, reaching the level of the 5th tier. Gu Wuyan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, the potion he just drank is the latest development. It can temporarily enhance strength, but it causes significant damage to the body and is considered an experimental product. Gu Wuyan knew that this potion must have come from the Long Corporation, because the Long Corporation is the largest partner in the entire Jiangnan region, leading in potion research. This is also why Long Yan's status and position are so prestigious, making him an extraordinary figure in the entire Jiangnan region, inseparable from the backing of the Long Corporation. But Gu Wuyan did not have this kind of potion. This thing is indeed a life-saving treasure. Although it causes significant damage to the body, surviving is the most important thing when facing life and death situations. Feeling the surging power within his body, the injuries he originally had were completely healed, and his entire aura was better than ever. Today, you killed all the members of my second team, so I'm going to slaughter the entire Tianqian base. In Long Yan's eyes, the power of flames flickered, and the eerie glow carried endless killing intent. He threw a punch, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the entire ice crystal barrier. Boom! The ice crystal barrier collapsed with a roar. Chen Xian watched Long Yan with great interest and murmured to himself with a smile. TSK TSK TSK, 5th rank already, quite interesting. Although it was forcibly catalyzed using a potion, it has indeed reached the 5th rank. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised by Long Yan's increase in strength. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a potion that could forcibly enhance strength. It seemed that after the apocalypse began, technology advanced rapidly as well. If just the Jiangnan region alone has such technology, then looking at the entirety of Huaxia, the other major military districts must also have their own technological advancements. Interesting, but that's all there is to it. Although the strength of the 5th tier is formidable, and with the amplification of the SSS level Flame Monarch ability, its power can be considered top-notch among all 5th tier ability users. But to Qin Xian, it was nothing. With a single punch from Long Yan, countless fire dragons surged toward Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. The fire dragons roared as if howling in the air, and the terrifying power made both Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan feel a chill run down their spines. This move is terrifying. The power of one punch is enough to flatten a mountain. The Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, one person and one dog, quickly activated their abilities to prepare for defense. However, as the fire dragon approached the two of them, the scorching heat waves still left them somewhat shocked. It seemed that with their strength, they might not be able to withstand the terror of this move. If they forcibly resisted, even if they survived, they would likely be burned. There's no way. The power unleashed by a 5th tier dragon flame, especially in a state of rage, is extremely terrifying. Just as the countless fire dragons were about to engulf the two of them, suddenly, everyone saw the countless fire dragons freeze in place in an instant. The raging flames were instantly frozen, resembling a crystalline dragon sculpture, lifelike and vivid. What the hell is this? Everyone was stunned upon witnessing this scene. The strength of this Qin Xian is actually so terrifying that he can even freeze Long Yan's attack. This is just too outrageous. Chen Xian's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, saying calmly, "You two go down first." Yes, Wang. After one person and one dog responded, they returned in the direction of the Tianqian base. At this moment, the people at Tianqian base looked at the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan with a mix of respect and endless fear. That's right, it was fear. After all, everyone had just witnessed Lin Zixuan's frenzied state, and the power she unleashed was simply terrifying. This goddess, who appeared as cold as an iceberg, turned out to be so fearsome that the strength she displayed made everyone afraid to look directly at her. At this moment, countless people made up their minds that they must never provoke Lin Zixuan. Absolutely not, because she really will chop off your koan and soak it in wine. You killed everyone in my second team. Today, I will avenge them. It's either you die, or I perish. Long Yan glared angrily, his eyes blood-red, exuding an intense killing intent. This killing intent seemed almost ready to materialize. Chen Xian merely gave a faint smile. You are wrong, only you will die. With that, Chen Xian's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Before anyone anyone could react, he appeared behind Long Yin.
Chen Xian delivered a direct kick, landing on Long Yin.
The latter, like a cannonball shot from a bowstring, crashed heavily to the ground with a loud boom, creating a 1-meter-deep crater in the ground. After a while, Long Yin crawled out from the ground in a sorry state, coughing out a suppressed breath, his entire body feeling out of sorts. How is this possible? Long Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. After advancing to the 5th tier, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, improving several times over. His perception, speed, and reaction abilities had all been enhanced comprehensively. Yet, in the face of Qin Xian's strike just now, he found himself completely powerless to resist. The gap in strength did not narrow because of his improvement. Instead, it made him even more aware of the disparity between the two. Standing before him, Qin Xian was like an unfathomable abyss, intimidating and impossible to gauge. If this is all the strength you have, then go die. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, and then his body disappeared once more. A punch landed directly on Long Yin, sending him flying again. The power of space combined with the Ice Dragon's abilities is simply too terrifying. Among those of the same rank, hardly anyone can withstand Qin Xian's iron fist. The terrifying force is beyond imagination. With just 2 punches, Long Yin was already battered and bloodied, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, severely injured. Gu Wuyan looked at Long Yan's appearance, suddenly widening his eyes in utter disbelief. This guy Long Yan had already advanced to the 5th rank, yet he was still completely overpowered by Qin Xian. So just how strong was Qin Xian? This was definitely an unsolvable mystery. Qin Xian didn't hold back in the slightest. For someone of Long Yan's strength, he could no longer pique his interest. Merely the 5th rank, nothing more. He hasn't even used 20% of his strength. You just wait. Jiangnan district won't let you off. My Long family won't let you off. Long Yan roared. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he looked as miserable as one could possibly be, with no trace of the once proud prodigy. Faced with his threat, Qin Xian merely let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Jiangnan district? So what? At worst, we'll perish together. With Qin Xian's current strength, he can absolutely accomplish it. As for the Long family, there's even less reason to worry. He knows the Long group was already a giant before the apocalypse began, controlling assets worth billions. After the apocalypse started, they specialized in developing pharmaceuticals, becoming a highly influential entity in the entire Jiangnan region. Even the top leaders and upper echelons of the Jiangnan region need to carefully weigh the capabilities of the Long group. But in Qin Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Then I shall look forward to it. Qin Xian gave a faint smile, and immediately after, his gaze sharpened. His originally black pupils instantly turned snow-white. The next moment, countless ice blades converged, emanating an extremely chilling aura. Even ability users would shiver involuntarily in the face of this aura. Cold, unbearably cold. Go to hell. Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to waste words. Countless ice blades shot straight toward the opponent's body. The next second, Long Yan's body exploded on the spot, torn into a bloody mess, dead beyond all hope. At that moment, everyone from Team 3, as well as the members of Tianqian base, stood frozen in place, stunned and dazed. It had all happened far too quickly. Although Long Yan had only reached Tier 5 by taking enhancement drugs, there was no denying it. He was, indeed, a Tier 5 ability user. But even so, Qin Xian still crushed him without any dispute. This scene was truly unbelievable. After defeating Long Yan, Qin Xian calmly glanced at everyone in the 3rd team. That calm gaze swept around, instantly making everyone's scalp tingle. So terrifying. That gaze was like a primordial beast. Just being stared at by him made one's scalp tingle. Are you going to make a move too? As Qin Xian's calm voice fell, none of the members of the 3 teams present dared to act rashly, their eyes all fixed intently on Gu Wuyan. In fact, they didn't dare to make a move against Qin Xian. This person was too terrifying. Even the 2nd team was completely wiped out by him. How long could these people hold out? In fact, Gu Wuyan was also quite conflicted internally. Take action? There was no doubt, only a dead end. After all, the 2nd team was wiped out, and Long Yan was crushed after breaking through the 5th tier. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Qin Xian. Not make a move? Would Qin Xian easily let them go? Even if we let them go, how do we explain it afterward? It must be said, at this moment, Gu Wuyan was hesitating and conflicted because he realized that today's matter was an unsolvable problem. After pondering for a moment, he slowly stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Xian's figure. I am not your match. A plain and simple sentence signified Gu Wuyan's concession. That's right, someone as proud as him had never bowed his head like this, not even in the Jiangnan region. But in the face of Qin Xian, he truly lacked the courage to fight. This man was like a towering mountain, impossible to surpass. Qin Xian heard this, smiled faintly, and his gaze swept back and forth over the other party before glancing at the group of ability users behind Gu Wuyan. I'll give you a chance. Surrender to me, or die. After Qin Xian finished speaking, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Was Qin Xian extending an olive branch? Want to recruit Gu Wuyan and his 3 squads? The members of the 3 squads looked at each other upon hearing this, their eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and anticipation. After all, joining Qin Xian would mean they wouldn't have to die, and they would also gain such a powerful backer. As for Gu Wuyan, he was also caught in inner turmoil, deep in thought. He hadn't expected Chen Xian to actually plan on recruiting him, so when Chen Xian said those words, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Why do you want to recruit me? Why not recruit Long Yin? His strength should be greater than mine. Gu Wuyan asked this question with some curiosity. After all, the power that Long Yin had just unleashed was stronger than his. Chen Xian had no reason to subdue Long Yin but not him. Hearing this, Chen Xian smiled faintly. In fact, there was naturally a reason for his actions. In his previous life, he naturally knew those 9th-tier ability users in the Jiangnan region. Gu Wuyan was one of the top-tier powerhouses in the Jiangnan region in his previous life. With 9th-tier strength, he ranked among the top 3 in the entire Jiangnan region. As for Long Yin, although his abilities were decent, he consumed too many potions, which caused his strength to stagnate at the peak of the 8th tier in the later stages, unable to break through to the 9th tier. As a result, he fell out of the top ranks. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yin relied on the Long family, with his prominent status and position, which made him arrogant. Chen Xian found him somewhat unappealing. On the contrary, Gu Wuyan was meticulous, with decent strength and talent, which Chen Xian admired. If he hadn't taken the potion, he definitely wouldn't be your match, right? Chen Xian said with a faint smile. He could naturally see that Gu Wuyan was hiding his strength. His true strength should be close to the 5th tier, just one step away. Therefore, if Long Yin doesn't use potions, he is definitely no match for Gu Wuyan. Gu Wuyan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Chen Xian to even see through this. It's truly terrifying. Exactly. Gu Wuyan nodded, then continued. But regarding today's events, the Jiangnan district will definitely not let it go, nor will the Long group. When the time comes, a single missile launch might flatten the entire Subei city. As the captain of the 3rd team, he was considered high-ranking in the Jiangnan district, so he naturally knew some internal information. This time, Long Yin died in battle, and his 2nd squad was completely wiped out. In addition, last time, Li Koan and his squad were all annihilated. The entire Jiangnan region has already suffered a severe blow and will certainly not let this matter rest easily. Therefore, it is highly likely that missile-level weapons will be deployed. That level of weaponry is scarce throughout the Jiangnan region, but Chen Xian has gone too far this time. Therefore, missile launch is inevitable. Chen Xian smiled and said, "In a few days, I will personally visit the Jiangnan district. I am someone who excels at reasoning with others." Reasoning with others? Are you kidding me? But looking at Chen Xian's demeanor, everyone seemed to understand what convincing others with reason truly meant. If the Jiangnan district refuses to comply, he might really eliminate them first. Gu Wuyan nodded, then looked at Chen Xian and said, "In that case, I am willing to follow." Gu Wuyan, at your service, master. With that, Gu Wuyan said no more, directly kneeling on one knee to salute, his eyes carrying a hint of respect. If it were someone else, it would naturally be impossible for him to agree to follow so easily. But Chen Xian's strength completely convinced him. Moreover, he was also unwilling to let the brothers behind him die here just like that. Of course, there was another more important point. He didn't feel any sense of belonging to the Jiangnan district. Although, as the captain of the 3rd team in the Jiangnan district, he held a high position of power, the hierarchy in the Jiangnan district was too rigid, especially the constant power struggles among the higher-ups, which greatly disgusted Gu Wuyan. Therefore, faced with Chen Xian's invitation, he agreed. After Gu Wuyan saluted, the 27 members of the 3 teams behind him also respectfully saluted in unison. "Greetings, master." Watching everyone salute, Chen Xian's face revealed a slight smile. Then, he helped Gu Wuyan up and said with a smile, "Let's go. We'll head back to the base first." Yes. Before long, Chen Xian led everyone back to the base. Meanwhile, the people at Tianxian base were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Outside the base, the ground was a mess of blood and flesh, with blood still flowing everywhere. The soldiers silently went about clearing the aftermath. At this moment, the conference hall of the Tianxian base. Chen Xian sat at the main seat, with Lin Zixuan and others below. With the addition of Gu Wuyan and his 3 teams, the overall strength of the Tianxian base experienced a massive surge. The number of 3rd-tier ability users was simply overwhelming. After several people surrendered, Chen Xian also used his soul-capturing ability to completely subdue them. Gu Wuyan and the others had no objections. After all, Chen Xian's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying, and their lives were in his hands, so naturally, there was no point in opposing. Half an hour later, "Master, shall we stay at the Tianxian base from now on?" Gu Wuyan opened his mouth to ask. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, smiled and shook his head. "No, you all need to go back and stay in the Jiangnan region." That's right. Chen Xian did not plan to keep Gu Wuyan and the others by his side. Instead, he wanted them to stay in the Jiangnan region as a nail firmly fixed there. After all, the Jiangnan region, as one of the major regions in Huaxia, still holds considerable power and information. Just the missiles, weapons, and technology are among the very best. Yes. Although Gu Wuyan was a bit puzzled, he still
still nodded. Chen Xian continued, "Next, I will find a way to help you ascend to the position of leader." Hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone present was instantly stunned. Supporting Gu Wuyan to become the leader of the Jiangnan region. This idea is simply too crazy. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but feel a bit shocked inside. That is the Jiangnan region, one of the top regions in Huaxia, with overwhelming power and influence, terrifyingly strong. Without Chen Xian, compared to it, Subei City would be nothing. It was such an existence that Chen Xian actually planned to claim as his own. It must be said, this idea was truly too bold. Gu Wuyan hesitated slightly and said, "Master, although my strength is considered top-notch across the entire Jiangnan region, Zhu Rai is in his prime, and there are still a few people in Jiangnan whose strength surpasses mine. Becoming the leader might be somewhat challenging." That's right. The strength of the Jiangnan region is far more than what meets the eye. Moreover, Zhu Rai is in his prime and cannot die so easily. Therefore, it won't be easy for him to rise to power. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "If I say it's fine, then there's no problem. This time going to the Jiangnan region is to settle this matter." That's right. Chen Xian's trip to the Jiangnan region this time is to push Gu Wuyan into the leadership position. After all, the missile power in the Jiangnan region is still very strong. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of the enemy, it's better to keep it in the hands of their own people. And with the soul-capturing ability, Chen Xian can ensure Gu Wuyan's absolute loyalty to him. Therefore, letting him serve as the leader while Chen Xian manipulates things from behind the scenes is the most secure approach. Thus, this time he is going to the Jiangnan region to accomplish this task. If Brother Chen says it's fine, then there's absolutely no problem. Exactly. It seems we'll be able to take over the Jiangnan region before long, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said with a smile. The two had not the slightest doubt about Chen Xian's strength. Hearing Chen Xian's confident response, Gu Wuyan couldn't help but feel a bit more excited. The position of the head of the Jiangnan region had never tempted him before, because he knew that even if it didn't belong to Zhu Rai, it would belong to someone else. It would never be his turn. He was neither a direct subordinate of Zhu Rai nor had any backing from any faction, so naturally, it wouldn't be his turn. But now, Chen Xian's assurance had sparked a bit of ambition in his heart. Power is a good thing. Yes, I swear to serve loyally to the death, Gu Wuyan affirmed. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that Gu Wuyan was a smart person. Afterward, Chen Xian gave Gu Wuyan a few more instructions and then told him to return to the Jiangnan district the next day. As for Chen Xian himself, he planned to head to the Jiangnan region after Gu Wuyan arrived there. Alright, go and focus on your cultivation. Strength is the foundation of everything. Do not slack off, Chen Xian said. Yes. Everyone stood up one after another and cupped their hands in salute. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, after experiencing today's battle, felt an even stronger desire for strength in their hearts. Strength is the foundation of everything, not power. The next morning, Gu Wuyan left the Tianxian base with the members of Team 3. On the way, everyone still felt as if it had been a lifetime ago. They never expected that, despite coming to annihilate the Tianxian base, they would end up pledging allegiance to Chen Xian. Such a drastic and unexpected turn of events, who could have foreseen it? However, there was little regret in their hearts, as Chen Xian's displayed strength was simply too terrifying. Following someone like him is the only path to a promising future. Especially Gu Wuyan, who was still in shock over Chen Xian's plan to push him to become the head of the Jiangnan region. Night fell. Gu Wuyan returned to the Jiangnan region with 3 team members, where Zhu Rai personally received him. Wuyan, where is Long Yan? Why didn't he come back with you? Zhu Rai had a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. Logically speaking, Long Yan should have returned together with Gu Wuyan, but now there's no sign of the other person. Where did they go? Gu Wuyan pondered for a moment, then said, Long Yan is dead. A few simple words were no less than a bombshell for Zhu Rai, instantly stirring up a raging storm in his heart. Dead? How is this possible? Long Yan is the captain of the second team in the Jiangnan district. Not to mention his formidable talent and strength, he is also the eldest son of the Long group and the future heir to the corporation. And yet, he died just like that, in such a small place like Subei City. Next, I'm afraid the entire Jiangnan region is about to collapse. For a moment, Zhu Rai's heart surged with turmoil. He suddenly felt a bit dizzy and plopped directly onto the chair, his face visibly aging significantly. What exactly happened? Why are Long Yan and his second team all dead? Zhu Rai suppressed the fury in his heart, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Wuyan. Those eyes were already bloodshot. There was no choice, too many things were tied to Long Yan. If he died, not only would the strength of the entire Jiangnan region plummet, but the entire Long corporation would also be shaken. This was an extremely significant matter for the Jiangnan region. Gu Wuyan did not hesitate and immediately explained. When we arrived in Subei City, we originally planned to investigate discreetly without alerting anyone, but Long Yan felt it was unnecessary, so we went straight to the Tianxian base. Zhu Rai silently nodded in his heart. He knew that Gu Wuyan was telling the truth. This was indeed Long Yan's character. It's just that the leader of the Tianxian base is truly terrifying, unfathomable. Even after Long
Long Yan forcibly broke through to the 5th tier by consuming the potion. He was still no match. I intended to step in and help but was sent flying with a single palm strike from the opponent. After that, Long Yan was slain by him. He told me to bring 3 teams back and inform everyone in the Jiangnan district not to provoke Subei City again, or else he would level the entire Jiangnan district to the ground. Hearing Gu Wuyan's words, Zhu Rai was completely stunned. He did not doubt Gu Wuyan's words. After all, most of what Gu Wuyan said was true, and it also matched Long Yan's character very well. It's just that what shocked him was, the leader of the Tianqian base was actually so terrifyingly powerful. He knew Long Yan's strength peak of the 4th tier, and even after forcibly breaking through to the 5th tier by taking the drug developed by the Long Corporation, he was still easily slain by the other party. What kind of power is this? How could such a powerful individual appear in a mere Subei city? He couldn't understand. But immediately after, Zhu Rai felt even more anger in his heart. Damn it, how dare you threaten my Jiangnan district? Anger, extreme anger. You must know, a presence of the level of Jiangnan district being threatened by someone. If others were to find out, it would definitely be a laughingstock. Since his strength is so formidable, I want to see if he can withstand a missile. Zhu Ri, he sneered coldly. The most powerful weapon in his hands was not the superhumans, but missiles. Once missiles of this level are launched, the entire city of Subei will be razed to the ground. By then, not a blade of grass will remain. What superhumans? They're all dead. However, Gu Wuyan calmly said, Leader, please think twice. The leader of the Tianqian base once said that if our Jiangnan district dares to launch missiles, he will personally come to our Jiangnan district. By then, the entire Jiangnan district will be utterly destroyed. What? Hearing Gu Wuyan's words, Zhu Rai was stunned once again. Outrageous. This was simply outrageous. A blatant threat. However, Zhu Rai calmed down. Indeed, if Qin Xin truly has the strength to withstand missiles, it would indicate that his power has reached an extremely terrifying level. By then, if he descends upon the Jiangnan district, would there really be anyone in the entire Jiangnan district capable of stopping him? Hard to say. He really couldn't be sure about this matter. Alright, I got it. You may leave now, Wu Yan. Zhu Rai felt instantly exhausted and waved his hand as he spoke. Yes. Gu Wuyan said nothing more and turned to leave immediately. As soon as Gu Wuyan left, a black-robed superhuman appeared in front of Zhu Rai. You tell me, is what he said true or false? Zhu Rai's voice carried a hint of coldness and suspicion. In fact, he was inherently a very distrustful person. Trusting someone was very difficult for him. The man in the black robe pondered for a moment, then a hoarse voice came from his mouth. It should be true. After all, with Long Yan's strength combined with that potion, being able to kill even after breaking through to the 5th tier is not something an ordinary person can achieve. It's just, I wonder what that person's true strength is. For such a small place like Subei City to have such a powerful figure, it's truly intriguing. The hoarse voice carried a hint of interest. Then can your ability take him down? Zhu Rai spoke again. This time, the man in the black robe did not rush to reply but pondered for a moment. Then, with a hint of confidence, he said, In all of China, there are no more than 10 people who can withstand my supernatural power, and they are all in various major regions. A mere young fellow from Subei City, if he appears before me, would absolutely not escape my supernatural power. After all, what this old man wields is a curse. With that, a bright smile appeared beneath the old man's black robe, and the chilling aura sent shivers down one's spine. Hearing the old man say this, Zhu Rai finally felt at ease. After all, this man in the black robe was the key to Zhu Rai's foothold, as well as the top combat power in the entire Jiangnan region. In that case, launch the missile. If they dare to come knocking, it will be up to you to take them down. Okay. Zhu Rai's mood instantly improved significantly after receiving the affirmative response from the man in the black robe. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door. Zhu Rai glanced at him, and the latter immediately vanished as if he had never been there. What's going on? Zhu Rai opened his mouth to ask. The secretary cautiously spoke at the door. Reporting to the head, the chairman of the Long Group is here and says he wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rai scratched his brow in distress. What is meant to come will come sooner or later. No choice. Before the apocalypse began, the Long Corporation was already the top family in the entire Jiangnan region, with enterprises worth trillions and countless subsidiaries that covered almost every aspect of people's daily lives. After the apocalypse began, its subsidiary biopharmaceutical company soared once again. With its powerful pharmaceutical technology and weapon development capabilities, the Long Corporation became the backbone of the Jiangnan region. Zhu Rai could not possibly disregard the will of the Long Group. Otherwise, his position as the head of the Jiangnan region would be unstable. Go ahead, invite him in. Yes, the secretary understood. Before long, an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire, with white hair and beard, slowly walked in. He was none other than the chairman of the Long Group, the patriarch of the Long family, Long Zhantian, now over 80 years old. However, after the apocalypse began, his body became much sturdier, and he once again took on the heavy responsibilities of the family. Master Long, what brings you here? Zhu Rai stood up with a smile, as if nothing nothing had just happened. Long Zhantian narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, plopped himself directly onto the chair.
Chief Shu, where is our Long Yin? Starting off with an accusation right away. He stared intently at Zhu Rai.
Hearing this, although Zhu Rai had already anticipated it in his heart, his face still inevitably showed some discomfort.
He's dead. After Zhu Rai finished speaking, Long Zhantian's expression darkened, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, his face with white hair and beard slightly twisted. Chief Shu, do you know that Long Yan is the future of the Long Corporation, the key figure our Long family has poured all our efforts into nurturing? Not bad.
Long Yan's talent and strength are absolutely the key to the Long family's full-fledged cultivation.
Not only that,
he is also the direct grandson of Long Zhantian, the future successor of the Long Corporation.
Just died like that. How could Long Zhantian and the entire Long family possibly bear this? However, Zhu Rai was well aware of this. He sighed and said,
Old Long, I deeply apologize for this matter, but Long Yan was killed by the leader of the Tianxian base in Subei City.
I have already given the order. In 1 hour, missiles will be deployed to precisely strike the entire Subei City.
I want Subei City to be left barren, with everything buried alongside Long Yan. Zhu Rai finished speaking, and Long Zhantian's body trembled slightly. He knew that Long Yan was dead, and nothing could be undone.
Chief Shu, I have only one request. I want the leader of the Tianxian base alive.
I want him to be tortured to death, never to find peace for eternity. When Long Zhantian said this, his words carried a hint of gritted teeth.
Hatred, extreme hatred.
It could be said that Qin Xian had completely buried the future in hope of the Long family.
Long Zhantian, how could he not hate? However, hearing Long Zhantian's words, Zhu Rai's face showed a troubled expression.
Under the missile, not a blade of grass survives. It's very likely that person couldn't make it, leaving no remains.
No remains?
Humph, I want to see him alive, or his corpse if he's dead. Long Zhantian roared in fury, his face carrying an overwhelming rage.
Just as Zhu Rai was pondering how to respond, a terrifying explosion suddenly echoed. Boom! It was as if the entire Jiangnan region was engulfed in burning explosions. What's going on?
Zhu Ri, he roared angrily.
The secretary hurriedly ran in. Bad news, Chief. Someone is attacking our Jiangnan district.
It seems to be the leader of the Tianxian base.
What?
Hearing this, Long Zhantian and Zhu Ri, he let out a simultaneous roar of anger. Long Zhantian suddenly stood up, his face filled with overwhelming hatred that seemed almost tangible.
Good. He actually dares to come. Such audacity.
Today, I'll make sure he never returns. With that, Long Zhantian pulled out a satellite phone and dialed directly. Go, gather all the forces of my Long group.
I will personally avenge Yenner.
After speaking, he hung up the phone and then cast a cold glance at Zhu Rai. Chief Shu, I want to personally take revenge.
You don't have any objections, do you? No objections, but this person's strength is terrifying. Elder Long should still be cautious. Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian snorted coldly. No need to trouble yourself, Chief Shu. With that, Long Zhantian turned and left.
His enemy was right in front of him. This grudge could not go unavenged. Zhu Rai watched Long Zhantian's departing figure, let out a cold snort, and a trace of disdain appeared in the corner of his eye. Even if the entire Long family were to be sacrificed, they would still not be a match for Qin Xian. However, Zhu Rai had no intention of intervening. It was just as well to let the Long family exhaust all their strength, and then he would send someone to eliminate Qin Xian. By then, the Long family would be like a tiger with its claws removed, posing no threat to him.
And he could better drive the Long family to conduct pharmaceutical research. It's simply killing two birds with one stone.
Let's go. Call the captain of the first team and tell him to stop secluding himself. The captain of the first team is the most powerful figure on the surface in the entire Jiangnan region. In fact, his strength is second only to that of the black-robed man just now, and he is also Zhu Rai's right-hand man. However, he has been in seclusion for some time. Today, he should be coming out of seclusion. It seems he should have broken through to the 5th level. With the dual protection of the team captain and the man in the black robe, how could Zhu Rai possibly lose this battle?
Lose? Impossible. Today, the entire Jiangnan region was particularly lively.
The terrifying explosion that had just erupted, accompanied by bolts of heavenly thunder, caused countless casualties among both superhumans and ordinary people.
For a time, the city was in a state of panic. The Long family acted swiftly. Countless superhumans crowded into the city. Chen Xian stood atop the city wall of the Jiangnan district, leaning forward and looking down.
Beside him were only Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong, 3 people and 1 dog. He stood calmly on the city wall, his gaze serene, with an air of dominance as if overlooking the world. He said nothing, yet it was enough to strike fear into countless hearts.
Who is that man, daring to provoke the Jiangnan district?
Exactly, 4 people and a dog daring to attack the Jiangnan district, truly courting death.
That's right. It seems like there's going to be a good show today.
Below, countless citizens and ability users of the Jiangnan region had a look of amusement in their eyes.
Few people believed that the Jiangnan region would lose. After all, the strength of the Jiangnan region was simply too terrifying, unfathomable.
A mere few people trying to defeat this colossal entity is simply impossible. At this moment, countless ability users from the Long family have already arrived. The majority of these ability users are at the second or third tier. Among them were members of the Long family, as well as recruited superhumans. After all, the Long family was vast and powerful, naturally requiring combat strength for protection. Looking in the direction where Chen Xian was, Long Zhantian's eyes were filled with endless hatred. It was these people before him who had severed the future and hope of the Long family. Without Long Yan's growth, the Long family would become a massive piece of fat in the entire apocalypse, attracting countless covetous eyes. Not just the Long family, but almost all the combat forces in the Jiangnan region have gathered here. The captains of several squads, the garrison forces, and countless terrifying combat powers surrounded this place densely. Waves of overwhelming auras made it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Who is the leader of the Tianxian base? Long Zhantian was the first to speak, his aged voice carrying a hint of anger. I am. Chen Xian gave a faint smile, his gaze calm and unruffled. Good. So it was you who killed my grandson, wasn't it? Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes carried a trace of amusement. If you're talking about Long Yan, that good for nothing, then yes, it should be him. Good for nothing? Hearing those two words, Long Zhantian trembled all over with anger. This guy actually called his grandson a good for nothing. Long Zhantian couldn't hold himself back any longer. He let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with an icy, ruthless light. All of you, attack. Whoever can kill this man, I'll give half of the Long family's assets to them. As soon as Long Zhantian's words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Goodness, half of the Long family's assets. This is an extremely massive figure. Before the apocalypse began, the Long family's assets had already reached a terrifying level, trillions in assets. Just the thought of it is incredibly thrilling. And now, with the development of the potion, the entire Long family has risen to an even higher level. It can be said that half of the Long family's assets are enough to make countless people envious, including Zhu Rai. Wealth moves people's hearts, and great rewards will surely attract the brave. Therefore, in an instant, countless ability users madly charged toward Chen Xian, numbering in the thousands. Among this group, there were quite a few second-tier and third-tier ability users, and even some fourth-tier ability users. So numerous, they densely filled the entire sky. Greed flickered in the eyes of these people, fantasizing about taking down Chen Xian and obtaining half of the Long family's assets. Boom! The entire sky seemed to be roaring. Countless attacks turned into raindrops, swiftly striking toward Chen Xian's direction. Such an intense attack would make even a fourth-tier ability user feel their scalp tingle. But Chen Xian merely gave a faint smile, then waved his hand, instantly enveloping himself completely in an ice crystal shield. Countless attacks landed on the ice crystal shield, yet not a single ripple was stirred. It was as if it were made of iron and steel, completely unbreakable. At this moment, Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, clasped his hands, and the ice crystal shield shattered automatically, transforming into sharp ice blades that shot straight toward the ability users in front of him. The speed of the ice blades was incredibly fast, appearing before the enemies almost in an instant. Immediately after, countless ability users had their throats slit by the sharp ice blades in front of them, dying on the spot. Not to mention the first and second tier ability users, even third tier ones couldn't withstand this strike. Under the terrifying attack, fewer than 1/10 of the thousands of ability users remained. That's right. With a single move, Chen Xian wiped out thousands of ability users. Such a terrifying attack left everyone frozen in place, staring blankly in his direction, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Long Zhantian's eyes widened, full of disbelief. The ability users who launched the attack just now numbered in the thousands, with half of them coming from the Long family, including several fourth-tier ability users. With such immense combat power, even if they couldn't kill Chen Xian, they should at least have been able to seriously injure him. But what was the result? Chen Xian wasn't harmed in the slightest. Instead, he counter-killed thousands of ability users with a single move. Such strength is simply terrifying. It wasn't just Long Zhantian who was deeply shocked. Zhu Rai also squinted his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Such strength is rather unexpected. Luo Hao, what do you think of this person's strength? Zhu Rai slowly began to speak. The young man beside him, named Luo Hao, narrowed his eyes with a hint of seriousness. This person's strength is probably not inferior to mine. At the very least, I can't see through his abilities. As the captain of Team 1 in the Jiangnan district, a truly top-tier expert, he had almost never praised anyone so highly. Chen Xian is definitely the first. After all, even Luo Hao cannot see through his strength. Moreover, that move he just performed was indeed powerful. Perhaps even he might not be able to pull it off. Is that so? He's really not simple. Zhu Rai squinted his eyes and said. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian turned out to be so terrifying. Over there, Long Zhantian was still relentless. Despite losing thousands of people, he was still determined to avenge Long Yan. Keep going, take him down. Long Zhantian roared in a hoarse, aged voice. But this time, no one dared to move. After all, the power Chen Xian had just displayed was simply too terrifying. With a single move, he had wiped out thousands. With such strength, who dares to make the first move? Afraid your death won't come
fast enough, huh?
Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, looking at these clowns below without the slightest concern. His expression turned cold as he glanced at the surrounding ability users. There were about 100 or so left, mostly 3rd tier, along with 11 or 12 4th tier ability users. Their strength was not weak, but Chen Xian had no intention of making a move against them. Instead, he glanced at the few people behind him and calmly said, "I'll leave these guys to you. Don't leave anyone alive." Chen Xian didn't plan to take action himself but intended for Lin Zixuan and the others to hone their skills. After all, these people were excellent sparring partners. Yes. Behind Chen Xian, several people instantly became excited. Dog Emperor took the lead, its figure flashing directly in front of a 4th tier ability user. Its sharp claws, imbued with the power of lightning, struck down and pierced through the target. One move, dead. The Dog Emperor's performance made countless people widen their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? My goodness, is this a dog? It took down a 4th tier ability user in one move? Hiss, no, this dog isn't ordinary. It also has abilities, and it's even a lightning ability. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked by the Dog Emperor's performance. Who could have imagined that not only was the dog so enormous, but it also took down a 4th tier ability user in one move and even possessed lightning abilities? This was simply unbelievable. But this was just the beginning. Under Chen Xian's command, Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai attacked simultaneously. These three were also 4th tier ability users, each with extraordinary talent and strength. Although they couldn't be called invincible among their peers, they were still top tier existences. Boom! The three struck one after another, and 3rd tier as well as 4th tier ability users fell one by one. In the sky, the strength of the few under Chen Xian's command was extremely terrifying. Each of them was a tier 4 powerhouse, and not just ordinary tier 4 ability users. Even across the entire Jiangnan region, they were rare experts, yet all of them were subordinate to Chen Xian. It was truly somewhat unbelievable. The Long family's ability users were almost completely wiped out by these few, while Zhu Rai still showed no intention of making a move. He was precisely planning to use Chen Xian's hand to deal with those guys. This way, the Long family would be left defenseless, allowing him to manipulate them at will. Long Zhantian watched as the surrounding ability users fell one by one, completely unable to resist, and a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Could Chen Xian really be this terrifying? Not only is his strength overwhelming, but even his subordinates are equally terrifying. In no time, the Dragon family's ability users present were either dead or severely injured, leaving only Long Zhantian and the two 4th tier ability users beside him for protection. However, even they were somewhat intimidated, not daring to meet Chen Xian's gaze. I said it before, Long Yin is trash, and your Dragon family is just a bunch of trash too. Chen Xian sneered disdainfully, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. To kill and crush the spirit. When he killed Long Yin back then, it was to kill and crush the spirit. Now, facing the entire Dragon family, Chen Xian was once again killing and crushing the spirit. Long Zhantian became anxious, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and his entire being appeared even more aged. However, since it's already a fight to the death with your Long family, let's completely eradicate it. After all, I am someone who doesn't like leaving any hidden dangers. This was indeed true. Chen Xian was indeed someone who disliked leaving hidden dangers. Do everything to the extreme. Since you've chosen to offend, then eliminate his entire family. Only then will it be safe. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Long Zhantian angrily pointed at Chen Xian. You're outrageous. Presumptuous? Chen Xian chuckled lightly. However, at this moment, Zhu Rai spoke up. Young man, such bold words. Today, I will make you understand that offending our Jiangnan district is the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. Zhu Rai knew that the Long family's combat strength was almost completely depleted, and it was time for him to take action. As long as he eliminated Chen Xian, the entire Long family would be in his grasp. Of course, the primary prerequisite was to eliminate Chen Xian. It's just that. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, leaned forward, and looked in the direction of Zhu Ri River. The sturdy figure carried a hint of plumpness, and the square face appeared gentle and casual, but beneath the surface lay scheming and endless suspicion. After all, to reach this position, there are few kind and simple people. Every one of them is like an old fox. With just you, I'm afraid it's not enough. Not enough? What a joke. Zhu Rai let out a cold laugh, then said, Luo Hao, it's up to you. Don't let me down. Don't worry. With that, Luo Hao's figure rapidly ascended. A white streak pierced the sky, his long blade slicing across the horizon, as if the entire cloud layer had been split apart. What a terrifying move. Everyone froze the moment Luo Hao made his move, staring intently at Chen Xian, unsure if he could evade the attack. Just a petty trick. Chen Xian smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Just as the blade's energy was about to strike his body, Chen Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Hao. The latter's eyes widened abruptly, completely unprepared for Chen Xian to appear before him in an instant. The ripples of spatial energy all around unmistakably indicated that Chen Xian possessed spatial abilities. Chen Xian stomped heavily, and Luo Hao hurriedly swung his blade to block. However, power. His strength was simply too terrifying. The existence of the Ice Dragon ability not only grants the power of ice but also the strength of a dragon. With every breakthrough in Chen Xian's strength, his physical power and defense would experience an extremely terrifying boost. This is unmatched by other superhumans. Therefore, with just one kick, Luo Hao was directly sent into the ground. A terrifying explosion sounded, and Luo Hao's legs bent as he landed on the ground, his arms trembling almost imperceptibly. 5th rank, not bad. Chen Xian's light and casual voice reached everyone's ears, as if all of this was insignificant. Meanwhile, disbelief filled Luo Hao's eyes. He couldn't understand how, despite being at the 5th rank in strength, he was no match for Chen Xian and was even kicked back by him. How could this be possible? He actually possesses such terrifying strength. Truly unfathomable indeed. However, given the current situation, Luo Hao could not possibly admit defeat. He let out a cold snort, his eyes seemingly filled with an endless killing intent. I have a blade that can slay gods and demons. After speaking, a surge of overwhelming blade energy erupted from Luo Hao, with countless blade shadows appearing around him. Everyone who witnessed the scene gasped in shock. Even Lin Zixuan and the others felt a faint sense of awe in their hearts. The power unleashed by Luo Hao was truly not to be underestimated. Heavenly blade ability? Huh? Quite interesting. Chen Xian accurately identified Luo Hao's ability and SSS level heavenly blade ability. In his previous life, Luo Hao ranked among the top 10 ability users in China during the later stages of the apocalypse. His heavenly blade ability was terrifying, striking fear into all who heard of him. With the heavenly blade ability, he could cut through anything and advance without hindrance. Even ability users of the same level rarely managed to withstand a single strike from him. At this moment, endless blade energy surged, and then the long blade in his hand suddenly swung out, heading straight toward Chen Xian. However, this time Chen Xian did not dodge but drew the extreme cold sword. Let me test your heavenly blade ability. With that, Chen Xian swung his sword, freezing everything for miles. The once clear sky suddenly began to snow, with a bone-chilling wind and desolate ice, evoking an involuntary shiver in everyone. Below, countless ability users and ordinary people alike couldn't help but shudder. Hiss, why has the temperature suddenly become so cold? Isn't it? So cold. My goodness, the ability of the leader of the Tianqian base can actually cause such a massive change in the world. How terrifying. Indeed, it's truly terrifying. Countless people stared blankly in the direction of Chen Xian, their eyes filled with a hint of fear. Boom! In the sky, swords and blades clashed, and two massive air currents surged chaotically. Below, countless ability users and ordinary people were directly swept off their feet, retreating dozens of steps one after another. At that moment, an explosion sounded in the sky. Everyone saw Luo Hao being blasted dozens of meters away by the strike before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust rose and filled the air. After more than 10 seconds, the dust gradually settled. As everyone looked over, they saw Luo Hao slowly standing up from the massive crater. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body was covered in tattered clothes, and he appeared extremely disheveled. How is this possible? Luo Hao actually lost. No one expected that Luo Hao, the captain of the first team in the Jiangnan region, would lose so easily and effortlessly. How could this be possible? Zhu Rai widened his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Luo Hao's strength is something he knows all too well. Such combat power couldn't withstand a few moves from Chen Xian. This is simply impossible. For a moment, an ominous feeling suddenly arose in his heart. With Luo Hao defeated so decisively, is the black-robed elder really a match for Chen Xian? Originally, he was full of confidence, but now his heart couldn't help but feel a bit heavier and more doubtful. However, the arrow is already on the string and must be released. Afterward, Zhu Rai turned his gaze to the other team captains and said loudly, "You all go together and make sure to hold him off. Holding back Chen Xian is to create an opportunity for the black-robed elder." Yes, several captains nodded one after another. Gu Wuyan also stood among the group without refuting. He naturally knew that no matter how this group acted, it would not be a match for Chen Xian. That terrifying power can only be truly felt when you face it, and you realize what a horrifying existence you are up against. Several captains attacked simultaneously. Each of them possessed considerable strength. These individuals would be considered top-tier experts in China. Yet now, they were all ganging up on Chen Xian. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. But Chen Xian still strolled leisurely, as if he didn't take these people seriously at all. On the other side, Luo Hao swallowed a potion, and his entire aura began to return to its original state. This recovery potion was also developed by the Long family, but it has side effects. Although it can fully restore strength in a short time, it only lasts for an hour. Moreover, after an hour, the body will fall into a state of complete weakness and collapse. Therefore, these potions are not used unless it's a matter of life and death. After Luo Hao swallowed it, his body transformed into a stream of light, rushing toward Chen Xian. With Luo Hao's addition, the captain seemed to feel victory was within their grasp. But Chen Xian merely let out a cold laugh, threw a punch, and countless icy edges swept across the crowd. Two people were directly injured by Chen Xian's attack, while the remaining ones were also forced back. Gu Wuyan had been slacking off the whole whole time, and Chen Xian's attacks consciously avoided him as well. Therefore, he was not harmed. At this moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared beside Zhu Rai, as if emerging out of thin air, and no one noticed. He nodded slightly at the man in the black robe and said softly, "It's your turn to act." The man in the black robe let out a muffled groan. Suddenly, he began chanting something, and the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. As dark clouds gathered, a mysterious black ring appeared and then shot straight toward Chen Xian, dispersing above his head. In an instant, Chen Xian suddenly felt a strange change. He looked calmly at the man in the black robe standing beside Zhu Rai. The figure of the man in the black robe flickered and appeared in front of Chen Xian, standing together with Luo Hao and the others. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, a hint of secret delight hidden beneath his black robe. "Under my curse, your strength is now reduced to less than 1/10, and every move you make will be restricted." A curse? Chen Xian heard this and seemed lost in thought. I didn't expect that the Jiangnan region was hiding an esper skilled in using curses. Interesting. The ability to use curses is an extremely rare power across the entire world. Upon hearing that Chen Xian was cursed, several captains, including Luo Hao, were instantly overjoyed, thinking that Chen Xian's strength had been reduced to less than 1/10. Really? Chen Xian sneered upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. For some reason, seeing Chen Xian smile, the man in the black robe suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. What the heck? Could it be that Chen Xian still has some hidden move? Impossible. His curse ability is incredibly powerful. It can't possibly be resisted. Just putting on an act, attack together and take him down. The man in the black robe snorted coldly and gave the order. Several others joined in the attack, and Gu Wuyan felt a bit worried. Although he believed in Chen Xian's terrifying strength, the sudden appearance of the man in the black robe seemed to tip the scales of victory. However, just as everyone was about to approach Chen Xian's body, a sudden terrifying pressure swept over them, and the oppressive feeling seemed to evoke an impulse to bow down in submission. What is this? The man in the black robe was instantly shocked. In the next moment, Chen Xian's body suddenly changed. Dragon transformation. Dragon might. Dragon wings. Chen Xian activated dragon transformation, and a pair of massive wings grew from his back. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure blanketed a radius of 50 meters. The ordinary people instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to resist such pressure. Even some weaker ability users were trembling uncontrollably, their hearts filled with panic. This oppressive force is too strong. And when Chen Xian unleashed his dragon transformation, the curse on his body vanished in an instant. The man in the black robe was greatly shocked. This is impossible. How could you possibly resist my curse? He couldn't believe it. Since he became an ability user, Chen Xian was the first person able to resist his curse. What does the power of curses matter? As long as one's vitality is strong enough, the power of curses has no effect. That's right. Chen Xian understood the power of curses. As long as one's vitality is strong enough, this thing has no effect. It's somewhat similar to when ordinary people face ghosts. If their vitality is weak, they are very likely to fall gravely ill. But if this person has strong vitality, even ghosts and monsters would not dare to approach. Therefore, when Chen Xian transformed into a dragon, his surging vitality directly dispelled the mere curse. Of course, if the opponent were now a 7th tier or higher curse ability user, Chen Xian would naturally find it difficult to counteract the power of the curse. But unfortunately, that guy is currently only at the peak of the 5th tier and hasn't even broken through to the 6th tier. Still want to curse him? What a joke. With that, Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, then fully unleashed his absolute domain. In an instant, Luo Hao, the man in the black robe, and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Because under Chen Xian's absolute domain, their strength instantly diminished. Strength, speed, and defense have decreased by 60%. That's right. Previously, the absolute domain only decreased by 40%, but with each plundering of abilities, the amplification of the absolute domain grows increasingly significant. After Chen Xian plundered the spatial ability last time, the decrease in the absolute domain increased by 20%. Now, everyone's strength, speed, and defense have all dropped by 60%, which can be described as an extremely terrifying decline. This thing may not be a curse, but it is even more terrifying than a curse, because the absolute domain is truly unstoppable. No matter how strong one's vitality is, this move cannot be resisted. How is this possible? How can you also wield the power of a curse? The man in the black robe said in disbelief. Chen Xian actually knows the power of curses? The power of curses? Chen Xian just carried a hint of mockery. This is not the power of curses. The power of the curse was nothing worth mentioning in his eyes. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Chen Xian's speed skyrocketed. With the addition of dragon wings and spatial power, his speed had already reached an extremely terrifying level. He suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hao, who couldn't react even at his peak, let alone now. Ice seals 1,000 miles. Chen Xian's extreme cold sword instantly unsheathed, and with one swing, the powerful sword energy directly tore the opponent apart, leaving frozen remnants falling to the ground, dead beyond any chance of revival. Everyone who witnessed this scene was completely stunned. stunned. Luo Hao just died like that. This was the captain of Team 1 in the Jiangnan district, someone with an exceptionally high status and position in the region. Who would believe it if word got out that he died just like that? However, this was merely the beginning. The other captains were all killed one by Chen Xian, leaving only Gu Wuyan alive. In the bewildered gazes of countless people, Gu Wuyan was seen slowly walking to Chen Xian's side, then slowly standing behind him. What's going on? Why is Captain Gu standing behind the leader of the Tianxian base? My goodness, could it be that Gu Wuyan has already defected to him? It really seems like it. Everyone's eyes carried a hint of disbelief. No one expected Gu Wuyan to actually side with Chen Xian. Zhu Rai widened his eyes even more. Gu Wuyan, you actually sided with him, you traitor. He never expected that the captain of the third team he had trained would actually defect to Chen Xian. This was simply a great humiliation. However, Gu Wuyan let out a cold laugh. Zhu Rai, do you really think I don't know about your dirty tricks? Do you think you're any better? When the apocalypse first began, there wasn't enough food. You ordered ordinary people to be deliberately fed to the zombies to ease population pressure and to obtain zombie crystal cores. The population of the entire Jiangnan district decreased by 30% in an instant. Back then, my parents also died in that conspiracy. You truly have no shame. Gu Wuyan's words were nothing short of a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts as if uncovering some unimaginable past. The dignified leader of the Jiangnan district base actually carried out a massive slaughter of humans back then. And the reason was a food shortage? This is simply unbelievable. Countless eyes simultaneously fell on Zhu Rai. In fact, not many people knew about this matter at the time, mostly those in high positions. Therefore, when the people present heard this, one by one, their gazes toward Zhu Rai turned hostile, and some even glared at him angrily. Back then, some of their parents and family members were also killed by Zhu Rai in this way. Originally, they didn't know the truth and simply thought they had been eaten by zombies. Now they knew, it was all Zhu Rai's conspiracy. In an instant, Zhu Rai felt countless gazes upon him, and his heart trembled. He hadn't expected Gu Wuyan to reveal this matter in front of so many people. If it were under normal circumstances, with his powerful combat strength in hand, he naturally wouldn't fear. Anyone who dared to speak recklessly would be slain. But now it's different. The high-level combat forces have all been eliminated, and the other side has allied with Chen Xian, possessing terrifying strength. Thus, Zhu Rai, whose truth was exposed, had no rebuttal. He stared intently at Gu Wuyan and said with a sense of righteous indignation, "As the leader of the Jiangnan region, I must take responsibility for everyone. If there's not enough food, should I let everyone starve together?" Zhu Rai spoke with certainty. "You must know, the grain supply in the Jiangnan region is insufficient. If a group of people is not sacrificed, then the remaining group will also be unable to survive." Hearing Zhu Rai's explanation, some people lowered their heads. Indeed, if it hadn't been handled that way back then, perhaps the entire Jiangnan region wouldn't have survived. But Gu Wuyan laughed again. "Ridiculous, truly absurd. Zhu Rai, you keep saying there's not enough food, claiming that if those people aren't turned into zombies, the entire Jiangnan region will face a food shortage. Yet, back then, the Long family, the Zhao family, and all the major clans, including you, Zhu Rai, were feasting on top-tier ingredients, living in extravagant luxury. Moreover, I later investigated and found that if all the food from the major families were distributed, everyone in the Jiangnan region could survive. It's just that you are unwilling to harm your own interests." Gu Wuyan's voice was deafening, leaving everyone stunned. Was there enough food back then? It was simply that they were unwilling to distribute it? In an instant, countless gazes refocused on those prominent families in Zhu Rai. Hatred, disappointment, unwillingness. Various thoughts converged here. It must be understood that the majority of their relatives had perished in that conspiracy. Some are their parents, children, as well as relatives and friends, close companions, and even their wives. But now someone tells them that those people could have survived. It's just that Zuri and the major noble families wouldn't let them live. How could they possibly suppress the hatred in their hearts? Hearing these words, Long Zhantian and the others dared not meet the gaze of everyone present. If looks could kill, they would have died 1,000 times over. Zhu Rai was also left speechless. That's right, Gu Wuyan was speaking the truth. The initial food supply was indeed sufficient, but he could not possibly make the major families hand over their grain to aid those ordinary people, nor was he willing to do so himself. Therefore, he could only resort to this desperate measure, allowing some people to get infected and then eliminating them afterward. In this way, not only could the population be reduced, but zombie crystal cores could also be obtained, killing two birds with one stone. Gu Wuyan, you're courting death. Zhu Rai's eyes flickered with unprecedented killing intent. Go, take them both out, he said to the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe nodded, then directly consumed a potion, and his aura instantly surpassed the 6th tier. 6th level ability user. They are among the top tier existences across all of China. This potion was also developed by the Long family, similar to the one Long Yen consumed earlier. It can enhance strength in a short period of time, but the side effects are significant. However, at this critical moment, moment, there's no time to worry about that. Being able to survive is the key. After the black-robed man's supernatural ability broke through the 6th level, his strength underwent a tremendous transformation, with significant improvements in both speed and power. Although he was still suppressed by Qin Xian's absolute domain, his strength had already increased considerably. Prepare to die. After speaking, the man in the black robe made a hand gesture, and then countless forces of curses surged toward the two of them. Gu Wuyan immediately felt a tightness in his chest, and his mind became utterly muddled, as if he were about to lose his sanity. This was the terror of the power of curses, killing invisibly. Just as Gu Wuyan was overwhelmed by the immense power of the curse and was about to collapse, Qin Xian suddenly swung his sword, slashing directly at the black-robed elder. The latter hurriedly dodged, and the movement in his hand immediately stopped. Gu Wuyan opened his eyes somewhat dazedly. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." He was naturally aware of the curse from the man in the black robe just now and knew that Qin Xian had saved him. If Qin Xian didn't intervene, he would probably fall in an instant. Qin Xian smiled faintly and said it was no problem. This old guy does have some strength. Even a 4th-tier expert like Gu Wuyan is somewhat helpless when facing the power of a curse. It's just that this old guy is of no use to him. He let out a cold laugh, his figure flickered, and the extreme frost sword in his hand swept out, sending a streak of icy light straight toward the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was instantly shocked, unleashing the power of the 6th tier in a desperate attempt to fend off the attack. Although Qin Xian's ice dragon ability was still only at the 5th tier, after transforming into a dragon, his strength had increased significantly. Coupled with the use of absolute domain, the black-robed elder's power was greatly diminished. The rise of one and the fall of the other gradually widened the gap between the two. Of course, the so-called gap naturally referred to how much the black-robed elder lagged behind Qin Xian. The terrifying chill directly sent the black-robed elder flying more than 10 meters away. He steadied himself and looked at Qin Xian with a hint of fear. Although he forced his way to the 6th rank using potions, there is no doubt that he truly possesses 6th rank strength. Yet he still can't compare to Qin Xian. How is this possible? You, what exactly is your strength? The old man in the black robe issued a soul-searching question. He truly couldn't figure out what Qin Xian's actual strength was. Why was it so terrifying? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth but did not respond. Why don't you go to hell and ask King Yama about this question? After saying that, Qin Xian put away the extreme cold sword, then used his spatial ability to instantly appear in front of the black-robed elder and delivered a punch. The terrifying force of the punch seemed as if it could tear through space. Boom! The power of the punch was like overturning rivers and seas. The old man in the black robe was directly blasted away. However, Qin Xian had no intention of letting this old guy off so easily. The speed of his spatial ability combined with the dragon wings had already reached the extreme. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the old man in the black robe once again, countless iron fists raining down on him. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes in shock. This is just too brutal, isn't it? Oh my, such a terrifying attack. This punch could probably demolish an entire building. Exactly, it's way too terrifying. The power unleashed by Qin Xian once again conquered everyone. The feeling of every punch landing solidly, leaving the opponent completely powerless to fight back, unable even to block or dodge, forced to take the hits passively. The key was that every punch carried the power of a dragon, a force so immense it was beyond comprehension. No one knew how much time had passed. For the black-robed elder, it felt more like a century. Pain. Extreme pain. That heart-wrenching pain made him wish he could die immediately. Old geezer, I thought you were stronger, but you're just a so-so. Qin Xian grinned, his eyes carrying a hint of recklessness. This old guy does have some strength, quite interesting. The old man in the black robe felt extremely depressed upon hearing this, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Damn! Killing someone and breaking their spirit too? This was indeed Qin Xian's basic tactic, killing and breaking the spirit. However, I do appreciate talent. Your ability is quite interesting. How about joining me? Qin Xian grinned and said slowly. This sudden recruitment, however, left the black-robed old man stunned. What the heck? You were just about to kill me, so why are you suddenly trying to recruit me? Of course, Qin Xian was indeed interested in this old guy's special abilities. Cursed abilities, and SSS-level existence, are very mysterious and can be of great use after evolving to the 9th tier in the future. After all, not everyone is as terrifying as Qin Xian, with an absurdly strong physique and blood energy like a dragon, rendering cursed abilities almost ineffective against him. Are you sure? Even if I'm willing to pledge allegiance to you, do you really trust me? The black-robed elder lay on the ground, gasping heavily, with a hint of longing for life beneath his pitch-black robe. This is not something you need to worry about. Since I dare to take you in, I have ways to control you. Qin Xian's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of interest in his eyes. If it weren't for his soul-capturing ability, he might not have dared to take in this old man. After all, this old man is quite cunning. If he couldn't be fully controlled, Qin Xian would rather get rid of him. However, with the soul-capturing ability in hand, if the opponent surrenders, their life or death is decided in an instant, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing Qin
Xian's words, the black-robed elder's eyes once again revealed a hint of curiosity. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian even possesses such methods to control people. This guy is truly mysterious. From Chen Xian's actions until now, he has used more than one special ability. Ice ability, spatial ability, and even an unknown power ability. Could he even possess an ability to control people's minds? Is this really something a human can possess? It's too terrifying. It's just that he also knew now wasn't the time to think about this. He had to make a decision. Should he side with Chen Xian, or just let himself be taken out by him? After all, Chen Xian wouldn't just let him leave like this. Your ability is quite interesting. Follow me, and one day you'll stand at the pinnacle of the entire world. Chen Xian's calm words once again struck deep into the heart of the black-robed elder. Although he is old, his awakened superpower talent is considered top-notch, and naturally, he also wants to make a name for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Zhu Rai. Now, Chen Xian's abilities and strength make him even more impressed. It is very clear that by following him, he can go further. Moreover, the most important thing is, he didn't want to die. Alright, I agree. From now on, I will follow you. The elder in the black robe raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xian, a hint of calmness flashing in his eyes. That's right, he agreed. From now on, follow Chen Xian. Hearing the words of the black-robed elder, the others were instantly stunned. Zhu Rai was even more dumbfounded. What the heck? Surrendered? Surrendering right in front of me? Do you even take me seriously? Shen Laozan, you dare betray me? Zhu Rai cursed furiously, his eyes filled with rage. Betrayal, blatant betrayal. The elder in the black robe slowly stood up from the ground, his body trembling slightly, blood flowing profusely, but at this moment, he no longer cared about any of it. He looked at Zhu Rai and suddenly burst into laughter. He can give me what I want, can you? Over the years, I have helped you with quite a few dirty jobs. We're even now. With that, the black-robed elder tore off a section of his black robe and casually tossed it aside. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Hearing the black-robed elder's words, Zhu Rai was instantly stunned. Severing ties and breaking bonds? He never expected that it would turn out like this. Chen Xian smiled faintly. You are a smart person. Relax your mind, don't resist. After Chen Xian finished speaking, the black-robed elder was momentarily stunned, then complied. Chen Xian focused his mind and used his soul-capturing ability. In the next moment, the black-robed elder instantly felt as if something had appeared in his mind, something that could control his life and death. There is actually an ability to control souls. It's simply unbelievable. The elder in the black robe thought to himself. Although he had just speculated that Chen Xian probably had some means of controlling people, he hadn't expected it to be an ability to control souls. Counting it all, the abilities Chen Xian had displayed were truly too many. Space, ice, strength, something akin to a curse, and now the ability to control souls. This is simply terrifying. He couldn't help but swallow, his eyes filled with disbelief. Alright, go over there and recover. Chen Xian smiled faintly. The black-robed elder hurriedly bowed in salute. Yes. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction, then directly tossed over a bottle of potion. This potion can help your injuries heal faster, with no side effects. Take it. Looking at the potion casually tossed over by Chen Xian, the black-robed elder was momentarily stunned, and then the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. Potion. Stronger than the potion developed by the Jiangnan region. Amazing, simply incredible. Although it is unclear where Chen Xian came from, the black-robed elder wisely refrained from asking further. As a subordinate, never ask questions you shouldn't. This is the principle. Thank you, master. After speaking, the black-robed elder stood beside Gu Wuyan and began to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Gu Wuyan looked at the black-robed elder in front of him, still feeling somewhat wary. This old guy's strength is truly terrifying. After handling these matters, Chen Xian turned to Zhu Rai and Long Zhantian. Nowadays, almost all the high-level combat forces in the Jiangnan region have been wiped out, leaving only some second-tier and third-tier ability users with average strength posing no real threat. Of course, even at its peak, the Jiangnan region was no threat to Chen Xian. He let out a cold laugh, looking at Zhu Rai and Long Zhantian. You two can rest assured and go to hell. From Wanjian onward, the Jiangnan region has me. Is Chen Xian in the Jiangnan region? Zhu Rai's face showed unwillingness. You will die a horrible death. Long Zhantian cursed angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. However, Chen Xian sneered coldly. Whether I die or not is none of your concern. In any case, the two of you will definitely not die a good death. Oh, by the way, everyone in your Long family, I will make sure to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Chen Xian's words were like those of a demon, and the chilling aura instantly startled Long Zhantian. The entire Long family, not a single one left? Wipe them all out? Isn't that what a demon would do? You. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura growing extremely weak. He never expected that there would be someone as terrifying as Chen Xian, who would wipe out an entire family at the slightest disagreement. Is this something a human could even do? Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to waste words with these two guys. He glanced at Gu Wuyan beside him and said, I'll leave these two to you. The reason for entrusting Gu Wuyan is naturally because Gu Wuyan harbors significant hatred toward
toward Zhu Rai and Long Zhantian. His relatives died because of Zhu Rai's decisions, and it was precisely because the aristocratic families like the Long family were so stingy that they met such a tragic end. The resentment in his heart was almost overflowing. When he heard Qin Xian letting him handle it, waves appeared on Gu Wuyan's calm face, and in an instant he became ecstatic. "Thank you, master." After speaking, he swiftly moved in front of Long Zhantian and threw a punch. How could this old man withstand the power of this punch? He was instantly torn apart, dead beyond any doubt. Afterward, he slowly walked toward Zhu Rai. At this moment, Zhu Rai panicked. Gu Wuyan, don't come any closer. If it weren't for me training you back then, how could you possibly have the strength you do today? Zhu Rai's voice trembled, all the dignity of a district commander gone. All he could think about now was how to survive. Gu Wuyan just sneered coldly. "You deserve to die." With that, he strode up to Zhu Rai, seized him by the throat, and twisted hard, choking the life out of him. Zhu Rai's feet slowly left the ground, and he instantly felt a little breathless. This feeling was truly excruciating. He seemed to see the god of death beckoning to him. "Go to hell." Gu Wuyan's expression was cold as he calmly strangled him to death. Just like that, Zhu Rai, the powerful leader of the Jiangnan district, was dead. Looking at Zhu Rai's lifeless body, Gu Wuyan casually tossed him to the ground. Instantly, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, as if a shackle in his heart had finally been broken. It was the feeling of long-awaited vengeance fulfilled, delightful, truly delightful. It was as if Gu Wuyan's state of mind had broken through some kind of shackle, and he instantly felt relieved. "Thank you, master, for giving me the chance to take revenge." Gu Wuyan walked back to Qin Xian's side and said respectfully. Qin Xian smiled faintly. "It's good that you feel at ease. There will be more important tasks for you to handle in the future. Please rest assured, master, this life of mine belongs to you." Faced with Gu Wuyan's loyalty, Qin Xian was very satisfied. He smiled and nodded. "Well, can you control the city guards and the remaining superhumans?" It should be noted that the vast Jiangnan region naturally has city guards, and there are quite a few of them. "Yes." Gu Wuyan nodded. "In that case, go and subdue these city guards and the remaining superhumans. If anyone disobeys, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Gu Wuyan nodded heavily. "Stupid dog, you go with him. Woof woof." The dog emperor barked a few times upon hearing this, then quickly followed Gu Wuyan. "Zishuan." "Yes, master, I am here. There are still some survivors from the Long and Zhu families. Go, leave no one alive. If you're going to do something, you have to see it through to the end." That was Qin Xian's personal creed. Therefore, the Long and Zhu families had to be exterminated completely. As for Lin Zishuan, she was hardly the type to show mercy. With her handling it, there would be no problems. "Yes, I'll take care of it." With that, Lin Zishuan vanished from sight. Massacres like this, she had grown rather used to them, especially those who commit all kinds of evil. Prominent families like the Long family and the Zhu family have done plenty of dirty deeds, so slaughtering these two families naturally didn't weigh on her conscience. "Brother Chen, what about the two of us?" Li Kai and Zhou Xiong asked with grinning faces. Qin Xian smiled faintly. "Let's go. Follow me to the Jiangnan District's Operations Conference Hall." Hee, alright. The Operations Conference Hall in the Jiangnan District could be described as incredibly luxurious, far larger than that of the Tianqian base. The Combat Conference Hall at this moment was extremely empty. After all, the entire city knew about the great battle that had just erupted. Zhu Rai had died tragically, and the Long family was annihilated. Everyone who had originally been in the conference hall had fled in fear. After all, no one knew what kind of temperament Qin Xian had. If he were to vent his anger on them, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? "You should be quite familiar with this place, right?" Qin Xian spoke. The black-robed elder nodded. The potion he had just taken had healed most of his internal injuries, but the side effects of forcibly enhancing his strength with the potion had yet to subside. He would remain weak for at least a few days. "This is Zhu Rai's office. There are quite a few secrets inside." The old man in the black robe could be said to know Zhu Rai better than anyone else, without exception. After all, for many years, he had played the role of Zhu Rai's shadow. With that, the old man in the black robe stepped forward, gently knocked twice on a section of the wall, and then the wall suddenly opened, revealing a safe in front of everyone. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the old man in the black robe entered a few numbers, and shortly after, the safe opened. Then, he took out a button from it. Under the curious gazes of Qin Xian, Zhou Xiong, and the others, the black-robed elder spoke. "This is a missile launch button, as well as the missile's controller." "Missile launch button?" Qin Xian, upon hearing this, looked over with some curiosity. This thing was well protected by Zhu Rai and had been hidden here all along. After all, missiles are extremely valuable, and if someone else took them, it would be a big problem. "How many missiles does the Jiangnan district currently have?" Qin Xian asked. 5. That's right, only 5 missiles. These things pack quite a punch. Even 7th or 8th tier ability users would find it nearly impossible to escape death if targeted by a missile. A single missile can almost wipe out an entire city. It can truly be called terrifying. Can this thing still be manufactured? Even Qin Xian was very interested in missiles. After all, who wouldn't like a weapon of mass destruction?
Retribution. The elder in the black robe shook his head. There are no missile engineers in the Jiangnan region, but I guess there might be some in Yanjing. Hearing this, Chen Xian gently nodded.
Indeed, this missile is incredibly powerful. Jiangnan district is merely a district. Although there are troops stationed there, it may not necessarily have the foundation for missile production.
But a place like Yanjing is bound to have it.
In other words, Yanjing has the capability for unlimited missile launches. This, for any power, can be said to be an extremely terrifying deterrent. After all, no matter how well you build it, a few missiles launched can destroy everything.
Build my ass.
Moreover, Yanjing definitely doesn't rely on missiles alone. There might be other advanced weapons as well. Therefore, even in the later stages of the apocalypse, all major military regions nominally did not dare to act independently and were all subordinated to the Yanjing district.
However, although missiles are powerful, they are not sufficient when facing 9th level ability users.
Thus, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the deterrent power of missiles was not as strong. But the ability users in the Yanjing district were even more terrifying, so the other districts remained compliant.
However, with Chen Xian here, this lifetime might be uncertain.
Immediately after, with the black-robed elder present, Chen Xian was basically familiar with all the affairs of the Jiangnan region. It must be said, managing such a colossal entity is truly not simple. But Chen Xian naturally wouldn't waste time on this. He plans to give the position of the head of the Jiangnan region to Gu Wuyan, with Zhou Xiong and Li Kai assisting him in management. As for himself, he intends to be a hands-off boss, the behind-the-scenes controller. Sometimes, the figurehead in the spotlight may seem glorious, but they are easily targeted.
Isn't it better to stay in the shadows? Very soon, all the people from the Tianqian base in northern Jiangsu City have moved into the Jiangnan district.
Many of the ability users who were originally slaughtered by Chen Xian were quickly replaced in a short period of time.
Of course, their combat power is naturally somewhat lacking, but this is not a major issue.
Chen Xian had endless resources in his hands, so building a force was very easy for him.
Afterward, the Long family and the Zhu family were completely massacred, leaving no one behind.
A swift and decisive upheaval took place.
Yet no one in the entire Jiangnan region said a word about it. First, they dare not, as Chen Xian's strength has left a deep impression on everyone's hearts. Such a godlike and demon-like existence, who would dare provoke him? Secondly, the crowd harbors mostly resentment toward the Long family, the Zhu family, and other aristocratic clans.
If it weren't for those aristocratic clans, their relatives, friends, and family members wouldn't have been infected by the zombies.
Therefore, the massacre of these two great families not only met with no opposition but even garnered applause and praise from many.
Brother Chen, the entire Long family has been completely slaughtered, but as per your instructions, not a single one of their scientists was harmed. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong reported together. Those scientists were all hired by the Long family at great expense to develop pharmaceuticals. Now, the smooth progress of pharmaceutical research in the Jiangnan region is undoubtedly closely tied to the contributions of the Long family.
The Long family's pharmaceutical research is among the best in all of China. Although Chen Xian's spaceship contains quite a few potions, the Long family's research laboratory is also extremely important.
It can enable the mass production of those potions from Chen Xian's spaceship for use by all the ability users in the Jiangnan region. Of course, the mass-produced potions are naturally meant to be sold.
Let's go, let's take a look together. Chen Xian chuckled softly, stood up, and said, yes.
After speaking, he followed behind Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, heading toward the Longshore Group. The Longshore Group was extremely massive. Even after being rebuilt in the post-apocalyptic era, it still stood 36 stories high and retained a modern atmosphere.
The group took the elevator and went directly to the 35th floor. You should know that within the entire Long Corporation, the 36th floor is the chairman's office, while the 35th floor is the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. It's clear how high-level this research institute is.
At this moment, all the researchers in the Long Corporation's Research Institute were standing nervously in their positions, not daring to move. In just the past few days, it is said that a massive upheaval occurred in the entire Jiangnan region. The Long family was completely massacred, and the leadership of the entire Jiangnan region has changed hands. These researchers have no combat ability and can only serve whoever is in power.
Brother Chen, these are the researchers of the Long Group, Li Kai introduced respectfully.
When Chen Xian and the other two walked in, all the researchers looked over, only to see Chen Xian's ridiculously young and handsome face.
Is this the true future leader of the Jiangnan region? No one dared to speak, each lowering their heads in silence. Who among you is the leader?
As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, an elderly man with graying temples, dressed in a white lab coat, slowly stepped forward.
I am. What is your name? Chen Xian asked.
The old man did not dare to look directly at Chen Xian, as the aura emanating from him was simply too overwhelming. Even though his age could qualify him to be Chen Xian's grandfather, in the face of that terrifying aura, the old man seemed more like a trembling schoolboy.
Wang Mingsheng. Wang Mingsheng is the head of the Long Corporation Research Institute.
Before the apocalypse began, his identity and status were far from ordinary.
He was one of
the top top professors in all of China, especially renowned in the field of biopharmaceuticals, where he was an expert among experts with a distinguished reputation. Even the Long family at the time had to show him respect and dared not offend him.
However, after the apocalypse began, the status of ability users skyrocketed, and researchers like Wang Mingshang, who lacked combat power, naturally lost their standing. But fortunately, the other party's scientific research capabilities were very strong, and they developed a potion to help ability users enhance their strength in a short period of time, thus avoiding elimination. The apocalypse never supports the useless. Only by proving your value can you live like a human being. Otherwise, there is only a dead end. Professor Wang.
Chen Xian walked forward with a smile and patted him on the shoulder.
Wang Mingshang immediately trembled uncontrollably and waved his hands repeatedly.
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Sir, if you have something to say, just say it directly.
I will fully cooperate.
Wang Mingshang was also a smart man who knew how to position himself properly. Chen Xian smiled faintly and then took out a vial of potion from his pocket.
Professor Wang, do you think this potion can be developed and mass-produced? Potion?
Wang Mingshang's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the potion Chen Xian handed over.
The purple liquid seemed to contain infinite energy. What is this? This potion can restore supernatural abilities.
For ability users below Tier 3, consuming the potion can fully restore their abilities within 10 seconds. For ability users above Tier 3 and below Tier 6, consuming it can restore 30% of their abilities within 10 seconds.
Hearing Chen Xian's words, Wang Mingshang was stunned, and everyone present was also shocked. What the hell? This potion can restore the abilities of superhumans? Full recovery for those below Tier 3, and 30% recovery for those below Tier 6? A potion that restores abilities like this is simply unheard of and hard to believe. If it could be mass-produced, the entire Huaxia would probably be shaken to its core. After all, for those with supernatural abilities, their abilities are the most important. If there were a potion that could restore abilities during battle, it would undoubtedly be a rare blessing for those with supernatural powers. Sir, does this potion have any side effects? All potions have side effects. Medicine is 3 parts poison, let alone potions, this is certain. Of course, this potion can only be used once within 24 hours. Gone? That's it. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Wang Mingshang was once again shocked.
Only 1 bottle can be used within 24 hours.
What kind of side effect is this? Not good at all, okay?
It doesn't damage abilities, nor does it cause any other harm.
This is a rare divine artifact for any ability user. That's great.
Please rest assured, my lord, I will do my best to mass-produce the potion as soon as possible. Wang Mingshang said excitedly. As a professor of pharmaceutical research, no one understands the value of these drugs better than him.
It's easy to imagine that if this thing is successfully mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be a fortune that rivals nations.
Chen Xian, upon hearing this, smiled and patted Wang Mingshang on the shoulder. Work hard, as long as I'm here, you won't be treated unfairly. Chen Xian knew that this was a talented individual and naturally needed to be properly won over.
I understand,
Wang Mingshang said excitedly.
Chen Xian nodded and then walked out.
Li Kai and Zhou Xiong also followed closely.
Seeing Chen Xian and the others leave, the institute's tense atmosphere instantly relaxed.
Dozens of other researchers hurriedly gathered around.
Professor Wang, who was that person just now? Yeah, it seems really impressive. I was so scared just now.
Amid the crowd's chatter, Wang Mingshang fixed his gaze on the direction Chen Xian had left and slowly said,
he is the true leader of the Jiangnan region.
Although the head of the Jiangnan region has now become Gu Wuyan. However, only those who witnessed that battle at the time know that the true leader of the Jiangnan region is actually someone else.
It is said to be Qin Xian.
Alright, get to work quickly. Analyze and research this potion as soon as possible, and plan for mass production.
Wang Mingshang's gaze became fiery once again. This potion is not simple at all. I wonder what kind of existence developed it. Yes.
After leaving the research institute, Chen Xian, accompanied by Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and Gu Wuyan, roughly toured the important places in the Jiangnan region. I have to say, the development is indeed quite good, much stronger than in Subei City.
After all, it's a major district, so naturally, it's different.
Chen Xian handed over the management to Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong. After all, these 3 are talented in management, and Chen Xian naturally didn't bother to intervene, as he had more important matters to attend to at the moment.
Pass down the order. I will be in seclusion for a while.
During this time, all matters in the Jiangnan district will be handled by Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong. Shen Laosan, Zishuan, and Dog Emperor, you 3 guard the Jiangnan region well and follow Gu Wuyan's arrangements if anything happens.
That's right. Chen Xian plans to go into seclusion for cultivation.
Currently, his various abilities have reached a bottleneck, and it's time for a breakthrough. Moreover, during this period, he has basically dealt with all the matters in the Jiangnan region, and there are no more hidden dangers.
Therefore, you can retreat and cultivate with peace of mind.
Meanwhile, the external affairs are handled by Gu Wuyan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai. Additionally, with the martial strength of the
the black-robed elder Shen Laosan, Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan, there shouldn't be any major issues. Yes. Hearing that Chen Xian was going to retreat to cultivate his abilities, a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. After all, every time Chen Xian's strength increases, his subordinates naturally benefit as well. If one day Chen Xian becomes the number one in the world, their status will naturally rise along with him. Master, rest assured, I will definitely manage the Jiangnan region well and will not let you down, Gu Wuyan said respectfully. Chen Xian entrusted the management of the Jiangnan region to him, clearly showing his trust. If the Jiangnan region is not managed well, it would mean betraying Chen Xian's trust. Therefore, in any case, during the time Chen Xian is in seclusion for cultivation, he must handle all matters in the Jiangnan region properly. Don't worry, Brother Chen, old Zhou and I will definitely manage everything well. Yes, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai quickly spoke up as well. Chen Xian nodded with a smile. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian glanced at the black-robed elder, Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan, nodded slightly, and then prepared to go into seclusion. Chen Xian's place of seclusion was in an enclosed room. However, in reality, after entering the room, Chen Xian focused his mind and entered the spaceship. Only within the spaceship could Chen Xian be in a state of absolute safety. Even if the outside world launched missile strikes on the entire Jiangnan region or even the whole of Huaxia, Chen Xian would not be in any danger. Maximum security. Now I control 4 major abilities: Ice Dragon ability at level 5, Soul Capturing ability at level 5, Space ability at level 3, and Plundering ability at level 3. To quickly enhance my strength, I need to first upgrade the Ice Dragon ability to level 6, and then improve the Space ability. Chen Xian secretly calculated in his heart. Now, he possessed numerous abilities. However, the ones that greatly enhanced his combat power were the Ice Dragon ability and the Space ability. Although the 5th tier Ice Dragon ability was powerful, breaking through from the 5th tier to the 6th tier was no small change, and the bottleneck had already loosened. Therefore, the fastest way to enhance strength is to first upgrade the 5th tier Ice Dragon ability to the 6th tier, and then improve the spatial ability. Having made up his mind, Chen Xian entered the cultivation chamber and began preparing for cultivation. Here, after settling matters in the Jiangnan district, Chen Xian began his secluded cultivation, leaving everything in the hands of Gu Wuyan and others. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. After all, the Jiangnan region, as one of the 7 major regions of Huaxia, is naturally not a small force, and every word and action will attract countless attention. Now, such a major upheaval has occurred in the Jiangnan region. The leader of a small force actually challenged the Jiangnan region, took down its head and a number of prominent families, and then installed his subordinate as the new leader. This is undoubtedly a major upheaval. What is this supposed to be? Seizing the nest of another? Such actions made the leaders of those major regions particularly uneasy. After all, with Chen Xian acting this way, who knows if someone else might do the same to them one day. Therefore, regarding Chen Xian's actions, the leaders of these major regions were all filled with hostility. Southwest region. This young man named Chen Xian is truly bold, daring to usurp the nest and even taking out Zhu Rai. The Southwest region leader let out a cold snort, his eyes carrying a hint of chill. He didn't have much of a relationship with Zhu Rai, but since they worked together, he naturally had some understanding of him. Now that Zhu Rai was killed by a country bumpkin and the Jiangnan region has become someone else's possession, he naturally felt a sense of the cunning rabbit being killed and the hunting dog being cooked. With the first one, there might be a next one. Leader, what should we do? Beside the leader of the Southwest region, a general frowned and said, for now, don't act. Report this matter to Yanjing and see how Yanjing reacts. He let out a cold snort and spoke. Although he was quite dissatisfied with the matters in the Jiangnan region, and even somewhat worried, he also knew that he couldn't easily intervene in such matters, otherwise, it would be easy to bring trouble upon himself. The other party was in the Jiangnan region, which was still far from his Southwest region, so there wouldn't be any conflict for the time being. He couldn't figure out Chen Xian's strength and had no idea what level the other party was at, but being able to take down a major district definitely meant he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Therefore, passing the ball to the Yanjing district was the most appropriate choice. After all, if the Yanjing district showed no reaction to the actions of the Jiangnan district, then there would be no need for people like them to continue following Yanjing district's orders. In other words, this is actually also a test for the Yanjing region. If the Yanjing region fails to demonstrate strength that convinces countless people, these regions will naturally not obey easily and may very well establish themselves as independent rulers. After all, it is now the apocalypse, and things are vastly different. Who would willingly submit to others? Not only the Southwest region, but the leaders of several other regions are also old foxes, directly kicking the ball to the Yanjing region, each wanting to see how the Yanjing region would handle it. At this moment, Yanjing. The night in Yanjing was still brightly lit, seemingly unchanged by the arrival of the apocalypse. In a certain secluded manner. Mr. Chen, what should we do about the Jiangnan region? All the other regions are inquiring, seemingly trying to probe our actions. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit spoke. The elder referred to as Mr.
Chen was dressed in a tang suit, seated at the head position, his gaze penetrating through the candlelight as if he could see through everything.
He was the ruler of the Yanjing region, Mr. Chen.
Despite his graying temples, he was full of vigor.
The dim candlelight illuminated his face, aged and devoid of any vitality. He gently tapped the dragon-headed cane and said calmly,
"Nothing more than trying to test the strength of my Yanjing district. With the apocalypse upon us, these people probably already harbor disloyal intentions, but they just can't figure out the strength of my Yanjing district. This Jiangnan district incident is a perfect trial balloon for them, a way to test the waters of my Yanjing district."
Hearing Mr. Chen's words, the middle-aged man's face showed a hint of disbelief. "Old Chen, could it be that these guys want to set themselves up as kings? How dare they?"
The apocalypse amplifies human desires infinitely and also gives opportunists endless chances. Old Chen spoke calmly, having long seen through it all. He knew that those guys were far from simple.
"Then, what should we do?"
"What to do?" Elder Chen slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. He looked up toward the window, where the full moon hung high, the night captivating.
"Let the 8 sons of national security make a move. Send them to the Jiangnan region and let those youngsters understand that Yanjing is still the center.
The consequences of disobedience can be very serious." Hearing the 4 words 8 sons of national security, the middle-aged man's expression changed, showing a hint of shock.
"Old Chen, are all 8 of them going?"
"You should know, the strength of the 8 from national security is unparalleled. Each one of them is a top-tier presence in all of Yanjing. Deploying 8 of such elite forces at once is no ordinary move."
"That's right. It's said that the young guy from the Jiangnan region is very strong."
"It's probably not an ordinary mission, so sending all 8 of them together is more secure. Moreover, it's a good opportunity for those major regions to see the strength of Yanjing. Some thoughts that shouldn't exist are best not entertained." Old Chen squinted his eyes and said, "To be honest, sending out the 8 members of national security together wasn't just to deal with Chen Xian, it was more about showcasing the strength of the Yanjing region.
For those harboring disloyal intentions, it's best not to reveal them, or the consequences will be dire."
The middle-aged man naturally understood what Mr. Chen meant, and he nodded respectfully.
"Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will issue the order right away." Go ahead." Mr. Chen nodded calmly and then sat down in his seat.
The middle-aged man left, leaving the spacious room with only him inside. His calm gaze turned to the window, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his expressionless face.
Jiangnan District. Chen Xian, interesting.
The events in the Jiangnan district caused a ripple effect like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves.
Countless ambitious individuals began to emerge. After all, if the Jiangnan region could be replaced, what about the other regions?
Or perhaps, the leaders of other regions also want to establish themselves as kings.
But the only question now is, how will the Yanjing region respond? If the reaction isn't strong, or if they don't care, then it's easy to handle.
But at this moment, the people from the Yanjing district were already on their way.
"Boss Shui, what does the higher-up mean by this? They actually want all 8 of us to move out."
"Even if the Jiangnan district is a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, it probably won't be enough to stop us."
On an armored vehicle,
a handsome man in camouflage clothing said with a cheerful smile. His name is Li Lai, one of the 8 sons of national security, and he is considered a top expert in all of Yanjing. Inside this armored vehicle are the other 7 sons. The 8 of them are the greatest weapon in the hands of national security, possessing absurdly strong abilities and renown throughout the entire Yanjing region. And for this mission, the higher-ups actually dispatched all 8 of them together.
It is indeed somewhat unnecessary.
And the boss Shui mentioned by Li Lai refers to the first among the 8 sons of national security, Shui Yi. Although the 8 sons of national security are all exceptionally capable, Shui Yi before them can be considered the soul of the group.
Not only is he the strongest, but he also possesses decision-making abilities.
When the apocalypse arrived, those major regions one by one started harboring ambitions of becoming kings, developing thoughts they shouldn't have. The reason why the 8 of us were sent out together was not only to eliminate that guy in the Jiangnan region but also to send a warning to other regions, to deter them from having inappropriate thoughts.
"Don't even think about it."
Shui Yi calmly finished speaking, and only then did everyone nod in understanding.
"So that's how it is. No wonder they were sent out together as a group of 8. Boss Shui, it is said that the guy occupying the Jiangnan region is named Chen Xian."
Before the apocalypse began, he was merely a small employee in a company, with no background whatsoever. But to have such strength in just a few months after the apocalypse started is truly suspicious. As for Chen Xian's origins, with a behemoth like the Yanjing region around, information naturally has nowhere to hide. After all, an ordinary person cannot possibly conceal anything in the face of a powerful national apparatus.
"Yes," Shui Yi sighed and then said with a smile.
"It seems that this Chief Chen must have opportunities beyond what ordinary people can imagine."
"That's right.
For an ordinary person to achieve such accomplishments in the apocalypse is very difficult. Now to hold dominion over District 1 with such a prestigious status is even harder." Hearing Shui Yi's words, the other's eyes flickered with a hint of fervor. Opportunities beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
If they were to obtain it, wouldn't their strength advance by leaps and bounds? Hiss. Once this thought arose, it became unstoppable. In an instant, the 8 people inside the armored vehicle had different thoughts. Even Snow Knight, the leader of the National Security 8, was no exception. After all, he also desired the opportunities surrounding Qin Xian. Strength is the foundation of everything. The armored vehicle sped forward, heading in the direction of the Jiangnan district. It's just that the distance from Yanjing to Jiangnan is not short, and even if driving an armored vehicle unafraid of ordinary zombies, it would still take at least 6 or 7 days. Chief Gu, all 13 districts under Jiangnan region have surrendered. Here is the information for each district. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai reported. Jiangnan region consists of 13 cities, known as the Jiangnan 13 Guardians. The two handed over all the information about the major urban areas to Gu Wuyan. The latter's face showed a somewhat helpless smile. Old Zhou, old Li, others might not know, but you two should. The master is the real leader, so let's not address each other like this. Gu Wuyan was well aware that Qin Xian was the true leader of the Jiangnan region, and he was merely a nominal manager. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged a smile. During this period, the relationship among the three had grown increasingly close. After all, they were both Qin Xian's right-hand men, and there was no need for any conflict. Moreover, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai both possess quite impressive strength. With their considerable talent, Gu Wuyan would not look down on them. Old Gu, take a look at this information first. I have an idea. Li Kai spoke. All right. Gu Wuyan glanced briefly at the information. There are 13 cities in Jiangnan, with a total population of approximately 2.53 million, among which there are about 15,000 individuals with special abilities. Each city has several large and small factions, with varying levels of strength. Seeing Gu Wuyan finish reading, Li Kai continued. Although we now control the Jiangnan region, the previous battle caused significant casualties among the special ability users in the region. Only one of the main squads remains, so I believe that we should recruit espers from these urban areas to join the Jiangnan district. That's right. Currently, apart from Qin Xian, the Jiangnan district does not have much top-tier or mid-tier combat power. After all, in that battle back then, Qin Xian eliminated quite a few espers, numbering in the thousands. This has resulted in a significant shortage of espers in the Jiangnan district. Therefore, Li Kai planned to recruit ability users from other urban areas to strengthen the power of the Jiangnan region. The idea is good, but I'm afraid they won't be willing. Gu Wuyan hesitated slightly. After all, those individuals are top-tier combat forces within their respective factions, and some are even the leaders of major powers. If you come to the Jiangnan region, you have to start from scratch. For most people, they'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Who would willingly lower themselves for no reason? Therefore, this method is good, but the vast majority of people probably wouldn't be willing. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged a smile, then continued. We have both considered this issue, and the best solution is to offer substantial benefits, such as the fact that my Jiangnan district's pharmaceutical research is far ahead, along with various perks. That's right. The best approach is naturally to entice people with benefits. When the price offered is high enough, those people will naturally be tempted. And this price naturally includes the pharmaceuticals from the Jiangnan district, as well as other perks, which are not available in other districts. With these things around, those with special abilities won't be able to resist. After all, who wouldn't want to enhance their strength? Gu Wuyan heard this, pondered for a moment, then nodded and affirmed. That makes sense, it's feasible, let's do it this way. Okay. On this side, the three finalized their plan, setting a clear goal for the future development direction of the Jiangnan region. On the other side, Qin Xian's cultivation aboard the spaceship was also very successful. The time flow rate inside the cultivation chamber was twice that of the outside world, meaning that while 1 day passed outside, 2 days passed inside the chamber. With the time acceleration, combined with the assistance of potions in the combat chamber, Qin Xian's strength improved rapidly. In just a few days, the Ice Dragon ability was already on the verge of breaking through to the 6th tier. Once the Ice Dragon's abilities are elevated to the 6th tier, Qin Xian's strength will inevitably experience a massive surge. The Jiangnan region has a very swift working style. As the discussion among Gu Wuyan and the other two concluded, a notice was quickly issued from the Jiangnan region, and all major forces across the 13 cities received this notification from Jiangnan. For a time, the entire Jiangnan was abuzz with discussion, because the content of this notice is very simple. Rebuilding 9 squads in the Jiangnan district, recruiting ability users. Any ability user willing to join the Jiangnan district may come forward. Based on the evaluation of their talents and strength, they can join various squads in the Jiangnan district. Those with outstanding strength may become squad leaders. At the same time, the squads in the Jiangnan district are granted enforcement authority. By completing tasks issued by the district, they can earn points, which can be exchanged in the Jiangnan district for potions, weapons, real estate, and various other items. With the issuance of this notice from the Jiangnan district, countless factions were stirred, and a gleam of excitement flashed in the eyes of some powerful individuals. Nothing else, it
simply because the allure offered by the Jiangnan region is too great, especially for those strong individuals who have clear confidence in their own abilities.
You must know, the Jiangnan region is rebuilding 9 squads, and the power of the squad leaders is astonishingly immense. Looking across the entire Jiangnan region, the leaders of these 9 squads can be considered high-ranking officials, possessing law enforcement authority.
As long as they wish, they can freely handle any force within these 13 cities. Not only that, but the potions launched by the Jiangnan region are also quite appealing. Although people don't really understand what those things are, the effects of some potions are clearly stated: enhancing strength, restoring abilities, healing injuries.
The dazzling array of various potions naturally tempts quite a few people.
Of course, there are also some top-notch weapons. In today's apocalyptic world, firearms have already fallen out of mainstream use.
Cold weapons have returned to their peak.
Some of the top-tier weapons are even made from premium alloys, boasting incredible hardness. Their cost is exorbitant, and they are often unavailable even if one can afford them. After all, having an exceptional weapon in hand is a life-saving asset for anyone.
Therefore, when these dazzling things were released in the Jiangnan region, countless people were tempted, including even some leaders of various forces.
Jiangnan region, Shi City. Wang Xiang, you wouldn't be tempted too, would you? You are the leader of Yuanhao Base, one of the top experts in our Shi City, and even you are tempted? Wang Xiang is the leader of the Yuanhao Base in Shishir, holding a prestigious position.
The Yuanhao Base is one of the 3 major forces in Shishir.
The 3 major forces are evenly matched, forming a tripartite balance, and jointly ruling over the entire Shishir. The 2 people in front of Wang Xiang are the leaders of the other 2 major forces in Shishir. A woman dressed in a red leather jacket and black leather pants, Lin Huofeng. The other is a scar-faced man wearing a black jacket named Zhang Zhouyuan. These 3 are all at the peak of the 3rd tier in strength, and together they control the entire Shi City.
Hearing the 2 speak, Wang Xiang did not hide anything and gently nodded. That's right, I do have this plan. Hearing Wang Xiang's affirmative answer, Lin Huofeng and Zhang Zhouyuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep disbelief.
Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In Shi City, you control one of the 3 major forces, and in the Yuanhao Base, your every word and action can determine the life and death of over 30,000 people.
But if you go to the Jiangnan district, it might not be the same.
There are quite a few people above you, Lin Huofeng said seriously.
In fact, the reason she didn't want to go to the Jiangnan region was precisely because of this.
After all, once you've been the boss for a long time, no one wants to be second in command. What's more, if she went to the Jiangnan region, she might not even secure the position of 8th or 9th, let alone 2nd.
Then what's the point of going?
Might as well stay in Shi City.
At least here, you can still act like a king and dominate. How satisfying is that? It's not just Lin Huofeng. Zhang Zhouyuan thought the same way.
Of course, he acted accordingly, with no intention of heading to the Jiangnan district. But Wang Xiang shook his head.
The account isn't calculated this way. You two make a lot of sense.
If I stay in Shishir, I am still the master of the base, controlling the lives of tens of thousands of people.
If I go to the Jiangnan district, my future is uncertain.
Seeing Wang Xiang say this, the 2 immediately showed smiles on their faces.
That's right, that's the way to think about it. What's so necessary about going to the Jiangnan region? Isn't staying in Shi City and being a local overlord more appealing?
However, Wang Xiang suddenly changed his tone and continued.
But Shi City is ultimately too small.
Staying here would limit my future achievements. I might be able to reach higher levels, but it would take much longer, and my perspective would remain narrow.
But it's different in the Jiangnan district.
I can meet more strong individuals and see more advanced technology, which will give me the ambition to climb higher. I'm still young and don't want to just muddle through life like this.
I want to go out and see the world. Wang Xiang's words were very calm, but within that calmness was a hint of undeniable determination. That's right, the Jiangnan district is very intimidating to them, but he really wants to see how big the outside world is. In other words, he wants to improve.
Wang Xiang's words struck Lin Huofeng and Zhang Zhouyuan, causing both to lower their heads in contemplation.
And also, Wang Xiang continued, you two should still remember that woman from a few days ago, right?
With just 1 person and 1 sword, she made the entire Shi City bow in submission.
Such strength is truly terrifying.
The woman he was referring to was naturally Lin Zishuan.
Some time ago, although Chen Xian had taken over the Jiangnan region, the surrounding major districts were somewhat dissatisfied.
After all, Chen Xian rose to power by stepping over others' corpses, and his actions naturally caused some people to harbor disloyalty. However, the actions of Lin Zishuan, Dog Emperor, and Old Shen III completely shattered the ambitions of the major forces in the urban area. They finally realized that there is always someone stronger, and there are always greater heights. From then on, they held a deeper sense of reverence for the Jiangnan region. Therefore, when Wang Xiang mentioned Lin Zishuan, Lin Huofeng, and Zhang Zhouyuan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a sense of fear toward Lin Zishuan and dread for the Jiangnan region.
That woman is truly terrifying.
Such strength leaves people with no will to resist.
I understand, so you've already made up your mind.
Lin Huofeng
took a deep breath and said. Wang Xiang nodded. Yes. What about those subordinates at your base?
Zhang Zhouyuan, who was beside him, pressed further.
Wang Xiang chuckled softly and said, if there are any ability users willing to follow me, I naturally welcome them. If not, you can go to either of you two. As for the territory under my command, it will be handed over to you two.
Hearing Wang Xiang's words, the two were once again shocked.
Is this real? Such a vast territory and a base with tens of thousands of people, just abandoned like that? Isn't that a bit too resolute? Lin Huofeng and Zhang Zhouyuan exchanged a glance. Thank you, then we wish you success.
Wang Xiang chuckled softly upon hearing this, his gaze calmly fixed on the two, while secretly thinking to himself, I hope the two of you won't end up regretting this and crying bitterly in the future.
Everyone has their own aspirations, and this cannot be forced.
For Lin Huofeng and Zhang Zhouyuan, the two cling to their small corner, unable to let go of their power and status.
Although it may seem infinitely glorious, in reality, it lacks foresight.
Having made up his mind, Wang Xiang bid farewell to the two and returned to the base to prepare. This time, heading to the Jiangnan region, he had already thought it through. He must take some of his elite ability users with him. In the future, with these subordinates in the Jiangnan region, he would be able to establish himself quickly.
For the position of captain of the Jiangnan district, he was determined to win it. Jiangnan district, here I come,
Wang Xiang murmured to himself.
On the other side, the other cities under the Jiangnan district also became lively, as countless superhumans headed toward the Jiangnan district. The entire Jiangnan region was bustling with activity. 3 days later, countless superhumans rushed in from various districts, all aiming to join the Jiangnan region.
These superhumans varied in strength, but to travel long distances from various forces, they must possess some level of power. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by zombies before even making it.
Old Gu, most of the ability users have arrived.
The number of people who came is quite significant, with a total of 1,321 ability users. The two of them hadn't expected the results to be this good.
Li Kai and Zhou Xiong said with a smile.
The number of ability users who came from various districts of Jiangnan to this place reached over 1,300, including some with quite impressive talents and strength. If these people could be absorbed into the Jiangnan region, it would significantly enhance the region's strength.
Alright, we need to rebuild the 9 squads anyway, so let's select from these people.
With that, the three of them began to take action.
No problem.
At this moment, Jiangnan district. The ability users who entered the area looked around, their eyes filled with a hint of excitement. Because the Jiangnan district was far more upscale than their base, it seemed like a modern metropolis, as if it had never suffered the ravages of the apocalypse. Boss, this Jiangnan district is way too luxurious, and there are so many beauties here.
Li Yuan, the deputy leader under Wang Xiang, said with a cheeky grin. When Wang Xiang decided to come to the Jiangnan district, he followed without hesitation.
He was accompanied by 31 ability users from the Yuanhao base, all of whom were quite strong.
Wang Xiang also smiled and nodded. Not bad, truly worthy of being the Jiangnan district.
As for the Jiangnan district before him, Wang Xiang grew increasingly satisfied, convinced in his heart that his choice was correct.
The squad selection is ahead, go register first. Everyone headed toward the direction of the squad selection. Yes.
At this moment, the city was bustling with noise, countless superhumans harboring all sorts of thoughts. At noon, countless superhumans gathered in the urban village. At this moment, there were 9 massive arenas in front of everyone. Standing in front of the arenas were Gu Woyan, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and others.
These were the elite under Qin Xian, each possessing extraordinary strength. In order to give these foreign ability users a show of force, everyone unhesitatingly released their own aura. Especially Lin Zixuan and Shen Laosan. The aura emanating from the two was terrifying.
The former exuded a murderous intent that shook the heavens, while the latter's sinister aura made people tremble. Countless ability users had fear written in their eyes, especially those with slightly weaker powers, who could barely stand steady. Even third-tier peak ability users like Wang Xiang were deeply shaken when faced with such terrifying presences. This is his first time facing so many powerful individuals. Every single one of them here could kill him effortlessly.
Is this the foundation of the Jiangnan region?
It truly is terrifying to the extreme.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Jiangnan district. I am Gu Woyan, the head of the Jiangnan district. Gu Woyan said loudly.
Although internally, everyone knew that Chen Xian was the true leader, externally, Gu Woyan took on the role of attracting attention, thus declaring himself as the head.
Immediately after, Gu Woyan continued. Everyone's eyes turned over in unison. Today is the day for the Jiangnan district to reorganize its 9 squads, and the captains of these 9 squads will be selected today.
All ability users of Tier 2 and above are eligible to participate in the selection. Afterward, Gu Woyan announced the monthly benefits for captain-level ability users, as well as the benefits for vice-captain and team member levels, instantly making countless ability users' eyes light up. These benefits are simply irresistible.
Wang Xiang couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes full of longing.
The captain level was something he was determined to achieve. However, he also
also knew that staying would require giving it his all. Immediately after, countless people rushed in to register frantically. All ability users of level 2 or above may register to participate. This is also a form of selection, as the over 1,000 ability users present varying quality. Those with insufficient strength or talent naturally cannot join the 9 squads. Before long, registration concluded. A total of 673 ability users of level 2 or above will participate in the competition. That's right, more than half of the ability users who came here are at least at the 2nd tier or above. Among these 673 people, 2nd tier ability users make up the vast majority. The number of 3rd tier ability users is only 43. As for 4th tier ability users, there is one, but only one. The rules of the competition are very simple. Draw lots, then divide into 9 groups. The ones who remain on the 9 stages until the end will become the captains of the 9 teams in the Jiangnan region. Li Kai announced the competition rules, which were straightforward and based on the determination of strength. Everyone was already aware. Immediately after, the competition began. Gu Wuyan and the others sat above, watching the competition with great interest, enjoying the lively scene while also searching for talented ability users. Oldly, take a look at that one. Not bad, huh? 3rd tier peak strength. TSK. They might actually have a shot at competing for the captain's position. However, Li Kai chuckled and shook his head. Zhou Xiong said with a smile, if it were in another group, it might really be possible. But in their group, there's someone with a 4th tier ability, whose strength is no less than yours or mine. That's true, this guy's luck isn't very good. Zhou Xiong nodded, feeling a bit sorry for him. This 4th tier ability user had long been under everyone's watch. After all, a 4th tier level of strength is considered quite formidable in the entire Jiangnan region. This guy's name is Lan Qinglin, from the Firewolf Gang, the largest force in Kun City. He is the leader of the Firewolf Gang and possesses an SS level ability, the Blazing Flame Wolf King. It belongs to the beast type abilities but can also control the power of fire, making it quite formidable. This person is quite ambitious. This time, he came to the Jiangnan district with the intention of making a name for himself. 2/3 of the Firewolf Gang's ability users came alone. The battle lasted until the afternoon before it finally ended. On the 9 arenas, one person stood on each. These 9 individuals are the ones who stood until the very end, each possessing at least peak 3rd tier strength, having fought their way through countless ability users. Wang Xiang was among them. He stood on the arena, looking down below, his eyes filled with boundless pride and ambition. He did it! Really became the captain of the Jiangnan district. Among the 9 squads, there will be a place for him in the future. Starting today, he will begin to make a name for himself across the entire Huaxia. The apocalypse, for those with ambition or drive, is the best soil, a catalyst for their growth. I announced that Lan Qinglin, Wang Xiang, Zhang Yuanqing, Nangong Sun, Liao, Sun Shuai, Li Hani, Wang Jingzhong, and Zhang Chong have stood out and become the first in their respective groups. These 9 individuals will be the captains of the 9 squads in our Jiangnan region. Gu Wuyan's voice echoed, and the eyes of countless people below were filled with intense envy. Those pairs of eyes were fixed tightly on the people on the stage. It's absolutely false to say there's no envy. After all, the conditions offered by the Jiangnan district are too generous, especially for those at the captain level. Potions, weapons, houses, and cars are all prioritized, and even beauties at the level of female celebrities are readily available. It can be said that becoming a squad captain in the Jiangnan district is like reaching the pinnacle in one step for many. Below, some ability users had a hint of defiance in their eyes, especially the 2 3rd-tier ability users in Lan Qinglin's group. If it weren't for encountering Lan Qinglin, a 4th-tier ability user, there might have been a spot for them on the stage. They can only blame their terrible luck for running into the only 4th-tier ability user. What a mess! They were already cursing inwardly. Just when everyone thought it was over, a voice suddenly came through. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Wait a moment. The speaker was the only 4th-level ability user on the stage, Lan Qinglin. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gu Weiyan spoke. Lan Qinglin nodded, then sneered and said, I've heard that the Jiangnan region is full of experts. I would like to seek some guidance. I wonder if anyone is willing to enlighten me. Lan Qinglin's voice instantly reached the ears of everyone present. Challenging the Jiangnan region's crowd? What the heck? This person's courage is truly extraordinary. Oh, it sounds like you're quite unconvinced. Li Kai let out a cold laugh and said calmly, Of course, in the apocalypse, the position of leader should belong to the strong. Your strength is just so why should I only be a squad leader? Lan Qinglin said grimly. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison once again. This person really has quite the audacity. But amidst their shock, they also wanted to see just how strong the Jiangnan region truly was. Interesting, truly interesting. Gu Weiyan chuckled, then calmly looked at Lan Qinglin and said, How about this? With so many of us here, you can pick anyone you like. If you win, you'll take their place. But if you lose and can't beat even one, then you'd better behave yourself. Lan Qinglin readily agreed, his eyes showing a hint of eagerness. No problem. Pick anyone. One-on-one. Where can you find such a good deal. If he wins, a mere squad leader position won't be enough to satisfy him. He might even aim for the position of the head of the Jiangnan district. Someone like him only values strength. If you want to make him submit, you have to utterly crush him with strength, make him feel fear and dread. In that case, let's have your dog go first. Challenging the dog emperor right off the bat? What the heck? You're cranking the difficulty to the max. You should know, the dog emperor's strength is top-notch. With cultivation at the peak of the 4th tier, his power is second only to Shen Laosan and Gu Wuyan. But this point was naturally beyond the understanding of Lan Qinglin and the group of ability users. In everyone's eyes, no matter how strong dog emperor was, it was still just a dog. And for a dog to actually hold a high-ranking position in the Jiangnan district, it was simply a joke. Lan Qinglin chose to challenge dog emperor first because he believed that challenges should start with the simple ones and then move on to the difficult ones. This silly dog doesn't look very smart, it can't be very strong. If I can defeat it and take its place, even if I fail the subsequent challenges, at least I can secure a high-ranking position. Dog, you are truly a dog. I have to say, Lan Qinglin's sneaky moves are truly dog-like. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong dog. If it were another dog, it definitely wouldn't be his match, but what he's facing is the dog emperor, the king among dogs. The dog emperor let out a mocking bark. Immediately after, the dog emperor strode to the center of the ring with an air of indifference, and countless eyes were fixed on the man and the dog. Lan Qinglin's eyes were filled with confidence. Who would have thought that even a dog could become a senior executive in the Jiangnan region? Could it be that the Jiangnan region has run out of capable people? Lan Qinglin grinned, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Immediately after, he waved at dog emperor. Stupid dog, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll let you make the first move. With that, he confidently placed his hands behind his back, looking every bit like a master. Hearing this, the dog emperor's canine eyes instantly filled with uncontrollable rage. This guy actually dared to call it a stupid dog. In dog emperor's heart, only his master can scold him. Outrageous. No one else is allowed. Dog emperor barked once, and immediately, its body vanished from the spot, heading straight for Lan Qinglin. Lin Zixuan stood in place watching the battle, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Having spent so much time with dog emperor, she knew all too well that dog emperor was angry. And it was extreme anger. Clearly, that guy was going to be in trouble. How interesting indeed. In an instant, the entire sky was suddenly filled with rumbling thunder, countless divine purple lightning bolts spreading across the heavens. Boom! Is this dog's superpower? Lan Qinglin was dumbfounded, and countless superpowered individuals below were also stunned. They never expected a dog to possess superpowers, and such an outrageous one at that, with strength beyond belief. In an instant, a thunderous force of 10,000 bolts of lightning came crashing down, heading straight for Lan Qinglin. The latter clearly wanted to escape, but with the density and speed of the lightning, there was nowhere for him to run. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. Lan Qinglin gritted his teeth and instantly unleashed the Flame Wolf King ability. However, just at the moment he unleashed his power, the purple heaven divine thunder instantly descended, directly shattering his ability. The battle was over before it even began. With just one move, Lan Qinglin, a 4th tier ability user, was utterly defeated. He was left completely powerless to resist. This is just too outrageous, isn't it? Everyone looked completely dumbfounded. It's just a dog, how could it be this terrifying? If it weren't for everyone knowing Lan Qinglin's background, they might have thought today's events were just an act. My goodness, this dog is terrifying. Exactly, its terrifying superpower is something I can't even resist. Yeah, the power of its ability is simply outrageous. Below, countless ability users exchanged glances and discussed among themselves, all shocked by the strength of the dog emperor. At this moment, Lan Qinglin was as black as charcoal, with lightning power flickering all over his body, looking extremely battered. I don't understand. I really don't understand. I clearly chose the weakest dog. How could it possibly be this strong? Even a dog is this powerful, what about the others? Wouldn't they be even more terrifying? Lan Qinglin couldn't believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. How is this possible? Gu Wuyan chuckled softly. Are you convinced? I'm not convinced. I want to continue the challenge. Lan Qinglin stiffened his neck and continued speaking. Continue the challenge? Sure. Then give him this chance. Which one do you want to challenge? That one, yes. Stop looking around. It's you, old man. Don't think wearing a black robe makes you look impressive. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on how to behave. Lan Qinglin pointed at Shen Laosan and spoke with absolute certainty, his eyes filled with confidence. Just an old guy, wearing a black robe to look intimidating. Who are you trying to fool? Lan Qinglin guessed that this kind of posturing definitely didn't amount to much. So, at this moment, he was brimming with confidence. When Shen Laosan heard this, his expression turned a bit strange. Was this guy just talking to him? Lin Zixuan and the others were also a bit dumbfounded. What's the deal with this guy? Is he out of his mind? Who is Shen Laosan? In the entire Jiangnan region, apart from Chen Xian, he is undoubtedly the strongest presence. Moreover, his mastery of curse abilities is so formidable that even someone like Lin Zixuan wouldn't dare to confront him easily. After all, dealing with him won't end well. If he casts some kind of curse, it would be disastrous.
When they saw Lan Qinglin actually challenging Shen Laosan, whether it was Lin Zixuan or Gu Woyan, everyone had a bewildered expression on their faces.
Therefore, kid, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you want to challenge me?
Shen Laosan said calmly. However, Lan Qinglin, upon hearing this, thought that Shen Laosan was scared.
He let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain.
Old man, if you're scared, just admit your mistake to me, and I might let you go.
Scared? Admit a mistake? Let me go? Alright, good boy, you've got guts. Even Shen Laosan couldn't help but laugh in anger.
He slowly stepped forward, taking one step to instantly appear in front of Lan Qinglin.
He patted the dog emperor's body, signaling it to retreat.
The dog emperor barked once, then took a few steps back, confidently leaving Lan Qinglin to Shen Laosan. After all, dog emperor was well aware of Shen Laosan's strength.
Old man, don't blame me for bullying you. How about this? I'll let you make the first move.
Lan Qinglin patted the dust off his body, still carrying a faint burnt smell. Although he looked a bit disheveled, he was, after all, a fourth-tier ability user and couldn't let others look down on him. The corners of Shen Laosan's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of a sinister smile.
Oh, interesting. This guy really needs to be taught a lesson.
He didn't hold back either, letting out a cold laugh as his fingers instantly formed a gesture. Immediately after, Lan Qinglin's heart tightened abruptly, suddenly feeling as if he was being controlled by something.
Go!
His body started moving involuntarily. His hand uncontrollably lifted and then slapped heavily on his own face. A loud sound echoed, and with that slap, his right cheek immediately turned red and swollen. It was clear how much force was used.
Smack! However, this was just the beginning.
A series of continuous slapping sounds followed as Lan Qinglin kept slapping himself.
This bizarre scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. Smack! Smack! What the heck is this? Slapping oneself out of nowhere? Isn't this too outrageous? My goodness, could this be the method of that black-robed elder? It's terrifying. Yeah, even someone like Lan Qinglin, a fourth-tier ability user, was completely overpowered without any resistance. I'm afraid we wouldn't stand a chance either. Everyone looked at the scene before them, their eyes filled with fear. That's terrifying. A dog, an old man in a black robe. The strength they displayed struck terror into countless hearts.
Before long, Lan Qinglin's face was swollen beyond recognition, almost turning into a pig's head. The power of the curse dissipated, and he regained control of his own body. However, this time, Lan Qinglin looked at Shen Laosan with a hint of fear in his eyes. What kind of method is this, to actually control me? Lan Qinglin's face was full of shock. He couldn't imagine why this would happen, but Shen Laosan couldn't be bothered to explain to him. With a light chuckle, a chilling laugh echoed from beneath the black robe. What, still want to continue? Just the simple sound made countless people tremble. Lan Qinglin shuddered and then decisively shook his head. No more. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He kept shaking his head, and the confidence in his eyes was completely gone. The successive blows also made him start to doubt himself, but more than that, it was fear of the Jiangnan region. This is freaking terrifying. A real dragon's den and tiger's lair. But in the blink of an eye, Lan Qinglin felt a surge of excitement, because in such an environment, his strength would only grow stronger. Lan Qinglin is not the only one with such thoughts, whether it's Wang Xiang on the stage or other ability users who can remain in the Jiangnan region. Their hearts at this moment are filled with anticipation and fervor. One day, sooner or later, they also want to become such top-tier powerhouses. They have this confidence. Gu Wuyan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai exchanged glances and smiled at each other. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the 9 people on the stage. From now on, these 9 people will be the core combat force of the Jiangnan region. If they are well trained in the future, their strength will definitely not be inferior. After all, these individuals are the most talented and capable people from the 13 districts of Jiangnan. In the future, they will not be any worse than those in Yanjing. Even with Qin Xian here, it might just be a matter of time before the Jiangnan region surpasses Yanjing. Since that's the case, from now on, the 9 of you will be the captains of the 9 squads in the Jiangnan region. The rise of the Jiangnan region is inseparably linked to you. As Gu Wuyan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. An armored vehicle rammed through the gates of the Jiangnan region and sped rapidly toward this place, with a deafening hum reverberating throughout the entire city. However, at this moment, before long, an armored vehicle came into everyone's view. Everyone's eyes burned as they looked in the direction of the armored vehicle, their gazes filled with disbelief. What is this? Why would an armored vehicle suddenly appear in the city? Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and others also looked at each other, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Gu Wuyan spoke up to inquire, "What's going on?" Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were equally bewildered, shaking their heads in unison, unclear about the situation. As for Lin Zixuan, Shen Laosan, and others, they also had had no idea what had happened. At that moment, the door of the armored vehicle suddenly opened. Immediately after, 8 young men and women filed out one after another. These 8 people were dressed differently, but they all shared one common trait: confidence. Their youthful faces were brimming with the word confidence. It was as if they hadn't come to a perilous place like the Jiangnan region, but rather to a backyard garden, strolling leisurely. Yet the sense of oppression brought by these 8 people was not diminished in the slightest. That imposing aura instantly filled the hearts of everyone present with awe. Who are you, and what is your purpose in coming to my Jiangnan region? Gu Wuyan was the first to speak. He couldn't quite figure out the origins of these people, so he took the initiative to speak. Gu Wuyan, former captain of Team 3 in the Jiangnan district. Not long ago, you were ordered to besiege the Tianxian base but defected and joined Tianxian base's leader, Chen Xian. Subsequently, with his support, you assumed the position of Jiangnan district's leader. Though a leader in name, you are merely a pawn. Am I correct? The calm voice passed through everyone's ears, clear and distinct. Gu Wuyan's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. Who exactly are these people in front of him? They even managed to investigate the events from not long ago in such detail. Their intelligence work is truly terrifying. Immediately afterward, the leading man grinned, his eyes exuding a hint of unrestrained ruthlessness. Yanjing District, one of the 8 sons of national security, Shui Yi. Let me introduce myself. After he finished speaking, the people behind him spoke in unison. Yanjing District, one of the 8 sons of national security, Li Lai. Yanjing Region, one of the 8 sons of national security, Zhang Huairan. After the 8 introduced themselves, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Yanjing Region? 8 sons of national security? No way, has Yanjing actually made a move? And they directly deployed the Goan 8 sons, such a national weapon. You must know, the Goan 8 sons are the top-notch weapon of the Yanjing region. Each of them possesses terrifying strength and extraordinary talent, truly outstanding individuals. The strength of the Goan 8 sons is undoubtedly in the top tier across all of China. Such an existence, dispatching even one would be a major event, let alone dispatching 8. If this were to spread, it would probably leave countless people utterly shocked. Gu Wuyan suddenly had a foreboding feeling in his heart. He hadn't expected that the events in the Jiangnan region would attract the attention of the Yanjing side, and they even specifically sent the 8 sons of national security. This indicates that Yanjing's approach to handling the Jiangnan region is quite resolute. What does this indicate? It seems this time the trouble is not small. Shen Laosan squinted his eyes even more. With his strength, he could naturally see that these 8 individuals were not ordinary, which is why he felt a bit uneasy inside. So, people from Yanjing have come. May I ask what brings you to my Jiangnan region? Gu Wuyan spoke calmly. He knew that at this moment he absolutely couldn't panic or lose his composure. Li Lai sneered coldly without any courtesy upon hearing this. You don't know why we're here? You killed Zura, didn't you? How dare you occupy someone else's nest? Have you even looked at yourself? Do you have the lineage for that? There are only a few major regions in the entire Huaxia. Does someone with such a humble background have the qualifications to occupy one of them? A being of this level dares to meddle without that lineage? Simply outrageous. However, upon hearing Li Lai's words, Gu Wuyan's expression instantly turned cold. He was aware of the terror of the Yanjing region, but that didn't mean he was afraid. What's more, the sarcasm in the other party's words was truly hard to accept. That sense of superiority was extremely off-putting. What are you? Aren't you just a lackey for those aristocrats? Do you really think you're someone important? Li Kai sneered and said disdainfully. These words directly struck Li Lai's heart. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a lackey for those dignitaries. That's right. What about the 8 sons of national security? Still a servant. Do you really see yourself as the master? Hearing Li Kai's words, Li Lai's expression immediately changed, and the other 7 members of the Goan 8 also looked displeased. Joke. That's right. Li Kai's words indeed struck straight to the heart. Damn brat, today you'll pay for your words. With that, a pitch-black gleam flashed in Li Lai's eyes, and immediately, a terrifying force of black flames shot out from his gaze at a speed so fast that Li Kai had no chance to dodge. The dense power of the flames carried a corrosive effect, scorching the surrounding air with its pitch-black intensity. Just as Li Kai was unable to evade, Shen Laosan behind him acted swiftly, unleashing the full force of his curse. His curse power was still far inferior to this flame power in terms of combat effectiveness. However, as a result, the pitch-black flame broke through Shen Laosan's curse power and headed straight for Li Kai. Fortunately, with Shen Laosan blocking it, Li Kai managed to react in time, surrounding himself with countless metal elements to form a protective barrier. However, under the attack of this flame power, the metals didn't last even a second before being instantly melted into liquid. The terrifying power of the flames was about to engulf Li Kai's body. Boom! The latter was pushed back several meters by the force of the flames, his body blackened like charcoal, with drops of blood dripping down, exuding an indescribable aura. Defeated. With just one move, he was defeated without any resistance. Such power, it's terrifying. Li Kai coughed twice, blood spurting from his throat. He looked absolutely
absolutely wretched. Brat, let this be a lesson for you. Useless trash. Li Lai spat disdainfully, his words full of contempt. However, that kind of unrestrained arrogance indeed left people helpless, because the other party truly had the strength to back it up. After all, someone like Li Kai, a 4th-tier ability user, was unmatched even among the top figures in the Jiangnan region, let alone others. Moreover, even old Shen's attempt to intervene just now failed to stop that guy. It is imaginable how strong the other party is. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the Jiangnan region turned grim, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, especially Li Kai, who, despite being extremely angry, found himself helpless against the other party. This time, it seems it won't be simple. I just spent 6 or 7 hours on a high-speed train today, and I'm too exhausted. Are these the useless people recruited by your Jiangnan region? Ha, it really is a meeting of useless people. Li Lai glanced at the 9 people on the stage, a hint of disdain in his eyes. After all, the strongest among them was only a 4th-tier ability user, while the remaining 8 were at the 3rd tier. In his eyes, they weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes, so how could he take them seriously? Faced with Li Lai's mockery, everyone felt a burning shame on their faces, but no one dared to make a move. They could only suppress their frustration in their hearts. At this moment, Shui Yi, the leader of the Goan 8, slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Although he did not use any supernatural abilities, just this calm glance was enough to strike fear into countless ability users, making them instinctively avoid eye contact. I'll give you all one chance. Leave here now. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, this place will be your grave today. After speaking, Shui Yi's entire aura suddenly condensed, and a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. That aura was enough to make one's blood run cold. Such formidable strength. Even someone as powerful as Shen Laosan, a 5th-level ability user, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This person's strength is so powerful. Those ability users, upon hearing Shui Yi's words and sensing the sharp aura emanating from the other party, had already begun to retreat in their hearts, especially since these ability users were not from the Jiangnan region but from the 13 districts under its jurisdiction, with some even being leaders of their own factions. They naturally had no desire to court death. As a result, in just a few seconds, quite a few ability users had fled. One after another ran behind Goen Batzi and the others, indicating a clear division from the Jiangnan region. More and more people ran. Even the 9 winners on stage had mostly left, leaving only 4 people, less than half the original number. What surprised Gu Wuyan and the others was that Lan Qinglin, who had just been defeated, was still on the stage and hadn't left. This guy is truly a bit unexpected. Looking at the mere 20 or 30 scattered survivors before them, the 8 sons of national security all wore mocking expressions. Is that all? That's right, just that. In their eyes, these people were nothing but trash, not worth fearing in the slightest. Looks like you have no intention of surrendering. Shui Yi glanced at the people in front of him, his gaze slightly retracting before he spoke. Li Lai, I'll leave these people to you. Take care of them all, leave no one alive. The calm words carried an intense killing intent. Li Lai heard this and immediately grinned, his eyes showing a hint of joy. Don't worry, Boss Shui, these guys are doomed to die today. With that, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of those ability users. His pupils turned completely black, and, immediately, countless void flames seemed to appear out of thin air, burning those 2nd and 3rd tier ability users alive on the spot. The entire process was extremely swift, leaving no time to react. Wang Xiang and Lan Qinglin quickly dodged, moving to stand beside Gu Wuyan and the others. Li Lai sneered disdainfully, not taking the people in front of him seriously at all. These guys, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, it won't make a difference. What a pity. The Grand Jiangnan region doesn't even have a single decent expert. It's truly a bit disappointing. Li Lai spoke in a strange and sarcastic tone. His wicked smile made people extremely resentful, yet they could do nothing about him. At that moment, a voice drifted over faintly. Young man, you are truly audacious. Under the black robe, Shen Laosan slowly stepped out, standing in front of everyone, his gaze calmly fixed on Li Lai. Well, where did this old guy come from, wearing a black robe and pretending to be mysterious? Li Lai sneered, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain, not taking Shen Laosan seriously at all. Is that so? Then let this old man teach you how to behave. After speaking, Shen Laosan gathered his supernatural power and made a few hand gestures. Immediately, Li Lai's heart suddenly trembled, and an ominous premonition began to spread within him. There was no substantial harm, yet it lingered constantly. Go! Strange, it was truly too strange. That feeling was very strange. At this moment, Li Lai suddenly felt that the supernatural power within his body was rapidly diminishing, with only 1/10 of his original power remaining. Even his strength was declining quickly. It must be noted that he was a 5th-tier ability user, and the supernatural power within him was considered immense. Yet in this instant, only 1/10 remained. The sensation of losing power made Li Lai feel deeply uneasy, and the situation on Li Lai's side was naturally noticed by the other 7 members of Goen. How is this possible? Boss Shui, what's going on with Li Lai? Something seems off. The one speaking was Zhang Huiran. He sensed that the supernatural power
power in Li Lai had weakened significantly, and it was unbelievable how much it had diminished in just an instant. The gazes of the others also turned over, somewhat curious, not understanding how Shen Laosan managed to do it. After all, even Li Lai couldn't withstand that ability, and among those present, there probably weren't many who could. If everyone's strength were reduced by a tenth, then what's the point of fighting? What the hell is the point? However, Snow Knight spoke up. Interesting, truly interesting. This old guy's ability must be the power of curses, directly reducing Li Lai's strength by 1/10. It's really not simple. The power of curses, this kind of ability is too mysterious and quite troublesome. Although the combat ability might be slightly weaker, possessing the power of curses can weaken the opponent's strength, indirectly highlighting one's own might. Hearing that what Shen Laosan had just used was actually the power of curses, everyone present was instantly stunned. This ability is very unique and difficult to guard against. No one expected Shen Laosan to possess such a supernatural power. Li Lai let out a furious roar, and a jet of pitch-black flames shot out from his eyes. This was Li Lai's special ability, the Flame Eye. However, the special ability Li Lai was now using was much weaker than before, even less powerful than that of an average 4th-tier ability user. As a result, faced with such an attack, Shen Laosan naturally felt no fear. He let out a cold laugh and with a single move dispersed the opponent's attack. Then he channeled the power of the curse, transforming it into a tiny silver needle that shot straight toward Li Lai's head. The silver needle was extremely fine, appearing almost illusory, making it hard to discern its reality, but its speed was astonishing, carrying immense power. If Li Lai were struck by this move, he would be severely injured if not killed. Even his own supernatural ability might face an irreversible fate. Li Lai suddenly shuddered in fright. Just as he thought he couldn't escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure casually struck, directly shattering the silver needle into pieces, dispersing it completely. Boss Shui. When he saw who it was, Li Lai shouted excitedly. That's right, the one who made the move was Shui Yi. Shui Yi responded with a faint then turned his gaze to Shen Laosan, his eyes carrying a hint of admiration. This old fellow's strength is indeed quite intriguing. Moreover, mastering such a top-tier supernatural ability like curses, silently harming others, is truly terrifying. You're quite impressive. Are you interested in joining our national security? With your strength, if you join, I guarantee your position will be second only to mine. What do you think? Seeing Shen Laosan's strength, Shui Yi was moved to recruit him. After all, looking across the entire Huaxia, there aren't many who possess such abilities, and those with such strength are even fewer. Therefore, he did not hesitate to recruit. If it were before, under Zhu Rai's command, faced with the recruitment from the Yanjing district, Shen Laosan might have truly been tempted. But now that he follows Chen Xian, he naturally knows Chen Xian's terrifying and mysterious nature. Moreover, with the soul imprint planted on him by the other party, it is naturally impossible for him to surrender to the Yanjing district. National security? Just a bunch of useless trash like that kid. No way, too pathetic, I can't stand them. Hearing Shen Laosan's words, Li Lai's face instantly darkened, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. This old guy actually insulted me in front of so many people. This is outrageous, simply outrageous. Li Lai was almost fuming with anger. Shui Ye's expression gradually turned icy. Looks like you are determined to be my enemy. In that case, I'll send you to hell. Kid, you'd better not be so confident. Do you really think my curse ability is just for show? A hint of coldness flickered in Shen Laosan's eyes. However, Shui Yi simply smiled. You don't really think your curse ability can do anything to me, do you? Besides, you probably don't have much of your ability left now, do you? Just now, Shen Laosan attacked Li Lai, consuming a lot of his abilities. Now, facing Shui Yi, whose strength far surpasses his own, he naturally can't exert much power. That's right. Moreover, this guy seems to have some means to resist his curse ability. Shen Laosan squinted his eyes upon hearing this, and a sense of vigilance involuntarily rose in his heart. However, at that moment, the figure of Shui Yi suddenly vanished from where it stood. Shen Laosan shuddered instantly and was just about to defend himself when, suddenly, that figure appeared right in front of him, flashed a wicked smile, and then delivered a swift whip kick directly downward, aiming straight for his face. Without any hesitation, Shen Laosan was struck to the ground by the opponent, landing heavily and creating a massive pit over a meter deep. When the dust settled, Shen Laosan supported his lower back and climbed out of the pit on the ground with some pain. To be honest, it really hurt. He endured the pain as he walked out, a few of his ribs already broken. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Old Shen San was defeated, and defeated without any resistance. This is impossible. You must know, Old Shen San's strength is second only to Chen Xian in the entire Jiangnan region. Even he was defeated by Shui Yi in one move on a snowy night. Moreover, the opponent didn't seem to exert much effort. This indicates that Shui Yi's strength is unfathomable. Lin Zixuan and the others quickly approached Shen Laosan and protected him by their side. What does this indicate? However, this move made Shui Yi smile. Ants are, after all, just ants. Old man, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me then. Shui Yi let out a cold laugh, his gaze carrying a hint of indifference. The opportunity had been given given, but the old man himself didn't know how to cherish it, so he couldn't be blamed.
Is that so? The battle isn't over yet.
With that, Shen Laosan struggled to stand upright, then formed a hand gesture, and a chilling force instantly converged. And this move seemed to exhaust all the supernatural power in his body. The next moment, a terrifying and eerie rune array descended upon Shui Yi. Shen Laosan's eyes revealed a hint of joy as he burst into laughter, the previous gloom completely swept away.
Command!
Kid, your powers have now been sealed by me.
You won't be able to use your abilities for at least a day. Let's see if you can still act arrogant. That move just now was Shen Laosan's trump card ability.
He even used a bit of his own blood essence to cast a curse, sealing the opponent's abilities for an entire day. With his own ability sealed, no matter how strong Shui Yi's power is, he cannot unleash it.
That's right.
Of course, using this ability came at a great cost for Shen Laosan. His body visibly aged significantly, though it was hidden beneath the black robe and could not be clearly seen. Upon hearing this, Li Lai and the others immediately panicked. They rushed to Shui Yi's side and quickly asked,
"Boss Shui, are you okay?"
His tone carried a hint of nervousness. After all, he had just fallen victim to Shen Laosan's curse himself and naturally understood the terror of the opponent. If Shui Yi were also cursed and unable to use his abilities within a day, the consequences would be significant.
However, a smile suddenly appeared on Shui Yi's sinister face.
He then burst into laughter, his unrestrained arrogance fully displayed in his gaze.
"Old man, do you think this is enough to stop me?
You are truly ridiculous." The next moment, the aura around Shui Yi suddenly underwent a tremendous change, and the previously weak aura instantly became terrifying. The curse's influence from earlier seemed to vanish in an instant, revealing a domineering and terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. Or rather, this was Shui Yi's true strength.
Shen Laosan's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief.
You should know, the curse power he just used came at the cost of his own blood essence and lifespan, yet it surprisingly had no effect on Shui Yi.
How is this possible? Such strength is simply too terrifying. Shui Yi sneered and said,
"Old man, your strength is indeed interesting.
In my squad, you could even be a vice-captain. What a pity, though, you stubbornly followed the wrong person. All of this is your own doing."
To be honest, the strength displayed by Shen Laosan today indeed surprised Shui Yi a little. He never expected that such an existence would emerge from a mere Jiangnan district. If not for the protective treasure he carried, which could immunize him against the effects of these curses, he might have really fallen for it.
From this, it seems that if it were a life-and-death battle, Shen Laosan's strength would definitely be extraordinary, ranking among the top even in the entire Yanjing district.
If it can be subdued, it would definitely be a significant help. However, it's a pity that this old fellow is so stubborn, leaving no other choice.
So, today I can only send you to hell. With that, Shui Yi's expression turned cold, and a terrifying aura gathered.
Black dragons surged forward, heading straight for Shen Laosan, clearly intent on devouring him. However, at this moment, a light and airy voice came from the Jiangnan region.
"Oh, who ends up in hell might not be so certain." This voice, calm and clear, reached everyone's ears. Yet, that terrifying killing intent made everyone's hearts tremble. Even Shui Yi was no exception. The several black dragon figures that were originally attacking Shen Laosan vanished instantly upon touching him. Seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. Shui Yi's attack was unexpectedly defeated so effortlessly. Even Shui Yi himself wore an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of person is pretending to be a ghost? Shui Yi let out a cold snort, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, his entire body brimming with supernatural energy, fearing a sneak attack from the opponent in the dark. Hearing this familiar voice, Shen Laosan and the others instantly broke into smiles. The master has come out of seclusion. However, the moment they heard Chen Xian's voice, whether it was Shen Laosan or Lin Zixuan and the others, each of them felt incredibly excited, because they knew that with Chen Xian around, the skies of the Jiangnan region would never overturn. A young man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt slowly walked out. He strolled leisurely, walking as if on air. The next moment, with every step he took, an ice-made floating bridge would appear below, precisely landing under his feet. He slowly walked over and finally stood in front of Shen Laosan. The crowd, upon seeing this, was overwhelmed with excitement, especially Shen Laosan, who was so thrilled he almost knelt down. Just that little bit, and he would have been killed by the other party. Fortunately, Chen Xian acted in time. "Greetings, Master, Brother Chen." Behind Chen Xian, everyone's voices surged like a tide, filled with respect and reverence for Chen Xian. Seeing this scene, Shui Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and caution. "All of you, get up." Afterward, his gaze lightly swept over the Goan 8 behind Shui Yi. Those few people instantly felt as if they were facing a great ancient beast, a bit terrified. Chen Xian smiled faintly. This Chen Xian's strength seems to be quite extraordinary. "Are you from Yanjing?" Shui Yi replied. "You must be the one who killed Zhu Rai, the true leader controlling the Jiangnan district." Chen Xian from the Tianxian base. "Exactly." Shui Yi continued speaking. Everyone turned to look upon hearing this. "Is this the true leader of the Jiangnan region?" Gu Wuyan is merely the figurehead.
Especially Wang Xiang, Lan Qinglin, and others, who all stared intently in Chen Xian's direction, speculating about his strength in their hearts. After all, being able to make so many experts in the Jiangnan region submit must mean they are no ordinary person. Their strength is likely extraordinary, and they might even be able to withstand this wave of attacks from the Yanjing region.
Chen Xian nodded calmly, then said with a faint smile, "What is the attitude of the Yanjing region? Are they planning to oppose me?" Exactly. As he spoke, a sharp aura suddenly emanated from Chen Xian.
That imposing aura was incredibly overwhelming, sending chills down one's spine, as if it would slice everyone apart in the next moment. No one could imagine what kind of strength the man before them truly possessed.
This power, it seems rather immense.
Shui Yi composed herself, momentarily unsure of how to speak.
The enemies with Chen Xian?
That goes without saying. The order from the Yanjing region was to eliminate all rebels in the Jiangnan region, and Chen Xian, as the mastermind, was naturally the primary target and could not be spared. However, the opponent's strength is indeed somewhat difficult to gauge and uncertain. Facing Chen Xian, he actually did not have absolute confidence in victory, especially with the aura emanating from Chen Xian, which gave him a chilling sense of dread.
But, the orders from the Yanjing district cannot be disobeyed. After pondering for a moment, Shui Yi said solemnly, "That's right, rebelling against authority is a crime punishable by death. All of you here, not a single one shall be spared." When saying this, a surge of murderous intent emanated from Shui Yi.
Since the apocalypse began, the 8 members of national security had killed many people and zombies, naturally accumulating an extremely terrifying aura of killing intent. Moreover, even before the apocalypse started, they already had many lives on their hands, so the murderous intent surrounding them was naturally quite intense. But this murderous intent was nothing to Chen Xian.
He sneered, "Is that so? It seems the Yanjing district's stance is quite firm, determined to kill me."
"That's perfect, then I don't need to show any mercy either." Hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned.
"No need to show mercy?" Li Lai, standing behind Shui Yi, spoke up.
Chen Xian heard this and suddenly grinned, his smile carrying a hint of mockery.
"What does this mean? What do you mean?"
"Of course,
to wipe out the Yanjing district. He is not the kind of person with a good temper.
Since others have come to kill him, he naturally won't surrender without a fight. If they want to deal with him and take him down, they must bear the consequences.
Death is their only consequence. If the Yanjing district wants to come after us, then let's just wipe out the Yanjing district."
When they heard Chen Xian's words, everyone present gasped in shock. This guy's a madman, a complete and utter madman. No one had expected Chen Xian to say something like this.
To destroy the Yanjing district?
The arrogance in his words was simply unbelievable. Goodness. You must know, although the apocalypse has arrived, Yanjing still holds a central position in the hearts of many, sacred and supreme, wielding absolute power.
Therefore, Chen Xian's words are considered utterly blasphemous by many. For a moment, countless people couldn't help but furrow their brows.
Even the 8 members of national security couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat upon hearing Chen Xian's words.
This person, what a big talker. The key is, looking at Chen Xian's expression, it doesn't seem like a joke.
The other party truly has this kind of thought. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Snow Knight narrowed his eyes, carrying a hint of warning. "With us here, you won't have that chance."
"No chance?"
Chen Xian's lips curved slightly upward, his gaze carrying a trace of cold mockery.
"Really? I'm quite curious if you have the ability."
"Ridiculous." With that, Chen Xian waved dismissively at the other party and said with some disdain,
"Come on, make your move and let me see."
The provocation and contempt in those words were something Shui Yi had never encountered in his entire life. He squinted his eyes, a glint of cold light flashed.
"In that case, let's settle this with our skills." With that, Snow Knight's figure flickered, and countless black dragons surged out from his body.
This was his special ability.
SSS level ability, 9 Nether Sacred Dragon.
Both offensive and defensive, with ridiculously strong power. Looking at the opponent's attack, Chen Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of interest. 9 Nether Sacred Dragon, this ability is quite interesting.
Soon, it will be mine.
Chen Xian sneered coldly, yet his movements were not slow in the slightest. He was surrounded by a chilling aura, the ultimate ice spreading outward, with a terrifying icy intent seemingly about to freeze the entire space.
Immediately after, countless ice dragons charged straight at the black dragons. When countless crystalline ice dragons rapidly flew out from Chen Xian, countless people's eyes flickered with shock. Is this Chen Xian's superpower? It's somewhat terrifying, isn't it?
Especially the erupting power of the icy force. All the ability users present felt a chill run through their bodies.
The bone-chilling cold seemed as if it would engulf them.
Countless people felt fear in their hearts. At this moment, Chen Xian's ice dragon had already come into contact with the black dragon of the snowy night. Cold, unbearably cold. Although the 2 dragons appeared to be of similar size, when they collided, Chen Xian's ice dragon directly engulfed the other. In just one round, it completely devoured the black dragon unleashed by the opponent.
The terrifying attack left everyone stunned. That's right.
Even Snow Knight was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Xian's strength to be so terrifying? He was a 6th-tier psychic, one of the top psychics in the Yinjing region. Looking across all of China, there were only a handful of 6th-tier psychics. This is too outrageous. What gave Chen Xian the right to surpass him? Snow Knight couldn't understand. You must know that the reason he was able to break through to the 6th tier so quickly was, first of all, due to the accumulation of countless resources in the Yinjing region. Even a pig could break through quickly, let alone someone like him with top-tier SSS level abilities. Moreover, Shuiye's ability was not awakened after the apocalypse began, but rather before it started. At that time, the upper echelons of Huaxia were already aware of the apocalypse and the news of its impending arrival. To prevent panic from spreading, they chose not to disclose it. After all, something like the apocalypse is beyond human control. Thus, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia secretly began searching for individuals who had awakened supernatural abilities in advance. Shuiyi was one of them, and also one of the most terrifying. Therefore, it is not surprising that after the apocalypse had been ongoing for so long, someone could possess the power of a 6th-tier ability. After all, he is a strong individual built upon the accumulation of all the resources of a nation. But on what basis does Chen Xian deserve this? Thinking of this, Shuiyi suddenly felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. He knew that Chen Xian must be hiding an extraordinary secret. Unexpectedly, a mere white-collar worker could possess such strength in such a short time after the apocalypse began. Truly unimaginable. This must mean that you have some rare and extraordinary opportunity, right? Shuiye's gaze was fixed on Chen Xian, his eyes radiating an inexplicable killing intent. Today's battle would end with either Chen Xian's death or his own. Only one of them was destined to survive. Hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled softly and did not continue the conversation on this topic. Neither denied nor affirmed, just leave it for everyone to guess. With his strength, no matter how great the opportunity he gains, he doesn't worry about others trying to take it. He can hold on to it. Unfortunately, you are going to die here today, Chen Xian said calmly, as if he were merely stating a fact. After speaking, he couldn't be bothered to waste words and vanished from the spot in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could see clearly, not even knowing where Chen Xian had gone. Even Shuiyi was clueless about Chen Xian's whereabouts. How is this possible? How could there be spatial power? That's right, the moment Chen Xian disappeared, a terrifying spatial force emerged. And Chen Xian had just displayed his supernatural ability. How could he possibly possess spatial power as well? Who would believe that if it were said? But at this moment, Chen Xian had already appeared in front of Shuiyi, and that feeling of mutual bewilderment directly left Shuiyi completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Chen Xian threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch carried an endless power of ice, and the aura of extreme frost made Shuiyi, who faced it directly, feel a suffocating sensation. With one punch, it landed squarely on Shuiyi's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away and crashing heavily to the ground. It must be noted that the mythical level ice dragon power possessed by Chen Xian is extremely terrifying. Boom! Especially since he has successfully advanced to the 6th tier, that terrifying power is enough to make countless ability users tremble in fear. Not to mention ability users of the same tier, even 7th tier ability users, how could they possibly survive under Chen Xian's hands? Besides, Chen Xian doesn't just possess the ice dragon ability, he has countless other methods yet to be revealed. Therefore, he truly doesn't take the opponent seriously. Feeling the terror of Chen Xian's punch, Shuiyi touched his abdomen and painfully got up. Fortunately, his 9-nether sacred dragon ability integrates both offense and defense, providing a significant boost to his physical body. Otherwise, under Chen Xian's punch, he might have lost his ability to fight. However, at this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on Chen Xian. Unbelievable, completely unbelievable. How could he possibly possess such terrifying power? Did you just use spatial abilities? Shuiyi said with a face full of shock. However, Chen Xian did not answer his question, merely looking at him with a faint smile. A dead man, he couldn't be bothered to waste words. However, seeing Chen Xian's demeanor, Shuiyi's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. This is real. The other party not only possesses the ice dragon ability but also has spatial abilities. How could one person possibly possess two great abilities? This was something Shuiyi couldn't believe. Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to waste words, his figure flickered. Spatial cage. The power of space instantly sealed off the area where Shuiyi was, forming an invisible and intangible cage. The force unleashed by a 4th-tier spatial ability was absolutely formidable, and the spatial cage it formed carried a terrifying aura. Shuiyi naturally sensed the opponent's spatial cage and was immediately startled, but in the next moment, he prepared to use his ability to break through it. If he were trapped inside, it would undoubtedly mean certain death for him. However, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't give him this opportunity. Chen Xian unhesitatingly activated the absolute domain. With the absolute domain in place, the opponent's strength, speed, and defense would all decrease by 60%. Absolute domain. That's right. This was undoubtedly a significant reduction. Although it is not as terrifying as Shinlasan's curse ability, unlike the curse ability, the absolute domain is not a curse and cannot be resisted. Therefore, When he felt a massive decline in his own power, Shui panicked instantly, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. This is impossible. How could you possess a curse ability? No, that's not right. This isn't the power of a curse. If it were the power of a curse, it wouldn't affect me at all. What kind of sorcery are you using? Panicked. Completely panicked. Shui knew that his strength was already inferior to Qin Xian's, and now the other party had somehow used some kind of sorcery, causing his own strength to drop so much. How could he possibly defeat Qin Xian? It's just that Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to respond to his question. Dead people don't need to know so much. That's right, in Qin Xian's view, Shui was already a dead man, and dead people simply don't need to know so much. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Ice Dragon's divine might. In front of Shui, countless ice dragons appeared. The sky was filled with the figures of ice dragons, numbering in the hundreds, densely covering the entire firmament. The entire Jiangnan region's cities began to be covered in ice and snow, with frost forming on the ground and walls. The bone-chilling icy blades struck fear into countless hearts. The ability users below were all trembling with fear at this moment. The extreme cold of the ultimate ice still exceeded their imagination. It must be noted that after the apocalypse arrived, these people became ability users, gained supernatural powers, and their personal strength improved significantly. Even when facing severe cold or scorching heat, they were much more composed, no longer as greatly affected as before. But at this moment, the icy aura released by Qin Xian made them feel a deep, heartfelt fear. Countless ice dragons sped rapidly in the direction of the snowy night. The speed of those ice dragons reached an extreme, directly tearing through space. It must be known, Qin Xian's move not only utilized the power of the ice dragon but also the power of space. The fusion of the two resulted in not only terrifying damage but also incredible speed. Countless attacks surged straight toward Shui's body. The latter hurriedly used his abilities to defend, but his original strength was already inferior to Qin Xian's. Now, with Qin Xian employing the absolute domain, his strength was further diminished significantly. Therefore, in the face of Qin Xian's move, he naturally could not resist. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the entire Jiangnan region. The other members of the National Security 8 nearby were filled with terror in their eyes when they saw this. Boss Shui. The crowd quickly gathered beside Shui. When the smoke and dust cleared, they saw that Shui was already seriously injured, barely clinging to life, with a hint of despair. Defeated. Undeniably defeated. No one expected that Shui, the leader of the Goan 8, would be defeated so quickly and without any resistance. Whether it was the Goan 8 or other ability users, none of them had anticipated this. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Xian with endless awe in their eyes. Shui trembled as he stood up from the ground, blood flowing all over his body. His tattered clothes and weak aura made it hard to believe that he was the leader of the Goan 8 in the Yanjing district. Everyone supported Shui. Boss Shui, are you okay? Boss, where are you hurt? The 8 members of the national security team and others were all extremely anxious. On the snowy night, she said nothing, her gaze fixed on Qin Xian. The brilliance in her eyes from earlier was gone, replaced only by a sense of helplessness. You, who exactly are you, and why do you possess such terrifying power? He couldn't figure it out. Why could one person possess so many terrifying abilities, and why was their strength so absurdly overwhelming? It's unreasonable, truly unreasonable. At this moment, Snow Knight suddenly felt a bit worried about the safety of the Yanjing region. After all, since Qin Xian just said he wouldn't spare the Yanjing region, he definitely wouldn't show any mercy. With his talent and strength, Snow Knight really didn't know who in the entire Yanjing region could withstand Qin Xian's power. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, looking at the other party as if staring at prey. He was quite interested in the unique abilities of the 9-nether sacred dragon of the snowy night. Just imagine, using the 9-nether sacred dragon together with his own ice dragon abilities, how terrifying that scene would be. Moreover, the 9-nether sacred dragon would also significantly enhance his own physique. Qin Xian's physical body is now incredibly terrifying. With just one punch, even without using any supernatural abilities, a dozens of stories high building would likely collapse instantly. This is where his terror lies. And with the existence of the 9-nether sacred dragon, Qin Xian's physical strength will be further enhanced, and he will also possess the power of the 9-nether. I said, the dead don't need to know so much. Qin Xian smiled faintly, then slowly walked forward, heading in the direction of Shui. That's right, Qin Xian had no intention of telling the other party much. Being a bit cautious never goes wrong. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Shui felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. This guy is impervious to reason, extremely stubborn, and on top of that, so powerful. Seeing that Qin Xian had already walked in, the other members of the National Security 8 immediately stood in front of Shui. Even though Li Lai had just been hit by Shen Laosun's curse, leaving him with less than a tenth of his strength, he still stood in front of Shui. There was no other way. The National Security 8 shared both glory and loss as one. But facing the combined attack of 7 people, Qin Xian merely let out a cold laugh, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. Just a few ants, nothing worth mentioning. With a casual wave of his hand, his spatial ability directly sealed and immobilized them all, leaving them unable to move. Even if everyone used all their abilities, they still couldn't move an inch. Watching Qin Xian walk towards him step by step, Shui Yi suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. That feeling was very strong, as if he was about to lose something. Shui Yi raised his head and looked at Qin Xian. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Of course, absorbing the superpower. Such a great superpower is truly wasted on him. Qin Xian didn't say a word but grabbed Shui Yi in one swift motion, as effortlessly and casually as picking up a little chick. Everyone was stunned at the sight. The 8 members of the national security team stood frozen in place. This is their boss, yet he was so easily picked up by someone. It's truly terrifying. Qin Xian glanced over and noticed the Tongtian mark on the other person's body. Qin Xian knew that Shui Yi must have awakened his abilities in advance, which is why his strength improved so quickly after the apocalypse began. And to awaken abilities in advance, the support of the Tongtian mark is absolutely necessary, and his plundering ability requires the other party to possess the heaven-connecting mark to absorb it. After all, he has no interest in trash abilities. Without wasting any words, Qin Xian directly activated his ability. In an instant, a suction force emerged, spreading over Shui Yi's body. The latter instantly felt something was wrong. A powerful suction force was rapidly depleting the abilities within his body. Boom! How is this possible? At this moment, he felt the loss of his abilities, his own strength weakening. But how could this be possible? Qin Xian was actually able to absorb his superpower. However, at this moment, Shui Yi could no longer speak, with a hint of dimness in his eyes. After a few dozen seconds, the absorption was complete. Qin Xian moved around a bit, feeling that he had gained another superpower within him, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. The 9 Nether's sacred dragon, acquired, and the aura of Shui Yi, who had lost her supernatural ability, became exceptionally weak, completely reverting to an ordinary person. My supernatural ability, where is it? Why is my supernatural ability gone? Shui Yi instantly panicked, her eyes filled with endless fear. Supernatural abilities are the foundation of survival in the apocalypse and the source of power. It can be said that in the apocalypse, if a person does not have any special abilities, they are destined to remain at the bottom of society for their entire life. And Shui Yi, who once possessed power, lost it in an instant. His inner fear was even greater than that of humans who had never had power, because he knew all too well the pain of being powerless. That would mean a lifetime at the bottom of society. He never thought that one day his supernatural ability would disappear. Seeing Shui Yi in such a state, Qin Xian let out a cold laugh and ignored him. Even with his supernatural ability, he was no match for him. Now, without it, he was no different from a cripple. Time to send you on your way. Qin Xian gave a faint smile, his gaze devoid of any warmth. With a flick of his palm, an ice crystal shot out, piercing through Shui Yi's brain. Shui Yi's eyes widened, and he instantly stopped breathing, dead beyond any doubt. Seeing Shui Yi die just like that, the other 7 members of the Goan 8 were immediately shocked, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How is this possible? Boss Shui actually died just like that? This is one of the most top-notch existences in the Yanjing region. Boss Shui, you actually killed Boss Shui. The Yanjing region won't let you go. You're doomed, you madman, Li Lai said excitedly. He never expected Qin Xian to even kill Shui Yi. The Yanjing region will definitely not let him off so easily after finding out. A madman, this is simply a madman. The other 6 people felt the same way, all thinking that Qin Xian was crazy, and completely so. However, Qin Xian just smiled and slowly walked toward Li Lai. Previously, the people from the Jiangnan region also threatened me like this, but now, the Jiangnan region is all mine. So tell me, is there a possibility that one day the Yanjing region will also be in my pocket? Hearing Qin Xian's words, not only Li Lai but everyone present was stunned. My goodness, this statement is outright rebellion. If Qin Xian had dared to say this before the apocalypse began, even 10 heads wouldn't have been enough to chop off. But now, with the apocalypse just starting, no one dares to provoke the Yanjing district, neither in thought nor in courage. Yet now, Qin Xian is being so brazen. It's simply terrifying. Moreover, his words are definitely not baseless. This guy is truly capable of doing it, and Qin Xian absolutely has the strength to back it up. Madman, you lunatic, Li Lai said in horror. Not just him, the others weren't any better off either, each speaking incoherently with fear in their eyes. The dead should just rest in peace. The dead have no need to worry about so much. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh. Qin Xian had no intention of letting these guys go. After speaking, Qin Xian's extreme cold sword appeared in his hand, and with one thrust, Li Lai was instantly killed. Afterward, Qin Xian didn't spare the others either, taking them down one by one with a single strike, leaving them no chance to resist. In just a moment, all 8 members of the national security team were annihilated. Everyone stared at the 8 corpses lying on the ground, too shocked to speak, each gasping in disbelief. Is this the true strength of the mastermind behind the Jiangnan region? It's simply terrifying beyond belief. After killing everyone, Qin Xian's face showed no emotion as he slowly walked to Shui Yi's side and picked up his corpse. Hiss! This this guy was actually able to resist Chen Laosun's ability, he must have some kind of treasure on him, and that treasure's level is definitely not low. After searching him for a moment, it didn't take long for Chen Xian to actually find a treasure. It was a black bead, about the size of a palm, emanating a sinister aura, as if it came from beyond the 9 netherworlds, clearly not an ordinary item. Gazing at the pitch-black bead before him, Chen Xian's eyes glimmered faintly, with a hint of joy in his expression. He actually knew what this thing was. Before his rebirth, he had quite a bit of knowledge about most of the secret realms and treasures in the apocalypse. This item, called the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl, is formed by condensing the power of the Earth Fiend and has endless marvelous uses. Chen Xian had not delved deeply into its specific functions for the time being, planning to study it further after returning. Thus, he directly pocketed the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl, then casually tossed Snow Knight's corpse aside, his face showing no emotion. "Come here." Lin Zixuan and the others stepped forward one after another, bowing respectfully with hands clasped, their eyes full of reverence. "Cut off their heads and hang them on the city wall of the Jiangnan district, so that everyone in the world can see the fate of those who oppose our Jiangnan district." Chen Xian spoke indifferently. Present. Chen Xian's tone carried a hint of coldness. He originally had no intention of becoming enemies with the Yinjing district, but the other party had taken the initiative to provoke him. If he didn't take action and respond, it wouldn't be in his character. As for the consequences and such, he doesn't consider them, and they are not within his scope of consideration. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone present was stunned, including Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and Gu Wuyan, without exception. What kind of move is this from Chen Xian? A blatant provocation against the Yinjing district. Hanging the heads of the 8 members of national security on the cities of the Jiangnan region would definitely drive the Yinjing region into madness. At that time, it wouldn't just be a few ability users coming here, but possibly countless armies of ability users. That would be an extremely terrifying war. That's right, Chen Xian's actions could very likely lead to a war between the Jiangnan region and the Yinjing region. Therefore, everyone was somewhat worried about Chen Xian's words. "Brother Chen, isn't this completely offending the Yinjing region? This is like pressing their face to the ground and stomping on it hard. I'm afraid the Yinjing region won't let this go easily." However, Chen Xian let out a cold laugh. "They won't let it go easily, but do you think I will? What, am I that easy to bully?" Li Kai said cautiously. Chen Xian's words carried boundless killing intent. "What about the Yinjing district? If they dare provoke him, they'll be destroyed all the same. Besides, this time the Yinjing district sent the National Security 8 sons, clearly intending to wipe out the Jiangnan district. If it weren't for Chen Xian's strength, the Jiangnan district would probably have been destroyed long ago. When others come to kill you, what's the point of wasting words with them?" Hearing Chen Xian's words, the crowd fell silent. Instead of fear, their hearts were filled with a bit of excitement. Go to war with the Yinjing district? Yes, just thinking about it was enough to get the blood pumping. Without a word, Lin Zixuan stepped forward and cleanly severed the heads of the 8 sons of national security one by one. The whole process was swift and decisive, her expression never changing for a moment. Afterwards, Li Kai ordered the heads to be placed atop the city wall, serving as a warning to the entire world. It is imaginable that the news of the death of the 8 sons of national security will inevitably sweep across all major regions of China in the shortest time. By then, everyone will likely be shocked by Chen Xian's act of hanging the heads of the 8 sons of national security on the city wall. But at this moment, Chen Xian wasn't thinking about these things at all. He shifted his gaze and looked at the ability users in front of him. Today was originally the day for the Jiangnan district to recruit superhumans, all of whom came from various cities under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan district. However, due to the threat from the National Security 8, most people chose to leave the Jiangnan district. Those who stood by the Jiangnan district were very few, but Chen Xian was not surprised, as this is human nature, seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. Moreover, these people have just arrived in the Jiangnan region and haven't even received any favors, so how could they possibly be willing to risk their lives for you? Absolutely impossible. Therefore, Chen Xian naturally understood their choices. So, next, he was about to start the selection process. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. Originally, the crowd had already been on edge, shaken by Chen Xian's series of actions. Now, being swept by Chen Xian's gaze, their inner fear naturally deepened. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly spoke. "I know you come from various districts under the Jiangnan region, and in each district, you are dominant figures with status and influence." As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, everyone nodded silently while hiding to the side. Indeed, in various districts, they are all prominent figures. Immediately after, Chen Xian continued speaking. "Everyone is aware of today's situation. In the future, the Yinjing region will certainly not let this go easily and may even launch a large-scale war. Therefore, if you are willing to stay in my Jiangnan region, I naturally welcome you, and I will not treat you unfairly, but the danger is not small. If you want to leave, leave now, I won't do anything to you." That's right, Chen Xian's words were meant to conduct a selection. Staying means gaining resources and benefits, but it also comes with risks, and significant risks at that. If they leave now and return to their respective cities, they will still hold status and identity, and there will be no danger, but their future development will undoubtedly be limited. Therefore, Chen Xian directly handed the choice over to them. How they choose is their problem. Those who have the courage and want to improve can stay. If you're afraid of dying, then get out of here early. This was the purpose of Chen Xian's words. Soon, Chen Xian's words took effect. Some ability users struggled internally for a while and then decided to leave. That's right, although the future of the Jiangnan region was very tempting, it was obvious that their lives were more important to them. Chen Xian defeated the 8 Sons of National Security, but what he has to face next is the indiscriminate attacks from the Yanjing district. They are not sure if Chen Xian can withstand it. In just a short while, more and more people left. As many as 80% of them departed, and in the end, only a little over 300 ability users chose to stay. The number wasn't large, but Chen Xian was quite satisfied. After all, after the previous round of probing, the remaining people are at least not cowards afraid of death. In other words, the ones left are willing to gamble with their lives. Looking at the crowd below, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I'll ask you one last time. There's still time to leave now, but if you join my Jiangnan district and then try to desert during a critical moment, the consequences won't be so lenient. That was enough. After Chen Xian finished speaking, the group of ability users below exchanged glances, but not a single one chose to leave. Very good. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. In that case, welcome to my Jiangnan region. I guarantee you won't regret today's decision. Chen Xian still had this bit of confidence. With the various treasures on the spaceship, just taking out a few items would be enough to rapidly enhance everyone's strength. Gu Wuyan, at your service. Gu Wuyan quickly stepped forward, his gaze toward Chen Xian filled with reverence. These people are entrusted to you, make the arrangements. Chen Xian naturally wouldn't worry about these matters. He nodded, then took a step forward, using spatial abilities to vanish from the spot. Yes, the people present had not yet reacted. It was only after seeing Chen Xian leave that they came back to their senses, though their hearts were still deeply shaken. Is this the strength of the leader? It's too terrifying. Lan Qinglin looked at the place where Chen Xian had left, touched his chin, and his eyes were full of admiration. Indeed, Chen Xian's performance just now was godlike and demonic, leaving a deep impression in his heart. Yes, the leader's strength is too terrifying. Wang Xiang on the side was also quite shocked. The two exchanged a glance. Although they had just met, it seemed as if they now shared a common goal: to gain the leader's approval. After leaving the place, Chen Xian returned to his residence and took out the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl from his belongings. This item emitted a dense aura of sinister energy. If an ordinary person were to possess this thing, they definitely wouldn't be able to control it and might even be harmed by it, affecting their physical body. However, this in-shot energy naturally cannot harm Chen Xian. He played with the object with great interest, roughly understanding its specific effects. In his previous life, this item originated from the Yanjing region and contained endless in-shot energy within. It could be used to enhance supernatural abilities, and for in-shot type abilities, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. And the 9 Nether Sacred Dragon's ability on a snowy night is precisely this type of Fiend ability, so this profound Earth Fiend Pearl greatly benefits the enhancement of Snow Knight's strength. Secondly, this item can absorb the power of death to replenish the Fiend power within the pearl, which can then assist in cultivation. In other words, this item is quite an excellent artifact for auxiliary cultivation. For Chen Xian, it can be considered quite good. After all, he absorbed the 9 Nether Sacred Dragon's special ability from Shui Yi, and now is the critical time for rapid advancement in the first stage. This Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl happens to be able to achieve that, assisting his special ability to improve quickly. Not bad, a great treasure. Chen Xian chuckled softly, then entered the spaceship and began to immerse himself in cultivation. This 9 Nether Sacred Dragon ability is not simple. It can not only enhance physical strength but also possesses the power of the 9 Nether. After immersing his mind, Chen Xian began to rapidly improve his strength. With the assistance of the spaceship and the help of the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl, his strength increased quickly. On the other hand, Chen Xian killed the 8 members of Goan and hung their heads on the city wall for public display. This matter could not be concealed at all. Or rather, Chen Xian never intended to hide it. Therefore, this matter spread across the entire Huaxia as if it had grown wings. This was a blatant slap in the face for the Yanjing region. The first to receive the information were the leaders of the various regions. Everyone's first reaction upon receiving this news was, "This is impossible." Immediately, the second reaction was a sharp intake of breath. Is this person crazy? That's right, everyone felt that Chen Xian was crazy, and the Jiangnan region had gone mad. This move was like throwing the entire Yanjing region's face to the ground and stomping on it hard. This enmity is bound to be an unending feud. If the Yanjing district lets it go like this, its reputation will inevitably plummet. Therefore, even so, the Yanjing district will not easily let Chen Xian off. However, the strength of the 8 Sons of National Security is known to others to some extent, and they can be considered among the top elites in China, especially Shui Yi, who is the pinnacle of the elite, yet such a strong individual was actually killed by Chen Xian. It is imaginable how terrifying his strength must be. For a time, Chen Xian's name spread throughout all of Huaxia. At this moment, in the Yanjing district, within a certain secluded manor, Old Chen, something has happened. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit walked in quickly, his face carrying an unprecedented seriousness, with even a few beads of sweat on his brow. Shi Tang, take your time and speak slowly. Old Chen smiled warmly and waved as he spoke. Li Shitong quickly walked to Old Chen's side and then said gravely, Old Chen, all 8 of Shuiye's team have perished in the Jiangnan district. As soon as Li Shitong finished speaking, the entire courtyard fell into absolute silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The smile on Old Chen's face instantly froze. The 8 sons of national security perished? How is this possible? Old Chen was naturally aware of their strength. Looking across the entire Yanjing region, they were among the very best. And also, Li Shitong hesitated for a moment, silently glanced at the elderly man in front of him, then gritted his teeth and said, their 8 heads were chopped off and hung on the city wall of the Jiangnan district. Hearing Li Shitong's words, Old Chen's somber face could no longer hold its composure. Anger, raging fury. This is like throwing the face of the Yanjing district to the ground and grinding it fiercely. What audacity! Outrageous! Old Chen's voice carried a hint of coldness. That overwhelming chill surged like a tide, and a terrifying gleam shot out from his eyes, his aged face utterly frosty. Old Chen, what should we do? Should we start a great battle? Li Shitong stood cautiously to the side and spoke carefully. A great war means that a single move can affect the entire situation. The battles of countless superhumans involve not just a few individuals but tens of thousands of superhumans, countless soldiers, and ordinary civilians, affecting a total of millions of people. Therefore, initiating a great war is absolutely not a trivial matter. However, upon hearing Li Shitong's words, Old Chen uncharacteristically fell silent. He suppressed the anger in his heart and paced back and forth in the living room, lost in thought. In the silent hall, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Li Shitong stood aside, not daring to interrupt. He knew that the words and actions of the elder before him could determine the future course of the war. Not appropriate. After a long contemplation, Elder Chen finally slowly uttered 2 words. Immediately afterward, he continued, Chen Xian from the Yanjing district. This person has achieved such accomplishments after the apocalypse began, starting as a mere company employee. He is definitely no ordinary individual. And Shuiyi was also someone I had trained. His strength was top-notch, yet he still fell in the Yanjing district. This proves that this Chen Xian is no ordinary person, Elder Chen said slowly, narrowing his eyes. The first time he sent the 8 sons of national security was because he didn't have a clear assessment of Chen Xian, thinking the other party was just lucky and that someone of Shuiyi's caliber would have no problem dealing with him. But now, with Chen Xian having slain Shuiyi and the other 7, there was no way he could afford to be careless any longer. If such a great war were to break out, even a Pyrrhic victory would be quite severe for the Yanjing district. What's more, there's a possibility we might not win. So what should we do? Li Shitong spoke up. Investigate. Dig up all the information on this Chen Xian. For now, take no action. We must know both ourselves and the enemy. That's right, information is more important in war. We must know all the information about Chen Xian comprehensively. This is very important. Yes, Li Shitong affirmed, then he cautiously spoke again. But, what about the other regions? You must know, the reason Elder Chen initially sent out the 8 sons of national security was to deliver a thunderous blow to the Jiangnan region, thereby intimidating the other regions. But now, not only have the 8 sons of national security been killed, their heads are even hanging on the city walls of the Jiangnan region. If this is left unchecked, the other regions might develop ulterior motives. After all, this is the apocalypse, and people's hearts have changed. Old Chen squinted his eyes upon hearing this, then let out a cold snort with a hint of menace in his tone. The bird that sticks its neck out gets shot first. Whoever dares to stand out will be the first to be dealt with. Li Shitong understood. There was only one Chen Xian in the Jiangnan region. If other regions dared to make a move, they would face the ferocious retaliation of the Yanjing region. Yes. Elder Chen's tone carried a hint of weakness as he waved his hand feebly. Li Shitong respectfully responded with a yes, then slowly exited the room and gently closed the door. Go down. Inside the room, only Elder Chen remained. Yes, the matter of the 8 members of national security was beyond his expectations, and their deaths added considerable worry to his heart. The end of the world has arrived, and it truly is a turbulent time. The future is likely to be anything but peaceful. Several major military regions are stirring restlessly, while the Jiangnan region harbors an extremely terrifying presence with unfathomable strength. No one knows what opportunities the other party possesses. Thinking of this, Elder Chen seemed to have made some sort of decision, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Chen Xian was not affected in the Jiangnan region. For now, he is not in a hurry about the actions in the Yanjing region. If the other party still refuses to give up and dares to come to the Jiangnan region, then there will be no mercy. As of now, his focus is on cultivation. Strength is eternal, no matter the time. Although Chen Xian's strength is already formidable, even to the point of being terrifying, not just within China, but even on a global scale, he is hard to find an equal. Yet, there isn't the slightest trace of arrogance in his heart. What he desires is to continuously grow stronger. While Chen Xian was cultivating, the development of the Jiangnan region never ceased. The potion previously given to Wang Mingsheng also successfully entered mass production. These potions are extremely crucial for the ability users. It must be said that Wang Mingsheng and these potion research experts are indeed highly skilled. Next, through the use of the potions, the monetary policy of the Jiangnan region is to be established. Chen Xian's goal was to use this mass-produced potion to unify the currency of the entire Jiangnan region, and eventually the entire Huaxia. By linking the potion to the currency could not only be exchanged for the potion but also for the crystal cores of zombies. That's right. In this way, the status of the Jiangnan region would be elevated indefinitely, similar to how a certain country before the apocalypse linked its currency to gold. Of course, these matters were handled by Gu Wuyan and others, so Chen Xian didn't need to take action. And what he was about to busy himself with next was another major event. Leader, the person has arrived. Immediately after, Li Kai slowly walked in with a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man didn't look very old, had a shaved head, and was wearing a white lab coat. Come in. Chen Xian spoke indifferently. But what is quite interesting is that the bald middle-aged man's arm under the white coat is not a normal arm, but a mechanical arm. There was a hint of caution in his eyes as he followed behind Li Kai. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Beiguang didn't know why Chen Xian had suddenly sought him out, and he was quite uneasy inside. After all, who in the entire Jiangnan region doesn't know the name of Chen Xian? He had once seen Chen Xian's figure from afar and knew of his terrifying power. Your name is Zhang Beiguang. Yes, that is me, Zhang Beiguang cautiously said. Chen Xian gave a faint smile and nodded, then said, your arm was modified by yourself, right? Why yes. It is said that you are conducting human modification experiments. Chen Xian's voice carried a hint of calmness, but his words fell on Zhang Beiguang's ears like a thunderclap. He had been discovered. It must be understood that conducting human modification experiments is taboo not only in Huaxia but also across the entire world. It is outside the law, and if caught, one would face imprisonment. It's over. Now, with Chen Xian's words, Zhang Beiguang thought the other party had caught his weakness and was going to arrest him. Terrified, he instantly collapsed and knelt on the ground, his eyes full of fear. Sir, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. I will never dare again. Please spare me. As he spoke, Zhang Beiguang heavily knocked his head against the ground repeatedly, even to the point where his forehead started bleeding. However, seeing the other party's behavior, Chen Xian was stunned. It seems I didn't say I was going to punish him, right? He was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and a force of space directly helped the other party up before he spoke. I'm not here to hold you accountable. Not here to hold himself accountable? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Beiguang was momentarily stunned, then looked at Chen Xian with a bewildered expression. Then, sir, who are you? He was somewhat confused, not knowing why Chen Xian had come to find him. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said, I heard that you have extensive research on human modification experiments. I have some related modification experience and data here that can transform ordinary people into beings comparable to superhumans. I wonder if you'd be willing to continue researching this. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Beiguang was instantly stunned on the spot. What? Experience and data on human modification? Capable of transforming ordinary people into beings comparable to superhumans. It should be noted that although he designed the human modification experiment, it wasn't this powerful, merely enhancing physical constitution and strength slightly. If it could rival superhumans, it would undoubtedly be a great boon for those without abilities. I am willing. How is this possible? Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Beiguang spoke. He himself is particularly interested in human body modification, not to mention that Chen Xian has relevant experience and information to provide him, which undoubtedly further piques his interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian smiled faintly, showing no surprise. In fact, Zhang Beiguang was someone he had sent Li Kai to find. In the previous life, Zhang Beiguang's reputation was quite significant. In the second year after the apocalypse began, Zhang Beiguang, through human modification experiments, provided the Jiangnan district at the time with a steady stream of modified humans. These modified humans were incredibly powerful, fully capable of rivaling ability users. Moreover, as time went on, the human modification experiments became increasingly advanced. By the end, they were able to produce modified humans comparable to 6th-tier ability users. Of course, this required individuals with exceptionally strong physiques. Nevertheless, this was enough to prove the terrifying nature of this experiment, and the experience and data Chen Xian provided naturally came from the spaceship. As for human modification, the spaceship naturally has such things, but this is ultimately a minor matter. For the spaceship, it doesn't think much of such modified humans. However, Chen Xian's proposal to enhance the base's strength can be considered quite reasonable. If a batch of cyborg armies could be created, it would undoubtedly be quite terrifying. Immediately after, Chen Xian handed the documents to Zhang Beiguang. Zhang Beiguang, unable to contain his excitement, quickly opened them. In an instant, he was so captivated by the contents of the book that he couldn't look away. So that's how it is. It can actually be done this way. Amazing, truly amazing. Zhang Beiguang's eyes revealed a sharp gleam. Unexpectedly, the immense energy of the zombie crystal nucleus could be used for human modification experiments. Truly fascinating. In this case, the person being modified would need a strong physique. Ordinary people likely wouldn't suffice and might be overwhelmed by such terrifying energy. Chen Xian smiled faintly and said, "This type of cyborg has another drawback." Drawback? Zhang Beiguang looked over in confusion. Chen Xian didn't hesitate and directly said, "The lifespan of this type of modified human will be relatively short, even shorter than that of ordinary people, probably not exceeding 60 years. Although this type of modification can grant ordinary people great power, the side effects are quite evident, namely a reduced lifespan. After all, this is achieved by transforming a person's potential, so naturally, there are side effects." That's right. Zhang Beiguang nodded silently upon hearing this. This side effect is hardly a price to pay for those who can gain power. After all, in the apocalypse, the status of ordinary people is very low, and their lifespan is already relatively short due to hard labor. If one can successfully transform, gain great power, and change their destiny, it is naturally a good thing. "Thank you, my lord," Zhang Beiguang said respectfully. At this moment, he felt heartfelt gratitude toward Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled and patted his shoulder. "Go ahead, study it thoroughly. Once you've mastered the technology, you can prioritize selecting robust soldiers from the regional army for transformation. If this human modification technology succeeds, it will naturally start with the military, with volunteers signing up for the transformation. Given time, Chen Xian will possess a powerful army of modified humans, which is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying prospect." Zhang Beiguang left under Li Kai's guidance. A faint smile appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. Yes, the matter of creating modified humans was something he had considered long ago, but he had been searching for Zhang Beiguang. Now that he had found him, this matter could naturally be implemented. The data on the spaceship could at most enhance modified humans to a level comparable to 8th-tier ability users. Although they couldn't match normal 8th-tier ability users, they were still quite impressive. However, the information Chen Xian had just given him could only produce 3rd-tier modified humans at best, which was sufficient for the initial stages. He was indeed curious about what kind of surprise Zhang Beiguang could bring him. "Hope you won't let me down." Chen Xian turned around with a cheerful smile and then entered the spaceship. In the future, the entire Huaxia and even the world might be shocked because of the cyborgs. Whether it's cyborgs or potions, they are all means for Chen Xian to enhance the strength of the Jiangnan region. He doesn't need to worry about these things, as there are subordinates to handle them. His primary task, of course, is still cultivation. Now that he has acquired the supernatural power of the 9 Nether Sacred Dragon, it naturally requires significant improvement. However, the recent incident involving the 8 sons of Goan served as a wake-up call for Chen Xian, making him realize that the strength of his subordinates was still somewhat lacking. Therefore, Chen Xian took Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, Shen Laosen, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and Gu Wuyan into the spaceship for cultivation. After all, these 5 people and 1 dog were under the control of Chen Xian's soul-capturing ability, so there was naturally no need to worry about betrayal. As for entering the spaceship, Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan were already aware of it beforehand, so their feelings remained unchanged. But after Shen Laosan and the other 3 entered, they were utterly shocked beyond words. "My heavens, this is the interior of a spaceship? It's so mysterious. What kind of power could possibly create such a terrifying spaceship? It's truly unbelievable." Shen Laosan stared wide-eyed at everything before him, his heart already surging with overwhelming waves. Everything before his eyes was simply beyond belief. He couldn't imagine that such a thing would actually be owned by Chen Xian. As expected of Brother Chen, this spaceship is just too impressive. TSK, it's incredible. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were also utterly shocked. Looking at the still somewhat bewildered crowd, Chen Xian smiled faintly and then summoned the superbrain to briefly explain the cultivation and use of the spaceship. Immediately afterward, he began arranging for everyone to start their cultivation within the spaceship. These 5 people and 1 dog were the most elite figures in the Jiangnan region and also Chen Xian's trusted confidants. Moreover, the talents of these 5 people and 1 dog were quite exceptional. With proper training, they were bound to become great powers in the future. To say nothing of others, just the Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, and Gu Wuyan were renowned 9th-tier powerhouses in their previous lives, and Li Kai is an 8th-level powerhouse. Although Li Kai and Shen Laosan are not well known. However, Shen Laosan's talent and strength are the strongest, and his abilities are even more terrifying. The reason he was not well known in his previous life was due to Zhu Rai's concealment, which outsiders were unaware of. As for Zhou Xiong, he died early in his previous life. If he hadn't, his achievements would naturally not have been inferior to Li Kai's. In this
this lifetime, with Chen Xian's guidance, Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and Gu Wuyan will undoubtedly achieve greatness no less than the 9th tier, destined to dominate the world as part of the absolute elite.
As for Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, both have the opportunity to break through the shackles of the 8th tier and become 9th tier powerhouses. As for Xin Laosan, as long as he doesn't fall, he is naturally set to become a 9th tier ability user in the future, and among the top elite at that. Calculating this way, Chen Xian currently has at least 6 future 9th tier powerhouses under his command. Placed in the apocalypse, this would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying force. For ordinary forces, having a single 9th tier expert would already qualify as a considerable power. But with 6, plus Chen Xian, at least 7 9th tier experts, they already possess the qualifications to dominate the world. After arranging matters for them, Chen Xian also entered a state of seclusion. During this period, many significant events have occurred externally. Because the Yanjing region fears Chen Xian's strength and foundation, they chose not to act but instead secretly continued to probe Chen Xian's power, causing the other regions to harbor restless thoughts. Time passed quickly. The region closest to the Yanjing region is the Northwest region. Due to its proximity to the Yanjing region, it is under the strongest control. Because of this, the head of the Northwest district became dissatisfied, believing that the strength of the Yanjing district was nothing special, and thus developed ambitions of independence. However, right after the head of the Northwest district declared independence, they were met with a terrifying counterattack from the Yanjing district. In just half a day, dozens of ability users entered the Northwest district as if it were an unguarded land. The entire Northwest district lost 1/3 of its combat power, and the head was directly executed. However, the relentless and terrifying attacks left countless ability users in the Northwest district trembling with fear, and this move directly intimidated the other regions. It turned out that the reason the Yanjing region did not suppress the Jiangnan region was not due to a lack of strength, but because the Jiangnan region was too formidable, causing the Yanjing region to be apprehensive. However, the strength of the other regions is still far inferior to that of the Yanjing region. From this battle onward, the various regions came to realize the gap between themselves and the Yanjing region, and the ambitions in their hearts were significantly diminished. Time passed quickly, and the entire Jiangnan region was seizing every moment to cultivate. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Finally, it's done. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy in his gaze. Feeling the surging supernatural power throughout his body, his face was full of smiles. Boom! Over the past month, he had spent most of his time in the spaceship. With the support of the cultivation chamber, although only a month had passed in the outside world due to the influence of the time flow, Chen Xian had actually cultivated for 2 months. Do not underestimate the extra month of time. For an Esper, being able to cultivate for an additional month in a post-apocalyptic world like this makes an enormous difference. During this short period, his strength had improved significantly. 7th tier Ice Dragon ability, 6th tier Soul Capturing ability, 5th tier Spatial ability, 5th tier 9 Nether Sacred Dragon ability, 4th tier Plundering ability. Feeling the intertwining of countless supernatural abilities within himself, Chen Xian was very satisfied. His several major abilities have now improved very quickly, especially the Ice Dragon ability. As a mythological level power, under Chen Xian's dedicated cultivation, it has successfully advanced from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, progressing at an astonishing speed and undeniably significant. Moreover, the improvement in strength is also quite evident, and the Soul Capturing ability, Spatial ability, and Plundering ability have all seen slight improvements. The most significant improvement, naturally, is the 9 Nether Sacred Dragon, this SSS level ability. The reason for such rapid progress lies in the fact that Chen Xian originally possessed the Ice Dragon ability. His physical strength was already terrifyingly strong, and in addition, there was the presence of the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl. That Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl can continuously provide Chen Xian with the power of the 9 Nether and accelerate his cultivation, and that Xianyin Earth Fiend Orb, after this period of cultivation, had already exhausted its internal energy. It must absorb the power of the Earth Fiend again to continue being used. For Chen Xian, this was naturally not a difficult task. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and take a look. Chen Xian stretched lazily and walked out of the spaceship with a cheerful smile. As for Lin Zixuan and the others, they had already left a few days ago. During this period, the 6 of them have made significant progress in their strength. Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and Gu Wuyan, 2 people and 1 dog, have reached the peak of the 5th tier, just 1 step away from breaking through to the 6th tier. As for Xin Laosan, he has already broken through to the 6th tier. With the addition of his curse power, he is among the top tier existences in all of China. Of course, as long as he doesn't encounter a spiritual object like the Xianyin Earth Fiend Pearl, Xin Laosan's supernatural ability is quite terrifying. As for Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, both successfully broke through to the 5th tier, significantly improving their strength compared to before, and can now be considered part of the first echelon. Meanwhile, the overall strength of the Jiangnan region has also been steadily improving during this period. The number of superhumans is increasing, and with the presence of potions, their strength is advancing rapidly. Chen Xian also handed over more potions to Wang Mingsheng, allowing him to start mass production. The difficulty was naturally not small, but Wang Mingsheng and his team were already experienced, and with some guidance from Chen Xian, it was naturally not a problem. The research on the cyborg experiment was also quite successful. After coming out of the spaceship, Chen Xian appeared in his office. He gathered Lin Zixuan and the others. "Greetings, Master, Brother Chen." Everyone was overjoyed to see Chen Xian. They all greeted him with smiles, their eyes filled with respect. Even Shin Lao San, who had broken through to the 6th tier ability, looked at Chen Xian with even more reverence than before. After all, the existence of that spaceship was enough to leave everyone present utterly astonished. Not bad, everyone's strength has improved quickly. Sensing the aura around everyone, Chen Xian revealed a slight smile on his face. Everyone chuckled, and even Lin Zixuan rarely showed a faint smile. After all, this was praise from their master. "How has the base been developing recently?" Gu Wuyan, standing to the side, said with a cheerful smile. "Everything is moving in a positive direction. The development of the potion is going smoothly, and the number of ability users is increasing," Chen Xian asked. "Moreover, the cyborg experiments have achieved phased success, and we can now develop cyborgs comparable to first-tier ability users." Listening to Gu Wuyan's report, Chen Xian nodded silently. "In that case, it's actually quite good. A cyborg capable of rivaling a tier 1 ability user is indeed a considerable boost to combat power. At the very least, it gives ordinary people who cannot awaken abilities a glimmer of hope. Of course, the cyborg experiment is destined to remain confidential and can only be applied to the elite soldiers recruited. Currently, the Jiangnan region has 1,630 superhumans and an armed force of over 130,000, which is considered quite formidable. If all of these 130,000 armed troops could be successfully transformed, the Jiangnan region would possess a cyborg army of over 100,000, equivalent to over 100,000 superhumans. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly shock all of China and even the entire world. "Not bad, keep up the good work." Chen Xian smiled and gave some praise. However, something strange has happened recently. Li Kai hesitated as he spoke from the side. "Strange?" Everyone looked over. Li Kai didn't hesitate and quickly reported. "I only received the report today. There are 4 major forces in Tianhai City. The day before yesterday, 2 of them were wiped out overnight, and yesterday, the remaining 2 also lost contact. 4 factions wiped out in 2 days? As one of the 13 guardians under the Jiangnan district, Tianhai City naturally possesses considerable strength. Its 4 major factions all have peak 3rd tier ability users, and one of them even has a 4th tier ability user, making them quite formidable. Yet, these major factions were annihilated one after another within 2 days, without sending any messages to the Jiangnan district. It's probably not that simple." Chen Xian squinted his eyes and suddenly fell into deep thought. He had an impression of this matter. In his previous life, he was still in Subei City at this time, not far from Tianhai City. Back then, this matter caused quite a stir. The instigators of this matter were a group of Hua people. These Hua people came from the land of the rising sun, arriving by ship in Tianhai City, with the intention of establishing a foothold in Huaxia. Behind them was a large force from the land of the rising sun. This group of Hua people was merely the vanguard, aiming to seize territory. The Jiangnan region in the previous life paid a hefty price to eliminate this group of Japanese, with as many as hundreds of superhumans perishing in the effort to annihilate these 10 Japanese vanguards. Of course, this was not because the Jiangnan region was too weak, but because these Japanese were no ordinary superhumans. Even in Japan, they were renowned as formidable warriors. Moreover, the Jiangnan region had underestimated the enemy at the time, which led to a failure to concentrate all their forces to wipe them out. "Brother Chen, how about I take some people to investigate and see what's going on?" Zhou Xiong, standing to the side, spoke up. After breaking through to the 5th tier, his strength had surged dramatically, and he naturally had confidence in handling unexpected situations. However, Chen Xian shook his head. He knew that those Japanese were extremely troublesome. Not to mention Zhou Xiong, a 5th tier ability user, even Shin Laosan, ranked just below Chen Xian in the Jiangnan region, might not necessarily be a match for them. The reason lies in the fact that those 10 Japanese individuals not only possessed powerful abilities, but one of them had a particularly strange ability called divination. It was precisely because of this divination ability that the Jiangnan region suffered a defeat at the time. Unless they can be completely overpowered in terms of strength. Otherwise, even if the opponent has the slightest chance of winning, they could very likely turn the tables. And Chen Xian made his move to ensure the opponent had not the slightest chance of winning. Thinking of turning the tables? This time, the invaders of Tianhai City are a group of Hua people, arriving by ship from the sea. Their goal is to establish a foothold in Huaxia, so that in the future, a continuous stream of Hua people can migrate to our Huaxia territory. Chen Xian spoke slowly, and everyone was already utterly shocked. It's absolutely impossible. Japanese people? What? Still want to migrate to the territory of our Huaxia? Outrageous, simply outrageous. Yes, although there are internal conflicts within Huaxia, when faced with the Japanese, we will absolutely unite and point our guns outward. Nothing else, just a lifelong enmity. The hatred of everyone present for those little Japanese people was no less, including Qin Xian. He made up his mind that once he broke through to the 9th rank in the future, he would definitely visit Japan. This country has no reason to exist. It's better to eliminate them. But now, we must ruthlessly sever the tentacles of the Hua nation. Damn it, these Hua people still have such treacherous ambitions. They're really asking for death. Exactly, Brother Chen. Count me in for this trip to Tianhai City. I'll make sure to take down this group of Hua people. Yes, I'm going too. These damn Japanese deserve it. Even the dog emperor couldn't help but bark twice. Destroy the Japanese, it's the dog's duty. Woof woof. Chen Xian heard this and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't let this group of guys die so easily. Chen Xian grinned, his words carrying a chilling undertone. This time, Shen Laosan, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, the three of you, plus Dog Emperor, will come with me. Wu Yan and Zixuan will stay to guard the house. Additionally, bring along 9 squads to broaden their horizons. Although Tianhai City is not far from the Jiangnan district, the Jiangnan district still needs strong individuals to hold the fort. With Lin Zixuan and Gu Woyan holding the fort, it's more than enough. Bring along Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and 9 squads. The purpose is to broaden their horizons. As for the Japanese, Chen Xian won't show the slightest mercy. These guys deserve to die. Yes, the entire Jiangnan region has started mobilizing. 9 squads set out together, heading straight for Tianhai City. Very soon, these 9 squads, consisting of over 100 ability users, have all seen significant improvements in their strength over the past month, especially the captain-level figures, whose strength has all reached the 4th tier. As for Lan Qinglin, he was already at the 4th tier during the selection process, and now he has reached the peak of the 4th tier, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. The improvement in strength is undeniably fast. All of this is naturally thanks to the help of the potion. Everyone, move out. As Chen Xian's words fell, everyone boarded the armored vehicles, revved up the engines, and headed straight for Tianhai City. As the captain, Wang Xiang sat on an armored vehicle with his team members. At this moment, he felt both nervous and excited. An excited heart, trembling hands. This was his first mission with the leader, so naturally, he wanted to perform well. Brother Wang, it's just a little Japanese. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you're scared? The deputy captain beside him asked with a chuckle. The group of team members also burst into laughter. Rubbish, a bunch of little Japanese. Why would I be scared? I'm just worried about not performing well in front of the leader. Listen up, all of you, make sure to perform well in front of the leader. Don't embarrass me. Wang Xiang cursed a few times, and everyone laughed and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Brother Wang, we will definitely perform well in front of the leader. That's right, this is our first mission with the leader. We absolutely can't be outdone by other squads. The conversation inside the armored vehicle was lively, but on the other side, Tianhai City was far from harmonious. Exactly. Countless supernatural powers surrounded Fujiki Kyoko, and soon, a group of Japanese gathered around her, quietly waiting for her divination. Everyone naturally had unwavering faith in Fujiki Kyoko's divination. In fact, their ability to reach this point was closely tied to Fujiki Kyoko's divination, otherwise, they would have long perished at sea. Fujiki Kyoko frowned, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire aura became extremely weak, and her pupils emitted a trace of fear. Kyoko, what's going on? Suddenly, Nani, Kyoko, what happened? The group of members quickly gathered around. Fujiki Kyoko clutched her chest, her face looking a bit unpleasant. The divination shows that we are in great danger, a situation of certain death with no chance of survival. A situation of certain death with no chance of survival? Hearing Fujiki Kyoko's words, everyone was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Since gaining their supernatural abilities, they had never encountered such a situation before. Even in the land of Hua, they are among the top elites, and very few can threaten their lives. Yet now, in a mere city in Huaxia, they are facing a situation of certain death. Tian Yingfu squinted his eyes and paced back and forth. As the captain of the 10, Tian Yingfu's strength goes without saying, but Fujiki Kaoriko's divination cannot be ignored. For a while, he said in a solemn voice, Kyoko, do another divination. Fujiki Kyoko wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then continued to use her ability to start divining. Although this divination ability is not offensive, the power to foresee the future is extremely terrifying, capable of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. Yes, for the accuracy of this divination, Fujiki Kyoko even used her own vital blood as a price to initiate the divination. When the divination began, a mysterious and profound supernatural power spread in front of Fujiki Kyoko and then enveloped her entire body. Everyone stood guard nearby, anxiously waiting. However, a few seconds later, Fujiki Kyoko furrowed her brows tightly, and immediately after, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura quickly diminished. Kyoko! Everyone hurriedly rushed over in a panic. Tanabe Yasuhiro supported Fujiki Kyoko's back and held her in his arms. Kyoko, what did you see? Tian
Ningfu's tone carried a hint of urgency.
Ever since awakening her supernatural ability, Fujiki Kyoko had used her divination power countless times, but she had never encountered a scene like this.
Blood, so much blood. I see a terrifying man. We can't escape, Fujiki Kyoko said with some fear.
The scene of the recent divination filled her with extreme terror, surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, under siege by countless espers, with the leader possessing unparalleled strength.
Upon hearing Fujiki Kyoko's words, Tanabe and the others exchanged glances, each beginning to hesitate internally. An omen of great misfortune. What? Could it be that they must leave this place and return to Japan? How could they possibly accept this?
After all the effort of crossing the ocean to get here, asking them to return home dejectedly was something they simply couldn't swallow.
But if they stayed, Kyoko's divination made them hesitant.
Everyone turned their gaze to Tanagawa, and all the pressure converged on him. Tianingfu also knew that as the captain, he bore the mission of the entire squad. After pondering for a while, he spoke with difficulty. Although landing at the Tianhai City base cost countless time and money, compared to life, it can only be this way. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief.
Withdraw. No one wants to die. Fujiki Karakoko's divination would never lie.
Since she said it was a situation of certain death, everyone naturally hesitated in their hearts.
Let's go, Kyoko. Tadao gently helped Fujiki Kyoko up, then gave the group a look, preparing to head outside. As long as they boarded the giant ship and entered the sea, they would be safe. However, just as the group finished packing and left the warehouse, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly rang out, and Tadao's brows furrowed tightly. Immediately afterward, armored trains could be seen heading in the direction of the crowd.
In no time, they had completely surrounded everyone.
Over a dozen armored trains encircled Tianingfu and the others. Not good, it's them. Fujiki Kyoko suddenly spoke. Her face looked very pale. Just now, during the divination, she saw these rows of armored trains, and in an instant, her heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Certain death with no chance of survival. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. The other Japanese people also felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. Very soon, from the rows of armored trains, countless espers disembarked one after another, their auras varying, but all at least at the third tier in strength. Third tier espers, fourth tier, fifth tier, and even one whose aura they couldn't detect.
All the Yamato people's gazes turned toward him in unison.
That person was Chen Xian. He slowly stepped down from the armored train, his gaze playful as he looked at the group of Yamato people before him. That vagabond aura is quite strong. It's very repulsive.
Sir, we have no past grievances nor recent enmity.
How about we let today's matter go? We promise to leave Huaxia and never return. Tianingfu asked tentatively.
Regarding the content of Fujiki Karakoko's divination, he was also worried, so he planned to negotiate with the other party. However, upon hearing Tianingfu's words, Chen Xian laughed.
You guarantee? Do you Japanese even have any credibility left?
Chen Xian's eyes were full of disdain, as if what stood before him were not people, but a group of beasts.
To him, these Japanese people were no different from beasts. The biggest difference was that beasts might be more trustworthy than them. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Tianingfu and everyone present looked extremely displeased.
This Chinese man actually insulted the samurai of their great Yamato nation.
This is outrageous, simply outrageous. Damn it.
However, Chen Xian continued, as for seeking peace, forget it. The moment you set foot on the sacred land of Huaxia, your death was already sealed. After saying this, Chen Xian's gaze turned colder. These guys slaughtered quite a few people in China in their past lives. At that time, Tianhai City and 2 neighboring cities were completely massacred by these guys. Although they were eventually wiped out by the Jiangnan district, the Jiangnan district also suffered heavy losses. These guys can truly be said to be deeply sinful.
Baka Yaru, how dare you insult the warriors of the great Yamato nation? You're courting death. Therefore,
Yagyu Ichiro snorted coldly, his eyes full of hostility. Chen Xian heard this, glanced at the guy who had just spoken, and then the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
Is that so? Then go to hell.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian's fingers tensed. Suddenly, Yagyu Ichiro felt as if something was choking his neck, lifting him forcefully off the ground. He could barely breathe, veins bulging on his face.
The ability users around Yagyu Ichiro hadn't even reacted yet when, in the next second,
Yagyu Ichiro's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, scattering through the air. A dense mist of blood sprayed onto the group of Japanese ability users. How is this possible?
Yagyu Ichiro is actually dead? Nanny, how could this happen?
Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment.
Before they could react, Yagyu Ichiro had already been taken down by the opponent.
The one who made the move was the man standing in front of them. With just a flick of his finger, he had slain a 5th-tier psychic. What incredible strength!
Spatial ability. He's using spatial ability. Tianingfu narrowed his eyes warily.
Just now, he sensed the spatial fluctuations around Chen Xian and deduced that the other party was using spatial ability. Hearing that Chen Xian had used spatial abilities, everyone's expressions tightened. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh and glanced at the crowd.
I'll leave this bunch to you.
Behind him, Li Kai,
Zhou Xiong, and Shen Laosen grinned broadly and responded affirmatively, while the 9 squad leaders eagerly prepared for action. The group of Japanese in front of him is indeed quite strong. All of them are 5th-tier ability users, with the strongest among them, Tian Yingfu, being a 6th tier. Yes, these guys should be the top ability users of Japan, traveling across the sea with the aim of occupying China. Before long, countless ability users behind Chen Xian rushed toward the group of Japanese in front of them. Chen Xian did not rush to make a move but stood to the side, watching the battle with great interest. The reason for bringing so many people is to train the troops. These ability users haven't experienced any major battles and lack combat experience. This is the perfect opportunity to train them. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds echoed continuously in the firmament. Shen Laosan faced off against Tian Yingfu. Both were at the 6th level of strength. As one of the top supernatural beings in Hua country, Tian Yingfu's strength was naturally formidable. However, Shen Laosan possessed a cursed ability, making him nearly invincible among those of the same level, except for Chen Xian. Therefore, when facing Tian Yingfu, he did not fall behind at all and even suppressed the opponent. However, the number of 5th-tier ability users in the Hua kingdom exceeds that of the Jiangnan region. Thus, as soon as Chen Xian saw 5th-tier ability users from the Hua kingdom teaming up to attack him, he directly pierced through them with an Ice Dragon ability. The scales of victory in the battle quickly tilted in Chen Xian's favor. In fact, Chen Xian had always approached it as a game of cat and mouse. With his strength, dealing with these Japanese is naturally no problem. Baka, outrageous, outrageous. A few minutes later, only Fujiki Kyoko and 3 others remained beside Tian Yingfu. Everyone else had perished. He couldn't understand why these Chinese people were so strong. His teammates were all top-tier superhumans, yet so many of them had fallen, and he himself was injured by Shen Laosan. The opponent's curse ability was truly terrifying. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh. Damned bastard, today you're all going to die here. Chen Xian had no intention of letting these guys leave. He took a step forward, walking in the direction of Tian Yingfu. With each step he took, the hearts of Tian Yingfu and the others pounded harder. Although they had never fought Chen Xian before, the strength of his subordinates alone was already formidable. Naturally, Chen Xian's own strength needed no further elaboration. It was absolutely terrifying. Chen Xian suddenly appeared beside the Woko Ronin on Tian Yingfu's left with a loud bang. The extremely cold sword in his hand thrust forward fiercely, piercing through space and into the opponent's abdomen. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted wildly. The Woko Ronin instantly lost his breath and fell straight to the ground. He died without any resistance. Tian Yingfu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at the sight. Dead. What kind of strength does the man before him possess? How terrifying. Immediately after, Chen Xian did not hesitate and approached another Ronin beside Tian Yingfu. Activating his soul-capturing ability, the Ronin was instantly stunned in place, and Chen Xian similarly thrust his sword, piercing through him. 2 strikes, easily annihilating 2 5th-rank Ronin. Everyone watched intently. At this moment, only Tanaka Hideo and Fujiki Kyoko remained in the field. Fujiki Kyoko's divination ability had no offensive power, so the only combat strength left was Tanaka Hideo. Facing Chen Xian's threat, Tanaka Hideo was deeply fearful, his eyes filled with endless dread. He couldn't understand why his 2 companions were so easily slain by the opponent, standing frozen in place. Chen Xian grinned and calmly looked at Tian Yingfu. With that, like the Grim Reaper urging death, Chen Xian moved. The activation of his spatial ability brought him instantly in front of the opponent. Before Tian Yingfu could react, the soul-capturing ability erupted. Your turn. In that instant, Tian Yingfu was momentarily dazed. However, his combat experience and strength were far superior to those other Ronin. Within just a split second, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to snap back to consciousness. Boom! When he opened his eyes again, he saw Chen Xian's frost sword already stabbing toward him. He frantically tried to dodge, but the frost sword was already about to pierce his body. The blade sliced through his waist, and blood gushed out in torrents. Chen Xian thrust his sword, directly piercing through Tian Yingfu's waist. The latter rolled away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with dimness as blood gushed from his waist. Extreme pain. Since Tian Yingfu's debut, he had never suffered such severe injuries. Pain. He had never been defeated so quickly before. The strength of Chen Xian's attack was something he couldn't even resist. Moreover, the opponent even possessed a special ability to disturb the mind. At that moment, if his willpower hadn't been strong enough, he would have been slain by Chen Xian. Just now, it felt as if he had been pulled into some kind of illusion. Clutching the wound on his waist, Tian Yingfu looked at the other party with a face full of terror. You, who exactly are you? How is it possible for you to have 2 abilities? Tian Yingfu said in disbelief. It was impossible for an ordinary ability user to possess 2 abilities. But the supernatural ability that had just disturbed Chen Xian's mind absolutely exists. Chen Xian heard this, let out a cold laugh, and slowly approached, countless ice spirits appearing behind him. Ice spirits filled the sky, appearing out of thin air. Who told you I only have 2 supernatural abilities? Looking at the overwhelming ice crystals before him, Tian Yingfu's eyes instantly widened.
widened, and the Fujiki Shangzi behind him also looked utterly bewildered, as if she had seen something unbelievable.
The man in front of them actually possessed 3 different abilities? What?
Looking across the entire world, no one had ever been seen with so many abilities.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How is this possible? Tianning-fu instantly went mad, his eyes filled with disbelief.
He couldn't believe that such an existence could appear in the world.
Chen Xian smiled faintly, gently waved his fingers, and countless ice shards transformed into ice dragons, rushing straight toward Tianning-fu's body. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and in an instant, those ice dragons devoured the opponent's body. Tianning-fu was unwilling to give in and immediately used all his abilities to resist. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. No! The shockwave from the intense explosion even sent Fujiki Kyoko flying backward.
Although her ability level was at the 5th tier, she had no combat skills or defensive capabilities. After all, the ability of divination is already terrifying enough. If one were to also possess combat and defensive capabilities, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? But as the dust settled, everyone saw that Tianning-fu was already lying in the mud pit, barely alive, his entire body covered in frost. The extreme cold of the ultimate ice made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, suffering immensely. The spirit in his eyes was long gone, replaced only by endless fear. The young man before him, much younger than himself, was simply not human, more like a demon from hell. Chen Xian watched this guy with great interest. He had to admit, the vitality was quite tenacious. However, that's all there is to it. Dead is still dead. He certainly didn't plan to let this guy go. Chen Xian raised his hand, and strands of dark aura began to gather. The aura from the 9 netherworlds seemed to carry the power of death, making people shudder involuntarily. Even the group of ability users from the Jiangnan region behind Chen Xian couldn't help but shiver. This kind of power was something they couldn't possibly resist. A sacred dragon of the 9 netherworlds began to take shape. The pitch-black dragon's body appeared, exhaling black mist, but the mist emanated a strong power of death, causing an inexplicable sense of terror.
The next moment,
seeing this scene, Tianning-fu's previously listless face instantly widened, his eyes in shock.
Whoa! The 4th ability. This is the 4th ability. How can a human possibly possess 4 different superpowers at the same time? How is this possible? Tianning-fu's eyes flickered with intense shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Go to hell. In a while, I will personally visit your country and send every single one of you straight to hell. With that, Chen Xian grinned.
The smile radiating from the fair face showed no trace of innocence, but rather resembled that of a devil, making people uncontrollably shudder.
Tianning-fu and Fujiki Shangzi were instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this.
They had no doubt about the authenticity of Chen Xian's words. After all, he truly possessed such strength.
In other words, is their Great Wa kingdom really about to perish? Tianning-fu let out a furious roar in his heart, yet it was of no use.
That terrifying 9 nether sacred dragon coalesced and charged straight at Tianning-fu's body.
No! A horrifying explosion resounded. Tianning-fu's body was instantly torn to pieces, exploding on the spot. Dead, so dead he could never return. Tianning-fu vanished from the world.
Seeing this, the ability users behind Chen Xian all showed looks of terror. Tianning-fu was dead, leaving only Fujiki Kyoko alone. At this moment, she involuntarily took a few steps back, completely devoid of the will to escape.
So terrifying.
After all, even Tianning-fu was dead, there was no way she could escape on her own. Chen Xian watched the woman with great interest, but had no intention of killing her. Although Fujiki Kyoko is also a person from Wa, her supernatural ability is quite useful. Divination ability, which can be used at the cost of self-consumption. If using essence blood, the accuracy of the divination can be greatly improved.
Chen Xian naturally wouldn't use the plundering ability to acquire this kind of ability. After all, the cost is too high, and he has no need to do so. Wouldn't it be better to subdue it?
This way, you can successfully perform divination without depleting your own vital essence and strength,
killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover,
Chen Xian possesses the soul-capturing ability, so there's no need to worry about Fujiki Shangzi's betrayal.
Chen Xian slowly walked step by step in the direction of Fujiki Kyoko.
The latter's face was filled with terror, thinking that Chen Xian was about to kill her, and she couldn't stop the fear surging in her heart.
You, don't come any closer, Fujiki Kyoko said nervously. She didn't want to die.
Before long, Chen Xian stood in front of her, sizing her up with great interest. It must be said, this woman's figure and appearance are indeed quite impressive, very charming.
However, he wasn't particularly fond of women from Wa country. He wondered if being with Fujiki Shangzi could be considered resisting Wa.
Thinking of this, Chen Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he said with a cheerful smile,
"You have the ability of divination, right?"
"Why, yes."
Fujiki Karakoko nodded somewhat woodenly. "In that case, why don't you do a divination yourself and see whether today brings life or death?"
Hearing Chen Xian's words, Fujiki Karakoko was momentarily stunned, looking at Chen Xian with a bewildered expression.
Chen Xian smiled and said, "What kind of move is this?"
"Today, they are undoubtedly in a situation of certain death with no chance of survival."
"What the heck?"
But she didn't dare dare to disobey Chen Xian's words, so she obediently began the divination. She widened her eyes in shock. The originally hopeless situation of certain death had turned into a slim chance of survival. How is this possible? Suddenly, could it be that her path to survival lies in? Thinking of this, Fujiki Kyoko suddenly raised her head to look at Chen Xian. Seeing Chen Xian's faintly smiling expression, Fujiki Kyoko seemed to understand something. Her slim chance of survival came from Chen Xian. The man in front of her determined her life and death. Without the slightest hesitation, Fujiki Kyoko immediately knelt on the ground. I am willing to surrender to the master. I beg the master to take me in. Anything becomes trivial when faced with life and death. The situation at hand is very simple, either die or surrender to Chen Xian. It is precisely the uniqueness of her ability that highlights her value even more, which is also why Chen Xian wants to recruit her. Hearing Fujiki Kyoko express her desire to surrender, Chen Xian smiled faintly. It must be said, Fujiki Kyoko's ability is indeed quite overpowered. Of course, Chen Xian is the ultimate overpowered one. Since that's the case, from now on, you will follow me obediently. If you dare to have any disloyal thoughts, I guarantee you won't even have a place to be buried. After saying this, Chen Xian's gaze turned cold, and the latter immediately shivered. This could be considered a show of force to intimidate her. Fujiki Shangzi instantly trembled and quickly nodded repeatedly. Why yes. After speaking, Chen Xian smiled and nodded, then placed his hand on the other person's head. A supernatural power instantly entered the other's body. The soul-capturing ability was activated. Fujiki Shangzi felt as if something indescribable had entered her mind, as though everything about her was now under Chen Xian's control. Your body has already been implanted with my supernatural power. If you have any disloyal thoughts, I can make you drop dead with just a single thought. Do you understand? Chen Xian spoke indifferently, and the coldness in his words instantly sent a shiver down Fujiki Karakoko's spine. She quickly nodded. That feeling was very strange. Understood. With that, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. This time, the operation in Tianhai City was a complete success. Although a few ability users from the 9 squads were killed, it pales in comparison to the gains. The remaining ability users also witnessed a real battle, naturally gaining significant combat experience. Moreover, their loyalty to him has skyrocketed. After all, the power Chen Xian displayed was too terrifying, completely overwhelming. Chen Xian turned his head and glanced at everyone. Let's go, it's time to head back. They boarded the armored train, ready to return. As for the Hua Kingdom, Chen Xian naturally planned to visit, but not now. Yes, although with his current strength there was almost no one in the entire Hua Kingdom who could stop him. But that vast ocean was not so simple. With the advent of the apocalypse, it wasn't just humans who evolved. That ocean was the same, and its evolution was even faster than that of humans. Because the regions within the ocean are more vast and the resources more abundant, countless creatures hide beneath the sea, making it naturally extremely perilous. This time, the key reason why this group of Japanese Ronin was able to travel across the sea was Fujiki Kyoko's divination ability. With this ability helping them avoid misfortune and seek fortune, they were able to successfully make the journey. Otherwise, they might have perished at sea before even setting foot in China. Before Chen Xian and the others left Tianhai City, they also restored order to the city. After all, Tianhai City is under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan district and is close to the sea, making it one of the barriers of the Jiangnan district. Yanjing district. Old Chen, the investigation is clear. Li Shitong quickly stepped into the room, his expression respectful. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Old Chen's cloudy eyes. During this period, he mobilized countless forces from the Yanjing region to investigate every detail about Chen Xian, leaving no stone unturned. At nearly 70 years old, he naturally understood the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy to achieve victory in every battle. As for Chen Xian, he knew almost nothing about him, making it impossible to make the right judgment. Replying to Elder Chen, this person possesses more than one special ability. Possesses more than one special ability? Hearing this, Elder Chen's face once again showed a trace of astonishment. According to the intelligence currently available, Chen Xian possesses an ice-based ability, an ability involving soul attacks, a spatial ability, and the 9 Nether Sacred Dragon ability. Hearing this, Old Chen was shocked once again. 9 Nether Sacred Dragon? He knew this ability all too well. It was the special ability of Goen 8's Zhong Shueya. How could it possibly be possessed by Chen Xian? Could it be that Chen Xian had seized it? In other words, Chen Xian possesses a special ability that allows him to seize others' abilities, which is why he is so terrifying. That's right. Seemingly having figured it all out, Old Chen's eyes trembled violently, emitting a sharp gleam. An ability that can absorb others' abilities? What kind of terrifying existence is this? To think that a person possesses so many supernatural abilities, how terrifying their power must be. And for such strength to be controlled by a human is truly unbelievable. Elder Chen squinted his eyes and murmured to himself. Ice element, space, soul, 9 Nether Sacred Dragon, plunder. Moreover, the level of these abilities is very high. Not only are they invincible at the same level, but they might even be able to fight across levels.
levels. Elder Chen roughly estimated Chen Xian's strength.
Meanwhile, Li Shitong continuously reported various information about Chen Xian, including his growth experiences from childhood to adulthood. No parents, no weaknesses. Previously just an employee of a small company, his growth in such a short period of time seemed almost like he was cheating, with a trajectory that was simply unbelievable. Apart from Chen Xian's personal information, there was also information about all the subordinates around him: Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, Gu Weiyan, Shen Laosen, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong. The information about these people was all presented before old Chen. Each of them had talents that could be described as top-notch, with the potential to reach the pinnacle in the future. This group of individuals is truly terrifying. After learning about Chen Xian's full strength and background, even the experienced Elder Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. It was clear that Chen Xian's strength was somewhat over the top. Elder Chen, this person's strength is extraordinary, and back when the 8 sons of national security were sent, Chen Xian boldly declared that one day he would flatten the Yanjing district and become its master. Li Shitong spoke up from the side. After all, the original intention of the 8 members of Goan was to take down Chen Xian. Therefore, it's only natural for the other party to have such thoughts. But old Chen squinted his eyes slightly. This matter was indeed tricky to handle. In that case, spread this little guy's information across Huaxia. I want to see if the opportunities surrounding him will stir people's hearts. Hearing Mr. Chen's words, Li Shitong immediately opened his mouth wide. Hiss! It is indeed a good idea. For Chen Xian to have come this far, no one would believe he had no fortuitous encounters, and his current achievements must be accompanied by significant opportunities, which will undoubtedly attract the interest of countless superhumans, including those from other major regions. Moreover, even if Chen Xian's individual strength is formidable, he could never be a match for the combined forces of so many powerful individuals from multiple major regions. Elder Chen's plan is indeed quite clever. This move can provoke the covetousness of all forces in China toward Chen Xian. After all, achieving such strength and accomplishments in such a short time would be absolutely impossible without some fortuitous opportunities. The brilliance of this move lies in getting others to charge into battle on his behalf. In the end, he can easily reap the rewards himself. This is what struggle is all about. Sometimes, it's not just about force, but also about using your brain. Li Shitong knew what to do, so he left the room and began the operation. In just a few days, information about Chen Xian spread throughout Huaxia. Take note. In the apocalypse, the Jiangnan district already had quite a reputation, and the revelation that its behind-the-scenes leader was Chen Xian from the Yanjing district was explosive news, naturally attracting the covetous eyes of countless people. Leader, something major has happened. Chu Kuo walked in quickly, reporting in a hurry. Southwest region. Lin Lengtian's gaze sharpened as he spoke. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? It must be noted that Chu Kuo, as Lin Lengtian's absolute confidant, not only possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary superhumans but also has a mature mind and unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Lin Lengtian's trusted aide. Chu Kuo handed a piece of intelligence to Lin Lengtian. This contains all the information about Chen Xian, the mastermind behind the Jiangnan district. Every detail is included. This man rose from being an ordinary white-collar worker to his current position after the apocalypse began, which undoubtedly indicates great fortune. Speaking, Lin Lengtian's gaze quickly scanned the intelligence report. For a long time, his eyes turned deep, and then he looked up at Chu Kuo. Not bad. This Chen Xian seems to be no ordinary person. Single-handedly, he took down the entire Jiangnan district and replaced it. Even the 8 sons of national security were no match for him. If we say there is no great opportunity, that's absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuo also nodded. That's right. It's just that we don't know where this information came from. Where did it come from? Hearing this, Lin Lengtian let out a cold laugh and looked outside the tent. Other than the Yanjing district, who else has such means of gathering information? Those guys seem to want to kill with a borrowed knife. Lin Lengtian saw through the Yanjing district's tactics at a glance. Only the Yanjing district can collect Chen Xian's information so meticulously. Coupled with the hatred between Chen Xian and the Yanjing district, it is very obvious that this was done by the Yanjing district. Leader, what should we do then? Chu Kuo asked curiously. In fact, he was also quite curious about Chen Xian's strength and opportunities. Lin Lengtian said with a smile, since the Yanjing district group has this plan, we might as well go along with it. After all, this kid definitely has significant opportunities on him. Taking him down and seizing those opportunities might just allow our Southwest district to reach a higher level. Lin Lengtian, having learned of the Yanjing district's scheme, naturally intended to go along with it and seize the opportunities in Chen Xian's hands. Subordinate will prepare immediately. That's right. Chu Kuo acknowledged, then respectfully nodded in agreement, and proceeded to organize the army. Yes, scenes like this occurred across various major regions of Huaxia and other large and small factions. Although the information did not specify what opportunity Chen Xian had obtained, being able to rise from an ordinary office worker to his current position was definitely no simple simple feat. Sometimes, saying nothing can instead spark infinite imagination in everyone. Jiangnan District. In Chen Xian's office, Gu Wuyan and the others walked in quickly, each with furrowed brows and a hint of anger in their eyes. Seeing Gu Wuyan, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and others arriving together, Chen Xian was somewhat curious. Master, something big has happened. What happened? Gu Wuyan spoke. Immediately after, he handed the document in his hand to Chen Xian. Chen Xian took the document and looked at it with some curiosity. Clearly recorded are one's experiences. From being a white-collar worker at a company to now becoming the behind-the-scenes leader of the Jiangnan region, the details are quite thorough. Ha! Anyone with a discerning eye can immediately tell there's something wrong here. Chen Xian squinted his eyes slightly and the corners of his mouth curved upward. Such petty tricks are simply not worth mentioning to him. Brother Chen, won't those forces be unable to resist taking action now? Interesting. Li Kai cautiously spoke up. Although he had confidence in Chen Xian, the combined strength of so many forces was still quite formidable. For a moment, he felt uncertain in his heart. However, there was a hint of disdain in Chen Xian's eyes. Join forces? Anyone courting death is welcome to try. Don't worry, they're nothing but a bunch of nobodies. Even if they join forces, so what? After speaking, Chen Xian shifted his gaze to Fujiki Shangzi, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile once again. However, we still have a powerful weapon on our side. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Fujiki Shangzi. Although Fujiki Shangzi's divination ability lacked offensive power, its capabilities were indeed quite terrifying. It can be considered foreseeing the future. That's right. If divination can be performed, it would be possible to prepare early for the onslaught of countless forces. By then, preparations can be made in advance. Kyoko, start the divination. Chen Xian directly gave the orders. Since pledging allegiance to him, Fujiki Shangzi had been very obedient, always following Chen Xian's words to the letter. Of course, Chen Xian wasn't that desperate and didn't make her do that kind of thing. However, if Chen Xian had any needs, Fujiki Shangzi wouldn't dare to refuse. Yes, Fujiki Kyoko did not dare to hesitate and quickly responded affirmatively. Immediately afterward, she sat cross-legged and began divination. Before long, clusters of mysterious energy began to spread around her. This divination ability, though powerful, consumes one's energy and vital blood, so Chen Xian naturally did not plan to absorb it. Perhaps because the upcoming battle is quite significant and involves many ability users, Fujiki Karakoko's divination this time took a long time. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her vital blood was continuously being consumed. Everyone waited silently on the side. 7 or 8 minutes later, Fujiki Kyoko suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale and looking very weak. Reporting to the master, the divination was successful. Fujiki Kyoko's words first brought joy to everyone, and then they all gathered around. How did it go? 10 days later, 6 major regions will join forces, along with countless factions, creating a grand momentum. I saw countless espers arriving in the Jiangnan region, intending to kill the master, but I cannot perform divination regarding the master. Even Fujiki Kyoko found this very strange. Her divination ability was quite terrifying, yet she couldn't divine any information about Chen Xian. It was as if something was mysteriously blocking it. Chen Xian was not surprised upon hearing this. Perhaps this had a lot to do with his ability to be reborn. Afterward, Fujiki Shangzi recounted all the scenes she had divined one by one, and everyone listened attentively. During this period, a storm had swept across the entire Huaxia. Although everything seems calm on the surface, there are actually turbulent undercurrents. Time passed quickly. Especially in several major regions, all have secretly formed alliances, preparing to take action against the Jiangnan region. All of this, including the 6 regions such as the Yanjing region, was done covertly, aiming to catch Chen Xian off guard. However, what no one could have imagined is that all of this was within Fujiki Karakoko's divination. Boss, up ahead is the Jiangnan district. A team of superhumans silently approached from the southern part of the Jiangnan district. These were superhumans from the Tiannan district, led by the top-tier superhuman of the Tiannan district, Zhang Luo. His strength was among the very best in the entire Tiannan district, and he was also the absolute confidant of the district's leader. This time, in order to compete for the opportunities surrounding Chen Xian, the strong individuals sent not only needed to be powerful enough but also absolutely loyal. And the current Zhang Luo perfectly met these 2 criteria. Hearing the report from his subordinates, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Luo's face, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Looks like we're the first to arrive. After all, the Tiannan region and the Jiangnan region are adjacent, so it's no surprise that Zhang Luo and the others arrived first. That kid definitely has some extraordinary opportunities on him. If I can obtain them, they might bring me quite a few surprises. Chen Xian possesses several supernatural abilities, and his rapid rise has left countless people astonished. Hearing Zhang Luo's words, the nearby supernatural ability user also revealed a trace of greed in their eyes. That's right, it said that the potion researched by the Jiangnan region also came from that kid's handiwork. This person must have obtained quite a significant opportunity.
quickly. No one could remain calm about the opportunities Chen Xian possessed. Hurry up, we can't let the other regions get ahead of us, Zhang Luo urged, followed by hundreds of ability users. These hundreds of superhumans are the elite of the Tiannan region, the best of the best. If it weren't for the purpose of seizing Chen Xian's abilities, the Tiannan region would never have dispatched such a team. Move out, move out, the underlings behind him shouted excitedly. Just as everyone was excitedly speeding up their advance, explosions rang out one after another as missiles of unknown origin descended from the sky, landing directly among the crowd. Although many ability users could withstand attacks from thermal weapons, facing such missiles was still somewhat beyond their capability. Suddenly, a sea of flames engulfed the scene, claiming the lives of more than half of the ability users present. Zhang Luo was also quite shaken by the sudden missile. However, his strength was sufficient, and he dodged quickly, so he wasn't injured by the missile's attack, only slightly affected by the aftershock. But when he turned around and looked at his team, the once elite group of ability users had suffered heavy casualties, with only a little over 100 remaining. Not only that, most of the remaining 100 or so ability users were injured. After all, the missiles came too quickly, and everyone was standing very close together. Even if they weren't taken out by the missiles, they were still injured. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Get out here right now! Zhang Luo's eyes instantly turned red as he roared unwillingly. They hadn't even reached the Jiangnan region and had already suffered such a heavy blow. It must be noted that this team was the elite of the elite in the Tiannan region, a true ace force. Losing more than half of them like this, how could Zhang Luo not feel heartbroken? It's simply heart-wrenching. It's no small feat to cultivate such a group of superhumans. However, now is not the time to feel distressed. The priority is to figure out who exactly did this. He immediately unleashed his powers, staying alert to his surroundings, with an unprecedented seriousness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a slight anomaly in his body. His originally perfect physical condition suddenly began to decline, and his strength unexpectedly dropped by 30%. A 30% decrease in strength is no small matter for a 6th level ability user like him. The most crucial thing is, he has no idea why his strength suddenly dropped by 30%. How is this possible? Who the hell is it, playing tricks? Get out here right now! Zhang Luo roared. Just as he finished speaking, more than 20 superhumans suddenly appeared in front of him. Leading them was Xin Laosan, followed by Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and the first squad led by Lan Qinglin. The reason Zhang Luo's strength had diminished was precisely because of Xin Laosan's curse ability. Who are you? Zhang Luo looked at the people in front of him, alert. Upon hearing this, Xin Laosan let out a faintly disdainful laugh from under his black robe. What, didn't you come here to deal with us? Looks like your intel wasn't thorough enough. Hearing Xin Laosan's disdainful taunt, Zhang Luo's expression suddenly shifted. You are Xin Laosan, the top general under Chen Xian, along with Lin Zixuan, Black Dog, and Lan Qinglin, the captain of the first squad in the Jiangnan district. Back then, the Yanjing district thoroughly investigated everyone around Chen Xian, and naturally, these top-tier combat forces were scrutinized as well. Especially Xin Laosan, who was considered the top general under Chen Xian, possessing SSS-level curse abilities. His strength is extremely mysterious, and he is at the 6th tier, making him an invincible presence among those of the same tier. That's right. As for Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor is naturally quite famous as well. Lan Qinglin heard this and chuckled. Didn't expect my reputation to be this big. TSK. Lin Zixuan, who was beside him, directly rolled her eyes at him, scaring Lan Qinglin into quickly retracting his smile. How could you possibly know our plan? Zhang Luo couldn't figure it out. His route and schedule were top secret, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the southern district. The fact that the other party could accurately use missiles here and ambush him indicated that they had long known he would pass through this area and had set up the ambush accordingly. Could it be? Zhang Luo's pupils instantly contracted. Could it be that there's an insider among them? Otherwise, how could the other party possibly know they would appear here? That's it, it must be. However, Xin Laosan couldn't be bothered to care about what the other party was thinking. He waved his hand, and Lin Zixuan and the others began to take action. They hadn't come all this way to joke around with the other side. They were here with real weapons, intending to kill them on the spot. Behind Zhang Luo, a group of ability users also prepared to take action. However, after the recent missile attack, many of these ability users were either dead or injured, and even those who survived were low on morale. On the contrary, the morale of the Jiangnan region was soaring. Countless superhumans began a killing spree. As for Xin Laosan, he directly confronted Zhang Luo, while Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, one person and one dog, started a massacre. After all, the strength of the two of them could be considered invincible among their peers. But facing Xin Laosan, Zhang Luo instantly felt overwhelmed. Zhang Luo's strength was considered top-notch even in the Tiannan region behind him. As a 6th level ability user, his power was naturally not weak. However, Xin Laosan's curse ability was simply too unsolvable. Unless it is someone like Chen Xian, ordinary superhumans simply cannot do anything to him. Moreover, Zhang
Zhang Luo was cursed by the opponent right from the start, causing his strength to drop by 30%, making him constantly hindered during the fight. Shen Laosen held the upper hand, while Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, one person and one dog, went on a killing spree, almost unstoppable. After all, the two of them had just recently broken through to the 5th tier, resulting in a significant surge in strength. Accompanied by Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor's successive attacks, countless ability users were slain. Seeing the number of ability users around him dwindling rapidly, Zhang Luo instantly panicked. It must be understood that these people were the elite of his southern district, and now they were almost completely wiped out. How could he not be anxious? However, it was precisely because of Zhang Luo's anxiety that Shen Laosen seized the opportunity. With a single strike, Zhang Luo was directly knocked to the ground by Shen Laosen, suffering a severe injury to his chest. Today is the day you die. Take all your questions with you to hell. Boom! Zhang Luo was puzzled as to how Shen Laosen and his men were able to ambush him here in advance. However, this question would never be answered. After all, Fujiki Kyoko's divination skills don't need to be shared with someone about to die. Better to go down and ask King Yama. With that, Shen Laosen's vision went completely dark, and endless black energy emanated from his body, the aura of death seemingly enveloping him entirely. With a single strike, he charged straight at Zhang Luo. The latter suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. Boom! With all his doubts and unwillingness, Zhang Luo died, and he died decisively. After dealing with Zhang Luo, the remaining group of superhumans had no fighting spirit to begin with, and now they completely collapsed. In less than a minute, the remaining superhumans were completely wiped out, dead beyond any chance of survival. How is this possible? Sister Lin, it's all taken care of. They're dead beyond any chance of survival. Lan Qinglin walked up to Lin Zixuan with a cheerful smile and said respectfully. When it came to Lin Zixuan, he didn't dare to act recklessly in the slightest. After all, he had long heard of her reputation, one wrong word, and his lower body might not be safe. Moreover, her strength was terrifyingly formidable. Lin Zixuan responded calmly with a soft then glanced at Shen Laosen. The mission is complete. It's time to return and proceed to the next one. Shen Laosen nodded, calmly glanced at all the corpses, and then gave the order to burn them. After all the corpses were thoroughly burned, the group finally departed. Alright, the team from the southern district is not the only one heading to the Jiangnan district. Brotherly, why haven't we reached the Jiangnan district's territory yet? Inside a tiger tank, Wang Ha complained. They had come from the northwest district, traveling a long distance, driving the tank all the way. Li Feng said with a smile. Almost there, just another 30 kilometers to enter the Jiangnan district's territory. As he spoke, he stood up and looked back from the top of the tank. Behind him was a long, winding convoy of tanks. These were tiger tanks from the northwest district, a total of 36, an extremely powerful number, and after modifications, their power was even more astonishing. Not only that, these tanks are currently operated by superhumans, and the power they unleash is absolutely formidable. This is the team dispatched by the northwest district. The leader is named Li Feng. Before the apocalypse began, he was a short video content creator who usually earned some money through live streaming dart games. This guy's darts are almost always on target, and it's said that his ancestors inherited the skills of Shaoli Fei Dao. His mastery of throwing knives is also quite terrifying. The superpower he awakened is also related to throwing knives. As the tank was moving, suddenly a missile descended from the sky, directly blowing one of the tanks in the middle of the convoy into pieces. The superhuman inside was instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately afterward, countless shells appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Li Feng suddenly widened his eyes. This isn't an ordinary shell, this is a damn missile. The power is no joke. Quick, get out of the tank. After speaking, he directly jumped out of the tank and immediately used his abilities to attack the missiles in the sky. A flying knife streaked across the sky, then split into three, directly taking out 3 shells and detonating the 3 missiles in midair. However, the other missiles fell straight down like meteors. With deafening explosions, countless tanks were destroyed, and numerous ability users in the northwest district were buried under the missiles before they even had a chance to use their powers. After the explosion, only 10 tanks remained in this lifetime. Those ability users nervously got out of the tanks. The team of over 100 people was reduced to less than 60, with more than half dead. Brotherly, we're under attack. Wang Ha spoke nervously. Nonsense, as if I need you to say it. Li Feng glanced around warily, his eyes filled with an unprecedented tension. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. After all, being able to mobilize missiles of this level was absolutely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Who's there? Come out now. After Li Feng awakened his superpower, his soul became exceptionally strong, allowing him to detect other superpowered individuals around him with great precision. He sensed the faint and intermittent presence of a superpowered individual to the south. Just as his words fell, Chen Xian's figure suddenly appeared before him. Chen Xian was followed by Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, as well as the second squad led by Wang Xiang. Seeing Chen Xian, Li Feng's gaze carried an unprecedented seriousness. Although he had never fought Chen Xian Xian, he could sense Chen Xian's terrifying strength. The man before him was no ordinary person. Looking at Chen Xian's appearance, Li Feng naturally recognized him at first glance.
"You are the true leader of the Jiangnan region, Chen Xian."
Chen Xian calmly replied and then slowly walked over in this direction. His steps were slow, but each one tugged at the hearts of Li Feng and the countless ability users behind him.
"Exactly. After all, this guy is no ordinary person. How did you know I was here?" Li Feng still asked that soul-searching question.
That's right, he was also very curious as to how Chen Xian could pinpoint his location so accurately. However, Chen Xian merely smiled.
"If you want the answer to that question, you can ask it in hell."
As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Li Feng sensed the danger as well and decided to strike first. A streak of light flashed by as the throwing knife in his hand tore through space. Aiming straight for Chen Xian's body, before Chen Xian's body, the flying knife split into 9, seemingly intent on tearing his body apart. Facing the oncoming flying knives, Chen Xian showed no panic at all, merely maintaining an attitude of keen interest.
Another 6th-tier superhuman, seemingly one of the top superhumans in the Northwest region.
As for the opponent's background, Chen Xian naturally knew. The top expert of the Northwest region in his previous life, a 9th-tier ability user, breaking through to the 6th tier at this time is not surprising. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh and swung his sword. In an instant, the 9 flying knives in front of him were directly crushed, unable to even get close to him. What terrifying strength!
Boom!
Seeing Chen Xian casually shatter his attack with a single move, Li Feng's eyes revealed a hint of shock.
Although the intelligence had described Chen Xian's strength, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different matter. The power Chen Xian displayed was truly terrifying.
However, Li Feng did not lose heart. He vanished in a flash, disappearing from where he stood, and the next second, he appeared in front of Chen Xian. As soon as he made his move, 10 flying knives shot out instantly, surrounding Chen Xian from all directions. The moment those flying knives were unleashed, the 10 knives multiplied into 100, forming what seemed like a spatial cage, trapping Chen Xian inside.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth.
I have to say, this flying knife ability is quite interesting.
Interesting.
I remember in his previous life, Li Feng once used this flying knife ability to slay a 9th-tier mutant beast, making a name for himself at the time.
However, his attack is still somewhat lacking when it comes to dealing with Chen Xian.
Chen Xian's eyes turned cold, and walls of ice appeared one after another around him, encircling and protecting him. Countless attacks instantly landed on the ice wall, leaving only a few marks on it without causing any damage.
Witnessing Chen Xian's inhuman defensive power, Li Feng was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? He was absolutely confident in the offensive power of his abilities. Yet Chen Xian's defense completely withstood his abilities. Now, it's my turn.
The opponent's methods, to him, were still a bit immature. Chen Xian made a swift move and instantly appeared in front of Li Feng. The speed of the spatial ability was so fast that Li Feng didn't even have time to react before Chen Xian was already close to him.
Boom! Chen Xian threw a punch, landing squarely on Li Feng's body.
That seemingly frail figure unexpectedly unleashed immense strength. One punch, as if it carried the weight of 10,000 pounds. It directly sent Li Feng crashing to the ground, followed by a terrifying explosion sound.
The entire ground cracked open.
After a while, Li Feng slowly climbed out of the giant pit. Blood was still seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Chen Xian in utter disbelief.
The opponent's supernatural ability was terrifying.
Although the intelligence mentioned that Chen Xian possesses ice abilities, spatial abilities, 9 other sacred dragon abilities, and so on, experiencing it firsthand feels completely different. Chen Xian has seamlessly integrated all these abilities, wielding them with such proficiency as if they were extensions of his own body, making them utterly impossible to resist. It must be noted that Chen Xian's abilities are far from being as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Countless powerful and terrifying abilities, all at least SSS level, are concentrated in one person. Moreover, this person's combat talent and instinct are extremely formidable. It is easy to imagine just how strong this individual is.
For a moment, Li Feng couldn't imagine just how terrifying Chen Xian truly was. What kind of existence is this?
In an instant, the thought of fleeing flashed through his mind, but he knew that in the current situation, there was no way to escape. Even if he wanted to escape, Chen Xian's spatial ability was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Chen Xian had no intention of giving him a chance.
Chen Xian's figure disappeared from the spot once again, and Li Feng immediately heightened his alertness, trying to detect Chen Xian's location. But how terrifying is spatial ability? How could it possibly be detected by him? Go to hell!
A voice came from behind, and Li Feng was instantly shocked, his hair standing on end. However, it was all too late.
Chen Xian's extreme cold sword had already descended. The sharp longsword landed on Li Feng's neck,
but it did not strike down. Seeing this scene, Li Feng was stunned. The man in front of him actually stopped the longsword at the last moment, letting it rest on his neck without fully cutting down.
Why didn't you kill me?
Li Feng swallowed hard, a hint of confusion in his eyes.
Obviously, Chen Xian could have killed him easily, but he didn't make a move.
Hearing this, Chen Xian smiled and
Xian said. I can see from your eyes that you don't want to die. I'll give you a chance, surrender to me. How about it? That's right. Chen Xian was once again extending an offer to recruit him. The reason for recruiting Li Feng was because he had encountered Li Feng in his previous life. During a mission, Chen Xian at the time was merely a 5th-tier ability user with low strength, while the other party was already a 9th-tier ability user renowned across the world. The difference in their status and power was immense, and a casual action by Li Feng ended up saving Chen Xian's life. Therefore, Chen Xian chose to show mercy today. After all, he knew that Li Feng was a decent person. Not only was his strength impressive, but he was also reliable. Moreover, in his previous life, Li Feng had saved his life, which was why Chen Xian chose not to kill him and gave him a chance. Of course, if Li Feng did not surrender, Chen Xian naturally would not let him go. The debt from the previous life was repaid today by giving Li Feng this opportunity. Hearing Chen Xian's invitation, Li Feng was momentarily stunned, not expecting things to develop in this direction. Looking at the fair-skinned young man in front of him, Li Feng's gaze seemed somewhat unreal. Are you serious? I never joke. This is your only chance. Chen Xian's words reached Li Feng's ears. He also knew this was his only chance. If he refused Chen Xian this time, there was absolutely no way he could leave here alive. However, surrendering to Chen Xian meant betraying the Northwest region. He was hesitating in his heart. After a while, he curiously spoke. Could it be that you don't know the 6 major regions have joined forces against the Jiangnan region? If I didn't know, why would I be ambushing you here? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Feng suddenly realized. So that's it, Chen Xian indeed knows, and he knows in such detail. But why is this? This time, their marching route was known to no one except the leaders. As for how Chen Xian knew, Li Feng was unsure. Unless he defected to the other side, he wouldn't be told. After much deliberation, Li Feng finally made a decision. I am willing to surrender, but I have a question. Speak. How did you know my marching route? This question, Li Feng couldn't figure out. How could the other party wait here so perfectly, calculating everything so precisely? Chen Xian heard this, smiled faintly, and didn't show any surprise. I can tell you the answer to this question. Because I recently took in a subordinate who can perform divination. All of this was foretold by her. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Feng's eyes instantly widened. Such an ability exists? He had considered all possibilities but had never thought of this one. It's simply unbelievable. However, Li Feng was very shocked that Chen Xian could recruit such a subordinate. After all, such an ability is truly terrifying. With such assistance, how could Chen Xian not achieve great things? Fortunately, I surrendered in time, otherwise, it would have been over. Are these subordinates of yours still willing to follow you? Chen Xian spoke indifferently. He completely disregarded the remaining ability users. Those ability users could be wiped out with just a wave of his hand. Naturally, Chen Xian didn't care about them in the slightest. Hearing this, Li Feng hurriedly replied, Of course, I'm willing. With that, he glanced at the remaining survivors. There were only 63 ability users left. I have already joined the Jiangnan region. If you are willing to follow me, step forward. If not, then forget it. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Immediately after, the crowd made their decisions one by one, stepping forward and choosing to surrender. After all, since their leader Li Feng had already surrendered, there was no point in resisting. It would only lead to a dead end. Able to live, who would be willing to die? So, everyone stepped forward without hesitation and all chose to surrender. Seeing this, Chen Xian smiled slightly, not paying it much mind, and said with a smile, Let's go. It's time to return to the Jiangnan district. Our real enemy is coming. Chen Xian was naturally referring to the siege by the remaining 4 major regions and various forces, totaling tens of thousands of ability users. Among them, the ability users from the Yanjing region were undoubtedly the most formidable. After all, even the powerful Goan 8 had been eliminated before, so their hatred for Chen Xian would naturally not diminish but only increase. This time, they came specifically to take him down. Yes. As for Chen Xian's words, Li Feng naturally did not dare to disobey. On the road, Chen Xian and the others were also sitting inside the tank. Meanwhile, Chen Xian didn't remain idle and directly used his soul-capturing ability on Li Feng, planting his own mark within Li Feng's soul. To him, surrendering verbally wasn't true surrender, only planting a soul mark through the soul-capturing ability was trustworthy. As for Li Feng, he naturally had no other choice. His life and death were entirely in Chen Xian's hands, so he naturally dared not harbor any other thoughts. Soon, everyone returned to the Jiangnan district. At this moment, Shen Laosan and the others also came back. All the superhumans in the Jiangnan district gathered on the city wall. Everyone knew this was the most critical battle. 6 major regions will come to besiege them, and this will also be the most perilous battle that the Jiangnan region will face. Master, the Tiannan region has been dealt with, Shen Laosan said with a smile. Chen Xian naturally knew Shen Laosan's strength, so upon hearing that the other party had resolved the Tiannan region, he was not the least bit surprised. Not bad, this is Li Feng from the Northwest region, who has now joined my Jiangnan region. Chen Xian introduced Li Feng to everyone. Facing Li Feng, Lin Zixuan and the others did not dare to underestimate him.
After all, a 6th level ability user with the power of throwing knives is undeniably terrifying in strength, and he excels at injuring others in secret.
Everyone quickly got acquainted.
Immediately afterward, the war preparations in the Jiangnan region also reached their peak. 9 squads, a total of 420 people, all made their appearance, along with some other ability users in the city, adding up to 1,000 people. The number was small, but these individuals were the elite of the Jiangnan region. For all the ability users going to the battlefield this time, Chen Xian distributed 10 vials of potions to each person, allowing them to replenish their abilities at any time. This battle is, for Chen Xian, a great opportunity for the ability users in the Jiangnan region to grow rapidly. Only by initiating a war of this magnitude can ability users grow quickly.
This is a great opportunity for everyone.
It's just that this time, the enemies they have to face are quite numerous, almost 10 times their number. While everyone was still preparing, a thunderous sound suddenly came from not far away. Immediately after, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw rows of large trucks driving toward them.
A total of 10 large trucks stopped outside the gate of the Jiangnan district.
Then, hundreds of ability users got off the trucks, each fully armed, carrying not only cold weapons but also various types of firearms. These people are the elite espers of the eastern region.
This is just the beginning. Immediately after, the espers of the central region drove an armored train toward the crowd.
Each of them possesses formidable strength. Eastern region, central region, southwestern region, and Yanjing region. The 4 major war zones have all gathered here.
Thousands of ability users, fully armed, exude a terrifying aura.
Beyond these 4 major war zones, there are also ability users from various smaller forces who have followed along, hoping to claim a share in this battle. After all, the Jiangnan region is already wealthy, and coupled with Chen Xian's mystery and considerable fortune, many ability users are naturally tempted. Therefore, faced with such temptation, many ability users in Huaxia simply couldn't resist and followed along. Looking below, the number of ability users was densely packed, totaling over 10,000.
Among them, those from the Yanjing region were the most powerful. The war dragon of the Yanjing region? Huh? Even he has been dispatched. Interesting.
Looking at the man leading the group from the Yanjing region, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile.
War dragon.
The ultimate trump card of the Yanjing region. Chen Xian did not expect that the Yanjing district would actually send him out. In his previous life, he had naturally heard of this war dragon's name and had also seen his face in the newspapers. With his own strength, he slew 3 9th-tier Western ability users, striking fear into countless ability users in the Western world. Such an existence is the ultimate secret weapon of the Yanjing district, and he never thought he would appear in the Jiangnan district.
It seems they are determined to take over Jiangnan district. Looks like the Yanjing district won't feel at ease unless they take me down. Chen Xian chuckled self-deprecatingly.
The strength of the battle dragon before him was unfathomable, far surpassing the top-tier ability users from other districts around him by more than just 1 level. It must be said, as the central hub of Huaxia, the foundation of the Yanjing district is truly not to be underestimated. This battle dragon should possess the heaven-piercing mark, having awakened his abilities before the apocalypse began.
Later, under the cultivation of the massive state apparatus of the Yanjing district, he achieved his current strength.
As Chen Xian thought about this, the ability users below had already gathered.
Battle Dragon looked at the ability users beside him but did not see anyone from the Northwest District or the Southern District. He couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Where are the people from the Northwest District and the Southern District?
When Zhan Long finished speaking, Xingfeng, the leader of the Eastern District, sneered.
Those guys aren't scared and chickened out, are they? Scared? Chickened out? Impossible.
The 6 major war zones recently formed an alliance. There's no way they wouldn't come.
Could it be that something happened on the way?
But the strength and foundation of these 2 major war zones are extraordinary. Ordinary superhumans could never be their match.
The likelihood of something happening is very small.
As for whether the Jiangnan region launched a sneak attack, Zhan Long didn't consider this at all. In his view, the Jiangnan region was already struggling to take care of itself, so how could it possibly launch a sneak attack on 2 major war zones? After thinking it over without reaching a clear conclusion, Zhan Long simply shook his head and stopped pondering, instead turning his gaze toward the Jiangnan region on the city wall. Although he had never met the master of the Jiangnan region, he had certainly heard of Chen Xian's reputation, which was renowned far and wide.
Almost everyone in the Yan capital region knows about it.
Moreover, before his departure this time, Elder Chen specifically talked to him, urging him to be cautious of this person named Chen Xian.
The opponent's strength is not to be underestimated.
Even the 8 sons of national security fell at his hands. Although Zhan Long did not take the Goan 8 sons seriously, he dared not underestimate people whom the chief valued so highly. Forget it, prepare to attack the city. Since the 2 major war zones have not arrived yet, Zhan Long couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. After all, their strength and numbers as superhumans held an absolute advantage. When it comes to all the information about the Jiangnan region, Zhan Long knows it like the back of his hand. As long as he takes care of Chen Xian, the other ability users in the city will be a piece of cake. In other words, with the 6 major war zones joining forces, as long as he can hold off Qin Xian for a while, the entire Jiangnan region will be unable to stop their advance. Therefore, Zhang Long is very confident about this attack. He was unsure of Qin Xian's strength, but he was very confident in his own methods. No matter what, his own strength was definitely enough to hold off Qin Xian for half an hour. After that, everyone else in the Jiangnan region would be completely slaughtered, and then they would focus their efforts on taking down Qin Xian. Whether Qin Xian lived or not, he had to die. Yes, Zhang Long, as the strongest individual in the alliance this time, naturally held the greatest authority. Everyone began preparing for battle. Countless superhumans approached the cities of the Jiangnan region. Chen Xian looked at the densely packed superhumans below and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Interesting. It's really interesting. Since his rebirth, this is the first time he's witnessed such a grand scene. It couldn't help but make his blood boil. TSK, so many superhumans. I wonder if they can force out my true strength. Looking at the many powerful figures below, Chen Xian murmured softly. All along, he had never fought with his full strength. Especially after his various abilities had recently made breakthroughs, it became even harder for him to go all out. After all, even a casual strike from him was extremely terrifying, and few ability users could withstand it. Where is Chen Xian? Just as Chen Xian and the others were calmly watching below, Zhang Long spoke. The calm voice reached everyone's ears. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and slowly stepped forward. I am. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound, and what came into view was an extremely youthful face. Fair skin, handsome features, he looked more like a college student. Yet the man before them was the master of a major war zone, a top-tier powerhouse in all of China. Although the intelligence had information on Chen Xian, his appearance still took everyone by surprise. Zhang Long looked at the much younger man in front of him, not daring to be careless in the slightest. But his gaze suddenly fell on a man standing next to Chen Xian. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Isn't that the Northwest Region's team leader, Li Feng? That's right, it's him. In an instant, Zhang Long's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with shock. Originally, the Northwest Region should have joined the Allied forces, but now, the other party was actually standing by Qin Xian's side. Li Feng, how are you here? Could it be that you've defected from the Northwest Region? The battle dragon said coldly. That sound fell into everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Li Feng? The other ability users from the major war zones all raised their heads to look at the man beside Chen Xian. It really is Li Feng. Li Feng from the Northwest Region. What does it mean that he's standing next to Chen Xian? Could it be that he has joined the Jiangnan region? Li Feng heard this, his expression unchanged. After surrendering to Chen Xian, he had long anticipated the current situation. For him, his life was already in Chen Xian's hands, so naturally, he wouldn't have any other thoughts. That's right. From now on, I am a member of the Jiangnan district. Hearing Li Feng's words, all the ability users present couldn't help but have a change in expression, breaking into an uproar. At this critical moment, Li Feng, a 6th level ability user, actually defected to Chen Xian. Why? Zhang Long's expression also turned somewhat grim. It was obvious that the surrender of Li Feng and the others was beyond his expectations. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly spoke. What about the superhumans in the southern region? The superhumans in the northwest region have joined the Jiangnan region. So what about the southern region, which is also one of the war zones? Chen Xian smiled faintly. They've already turned to ashes. Hiss. Hearing Chen Xian's words, everyone gasped again. Whoa, turned to ashes? Doesn't that mean they're all dead? I thought they hadn't arrived yet, but it turns out they were taken out by Chen Xian. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in Zhang Long's eyes. This Chen Xian is truly not simple. However, even if the northwest region surrenders and the Tiannan region is annihilated, the outcome of this battle will absolutely not change. Zhang Long still had this confidence. However, before he came, old Chen from the Yanjing region had asked him to try persuading Chen Xian to surrender, and even threatened that if the other party was willing to surrender to the Yanjing district, all his crimes could be pardoned. Chen Xian, considering you're a capable person, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to join the nation and follow the orders of your superiors, all your crimes can be atoned for through meritorious service. What do you say? As soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, all the ability users present couldn't help but have a change in expression, especially the ability users from the other major war zones, whose faces turned grim. What the heck? What kind of move is this? They had worked so hard to attack the Jiangnan district, yet the Yanjing district still wanted to recruit Chen Xian. Isn't this treating them like fools? However, everyone remained silent and quietly waited for Chen Xian to speak. On the city wall, Chen Xian heard this and his lips curved slightly upward. Recruit me? The Yanjing region is really playing a clever game. However, they seem to take themselves too seriously, yet not seriously enough. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh. Recruit me? Sure. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Long's face lit up with joy. However, his next words instantly brought Zhang Long's smile to an abrupt halt. However, the position of the leader of the Yanjing district must be mine. Chen Xian's words immediately wiped the smile off Zhang Long's face.
What the heck? Give up the position of the leader of the Yanjing district to him? Are you kidding me? These words clearly carried a provocative tone, showing no regard for the Yanjing district. Zhan Long narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Chen Xian, since you don't value your life, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, the Yanjing region has made thorough preparations. If Chen Xian is willing to surrender, then everything can be negotiated. But since the other party dares not to surrender, they shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes carried a hint of disdain. The Yanjing region, since they dared to plan this siege, they shouldn't blame Chen Xian for striking back when the time comes. As for the Yanjing region, he had no intention of holding back. After all, the other side had provoked him time and time again. Chen Xian wasn't made of clay, so he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Is that so? In that case, let's get started. Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to waste words. With so many ability users here today, it was a perfect opportunity for him to stretch his muscles and test his current strength. After all, he had never fully utilized his complete power until now. Today happens to be a good opportunity. Over there, several major war zones are already prepared for battle. Chen Xian glanced at the group of ability users behind him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously carrying a slight smile, and calmly said, "Are you afraid? Afraid?" Everyone spoke in unison. Not afraid. Not afraid. Although there were only 1,000 of these ability users, each one held the utmost reverence for Chen Xian. Moreover, each of them carried potions given by Chen Xian, which could be said to give them 1 or 2 extra lives compared to ordinary ability users. They all knew that once they won this battle, Chen Xian's personality would ensure they wouldn't be treated unfairly. By then, their status and position would undoubtedly rise significantly. Therefore, whether it was their fervor for Chen Xian or their hope for the future, none of them felt fear. Instead, their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a hint of joy. As expected of the ability users he trained, their courage was commendable. Okay, in that case, follow me out of the city to face the enemy. I want to see what skills these ability users from the major war zones have. Hearing Chen Xian's words, all the ability users present became filled with excitement. Combat is the best catalyst for those with supernatural abilities. Following Chen Xian's command, countless individuals with supernatural abilities left the city. Outside the city walls were supernatural ability users from various battle zones and other large and small forces, totaling over 10,000 people. A coalition of over 10,000 individuals with supernatural abilities is an immensely powerful force no matter where it is placed. Seeing Chen Xian and the others come out, Zhan Long's eyes were filled with a fiery battle intent. This is the commander of the Jiangnan region, Chen Xian. Kill them for me. With Zhan Long's furious roar, countless ability users behind him charged rapidly toward the Jiangnan region. On the other side, Chen Xian did not hesitate and roared angrily. Kill! His voice carried no emotion, as if tinged with a certain coldness, coming from the depths of the underworld. The countless ability users behind him charged forward as if invigorated, especially Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong, each exuding a murderous aura. These are all top-tier superhumans under Chen Xian's command in the Jiangnan region, each of them practically invincible among their peers. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't feel fear on the battlefield. Chen Xian glanced at Zhan Long, a faint smile on his lips, and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood. This guy's strength surpassed anyone he had ever fought before. Looking across the entirety of China, he was undoubtedly in the top echelon, perhaps even a top-tier existence. Of course, don't even mention top 0, even the so-called number 1 in the world is nothing more than this in front of Chen Xian. If Chen Xian were to unleash all his abilities, his strength would be so overwhelming that even he himself couldn't imagine it. Boom! Countless terrifying ice shards directly descended in the direction of the battle dragon. The latter's expression showed no change whatsoever, instead remaining calm and indifferent. Stellar lock. As the battle dragon's words fell, a barrier resembling a chain of stars formed in front of him. Countless ice spikes fell directly onto this barrier, erupting with terrifying explosive sounds. However, the star chain was not broken, it merely emitted a burst of explosive noise and then remained intact in its original position. Seeing this scene, Zhan Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Feeling Chen Xian's attack, Zhan Long let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of disdain. His superpower, the SSS-level ability Starry Sky, gave him such confidence. You must know that this kind of star power is incredibly strong. Not only is its defense invincible, but it also has numerous offensive methods. The reason his cultivation speed is so fast is also because he can use star power to cultivate. This is why, since the beginning of the apocalypse, he has been able to break through to the 7th tier, making him one of the top existences in all of China. It's just that, for Chen Xian, it was still somewhat unimpressive. He let out a cold laugh. Really? You're happy a bit too early. With that, Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. The next second, his body unexpectedly appeared before the star chain of the battle dragon. Chen Xian raised his hand. Endless supernatural supernatural energy gathered upon his fist. Boom! Chen Xian's iron fist suddenly struck down heavily, smashing onto the star chain. Immediately, a terrifying explosion sounded. Countless people stared in shock at the scene before them. As the dust settled, they saw the star chain shatter in response. The body of the battle dragon was uncontrollably forced back 4 or 5 steps by the terrifying airflow. He watched Chen Xian's figure, his eyes filled with endless shock. How is this possible? With just a pair of iron fists, he actually broke through his defense. No one understands the strength of this star chain's defense better than Zhang Long, but still lost to Chen Xian. The opponent was shattered with just one punch, without any hesitation. Chen Xian smiled faintly, calmly looking at the other party. Looks like your defense is just SOSO. Although being spoken to like this by Chen Xian, Zhang Long couldn't refute it at all. After all, his defense really amounted to nothing in front of Chen Xian, easily broken by the opponent. The slaughter on the battlefield continued. Although the number of ability users in Chen Xian's Jiangnan district was at an absolute disadvantage, but this group's combat power is by no means inferior. Moreover, with the enhancement of potions, the power they unleash is nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with the presence of Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and Gu Wuyan, all of whom are invincible at the same level, the battlefield situation is at a stalemate. As for Chen Xian, he is already planning to get serious. In that case, I'll make my move. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, and then he prepared to get serious. Activating his spatial ability, he disappeared from his original spot once again. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Zhang Long. The 9 Nether Sacred Dragon's power was instantly activated, and the battle dragon immediately felt a force seemingly from the 9 Nether, containing endless terror. The sky suddenly erupted with endless thunderous roars. The aura of the 9 Nether spread, and countless black dragons charged straight toward the battle dragon. The latter immediately sensed danger, activating the star power to defend while also dodging. It must be said that War Dragon's strength is indeed not weak. The power unleashed by the star energy in his hands is truly terrifying, and even Chen Xian has to admit this. Moreover, he has his eyes on the star energy possessed by the other party. It can be used for both offense and defense, with astonishing combat power. I have to say, this stellar ability is truly extraordinary. It's worthy of being a top-tier SSS level ability. Seeing that the situation for Zhang Long was unfavorable, the leaders of several other regions quickly stepped in to help. 3 6th-tier ability users, combined with Zhang Long, a 7th-tier ability user, definitely form a formidable force. And the battle dragon instantly gained a bit more confidence. After all, with so many helpers, even Chen Xian couldn't possibly be their match. The few of them joining forces to face Chen Xian's attacks even became effortless. Chen Xian naturally noticed this, but he didn't care at all, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next second, Absolute Domain. When Chen Xian began to activate the Absolute Domain, the expressions of Zhang Long and the other 3 6th-tier ability users instantly changed dramatically. How is this possible? Has my own strength decreased this much? Strength, speed, and defense have all dropped by 80%. 80%, which is equivalent to losing more than 80% of one's power. How the hell is this even a fight anymore? Zhang Long looked at Chen Xian with a bewildered expression. The report didn't mention that Chen Xian had such a skill. What the hell kind of superpower is this? Does it have to be so terrifying? Is this a curse ability? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Zhang Long came, he had reviewed all the intelligence on the Jiangnan region. He knew that Chen Laosen possessed the legendary curse ability, which was extremely terrifying and very mysterious. But Chen Xian had not shown any signs of possessing such a curse ability. Nowadays, he actually possesses this mysterious supernatural ability. Moreover, the power of the curse is so terrifying. Old Chen San, who was fighting nearby, did not hear Zhang Long's words. If he had heard, he would probably have to explain that his cursed supernatural ability was nothing compared to Chen Xian's mysterious power, not even worth mentioning. The gap between the two is simply too great. Hearing this, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Immediately after, he wasted no words and directly activated Dragon Transformation. Dragon Transformation. The next second, countless scales grew on Chen Xian's body. Once the Dragon Transformation was complete, he possessed a half-dragon form. One's strength, speed, and defense have increased 5-fold. You must know, this is 5-fold. This level of enhancement is no small matter. Moreover, the strength of Zhang Long and the others has weakened. With this rise and fall, the gap is anything but small. Looking at Chen Xian in such a state, Zhang Long was completely flustered and couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. What kind of existence is this, to possess such terrifying power? Chen Xian's strength is simply defying the heavens. One's own strength decreases, while the opponent's strength not only doesn't decrease but increases instead. Chen Xian was seen slowly walking in their direction, step by step, with great ease and casualness. Don't even mention you few, even a 9th level ability user is nothing in front of me. Chen Xian's words fell into everyone's ears like a thunderous explosion. These words are too arrogant. But at this moment, no one thought Chen Xian was joking.
joking. After all, the opponent's original strength was already terrifying enough. Having multiple supernatural abilities was already remarkable. It can also weaken the enemy's strength and greatly enhance one's own power. This move, even a 9th level ability user, so what? Even against Qin Xian, they would probably suffer defeat. A monster, truly a monstrous talent. At this moment, the battle dragon was already somewhat regretting becoming an enemy of Qin Xian. After all, such an existence was destined to be beyond their comparison. Suddenly, Qin Xian's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a 6th tier ability user. Boom! With one punch, the 6th level ability user was instantly shattered into pieces, dead beyond any doubt. As for the blood mist that sprayed out, it did not land on Qin Xian. With spatial abilities at his disposal, such filthy things naturally couldn't touch him. Next one. Qin Xian grinned. At this moment he resembled the king of hell delivering death. The two remaining 6th rank ability users were already terrified at the sight, as if they had seen the king of hell himself. But of course, Qin Xian wouldn't let them off so easily. For all their earlier arrogance, now they faced true terror. With 2 consecutive punches, the last 2 6th rank ability users were reduced to nothing but blood mist, vanishing into the air, dead beyond all doubt. This scene directly shocked countless ability users still engaged in battle, especially the ability users from several major war zones. One by one, they saw their leaders being so effortlessly taken down by Qin Xian, and the shock on their faces was impossible to hide. Some even began to feel an urge to retreat deep inside. Fear, uncontrollable fear. Is this guy even human? But the current situation on the battlefield no longer allowed them to think too much. The next second, Qin Xian came to stand in front of Zhanlong. As the only 7th tier ability user, Zhanlong's emotions were not much better than the others. In fact, having witnessed Qin Xian's strength more directly, he felt even more fear in his heart, because he knew deeply that even at his peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand Qin Xian's attacks. This guy is truly terrifying. Your turn. Qin Xian grinned and threw a punch. The speed, carrying the power of space, reached its peak. If it were the war dragon at its prime, it might have been able to dodge. But at the moment, he was affected by Qin Xian's absolute domain, and his own speed had already significantly decreased, making it naturally difficult to evade. He watched helplessly as the fist landed on him. He used the star chain to block, but the defensive power of the star chain had decreased by an unknown amount, making it naturally hard to resist. Boom! With a loud bang, the Starlink shattered instantly. The iron fist landed squarely on the war dragon. The latter was directly blasted dozens of meters away, landing on the ground and creating a massive crater. Pain. It was simply too painful. Since his debut, he had never experienced such pain, and he also caught the scent of death. The veins throughout his body were almost severed, and all his ribs had been broken. Relying on sheer willpower, he slowly stood up, but his body was already swaying unsteadily, unable to stand firm. How is this possible? The battle dragon trembled as it stood up, its eyes full of confusion. It couldn't understand why Qin Xian's strength was so terrifying. With just one move, it had been severely injured. Looking at the battle dragon before him, Qin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Your star ability is not bad. As he spoke, Qin Xian slowly stepped forward, leaving footprints with each step. His pace was not fast, but Zhanlong knew exactly what Qin Xian intended to do. The opponent possessed an ability that could absorb others' abilities. The 9 nether sacred dragon ability of the Goanade was absorbed by him earlier. Now, it seems it's his turn. As an ability user, losing one's ability in this apocalyptic world would likely be extremely distressing. Not only that, he might not survive past today. Qin Xian approached the battle dragon and then absorbed it into his hand with a single palm. Immediately afterward, under the terrified gaze of the battle dragon, Qin Xian activated his plundering ability and began the plundering process. As the plundering ability was activated, countless abilities from the battle dragon surged toward Qin Xian. It must be noted that the abilities on the battle dragon were incredibly powerful, far surpassing the level of the 8 Sons of National Security. Its stellar superpower is an SSS level top-tier ability. Therefore, when Qin Xian absorbs the superpower, it takes a very long time, a full 2 minutes. And these 2 minutes feel as long as a century for Zhanlong. He can clearly feel the depletion of his own superpower. Regarding the stellar superpower, he gradually felt no connection to it, as if it had completely vanished from him. Such an ability was truly terrifying. Zhanlong also knew that even if Qin Xian spared him today, his future days would not be easy. After all, without his superpower, he was like a useless person, devoid of any combat ability, and naturally lost his value, thus losing the necessity to live. Over the years, he has offended quite a few people. If he loses his special ability, his fate will only be worse. A moment later, Qin Xian has completely absorbed the other party's special ability. Feeling the power of the stellar ability, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xian's eyes. Is this the power of the stellar ability? It truly is formidable. Qin Xian couldn't help but express some admiration. This kind of all-in-one offensive and defensive ability, if cultivated to the 9th tier, can even harm harness the power of the stars in the sky. Whether in terms of attack or defense, it is an unparalleled existence. After losing his star power ability, all the remaining strength in Zhang Long's body seemed to be drained away. He collapsed limply to the ground, completely powerless. Already severely injured by Qin Xian, he now had no strength left at all. His bones and tendons were shattered, he couldn't even stand. It was clear that Zhang Long was completely crippled. You. Zhang Long lay motionless on the ground, his eyes fixed on Qin Xian with a deathly stare. Those eyes no longer held the spirit and pride they had when they first arrived, only endless fear and regret. Clearly, he could have avoided this suffering, but now, there is no way out. Qin Xian smiled faintly, slowly walked up to Zhang Long, and then placed one foot on his head. It must be said that this is the most powerful opponent Qin Xian has encountered so far, a top-tier existence in the entire world. It's a pity that if the other party had been willing to follow him from the beginning, they would undoubtedly have gone much further in the future. But choosing the wrong person to follow and the wrong opponent to challenge means being prepared for death, and this kind of death is met with regret and fear. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Long was utterly hopeless. Qin Xian smiled faintly and said, "In your next life, be smarter, don't follow the wrong person, and don't choose the wrong opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian stomped down hard. Bang! Zhang Long's head was crushed instantly, dead beyond any chance of revival. Countless superhumans witnessed this scene and were stunned. The superhumans in several war zones completely lost their will to fight. What a joke! The leaders of each war zone, as well as Zhang Long, a top-tier 7th-level superhuman, were all effortlessly taken down by Qin Xian. Even if they were alive, what could they possibly do? They probably couldn't withstand even a single strike from Qin Xian. Therefore, in an instant, countless superhumans had already begun to entertain thoughts of surrender in their hearts. After absorbing the War Dragon's superpower, Qin Xian was in excellent condition at the moment. He turned his head and glanced at the superhumans fighting on the battlefield, but he didn't rush to call a halt. After all, this was a great opportunity for the superhumans of the Jiangnan region to train. Only through battle could they find their best catalyst. The slaughter on the battlefield continued. Qin Xian did not take action but silently watched from the side, taking out the Xianin Earth Fiend Orb to absorb the power of death. This power of death was an excellent cultivation resource for his 9 Nether Sacred Dragon ability. Moreover, the combat power of the Jiangnan district's ability users was already extremely terrifying. Now Qin Xian directly killed the leaders and war dragons of several major war zones, scaring countless ability users out of their wits. Therefore, during the next battle, each of them naturally felt timid, while the morale of the Jiangnan region soared. Before long, they had already gained the upper hand. However, they were still at a numerical disadvantage, so quite a few ability users from the Jiangnan region also perished. But all of this was within a controllable range. Many ability users, after exhausting their powers, directly used the potions provided by Qin Xian. Then the next moment, they were fully revived, and their strength even improved further. Of course, the potion naturally has side effects, causing weakness for a period of time. But on a battlefield like this, it's essentially a second life. Seeing the battle nearing its end, Qin Xian directly stepped in. He unleashed a spatial ability, instantly splitting over 100 ability users in half with a force of space. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and countless drops of blood fell. Today, outside the city in the Jiangnan region, rivers of blood flowed, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring scene, with an extremely intense scent of blood. Yet Qin Xian remained unfazed. But the espers from several major war zones and some factions were already terrified at this moment. Qin Xian, too terrifying. Such a person, no one dares to oppose. Stop fighting. I surrender. As a voice rang out, all the ability users in the war zone seemed to have their meridians unblocked, and one after another, they began to surrender. I surrender too. Yes, I want to surrender too. Thus, in the next second, 99% of the ability users laid down their weapons and surrendered. The battle at this point was basically over. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Winning was really quite simple. All the ability users in the Jiangnan region were pleasantly surprised. The seemingly unwinnable battle ended in such a way. Tragic, truly too tragic. Surrender and you shall be spared. Qin Xian's voice echoed through all the ability users. In an instant, all the superhumans lost their will to fight and surrendered, laying down their weapons. In this battle, the allied forces of the major war zones lost more than half their numbers, with only about 5,000 people surviving. However, the survivors were all quite strong. If they were incorporated into the Jiangnan district, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the district's combat power in a short period of time. Moreover, as a fellow Chinese ability user, Qin Xian had no need to go to extremes. Incorporating this group under his command, with his own terrifying strength, he naturally wouldn't worry about their betrayal. However, when it came to recruiting these people, Qin Xian naturally wouldn't handle it personally but instead entrusted them to Gu Wuyan and the others. You stay here and clean up the mess. I'm heading back first. Qin Xian spoke indifferently. Just having acquired the power of the star ability, he was a bit impatient location to test the strength of the star power, so naturally, he didn't bother managing the situation on the spot. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Yes, Chen Xian nodded and then disappeared from the spot in a flash. After Chen Xian disappeared, the entire battlefield instantly changed. The ability users who had surrendered all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the sense of oppression Chen Xian gave off was simply overwhelming, especially after he had just slaughtered so many ability users. The killing intent radiating from him was suffocating. Even standing dozens of meters away, no one dared to meet his eyes. Therefore, once he left, every ability user present finally let out a long breath of relief, but no one dared to pick up the weapons on the ground to resist. Are you kidding? Chen Xian just left the battlefield, not died. Besides, Chen Xian's subordinates are quite strong. Dealing with these people is naturally no problem. Therefore, this recruitment went very smoothly. Countless superhumans were incorporated into the Jiangnan district's ranks. Of course, it would take some time to truly win over this group of people. However, these were not matters for Chen Xian to worry about. They were tasks for Gu Wuyan and the others to handle. Most importantly, he did not care about the life or death of this group. Too weak, it meant nothing to him. Inside the spaceship, Chen Xian left the battlefield and went directly into the spaceship. Inside the cultivation chamber of the spaceship, countless stellar abilities radiated around Chen Xian. After a while, first tier, not bad at all. Chen Xian grinned. Just now, his stellar ability had broken through to the first tier, giving his strength a slight boost. For him, first tier abilities were still somewhat weak and didn't significantly enhance his overall strength. However, the potential of the star power is quite terrifying. If one can break through to the 6th tier, or even the 7th tier, it would be a significant boost in strength. Chen Xian rested for a while before immersing himself again and resuming his cultivation. Meanwhile, the outside world seemed as if an earthquake was about to occur. Several major war zones joined forces but were defeated by the Jiangnan district, a matter that swept across the entire Huaxia like a whirlwind. Countless ability users, upon hearing this news, first reacted with disbelief followed by shock. When they heard that Chen Xian had killed the leaders of several major war zones and even slain the battle dragon, it once again shook countless people. At this moment, the Yanjing district. What? Say that again. When old Chen heard the news of Zhanlong's death in battle and the coalition's defeat and surrender, he was so shocked that he stood up directly from his chair, his aged eyes filled with disbelief. This was Zhanlong, the top expert in the Yanjing region, and he was actually killed by Chen Xian. How is this possible? Moreover, the coalition's tens of thousands of superhumans, such a terrifying force, were mostly slaughtered by Chen Xian's Jiangnan district, and the remaining over 5,000 actually surrendered entirely to Jiangnan district. In other words, not only did Jiangnan district's strength not weaken in this battle, but it actually grew significantly stronger. This is ****ing impossible. Old Chen, this is indeed true. Li Shitong forced himself to speak. When he saw this message, he almost fainted. But the battle report from the front lines couldn't possibly be fake. Moreover, there was indeed no way to contact Zhanlong. He was dead. Old Chen felt his legs go weak upon hearing this, almost collapsing, as a sense of powerlessness enveloped his entire being. War Dragon is dead, and the Allied forces suffered a crushing defeat. How is this possible? If that's the case, what will become of the Yanjing district in the future? At this moment, Old Chen had already begun to feel regret in his heart. He regretted becoming enemies with Chen Xian. Such an existence was truly beyond what his Yanjing district or even the entire Huaxia could compare to. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Chen Xian's strength. The other party was terrifying. Li Shitong also fell silent at Mr. Chen's question. After all, he had no way to answer it. Immediately after, Mr. Chen's legs gave way, and he sat directly on the chair, his whole demeanor seeming to age by 10 years. Leave me. I'll think about it some more. Old Chen waved his hand, and Li Shitong dared not disturb him, immediately lowering his head and walking out. Inside the room, only Old Chen remained. He looked up toward the window. That young man named Chen Xian, like a demon, had almost completely destroyed the foundation of the Yanjing district. Now, the Yanjing district's prestige and strength had suffered a severe blow. The other major war zones in Huaxia are likely not to obey orders either. Moreover, this alliance is led by the Yanjing region, so Chen Xian is naturally aware of it. With his personality, he is likely to seek revenge for the slightest grievance. By then, who in the entire Yanjing region can stop Chen Xian's steps of vengeance? Maybe, by then, the entire Yanjing region will be in Chen Xian's pocket. Thinking of this, Old Chen's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. Could it be that we need to use missiles to kill him? Old Chen muttered to himself. If it is not a moment of absolute necessity, he is unwilling to deploy something as powerful as a missile. A top-tier missile can level an entire city. Its terrifying power is such that even a 7th-tier ability user would find it hard to withstand. However, if a missile is launched, the entire Jiangnan region would end up buried alongside Chen Xian. The reputation of slaughtering fellow Chinese compatriots is absolutely unavoidable. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the Yanjing district would never launch missiles of this level. possible at other districts, as it would bear the infamy for ages.
Hopefully, your ambitions aren't too grand.
If you set your sights on my Yanjing district, these missiles are not to be trifled with. Old Chen squinted his eyes slightly and said calmly, and the other major regions had already been thrown into chaos because of this battle.
Southwest region.
Lin Langtian looked at the intelligence handed over by his subordinate and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, almost collapsing to the ground in panic.
Damn it, how could he be this strong? Even the combined forces of several war zones couldn't take down Qin Xian. How could he be this strong?
The major war zones were all terrified by Qin Xian's terrifying combat power.
No one could have imagined that a young man could possess the power to overthrow the entire Huaxia.
If this were told to others, who would dare to believe it? However, at this moment, Qin Xian paid no attention to the rumors outside. Instead, he was quietly cultivating his stellar abilities alone inside the spaceship. This stellar ability becomes increasingly terrifying as cultivation deepens. Both offensive and defensive, it can be described as terrifying. Moreover, it also provides a certain enhancement to one's physical body. Harness the power of the stars to temper the body. Half a month passed quickly, and the stellar superpower in Qin Xian's hands had made significant progress, directly breaking through to the 4th tier. For ordinary superpower users, breaking through to the 4th tier could be described as extremely difficult. But for Qin Xian, with so many superpowers in his possession, an immense amount of superpower energy, and abundant cultivation resources, cultivating one superpower to the 4th tier was naturally not a difficult task for him. Over the past half-month, those superpower users who had originally surrendered all obediently joined the Jiangnan district. Of course, for some of the superhumans who were unwilling to surrender, Gu Wuyan directly sent them back. However, after witnessing the terror of the Jiangnan district, almost no superhumans were willing to leave. In an instant, the strength of the entire Jiangnan district skyrocketed. Moreover, the cyborg project achieved initial success. The entire Jiangnan region already has 10 cyborgs, whose strength can rival that of first-tier superhumans. Although merely comparable to first-tier superhumans, it may seem insignificant. But for the Jiangnan region, this holds extraordinary significance. After all, if they can create first-tier superhumans, they could eventually create second-tier, third-tier, and even the legendary 9th-tier superhumans. In order to achieve this goal, Zheng Beiguang worked extremely hard. Meanwhile, Qin Xian also provided information on the modification of second-tier and third-tier ability users. After receiving this information, Zheng Beiguang was overjoyed, even more excited than seeing a great beauty. Master, Gu Wuyan respectfully saluted. Qin Xian casually sat on the chair and nodded lightly.
How have things been lately? As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, Gu Wuyan hurriedly replied, Master, the other major regions have shown no activity, and even the Yinjing region has gone quiet. I wonder if they are planning something big. Planning something big?
Qin Xian sneered coldly upon hearing this. Their top combat forces have already been slain by me. What kind of storm could they possibly stir up? I'm afraid the most impressive thing in the Yinjing district nowadays is the so-called strongest missile. However, those missiles might work against other superhumans, but for Qin Xian, they are somewhat inadequate. With so many abilities at his disposal, how could he possibly fear a mere missile? It wouldn't even harm him in the slightest. Those guys are scared. But, Qin Xian's eyes turned cold, then he looked up and gazed out the window. They're scared, but now it's our turn. Taking hits without fighting back is not my style. Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of unrestrained arrogance. Whether it's the Yinjing district or the other 5 major war zones, since they dared to make a move against him, they should be prepared to be struck back. After all, Qin Xian is not some kind-hearted person. As for whether it would be considered treason or defiance of authority, he would just chuckle at this. It's already the apocalypse, and they're still in subordination? Ridiculous. Take care of those major regions, then head to Japan. I'm going to wipe it all out. For Qin Xian, Japan was a place he absolutely had to eradicate. The people of Hua, from top to bottom, none of them will survive. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Gu Wuyan was instantly overjoyed. Which war zone should we start with first? Which war zone? Hearing this, Qin Xian paused for a moment in thought, then spoke. Then we'll fight from the south all the way to the north, crushing them one by one. Let the Yinjing district experience true terror. With that, Qin Xian immediately began to formulate a battle plan. The first battle would be against the Tiannan district and the southwest district. Two-line offensive. Then comes the central region and eastern region, as well as the northwest region. Finally, it's the Yinjing region. After finalizing the battle plan, Qin Xian arranged for the ability users to take action. First, the southern region and the southwestern region. Go make arrangements to attack the southern region and the southwestern region. Qin Xian spoke. Gu Wuyan was instantly excited and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this would be an unprecedented battle. If they can take down the southern region and the southwestern region, almost the entire southern area would become the territory of their Jiangnan region. Even the Yinjing region would absolutely not be able to compare. As for the ability users, there are naturally quite a few in the Jiangnan region. After all, all, they had just recently subdued more than 5,000 ability users, and now their forces are strong and well-equipped, with no fear at all. Gu Wuyen, upon receiving the order, immediately went to make arrangements. This time, it is imperative to annihilate the two major war zones. Watching Gu Wuyen's departing figure, Chen Xian gave a faint smile, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. The battle is about to begin. The Jiangnan region acted swiftly. In just one day, they were ready to set out. The Tiannan region and the Southwest region each dispatched an army of 2,000 ability users. Li Feng and Shen Laosan each led a team. Li Feng, Gu Wuyen, Li Kai, and Zhou Xiong led an army of 2,000 ability users to the southern district. As for Shen Laosan, he took Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor to the southwestern district. Chen Xian, knowing that the southwestern district had deeper foundations and a tougher challenge, decided to go along with the group to the southwestern district. The next morning, with a command from Chen Xian, an army of thousands marched majestically toward the direction of the two war zones. Not only that, this time Chen Xian brought along the 10 modified humans to participate in the battle. Although the modified humans are currently only at the first tier level, their combat power is not weak. Moreover, they can have abilities implanted at will, and since they all come from military backgrounds, their combat awareness and capabilities are even stronger. Therefore, the intensity in combat is stronger than that of ordinary superhumans. Chen Xian and Old Shin No. 3 headed to the southwest district together. In just one day, the convoy of armored vehicles arrived at the southwest district. The army at the gates, this was something the leader of the southwest district had never anticipated. But when he saw the 1,000-strong team from the Jiangnan region, the worry in his eyes was unprecedented. These are all ability users, and it's said that Chen Xian's strength is incredibly terrifying. Can his southwest region really hold them off? As if noticing the leader's concern, Hua Yun said calmly, "Big brother, rest assured, as long as I'm here, the Jiangnan region will never succeed." Seeing the confidence of his second brother, Hua Feng's worry in his eyes gradually lessened. In fact, being able to hold the position of the southwest region's leader so securely was all thanks to his younger brother. If it weren't for Hua Yun's extraordinary strength, his position as leader would have long been coveted by others. In that case, second brother, big brother believes in you. Hua Feng, Chen Xian's voice came from below. Across the entire southwestern region cities, countless ability users trembled instantly. Although they had not witnessed Chen Xian's methods, they had all heard the legends about him. With his own strength alone, he directly wiped out the allied forces of several war zones. Such power is truly terrifying. Even the battle dragon, a 7th-tier ability user, fell at his hands. The brothers Hua Feng and Hua Yun also turned their gazes toward Chen Xian. He continued, "Giving you one last chance, surrender or die." The calm tone carried endless killing intent. Surrender, live or die. This is also their last chance. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Hua Feng hesitated instantly. Surrender to Chen Xian? For him, it was not something unacceptable. After all, the opponent's strength is terrifying. But he also knew that once he surrendered, his status would inevitably plummet, and that sense of disparity might be somewhat hard to accept. Therefore, he was engaged in an intense inner struggle. But Hua Yun, standing nearby, could no longer hold back. Leaping directly down from the city wall, the heavy body slammed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A terrifying sound erupted like an explosion, causing the entire ground to tremble. Behind Chen Xian, countless superhumans couldn't help but shudder. This person possesses an incredibly terrifying power. Meanwhile, Chen Xian also looked at the other party with a smile on his face. This was also the purpose of his visit this time. Hua Yun, the younger brother of the Southwest region's leader, a 7th-tier ability user, possesses the SSS-level ability Xuanwu. Extremely strong defensive power can be considered top-notch. Looking across the entire Huaxia, there are very few ability users of the same level who can break his defense. This is also why Chen Xian had to come to the Southwest district, because apart from him, no one in his Jiangnan district is a match for Hua Yun. "You're talking nonsense. What are you, to deserve my big brother surrendering to you?" Although Chen Xian was very famous, there were always those who were unconvinced, and Hua Yun in front of him was one of them. He had a strong build but wasn't very bright, being rather single-minded. Therefore, Chen Xian had no intention of subduing him. Such single-minded individuals would only remain loyal to their respective Hua peaks. However, Chen Xian knew that Hua Feng was a true opportunist. Even if he used the soul-capturing ability, the other party would not truly submit in his heart. Therefore, Chen Xian came precisely for the other party's ability. If he could acquire the Xuanwu ability, his defensive power would greatly increase. By then, his defense would include the Star ability and Xuanwu ability. Physical attacks would include the Ice Dragon ability and 9 Nether Sacred Dragon ability. Mental attacks would include the soul-capturing ability, and speed would rely on the space ability. Such comprehensive protection, with 360-degree coverage and no blind spots, throughout the entire Huaxia, and even the world, there is no existence capable of harming Chen Xian, let alone killing him. Therefore, as for the Xuanwu ability on the opponent, Chen Xian is determined to obtain it. it. Faced with Hua Yun's insults, Chen Xian merely smiled faintly without getting angry. Getting angry with someone so single-minded is nothing but an insult to oneself. In that case, let's get started. Let me see what you're made of. Chen Xian chuckled lightly. This action, however, left Hua Yun displeased. He roared angrily, "You dare look down on me? Fine, today I'll smash your head to a pulp." Since the beginning of his career, Hua Yun had never lost a fight, so when faced with Chen Xian's provocation, he was utterly disdainful. He moved in a flash, quickly appearing in front of Chen Xian, and a powerful iron fist came crashing down heavily. The massive hand was incredibly thick and strong. If an ordinary person were struck by this iron fist, they would likely be crippled if not killed. However, Chen Xian showed no intention of dodging. With a faint smile, his own iron fist shot out to meet it. Boom! The two fists collided. Terrifying iron fists collided, and countless abilities raged around the two of them, distorting the very space itself. The ability users standing behind Chen Xian were all affected in various ways. Except for Xin Laosan, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor, who fared a bit better, the others could hardly withstand the shockwaves from the two men's battle. Bang! The next second, Hua Yun's body was sent flying straight backward by the force of the blow. When he finally steadied himself, there was a hint of gravity in his eyes as he looked at Chen Xian. For so long, no one's strength had ever surpassed his, but Chen Xian was definitely an exception. The terrifying and domineering power actually sent even him flying. However, this was not the end. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, then immediately activated his spatial ability, instantly appearing in front of Hua Yun. Spatial confinement. As the voice fell, Hua Yun was directly confined by space, his body unable to move. He hurriedly used his abilities to try to break Chen Xian's spatial confinement. However, at this moment, Chen Xian struck again. The extreme cold sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. You must know, the extreme cold sword, ranked among the top 3 sharp swords in China, is naturally capable of piercing through Hua Yun's body. Boom! With one strike, it pierced straight through Hua Yun's chest. It took him a long moment to react. Looking at the wound in his chest, blood flowing profusely, his eyes quickly dimmed. This is impossible. How could anyone possibly hurt me? He couldn't believe it. Ever since he awakened his superpower, no other ability user had been able to harm him. How could Chen Xian cause him such serious damage? On the city wall, Hua Feng was stunned upon witnessing this scene. He never expected his second brother to be defeated so easily by Chen Xian. He hurriedly said, Chief Chen, I was wrong. My brother and I are willing to surrender." Hua Feng knew very well that as someone without any special abilities, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world was already extremely difficult, let alone becoming the leader of a major war zone. All he relied on was his younger brother. If Hua Yun dies, even if Chen Xian doesn't hold him accountable, he won't have a good outcome either. Therefore, upon seeing Hua Yun defeated, he immediately began to beg for mercy, hoping to side with Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian sneered coldly. "I already gave you a chance earlier. It's a pity that you were useless when given the opportunity." That's right. Just now, Chen Xian gave him an ultimatum. If the other party had been obedient and willing to surrender, there naturally wouldn't be the current situation. But unfortunately, they were too arrogant just now. Chen Xian coldly walked up to Hua Yun, then lifted him up as if picking up a little chick. Plunder. Immediately, Chen Xian activated the plundering ability and began to seize the opponent's abilities. This Xuanwu ability has extremely unparalleled defensive power. If combined with his absolute domain and dragon transformation, once cultivated to the 7th tier, Chen Xian was confident that even a 9th tier ability user would be unable to inflict any serious harm on him. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, Hua Feng instantly realized what was happening. He probably guessed what Chen Xian was going to do. After all, the intelligence provided by the Yinjing district had already mentioned it. This was about seizing his second brother's Xuanwu ability. Once Chen Xian succeeds, Hua Yun will become a powerless cripple, and his status would plummet. Therefore, in order to stop Chen Xian, he immediately sent his subordinates with special abilities to rescue Hua Yun. However, although some of those with special abilities were quite strong, they couldn't even get close to Chen Xian, let alone approach him. After all, Xin Laosan, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor are not to be trifled with. Their strength can be described as invincible among those of the same level. Therefore, those ability users naturally couldn't get close. Half a minute later, Chen Xian casually threw Hua Yun to the side. At this moment, he was like a dead dog, completely devoid of any combat strength, and directly fainted. The Xuanwu ability had been completely absorbed by him. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen Xian couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. So this is the Xuanwu ability? It truly is powerful. Feeling the immense power within him, Chen Xian's eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. It must be said, the defensive power of the Xuanwu ability is indeed astonishing. However, the strength of the Xuanwu ability in him is still somewhat weak at the moment. But this is nothing to Chen Xian. As long as he has enough time, his ability can advance by leaps and bounds. He slowly walked over to Hua Yun's side, then threw a punch. Hua Yun's body exploded instantly. That's right. Hua Yun was dead, so dead there was no possibility of coming back. Chen Xian had neither the intention intention nor the habit of leaving any loose ends. Although the opponent's superpower had been completely drained by him, they would be nothing more than a cripple in the future. However, he was all too familiar with the concept of eradicating the problem at its root. Immediately after, Chen Xian looked at the group of superpowered individuals from the southwest district on the city wall and spoke without hesitation. Kill them for me. All those who refuse to surrender, slaughter them all. Yes. Behind Chen Xian, countless superhumans seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, instantly becoming extremely excited and frantically charging toward the city wall. Meanwhile, he stood calmly in place, his gaze indifferent, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. To him, the southwest region was nothing at all. Indeed, that was the case. Half an hour later, the entire southwest district had submitted to Chen Xian. As for Huafeng, he was executed on the spot. What could an ordinary person possibly use to compete with ability users? Naturally, Chen Xian would never spare him. This battle surprised Chen Xian somewhat because of those 10 modified humans. Although modified humans are slightly weaker than ability users, that is only relative. All 10 of these modified humans came from military backgrounds, with no issues in their combat strength or battle experience. Therefore, when they acquired first-level abilities, their strength saw a significant leap, and the power they unleashed was even stronger than that of first-level ability users. However, these cyborgs cannot improve their strength on their own and can only rely on technological advancements to progress step by step. Of course, Chen Xian naturally wouldn't worry about this. After all, his spaceship contains sufficient technology. As long as Zhang Beiguang is willing to research and can implement it, these cyborgs could theoretically be upgraded to the 8th or even 9th tier in the future. The battle in the southwest region ended, and the task of cleaning up the battlefield was directly handed over by Chen Xian to Shen Laosan, Lin Zixuan, and others. With them around, even if there were any remaining rebels in the southwest region, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Therefore, Chen Xian naturally had no fear. Meanwhile, in the direction of the southern region, the battle was also nearing its end. With Li Feng leading the team, countless superhumans besieged the city, leaving the fortified Tiannan district powerless to resist. After all, not every district has 7th-tier superhumans like the Southwest District and Yanjing District. This is also why Chen Xian was so confident in entrusting the task of attacking the Tiannan district to Li Feng. He knew Li Feng's strength was undoubtedly up to the task. When both the Tiannan district and the Southwest District fell, the entire Huaxia was shaken. After all, with the addition of the Tiannan region, the Southwest region, and the Jiangnan region where Chen Xian was located, the entire South had come under Chen Xian's command. Such unification was something even the Yanjing region had never achieved. At this moment, in the Yanjing region, Old Chen, who had received the information about Chen Xian subduing the Tiannan and Southwest regions, looked increasingly solemn. He never expected that Chen Xian would dare to be so bold, openly deploying troops against the 2 major war zones, and he actually succeeded. What is he trying to do? Unify the entire Huaxia? And then what? Could it be that he is from the Yanjing region? This is very likely. Even Old Chen is somewhat worried. After all, the other party's strength and character indeed make this a possibility. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Li Shitong spoke gravely from the side. What to do? At this point, Mr. Chen was also somewhat shaken internally, unsure of what to do. After all, the strongest combat force representing Yanjing, the War Dragon, had already died at Chen Xian's hands, and even his abilities had been seized by Chen Xian. Faced with such an existence, anyone would feel a sense of powerlessness. Even Old Chen was no exception. After pondering for a long time, he finally sighed. Forget it, let nature take its course. If he comes, we'll resort to the final measure. The final resort, and also the most powerful weapon of the Yanjing region. After all, for Chen Xian, apart from that final resort, there was no other option. Li Shitong was aware of this as well, so after hearing Elder Chen say this, his eyes carried a hint of gloom. Yes, he respectfully responded with a yes, and then withdrew. Not only the Yanjing region, but the Northwest region, the Central region, and the Eastern region have all heard about Chen Xian's conquest of the Southwest region and the Tiannan region, which has inevitably made everyone in these regions feel on edge. It is very likely that they will be next. After all, they were all part of the previous alliance. Given Chen Xian's personality, he certainly won't let them off the hook. However, Chen Xian currently has no plans to take action against them. Inside the spaceship, he is cultivating the Xuanwu ability he just acquired. He plans to settle down for a few months before making a move. By then, he intends to achieve success in one fell swoop and directly take control of the Yanjing district. Of course, this requires further improvement in one's own strength. This time, the Xuanwu ability is very crucial for him. With the enhancement of the Xuanwu ability, his defense will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Even when facing missiles from the Yanjing district, there will be no danger. In the spaceship, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, and in the outside world, only 2 months had passed. During this time, Chen Xian's strength had greatly increased. He opened his eyes, slowly stepped out of the spaceship, exhaled a deep breath, and couldn't hide the joy on his face. It's done!